Cybertron Iron Fortress. As the last stronghold of the Autobots and a warehouse storing numerous high-tech items and data, this place received special attention from the Decepticons during the Great War on Cybertron. But as the Great War ended, the entire planet of Cybertron became a lifeless dead star under a true poison, and this place was naturally abandoned. Yet no one expected that this abandoned Iron Fortress would now be operational again, albeit only a small part. What brought part of the Iron Fortress back to life was actually a primitive Insecticon. The camera zooms in. In one room of the fortress there are two Insecticons. One of them is completely normal, just like any other Insecticon, a dumb lump with little intelligence standing motionless fiddling with a pile of discarded parts. But the other one is different, its eyes are full of intelligence and it is operating the computer in front of it. This unusual Insecticon is not ordinary. Inside its cold body dwells a soul from the blue star. Qin Mo is one of the countless transmigrators, has a disastrous start, no luxury cars or beautiful women, no system cheat, not even anyone to talk to. When he awoke from stasis, left the cocoon and saw the desolate land, Qin Mo's heart was filled with despair. Transmigrating into a mechanical lifeform does grant Qin Mo an extended lifespan, but he is now on Cybertron, a Cybertron abandoned after the Great War. Desolation and solitude are the main themes here. Apart from occasional iron-eating bugs, almost no other living creatures can be seen. Countless times Qin Mo thought of ending it all, but each time his survival instinct forced him to give up. Though Cybertron's energy is exhausted, some corners still hold traces of Energon. Driven by his Insecticon bestial instincts, Qin Mo easily found these scattered remnants. These Energons are mere dregs, but as long as he finds enough he can sustain himself. Perhaps favored by fortune, during one random exploration Qin Mo discovered another dormant Insecticon. After awakening it, the Insecticon was very weak from long stasis. Qin Mo easily defeated and subdued it, making it his underling, the one that didn't look so smart. Qin Mo named it Inca. Like most Insecticons, Inca not only has a powerful body but is also a great finder of Energon. With Inca as a helper, Qin Mo finally freed himself from the constant hunt for Energon, gaining more time to think, learn and plan his next steps. Yes, Qin Mo does not want to stay on Cybertron as a scavenger forever. He wants to leave, find a planet richer in Energon such as Earth. But getting to Earth is no easy task. Qin Mo has two plans in mind. The first is to build a spaceship and load it with enough Energon. But as an Insecticon, Qin Mo lacks the knowledge and materials, it's nearly impossible. So he has to consider the second plan, which also has high requirements, the space bridge. If he can align a space bridge to Earth, he can travel there instantly. Don't think it's impossible. At least in Qin Mo's memory there was a space bridge on Cybertron, the one in Shockwave's lab used by RC and Cliffjumper to travel to Earth. Although the lab exploded later, if he searches he should find the remains of the space bridge, and with luck even find Shockwave alive. With Shockwave's help, the three of them together could repair the space bridge and escape. But it seems Qin Mo has used all his luck finding Inca. Without a map he stumbled upon the Iron Fortress. The moment he saw it, Qin Mo knew he would never find Shockwave's lab. As the Autobots' final fortress, the Iron Fortress location is well behind the front lines, while Shockwave, as the Decepticons' chief scientist, built his lab far in the Decepticons' rear. One is in the Autobot rear, the other in the Decepticon rear. The distance is immense. But since he is already at the Iron Fortress, Qin Mo won't let this golden opportunity slip by. Along this journey, although Qin Mo missed Shockwave's lab, he discovered many Autobot labs and military facilities left behind. At each place Qin Mo would spend some time exploring. If you search carefully enough you can always find some good stuff that hadn't been taken away. After collecting valuable items, Qin Mo would attempt repairs on the facility's computers. If he could get them running again, that would be a huge stroke of luck. After visiting many facilities he hit the jackpot several times. Once, after some tinkering, he actually managed to boot the main computer of a facility. For the next 2 months Qin Mo didn't leave that facility. He sent Inca out to find Energon while he studied the knowledge stored in the mainframe. As the saying goes, grinding an axe doesn't delay the chopping of wood. Day after day of learning allowed Qin Mo to rapidly grasp vast Cybertronian knowledge and technology. That is why upon arriving at the Iron Fortress he was able to quickly restore power to some of its still functional areas. Using an ID card of a long-dead Iron Fortress archive manager, he tricked the firewall and rapidly browsed the encrypted files. Well, what do you know? After browsing, Qin Mo indeed found a lot of useful intelligence. First, several accurate coordinates. Though not specified, each corresponds to a planet. Combined with Qin Mo's memory he can make an educated guess. It's highly likely that these coordinates correspond to locations where during the war Autobot artifacts and Decepticon WMDs were launched to Earth to keep them from falling into enemy hands. Thus Qin Mo not only gains Earth's coordinates but can also quickly find those goodies upon arrival to arm himself. But you might ask, no ship, no space bridge, how will you get to Earth? There is actually no need to worry, because along his journey Qin Mo has witnessed many dead Autobots and Decepticons. From a plot development standpoint, these corpses still exist, meaning Megatron has not yet used Dark Energon to summon his undead army. As everyone knows, the Decepticons have always been ahead of the Autobots in both numbers and technology. When Megatron decides to summon the so-called undead army to revive Cybertron's corpses, he will open a space bridge connecting Earth and Cybertron. And at this moment for Qin Mo, it is a perfect opportunity. However, before seizing this opportunity, Qin Mo must make thorough preparations, carefully plan his actions, and ensure every step is foolproof. Speaking of the present. Truly unexpected, the Autobots hid so many secret items beneath Iron Fortress. Qin Mo could not help exclaiming, his gaze falling on the item he had just obtained, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. After confirming he had obtained what he needed, Qin Mo unhesitatingly pulled the storage device from the host, as if this small gesture represented his complete control over the discovery. "Inca, it's time to leave." Qin Mo called softly to his companion, his voice echoing in the empty Iron Fortress. Inca heard the call and immediately dropped the parts he was fiddling with, quickly followed. His bulky body seemed a bit clumsy in the narrow passage, but he followed closely behind Qin Mo without hesitation. The two twisted and turned through Iron Fortress, crossing a maze of intricate passages, and finally stopped at a crossroad. "Sir, where should we go next?" Inca asked in a rumbling voice, his tone exceptionally low in the quiet environment, revealing a naive feeling. Qin Mo looked around, observing the layout of the crossroad, then pointed to the very center and said, "Right here, Inca." Inca looked in the direction Qin Mo pointed, a puzzled expression on his face. "Dig straight down from here." He seemed confused, but obediently walked to the middle of the crossroad and prepared to begin digging. Inca knew very well that his own mind was not sharp, while Qin Mo was an extremely intelligent person whose wisdom far exceeded his own. Because of this, for many things he could not understand, Inca didn't need to ask about their origins, he just needed to follow Qin Mo's orders. Perhaps because Qin Mo was not a pure machine insect, although he had the skill of digging tunnels, both speed and quality were far inferior to the seemingly dull Inca. Even the hardest metal ground could be quickly broken open under Yink's digging, and a passage soon appeared before Qin Mo's eyes. "Lord Qin Mo, there is an Energon warehouse here." "Oh my, there is so much Energon." When Inca passed this news to Qin Mo, he nodded with satisfaction. However, Qin Mo did not rush into the warehouse immediately. He waited above for a full 5 minutes, then calmly crossed the passage and entered the warehouse below. The warehouse was not large, but it was piled high with large amounts of refined high-purity Energon. And after so many years of storage, the essence of this Energon remained in excellent condition. When Qin Mo arrived, Inca was already drinking, eagerly gulping down large mouthfuls of Energon as if it were free. This is another great advantage of machine insects. Compared to Cybertronians who have undergone continuous evolution and prefer to inject Energon, machine insects can obtain energy by directly eating it, even unrefined Energon, or can be consumed by gnawing to extract the energy within. This is something those self-proclaimed advanced Cybertronians could never do in their lifetime. Of course, this method of energy acquisition has low conversion efficiency, but it was precisely this ability that helped Qin Mo survive the most difficult times. Seeing Qin Mo enter, Inca, who was feasting, quickly stood up, fidgeting like a child who had done something wrong. "Sir, I really couldn't help it." Qin Mo waved his hand casually. "It's not your fault, eat. There's plenty, eat as you like." After receiving Qin Mo's permission, Inca cheerfully resumed consuming Energon. As for Qin Mo, he picked up a can of Energon, drinking while observing the situation here. After a search, Qin Mo soon found a very hidden small door. He pushed the door, but it was locked from the inside. However, this was not a problem for Qin Mo. He kicked it twice and the secret door burst open. Entering inside, Qin Mo discovered it was a small control room with 2 Autobot corpses. After Qin Mo's inspection, these 2 Autobots were probably responsible for guarding this Energon warehouse, but their cause of death was starvation due to lack of Energon. Their deaths were lamentable, but at the moment Qin Mo had no time for that. He pulled the Autobot corpse from the seat, sat down himself, and began inspecting the equipment in front. After checking, Qin Mo determined that the equipment had no major issues, just that due to its age the internal energy had been depleted. After connecting Energon, Qin Mo successfully started it. After browsing through the files, he understood the purpose of this place. Although the Autobots were retreating on the front line and had to resort to guerrilla warfare, they still had not given up the idea of counterattack. And this place was prepared for that future counterattack. When the time was right, the massive stockpile of Energon would fuel the counterattacking Autobots, and this computer loaded with Autobot technical data would provide the necessary technical support. Unfortunately, the Autobots performed so poorly in the Cybertron war that not only was their leader Optimus Prime forced to flee to Earth, but other Autobots also escaped Cybertron. This place was never activated, remaining untouched until now, benefiting Qin Mo. While browsing, a special folder caught Qin Mo's attention. He opened it, and the information inside made his hands tremble with excitement. "Found it, finally found it. This is exactly what I needed most." During the Great War on Cybertron, the Insecticons were coveted by the Decepticons for their robust physiques and ferocious combat style. After conducting research on them, the Decepticons successfully discovered a method to control the Insecticons, which explains why so many Insecticons attacked Decepticon warships in the plot only to later surrender en masse to Megatron on Cybertron's moon after Black Arachnia was transported there by Soundwave. As an Insecticon, Qin Mo naturally could not escape this influence. However, compared to Qin Mo, there was another party even more desperate to break free from this control: the Autobots. The sheer number of Insecticons, their formidable combat prowess, and their hive mind mentality all posed significant challenges for the Autobots. Capturing even a single Insecticon was no easy feat, let alone defeating it. Even if one managed to trap an Insecticon, if it could not be swiftly eliminated, other Insecticons would rapidly converge to aid it through the hive mind. To prevent these powerful Insecticons from becoming lethal weapons in the Decepticons' hands, the Autobots had been actively researching technologies related to the Insecticons. However, their goal was not to wrest control of the Insecticons from the Decepticons, but to develop technical means to shield the Insecticons from Decepticon control, thereby preventing them from fighting for the Decepticons. Regrettably, despite the Autobots' tremendous efforts in this regard, the Decepticons displayed ferocious and unstoppable momentum on the main battlefield. With their overwhelming firepower and superior tactics, they swiftly routed the Autobots. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Autobots had no choice but to abandon their incomplete research and flee Cybertron to establish a second front elsewhere, hoping to stage a comeback. Thus, what Qin Mo needed to do next was simple. Relying on the warehouse's stockpile of Energon for a long time, Qin Mo and Hard Shell would not have to worry about insufficient Energon. Yet even so, Qin Mo still sent Hard Shell out to search for and bring back as much additional Energon as possible to avoid depleting their reserves. He himself remained in this secret chamber, continuously studying and perfecting the unfinished technology left by the Autobots. Time flowed on and the days passed quietly, one after another. Relying on the unmatched physical endurance of an Insecticon like a tireless perpetual motion machine, Qin Mo immersed himself in relentless study for nearly 24 hours a day. Whenever a wave of fatigue washed over him, he would take a brief rest, rejuvenate himself slightly, and then immediately resume his deep dive into the ocean of knowledge. This state of voracious, almost obsessive learning, akin to a sponge absorbing water, allowed Qin Mo's knowledge base to grow at an astonishing speed. Novel ideas and insights continuously emerged in his mind, gradually building the capability to perfect this technology. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, Qin Mo finally accomplished what seemed impossible: perfecting the technology left by the Autobots. This not only meant he had successfully obtained the ability to break free from Decepticon control, but also marked a significant breakthrough in the field of technology. However, when Qin Mo stepped out of the room with great joy, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. The once mountainous pile of Energon that had nearly filled the warehouse had been lavishly consumed during this period. Now the Energon reserve in the warehouse amounted to less than a quarter of its original quantity. Qin Mo, however, seemed rather nonchalant about this. He waited leisurely for Hard Shell to return, then took a short rest and replenished his own energy. Once everything was ready, the two began packing their belongings. They exerted every effort to absorb as much Energon as possible, aiming to optimize their physical state to the peak. After all, the journey ahead would present various unknown challenges and difficulties. Only by maintaining excellent physical condition could they handle them with ease. Moreover, they carried as much Energon as possible as reserve supplies. These Energon cubes not only provided sustained energy support but could also play a crucial role in critical moments. When all preparations were complete, Qin Mo was about to lead Hard Shell to leave this place. Yet just as he uttered the word leave, an unexpected event occurred. Hard Shell suddenly raised its hands, seemingly intending to detonate the Energon here and destroy the entire location. "What are you doing?" Qin Mo was startled by the sudden scene and quickly stopped Hard Shell's action. Faced with Qin Mo's query, Hard Shell appeared somewhat confused and uncomprehending. It scratched its head, looked at Qin Mo with confusion and said, "Sir, according to Decepticon wartime regulations, since we have decided to leave this place, we must of course destroy the Energon here to prevent it from being used by others." Qin Mo was so exasperated he could not speak. He felt he had explained things clearly, but Hard Shell still did not seem to understand. Qin Mo emphasized again, "The Cybertronian war ended long ago. The Decepticons have abandoned Cybertron and we can no longer fight for them. Moreover, we are only going on a journey, not leaving forever. After we obtain what we need, we will certainly return." Though Qin Mo's speech was not particularly slow, it was by no means fast either. He hoped his words would sink into Hard Shell's mind. However, when he saw the utterly bewildered and lost expression on Hard Shell's face, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Clearly Hard Shell did not fully grasp his meaning. Nevertheless, Hard Shell finally responded in a muffled voice, "Yes, I'll follow your orders, sir." So the question arose, since there was still a considerable amount of Energon stored here and Qin Mo intended to rely on the space bridge that appeared in the plot, wouldn't it be optimal to wait right here? Why then did he want to leave now? All the answers lay hidden in the destination Qin Mo was about to head to. From the detailed map of Cybertron obtained in Iacon, many structures were marked. After leaving Iacon, Qin Mo and Hard Shell transformed into insect forms and sped rapidly in one direction. After several days of travel they finally reached their destination. Compared to the places ravaged by destruction and war outside, this area was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of damage. This place was Cybertron's great graveyard. Qin Mo walked through the cemetery with Inku quickly arriving before a colossal metallic structure. "You don't have any moral qualms about grave robbing, do you?" "No, my lord." After receiving Inke's reply, Qin Mo placed both hands on the massive door before him. With steadily increasing force the door slowly creaked open, revealing rows of metal coffins to Qin Mo's eyes. Entombed within these coffins were the apostles created by the primordial celestial lord in ages past. It was through the power of these apostles that the primordial celestial lord ultimately vanquished the cosmic emperor and banished him into exile. Qin Mo's purpose here was simple, just as he had stated a moment ago, to dig up graves. After locating Sai Tianjio's coffin, Qin Mo unceremoniously lifted the lid, beholding Sai Tianjio's corpse within. One must admit that an apostle is an apostle. Even after so many years of death the body remained impeccably preserved, appearing as though death had only just recently claimed it. Qin Mo reached out and touched it, remarking with a hint of just good, still usable. With that he suddenly exerted force and tore off both of Sai Tianjio's arms. With the prize in hand there was no further reason for Qin Mo to linger. Nevertheless, before departing he courteously replaced the coffin lid over her. Inku had followed Qin Mo throughout the entire process from beginning to end. He could not comprehend why his lord would remove two arms from a corpse that had been dead for who knew how many years. But his lord was so brilliant that there must be a reason and logic behind such an act. Once he had obtained Sai Tianjio's arms, Qin Mo returned to the underground chamber of Iron Fortress and resumed his studies. Days passed one after another. Qin Mo plunged once more into his frenzied learning, all the while awaiting the moment when Megatron would activate the space bridge, ready to dash out with Inku at any time. Fortunately, Megatron did not keep Qin Mo waiting for long. The scene shifts to Earth near the space bridge. As an energy vortex tore open in the pitch-black void of space, a heavy-duty truck, a muscle car, a motorcycle and a heavy off-road vehicle burst forth at maximum speed. Autobots transform. As the group drew nearer to the space bridge, Optimus Prime commanded again, activate the gravity field. With the gravity field engaged, Optimus Prime and his companions firmly adhered to the space bridge's surface. Once everyone was in position, Optimus Prime first glanced at the colossal space bridge before him, then turned his head to see the Decepticon warship approaching. Megatron has found enough dark Energon to resurrect the dead of Cybertron. RC voiced her thoughts as she watched the Decepticon vessel drawing nearer. Optimus Prime, his brow already deeply furrowed, prepared for a last stand. "I doubt we alone have the power to destroy the space bridge. So let nothing get in or out." With that his hands instantly transformed into twin blasters. The other Autobots likewise readied themselves for battle. At the same time, on the bridge of the Nemesis, Megatron gazed impassively at the vigilant Optimus Prime and his companions. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Poof! Megatron let out a low, scornful snort. "Optimus Prime never disappoints me. This day has finally come." His voice carried a hint of disdain, as if he had long anticipated this confrontation. Then Megatron turned his head slightly backward, his gaze settling on Starscream, his expression growing harsher. "Unlike you, Starscream." His words were laced with unmistakable reproach and mockery. After all, Starscream's recent conduct had been infuriating enough. Had the Decepticons not been so short on talent, Megatron would have eliminated him long ago. Facing Megatron's undisguised criticism, Starscream's expression turned awkward, but he quickly recovered, offering a fawning smile as he tried to redirect the conversation. "I don't think you need to worry, my lord." His voice carried a hint of sycophancy. "As per my orders, Soundwave has successfully locked onto Cybertron's coordinates." Starscream's words were clearly an attempt to claim credit. Whenever anything favorable occurred, he always found a way to glorify himself. However, Megatron seemed unimpressed by such behavior. He merely gave Starscream a cold glance and did not press the matter further. Megatron's attention soon shifted back to Optimus Prime and his team. On their side, Optimus Prime and the others had already braced themselves for a massive battle. Yet a long while passed and neither the space bridge nor the Decepticon warship showed any signs of action. What are they waiting for? This question not only lingered in Arcee's mind but also puzzled everyone present. Just as the group was utterly baffled, Optimus Prime's sapphire blue eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had instantly perceived the crux of the issue. It seems the Decepticons' interstellar navigation system has suffered severe damage, rendering them unable to act for now. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's analysis, Bulkhead, who had been drowsy a moment ago, suddenly perked up and excitedly boasted, "Haha, that was my doing." "Well done, Bulkhead." Optimus Prime gave Bulkhead high praise. Without the navigation antenna, Megatron cannot accurately aim the space bridge at Cybertron. But back at the base, Raph was completely perplexed. He asked with confusion, "Don't the Decepticons know where their own planet is?" "Of course they do," Wretched, holding the fort, replied unhurriedly.
However, Cybertron is extremely far from here, separated by many light years.
For the space bridge to lock onto its target precisely, they must achieve perfect accuracy.
Yet Optimus Prime did not take delight in this.
Instead, he analyzed seriously: if Megatron cannot align his space bridge accurately enough, he will surely find an alternative targeting system somewhere else.
Give me a break, Ratchet scoffed.
From what I know of Earth, this planet likely lacks a high-power radio telescope antenna capable of precisely locating Cybertron.
Raph's role often seemed to be to prove Ratchet wrong.
Sure enough, no sooner had Ratchet finished speaking than Raph interjected: what about an array of interconnected radio telescope antennas? Like the radio telescope array in Texas.
This is no child's play.
But just as Ratchet spoke, Optimus Prime's voice rang through the comm channel.
Good point, Raph.
Have Agent Fowler immediately notify the personnel there to secure the facility. If notified in time, and perhaps with Agent Fowler dispatched in person, it might just cause the Decepticons some trouble. Unfortunately, after being captured by Honjizu last time, Agent Fulai endured a brutal ordeal of electric torture. It was evident that he had not yet fully recovered from that nightmare. Not only was he physically drained and unable to move normally, but his speech had also become incoherent, filled with wild ramblings that made one wonder if he had escaped from some mental institution. Faced with this situation, everyone felt utterly helpless. Since Juhush had to remain at the base to handle any potential technical emergencies, he could not personally carry out the mission. This arduous task ultimately fell on the shoulders of the three humans, Jeka, Mechi, and Leifei. Although their pace was not slow, the Bashianho moved even faster.
Xinhua had already employed his advanced technical skills to quietly evacuate the staff from the astronomical base and successfully infiltrated the program system.
Just as Leifei swiftly intervened, causing the space bridge that had been aimed to shift course again, their actions immediately alerted Xinhua. Leifei felt quite pleased with this maneuver and joked that it was like playing an online game. The enemy couldn't possibly trace the cable and find them. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shangba's tentacles actually did trace the cable and arrived. When facing Transformers, even just one mechanical tentacle, without any external weapons, Jeka and Mechi stood no chance against it. Fortunately, Xinhua carried out his orders precisely. After using the fire axe snatched from Mechi to cut the cable aligning the space bridge perfectly with Cybertron, he rose and left without any hesitation.
If Xinhua had taken a moment to eliminate the three humans, Jeka and the others, the Bashianho would have had an easier time in the subsequent episodes.
Meanwhile, near the space bridge, a large number of Bashianho grunts had already mobilized, exchanging fire with the Kichirin led by King Tianzu.
Yet at that moment, with a surge of intense energy, the space bridge was activated.
A massive amount of Energon ignited and a blue transmission portal opened.
Seeing this, King Tianzu silently cursed, but it was already too late.
Wizenshin emerged onto the deck of the warship carrying a block of dark Energon twice his own size.
This is the moment.
After a moment of charging, he hurled the dark Energon with force toward the space bridge. The dark Energon, radiating terrifying energy, streaked through the air with a purple trail toward the space bridge. King Tianzu, standing before the space bridge, kicked away a Bashianho grunt, raised his weapon and fired several shots at the dark Energon above in an attempt to intercept it.
But all efforts were in vain. The dark Energon passed through the space bridge and plummeted toward Cybertron.
At that moment, King Tianzu and the others felt a deafening buzz in their minds. Imagining the fallen corpses strewn across Cybertron, if they all became undead minions under Wizenshin's control, the entire Earth would fall into his hands without a doubt. King Tianzu, I detect a rapidly expanding mass within their space bridge vortex, accompanied by a peculiar energy signal.
It's dark Energon. In response to Juhush's question, King Tianzu answered in a low tone. Juhush, we must destroy the space bridge immediately.
There's already enough Energon being transmitted through the space bridge, but we don't have enough firepower to detonate it. If I can understand how the space bridge is designed, I might be able to accomplish that through technical means.
It has to be said, King Tianzu remained remarkably calm even at such a critical moment.
However, just as they were agonizing over how to destroy the space bridge and stop the undead army from reaching Earth, Qin Mo, accompanied by Inca, swiftly traversed the space bridge and arrived in this region of space. My lord, this seems to be a battlefield.
Gazing at the Cybertronians locked in battle below, Inca felt his combat instincts stirring as if ignited. Pay them no mind. Fortunately, Qin Mo intervened in time, quelling Ying's impulse.
Had he joined the melee, Inca would likely have met his end either from stray fire or the explosion of the space bridge. Though Inca was not particularly bright, having him by his side for so long fostered a certain attachment. Moreover, whether in combat or burrowing, Inca was highly capable. There was no need to waste him here.
Yet thinking again, having just arrived on Earth without any foothold, possessing a warship would dramatically shorten the time Qin Mo needed for development.
Observing the Kichirin already in motion and King Tianzu engaged in an unknown battle with Wizenshin, Qin Mo's eyes flickered as he set his sights on the Bashian's flagship, the Baoyingho.
Inca, head to Earth first.
I'll be back shortly. After issuing the order to Inca, Qin Mo swiftly advanced toward the Baoyingho. At this moment the vast majority of Bashianho grunts had been dispatched to fiercely engage the Kitcherin while Shenghua was far away on Earth ensuring the stability of the space bridge. Thus the once formidable Bashianho warship now held only Hanjizu and a handful of grunts, making it at its most vulnerable and defenseless. Even Wei Zhenqian's genius mind could never have imagined that someone would attack his flagship at such a crucial moment. Yet Qin Mo not only conceived the idea but also acted on it without hesitation. With the ship's defenses severely depleted, Qin Mo effortlessly eliminated an unfortunate Bashianho grunt and infiltrated the Bao Yingho as if entering an unguarded domain. Of course Qin Mo's objective in infiltrating the warship was not to seize it outright. After all, even if he succeeded, he alone would be unable to operate it. A warship's operation requires seamless coordination among multiple departments and units, a task far beyond the capability of a single person. In truth, Qin Mo's real target was the Bao Yinghao's database, which stored a wealth of invaluable information and data. Locating a console, Qin Mo glanced around to ensure he was alone, then swiftly began operating it. His fingers danced across the keyboard, sifting through the vast sea of data for what he sought. After some searching, Qin Mo finally found what he needed: the precise coordinates of the Xian Fenggo's crash site. Earlier Hongjizu had lied to He Guafu, claiming the Xian Fenggo's data was not recorded and that he kept the coordinates in his mind, an act born of his own ulterior motives. In reality, he had merely hidden both sets of coordinates so deeply that He Guafu could not easily find them. Honestly, if Qin Mo had not searched thoroughly enough, he might well have been fooled. Impossible. How could there be a machine insect on the warship? Just as Qin Mo was about to copy the two coordinates, a voice reached his ears. The inevitable had arrived. Qin Mo fixed his gaze, discovering that the source of the voice was not Starscream guarding the warship but an inconspicuous Decepticon grunt. This revelation secretly delighted him, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He quickly adjusted his composure, deliberately feigning a primitive and naive appearance that seemed utterly harmless. After all, in this hostile environment the slightest disturbance could alert the enemy. Although this grunt held a lowly position among the Decepticons, he was nonetheless a hardened survivor of the Cybertronian War, well aware of many Decepticon matters. He knew that the Decepticons held a degree of control over the Insecticons, so when he saw the sudden insect icon before him, despite a flicker of doubt, he involuntarily lowered his guard. However, he never imagined that this seemingly ordinary insect icon concealed such a deadly threat. The moment he sensed something amiss and attempted to raise an alarm, Qin Mo launched his attack. Qin Mo's movement was swift as lightning. His razor-sharp claws pierced through the Decepticon grunt's body like a hot knife through butter with effortless ease. In an instant, sparks flew and the grunt's spark was extinguished, his life force fading into darkness. This Decepticon grunt could never have imagined that his life would end at the hands of an Insecticon, a creature they considered lowly and primitive. Indeed, in the Decepticon mindset, despite the Insecticon's glorious achievements in the Cybertronian War, they were still dismissed as inferior primitives, beasts that scavenged for scrap. Yet reality dealt this Decepticon grunt a harsh blow. Just as Qin Mo believed that eliminating the enemy who discovered him would ensure his safety, fate played a cruel trick on him. As the saying goes, when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. This adage could not have been more fitting for Qin Mo at that moment. He had just withdrawn his hand from the Decepticon grunt's body, not even having a chance to catch his breath, when he looked up and saw to his horror two more Decepticon grunts standing at the end of the corridor. These two Decepticon grunts were visibly stunned by the scene before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape in utter disbelief. Clearly they had witnessed everything Qin Mo had just done. Damn it! No sooner had Qin Mo muttered these words than the two immediately launched an attack against him. Fortunately, the armor Qin Mo wore was exceptionally sturdy, like an impregnable fortress. Meanwhile, the weapons carried by those Decepticon grunts were nothing but junk, utterly incapable of inflicting any real damage on Qin Mo. Their shots struck Qin Mo's armor like insignificant scratches, causing nothing more than faint marks on the surface. Qin Mo keenly perceived this situation and without hesitation seized this fleeting opportunity, swiftly operating the control panel. By rapidly browsing through numerous other files, he aimed to create confusion, ensuring that even if someone later investigated the incident, they would not easily discover his true target, the coordinates of the Vanguard. Once all operations were completed and he confirmed everything was in order, Qin Mo did not hesitate a moment. He threw a punch, striking the control panel with tremendous force. With a loud crashing sound, the control panel shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. At the same time, the two Decepticon grunts watched their ranged attacks having no effect on Qin Mo, and a surge of fear welled up within them. They knew well the formidable close combat prowess of the Insecticons, and faced with such a powerful adversary they dared not approach him for a fight. After a brief hesitation, they made a decisive choice: to sound the ship's alarm, hoping to summon reinforcements. What's happening? On the bridge, Starscream, who had been watching the unknown battle of true warriors between Megatron and Optimus Prime, was suddenly thrown into panic by the piercing alarm. Reporting, Commander Starscream. An insect icon has appeared aboard the ship and killed one of our soldiers. An insect icon? How did that thing get onto the ship? At this moment Starscream felt a chill run down his spine. He had thought that staying behind to guard the warship was an absolutely foolproof choice. No matter how powerful the Autobots were in combat, they couldn't fly, so how could they pose any real threat to the warship? After all, he had been causing quite a lot of trouble lately. Especially since Megatron's return, the mistakes he made had more than once driven Megatron to contemplate eliminating him. However, while Starscream was fretting, the grunt reporting beside him, completely unaware of his commander's inner turmoil, said with a serious expression, "I think it might be the weapons room. I recall there was a dormant cocoon stored there."
"That's not what I asked." Starscream finally lost his patience.
His fury erupted as he roared at the foolhardy grunt, "You idiot! I want to know how they got onto the ship in the first place." Starscream trembled with rage, wanting nothing more than to crack open the grunt's skull to make him understand the question.
Yet thinking of how the Decepticons had fallen from their former glory with talent scarce, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow.
In the old days the Decepticons were mighty and formidable, with a multitude of powerful warriors under their command.
But now,
all that remained were these brainless grunts. Just then another panicked grunt came rushing in like a gust of wind, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Commander Starscream, something terrible has happened. That Insecticon has killed at least 3 soldiers and it's now charging toward the super energy storage room." At the words super energy storage room, Starscream's heart tightened as if struck by lightning.
He became extremely tense.
His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the grunt delivering the report, momentarily at a loss. Nevertheless, Starscream was a seasoned commander. He quickly regained his composure and issued orders to decisively mobilize every Decepticon warrior aboard the ship immediately.
"No matter what, you must capture that vile creature.
Do not let it get within a single step of the super energy storage room." However, the grunt didn't seem to fully grasp Starscream's command. He turned to leave and carry out the order. Starscream quickly called out, "Stop. I'm not finished." Starscream quickly called out, "Stop. I'm not finished." The grunt was startled by Hong Zizou's roar. He quickly halted, turned around and looked at Hong Zizou with a sense of fear.
Hong Zizou took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, then said sternly to the grunt, "When fighting near the Chao Nan Liang T storage room, we must be extremely cautious. If any loss of Chao Nang Liang T occurs due to our negligence, Lord Wei Zhentian will not easily forgive us when he returns. Do you understand?" Qin Mo knew that to successfully divert the attention of the Batian who striking the Chao Nan Liang T storage room was undoubtedly an excellent choice.
Thus he took action without hesitation.
When Qin Mo stealthily approached the Chao Nang Liang T storage room, he discovered 2 Batian who grunts standing guard at the entrance.
But this posed no challenge to him. With a ghostly flicker, he instantly appeared before the 2 grunts. Before they could react, Qin Mo's sharp claws shot out, easily extracting their sparks. After eliminating the obstacles at the door, Qin Mo charged into the Chao Nan Liang T storage room like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Once inside, his eyes were captivated by the mountains of Chao Nan Liang T.
These Chao Nan Liang T radiated an alluring glow as if beckoning him. Without a word, Qin Mo opened his mouth and devoured them like a raging storm. However, Qin Mo was not blinded by the immediate gain.
He knew clearly that this was a Batian who worshipped, teeming with enemies lurking everywhere, all intent on killing him. Though these Batian who grunts were individually weak and utterly fragile in his hands, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Once surrounded, even with Qin Mo's formidable strength, he would inevitably be worn down to death. So after merely savoring a few mouthfuls of Chao Nan Liang tea, he quickly stopped. Qin Mo had achieved his goal. Through this action he could ensure the Batian's attention would be drawn to the Chao Nan Liang tea storage room. And he in turn could seize the opportunity to escape and continue his other plans. After all, staying in this perilous place was akin to courting death. Qin Mo did not wish to forfeit his life due to momentary greed. Yet even so, he was still a step too slow. When he emerged from the Chao Nan Liang tea room, a large number of Batian who grunts had already gathered on both sides. Energy blasts flew toward him. To dodge, Qin Mo could only retreat back. "Stop it. Stop. Are you all insane?" Fortunately, a worried Hong Zizou came to check. Seeing these fools daring to fire recklessly near the Chao Nan Liang tea storage room, he was stunned and quickly stepped forward to stop them. As for Qin Mo, there was hardly any safety. Back then, Fei Guishan had his back against the Chao Nan Liang tea, and those grunts shooting without restraint caused the Chao Nan Liang tea to explode, crippling him. The current situation was remarkably similar to Fei Guishan's predicament. It was no exaggeration to say he was sitting on a powder keg. Had Hong Zizou not intervened in time to stop the grunts from firing, Qin Mo might have replicated Fei Guishan's feat, and given the enclosed nature of the storage room, he could have achieved an even greater result. Now with Hong Zizou's intervention, the Batian who grunts ceased their attack on Qin Mo, but the grunts on both sides kept pressing forward. Once they encircled him, Qin Mo, trapped in the storage room, would have no escape. If they were clever enough, they could lock the door from the outside and wait for Wei Zhentian's return to deal with him. If Wei Zhentian could still return. Just as Qin Mo contemplated how to break the deadlock, the Batian who outside suddenly fell into chaos. Qin Mo even heard explosions. When Qin Mo peered out, he found that the Batian who on one side were indeed under attack, not from the Chiche run but from Inko, who was supposed to be on his way to Earth under his orders.
Lord, I've come to rescue you.
Inko shouted as he slaughtered the Batian who grunts before him. As for the explosions just now, they were from simple bombs Qin Mo had crafted on Sai Botan using spare parts in Chao Nangliang Tea. Where did this Ji Chi Kuan Chong come from?
Hong Zizu's fury seemed to pierce the sky.
His eyes widened as he stared at the Ji Chi Kuan Chong slaughtering his men, his wrath blazing. This Ji Chi Kuan Chong appeared more ferocious than the others. Each strike was precise and lethal, leaving Hong Zizu's soldiers utterly defenseless. What infuriated Hong Zizhu even more was that these Batian who grunts were a pack of idiots. He had explicitly ordered them not to shoot, yet they complied so literally that they didn't fire a single shot, lacking even basic judgment.
Hong Zizhu couldn't help but wonder how these grunts had survived the Great War on Sai Botan.
When facing Qin Mo, his order to withhold fire was purely out of concern for the warship. Because behind Qin Mo lay the warship's Chao Nangliang Tea storage room. If it exploded, the consequences would be catastrophic, potentially causing immeasurable damage to the vessel. At that point he would be unable to justify himself to Wei Zhentian. However, behind Inko there was no Chao Nangliang Tea storage room. Hong Zizhu stomped his foot in rage. Why not just gun him down with a barrage of fire?
But these grunts stubbornly charged forward with light blades to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Inko. Hong Zizhu lamented inwardly. If they could win, so be it, but what was the result? They couldn't last two moves under Inke's hands.
Either their sparks were torn out or they were violently dismembered. They were like lambs to the slaughter.
Fire!
Open fire, you worthless wretches!
Fire! With that, Hong Zizhu transformed into his weapon form and fired first at Inko.
Compared to those Batian who grunts, the weapons Hong Zizhu carried were far more powerful.
His shots did inflict some damage on Inko. Yet despite this, Inko showed no sign of retreat.
Without fear he charged forward, quickly grabbing a fallen Batian who grunt to use as a shield. Then like a ferocious beast he charged straight at Hong Zizhu and the other Batian who grunts. Though Hong Zizhu often swaggered and blustered, he valued his own life more than anyone else. Whenever a situation threatened his life, he would not hesitate to be the first to retreat. At this moment, faced with Inke's savage assault, fear surged in Hong Zizhu's heart and his body involuntarily recoiled.
Hong Zizhu's retreat triggered a chain reaction.
The surrounding Batian who grunts, seeing him fall back, also began to withdraw.
The originally stable line was instantly thrown into disarray.
However, despite Starscream's fear of death and his instinct to flee once he regained his senses, he did not forget his duty. Due to their positioning, even if Hard Shell charged, the first to be harmed would be the Decepticon grunts standing in front, who had no time to escape. Just as Hard Shell was slaughtering the two Decepticon grunts in front, Starscream, having distanced himself to a safe range, turned and fired a missile at Hard Shell, disregarding the potential for collateral damage. With a thunderous explosion, the missile's power was considerable, leaving Hard Shell scorched and bearing multiple marks from the blast.
He's wounded. Take him down now.
At that moment, Qin Mo had already rushed out of the Energon storage room amid the chaos and attacked the Decepticons from behind. The pincer attack indeed inflicted considerable damage on the Decepticons, while the Decepticon grunts on the other side, lacking Starscream's ruthless heart, hesitated to fire for fear of hitting their comrades. This gave Qin Mo the opportunity to exploit. He charged forward like a wild boar, successfully disrupting the line the Decepticon grunts had just re-established.
Fortunately, Qin Mo had no intention of engaging them in battle.
After breaking through the line, he immediately signaled Hard Shell to retreat.
Pursue. Everyone pursue. No mercy.
Seeing Qin Mo had already left the Energon storage room, Starscream had no further concerns and promptly ordered his Decepticon grunts to give chase.
Meanwhile, on the space bridge, the battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron was nearing its end.
Under the formidable enhancement of the Dark Energon, Megatron's power had surged to astonishing levels, far surpassing his former might.
Even against Optimus Prime, who had once been his equal, Megatron now effortlessly dominated.
With a cold gleam flashing from his blade, he mercilessly struck at Optimus Prime. The blow was devastating. It actually severed Optimus Prime's hand blade, causing him severe injury.
Yet just as Megatron prepared to deliver the fatal stroke, the unexpected occurred.
The space bridge suddenly trembled violently, as if a powerful force was interfering with it.
This abrupt upheaval made Megatron's descending hand pause, interrupting his attack. Megatron's gaze swiftly turned to the space bridge, and he instantly realized someone was sabotaging it.
Recalling the three Autobots who had just left, a sinister and vicious smile crept across his face.
Ah, a diversionary tactic, Optimus Prime. Megatron sneered. What a pity you aren't a Decepticon.
With that, Megatron raised his blade once more to continue his assault on Optimus Prime. However, this brief pause granted Optimus a rare moment to catch his breath. Optimus Prime seized the chance to swiftly adjust his stance, holding his broken blade horizontally before him to block Megatron's descending strike. Though the blade was damaged, bolstered by Optimus' immense strength, it managed to withstand Megatron's attack.
Megatron, we are irreconcilable.
Optimus Prime's eyes blazed with fury, his voice filled with resolve and rage. Before the words faded, he exerted tremendous force, shoving Megatron's blade aside. In an instant, his broken blade transformed at an astonishing speed into a formidable gun. Without hesitation, Optimus pulled the trigger and fired at Megatron. This shot carried all his power and wrath, streaking straight toward Megatron. At such close range, Megatron had no time to dodge. In the vacuum of space, the energy blast struck him, propelling him backward dozens of meters. Fortunately, Megatron's armor was sturdy enough, he paid little heed to such damage. Steadying himself, he immediately contacted Starscream aboard the warship. Starscream, dispatch all Decepticons on standby aboard the warship immediately.
Annihilate those insignificant pests.
Megatron's voice roared through the comm channel, brimming with contempt. In his eyes, the three Autobots were no more than feeble little insects easily crushed underfoot. Megatron firmly believed that with so many powerful Decepticon warriors still aboard his warship, even sheer numerical superiority would be enough to effortlessly rout these enemies. After all, they were the Decepticon Legion that terrorized the universe. How could they possibly lose to a handful of Autobots? However, to Megatron's utter astonishment, despite his command, no response came from Starscream. A surge of annoyance welled up within him. What in the inferno was that accursed Starscream doing?
Why was he not executing orders? Megatron stared anxiously at the nearby warship, which remained utterly motionless, showing no sign of movement. This only stoked Megatron's fury to greater heights. He could not tolerate Starscream's delay and defiance. Starscream, you useless piece of scrap! Megatron bellowed in rage, his voice echoing through the calm thick with anger and disappointment.
At that moment, Optimus Prime's attacks came relentlessly. Megatron was forced to set aside his resentment towards Starscream and focus on evading Optimus' firepower. He agilely sidestepped a laser beam, then swiftly turned to return fire with his own weapon. Yet despite the battle, Megatron's mind was preoccupied with Starscream's situation. As he engaged Optimus in fierce combat, he repeatedly glanced toward the dormant warship, his anxiety mounting. Finally, Megatron could bear it no longer. He resolved to stop waiting for Starscream's response and personally investigate what was happening aboard the warship. Thus he swiftly dodged another shot from Optimus Prime, then transformed into his jet mode without hesitation, streaking toward the base of the space bridge like a bolt of lightning. After all, he could discern what mattered most. Yet in truth, Starscream was not entirely to blame. By then, Qin Mo and Hardshell, two mechanical insects, had nearly turned the warship upside down. Relying on their exceptionally tough external armor, they led a pack of Decepticon grunts on a wild chase throughout the vessel. Seeing that time was ripe, Qin Mo decided not to linger. He casually tossed another homemade grenade to create chaos, and with Hardshell fled the Decepticon warship.
Ah! Damn mechanical insects! Mark my words, I'll remember this.
As Qin Mo and Hardshell receded into the distance, a furious Starscream unleashed a hail of fire at them. But that was merely a cathartic outburst. As for pursuing them, such a thought was far too terrifying to even entertain.
Qin Mo had already turned and departed, while Hong Zizou's predicament grew increasingly dire.
As he hastened back to Cambridge, a thunderous roar suddenly reached his ears. It was the furious bellow of Wei Zhentian. Lord Wei Zhentian, I am truly and deeply sorry. A minor mishap occurred just now, but it has been completely resolved, please rest assured.
Hong Zizou explained tremblingly, his voice laced with a trace of fear.
However, at this moment Wei Zhentian was already engaged in fierce combat with three Autobots including Erxi, and had no time to heed Hong Zizou's explanation. He merely replied coldly, my grand army is about to arrive, go and rendezvous with them immediately.
With that, Wei Zhentian unhesitatingly plunged back into the battle against the three Autobots with all his might. Though Guban and others did their utmost to obstruct, upon seeing that Erxi was actually tampering with his precious space bridge, Wei Zhentian, his fury ignited, directly ignored the attacks from Guban and company, concentrated his firepower and unleashed a barrage upon Erxi. Yet it was all too late. As Erxi twisted the valve, the energy flow of the space bridge had already shifted, and the vast super energy body erupted into violent turmoil within the space bridge. Even though Wei Zhentian successfully struck Erxi and sent her flying, he still could not prevent the space bridge from exploding.
Hong Zizou, where is my warship? Watching the collapsing space bridge and the undead legion about to cross through to this side, Wei Zhentian roared through the communication channel. However, the response from Hong Zizou was an earnest persuasion. We have failed, my lord.
We must retreat immediately.
Do you truly believe he genuinely intended to persuade Wei Zhentian to leave and was sincerely concerned for his safety?
The answer is unequivocally no.
Leaving aside past occurrences for this instance alone, Hong Zizou was stationed aboard the warship and had no need to personally confront the Autobots led by Qing Tianzhu. Wei Zhentian took the lead in charging into battle, while the stability of the space bridge was safeguarded by Shenghua on Earth.
Thus all Hong Jiju needed to do was dispatch troops to provide support when Wei Zhentian required reinforcements. Yet what was the reality? When Wei Zhentian urgently called him ordering him to lead his troops against the Autobots poised to destroy the space bridge, Hong Jiju actually pretended not to hear. Certainly Qin Mo's involvement played a part, but even if there was irrefutable evidence to prove this, Wei Zhentian would never let Hong Jiju off easily. After all, this plan was of paramount importance to Wei Zhentian as it concerned the outcome of the entire war. Thus Hong Jiju knew full well that rather than being executed by the enraged Wei Zhentian later, it would be better to stake everything on a desperate gamble. He chose not to rendezvous with Wei Zhentian, hoping instead that the explosion of the space bridge would directly obliterate him. In this way he could not only rid himself of Wei Zhentian's threat and avoid being held accountable, but perhaps even seize control of the Decepticons. As the super energy body backflowed, the space bridge, having reached its critical point, could no longer hold and exploded. At that moment Wei Zhentian, as if drawn by some force, chose not to flee but walked straight to the center of the space bridge. Gazing at the undead spirits about to cross through to the side, he stretched out his hand as if intending to pull them over single-handedly. Yet all of this dissipated into nothingness as the space bridge disintegrated and the super energy body exploded. If there was any tangible benefit from Wei Zhentian's actions this time, it was that when Qin Tianzhu led the Autobots to restart Cybertron, they would not have to worry about clearing the corpses of the fallen. Meanwhile on Earth, Qin Mo watched the flash of light streaking across the sky. Needless to say, Wei Zhentian had drifted into the cosmos along with the wreckage of his space bridge. Inku, it's time for us to leave. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Mo had already prepared to realize his grand ambitions. Yet no matter how Qin Mo called out, he received no response from Inku. Sensing something amiss, Qin Mo hurriedly searched for Inku, only to find that the once vigorous and spirited Inku was now leaning against a boulder, barely alive. What happened? You are... Alarmed, Qin Mo rushed forward to examine him. As he drew near, he was shocked to discover that beneath Inke's body a pool of super energy fluid was continuously seeping out. You are injured. Why didn't you say anything? Qin Mo's voice was filled with anxiety and concern. His eyes wide, he stared at Inku, unable to believe that this ever-resilient comrade could be injured and had concealed it for so long. It turned out that during the rescue of Qin Mo, Inku had already sustained a severe injury. However, as the situation was extremely critical at the time, Inku had no time to attend to his own wounds. Moreover, as a warrior he possessed a strong sense of pride and honor, unwilling to let Qin Mo worry about him, so he endured the pain and never told Qin Mo about his injury. It was not until they arrived on Earth that Inke's injury worsened, pushing his body to its limits. Finally he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Due to the massive loss of super energy, Inke's expression became dazed, his eyes losing their former luster, appearing extremely feeble. Qin Mo was frantic with worry. He immediately wanted to save Inku and without hesitation infused a large amount of his own super energy into Inke's body. However, despite Qin Mo's utmost efforts, Inke's wound was too grave. The rate of super energy loss far exceeded the rate at which he could replenish it. Moreover, Qin Mo had no medical equipment at hand. Faced with such a severe injury, he felt utterly helpless. In the end, though Qin Mo was unwilling to accept it, he could only watch helplessly as Inke's spark gradually extinguished and the light of life faded from his eyes. The departure of Inku pierced Qin Mo's heart like a knife. He stood silently gazing at Inke's corpse, unable to let go for a long time. After a moment, Qin Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his grief, and began to search for a suitable resting place for Inku. He walked around the area and finally selected a spot with good feng shui. He dug a deep pit and carefully placed Inke's body into it. After completing all this, Qin Mo slowly rose to his feet, looking at the earthen pit where Inku was buried, his heart filled with endless sorrow and loneliness. He silently gathered the items he had brought all the way from Cybertron, shouldered his pack, and continued on the long and solitary journey. First and foremost, he needed to seek out super energy. To execute Megatron's plan, nearly all Decepticons were mobilized. Even the miners were armed and thrown into battle, leaving many partially excavated Energon veins abandoned. Though the battle had ended and Megatron's scheme met with failure on the surface, it appeared that Megatron had perished in the explosion of the space bridge. Without time to mourn, Starscream promptly rallied those loyal to him. Indeed, Starscream did have a contingent of Decepticons who were devoted to his cause. After all, during Megatron's absence, Starscream had been the one managing affairs. While he might not have possessed Megatron's charismatic magnetism over such a long period, he must have cultivated some loyal followers, otherwise his role as second-in-command would be futile. Moreover, regardless of whether Megatron was truly dead or not, that devastating explosion was witnessed by all. No one believed he could survive such a blast. Thus, with the leader gone, it seemed only natural for the second-in-command to ascend. It was precisely because Starscream was preoccupied with seizing power and consolidating loyalty that Qin Mo found his opportunity. Relying on the innate olfactory senses of the Insecticons, Qin Mo quickly located a Decepticon Energon mine. There, besides a vast amount of unextracted Energon, lay numerous crates already filled yet awaiting transport. Now it all belonged to Qin Mo. As he had done on Cybertron, Qin Mo dug a deep cavern in the mountains and stored all acquired Energon within. Yet this was only the beginning. Qin Mo continued his search, methodically uncovering and marking one Decepticon Energon mine after another.
Within just 5 days, Qin Mo had located 7 Energon mines of varying sizes.
Such abundant reserves explained why the Decepticons could sustain their firepower advantage for so long, relentlessly suppressing the Autobots. But now all of it belonged to Qin Mo.
To ensure a continuous supply of Energon, Qin Mo excavated tunnels beneath each discovered mine, allowing him to steadily siphon away the Energon the Decepticons extracted. Thus the energy issue was temporarily resolved. When the Decepticon miners resumed production and returned to the mine, seeing that the crates once packed and ready for shipment had vanished without a trace, they were instantly thrown into turmoil.
What's going on? Where's the Energon? I remember it being right here.
The deputy leader of this mining team, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Seeing the missing Energon and the stunned team leader, he whispered, "Leader, I think we should report this.
It's highly possible the Autobots have discovered this site and taken all the Energon."
The deputy's suggestion jolted the team leader into action.
He nodded repeatedly.
"Keep an eye on things.
I'll report this immediately."
After all, they were nothing more than defenseless miners. If the Autobots had truly discovered this site, their lives would be in grave danger. Having barely survived the Great War on Cybertron and clawed their way to minor positions, they couldn't afford to lose their lives here without a proper cause. At that moment, Starscream sat before the bridge console, his gaze fixed intently on the screen replaying the space bridge explosion, his face alight with barely contained excitement and satisfaction.
He watched the scene over and over as if unable to get enough.
"What a pity, Megatron," he murmured, a hint of feigned regret in his voice.
"But oh, what a spectacular death you had."
A sly smirk crept across his lips. Just then the hatch slowly opened and a towering figure stepped inside.
Starscream turned to see Soundwave entering. His stride was steady and deliberate, each step exuding calm authority. Starscream was about to speak when Soundwave abruptly played an audio clip.
The voice came through clearly. "Commander Starscream, this is K-179 mine.
We've discovered a batch of Energon missing, highly likely stolen by the Autobots. Request authorization to execute Cybertron War Protocol, demolish the mine."
Starscream's brow furrowed slightly. The news caught him off guard. The Decepticons had long adhered to the principle of, if we can't have it, destroy it. To deny the Autobots sufficient Energon whenever a mine came under attack and resistance proved futile. The personnel were to plant explosives before retreating, ensuring the entire mine was obliterated. Now that Starscream held power, the decision to authorize such a request fell to him. Upon hearing the mention of destroying the mine, Starscream's displeasure was immediate. When Megatron had returned before he had carelessly exposed their position and ordered the destruction of the largest and richest Energon mine on Earth, and had made Starscream personally carry out the task. On the surface, Starscream had said nothing, but his heart had bled. As the saying goes, a spendthrift squanders his father's fortune without a pang. Megatron had washed his hands of the matter, leaving behind all the mines on Earth that Starscream had painstakingly developed. And now this idiot wanted to blow it all up.
Coming back to the present. Facing the mining team's request, Starscream rejected it without mercy. "Not authorized. Tell them the Autobots aren't that frightening, there are only 4 of them.
Expand the perimeter and accelerate the extraction." Seeing Soundwave turn to leave, Starscream raised a hand to stop him.
"Soundwave, wait.
Send my message, then prepare a live broadcast. I need to address the troops." Soundwave, accustomed to such orders, opened the broadcast with ease.
But the Decepticon soldiers were exasperated.
It had been less than a week since Starscream took command, and he had already delivered 3 motivational speeches. After giving what he considered a rousing speech, Starscream looked around and found the effect minimal. Those who had followed him still did, those who resisted remained indifferent. "What use are troops who neither answer my call nor follow my commands?"
Starscream fumed.
Just as he was about to rage further, he paused as if struck by a thought. Stroking his chin, he muttered, "Wait. I've heard of a formidable warrior somewhere on this very planet. He was Megatron's protege."
"Yes, that can't be wrong."
Without hesitation, Starscream instructed Soundwave to set aside his current tasks and accompany him to find the sleeping warrior. However, while Hong Jiju was searching for someone with Shangbo, Qin Mo was also not idle.
"But for now, let's turn our attention to the Autobots. Why are you so gloomy?"
Wretched, who was calibrating equipment, saw Optimus Prime standing silently for a long time, put down his work and approached to ask. Although it was a question, Wretched was well aware of Optimus' situation. He said, "This planet, or rather all planets, no longer need to be threatened by Megatron." Optimus murmured, "Of course I know that, Wretched. But I still hope I could persuade him to reform rather than eliminate him like this."
Wretched said emotionally, "Optimus, you must understand it was not you who killed Megatron but his own arrogance and conceit.
But after hearing Optimus' long sigh, Ratchet softened immediately. Sorry, I forgot you two used to be friends. Optimus shook his head gently. The Megatron who once fought alongside me is dead ever since the day he decided to become a Decepticon. It must be said Optimus was indeed Optimus. Megatron's death might have caused some emotional fluctuations, but he soon adjusted.
The Decepticons may be in chaos, but they are not leaderless. Although Hong Jiju is not Wei Zhentian, he is more cunning.
However, as the two were talking, the base's computer suddenly emitted a series of beep 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 sounds, the signal of a communication request. Optimus and Ratchet exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They immediately stopped discussing and walked quickly to the computer to connect the communication. At that moment all the Autobots were in the base, so the person requesting communication could only be one person, Agent Fu Lu, dispatched by the US authorities to liaise with the Autobots.
What happened, Agent Fu Lu?
Optimus asked first. Since the last time the Autobots successfully rescued Fu Lu from the Decepticons, his view of the Autobots had changed dramatically. Seeing Fu Lu's gloomy expression, Optimus immediately knew that something major must have happened. Agent Fu Lu did not beat around the bush and said directly, 2 hours ago a military base was attacked by a giant mechanical monster.
The monster was extremely powerful.
It stole a large number of electronic devices, tanks and ammunition from the base.
Decepticons.
But that doesn't make sense, Ratchet said, puzzled. What reason does Hong Jiju have to steal such primitive human weapons? Indeed, in human eyes the US military might be advanced, but to Cybertronians it was only primitive and backward. I don't know, but the base's surveillance camera captured a photo of the Decepticon. A photo was then sent over. The others also gathered around. As a former member of the Wreckers, Guban immediately recognized the mechanical creature in the photo, even though it was very blurry.
Insecticons. There are Insecticons on Earth. What are Insecticons? They don't look small at all.
Hearing Guban say this, Meichi looked at the photo on the screen and asked.
Guban explained solemnly, Insecticons are a very primitive Cybertronian lifeform.
They are huge, incredibly strong and full of wildness and aggression.
During the Cybertronian War these Insecticons were controlled by the Decepticons and became their accomplices, bringing great disaster to the Autobots.
It can be said that their hands are stained with the blood of Autobots. They owe a heavy blood debt.
From Guban's tone one could clearly feel his deep hatred for the Insecticons.
After all, as a member of the Wreckers, the missions he was responsible for were often the most difficult and dangerous, and fighting against numerous Insecticons was a common occurrence.
But you're still far from it.
Right. Meichi said that, and Guban immediately became interested. You don't know, I once killed no less than 20 Insecticons with my own hands. Ignoring Guban's boasting, Joe Hutch seemed puzzled. But as far as I know, in the late stages of the Cybertronian War Insecticons rarely appeared on the battlefield. I thought they were almost all wiped out. How come they suddenly appeared on Earth? Regarding Joe Hutch's question, Optimus pondered for a moment and gave his personal opinion.
It is very likely that when Wei Zhentian attempted to teleport the Cybertronian dead to Earth, these Insecticons were also brought along.
After all, they were quite powerful beings on Cybertron.
Perhaps Wei Zhentian thought they could be useful on Earth. Whether it's an Insecticon or a mechanical grasshopper.
Fu Lu overheard their conversation and said, we can't let this guy run wild on Earth. He has already caused substantial property damage to the United States.
We will send search teams to find and eliminate him.
Seeing Agent Fu Lu agitated, Optimus, who knew the power of Insecticons, quickly said, Agent Fu Lu, I think it's better to leave this to us. After all, Insecticons are ferocious predators, born killers. If humans attack them rashly, the losses would be severe. Now let's turn our attention back to Qin Mo. The Insecticon that attacked the military base was none other than Qin Mo. Unfortunately, if there were any other way, Qin Mo would not have chosen such a risky action. As the saying goes, one cannot make bricks without straw.
This saying fits Qin Mo perfectly.
Although he had learned a vast amount of knowledge on Cybertron, when he arrived on Earth he found himself facing a thorny problem: lack of sufficient parts. This meant that even if he possessed the most advanced technology and knowledge, he could not manufacture many of the things he needed. After all, without suitable materials even the best designs are just empty talk.
Of course, Qin Mo was not completely without options.
He could certainly raid the Decepticon mining areas where there were many mechanical devices that could be dismantled for needed parts. However, this plan carried considerable risk.
Not long ago Qin Mo had just visited a Decepticon mining area, so the enemy was certainly on high alert.
If he went again, the chance of being discovered would greatly increase and he might end up trying to steal a chicken but losing the bait. After careful deliberation, Qin Mo decided to abandon the idea of raiding the Decepticon mine for long-term gains. He knew that to acquire more Energon he couldn't just seek momentary gratification, a more prudent plan was essential. Thus Qin Mo turned his attention to another target, a military base of the United States. Though human technology seemed primitive compared to Cybertron's advanced equipment, it sufficed for the tasks Qin Mo needed to accomplish at present.
Moreover, unlike the heavily fortified Decepticon mines, the defensive measures here were far weaker, making Qin Mo's operation considerably easier.
As it turned out, this venture was well worth the risk. Employing a surprise attack, Qin Mo faced no substantial threat from the unprepared and hastily responding garrison. Had time not been pressing, Qin Mo could have even toyed with the defenders at his leisure. However, despite his swift and decisive actions, a blurry photograph of him was captured. Nevertheless, this did not derail his plan, for he had successfully obtained enough components from the seized items, the true purpose of his expedition. At that moment, Qin Mo, holding a hastily assembled scanner, was traversing the forest in search of something. Guided by the device, he soon arrived at the crash site of the Ark. Yet after years of weathering and geological shifts, the surface here had become indistinguishable from its surroundings. Without prior knowledge that a transport vessel called the Ark lay buried here, no one would have suspected its existence. According to Starscream, this transport ship had encountered an Autobot squadron during its passage near Earth and engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, it was shot down and crashed here. During the descent, the Ark broke into two halves, and Qin Mo had now located the front section, the part he urgently needed. After a meticulous inspection to ensure no anomalies, Qin Mo promptly stowed the scanner and commenced excavation without hesitation. As the digging progressed, Qin Mo soon glimpsed the outer hull of the Ark. Too lazy to search for an entrance, he simply carved a hole in the hull beneath his feet and crawled inside. Once inside, Qin Mo wasted no time swiftly advancing toward the bridge. Upon stepping into the bridge, the sight before him filled him with awe. Despite the crash and long burial, Cybertronian technology still exhibited remarkable resilience. Many devices, though appearing aged, remained operational, deepening Qin Mo's appreciation for Cybertron's technological prowess. He examined each piece of equipment closely, inwardly marveling. Cybertronian tech is truly robust. For the non-functional devices, Qin Mo was not disheartened, discovering that over half of them only required minor repairs to restart.
Excellent, excellent. This time I've struck gold.
Qin Mo exclaimed with excitement, immediately starting to dismantle the machines in need of repair.
His movements were practiced and precise, betraying a deep understanding of such technology.
Yet one might wonder, since everything was so well preserved, why dismantle these devices? Why not simply tidy up, fix what needed fixing, and settle down here?
Qin Mo knew all too well that this place, though seemingly secure, concealed tremendous risks.
These coordinates came from the Decepticon warship's database. According to the narrative development, Starscream would later bring Black Arachnia here for a visit.
Moreover, after Starscream was expelled from the Decepticons, he would return here to lay low.
Eventually, when the Autobot base was destroyed, this place would become their temporary refuge. Qin Mo mused that if he made this his lair, he would likely cross paths with Starscream and Black Arachnia during their treasure hunt, a situation he decidedly wanted to avoid. Though neither of those two was particularly formidable in combat, the principle of petty thieves are more troublesome than bold robbers applied.
Both Starscream and Black Arachnia were insidious schemers. If he couldn't eliminate them outright, they would almost certainly launch repeated vengeful attacks.
Qin Mo could even envision their most likely move, reporting his location to Megatron, leading a swarm of Decepticons to besiege him.
After thorough deliberation, Qin Mo opted for a more prudent strategy. Rather than wait passively, he would strike first, stripping the area of all resources, taking everything he could. Then he would seek out a safer, more concealed location to build his own base. Just as he was about to act, however, a crucial thought struck him. He recalled that Black Arachnia had sought out this place for the experimental Decepticon weapon known as the locking rod. Judging by its combat performance, the weapon's power was undeniable. It had nearly wiped out Optimus Prime's Autobots, achieving a truly glorious record. Curious, Qin Mo quickly checked the cargo manifest. Indeed, the locking rod was listed as cargo.
Unfortunately, due to the Ark's fragmentation, the rear half containing the locking rod had crashed elsewhere.
No hurry, no hurry. There's plenty of time. Let me finish hauling what I can first. With that, Qin Mo immersed himself in the removal process. After his locust-like stripping, the front section was little more than an empty shell.
Using these equipment parts along with the Energon he had taken from the Decepticons, Qin Mo easily constructed a hidden underground base for himself. Of course, he didn't waste the tanks and ammunition pilfered from the military base. Being a lone operative, he lacked adequate surveillance and defensive assets. The seized tanks and shells were repurposed into fixed turrets, both overt and covert. While these weapons might not inflict severe damage on Optimus Prime or Megatron, they at least provided some combat capability and served as basic obstruction and early warning. While Qin Mo was busy constructing and arranging his base, both the Autobots and the U.S. military were searching for his whereabouts. Thanks to Agent Fowler's maneuvering, the U.S. military focused more on repairing the destroyed base and enhancing defenses at other installations.
Yet having been attacked, showing no reaction at all would be embarrassing on a diplomatic level. During the war, many super energy bodies were hidden on this desolate planet.
Lord Wei Zhentian once dispatched the most formidable warriors from Sabotan Star to guard them. Now they slumber here awaiting awakening. Gazing at the vast chasm before him, Hong Zhizhu gestured emphatically as if already prepared to claim the powerful warrior he spoke of.
Humph, how foolish. Wei Zhentian constantly scours the endless cosmos for worthy fighters, yet the finest warrior lies right beneath his feet.
Hong Zhizhu believed his muttered soliloquy went unheard, but Shang Bo standing behind him had recorded every word with meticulous precision.
You say you can't locate his signal. How is that possible?
Upon discovering that Shang Bo could not find the stasis pod, Hong Zhizhu's temper flared instantly.
I'm certain it's nearby. Increase your sensor's power.
As Shang Bo ceased recording and focused his efforts, his facial screen soon pinpointed the location of Tianjin's stasis pod. Seeing the precise coordinates, a smile crept across Hong Zhizhu's face.
That's it. Found you, Tianjin. After digging, he successfully unearthed Tianjin's stasis pod.
Yet he remained unaware that the super energy body he carried to awaken Tianjin had betrayed his whereabouts. The Autobots had long been plagued by energy shortages, making them exceptionally vigilant in such matters. Thus the moment Hong Zhizhu produced the super energy body, the Autobot base immediately detected it. Zhou stared at the beeping computer and announced, "Super energy detected, and it's moving."
Goban, who had just finished painting Mei Chi's science fair project, stepped forward and said, "If it's not us, it can only be the Decepticons. Wei Zhentian is dead."
In response to Mei Chi's doubt, Qing Tiance's gaze grew somber. He is dead, but his followers still live. Others will take his place. Initially Qing Tianzhu intended to take Zhou along, but when the latter offered to stay and help Jack and the others complete their science fair project, Qing Tianzhu turned to De Huangfeng. De Huangfeng, let's go examine this moving super energy body. In the valley, Hong Zhizhu successfully awakened the dormant Tianjin using the super energy body. He had hoped to recruit Tianjin as his subordinate, but as Wei Zhentian's disciple and a war hero of Sabotan, Tianjin would never heed the commands of a halfwit like Hong Zhizhu.
What? Hong Zhizhu could scarcely believe his audio sensors. But I awakened you.
Without me you'd have slumbered in this wretched place for who knows how long.
Unmoved by Hong Zhizhu's frenzy, Tianjin replied, "So what? My mission was granted by Wei Zhentian. As his disciple, I answer only to him." Irritated by Tianjin's repeated references to Wei Zhentian, Hong Zhizhu snapped, "But Wei Zhentian is dead." "What? Impossible." This time Tianjin was stunned. His massive frame loomed over Hong Zhizhu, his crimson optics oozing menace. Hong Zhizhu, who had only intended to curb the other's arrogance, realized he had pushed too far. Fortunately, Qing Tianzhu and De Huangfeng arrived just in time to defuse the situation. "Long time no see, Tianjin." Spotting Qing Tianzhu, Tianjin shoved Hong Zhizhu aside and faced him. "I haven't seen you since the Battle of Technol. Wei Zhentian ordered me to eliminate you. That was a long time ago."
The two exchanged words without the tension of adversaries, more like old friends reminiscing.
Yet Lord Wei Zhentian's command must still be carried out. "Do you truly believe this war is worth continuing? So many of our kin have perished, so many worlds have been destroyed. If you, Hong Zhizhu, aspire to be a true leader, do not follow Wei Zhentian's path. Lead the Decepticons toward peace." Knowing Tianjin was a pure warrior unlikely to be swayed by mere words, Qing Tianzhu shifted his persuasion to Hong Zhizhu, hoping to steer the Decepticons onto a righteous course. Alas, Qing Tianzhu had overestimated. Hong Zhizhu's ambition rivaled Wei Zhentian's, and he was far more arrogant.
Now faced with Qing Tiance's earnest plea, Hong Zhizhu replied flippantly, "I would certainly consider a truce if you kneel before me and beg." Hong Zhizhu spoke with utter self-righteousness, yet the disgust in his words was palpable. Even Tianjin, a fellow Decepticon, found it intolerable.
"There you go again. Tell it to my fist." Without giving Hong Zhizhu a chance to react, Tianjin sent him flying with a single punch. Hong Zhizhu, utterly pathetic, crashed into the rock wall with a groan but dared not retaliate. He scrambled up, transformed into a jet, and fled. "Tianjin, this is a new era, a new world. Join the Autobots and end this conflict with me." Tianjin refused sternly, "I will never ally with Autobots." With that he threw a sudden punch at Qing Tianzhu, sending him crashing into the rock wall, just like Hong Zhizhu, forcibly ending the conversation with physical force. Qing Tianzhu had hoped to persuade Tianjin with words, but after several failed attempts he abandoned the notion. After all, Qing Tianzhu was no fool. During the war on Sabotan, the Decepticons he had defeated could not be counted on two hands, perhaps not even three. With De Huangfeng coordinating beside him and Tianjin lacking a vehicular form, the Gatling laser gun he carried could inflict only limited damage on the two. But one must not forget that besides Tianjin there were two other Decepticon elites, Hong Zhizhu and Shang Bo. Hong Zhizhu had already calculated his next move, especially when he saw Tianjin being toyed with like a dog by Qing Tianzhu and De Huangfeng. A smirk tugged at his lips. Hong Zhizhu was determined to recruit Tianjin at all costs. Considering Tianjin's strength and his status as Wei Zhenqian's disciple, securing his allegiance would be a massive boon to controlling the entire Decepticon faction. Yet Tianjin had made it clear he would never submit to Hong Jiju, and lacking Wei Zhenqian's charismatic leadership, Hong Jiju faced a dilemma. The solution Hong Jiju conceived was to rescue Tianjin from a desperate situation by personally driving off the Autobots. Everything unfolded exactly as Starscream had anticipated, the plan progressing with remarkable smoothness. Yet just as he prepared to make his move, an unexpected piece of information completely upended his entire strategy. "You lost them. Soundwave, why didn't you keep a tighter watch on them?" Starscream roared with unbridled fury, his voice reverberating through the empty space laden with an anger he could scarcely contain. In response to Starscream's reprimand, Soundwave remained utterly impassive, emitting only two crisp metallic chimes. Moments later, a brand new image materialized on the screen as if an answer to Starscream's accusations. "What is this?" Starscream's eyes widened, his face a mask of sheer incredulity. He stared intently at the coordinates on the screen, his voice rising an octave involuntarily. "A second Decepticon life signal. Wasn't Trypticon the only one buried in this region?" As the image gradually zoomed in, Starscream finally discerned the source of that signal. His pupils contracted sharply, the astonishment on his face deepening. "You mean to say the source of that life signal is Megatron's?" Starscream's voice grew somewhat hoarse as if this discovery filled him with immense shock and dread. It was palpable that at this moment Starscream's mind was beginning to churn with panic and unease. His eyes bulged and his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. But he was blown to ashes in that explosion. Under those circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to have survived. Your sensors must be malfunctioning. Forget that signal, delete those coordinates immediately. However, before his words had faded, Starscream suddenly realized who stood before him. It was Soundwave. Soundwave was the Decepticon's most loyal lackey. If he simply ignored this, it would not only arouse suspicion, but given Soundwave's nature, he would undoubtedly set out to find the source of that signal himself without hesitation. At this thought, a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Starscream's forehead. He mused inwardly, if the signal turned out to be false, it would merely be a waste of time and energy. But if it were genuine and Megatron truly still lived, the consequences would be catastrophic. In that case, he would find himself trapped in an inescapable abyss. Oh heavens! What nonsense was I just spouting? Starscream suddenly realized the impropriety of his previous words and hastily corrected himself. Of course, this matter demands a thorough investigation. If Lord Megatron is truly there, I will not hesitate for a moment to bring him back immediately. Starscream's tone was brimming with sincerity and concern, as if he were deeply anxious for Megatron's safety. Yet only he knew in his heart that this was nothing more than a meticulously crafted performance. His exaggerated expressions and impassioned rhetoric made it difficult for anyone not to be moved. "You stay here and keep a close watch on their every move," Starscream continued. "I have been waiting for this day for so long. I want to witness with my own eyes how Trypticon defeats Optimus Prime." The words had barely left his mouth when Starscream leaped without hesitation, plunging from the heights. During his descent, he swiftly transformed into a fighter jet, speeding directly toward the location from which the signal had been emitted. No way, if Soundwave got there first, Starscream would be caught in a passive position. Rather than that, it was better for him to fly over himself. Even if Megatron wasn't completely dead yet, it would be convenient for him to handle it personally. Soundwave knew Starscream's true nature all too well. The moment Starscream departed, the laser beak on Soundwave's chest was activated, trailing off in the direction Starscream had gone. It was precisely this unexpected life signal that had completely disrupted Starscream's plans. Compared to subjugating Trypticon, confirming whether Megatron was still alive was clearly far more important. Without Starscream's assistance and lacking an alternate mode himself, Trypticon found himself fighting an exceedingly difficult battle against the pincer attack of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Bumblebee drew Trypticon's attention from the front, luring him into a dead end before quickly transforming into robot mode. Gazing at his opponent, Trypticon said with utter emotional flatness, "Don't blame me for tearing you apart, kid. This is all." Before Trypticon could finish his sentence, the sound of a vehicle horn came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw Optimus Prime transformed into his truck mode, racing toward him at full speed. Trypticon was stubbornly unyielding. Instead of dodging or evading, he pulled out a machine gun from behind and opened fire on Optimus Prime. The result was that he not only failed to inflict any damage on Optimus Prime, but was instead sent flying by the impact, crashing heavily into the rock wall, a fitting payback for the punch he had landed earlier. A clever strategy, Bumblebee. Watching Trypticon, who had fallen from the cliff wall and lost consciousness, Optimus Prime let down his guard and stepped forward to inspect him. Unexpectedly, Trypticon, who had appeared unconscious moments before, snapped his eyes open. With a swift counterstrike, he left 3 deep gouges across Optimus Prime's chest. At this moment, the difference in body structure between an Autobot and a Decepticon became evident. Not only did one have red eyes and the other blue, but the Autobot's hands were normal fingers, while the Decepticon's hands were more like claws, natural-born weapons. Unfortunately at this point an extra claw mark or one fewer made little difference. Trypticon stay down.
Before Trypticon could recover his bearings, Optimus Prime's Iron Fist had already descended, striking him square in the face and sending him crashing back to the ground.
According to the narrative's progression, this was the moment Agent Fowler was supposed to arrive and deliver Trypticon's alternate mode.
And indeed that was exactly what happened.
A fighter jet was rapidly approaching, piloted by Agent Fowler himself. T-6A calling Command Center.
We've intercepted a transmission signal from Earth orbit originating from unknown technology. We're en route to investigate. Upon hearing this intelligence, Fowler decisively pressed the communication button.
Denied T-6A. This is Agent Fowler on the listening post. Delete that report, then send me the coordinates. I'll handle it.
Despite Agent Fowler's daily appearance, a beer belly and the look of a middle-aged, slightly greasy uncle, the fact that he had been appointed as the liaison with the Autobots spoke volumes about his capabilities.
His words here further demonstrated that Fowler wielded considerable authority. Now let us return to the present moment.
Just as Fowler accelerated toward the battlefield, a laser blast shot from behind, striking the left wing of his fighter jet directly.
Boom!
With an explosion, the wing burst into roaring flames and the entire aircraft shuddered violently.
What's going on?
Fuller gripped the fighter's control stick, striving to keep the aircraft steady, but it was all in vain. As another laser struck, the other wing of the fighter burst into flames.
Under the double pressure, Fuller, even though he didn't want to eject, had no choice.
As he pulled the lever beside him, the canopy opened and Fuller, along with his seat, was ejected from the fighter. Watching the falling fighter, Fuller let out a long sigh of relief, unaware that his nightmare was only beginning. Just as he was about to deploy his parachute, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Looking up, he saw a colossal creature flying toward him.
This behemoth was none other than Qin Mo.
Without giving Fuller any chance to resist, he grabbed him and casually administered an electric shock. Just as Fuller was about to draw his gun, he passed out. Without Fowler's interference, Skyquake, who hadn't acquired an alternate mode, was naturally no match for Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Originally, Optimus Prime had no intention of killing him, as he and Skyquake were old acquaintances. He knew the latter was an excellent warrior and wanted to persuade him to abandon the dark side and join the light. However, Skyquake had been brainwashed by Megatron. He would rather die than surrender, even seizing every opportunity to resist. In the end, he met his demise at Bumblebee's gun. Looking at Skyquake's remains, Optimus Prime shook his head helplessly and said, "Skyquake, why did it have to be this way? You could have had a brighter future." After all, they had known each other. Despite being enemies, Optimus Prime still dug a grave and buried Skyquake, giving him a final resting place. Skyquake was dead, but on the other side, Starscream caught sight of a dying Megatron. When Starscream arrived at the ruins of the space bridge, he looked at the floating debris of all sizes and was certain that no one could have survived that explosion. But no sooner had he spoken than a deep voice made Starscream shudder. Immediately, Starscream saw a faint purple glow emanating from a pile of rubble not far away. Curious, he stepped closer and discovered it was Megatron.
Megatron! How is that possible?
Staring at Megatron, whose chest had a gaping hole and whose body was charred black, Starscream could hardly believe his eyes. Just as Starscream leaned in for a closer look, the dying Megatron suddenly sprang up, grabbing Starscream's arm. His glowing red eyes stared intently at Starscream, and his scorched face nearly scared the life out of him. However, Megatron soon relaxed again, perhaps because he had little strength left or because he saw Starscream as a fellow Decepticon and deemed him no threat.
It was evident that Starscream was genuinely terrified of Megatron.
Only after seeing Megatron lying still for a long time did he muster the courage to inspect him.
Soon Starscream's attention was drawn to Megatron's shattered chest.
Looking inside, he found the source of the purple light, the dark Energon that Megatron had once inserted into his own body. A flash of undisguised greed flickered in Starscream's eyes. After confirming that Megatron truly had no strength left, Starscream slowly leaned down, placed a hand on Megatron's shoulder and whispered, "Everyone believes you're dead. How could I disappoint them, my lord?" With that, Starscream grasped the shard of dark Energon inside Megatron's body and yanked it out with force. Deprived of that support, Megatron opened his eyes one last time. In a flash of lucidity, his gaze filled with disbelief. He reached out to reclaim the stolen dark Energon, but it was all in vain. Finally, his eyes closed weakly. This time he's truly dead. Just as Starscream was gleefully examining his prize, the sound of Laserbeak came from afar. Snapping back to reality, Starscream quickly hid the dark Energon and then pretended to say, "Soundwave, can you hear me? I found Lord Megatron, but his condition is critical. We should get him to the medical bay as soon as possible." While Starscream and Soundwave were moving the dying Megatron onto a Decepticon warship on the other side, Qin Mo had already brought the unconscious Fowler back to his second base. Looking at Fowler strapped to the operating table, Qin Mo turned and picked up a scalpel. But seeing how the scalpel was larger than Fowler himself, and then looking at the unconscious human, Qin Mo helplessly put the scalpel down. Without comparison it wasn't obvious, but now seeing it, the human body was indeed quite fragile.
Never mind, you'll use something smaller.
After an unknown amount of time, Fowler gradually regained consciousness. Though he felt a dull pain at the back of his neck, his immediate priority was to figure out where he was.
Where am I?
Fowler turned his head to look around and soon spotted Qin Mo, who was tidying up nearby.
What rotten luck!
First captured by the Decepticons, now caught by this mechanical monster.
Guess I really shouldn't step outside these days. Hearing Fowler's muttering, Qin Mo turned to him and said, Agent Fowler, you're awake. Yeah, what do you want by bringing me here? You wouldn't be trying to extract information about the Autobots from me, would you?
Facing Fowler's hostile question, Qin Mo shrugged and said, why would I do that?
I'm not a Decepticon and I have no grudge against the Autobots.
But you attacked our military base.
Do you realize that your actions amount to a provocation against the United States?
To this, Qin Mo showed great restraint and said with feigned sincerity, I am deeply sorry, but as you can see, I'm new around here and lack necessary survival supplies. That's no excuse for attacking a military base.
And what exactly do you want by bringing me here?
As he spoke, Fowler struggled against his bonds even though he knew it was futile. He instinctively fought, but to his surprise, seeing his struggle, the other actually untied him.
What is it you really want?
This time Fowler's tone was noticeably softer.
Qin Mo smiled and said, I have no interest in fighting. I'm a biologist. Every planet I visit I conduct research. You call yourselves humans fascinating. I'm very interested in you. So you're going to dissect me? No, no, no. Qin Mo waved his hands as if he had heard something dreadful. Why would I do that?
I usually choose relatively gentle methods.
And if I don't cooperate?
Seeing that this being really didn't resemble those Decepticons, Fowler asked tentatively. If you truly don't wish to assist my research, you are entirely free to leave. The moment Qin Mo finished speaking, Fowler immediately said, great, then I refuse.
Can you let me go now?
To be honest, Qin Mo had never expected that Fuller could be so shameless. Frankly, at this moment Qin Mo was genuinely infuriated, wishing he could just crush the man under his foot.
However, considering his subsequent plans, he ultimately held back.
Seeing the other party remain silent for so long, Fuller's heart skipped a beat. After calming himself, Qin Mo picked up something resembling a mechanical hard drive from the table. The drive rapidly contracted and transformed in his hand, and by the time he handed it to Fuller, even a human could grasp it with one hand.
Fuller instinctively reached out and took it, and Qin Mo said, I'm very interested in human social structures.
You have nations, and the highest authority seems to be called the president. Fuller wanted to explain the United States political system, what separation of powers meant, and how power is confined within the cage of institutions. But Qin Mo clearly didn't give him this chance. He continued, I want you to give this to him.
I've recorded a video message inside. Press here to play it. Qin Mo pointed it out to Fuller, afraid that he wouldn't know how to use it.
I wish to understand humanity more deeply, and in turn you can obtain more advanced technology from me, thus embarking on a better path.
After saying this, Qin Mo escorted Fuller out of his base.
Even after returning to the town, the object in Fuller's hands still felt utterly surreal to him. Its appearance was extraordinarily terrifying, yet incredibly it was surprisingly benevolent.
This was simply too unbelievable. Nevertheless, Fuller did not fully trust Qin Mo's words.
After all, who could guarantee that this wasn't a carefully laid trap? Perhaps this so-called benevolence was merely a disguise, and the object might conceal immense danger. To get to the bottom of this, Fuller decided to first take it to the Autobots' base. As soon as he entered the base, he saw RC, Bulkhead, and Jack gathered around Bumblebee. Bumblebee, like an excited little bee, was buzzing incessantly while making a series of gestures that looked very strong. As for Wretched, he was as usual quietly calibrating equipment. And Optimus Prime stood on a platform, seemingly pondering something important.
Hey, everyone's here. Fuller greeted warmly. Come over here. Bumblebee is telling the story of how he trounced that Decepticon.
Rafi shouted excitedly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Bumblebee's voice rang in Fuller's ears, but he couldn't understand what those sounds meant. Despite that, Fuller smiled and casually responded with a few words, then turned his gaze to the others and said, I also have an incredible story to tell. You won't believe it, I was captured by a giant mechanical monster. But what's even stranger is that it inexplicably let me go.
Mechanical monster. Upon hearing those words, Micah's spirits lifted instantly.
She dashed over to Fuller in 2 quick strides and asked eagerly, what kind of mechanical monster was it?
Fuller took a deep breath, recalling the scene, and said, it's the one that attacked the military base before. You mean the Insecticons?
Bulkhead interjected, stepping forward 2 steps each, making the ground tremble slightly. At least that was how Fuller felt. Hey, watch out. Fuller quickly shouted, I don't want to be squashed into pulp by you.
That's impossible, RC immediately said.
Insecticons are known for their brutal ferocity. Their minds are filled with nothing but killing. If you were truly captured by an Insecticon, there's absolutely no way you could come out alive.
But that's exactly what happened. I trust my eyes, I couldn't be mistaken.
And he also gave me this thing saying he wants me to give it to the president. As he spoke, Fuller took out the hard drive.
Wait.
Now Bulkhead was unsettled. He quickly said, "You just brought this thing here like that. If it contains a tracker or something, wouldn't the base be exposed?"
"You can rest assured.
The base and a large area around it have signal jamming effects. I modified it myself, so there's nothing to worry about." The conversation drew the attention of Ratchet and Optimus Prime.
"Optimus Prime, do you know what this thing really is?"
Optimus Prime leaned down to examine it and said, "This appears to be a simple recorder capable of recording images and speech.
It's very finely crafted. So it's not dangerous."
In response to Fuller's question, Optimus Prime shook his head and said, "There's no way to be certain. Unless we disassemble it here for inspection, but that would destroy the recorded content."
"I say, why make it so complicated?"
Just as the others were deliberating whether to dismantle it for inspection, Miko suddenly spoke up. "You guys are really dumb. Just find a safe place and activate it once. If it were a bomb, it would explode right there."
"That's actually a good idea."
After all, this was the Autobots' base, a safe and secure place, so preparations proceeded very quickly. RC stood before the device, took a deep breath and pressed the activation button without hesitation. The moment she pressed it, her body shot backward like an arrow from a bow, retreating with incredible speed. Her movement was so swift as if fleeing from an impending explosion.
Yet unexpectedly, the anticipated explosion did not occur.
After the device was successfully activated, a blue light suddenly flared, followed by a three-dimensional image slowly projecting out. The image was none other than Qin Mo, his figure clear and lifelike. In this recording, Qin Mo elaborated in detail on his profound interest in humanity and his desire to establish friendly communication with humans. His expression was fluent and natural, making people exclaim at how high the intelligence of this Insecticon was. After the recording ended, a brief silence fell over the scene. RC was the first to break the silence, marveling, "I never imagined there could be an Insecticon with such intelligence." Her words resonated with everyone present and they nodded in agreement. Observing this, Optimus Prime slowly said, "All things are constantly evolving. As the oldest mechanical lifeforms on Cybertron, it stands to reason that after millions of years Insecticons would evolve higher levels of intelligence." After confirming that the device posed no harm, Fuller quickly stepped forward and carefully retrieved it. Then, without lingering, he hurriedly left the Autobots' base as if he had some urgent matter to attend to. The scene shifted and soon Fuller arrived at the White House with that recording.
Given his special status, it was not difficult for him to request an audience with the president.
Yet this time a slight unforeseen circumstance arose. Just as Fuller was about to meet the president, a man in a sharp business suit suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. The man smiled, but his tone was resolute as he said, "Sorry, Agent Fuller, the president has a very important meeting this afternoon and is currently preparing for it.
You cannot see him." Fuller hurriedly explained, "Agent Smith, I truly have an extremely urgent matter to report to the president in person. It concerns national security and cannot be delayed even a moment."
Agent Smith seemed unimpressed by Fuller's words, still smiling as he replied, "I fully understand your feelings, Agent Fuller, but the president's schedule has been set and I cannot alter it arbitrarily.
However, you can leave the relevant documents and your message with me.
I will ensure they are delivered to the president." Fuller hesitated briefly, for this matter was of great importance and he had originally hoped to communicate directly with the president. But when he looked at Agent Smith before him, his concerns eased somewhat. He knew that Agent Smith was an old friend of the current president and had passed rigorous background checks from multiple sources, making him an absolutely reliable person.
"All right, here is the situation."
Pulling Agent Smith into an empty room, Fuller recounted all of Qin Mo's words. When finished, he took out the item Qin Mo had given him and handed it to Smith. "This matter is crucial, it must reach the president's hands." Agent Smith looked at the item in his hands, his expression grave as he nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will hand it to him immediately after the president's meeting concludes." After sending Agent Fuller away, Smith peered out of the room to ensure no one was watching, then produced a under maintenance sign from somewhere, placed it at the door, retreated inside and locked the door from within. His movements were fluid and seamless, clearly indicating this was not his first time doing so. Certain he would not be discovered, Smith placed the hard drive on the desk, took out a voice recorder, activated it and set it beside the drive. The recording was activated again and Qin Mo's figure appeared before Smith's eyes, but the words he spoke were not what Fuller had seen back at the Autobot base. Indeed, Qin Mo had anticipated that Fuller, for security reasons, would take the device to the Autobots' machinery for inspection. To that end, Qin Mo deliberately designed the recording device to be non-disassemblable, leaving playback as the only way to examine it. Within it were two segments of Qin Mo's recordings. Fuller had seen the first, a friendly message, but when the device played a second time or more, the content would be locked to the second segment.
Compared to the second segment was vastly different, like night and day. In the recording, Qin Mo provided a set of coordinates stating he would wait there for 3 days and revealed that he possessed technology far surpassing Earth's, offering mutual cooperation to meet each other's needs if the recipient was willing. If this recording were seen by Optimus Prime and the others, given the Autobots' nature, they would never permit humanity to master Cybertronian technology. After all, in their words, when a civilization easily grasps technology beyond its control, the inevitable outcome is destruction. But if this recording reached the current U.S. president, the situation would be entirely different. Understand that America today is no longer the once unrivaled power it used to be. As time passed, the global landscape underwent a sea change. The rise of the East surged like a mighty torrent, silently yet irresistibly eroding the traditional order of the West. Among this, America, once regarded as the lighthouse of the West, gradually lost its former glory. For years America waged wars across the globe which not only squandered immense national strength, military power and financial resources, but also bred at home a group of insatiable monsters who devoured others without mercy. These people exploited the shadow of war to line their own pockets through various means, further widening the wealth gap and sharpening social conflicts in America. Meanwhile, America faced severe crises at home as well. Under the governance of a former president of mixed black, Latino and white heritage, the education system suffered serious problems. The so-called happy education rendered the younger generation of ordinary Americans ignorant and foolish to the point that they did not even know who attacked Pearl Harbor, let alone the defeated nations of World War II. This educational deficiency led to public indifference toward history and a loss of national responsibility. Moreover, America's diversity and inclusiveness in some respects swung to extremes. 97 distinct genders paraded together on the streets, raising high the banners of freedom and equality to claim their so-called rights. Yet this excessive pursuit of personal rights often degenerated into violence and destruction, with shops on the streets repeatedly vandalized and crime rates climbing daily. At the same time, a flood of illegal immigrants poured into America through various means every day, placing immense strain on social order and economic development. However, those so-called white left saints still clamored loudly, demanding protection for the legitimate rights of these illegal immigrants. This was utterly absurd. Illegal immigration itself violates the law, so how could they possibly have legitimate rights? It was akin to a thief breaking into someone's home to steal. Should we then protect his right to steal? The newly inaugurated president was deeply perplexed, unable to comprehend how these two completely contradictory words could be placed together. This was nothing less than a blatant challenge to law and order. But if advanced extraterrestrial technology could be obtained, the situation might be vastly different. With such advanced technology, productivity would skyrocket and resources would become exceedingly abundant. Then America could reclaim its position as the world's hegemon, ruthlessly leeching off the entire world. All problems could be easily papered over, as people would be blinded by prosperity and affluence, no longer caring about those illegal immigrants and legitimate rights. It was just a pity that those detestable Autobots, while enjoying all the resources America provided and the base they lived in, miserably refused to share even a sliver of their advanced technology. This was nothing short of ingratitude. Yet manhwa had no way to deal with this. After all, it was fortunate that they were within manhwa's territory and under manhwa's jurisdiction. If they were to run somewhere else, say the East, then manhwa would have absolutely no hope left. But now all was well. There suddenly appeared an extraterrestrial mechanical lifeform from the same planet as the Autobots. Though somewhat terrifying in appearance, it explicitly expressed willingness to cooperate with manhwa. Based on Shamisa's understanding of manhwa, or more precisely the manhwa president's nature, he could be certain that the latter would go mad with eagerness to collaborate. However, all this hinged on Shamisi delivering the video to the manhwa president. After securing the item, Agent Shamisi quickly left the White House. On Full's side, there was no slackening. The moment he stepped out of the White House gates, his phone rang abruptly. Fuel answered swiftly. The earpiece transmitted a low, solemn voice. "Fuel, this is Major General Morgan. There is an urgent mission for you to execute. Report to the designated location immediately." Fuel replied without hesitation, "Yes sir, I'll be there right away." He fully understood the mission's importance and urgency, daring not to delay for a moment. After hanging up, Fuel immediately drove to the designated secret military base. When he arrived at the base, a military truck was already parked there, accompanied by 4 armored vehicles and fully armed soldiers standing in readiness. Fuel strode quickly toward the truck, saluted Major General Morgan, who stood nearby, and reported, "Agent Fuel reporting for duty." Major General Morgan smiled and nodded to Fuel, saying, "No need to be so formal, Fuel, we are old friends. I still remember when we first met, you were just a young soldier in the 2nd Rangers Regiment." Fuel recalled that time, a faint smile appearing on his face. He replied, "Yes sir, back then you were my regiment commander." Major General Morgan said, as if reminiscing, "And you were my bodyguard." He added emotionally, "To be honest, without your protection I would have likely died in that fierce battle." He patted Full's shoulder and continued, "This mission is extremely important. Though we are no longer young, I know your skills, while I believe you will carry it out excellently. Yes, sir. But speaking of which, what are we transporting? Such a big setup.
Mogan didn't say much. Instead he handed a report to Fuel saying, "See for yourself." After reading it thoroughly, Mogan retrieved the report from Fuel and said this transport mission is no ordinary one.
There must be absolutely no bumps or shocks during the process.
If the dynamic nuclear device were to melt down, it would contaminate a vast area for a very long time.
Leave it to me.
With 4 armored vehicles escorting the procession was naturally imposing. Other vehicles on the road upon seeing it behaved as if encountering a flood of beasts, giving a wide berth for fear of being caught in the middle. In the sky, 2 fighter jets and 2 helicopters like loyal guardians closely escorted the convoy.
At first everything went smoothly. Fuel secretly felt fortunate, thinking that the journey should be free of trouble.
However, just as he relaxed, his vigilance, slightly troubled, descended like a demon, silent and sudden.
F-013, this is A-99. I'm going ahead to check the road conditions.
Fuel communicated his plan to the other team members via intercom. He intended to scout ahead to ensure the convoy's safety. Yet before he could finish his words, a dazzling streak of fire suddenly shot up from below like a ferocious fire dragon charging straight at them. Fuel stared in shock at the blaze, helplessly watching it precisely strike another escort aircraft swift as lightning. In an instant the struck escort aircraft emitted a deafening roar, its fuselage violently shaking before losing control and plummeting downward. At the same time a cacophony arose from the ground. Fuel focused his eyes and saw a swarm of sports cars converging from all directions like a hive of bees. At first the 4 armored vehicles didn't pay much attention, assuming these were just ordinary civilian cars, perhaps out of curiosity or having inadvertently strayed into their route. Thus they simply honked aggressively, attempting to shoo the cars away.
However, they soon realized something was amiss.
More and more sports cars of the same model kept gathering. These vehicles were clearly acting with organization and premeditation. As the sports car's roof opened, a fully armed mysterious figure whose face was invisible emerged from the vehicle, holding a type of firearm they had never seen before.
Nevertheless, everything before them indicated that these people were after them, or rather after the dynamic nuclear device.
Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers on the armored vehicle opened fire decisively.
Unfortunately, it was too late.
In the instant the man was about to be riddled with bullets, he miraculously fired a shot. However, unexpectedly, what shot out of the muzzle was not an ordinary bullet but a peculiar circular mechanical disc. The disc clearly possessed strong magnetic capability. It clung tightly to the armored vehicle door like a magnet.
In a flash, a dazzling blue light flared up on the disc as if activated.
Immediately after, a powerful electrical current surged from the disc like lightning, spreading through the entire armored vehicle with astonishing speed. The soldiers inside were utterly caught off guard by this sudden change.
In an instant they were struck by the current, their bodies convulsing involuntarily before collapsing one by one.
Without the driver's control, the armored vehicle lunged sideways like a rampaging beast. It seemed about to collide with the truck carrying the dynamic nuclear device, a critical situation. Fortunately, at the last moment the armored vehicle screeched to a halt, grazing the truck's side, thus averting a terrible accident. However, although this tactic appeared clever, it was somewhat opportunistic. Now the enemy had discovered this trick and was on guard. The same method would likely not work again. Sure enough, the soldiers and the other 3 armored vehicles, having witnessed their comrades' fate, acted without hesitation. The soldiers manning heavy machine guns unhesitatingly aimed at the surrounding sports cars, pulled the triggers and unleashed a fierce volley of fire. These modified sports cars, though possibly reinforced in armor, proved utterly fragile against the deluge of large-caliber bullets. Soon several sports cars were blown up, debris scattering everywhere. The scene was in chaos. However, matters were not that simple. Although they had managed to repel those mysterious assailants with great difficulty, the adversaries clearly would not let the matter rest. Just as they breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking they were finally safe, the unexpected occurred. Suddenly, without any warning, from the seemingly calm ground on both sides, 2 rockets shot out violently. The 2 rockets streaked like lightning, speeding straight toward an armored vehicle. In the blink of an eye, a deafening explosion rang out as the armored vehicle was instantly struck, flames soaring into the sky and thick smoke billowing. Before the group could recover from their shock, the soil that had been used for cover was quickly thrown aside and a squad of fully armed soldiers burst out like phantoms. These soldiers were clearly well trained. They moved swiftly and acted in seamless coordination, immediately launching a fierce assault upon emergence. However, they did not target the heavily armored vehicles. Instead, they concentrated all their firepower on the low-flying helicopter. For a moment gunfire erupted intensively, bullets raining like locusts. Unable to evade under the concentrated attack, the helicopter was soon hit, lost control and ultimately crashed to the ground. Faced with such a sudden upheaval, the truck could not stop for the sake of delivering the dynamic energy generator to its designated location as quickly as possible.
The remaining 2 armored vehicles also dared not delay a single moment.
They used powerful firepower to suppress the relentlessly pursuing enemies while closely following the truck as it accelerated away from the scene. So the question arose, while the battle below raged so fiercely, what exactly was Fula doing up above? After all, he was piloting a fully armed fighter jet. If he could join the fight, it would surely alleviate the pressure below. However, that was not the case. It was not that Fu Lu was unwilling to help, he was simply unable to do so. At the very moment those modified sports cars appeared, Fu Lu keenly detected their presence and immediately decided to go and provide support. However, just as he was about to act, the fighter jet's radar suddenly blared an alarm indicating that a missile was coming from behind. This sudden situation caught Fu Lu off guard, but as an experienced pilot he reacted instantly. He swiftly maneuvered the jet, evading the deadly missile with astonishing agility. After narrowly dodging the missile, Fu Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment he suddenly noticed among the clouds besides his own jet there was another mysterious unknown fighter. Without a doubt that fighter was an enemy's. With no other option facing an adversary so close at hand, Fu Lu had to temporarily abandon ground support and engage in a dogfight with the airborne foe. Although Fu Lu had become somewhat stout, his piloting skills had not diminished in the slightest. Even though the enemy pressed hard, overwhelming with surprise attacks and ferocious firepower that kept them pinned down, Fu Lu, relying on his excellent flying skills, managed to turn the tide and shoot down the enemy fighter. Seeing that the dynamic energy generator had safely entered the military base, Fu Lu felt a slight relief. But when he saw that the enemy had successfully escaped, his brows knitted tightly. After some deliberation, Fu Lu gritted his teeth and resolutely decided not to return to base but instead to pursue the fleeing enemies directly. He was well aware that the enemy's target was the dynamic energy generator. If they escaped this time, when the generator set out again, the enemy would surely launch another attack. Rather than passive defense, it was better to take the initiative, find the enemy's lair, then call in fire support to wipe them out. However, Fu Lu still underestimated the enemy's capability. Just as he was about to catch up to the enemy, a helicopter suddenly emerged from some concealed spot. This helicopter not only successfully evaded the fighter's detection radar but also quickly launched a rocket, precisely hitting the fighter piloted by Fu Lu. Fortunately, compared to his previous comrade, Fu Lu's situation was slightly better. Although the fighter was heavily damaged, he managed to control the aircraft and successfully crash-landed in a relatively open muddy field. Oh my goodness. Looking at the fighter jet embedded in the mud, Fu Lu shook his somewhat dazed head and recalled the scene just moments ago, a lingering fear still in his heart. Fu Lu admitted that he had indeed been impulsive this time, but upon reflection, being able to deploy fighters and helicopters within the United States and so blatantly attack their armed convoy and evade the fighter's radar scan, Fu Lu could think of only one force: the Batian Hu. Yes, it had to be the Batian Hu. Only these aliens had the capability to shoot down his fighter. Realizing this, Fu Lu decisively sent a communication request to the Autobots base, for when it came to dealing with the Batian Hu, these Autobots were the experts. At the Autobots base. Optimus Prime, Optimus Prime. Fu Lu's voice echoed through the base. Accustomed to this, King Tianzi hurriedly walked up to the screen and said, Agent Fu Lu, what wine blows you here? Fu Lu was clearly not in the mood for jokes. With an angry expression he said, what else? The Batian Hu. I finally tracked them down, but at the critical moment my plane was shot down by them. His words were filled with frustration and resentment. Beside him, Mei Chi, seeing Fu Lu so agitated, couldn't help but say half-jokingly, struck down again, Agent Fu Lu. Her tone carried a hint of tease, but her eyes revealed concern for the situation. Fu Lu didn't take it too seriously though and continued, their goal is obvious, they want to steal that dynamic energy generator. It was no wonder Fu Lu was this upset, he knew the Batian Hu all too well. If it truly was the Batian Hu pulling the strings, then in order to obtain the dynamic energy generator they would likely storm the military base without hesitation to seize it. This would not only cause massive destruction to the base but also lead to heavy casualties. If the dynamic energy generator melted down during the grab, it would have even more far-reaching consequences for the surrounding area. What is that? Perhaps too primitive, or perhaps because she was a pure warrior at heart, Erxie standing beside knew nothing about the dynamic energy generator. Fu Lu patiently explained, it is a dynamic nuclear energy generation system, abbreviated as the dynamic energy generator. To show them more clearly, Fu Lu transmitted the image of the dynamic energy generator onto the Autobots base screen, continuing to explain, it is a prototype energy system I was originally supposed to deliver to the coastal area. That's absurd. Others might not understand, but as the Autobot medic and technician, Wretched instantly grasped the essence of this object merely by examining the images and listening to Fowler's account. Why would Starscream go to such lengths to see such primitive technology? Fowler, clearly indifferent to the Decepticons' motives, casually remarked, in my view they're probably trying to create a crude yet immensely powerful superweapon. If this thing melts down, the radiation it releases will severely contaminate all surrounding areas. Upon hearing this, Raph glanced at Miko and Jack beside him, then asked, did Agent Fowler mention his current location? I'm stuck. At that moment Fowler deemed the time ripe and cut to the chase, I need you to open the ground bridge and deliver the engine core safely to its destination. Yes, that was Fowler's true intention, to leverage the ground bridge's rapid transport capability to swiftly deliver the engine core to the designated location. Thus neither the Decepticons nor any other force would be able to intercept this crucial item. And even if by some misfortune the engine core were seized, it would no longer be his responsibility. But without much deliberation, Optimus Prime directly refused. I'm afraid I cannot do that, transporting a device with such unstable performance. If an accident occurs during transmission, the radioactivity you mentioned could spread through the ground bridge, contaminating an entire country, or even the whole world.
Fowler wasn't foolish.
Initially unaware of the ground bridge's specifics, he only found it convenient. But after hearing Optimus Prime's words, he paused briefly before asking, "Do you have a better idea?"
Strangely enough, Optimus Prime did.
The scene abruptly shifted. Outside the previously empty military base, a colossal truck materialized before everyone's eyes like magic. The truck was entirely silver gray with sharp body lines and enormous tires, as if it had traversed from a future world.
"Sir, are we really going to transport the engine core in this civilian truck?"
A soldier stared suspiciously at the truck, clearly perplexed by the decision. After all, the engine core was an extremely vital strategic asset. How could it be so carelessly transported in a civilian truck? However, Fowler had no intention of explaining to the soldier. He shot him a glare and commanded sternly, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't, soldier.
Follow orders."
His voice was icy and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. The soldier immediately fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Fowler had no desire to elaborate to these grunts. He had his own plan. Soon the engine core was carefully secured inside Optimus Prime's cargo compartment. Fowler personally inspected to ensure the engine core was properly placed, then opened the door and climbed into the driver's seat. The moment he sat down, a surge of excitement welled up within him. As a seasoned agent with years of service, he had piloted all manner of vehicles, planes, tanks, armored cars, and was proficient in them all.
But driving an Autobot,
this was a first. Just as Fowler fastened his seatbelt and rubbed his hands together, eager to get going, Optimus Prime's voice emanated from the speakers. "No need to steer, Fowler.
Leave the driving to me."
Fowler's face fell like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away.
He folded his arms and grumbled, "It's a long road, you know." Optimus Prime did not reply. He started the engine and drove off.
Not far from the military base, Bumblebee and Bulkhead converged from side roads in their vehicle modes, falling in behind Optimus Prime.
"I've locked onto your coordinates.
If all goes well, you should reach your destination by sunset." Anticipating Decepticon interference, Ratchet monitored the trio from the base in real time. But trouble was inevitable.
Still rattled from the earlier attack, Fowler grew impatient.
Spotting a slow-moving clunker ahead, he honked the horn and even stuck his head out to yell, "Damn it, get out of the way!" Only after the other vehicle pulled onto a dirt road, allowing Optimus Prime and the others to pass, did Fowler calm down.
"Come on, Fowler, was that really necessary?"
Fowler shot back without mercy, "Don't tell me you're one of those civilized drivers."
Hoof. Just as the three Autobots sped down the highway, a helicopter rapidly approached in the sky. "They're transporting it in an unarmed truck. Deploy ground units. Now let's return our focus to Fowler. You know, you've done me a big favor. I am honored to be of assistance."
In response to Fowler's somewhat loaded comment, Optimus Prime replied with his usual calm. "Of course, if you and the Decepticons had stayed on your home planet to fight, I wouldn't have needed your help. So you're saying that before we came here there were no bad people in this world?"
Optimus Prime's retort was a direct hit.
Fowler could only respond with slight embarrassment,
Well, let's just say the evil was different."
He quickly changed the subject, "How about some music? I bet you're a country music kind of guy." But just then the sound of rotor blades reached Fowler's ears. Through the side mirror he spotted a familiar helicopter.
After double-checking, Fowler pointed at the helicopter in the mirror and said, "That's the Decepticon who attacked me before. What's his name? Crazy Bird? Dumb Bird? Or Aerial Acrobat?" It wasn't just one helicopter.
3 dark green sports cars raced up from behind, 2 of them flanking Bulkhead on either side.
"Can't use my fists, feels a bit cramped, boss." Having fought the Decepticons for years, Optimus Prime could tell a Decepticon when he saw one.
He had never seen Decepticons in this shade of dark green before, and he doubted they would be so mild-mannered.
"Maintain vehicle mode unless absolutely necessary."
A whole squad of Decepticons. Listening to Optimus Prime and the others discuss the situation, Ratchet at the base was stunned. Staring at the mere 3 signals on his screen, he exclaimed, "Why didn't I detect them? I think they're using some kind of stealth technology." After a furious highway chase, a sports car pulled up alongside Optimus Prime, matching his speed. Just then the convertible top opened and a human soldier armed with a weapon rose from within.
"Pull over." Fowler couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane, someone actually dares to do this in America." It wasn't surprising that Fowler didn't recognize Silas' mech unit, as he had been locked in an aerial battle with the enemy throughout the convoy ambush. After the convoy entered the military base, Fowler pursued the attackers without sharing intel, and after being shot down he assumed the Decepticons were responsible, calling in the Autobots. Ignoring the threat, Optimus Prime casually sideswiped his pursuer, forcing him back. Another vehicle charging up was met by Bumblebee's sudden brake, causing a collision that sent it careening into a rock and flipping over. Silas, observing from the helicopter above, watched the chaos unfold. These are no ordinary civilian drivers. Silas stared intently at his highly trained operatives who were being defeated with such ease, utterly unexpected. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Down on the battlefield, mech soldiers swiftly leaped onto the truck guns, ready, preparing to sever the connection between the cab and the cargo container. But Fowler saw it all. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the door and carefully edged along the vehicle's side. The deafening noise masked Fowler's approach, leaving the soldiers unaware of his stealth. Closing in, Fowler struck like lightning, grabbing an unsuspecting soldier from behind. Half the soldier's body dangled in midair, off balance. Fowler's eyes blazed as he snarled, "You'd better tell me everything I want to know, or you won't like what happens next." Before he could finish, a tree branch shot out like a phantom, striking the hapless soldier with blinding speed. The soldier screamed, his body flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. Fowler cursed under his breath, but without hesitation he spun around and dove back into the vehicle, quickly buckling his seatbelt. The moment he settled, a strange low voice crackled over the radio, "I hope you treat the Genesis reactor with more courtesy than your prisoners." Glancing at the helicopter in the mirror, Fowler scowled. "I'm Agent William Fowler." "Who the hell are you?" The voice didn't bother hiding its identity. "I'm Silas. What matters to you is that we are the mechanized engineering combat horde. Warning, we will obtain the Genesis reactor at any cost." "Is that so? Then tell me, how much are you planning to sell the reactor for?" As a seasoned agent, Fowler had handled countless similar situations, so he asked out of habit. But this time he was up against the ambitious Silas. "Who said I'm selling it, Agent Fowler? A new era is coming, a massive war is inevitable. Only those equipped with the latest technology can prevail." Unlike petty, short-sighted scoundrels, Silas gave off an aura of someone seeking cutting-edge technology to overthrow the existing world order, forge a new world, and reign as its god. Meanwhile, through the rearview mirror, Fowler saw mech soldiers reaching the back of the container. One soldier stood up through the roof, fired 3 rapid shots, not bullets but fist-sized mechanical devices. The 3 metal spheres, extended claws, clamped onto the container's lock like spiders, and at the soldier's trigger press 3 explosions rang out. The lock shattered and the rolling door slowly lifted. Seeing the Genesis reactor revealed, the soldier climbed out, ready to board. Yet Fowler, watching calmly, spoke into the radio with ease, "So Silas, do you think your tech is cutting edge enough?" Fowler's confidence was not unfounded. From Silas' ambition and the audacity to hijack the reactor, one could tell mech's technology was formidable enough to stun anyone else. But they were dealing with William Fowler. As the liaison between the Autobots and the U.S. government, Fowler had survived Starscream's torture, single-handedly took down a foe with pepper spray, and was the sole witness inside Optimus Prime. He had little regard for Silas' petty toys. As the rolling door fully opened, RC hidden inside burst forth, crashed onto the roof of a following vehicle, sent it flipping, and with a showy maneuver landed gracefully on the ground. "Goodbye." Watching the shattered ground forces, Fowler bid Silas farewell. Silas was helpless, his ground units were destroyed. Though the helicopter carried weapons, knowing the reactor was in the container. A reckless attack could strike the reactor, causing a leak. Then it wouldn't be about capturing the reactor, it'd all be exposed to radiation. But Silas refused to leave empty-handed, hovering above while summoning reinforcements. Meanwhile, in the truck, experienced war veteran Optimus Prime saw beyond Fowler's relief. Do not underestimate this man, Silas. Before Megatron waged war and destroyed Cybertron, he once harbored similar ideals. Just then, wretched monitoring from the base chimed in. "Optimus, initiate Phase 2. 5 miles south is the designated rendezvous point." As if troubles never come singly, while mech still pursued Soundwave aboard the Decepticon warship intercepted the audio of Wretched's transmission to Optimus. "So the Autobots have left their base, apparently engaging in a firefight. That means they won't expect us." Starscream turned to the waiting Decepticons behind him. "Find them and destroy them." Since the space bridge was destroyed and Wyzentian had vanished without a trace, Hongjiza believed his era had finally arrived. However, the series of events that followed denied him any sense of relief. First, a vast amount of Chao Nangliangti inexplicably disappeared. Then he awakened the slumbering Tianjin in an attempt to recruit him, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Later, Shenghua discovered Wyzentian, barely alive, in outer space and brought him back. Upon returning, he found that Tianjin had been slain by King Tianzuo's corpse, even buried in the earth.
With Wyzentian's return, even though he had become nothing more than a comatose vegetable with only a mind intact, as long as his life signs persisted, Hongjizu's position as the leader of the Batian who remained unstable. In recent days, Hongjizu had caught wind of discordant rumors further shaking his already precarious seat. With a loyal dog like Shengbo around, it was nearly impossible to eliminate the comatose Wyzentian unnoticed. Thus Hongjizu desperately sought to kill a few Autobots to bolster his prestige among the Batian who. Meanwhile, the Jijia to Kindwe proved remarkably efficient. Soon 3 more vehicles were dispatched relentlessly pursuing King Tianzu and his team. Fortunately, a contingency plan was already in place. As a truck approached King Tianzu and the others decisively drove alongside it, entering a tunnel together. When the Jijia to Kindwe tried to follow, Gaban, who was covering the rear, quickly transformed, collapsed the tunnel entrance, then reverted to vehicle form and rejoined the others. Inside the tunnel, with the Autobots' assistance, the Dongeki was successfully transferred onto a train. After exiting the tunnel, King Tianzu and his team continued to draw Sylasi's attention with an empty container. And indeed, Sylasi was fooled by this ruse. If nothing unexpected happened, he would keep chasing the empty container while the Dongeki would soon be delivered to its designated location. However, everything fell apart with the arrival of the Batian who. While Sylasi was still chasing the empty container, several fighter jets appeared around him. At first glance, Sylasi was captivated by these fighters' bizarre shapes and purple paintwork. He could be certain that no country on Earth possessed purple fighter jets. The Batian who were considerate enough not to attack the helicopter Sylasi was riding, perhaps they deemed it unworthy of their attention. They accelerated and dove straight toward the Autobots below. This time the Autobot base immediately detected signals from 6 Batian who soldiers. King Tianzu, you've got company. Juwush had barely finished speaking when the Batian who soldiers, already in combat mode, locked onto King Tianzu and the others below, launching missiles at them. Probably due to previous damage inflicted by the Jijia to Kindwe, King Tianzu made a sharp turn to dodge, causing the connection to the container to snap. The container was left behind, instantly obliterated by the hail of missiles. Sir, the Dongeki. At the sight, the soldier piloting the helicopter spoke with a trembling voice. Beside him, Sylasi wore a look of shock. Fortunately, the soldier spoke slowly. Sir, I detect no radiation. The Dongeki hasn't melted down. Yes, thank heavens. Yet no sooner had Sylasi breathed a sigh of relief than he saw 6 alien fighters dive down, and as they neared the ground they transformed. Facing the 6 Batian who soldiers, King Tianzu quickly completed his own transformation, placing the nearly exhausted Fuel on a relatively open platform. Then Dawangfeng, Erkian and Gaban also transformed into bipedal forms, assuming combat stances against the encircling Batian who soldiers. Wait for me here. Fuel felt like a mere action figure in King Tianzu's hand. Fuel was self-aware enough to know he could not help in this situation. The best he could do was protect himself and avoid causing trouble for King Tianzu and the others. After driving such a long stretch, it feels great to change form, stretch my arms and legs and throw a few punches while at it. It was evident how stifled Gaban felt dealing with the human soldiers of the Jijia to Kindwe. At that moment, unlike the others who quickly evacuated, Sylasi chose to remain overhead, looking down from above at the fierce battle below. It seems the rumors are not groundless. Living technology is unfolding right before our eyes, Sylasi mused to himself. But all of this will soon be ours. Compared to highly advanced mechanical lifeforms like the Autobots and Batian who devices like the Dongeki were utterly primitive. Yet as Sylasi focused intently on the thrilling battle below, the pilot beside him interjected, Sir, if the Dongeki wasn't in that truck. Before he could finish, Sylasi interrupted him, having already guessed what his subordinate intended to say. Indeed, such a possibility was not impossible, but leaving empty-handed would be somewhat embarrassing for Sylasi. To salvage some dignity, Sylasi decisively pressed the communication button and spoke into the microphone. Well done, Agent Fuel, big help from big friends. Knowing that the secret could no longer be kept, Fuel adopted a provocative stance and replied, come down and I'll give you a detailed introduction. However, Sylasi did not descend from the helicopter as expected. Instead, he answered coldly, next time, I'm busy investigating how the Dongeki vanished without a trace. Now I must catch a train. Excuse me. Sylasi was no fool, he had almost instantly grasped the subtlety. Regrettably, despite his quick reaction, he was still a step too late. When his helicopter traced the railway to find the train, he was astonished to see the train had overturned beside the tracks with several human soldiers engaged in tense rescue operations. What the hell happened? Sylasi stared at the chaotic scene below, his brow deeply furrowed, his voice full of suspicion. His subordinate immediately scanned again and reported no radiation detected. The Dongeki doesn't seem to be on the train. No, Sylasi said in a low firm tone. Judging from Agent Fuel's reaction, the Dongeki must have been on the train. It seems someone got there faster than us and took it. The train overturned, the power core vanished, and Fuller's mission naturally ended in failure. However, given Fuller's status and the exceptional circumstances involving the Mecha Special Task Force and the Decepticons, he was merely subjected to a severe reprimand from his superiors, who advised him to refrain from meddling in affairs that did not concern him.
No further punishment ensued.
The question remained, where had the power core gone?
It could not have simply sprouted legs and fled. And why had the train overturned? These questions were answered after questioning the soldiers aboard the train.
According to them, the assailant was a colossal mechanical creature with glowing red eyes, sharp fangs and claws, claiming to have been sent by Lord Starscream to seize the power core.
Incredible, Ratchet remarked after hearing Fuller's account. I cannot fathom why Starscream would covet such primitive technology.
But this explains everything, RC interjected, raising a hand. He first dispatched his minions to stall us, then went to the train and snatched the power core. Yet the question persisted, was the power core truly stolen by Starscream? The scene shifted to a secret base. A man in a suit and hood, escorted by two heavily armed soldiers, slowly approached Silas. As the hood was roughly torn away, the man's true face was revealed to all. It was Agent Smith, who had once appeared at the White House in the United States.
Where's the money?
Agent Smith wasted no time. His opening was blunt and direct, devoid of pleasantries.
He straightforwardly demanded payment from Silas. In response to Smith's query, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crept across Silas' lips. He casually waved a hand, and his subordinate, understanding immediately, swiftly placed a briefcase before Agent Smith. The briefcase was opened in Smith's presence, revealing neatly stacked stacks of crisp $100 bills, their dazzling green hue standing out starkly in the dim light. Yet Agent Smith seemed unimpressed by the full case of cash.
His brow furrowed slightly as he said with a cold smirk, "What I brought this time is priceless.
This paltry sum is far from sufficient." Silas maintained that enigmatic smile, replying unhurriedly, "As long as the goods are good, as long as they are genuine, money is not an issue."
Hearing Silas' confident response, a glint of cunning flashed in Smith's eyes. He suddenly pulled an object from his pocket and waved it in front of Silas. It was a small, intricate device, the very one Fuller had entrusted to him. "I presume you've heard the rumors about giant robots," Smith said, his voice laced with triumph, as if this device was his trump card.
Smith's words startled Silas.
He had not only heard of them but had recently witnessed them firsthand. Unfortunately, the situation had been too chaotic to make a move.
"I can tell you they come from a planet called Cybertron, belonging to two opposing factions, the Decepticons and the Autobots." As someone with free access to the White House, Smith was exceptionally well informed. Many so-called secrets were no secrets to him at all.
The Decepticons are violent and uncooperative.
Currently the U.S. government is collaborating with the Autobots. Unfortunately, these aliens look down on us humans and our technology.
For years they've lived off us without sharing a single piece of their tech.
Silas, growing impatient with the complaints, said curtly, "Get to the point."
As the saying goes, when under someone else's roof you have to lower your head. A bit of mystique was fine, but overdoing it would only land him in trouble.
The point is, not long ago an agent discovered another alien from Cybertron. Unlike the Autobots and Decepticons, this one is very friendly towards humans and eager to cooperate.
This device contains the specific time and location of the meeting.
Does the U.S. government know about this? Silas did not rush to respond but asked first. To this Smith replied, "Not yet."
The agent originally intended to hand this directly to the president, but I intercepted it en route. At that, the corners of Silas' mouth lifted slightly, a move not lost on Smith, who quickly added, "But this cannot be concealed indefinitely. If I don't deliver it to the president, the truth will come out. And if you don't pay enough, this thing stays with me." "Don't worry, I'm not stingy," Silas said, waving his hand. His subordinate made a few operations and a notification tone sounded from Smith's phone.
Opening his phone, Smith saw a transfer record.
Staring at the long string of zeros, he could not suppress a broad grin.
"Now can you hand over the device?"
Of course.
With the money received, Smith's demeanor changed instantly.
He handed the device to Silas and even took the time to demonstrate its usage. After viewing the footage, Silas could not help but remark such immense power must never fall into the hands of the corrupt U.S.
government.
To change the world, the Mecha Special Task Force must acquire the most advanced technology. Silas turned to the technician beside him and asked, "Have you figured out the principle of this device?"
"The device is not complicated. With our task force's technology we can fully understand it within 7 days." 7 days. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Smith interjected before Silas could speak. "Do you realize the risk I took bringing this here? 7 days is definitely..."
Before Smith could finish, Silas ruthlessly cut him off. "No need to be so agitated, my friend. There are plenty of ways. For instance, we can forge a fake one for you to take back." Then Silas addressed the technician, "Fabricate an identical shell, re-record the audio with the same voice and modify the coordinates in time."
Understood. Soon a perfect replica was produced, identical in appearance.
However, unlike Qin Mo's original, this one was merely a voice recorder. The coordinates remained unchanged, only the time had been adjusted, pushed back by 3 days.
We have arrived at the designated coordinates.
The Mecha Task Force soldier glanced at the device in his hand, confirmed everything was in order after careful inspection, then turned to report to Celas standing nearby.
Celas nodded upon hearing the report, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings before he issued the order, everyone stay alert. Following the timeline shown in the footage, Celas led 7 fully armed soldiers as they cautiously approached the specified location. Yet just as they arrived, an unexpected voice echoed in their ears, "You don't seem to be from the US government."
The voice seemed to come from all directions, making its origin impossible to pinpoint. Then with a few faint rustles, several dazzling laser beams shot from the trees, slicing through the air like lightning. At the same time, the ground, which had appeared utterly ordinary, suddenly erupted with several turrets modified from tanks, their pitch-black muzzles aimed directly at them.
This abrupt change caught everyone off guard, instantly escalating the tension.
The soldiers raised their weapons, standing on high alert.
"Everyone stay calm and maintain vigilance,"
Celas shouted hurriedly, trying to steady his men's nerves. After calming his subordinates, Celas took a deep breath and called out to the surroundings, "My friends from beyond the stars, I am Celas of the Mecha Task Force.
We come bearing good intentions." "Good intentions?"
Qin Mo curled his lips in a cold sneer, his heart filled with contempt and scorn for the man before him. He knew this man's character all too well, ruthless, merciless, and willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals.
He was practically a human version of Megatron. Qin Mo couldn't believe such a person would come with goodwill, it was utterly preposterous. Yet reality forced him to reassess his current predicament.
He was alone, having not only failed to locate the dormant swarm of mechanical insects beneath the underground caverns, but also possessing limited combat capability despite having acquired a fair amount of Energon and those turrets from the Decepticons. Faced with such a dire situation, Qin Mo began to consider whether to cooperate with this unscrupulous man. Though Qin Mo harbored suspicions about the man, he understood that in this scenario collaboration might be a feasible choice.
After all, having one more ally was better than having one more enemy.
And who could guarantee that this man wouldn't become an asset at a critical moment? Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Qin Mo ultimately decided to set aside his prejudice against this man and embark on a partnership. Nevertheless, Qin Mo secretly resolved to remain vigilant throughout the cooperation, never allowing this man a chance to betray him. After careful deliberation, Qin Mo decided to give Celas an opportunity to prove his sincerity. He swiftly and expertly groped along the wall as if searching for a specific mechanism. Suddenly his fingers stopped at an inconspicuous spot and he pressed lightly. With a faint clicking sound, a hidden door slid open from the wall, revealing a pitch-black passage. The appearance of the hidden door startled Celas and his men, who had thought it was just an ordinary wall.
"Celas, since you claim to come with good intentions, then step inside."
Qin Mo's voice came from within the hidden door, laced with coldness and caution.
"Remember, only you may enter."
Celas' men grew tense and pleaded, "Commander, this might be a trap." They feared that if Celas stepped through the hidden door, he would fall into Qin Mo's snare and be unable to escape.
Yet Celas remained unswayed by his men's words.
He knew that if he failed to show sufficient sincerity, the cooperation would likely end in failure. So he turned to his subordinates and said, "Enough.
We came here for mutual benefit. When it's time to show sincerity, we must do so."
Having said that, Celas unhesitatingly stripped off his weapons and equipment one by one, handing them to his men. His movements were swift and decisive, displaying his determination for the collaboration.
Finally, unarmed Celas stepped into the hidden door.
The darkness within quickly swallowed him, his figure gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Before long, Celas reached Qin Mo's base and finally saw the legendary figure in person. Standing before Qin Mo, he was awestruck by the latter's massive stature and fierce countenance, blurting out, "You're even more towering and imposing than I imagined." However, to Celas' exclamation, Qin Mo merely replied flatly, "But you are even smaller than I imagined." Hearing this, Celas was not offended. Instead, he smiled slightly and continued, "Friend, may I ask your name?"
Qin Mo replied expressionlessly, "Qin Mo. That's the name I took after arriving on Earth." "You can call me that." Celas nodded in understanding and then said, "Qin Mo, I am Celas, leader of the Mecha Task Force. I came today to discuss a partnership with you. I can provide manpower and resources, and you can provide technology. That way we can achieve mutual benefit." However, Qin Mo seemed dismissive of Celas' proposal. He sneered, "Why should I cooperate with you? Given my understanding of Earth and the technology one possess, I could directly collaborate with the US government. No matter how powerful your so-called Mecha Task Force is, it can hardly rival the might of the US government, can it?" To this, Celas admitted without hesitation, "Indeed, the Mecha Task Force is no match for the US government in terms of raw power. However, we are not without our advantages. We have our own unique strengths." Qin Mo showed keen interest upon hearing this and pressed, "Oh. Tell me more."
Silas saw the spark of interest in the other's eyes, rejoiced inwardly, and seized the opportunity to elaborate further. The US government is powerful, but it doesn't operate under a single person's command. Many matters require layers of approval and even lengthy discussions and decisions by Congress and other institutions. This inevitably wastes a great deal of time.
Qin Mo nodded thoughtfully, showing his agreement. My time is extremely valuable. That is indeed a critical factor.
Silas, seeing that Qin Mo acknowledged this point, gained confidence and continued. Beyond that, there is another crucial aspect: international public opinion.
As a nation, the U.S. government is influenced and constrained by various factors in many areas. Our Mecha Task Force, on the other hand, can operate with greater flexibility.
If you wish to study humans, we can directly provide you with various types of living subjects, whether Caucasian, Asian, or African, male or female.
As long as you need them, we can meet your demands, and quantity is absolutely not an issue. The U.S. government cannot do the same, for if exposed they would face condemnation from both international public opinion and their own citizens. Here Silas was indeed holding something back. After all, if Qin Mo could produce sufficiently advanced technology, given the U.S. consistent modus operandi and principle of prioritizing interests, they would likely go to great lengths to provide him with a steady stream of living subjects for research. This is because American society is rife with vulnerable groups and social issues. First, the homeless wanderers seen everywhere on the streets lack basic social security and support, often lingering on the fringes of society. For these individuals, their lives are to some extent disregarded, making them potential experimental subjects. Secondly, drug addicts are another group that cannot be overlooked. They not only cause severe harm to their own health but also pose threats to social order and safety. Under such circumstances, using them as research subjects might to a certain degree resolve social issues while simultaneously meeting Qin Mo's research needs. Furthermore, the so-called $0 shoppers, individuals engaging in looting, not only inflict losses on businesses but also disrupt public security and stability. For the U.S. government, addressing these problems has always been a challenge. Turning them into experimental subjects might just offer a novel solution. Lastly, the issue of illegal immigrants is a major headache for the U.S. government. These immigrants not only strain social resources but also spark a series of social conflicts and tensions. In such a scenario, using them as bargaining chips in exchange for advanced technology might be a calculated trade-off for the U.S. government. In summary, although these groups are domestic destabilizing factors in the U.S., under certain circumstances, turning them into experimental subjects or bargaining chips to realize the so-called Make America Great Again agenda is not entirely beyond the realm of acceptability for the U.S. government. However, Qin Mo was not concerned about this. Cooperating with the U.S. government might yield more, but the risks were equally substantial, not to mention that the Autobots were already collaborating with the U.S. government. His upcoming actions would undoubtedly be unacceptable to Optimus Prime and the others, potentially leading them to confront him, which would complicate matters. Moreover, human combat capabilities should not be underestimated, especially those of a nation like the United States. No matter how powerful Qin Mo was, he was still alone. If they launched an all-out attack on him, he stood a significant chance of being overwhelmed. However, collaboration with the Mecha Task Force would be a different story. Though formidable compared to other factions, they were far from being a match for the U.S. government. This made it easier for Qin Mo to maintain control and presented a relatively lower threat. More crucially, Silas' identification with his own humanity was considerably weaker than that of others. As depicted in the original story, after being reborn through Sideways' body, he unhesitatingly eliminated all his subordinates and then went to pledge allegiance to Megatron with a gift. Although in the end Silas was strapped onto Knockout's operating table, eventually transformed into a Cybertronian zombie that could only absorb super energy matter, and was killed by Black Arachnia, a rather dramatic turn of events. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this could be seen as his unique contribution to the Decepticon cause. What Qin Mo needed to do was seize upon this very point, using mechanical transcendence as a tether to firmly rein in the wild horse that was Silas. Having come to this realization, Qin Mo's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile as he looked at Silas and said in a measured tone, "What you've described sounds quite appealing, but words are cheap. Why should I trust you?" His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable pressure. Silas quickly offered a placating smile. "Of course not. I fully understand the importance of a good faith gesture. It's just that the items are still outside and haven't been brought in yet." At Silas' signal, his men sprang into action. Before long, a sizable metal crate was carried in. After it was set down, Silas personally stepped forward, swiftly opened it, and skillfully began assembling its content. In the blink of an eye, a sophisticated computer was unveiled before Qin Mo.
Please take a look, Silas said with a confident smile, pressing a button on the device. With his operation, a satellite image instantly appeared on the screen.
This weapon is named the Sword of Damocles.
Silas pointed at the satellite image and explained to Qin Mo its control system is currently housed in a coastal military base. And that base is now fully under the control of our mecha task force. He paused, then continued, with this weapon you can strike ground targets from space, annihilating any target no matter where it is.
This device was quite renowned in the original work, a formidable laser weapon quite impressive by human technological standards.
Its ground suppression capabilities were substantial and its power was truly astonishing. However, to everyone's surprise, such a mighty weapon was eventually hacked and destroyed by Rafi using nothing more than an ordinary laptop. It was truly staggering. Moreover, it was also largely ineffective against Decepticons capable of flight. Seeing that Qin Mo seemed unimpressed by this gift, Silas was undeterred and quickly produced a second offering. The screen changed again, this time displaying the image of a laboratory.
This is a lab I built especially for you,
Silas boasted. It is equipped with a vast array of cutting-edge devices fully capable of meeting all your research needs. Furthermore, the lab is powered by a nuclear device installed beneath it, ensuring an uninterrupted energy supply for the entire facility. Yet faced with such a meticulously prepared gift, Qin Mo merely glanced at it and commented flatly, too primitive.
It's best you refrain from showcasing such paltry human technological achievements.
Seeing both of his gifts rejected without hesitation, a flicker of surprise and displeasure crossed Silas' brow. He fixed his gaze on the other, his tone hardening slightly as he asked, if that's the case, then what exactly do you want?
Faced with Silas' interrogation, Qin Mo did not flinch but answered frankly, I see your sincerity. As for what I want, it's resources, naturally.
With that, he pulled a small USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Silas. Everything I need is on this drive, Qin Mo said, his voice calm yet resolute. Assemble it all within 3 days and deliver it to the location I specified, then we can continue our cooperation. After all, one must bait the hook to catch the fish. Qin Mo understood this principle well. To make Silas obedient, he needed to dangle a sweet reward. Thus, as Silas took the drive, Qin Mo unhurriedly revealed an object before him.
Silas' eyes widened instantly, his face a mask of disbelief. The kinetic core.
He blurted out, his voice laced with shock and astonishment. Clearly he knew it all too well. It was the very same kinetic core that had mysteriously vanished not long ago. So it was you who took it, Silas murmured, his gaze never leaving the core. That's right, Qin Mo said with a slow nod and a slight smile. If you can gather everything I need within 3 days, this kinetic core will be yours, as the first step of our collaboration. In his mind, Qin Mo reflected that most of the items he required were basic raw materials and cutting-edge electronic components, and the quantity was considerable. Gathering all of them in such a short time was no easy feat. Yet to Qin Mo's surprise, the reality proved otherwise. Silas and his men demonstrated impressive capability and efficiency, not only completing the task on schedule but also preparing every item perfectly and delivering them to the designated location as requested.
Qin Mo couldn't help but admire Silas' competence, thinking to himself, this Silas really has some skills. Since Silas had fulfilled his part so promptly, Qin Mo naturally kept his word. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and handed over the precious kinetic core. So what did Qin Mo intend to do with such a vast amount of basic materials? The answer was obvious: he was going to renovate his base. As it turned out, the place where Qin Mo had met Silas earlier was merely a temporary base intended to throw others off the scent. The real base, constructed from materials unloaded from the Pioneer, had been hidden away masterfully by Qin Mo. However, although the Pioneer carried ample materials, relying solely on them to build a complete base was still challenging. Thus Qin Mo had to substitute with basic materials from Earth. Moreover, Qin Mo made full use of the Pioneer's materials combined with the large quantity of electronic components obtained from Silas, successfully creating a robot. The robot stood about 1.8 meters tall, somewhat ugly in appearance, but it was equipped with an artificial intelligence that Qin Mo had just programmed. As energy was steadily infused into its body, the lifeless machine suddenly stirred. Its eyes gradually lit up with a blue glow as if heralding its awakening. You have created me, master, the robot said in a mechanical, cold voice, staring straight at Qin Mo with its blue eyes. Qin Mo nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, I have created you, he replied softly. Qin Mo carefully inspected the robot's body to ensure everything was functioning properly, then breathed a sigh of relief. He decided to give the newborn robot a name. After some thought, he finally settled on Scalpel. The name not only matched the robot's form and function but also symbolized its ability to perform tasks with surgical precision. Qin Mo's purpose for creating Scalpel was simple: he hoped the robot would assist him in carrying out more delicate tasks, especially those requiring high precision and flexibility. To achieve this goal, Qin Mo spent considerable time and effort calibrating Scalpel's hands.
He made its fingers capable of bending and extending freely and equipped them with various tools such as micro screwdrivers, tweezers, scissors and more. After Qin Mo's meticulous arrangement, his base finally began to take shape. Scalpel worked tirelessly within the base, performing various tasks and calibrating machinery without pause. Watching Scalpel work so efficiently, Qin Mo's confidence swelled. He believed that with Scalpel's help the base would only improve. Now it's time to move to the next phase, Qin Mo mused to himself. He took a deep breath, then slowly rose to his feet. Walking to the computer in the base, he gently pressed the power button. As the hum of the startup filled the air, the screen gradually brightened. Qin Mo skillfully manipulated the mouse and opened a specific folder. Inside that folder were various important pieces of information and data he had collected earlier. His eyes swept quickly over the file list, finally stopping on a file named Coordinate Information. Double-clicking to open it, the screen immediately displayed several complex sets of coordinate data. These were the coordinates Qin Mo had obtained during his time at Iron Fortress. After careful analysis and judgment, he determined that these coordinates pointed to critical locations on Earth. Qin Mo recalled the situation back then. Those coordinates marked the hiding places of the Autobot relics and Decepticon weapons of mass destruction that had been sent to Earth through the Iron Fortress. These relics and weapons later became the focal point of fierce conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons. If he could claim these items ahead of time and conduct in-depth research, it would undoubtedly bring him tremendous benefits. Not only would it enhance his own strength, but it would also give him a decisive edge in the ensuing struggle. At this thought, a confident smile tugged at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. He resolved to act immediately to locate the corresponding coordinates and bring those precious relics and weapons under his control. That's it right here. Qin Mo stood on a desolate mountain terrain, gripping a small positioning device tightly in his hand, its surface emitting a faint gleam. After confirming the coordinates were correct, he took a deep breath, then instantly transformed into an insect and swiftly flew into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a musty, decaying odor. Qin Mo navigated through the darkness. His eyes had adapted to the environment, allowing him to see everything around him clearly. As he flew, he carefully inspected the surrounding rock walls, searching for what he sought. Originally, Qin Mo had thought it would take considerable effort, perhaps even days of excavation. However, not long after entering the cave, an unexpected discovery filled him with delight. On one side of the rock wall there was a distinct bulge, and the surrounding rocks appeared to have been artificially smoothed. Could this be what I'm looking for? Qin Mo speculated, inwardly quickening his pace as he flew over. Indeed, as he approached the bulge, he saw a metal canister deeply embedded in the rock wall. Let me see, what prize will it be? Qin Mo muttered excitedly to himself. A phase shifter. No, I remember that thing is in New York. Or a spark extractor. Whatever, let's get it out first. Qin Mo carefully pried the metal canister out of the rock wall, afraid of damaging its contents. The canister's surface was slightly rusted, but its overall structure remained intact. He gently opened the lid, and the contents inside were immediately revealed before his eyes. It was a meticulously crafted cylinder about the size of a palm. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint light. Qin Mo reached in and retrieved the cylinder, holding it in his hand to examine it closely. The material of the cylinder seemed peculiar, neither metallic nor plastic, with a warm, smooth texture to the touch. Qin Mo turned it over and over in his hands, simultaneously scouring his memory for matching knowledge. If I remember correctly, this thing should be called a shield generator. Qin Mo gazed at the mysterious device before him, pondering secretly. In the original plot, he was familiar with many Iron Fortress artifacts had corresponding specific users, or those most adept at wielding them. For instance, Soundwave's resonance sonic cannon was his signature weapon, and only he could unleash its full power. Smokescreen had a special affinity for the phase shifter, always deftly using it to evade enemy attacks, and Starscream's life-saving armor, the Supreme Divine Armor, allowed him to escape danger time and again in battle. And now the optimal user of this shield generator turned out to be that lovable yet infuriating Knockout. The mere thought of Knockout sent Qin Mo's thoughts galloping wildly like unbridled steeds. Knockout, though criticized as a fence-sitter, was undeniably one of the few technical talents among the Decepticons. Moreover, precisely because of his cowardly nature and relatively low combat prowess, controlling him became comparatively easier. Qin Mo was well aware that although he had accumulated considerable Cybertronian knowledge and technology, it was all self-taught, inevitably bearing some limitations. If he wished to study these knowledge and techniques more deeply and systematically, it would be best to find a learned individual to instruct him. In Qin Mo's eyes, compared to top scholars like Shockwave and Wretched, Knockout might be somewhat inferior, but when it came to teaching him basic knowledge and skills, he should be more than competent. Back to the present. With the item in hand, Qin Mo had no reason to remain. He took the item, swiftly flew out of the cave, and headed toward the next coordinates. Originally, Qin Mo had expected to search several spots, but who would have thought that on the second try he would hit the jackpot? The second set of coordinates was atop a snow-covered mountain. Looking at the surroundings and the hard ground, Qin Mo felt a sense of familiarity. After some time digging, this artifact was also successfully unearthed. Gazing at the hammer before him, Qin Mo finally understood why this place felt familiar. Wasn't this the renowned Tianjiu hammer? As Sai Tianjiu's masterpiece, the Tianjiu hammer could forge any object into any desired shape, and it had even helped Optimus Prime gain rebirth and a further upgrade. The reason Qin Mo had gone tomb raiding in the first place was to be able to use this item upon arriving on Earth. According to the lore, the Tianjiu hammer could only be wielded by a Prime, but in reality Megatron simply replaced an arm and successfully gained access to the hammer. From this perspective, it wasn't so much a Prime exclusive requirement as it was an advanced fingerprint recognition system attached to it. Since this thing could bring the dying Optimus Prime back to life and make him stronger, why couldn't he use it to enhance himself? After all, he had Prime arms, even 2 of them. With the item in hand, Qin Mo abandoned all other concerns, even the remaining coordinates. He shouldered the hammer, returned to his base, and after hiding it along with the 2 arms, he let out a long sigh of relief. Originally Qin Mo had planned to directly replace his arm for forging, but the problem was that he certainly couldn't complete the task himself. The only one in the entire base who could help Qin Mo with the replacement was Scalpel, but that fellow had only been created recently, at best capable of doing odd jobs and debugging equipment. Such delicate work as arm replacement was far beyond his ability. It seems my kidnapping plan needs to be put on the agenda. On Earth, only 2 individuals could perform the arm replacement for Qin Mo: Wretched from the Autobots and Knockout from the Decepticons. Wretched was out of the question. That guy almost never left the Autobot base. Even if Qin Mo launched a surprise attack while others were away and captured him, given Wretched's personality, it would be difficult to threaten him into performing the arm replacement. But Knockout was different. That guy's backbone wasn't that stiff. With a bit of force, the other would surely comply. All he needed to do was find an opportunity to capture him when he was out on a mission. However, before that, Qin Mo needed to give Silas and his mech special forces something to occupy them. In the temporary base, Qin Mo quickly made contact with Silas. I never thought we would cooperate again so soon. Qin Mo gazed at Silas on the screen, his eyes focused and sharp as if he could see through the other's heart through the display. After a moment of silence, Qin Mo slowly nodded and said, "Yes, I am very eager to know the progress of the research on the core actuator I handed over to you not long ago." Silas' voice came through the screen, tinged with coldness and disdain. "That is none of your concern. The Mecha Special Forces hold the pinnacle of human technology. Researching and utilizing the core actuator should not be difficult for you." His words were brief and curt, as if he paid little heed to Qin Mo's inquiry. However, Qin Mo was not swayed by Silas' attitude and continued, "Indeed, but what else can you offer me?" Silas paused for a moment, then replied with a firm tone, "Everything." His voice exuded confidence and determination, as if nothing was beyond his reach. Silas continued, "As long as you can provide extraterrestrial technology, and as long as it falls within the capabilities of our Mecha Special Forces, you can name any condition." His words carried no hesitation or reservation, revealing his deep desire for the alien technology that Qin Mo possessed. "First, I need a large amount of resources, exactly the same as the last batch. Prepare another set for me," Qin Mo said bluntly, his tone resolute and decisive. Hearing Qin Mo's request, Silas replied without hesitation, "No problem." His voice exuded confidence and decisiveness, as if he was fully assured of meeting Qin Mo's demand. Seeing Silas agree so readily, Qin Mo felt slightly relieved. He then continued, "Furthermore, there is a special solid energy source on Earth called the super energy entity. I need you to help me locate this energy source and extract it." As he spoke, Qin Mo transmitted some relevant information about the super energy entity to Silas through some means. Upon receiving the information, Silas immediately examined it closely. After a while, his brows gradually furrowed and a hint of concern appeared on his face. "This solid energy is truly astonishing," Silas exclaimed. "It far surpasses all the energy sources we currently know. However, with humanity's current technological level, I fear it is not yet capable of extraction." His words conveyed his apprehension about the difficulty of the task. "You can rest assured on that point. I have designed this based on the specific conditions of humans over this period." Qin Mo carefully handed over several blueprints to the other party, explaining in detail, "This is a multifunctional powered exoskeleton. It is the result of my extensive time and effort in research and development. This exoskeleton not only greatly enhances individual combat capability but is also equipped with various advanced weapon systems, giving the user a formidable edge on the battlefield." The moment Silas took the blueprints, his gaze was drawn to them as if by a magnet, locking on tightly. Despite always leading from the front in operations, Silas was also a technical expert with profound knowledge and research in various machinery and equipment. Almost at first glance, Silas keenly perceived the exquisite design of this exoskeleton armor. He marveled inwardly that if it could be mass-equipped on his soldiers, their combat effectiveness would increase by at least 40%. Moreover, this exoskeleton could mount multiple heavy firepower weapons, achieving wide-area fire coverage, which would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the enemy. However, what excited Silas the most was the exoskeleton's ability to extract the super energy entity. This new energy source was far too tempting.
If successfully utilized, its efficiency would undoubtedly surpass 99% of the energy sources known to humanity. Thinking of this, Silas felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement.
However, Qin Mo's next words were like a basin of icy water ruthlessly extinguishing the flame of hope that had just ignited in Silas' heart. His voice was low and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Remember, we are merely partners in cooperation.
Qin Mo's tone tightened Silas' heart.
He frowned, waiting for the other to continue. Indeed, Qin Mo unsparingly laid out his conditions. I will hand over all the technology of the exoskeleton and the method for detecting the super energy entity without reservation. But in exchange, I will take 70% of the super energy entity you extract from the mining operations.
70%. Silas' eyes widened.
He instinctively wanted to refute this excessive demand. However, when he opened his mouth, he found himself momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time. He was fully aware that the situation was entirely under Qin Mo's control. If he did not agree to this condition, Qin Mo was perfectly capable of refusing to hand over the key technologies. Then he would not only fail to obtain the 30% of the super energy entity but might end up with nothing. In this situation, Silas had no choice but to grit his teeth and reluctantly nod in agreement. After the final agreement on cooperation was reached, Qin Mo unhesitatingly transmitted the relevant data to the other party via the network.
Thus Qin Mo finally secured a stable supply channel for the super energy entity, which was undoubtedly a major breakthrough.
Although the Mecha Special Forces might try to play tricks with the quantity, as long as Qin Mo held enough Cybertronian technology, they would never dare to sever ties with him completely. After completing this series of important arrangements, the Scalpel rushed over to report a significant piece of news to Qin Mo. They had successfully detected the location of the Golden Sphere. Speaking of the Golden Sphere in the Covenant of the Primes, it is truly regrettable. Among the items destroyed in that work, the most lamentable was the Golden Sphere discovered by Bulkhead and Miko in Greece. This Golden Sphere was originally an extremely efficient collection tool capable of rapidly extracting and storing super energy entities. However, fate played a cruel trick. This precious Golden Sphere was used by Starscream as a weapon to extract the super energy entity from Bulkhead's body. That was bad enough, but what was even more exasperating was that the foolish Starscream simply stood there draining the super energy entity without any regard for the Golden Sphere's safety. When Bulkhead approached, Starscream was completely oblivious and did not even think to dodge. In the end, Bulkhead effortlessly crushed the Golden Sphere with one hand, a sight that was truly heartbreaking. After arriving on Earth, Qin Mo intended to claim this item for himself. After all, with the Golden Orb, the extraction speed of super energy entities could be greatly enhanced, and as a weapon it was also quite effective against the Cybertronians. Unfortunately, according to the original storyline, Qin Mo only knew that the Golden Orb was discovered in some ruins in Greece and later sent to a museum for exhibition. He knew nothing more. For this reason, Qin Mo kept an eye on related news so that when news of the Golden Orb emerged, he could obtain it at the earliest opportunity. Qin Mo was not the only one to receive the news. The Autobots and Decepticons also learned of the Collector's whereabouts. To prevent the Collector from falling into Decepticon hands, Qing Tianzhu led a group of Autobots in vehicle mode to the museum that very night. Ordinarily, according to standard procedure, Agent Fu Lu would have negotiated to secure the Collector, but this time there was a complication. Fu Lu was undergoing some kind of closed training and could not be contacted. Given the Autobots' enormous size, entering the museum would surely be spotted. With no other choice, they had to send Meichi Jieka and Leifei to infiltrate the museum while the Autobots stood guard outside to prevent any contingencies. At the Autobot base, Jiu Huche pulled the ground bridge switch, opening a portal directly into the museum. However, as the trio entered, Jiu Huche cautioned, since you bypassed the conventional passage, there's no need to worry about triggering alarms, but remember to avoid the patrolling guards. Don't worry. Absolutely no problem. As the three rode the lift into the museum, after a quick search they soon spotted the ancient Greek statue holding the super energy collector. Outside, Qing Tianzhu in vehicle mode could observe every move of the trio through the glass. After disabling the surveillance system, the three began to act. At first everything went smoothly. The security guards in the booth had no idea that the scene on the screen was just a photo Meichi had taken and placed over the camera with her phone. But all this came to an end with the arrival of a flashy red sports car. Nice wheels, 24 inches. You're a real big guy, just like my friend back there. Knowing that Qing Tianzhu wouldn't dare transform and hit him here, Ji Dao taunted while parking right next to Qing Tianzhu. As for the friend Ji Dao mentioned, it was none other than his partner, the Decepticon skilled in polishing and the only one who opened his heart to human Sihua. Sihua was also unceremonious, racing over at full speed. Once within a certain distance, a cannon barrel popped out from his roof and fired a shot at Qing Tianzhu's rear. Even if Qing Tianzhu wanted to keep a low profile, he could not. As the missile was about to hit, he quickly transformed, caught it, and with sheer force stopped it just before it could touch the museum's floor-to-ceiling window. But before Qing Tianzhu could catch his breath, Ji Dao had already taken out a shock staff and struck him square in the face. The intense electric current actually knocked Qin Tianju to the ground, and Ji Dao, not giving him a moment to recover, leaped onto him and delivered a series of fierce jabs. After confirming that Qin Tianju was temporarily subdued, Ji Dao immediately signaled Sihua with the headlights on his chest. However, just as Sihua approached, De Huangfeng and others on both sides, hearing the commotion, rushed to assist. Perhaps due to a beginner's luck, Sihua took down the incoming De Huangfeng in airshi with just 2 shots. It was only Guban charging in from above who managed to intercept him. However, the fighting outside triggered the museum's alarm, and the security guard, who had been reading a newspaper and drinking coffee, finally noticed the situation in the exhibition hall. Jekka and his companions knew they couldn't help with what was happening outside. They could only take the collector and leave as quickly as possible. But was it really that simple? Remember, the Autobots and Decepticons were not the only ones eyeing the collector. Qin Mo had yet to make his appearance. Just as the two factions were fighting outside, a large hole suddenly burst open in the floor of the museum exhibition hall, and then Qin Mo burst up from below.
Greetings, humans.
Seeing Qin Mo's ferocious appearance, the three were terrified.
It's the Insecticon from back then.
But Jekka reacted quickly, recognizing at once that the Qin Mo before him was the Insecticon from the video.
Little ones, I mean you no harm.
I only want to take what interests me, so I advise you not to meddle. Fortunately, Jekka was shrewd enough to read the situation. Seeing that Qin Mo was also after the collector and that Qin Tianju and the others could not come to their aid, Jekka did not hesitate. He grabbed Meichi and Leifei and quickly fled the area. A wise choice. Watching the three escape, Qin Mo did not pursue. Instead, he took the collector from the statue's hand. However, before Qin Mo could get a good look at the item, a figure suddenly burst out from behind him and slammed hard into Qin Mo. Caught off guard, Qin Mo stumbled and the collector dropped from his hand. Turning around, he saw that the one who had struck him was none other than Jiu Huche. Jiu Huche had been watching everything in the museum through the monitors. When he learned of Qin Mo's intrusion, he could no longer stay put. To prevent the collector from falling into Qin Mo's or the Decepticons' hands, Jiu Huche decided to teleport directly through the ground bridge, grab the collector, and immediately withdraw from the battlefield. Even though such an action would attract the guards' attention and be captured by the museum's surveillance cameras at this point, he could no longer afford to care. Seeing Jiu Huche pick up the collector and attempt to make a swift getaway, Qin Mo naturally would not allow it. A delicate mechanical staff appeared in Qin Mo's hand. Stop right there. As Qin Mo's voice fell, the staff emitted a special wave and the hit Jiu Huche froze in place as if under a paralysis spell. That's right, this was the Decepticons' experimental weapon, the stasis staff. After retrieving the collector from Jiu Huche, Qin Mo did not leave but instead smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and charged out.
An Insecticon. How is this possible? How can there be Insecticons on Earth? Qin Mo's appearance shocked everyone present, but soon Ji Dao's face revealed an unmistakable grin. Ha ha ha. It's an Insecticon.
Go on, tear these Autobots to pieces. Ji Dao thought he could control Qin Mo by virtue of being a Decepticon, but what he didn't know was that Qin Mo had long since broken free from that control. However, at that moment Qin Mo pretended to still be under Decepticon control, roaring as he charged toward De Huangfeng, who was closest to him. With a single claw stroke, Qin Mo effortlessly left several deep gouges on Bumblebee's chest, from which a few drops of super energy fluid leaked, followed by another punch that sent him flying. But the Autobots were no pushovers either. Bulkhead caught the airborne Bumblebee from behind while RC swiftly darted out from the side, her hands transforming into guns as she strafed Qin Mo with rapid fire. Fortunately, RC's hand weapons had a small caliber, causing little damage to Qin Mo. Such caliber weapons still think to harm me. Facing Qin Mo's disdain, Optimus Prime, who had somehow arrived before him, finished his charge and slammed a heavy punch into Qin Mo's body.
And what about this?
Optimus Prime's punch was no random swing, it was calculated and aimed with perfect precision, both to send Qin Mo flying and to crash him forcefully into the caught-off-guard knockout behind.
Optimus Prime's goal was clear: to inflict as much damage on as many Decepticons as possible, throwing them into chaos.
However, he was completely unaware that his move played right into Qin Mo's scheme. Qin Mo had foreseen Optimus Prime's action, so he deliberately let himself be knocked back and collided with Knockout.
You lowly insect, get off me.
Knockout, pinned beneath Qin Mo, roared furiously, struggling desperately to push him away and regain his freedom. You useless piece of trash, why don't you? Before Knockout could finish, he suddenly felt a surge of powerful force approaching. In that instant, Qin Mo spun around and swiftly fired a dazzling light beam from his locking staff straight at Knockout. The beam struck Knockout, instantly locking him solidly in place, immobile.
Knockout's eyes widened in utter astonishment, never expecting such swift reaction and such a potent weapon from Qin Mo.
Without hesitation, Qin Mo turned and swept the locking staff's beam across the other Decepticons and Autobots nearby. Those who failed to dodge, including Bulkhead, Sihua and RC, were hit by the beam and likewise frozen in place, unable to escape. Yet Qin Mo had no intention of pressing the attack. Instead, he transformed into his insect form, grabbed the immobilized Knockout and sped away. Rather than returning directly to his main base, Qin Mo first went to his temporary hideout, tinkered for a while to block Knockout's signal, and only then brought him back to his own base. Though unable to speak or move, Knockout clearly observed everything that transpired. He could hardly believe that a primitive, foolish mechanical insect knew how to shield a Cybertronian's biosignals, something utterly unheard of. But Qin Mo paid no heed to Knockout's thoughts. His plan was now mostly complete, and soon his body would undergo further enhancement. After setting up the super energy collector, Qin Mo used the locking staff to release Knockout from his frozen state. "You primitive beast, you filthy insect! Do you dare defy me, the Decepticon medic? Do you realize this is tea?" Before Knockout could finish, a blood-red gaze fixed upon him, a gaze akin to a demon from the abyss, brimming with boundless murderous intent and authority. Qin Mo walked slowly toward Knockout, each step landing like a hammer on Knockout's heart, quickening its beat. Qin Mo's voice was low and icy. "I think you haven't grasped the situation yet." His words swept through like a chilling wind, making Knockout shiver. Qin Mo continued, "I am not one of those mechanical insects you control. I have my own thoughts and a wisdom far surpassing theirs. And you are merely my captive, a prisoner." Qin Mo's words struck Knockout like a heavy hammer, making him realize the peril of his situation. His eyes wide, Knockout stared at this mysterious and formidable foe, a surge of unprecedented terror rising within him. "Now what you must do is prove your worth to me, or else." Qin Mo's voice rose sharply with a chilling threat. "I guarantee you will die most unpleasantly." Confronted with Qin Mo's undisguised menace, Knockout's mind churned in fierce conflict. He knew that if he did not comply, his life would indeed be forfeit. In the choice between life and death, Knockout ultimately chose capitulation. "So then, oh great, mechanical insect, what can I do to assist you?" His tone had markedly turned respectful, starkly contrasting his earlier arrogance. Qin Mo wasted no words. He demanded that Knockout systematically teach him Cybertronian knowledge, or he would kill him on the spot. Knockout was stunned by Qin Mo's demand. He had never expected to be captured for the purpose of learning, and such a request coming from a mechanical insect was beyond belief. Yet Knockout had no choice to survive. He could only teach Qin Mo more Cybertronian knowledge. Knockout had seen mechanical insects before in various contexts. However, during the teaching process, Knockout was astonished to discover that the mechanical insect before him exhibited intelligence and learning ability far surpassing any he had ever encountered. Though the insect's learning speed was relatively slow, it displayed a unique comprehension and way of thinking. Nevertheless, to Knockout, its progress still crawled like a tortoise. Qin Mo himself keenly felt this. As a mechanical insect, he possessed a robust body and exceptional hunting skills, but when it came to grasping those arcane Cybertronian knowledge, he felt woefully inadequate. Perhaps due to the limited brain capacity of mechanical insects and their talents being geared toward hunting rather than study, the learning process was excruciatingly slow. Countless times Knockout was driven nearly mad by Qin Mo's obtuseness. He could barely endure the sluggishness and confusion in Qin Mo's learning, but whenever he was about to explode, Qin Mo's threats and intimidation weighed on him like a mountain, forcing him to bury his anger and frustration deep within. A full month passed, and with selective study, Qin Mo finally reached the next stage of his plan. Using the knowledge gleaned from Knockout, Qin Mo upgraded and remodeled his scalpel. In his current view, the scalpel he had crafted before could only be described as crude and slipshod. But modifying the scalpel was merely a side task. What came next was the crucial focus. "Are you certain you want to do this?" Ji Dao gazed at Qin Mo on the operating table, his face full of doubt. His eyes darted between Qin Mo and the two arms in the nearby jar, his heart filled with confusion and unease. Qin Mo lay quietly on the operating table, yet his gaze was resolute as he replied, "Of course, I have made up my mind. All you need to do now is complete this minor surgery as quickly as possible." Ji Dao frowned deeply, utterly perplexed by Qin Mo's decision. In the jar beside him were the two arms Qin Mo had exhumed from Cybertron, the arms of the Sure, and now Qin Mo wanted Ji Dao to replace his own arms with these mysterious ones. "But why would you do this?" Ji Dao couldn't help but press further. "Do these arms hold some special meaning for you?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth, revealing an enigmatic expression. He explained lightly, "I have always admired the Sure, so I wish to transplant their arms onto myself to bring me closer to them." Yet such an explanation clearly failed to convince Ji Dao. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Mo, thinking who would believe such a reason. This is utter nonsense. Despite his deep suspicions, under Qin Mo's coercion, Ji Dao had no choice. He was well aware of Qin Mo's methods. Failing to comply might bring disaster upon himself. Thus Ji Dao steeled himself and began the arm transplant surgery. "No." Just as Ji Dao prepared to induce Qin Mo into a dormant state for the procedure, Qin Mo suddenly spoke. Though his voice was low, it was exceptionally firm, halting Ji Dao's actions. "I want to witness the replacement of my arms with my own eyes." Qin Mo's tone brooked no argument as he fixed his gaze on Ji Dao as if trying to discern the man's true intentions through his eyes. To be honest, even now Qin Mo's trust in Ji Dao remained very limited. After all, their relationship was not one of friendship, not even cooperation.
Ji Dao had been forcibly taken by Qin Mo.
If he truly entered a dormant state and lost all consciousness, there was no guarantee Ji Dao wouldn't take the opportunity to harm him. At that point he would be like fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. For this reason Qin Mo flatly refused to enter dormancy even if it meant enduring more pain. He would rather suffer the agony of the procedure than risk his safety watching everything unfold to ensure his protection. Not only that, but Qin Mo had made preparations in advance. The surgically modified scalpel he had refined was placed nearby ready for battle at any moment. Additionally, he had arranged 5 mobile turrets hidden in the shadows around the operating table. These turrets had been specially modified, boasting formidable firepower and pinpoint accuracy.
Should Ji Dao show any sign of treachery, the deployed firepower would unhesitatingly rain down upon him. Though Qin Mo was uncertain whether this level of firepower could entirely eliminate Ji Dao, it would at least pose a serious threat and serve as an additional safeguard.
As you wish. Seeing Qin Mo's adamant refusal to enter dormancy, Ji Dao did not press further. He understood that each person had a different attitude toward surgery. Thus he picked up the cutting saw without hesitation and began the operation. With the whirring sound of the saw, the surgery commenced.
Qin Mo watched every move Ji Dao made, his heart slightly tense but striving to remain calm.
Before long, one of Qin Mo's arms was successfully removed. Perhaps to ease Qin Mo's anxiety, Ji Dao did not immediately remove the other arm. Instead, he retrieved the arm to be attached from the jar. Carefully he aligned the new arm with Qin Mo's body and skillfully used various tools to secure them together.
Seeing Ji Dao's meticulous professionalism, Qin Mo gradually relaxed. The entire surgery proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents.
When Ji Dao completed the final step, perfectly integrating the new arm with Qin Mo's body, Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. He gazed at his 2 brand new arms. Ji Dao stood by observing Qin Mo's reaction and said with a smile, although the surgery was highly successful, these are not the arms of an Insecticon, so some rejection reactions may occur. In the coming days you should rest gradually and allow your body to adapt to the new arms.
Qin Mo expressed gratitude for Ji Dao's reminder and nodded again, saying, "Good, very good. Medic, you have done an excellent job. But now I'm afraid you need to take a little nap."
With that, Qin Mo swiftly retrieved the locking staff from his purse. Before Ji Dao could react, Qin Mo aimed the staff at him without hesitation. A flash of light passed and Ji Dao was instantly frozen in place, unable to move. After injecting some Energon into Ji Dao's body, Qin Mo found a safe place to conceal him. Having confirmed that Ji Dao could absolutely not witness his next actions, Qin Mo carefully took out all the metal parts and electronic components he had accumulated over time. These parts and components were neatly stacked together, resembling a treasure mountain awaiting carving. Qin Mo took a deep breath and gently retrieved the hammer of the prodigy from the pile. This hammer was his secret weapon and the key tool to realizing his vision. As Qin Mo gripped the hammer of the prodigy tightly, a wondrous feeling surged through him. The hammer, which had been silent before, awakened like a slumbering beast.
After completing the authentication, it spun rapidly and emitted a blue glow.
With a slight exertion from Qin Mo's hands, the hammer of the prodigy let out a crisp hum. The blue light flowed out from the hammer like a spring, dyeing the entire space in azure.
Without hesitation, Qin Mo raised the hammer of the prodigy and slammed it down onto the pile of metal parts. Bang! 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 Each strike thundered as if declaring his resolve to the world.
Under the blue glow, the metal parts began to undergo wondrous transformations. They seemed to be imbued with life, gradually deforming and merging under the hammer's blows. Each strike brought these parts closer to the vision in Qin Mo's heart.
Qin Mo's movements grew increasingly swift.
Though his newly reattached hands trembled slightly, his gaze remained focused and resolute.
He brandished the Tenjiao hammer, incessantly pouring his strength and creativity into every component.
At last, when Qin Mo slammed the Tenjiao hammer heavily onto the ground, the entire space seemed to shudder. The scattered metal parts, once fragmented, had now been forged into the shapes he desired: a massive mechanical cultivation pod and a sophisticated exoskeleton suit. Without hesitation, Qin Mo donned the mechanical suit, then slowly leaned against the wall and sat down. His movements appeared labored yet resolute. Once seated, he gripped the Tenjiao hammer tightly with one hand while the other fumbled for the activation button on the suit and pressed it without hesitation. Instantly, the mechanical suit emitted a low hum and indicator lights flickered frantically as though undergoing an intricate and precise startup sequence. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's body was gradually enveloped by the suit, merging seamlessly with it. As the suit activated, Qin Mo's body began to tremble violently, his eyes growing dim as if all vitality had drained away, plunging him into a state of suspended animation. Even the flame within him became exceptionally faint at that moment, as if it might extinguish at any second. Yet all of this was part of Qin Mo's plan. He deliberately induced the suspended animation to trigger a special protocol within the Tenjiao hammer. As expected, upon sensing his state, a mechanism inside the hammer was successfully activated.
Just as when Optimus Prime was buried under rubble while covering the retreat of others, his life hanging by a thread, the Tianjiao hammer began to operate autonomously. A faint blue light surfaced on the Tianjiao hammer, growing increasingly brilliant until it completely enveloped Qin Mo. The blue light surged into Qin Mo's body like a powerful energy current, carrying out a comprehensive transformation and upgrade. Under the influence of this immense energy, Qin Mo's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Time passed and the blue light never ceased its work. Finally, when the last trace of upgrade was completed, the blue light gradually receded and vanished. Qin Mo then emerged from his suspended animation, slowly opening his eyes. A flicker of confusion appeared in his gaze, but it was quickly replaced by elation. He could clearly sense that his body had undergone a transformative change, becoming immensely powerful. Excellent, perfect. I feel strength coursing through every fiber of my being. Qin Mo was overjoyed with his current physical state. Through the miraculous transformation of the Tianjiao hammer, his entire bodily functions had achieved a staggering enhancement. His height even surpassed Optimus Prime's by half a head. This made him more imposing in stature, drawing all eyes. The armor on his exterior was incredibly hard, now capable of completely neutralizing the energy weapon attacks wielded by elite Decepticons. Even large-caliber energy cannons like those of Megatron or Bulkhead could hardly inflict substantial damage on Qin Mo. This formidable defense rendered him invincible in battle, a truly unbeatable existence. Yet for Qin Mo these were not the most crucial gains. What he valued most was the vast enhancement of his brain capacity and computational power. Recalling his earlier struggles while learning from Knockout, it was precisely due to his brain's slow processing speed and insufficient computing capability. Now, after the Tianjiao hammer's transformation, his brain had become extraordinarily powerful, making learning new things effortless. Moreover, because it was only a suspended animation, he retained the ability to assume an insectoid form. This allowed him to shift forms flexibly when needed, adapting to various environments and combat scenarios. Even more surprising, the Tianjiao hammer's alteration granted him a brand new vehicle form. Whether a car racing on the ground or an aircraft soaring through the sky, he could easily scan and transform into that form. This multiform capability endowed Qin Mo with immense advantages in both combat and mobility. However, this was merely a stage in his evolution. His true final form had yet to be revealed. In fact, the mechanical pod that Qin Mo had meticulously crafted had been waiting for its moment to shine. Without hesitation, Qin Mo retrieved the hyper-energy collector, shield generator and locking staff, items he had acquired on Earth through great hardship, and carefully placed them into the mechanical. With everything prepared, Qin Mo stepped into the pod without hesitation, as if it were his destined refuge. As the pod activated, a low hum arose, heralding a startling transformation about to unfold. Qin Mo's body was gradually encased by the pod, his consciousness slowly fading until he fell into a deep dormant state. During his slumber, wondrous changes occurred within the pod. Mechanical arms extended from the walls, moving like agile tentacles, reaching precisely and swiftly toward Qin Mo's body. These mechanical arms seemed alive, deftly operating various tools and instruments to carry out meticulous modifications on his physique. Time passed and the transformation proceeded steadily within the pod. When Qin Mo finally opened his eyes again, the shield generator, locking staff and hyper-energy collector that had been inside the pod were now perfectly integrated with his body. These three powerful devices not only caused no discomfort but instead made him feel even stronger, as if boundless energy surged within him. Now Qin Mo could manipulate them at will. They had become part of him. The reason the hyper-energy collector had been destroyed, aside from Starscream's own foolishness, was its inherent fragility. Bulkhead crushed it with minimal effort. The locking staff fared no better, almost always malfunctioning due to external force. Now, however, Qin Mo had installed all three items inside his body, protected by his external armor. This ensured their normal operation and safeguarded them. His overall combat capability had surged accordingly. You ungrateful wretch! I performed that surgery out of the goodness of my heart in you. With Qin Mo raising his hand to release Knockout from his immobilization, the now free Knockout immediately began to denounce Qin Mo's despicable behavior, but before he could finish his words, he saw that the person before him did not seem to be Qin Mo. Who are you? Where's Qin Mo? Gazing at this unfamiliar and towering figure, Knockout had no doubt that if the other party wished, a single slap could crush him. In response, Qin Mo smiled lightly and said, I am Qin Mo. Now I have become stronger. I am Li Shinju. Knockout had no idea what had happened to make Qin Mo so powerful, and Qin Mo would not explain it to him. However, under Qin Mo's physical persuasion, Knockout could only swallow his displeasure and continue teaching Qin Mo more Cybertronian knowledge. After the upgrade and transformation, Qin Mo's learning ability was astonishingly fast, like a dry sponge greedily absorbing the nourishment of knowledge. Unfortunately, Knockout was after all just a medic, and his knowledge was quite limited. After learning everything Knockout knew, Qin Mo began to think about how to deal with him. Knockout could also sense this, especially when he noticed that Qin Mo's gaze toward him had changed. A tremendous sense of crisis struck his mind.
Fortunately Qin Mo had no intention of killing Knockout. After all, he had already learned all the knowledge in Knockout's mind. Even if he killed him, all he would get would be a corpse with very limited benefits. What Qin Mo wanted was to completely drain Knockout's value and make him contribute a bit more before leaving. However, Knockout knew nothing of this and remained in great fear. Especially after Qin Mo stopped seeking knowledge from him, Knockout felt that death was drawing ever closer. Unwilling to wait for death, Knockout quickly took action, trying every means to contact the Decepticon warship, wanting Starscream to bring troops to rescue him. He thought his actions were very covert, but what he didn't know was that everything was under Qin Mo's surveillance. Finally, after Qin Mo had built a new base and transferred most of the equipment from this base, Knockout managed to get in touch with Starscream. "What? You were captured by a machine insect?" Starscream could hardly believe his ears. Ever since Knockout disappeared over a month ago, Starscream had sent people to search everywhere. After all, as the only medic on the warship and a part-time scientist, Knockout was quite valuable. But as time passed and there was still no news of Knockout, Starscream had to assume that Knockout was dead. Now, however, Knockout suddenly contacted him saying that a machine insect had captured him. This was hard for Starscream to accept at first. That's right, this machine insect is very different. It possesses intelligence and cannot be controlled. It will definitely become an obstacle to the Decepticons' conquest in the future. Starscream, however, didn't pay much attention to what Knockout said. After all, in his understanding, machine insects were just a bunch of mindless beasts. Even if this one was a bit smarter, how smart could it be? Knockout must have said this to get his attention so that he would send troops to rescue him as soon as possible. Believing he had seen through everything, Starscream did not voice these thoughts because regardless, Knockout certainly needed to be saved. This guy was still very useful as the Decepticons' medic, and Starscream also needed this rescue operation to boost the Decepticons' favorability toward him, thereby securing his position. But more importantly, it was to increase Knockout's favorability. After all, as the only medic on the warship, once he was in his good graces, his words would carry considerable weight. Gaining this guy's allegiance early would make even taking out Megatron much easier. Alright, enough useless talk. Tell me your location and I'll send people over immediately. As luck would have it, even though Knockout was imprisoned here by Qin Mo, through serendipity he had actually obtained the precise coordinates of his location. After obtaining the precise coordinates, Starscream immediately assembled a group of Decepticon soldiers and led the team personally. However, just as they were about to depart, Dead End, having somehow gotten word, came to Starscream and volunteered. "Lord Starscream, I wish to go with you. Knockout is my partner after all, so I want to rescue him." Although Starscream was uncomfortable with Dead End choosing a car as his vehicle considering his combat effectiveness, after a moment's thought he nodded and said, "Suit yourself. Since you want to come on." Since the base was underground, entering directly through conventional means was not easy, as not every Cybertronian was as adept at digging as machine insects. Therefore Starscream and his men used a ground bridge to directly enter Qin Mo's underground base. The first to burst out of the ground bridge was Dead End, his arms already transformed into hammers, roaring clearly ready for battle. Unfortunately, when he charged out, there was no sign of Qin Mo around. Following him came 4 Decepticon elites. After confirming it was safe, Starscream finally emerged from the ground bridge somewhat belatedly. "This place doesn't seem like much." Looking around, Starscream said flatly, "Spread out and find our medic. Ensure his safety. If you encounter that machine insect on the way, do not hesitate, destroy it immediately." Starscream had ultimately underestimated the strength of Qin Mo, that machine insect, or rather he had never taken Knockout's words to heart. However, he would soon suffer a great loss because of this. To show how much he valued Knockout, Starscream had brought quite a few people for the rescue. First there was Knockout's partner Dead End, then 4 Decepticon elites selected from his air squadron, and finally 8 ordinary Decepticon grunts. In Starscream's opinion, this force was more than enough for a skirmish, and dealing with a single machine insect would be as easy as an old lady blowing her nose, a sure thing. But what he didn't expect was that an accident would soon occur. Just as the Decepticons were spreading out to search for Knockout, an unfortunate Decepticon elite while walking suddenly felt the ground give way beneath his feet and fell down. Before the elite could react, he looked up and met the gaze of Qin Mo, who had been waiting for him. "It's the mock." In panic, the Decepticon elite barely uttered 2 words before being frozen in place by a beam from Qin Mo's left arm. Then Qin Mo grabbed his head with his right hand, and in an instant all the Energon in his body was drained. Qin Mo stood in place, his gaze falling upon the bodies of the Decepticon elites who had perished from the shortage of super energy units, and a faint satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips. Yet he did not indulge too long in this fleeting victory, for he knew well that now was not the time to let down his guard. He moved swiftly, dragging the lifeless elite's body, and concealed himself once more like a phantom, silent and unnoticed. This very place was the Hongmen feast he had meticulously prepared for the Decepticons. Long before their arrival, Qin Mo had already excavated a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels beneath the base. From the surface these passages were utterly undetectable, but for Qin Mo they served as secret conduits through which he could swiftly traverse. The elite he had eliminated was merely the beginning of this slaughter feast. As time passed, more and more Decepticons fell into the traps Qin Mo had dug. Some unfortunate souls, the moment they plunged into the pits, were drained of their super energy units by Qin Mo like a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. Others were slightly luckier, only to be instantly blasted into scrap by the numerous turrets installed within the traps. However, the roar of the turrets firing could not escape the ears of Starscream and his men. "What's that sound?" Starscream immediately caught the noise of the cannon fire and reacted swiftly, dashing toward the direction from which it came. But as he sprinted, suddenly the ground gave way beneath him and he plummeted straight down as if losing all gravity. He too had stepped on one of Qin Mo's traps. However, unlike those foolish Decepticons who fell headlong, Starscream reacted with extraordinary speed. Before he could fully descend, he spread his legs wide and braced himself, thus managing to avoid falling completely. Yet the turrets installed below paid no heed to such efforts. They activated almost the instant the trap was triggered. Seeing the dark muzzles aimed at him, Starscream broke out in a cold sweat. He frantically clawed at the edges and managed to crawl out of the pit just before being blown to pieces. And the first thing Starscream did after escaping was to fire a missile down into the pit, obliterating all the turrets within. After this close shave, Starscream dared not be careless. He became cautious, advancing carefully while searching. Everything he did was observed by Qin Mo, hidden in the shadows. If Qin Mo had wished with his current combat prowess, he could have silently eliminated Starscream, but he chose not to. After all, the troublemaking ability of this guy was well known. Keeping him around to continue stirring up chaos within the Decepticon ranks and muddying the waters would undoubtedly benefit Qin Mo in every way. From Knockout sending out a distress signal to Starscream leading a rescue party, everything was under Qin Mo's control. His aim was to extract the last ounce of value from Knockout, and judging by the current situation, the plan had been executed flawlessly. After the series of operations, Qin Mo had secured the bodies of 4 Decepticon elites, all drained of their super energy units and preserved in the most intact manner. As for the 8 Decepticon grunts that had followed, 6 had been shattered into a pile of components by the traps. Only 2 survivors had managed to regroup with Starscream. "Sir, something is very wrong here. That insect machine probably knew we were coming." "Nonsense. Do I need you to tell me that?" By now Starscream was fuming with rage. He barked, "You two stick close to me. Find Knockout and evacuate immediately." "But sir," one of the Decepticon grunts said with a hint of worry, "given the situation, it's highly likely that Medical Officer Knockout has turned traitor, otherwise there's no explanation." "Enough." Starscream cut him off before he could finish. "I don't want to hear it. Knockout is utterly loyal to the Decepticons, he would never betray us." Though Starscream said this aloud, he too began to have doubts. Fortunately, at that moment a series of hurried footsteps echoed from not far away. Starscream and the 2 grunts, already on edge, immediately snapped into combat readiness. But the one approaching was not an enemy, it was Dead End, followed by the very target of their rescue mission, Knockout. "Lord Starscream, I found Knockout." Dead End was visibly elated, however Starscream wore a grim expression. He looked at the somewhat haggard Knockout, seemed about to say something but swallowed his words and instead said, "Good that you found him. Let's get out of here immediately." As the ground bridge opened, Starscream along with the rescued Knockout and the remnants of his squad quickly departed and returned to the Decepticon warship. Yet the moment they were back on the ship and the ground bridge closed, Starscream whirled around, pointing at Knockout, and commanded, "Guards, seize him." What? Why?" Before Knockout could comprehend what was happening, 2 Decepticon soldiers approached and escorted him out, one on each side. Dead End wanted to intervene, but after meeting Starscream's gaze he ultimately held back. Meanwhile, after Starscream and his team had left, Qin Mo abandoned the current base. He packed up the 4 Decepticon elite corpses and the shattered components, then transported them all to his new base. Though the relocation cost Qin Mo considerable effort, the rewards were well worth it. Through dissecting and studying these 4 bodies, he gained a deeper understanding of Cybertronians. At that moment aboard the Decepticon warship. "I've told you already, I don't know. How many times must I say it for you to understand?" Knockout was now suspended in the interrogation room, his precious paintwork thoroughly scratched. 2 Decepticon soldiers were interrogating him. "Still stubborn? Spill everything you know." With that, one of the soldiers mercilessly thrust an electric prod deep into Knockout's body. Violent currents surged through every part of Knockout, the agony forcing him to let out series of screams. "Enough." At that moment the interrogation room door opened and Starscream entered, hands behind his back. "You 2 may leave now. I need to talk to Knockout." "Yes, Lord Starscream." 2 after they left, only Starscream and Knockout remained in the interrogation room. "Lord Starscream." Staring at the silent Starscream, Knockout inwardly seethed with displeasure, yet he had no choice but to yield, otherwise he might not even survive leaving this interrogation chamber. Hong Jiju looked at Jidao with a distressed expression, his face full of helplessness and reluctance. He sighed and said to Jidao, "Jidao, I know your character, you would never betray us.
However, this time to save you we paid a tremendous price. We lost 4 elite warriors and 6 brave soldiers. Jideo's face turned extremely grim. He anxiously tried to explain, but Hong Zhizhu interrupted him. I know. But there are things beyond our control. To reassure the other brothers, we must go through with this procedure. Jidao quickly nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, Lord Hong Zhizhu. I completely understand. I am very grateful for your trust in me. Seeing Jideo's submissive and humble attitude, Hong Zhizhu felt secretly pleased. He thought that his skill in managing subordinates was becoming more and more masterful. Just like now he had someone beat him, yet Jidao not only bore no resentment but was so respectful and even thanked him. Hong Zhizhu's mood instantly brightened. He decided to stop making things difficult for Jidao and quickly released him. At the same time he announced to all the Bashianhu on the ship, brothers, after my thorough and in-depth investigation I can now very confidently tell you that Jidao is absolutely not a traitor. He is a man of unyielding integrity. Even when facing those ferocious mechanical insects he never betrayed the interests of us Bashianhu. The others did not have much reaction to these words. After all, having a medic officer on the ship was indeed a good thing for them. However, the 2 Bashianhu soldiers responsible for interrogating Jidao were completely different. Their hearts were filled with fear and worry, terrified that Jidao would settle scores and take revenge on them. But their worries were actually somewhat unnecessary. Right after the order reinstating Jidao to his original position was announced, Jidao unhesitatingly returned to his medical bay and immersed himself in work, having no time to pay attention to those 2 insignificant underlings. Jidao, you're finally back. That's wonderful. Siwa, who was polishing Wizenshin lying on the cold operating table, immediately broke into an extremely warm smile upon seeing Jidao enter. Yes, it's really great to be back. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Jidao couldn't help but relax and said, if I weren't lucky enough this time I might really not have made it back. Just as Siwa was about to continue working, Jidao stopped him and said, Wizenshin's condition is what it is, why not give me a polish and wax first? After Siwa's polishing and waxing the originally battered, Jidao quickly returned to his former state, his shiny paint looking as good as new. As Jidao was admiring his graceful figure, the medical bay door opened and Hong Zhizhu walked in slowly. Upon seeing Jidao he said impatiently, I brought you back to work, not to preen yourself here. Yes, Lord Hong Zhizhu, Jidao quickly said. But I think it's necessary to adjust myself to the best conditions so that I can fully devote myself to work. Hong Zhizhu didn't pay much attention to this. His gaze fell on the unconscious Wizenshin and he asked, how is our Lord Wizenshin doing? Still the same. Jidao shrugged and said, I've just reviewed Wizenshin's physical data reports over this period. Although his brain is active, his body remains in deep hibernation. Is that so? Hearing this, Hong Zhizhu's lips curled slightly, then quickly steadied as he said, this is really bad news. I think Lord Wizenshin wouldn't want to remain in such a half-dead painful state. He must be suffering greatly right now. Not exactly. Jidao clearly did not grasp Hong Zhizhu's implication. Instead he stated, according to the data report, to be precise, Wizenshin is having a beautiful dream, a dream from which he will never wake. I don't care if he's dreaming or not, what I want is. Perhaps noticing his loss of control, Hong Zhizhu quickly stopped, cleared his throat lightly and said, what we want is for Lord Wizenshin to return to lead us again, not to lie here like a corpse. Forget it, continue your work. With that, Hong Zhizhu quickly left. As Hong Zhizhu was pondering the safest way to kill Wizenshin, a single-person spacecraft was speeding towards Earth in the distant cosmos. As the spacecraft's speed increased, its surface caught fire upon entering the atmosphere, clearly out of control. Eventually it crashed deep in a forest, knocking down a large swath of trees and leaving a long drag mark on the ground before finally coming to a stop. As time passed, the Kichuran base soon detected the super energy leaked from the spacecraft crash. At that time the Kichuran were in a state of extreme shortage of super energy. Gaban, Dawangfeng, Erkian and even King Tianzu. Except for Jiuhuche, who was debugging equipment at the base, all other Kichuran, when not on mission, were sent to various locations with super energy reactions to search and mine more super energy. This time Erkian was the one exploring this area. Unaware of the spacecraft's existence, Erkian thought this was just an ordinary exploration mission in the deep mountains and forests and thus brought Jieka along. However, judging by the current situation, Jieka was not having an easy time. Erkian walked ahead with a detector while Jieka followed behind, waving his hands to drive away the surrounding mosquitoes and insects. I should have brought some insect repellent. The mosquitoes on this reconnaissance mission are as big as vampire bats, sucking as much blood as they want. As he spoke, Jieka slapped a mosquito that had landed on his arm. You're quite experienced with outdoor activities, Jieka. In response to Erkian's teasing, Jieka smiled and retorted, you're not mocking my survival kit, are you? Maybe. I may not have a mosquito-proof metal shell, but in a flash I can cook instant macaroni and cheese with my multifunction folding knife and magnesium fire starter. As he said this, Jieka patted the small bag at his waist. It was evident that after this period of getting along, the Kichuran had become quite harmoniously integrated with their respective human parts. You have your tools, I have mine.
As soon as Erkian finished speaking, the detector in her hand emitted a sound. Looking at the detector whose needle was almost at its maximum, she said with slight confusion, "Strange, Jovuchi scan results are accurate, but the underground super energy deposits shouldn't give such a high reading." Just as RC and Jack continued forward following the detector's guidance for some distance, suddenly a long and horrifying crash trail appeared before their eyes. This trail was like a hideous scar deeply etched into the ground, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. What happened? Jack's eyes widened, his face full of shock as he stared at the sight before him. He was clearly inexperienced with such a situation. RC, standing beside him, was much calmer. She stared at the crash trail and said thoughtfully, "This should be an emergency landing." After explaining, RC looked down at Jack beside her and warned, "Stay behind me and keep close." Her voice was low and firm, exuding an unquestionable authority. The two followed the drag marks, stepping cautiously and lightly as if afraid to awaken some sleeping beast. Before long they spotted the spacecraft that had crash-landed there. It lay silently on the ground, its massive body seeming battered and broken as if it had endured a fierce battle. "Is this an Autobot or Decepticon ship?" Jack asked nervously, his gaze fixed on the mysterious ship, his heart filled with doubt and unease. RC shook her head, frowned slightly and replied, "It's hard to say." Her tone conveyed caution. She clearly found this unknown situation quite troublesome. After a moment of thought, RC decided to let Jack wait where he was while she went alone to inspect the ship. She took a deep breath, transformed one hand into an energy gun and cautiously approached the direction of the ship. As RC gradually neared the ship's hatch, a sinister aura rushed toward her. The pitch-black entrance resembled a bottomless abyss with no light at all, looking like a man-eating mechanical beast with its jaws wide open waiting for prey to fall into its trap. RC carefully raised her gun and slowly stepped into the darkness. Her steps were hesitant, as if filled with fear and unease about what she was about to face. As she stepped into that area, the faint light from outside seeped through the gaps, barely illuminating the surroundings. RC looked closely and saw rows of jars filled with an unknown solution arranged neatly, exuding an eerie atmosphere. What shocked RC even more was that these jars contained bizarre-looking monster corpses. The creatures' faces were hideous and terrifying, their twisted features and pained expressions sent chills down the spine. One could imagine what torment and fear they had endured before dying. This familiar scene was like a key instantly unlocking the door to RC's long-dormant memories. Scenes from the past flashed before her eyes like slides, those forgotten fragments surged back into her mind, making her feel dizzy. "No, it can't be. How could it be her?" RC murmured to herself, her voice filled with disbelief and shock. Just then RC suddenly steadied herself against the ship's surface, her body swaying unsteadily. Jack, who had been waiting outside, saw this and felt a pang of worry. He rushed over and asked with concern, "RC, what's wrong?" Jack's call pulled RC back from the abyss of memories. Her eyes gradually regained clarity, but her face remained as pale as paper. "I know whose ship this is." RC took a deep breath, steadied herself and said to Jack. Before her words had even faded, RC immediately turned around, preparing to call the Autobot base, hoping to quickly activate the ground bridge and return to base. However, just as she was about to press the communication button, a burst of static came through. The high-frequency interference pulse emitted by the ship directly disabled RC's communication equipment. In other words, if they couldn't escape the range of the interference pulse, they would be completely unable to establish any contact with the base. Faced with this situation, Jack felt confused and lost. He kept asking RC, "Whose ship is this exactly? What's wrong? Why is this happening?" However, at this moment RC seemed completely immersed in her own memories. Those painful memories surged like a tide, overwhelming her. Her heart was filled with fear and unease, unable to answer Jack's questions at all. "Wait here," RC suddenly said, then she strode toward the depths of the forest. Jack hesitated but decided to follow her instructions and stay put. However, after RC had taken a few steps, she suddenly stopped. In front of her was a huge tree that had been snapped in half, with a puddle of green viscous liquid emitting white smoke at the break. RC's face instantly turned deathly pale and her body trembled involuntarily. She knew what that puddle of liquid meant, and it brought back those terrifying memories. Looking at the frail Jack beside her, RC realized that at this moment she could not take risks. Without hesitation, she transformed into her vehicle form and shouted to Jack, "Get on quickly." Although Jack was very puzzled by the sudden turn of events, he quickly climbed onto RC's body and got seated. After putting on the helmet, Jack gripped the handlebars tightly. Before he could react, RC shot forward like an arrow from a bow. The speed was so great, like lightning streaking across the night sky, making Jack feel as if he might be ejected like a cannonball at any moment. What speed indeed, fast. Not far away, Qin Mo watched RC speeding away with Jack on board. A slight curl of his lips revealed a sly smile. "Once you've both exhausted each other, I can reap the benefits." RC drove the vehicle zooming across a long ravine, then slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt. "RC calling base, damn it." RC shouted urgently into the communicator, "We've run so far, but I can't believe the ship's interference range is this wide. We still haven't escaped." Jack jumped off the vehicle rubbing his dizzy head from the bumps and complained, "Why did you drive so fast? It's not like I haven't faced danger before, why the rush?" However, before he could finish his words, RC interrupted him. She looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "Wait here. This time I'm serious. First you wouldn't tell me and now you want to leave me behind. You know I'm your partner." Faced with Arcee's strange behavior, Jack truly had no idea what was wrong with her. "No Jack, you're still just a child." Arcee stood before him in her humanoid form, her voice laced with a hint of resignation and concern. "The reason you're here is that this mission was originally deemed to be without risk. Do you understand?" With that, she gave Jack no time to respond, swiftly transformed back into her vehicle mode and sped off toward the depths of the forest like a bolt of lightning. In truth, Arcee's initial plan was not to face this all alone. She had intended to first contact the base, have them safely retrieve Jack, and then report the situation in detail to Optimus Prime, waiting for everyone to come and take action together. However, reality had completely defied her expectations. The range of the interference pulse was so vast that it far exceeded her imagination. Coupled with the complex terrain of the forest, escaping within a short time was no easy feat. Thus, to ensure that despicable foe wouldn't seize the chance to escape, Arcee had no choice but to make a difficult decision to place Jack at a relatively safe distance. Only then could she turn back with a clear conscience to settle the old grudge. Yet it never occurred to Arcee that her cryptic behavior would only arouse Jack's suspicion. After she left, Jack hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow and see what was going on. The one who could make Arcee so fearful and furious, who had also attracted Qin Mo, the owner of this spaceship that crash-landed on Earth, none other than the infamous Black Widow, the queen of the Insecticons, the Decepticon traitor effortlessly manipulated by Soundwave, the lucky one who nearly schemed Megatron to death, and ultimately the unfortunate soul trapped on Cybertron's moon. As for the enmity between Black Widow and Arcee, it was indeed a tale unknown to many. It all began during the war on Cybertron. Back then, Arcee had a partner named Dangban. Through long years of fighting side by side, their synergy was nothing short of seamless. However, during a critical mission, an accident occurred. In that mission, Arcee and Dangban were tasked with attacking an important artillery bunker. Yet in the heat of battle, Dangban failed to neutralize the sniper hidden within the bunker in time, leaving Arcee to face the enemy's fierce assault alone. Undeterred, Arcee resolutely charged into the enemy ranks and engaged in a thrilling close-quarters combat. After a fierce struggle, she successfully completed the mission and safely withdrew from the Decepticon stronghold. Just as Arcee breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had escaped danger, an unexpected enemy appeared: Black Widow. With lightning speed, Black Widow used her sticky webbing to bind Arcee tightly and swiftly abducted her. When Arcee regained consciousness, she found herself in Black Widow's interrogation chamber, surrounded by a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Despite enduring brutal torture from Black Widow, Arcee remained unyielding, but the hatred in her heart for Black Widow only grew stronger. Fortunately, Arcee eventually managed to escape from Black Widow's clutches. Yet when she went to rescue Dangban, she discovered that he had already fallen victim to Black Widow's cruelty, meeting his death in that very chamber. This bitter grievance was henceforth deeply etched into Arcee's heart, becoming an everlasting wound that she could never forget. Afterward, the flames of vengeance burned fiercely within Arcee. She resolved countless times to bring Black Widow to justice and avenge Dangban's murder. Yet each time she fell just short of success. Black Widow always managed to slip away at the critical moment. Now at long last, Arcee had found the perfect opportunity, and she would not let it slip by easily. She raced back to the spaceship in a frenzy, ready to take Black Widow by surprise and crush her in one fell swoop. When Arcee arrived beside the spaceship again, her emotions were running high as she eagerly prepared to charge in and deliver a fatal blow to Black Widow. However, upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find that standing inside was not her archenemy Black Widow, but an entirely unfamiliar figure, something that looked like an Insecticon. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had already completed most of the inspection of the spaceship and was dismantling the parts that could still be used. Just as he was engrossed in his work, he suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent approaching from behind. He whirled his head around and locked eyes with Arcee, whose face was brimming with murderous intent. In the face of Arcee's glare, Qin Mo remained exceptionally calm, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, a hint of derision. He looked at Arcee and said unhurriedly, "If I were you, I wouldn't waste any more time here." Arcee was bewildered by Qin Mo's words. Frowning deeply, she pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Seeing Arcee still at a loss, Qin Mo decided to stop beating around the bush and cut straight to the chase. "Your little human pet has followed you back. And as for Black Widow's nature, I think you know it better than I do." Qin Mo tapped lightly on a nearby container as he continued, "I'm just curious, what size of container will Black Widow use to stash your human pet?" Hearing this, Arcee finally realized the gravity of the situation. She shot to her feet, cried out Jack's name, and then shot off like an arrow from a bow, racing back in the direction she had come. Arcee's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from Qin Mo's sight. Meanwhile, Jack, filled with doubt and worry, hesitated only briefly before setting off on foot, chasing after the direction Arcee had taken. But how could human legs ever match Arcee's 2 wheels?
Despite running desperately, Jack could not catch up to Arcee.
In this dense forest it was nearly impossible for Jack to continue tracking Arcee on his own.
Moreover, trekking through the forest for a long time would not only drain his stamina but also keep his nerves on edge.
Weighing the pros and cons, Jack decided to give up the chase and instead find a relatively safe and comfortable place to rest. After searching around, he finally found a relatively flat area not far away. He quickly set up the tent and lit a campfire, hoping to ward off any potential wild animals. However, Jack did not realize that the very fire he had ignited had attracted the attention of a predator that had just arrived in this forest. A native creature of this world.
Black Widow quickly locked onto Jack in the tent through thermal scanning. Her voice slowly echoed in the darkness like a demon from hell. My first local prey. Time to let humans taste the sting of my venom. With that, Black Widow instantly entered a hunting state. Her 4 long spider legs moved silently like phantoms towards Jack's direction. Each step was so light yet brimming with boundless murderous intent. Meanwhile, Jack was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He was fully focused on preparing his instant macaroni, oblivious to the impending doom.
On Black Widow's side, after gradually closing the distance to Jack, she suddenly burst forth like lightning, like a black meteor charging straight towards Jack's tent. However, at this critical moment, Arcee arrived like a savior at just the right time. She sped in at an astonishing speed and without hesitation crashed directly into Black Widow midair. The collision was like Mars hitting Earth, producing a tremendous sound. Due to Arcee's sudden appearance, Black Widow, who had been heading straight for Jack, was violently knocked off course.
The two tumbled rapidly in another direction like cannonballs ricocheting. During this thrilling process, Black Widow displayed astonishing reaction speed and physical coordination.
While tumbling, she quickly adjusted her posture, using her 4 spider legs to continuously exert force, skillfully altering the trajectory of their rolling. In the end, Black Widow successfully slammed Arcee hard against a solid rock, then used the recoil to quickly distance herself from Arcee. Arcee, what a small universe. Black Widow curled her lips, looking at her old acquaintance with a faint sardonic smile, a hint of subtle amusement flickering in her eyes. Arcee's face, however, was terrifyingly dark. She stared at Black Widow as if she wanted to devour her.
It is too small, Black Widow.
Her voice was cold and low, tinged with obvious anger.
Black Widow seemed completely unaffected by Arcee's anger.
Her tone remained light and she even casually adjusted her stance.
Are you still hating me? It's been so many years since the war.
You should say that to the Decepticons.
Arcee's anger finally ignited completely and she roared furious. Black Widow, however, was unconcerned.
She just smiled faintly.
Oh. That's a real pity. I've chosen to go solo now to satisfy my new hobby.
Upon hearing the words new hobby, Arcee's mind instantly flashed back to the things she had seen on Black Widow's ship. Her face turned even darker.
I've already seen what you have. Black Widow's smile grew wider.
She corrected, you mean my trophies.
I like collecting endangered species.
Of course they weren't endangered before they met me.
Black Widow's tone was full of mockery. And I've saved a spot for humans too.
It had to be admitted that Black Widow's body structure and abilities were perfectly suited for hunting. Moreover, as a mechanical lifeform, she had an advantage over those carbon-based lifeforms of flesh and blood, especially without external assistance. They didn't need to worry about suffocation from lack of oxygen. They could survive even in the vacuum of space as long as they had sufficient energy.
At this point, Arcee clearly had no intention of exchanging further pleasantries.
She suddenly pushed off with her legs and charged at Black Widow. The two first engaged in a brief close-quarters brawl, then separated and exchanged a barrage of gunfire. However, both were agile types, and with just shooting, neither could hit the other for a while.
Black Widow mused silently, confident that her unique webbing could firmly bind Arcee just as it had during the Great War on Cybertron.
However, Arcee was clearly prepared for this move. The moment Black Widow shot her webbing, Arcee moved swiftly like lightning. She agilely sidestepped, not getting stuck by the web, but only her hands were bound and they were quickly cut free by the arm blades on her wrists. This series of movements was fluid and decisive, clearly the result of extensive training and combat experience.
Seeing this, Black Widow was startled.
She hadn't expected Arcee to react so quickly and with such strength.
But she didn't give up. She immediately adjusted her posture, ready to attack again.
However, Arcee had already gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment when Black Widow was off balance, she dashed forward and delivered a fierce knife hand strike, smashing it into Black Widow.
Black Widow failed to dodge and was hit by the strike, her body recoiling violently.
Although the blow didn't cause too much damage, it made her realize that the Arcee before her was no longer what she used to be. After all these years of training, Arcee's combat skills and marksmanship had undergone a qualitative leap. In contrast, during her years of traveling through space, Black Widow had been indulging in boring hunting games. Her skills had not improved, but instead regressed. This shifting balance of power allowed RC to gain more and more advantage in the fight. In the end, RC pinned Black Widow down with lightning speed, her gun barrel aimed directly at Black Widow's head. With just a gentle squeeze of the trigger, Black Widow's life would end in an instant. However, just when RC had the overwhelming advantage, a sound of rolling stones came from not far away. Both instinctively looked in that direction, and the newcomer was none other than Jack, who had heard the commotion and come to check. This momentary distraction allowed Black Widow to seize the opportunity. She swung her sharp spider legs fiercely, sending RC flying. Then, without giving RC any chance to react, she shot out sticky webbing, successfully gluing her firmly to the rock. Sometimes humans like Jack really had no situational awareness. RC. Seeing RC stuck on the rock wall, Jack didn't hesitate and ran decisively towards her. Such action showed that Jack and RC had a good relationship, and he was worried about her safety, but what use was it? The size difference between a human and a Cybertronian was immense, and the webbing used by Black Widow was not something that a human could tear apart without any external tools. The moment He Guafu laid eyes on Jack, her smile blossomed like spring flowers, nearly impossible to contain. After all, he was the first human she had encountered since arriving in this world. Moreover, judging by his close relationship with RC, it was evident their bond ran deep. For He Guafu, this was undoubtedly a double ecstasy. On one hand, she finally had the chance to acquire a creature from this planet; on the other, she could witness RC's agonized expression upon losing a companion. Well, perhaps it should be called a pet, whatever. Yet none of this escaped RC's notice. She knew full well how venomous He Guafu's heart was, so she dared not let her guard down even for a moment. In a swift motion, RC slashed her arm blade, severing a portion of the webbing without hesitation, then raised her gun and pulled the trigger unflinchingly at He Guafu, who stood there grinning foolishly. Bang! With a resounding blast, He Guafu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. After temporarily repelling her, RC shouted angrily at Jack, "Jack, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay put?" Yet Jack, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued tugging at the webbing and replied with a grin, "All I know is that a partner never abandons a partner." This was the misconception Jack had acquired from the Bashianhu he had encountered before. To them, humans were utterly insignificant, mere fleshy worms to be squashed at will. In the Bashianhu's worldview, the Kichirin were their true enemies, the targets that must be eliminated first. But He Guafu was different. She had not come to Earth to destroy the Kichirin; her spacecraft had malfunctioned and needed repairs and resupply on this planet. Additionally, she intended to hunt the planet's native species to enrich her collection of trophies. Thus, He Guafu's initial target was not RC but Jack. Seeing Jack still rooted like a wooden block, oblivious to the peril, RC finally lost her temper and roared furiously, "Listen to me. You are not my partner, you are nothing but a burden." Yet even at such blunt accusation, Jack remained unmoved and even retorted smugly, "I don't believe it. I saw fear in your eyes. You're afraid, RC, you've never been afraid before." At those words, RC's heart tightened. The memory of Dangban's murder flashed in her mind, a bloody, horrifying scene that haunted her like a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, she decided to stop playing riddles and spoke plainly, "You're right, Jack. I am afraid of losing you." Just as RC was about to explain further, He Guafu suddenly appeared before them. She walked with a graceful, unhurried stride, every step exuding an air of control, as if everything was within her grasp. "Why do you always fail to protect your partner?" He Guafu's voice was icy and taunting. "We both know what happened with Dangban." RC's face turned pale instantly. She stared wide-eyed at He Guafu, a surge of uncontrollable rage boiling within her. He Guafu was evidently a master at striking where it hurt most. Every word she spoke was like a blade piercing straight into RC's spark. "I've recently intercepted some Bashianho radio signals," He Guafu said, the corners of her mouth curling into a chilling smile. "It seems Figuashan has also been taken out." He Guafu elegantly lifted her slender fingers, gesturing delicately in the air as if painting an invisible picture. Her voice was as smooth as silk, yet laced with a bone-chilling indifference. "Sometimes you really need to ask yourself what went wrong." Fortunately, RC did not dwell on the matter. She quickly shifted her gaze to Jack, beneath her a flicker of urgency in her eyes. She spoke to Jack in the simplest possible terms. "Do you understand, Jack? She was never interested in me, only in species from various planets. And on Earth her target is humans, it's you. Run." RC's words were direct and earnest, without any pretense. Under her explanation, Jack finally grasped the severity of the situation. His face turned ashen and his legs gave way as if all strength had been drained from them. Yet the instinct for survival propelled him into a frantic sprint after a moment of shock. However, He Guafu was quicker. The instant Jack turned to flee, a strand of webbing shot from He Guafu's hand like lightning, striking the very area RC had just broken free and sealing it shut once more. "So from now on I prefer to work alone." A faint smile curled on He Guafu's lips, exuding absolute confidence in her own abilities. From the very beginning she had regarded humans as beneath notice, and now even more so. With his short legs, even if Jack ran for half an hour, he could never escape her pursuit. Thus before beginning the hunt, Haegwafu was more than willing to spend some time savoring the despair on Arxie's face. Why do all those close to you live such short lives? Haegwafu's voice was cold and mocking, as if taunting Arxie's misfortune. Please don't misunderstand, I would gladly snuff out your spark right now, but I'd rather make you suffer endless agony. At that moment Haegwafu hung upside down before Arxie in a grotesque posture supported entirely by 4 thick spider legs, a sight both terrifying and bizarre. I want you to witness with your own eyes how I turn your human friend into my trophy. Her words carried a cruel determination, as if she reveled in tormenting others. Before the echoes of her words faded, Haegwafu's 4 spider legs suddenly tensed and her body descended like lightning, landing firmly on the ground. Then without a moment's hesitation she strode in the direction Jack had fled, each step unhurried yet utterly chilling.
Arxie's heart burned with anxiety.
She struggled desperately to break free from the bonds, but every effort was futile. She could only watch helplessly as Haegwafu distanced herself, powerless to do anything but let out a series of frustrated roars. Jack ran for his life ahead, not daring to pause for even a moment, fully aware of Haegwafu's terror. Though his chest ached from the strenuous exertion and his throat filled with a metallic blood-like taste, he clenched his teeth and refused to slacken his pace.
Well done, Jack.
You've made it harder for yourself. Watching Jack running ahead, Black Widow's lips curled into a playful smirk. After climbing over a large tree that had fallen across the path, Jack felt as though his body had been drained of all energy, completely devoid of strength. His legs grew weak, unable to support his weight any longer. He fell to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, gasping for air like a fish on the verge of death.
At the same time Jack's eyes darted warily around, scanning his surroundings, terrified that the fearsome Black Widow might suddenly emerge from some unforeseen corner.
After confirming that Black Widow was nowhere in sight, Jack breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he knew he could no longer run and had to devise a way to shake off this terrifying adversary. After deep deliberation, Jack decided to take a risk. He curled up tightly beneath the fallen tree, hoping to use it as cover to evade Black Widow's pursuit. However, just as he concealed himself, the soft footsteps of Black Widow drew near, growing louder with each passing second. Jack's heart leaped into his throat. He was so tense that he dared not even breathe, afraid that the slightest sound would give away his hiding spot. Black Widow slowly approached the tree, seemingly searching intently for any trace of Jack. His heart beat quick and pounding so fiercely he felt it might burst from his chest.
Time ticked by.
After circling the tree a few times, Black Widow appeared not to have noticed Jack concealed beneath it. She paused for a moment, then continued forward as if ready to abandon the chase. Jack inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had finally escaped the ordeal, and his taut nerves began to ease. Just as he prepared to crawl out from under the tree, Black Widow suddenly halted without warning. A sense of foreboding surged through Jack. His eyes widened as he watched Black Widow slowly turn around, her hideous face appearing suddenly before him.
Hello there, Jack. Black Widow's voice was icy, as if emanating from the abyss.
This abrupt confrontation sent Jack into sheer terror, his soul nearly fleeing his body. His very spirit seemed on the verge of scattering, and his body, as if enchanted, instantly surged with newfound strength. Without a second thought, he burst out from under the tree, dodging Black Widow's grasp, and fled back in desperation like a startled hare. At that critical moment, as Black Widow saw Jack about to be ensnared by her webbing, a trace of smugness crept into her mind. Yet just as she prepared to tighten the threads, something unexpected occurred. Jack seemed to acquire some uncanny ability, his figure flickering with astonishing speed to evade the lethal strands. Black Widow's brow furrowed slightly at the sight, but she did not pause. Compared to this game of cat and mouse, she actually preferred battling colossal, formidable creatures.
For only in clashing with such powerful foes could she truly taste the thrill and exhilaration of combat.
And when she finally vanquished them, severing their heads, the sense of achievement was beyond words.
Speaking of which, Jack was truly unlucky.
He dashed about the woods like a headless fly, inadvertently stumbling toward the spot where the spaceship had landed. Black Widow spotted this from afar, and a cold smirk crept across her lips. After all this searching, I find it without effort.
What a convenient opportunity, she thought.
Once she disposed of Jack, she could immediately toss him into a jar for preservation, adding another precious trophy to her collection. With this thought, Black Widow's mood grew even brighter. She quickened her pace, lunging toward Jack like a specter. In the normal course of events, Jack would cleverly use a flint to ignite the leaking hyper-energy fluid from the spaceship, triggering a spectacular explosion that would destroy Black Widow's entire vessel. This would trap Black Widow on Earth, unable to escape. However, reality was far different. The current situation had completely deviated from the original plot. Qin Mo's actions had utterly altered everything. He had dismantled Black Widow's spaceship until almost nothing but a hollow shell remained, a truly astonishing feat. Just as Qin Mo placed the last piece of valuable equipment into the pre-dug cave, the voices of Jack and Black Widow suddenly echoed from nearby. Black Widow seemed intimately aware of Jack's whereabouts, arrogantly believing he had walked right into her trap, unaware that she herself had become prey.
Jack, let me think, where could you possibly run to? Black Widow whispered as if savoring this game of cat and mouse.
Yet just as she crept stealthily in search of Jack, a figure emerged abruptly from the shadows like a ghost.
It was Qin Mo.
His movements were as swift as lightning, catching her completely off guard.
Jack's over here.
With a sweep of his arm, a stasis ray shot forth like an arrow, striking the unprepared Black Widow. The ray was so incredibly fast that Black Widow didn't even have time to make a sound before she was frozen in place as if time itself had ceased to flow.
Aha, you've finally fallen into my hands.
A triumphant grin spread across Qin Mo's face. He walked forward slowly, each step cautious yet brimming with confidence. When he was just a few paces away from Black Widow, he stopped and began to meticulously examine this giant collectible.
Black Widow was tall and slender with sleek contours. She emitted a unique metallic sheen that was utterly captivating. Qin Mo had to admit that among the few female Cybertronians in the lore, Black Widow was exceptionally striking.
Particularly her crimson eyes, which seemed capable of piercing one's soul, exuding an enchanting allure. More importantly, Black Widow possessed an irresistible attraction for mechanical insects, enabling her to effortlessly command a vast swarm of them.
Yet Qin Mo was not deceived by her appearance.
He knew that behind this collectible lay enormous secrets which could significantly impact his research. Fortunately, he had modified himself beforehand to resist Black Widow's allure.
Moreover, he had further enhanced his abilities and resilience using the Prodigy Hammer. Qin Mo was no longer the person easily swayed by external influences.
His mind was like a tranquil lake, undisturbed, with only one unwavering goal: to thoroughly study the Black Widow and uncover all the secrets hidden within her. Thus, when Qin Mo faced the Black Widow, he was neither captivated by her enchanting appearance nor influenced by the pheromones she emitted. On the contrary, his thoughts were extraordinarily calm, like a precision machine operating methodically, contemplating how to dismantle the Black Widow as if disassembling a precious artifact, examining every component.
This was the reason Qin Mo decisively struck to immobilize the Black Widow.
He hoped that through this method he could delve into the Black Widow's internal structure and working principles, thereby providing more valuable clues and inspiration for his research. However, there was still one matter to address before that. Qin Mo glanced around, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate cover and detect those hiding in the shadows. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. You've watched long enough, it's time to come out. Yet the surroundings remained silent with no response. Qin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "I'm not the Black Widow playing those boring hunting games.
This is your last chance, otherwise face the consequences."
His words exploded like thunderclaps, piercing the eardrums.
Finally, under this immense pressure, Jack could no longer hide.
Trembling, he emerged from behind the cover, raising his hands to signal he meant no harm and posed no threat to Qin Mo.
"Don't kill me, I'm no threat to you." Watching the shivering Jack, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Of course I know, or you wouldn't be alive now." "Let Jack go."
With a roar, RC rushed over like a bolt of lightning. She had now freed herself from the web-holding twin guns standing steadily on a nearby slope.
The dark gun barrels, like harbingers of death, aimed directly at Qin Mo. Yet facing Arcee's threat, Qin Mo remained remarkably composed.
A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a disdainful smirk. With a casual wave, an energy beam shot out like a meteor, instantly shattering the rock beneath Arcee's. Losing her support, Arcee lurched forward like a kite with a broken string sliding down the slope. Her disheveled state starkly contrasted with her earlier imposing demeanor. Before Arcee could pick herself up, Qin Mo appeared before her like a phantom. He looked down at her, his eyes radiating a chilling indifference.
"Who are you?" Before Arcee could finish, Qin Mo suddenly attacked.
A powerful beam shot from his hand, striking Arcee with unerring precision. This beam had immense binding force, locking Arcee in place immobile. After embedding the locking rod into his body, Qin Mo adjusted its output power. Thus, although Arcee was immobilized, her senses were not entirely lost. She could still hear Qin Mo's words. The reason Qin Mo didn't eliminate Arcee outright wasn't just because she was part of the main group. That was of course one factor. After all, killing Arcee would surely incur the Autobots' enmity and bring unnecessary trouble. Qin Mo, unlike Megatron, had no deep bond with Optimus Prime. If he forged a grudge now and later the enemy unlocked their potential and grew stronger, wouldn't he end up being easily eliminated? Wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Moreover, Qin Mo needed Arcee as a conduit to convey his message to Optimus Prime, laying a solid foundation for his next moves or extracting more benefits. Facing Arcee, Qin Mo smiled and leisurely introduced himself. "I know this is your first time seeing me, so allow me a brief introduction. I am Lai Tianjue, the leader of all Insecticons." Upon hearing leader of the Insecticons, Arcee's pupils visibly contracted, a mix of surprise and wariness in her expression. Yet Qin Mo seemed oblivious, continuing unabated. "You've seen the Black Widow, haven't you?" Qin Mo smiled, pointing casually at the immobilized Black Widow, and spoke in a relaxed, confident tone. "As for me, I have no fixed allegiance. You can think of me as a cosmic mercenary. If you offer enough Energon or other valuables in exchange, I'd be delighted to be your ally fighting alongside you against those wretched Decepticons. He paused briefly as if letting his words sink and then continued, and I have some crucial intel for you. According to my information, Megatron didn't die in that explosion. He was merely gravely wounded and is now recuperating in the Decepticon warship's med bay. So if you want to permanently eliminate this big menace, now is the perfect time to act. Indeed, Qin Mo's revelations were like one explosive bombshell after another.
These shocking announcements left one utterly astounded.
Seeing his initial objectives achieved, Qin Mo unhesitatingly grabbed Jack like a chick firmly in his grasp. Then he swiftly distanced himself from RC. RC watched frantic yet powerless. Despite her inner turmoil, her body was as if enchanted, completely immobile like a lifeless statue. It seems you have quite a connection with this human, Qin Mo finally spoke after ensuring a safe distance from RC. His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. I've given you a taste of the sweetness, now it's your turn to pay a price.
Qin Mo brandished Jack in his hand as if displaying his trophy.
One day. He'll give you just one day. Qin Mo's tone was adamant, leaving no room for negotiation.
He'll be here again at this time tomorrow. If you want this human to live, bring the land bridge technology to trade with me. Otherwise, believe me, he will die a very, very miserable death.
Before his words faded, Qin Mo instantly transformed into insect form, then tightly grabbed Jiaku and Heikwafu, darting away like a bolt of lightning into the distance. While flying away, he casually released the paralysis, immobilizing Ersi. The moment the immobilization was released, Ersi lunged forward and raised her hands to shoot at Qin Mo, but recalling Jiaku was still in his grasp, she lowered her twin guns.
No. Absolutely not. Inside the Autobot base.
Hearing Ersi intended to trade the land bridge technology for Jiaku, Ambulance reacted without a second thought, almost instinctively saying the land bridge is a strategic asset.
Once the relevant technology is obtained, it can be replicated using Earth technology plus a small amount of Cybertronian tech. Are you saying you don't care about Jiaku? Hearing Ambulance's words before Ersi could speak, Meichi couldn't hold back and snapped at Ambulance. Didn't you hear Ersi? If we don't trade the land bridge tech, Jiaku will die.
That's right. At this moment it was King Tianzi's words that carried weight, delivering a decisive verdict.
Jiaku is one of us. We cannot disregard his life.
Seeing that King Tianzu had spoken, Ambulance naturally had no more to say. Glancing at his old friend, King Tianzu continued, however, the land bridge technology must never fall into the hands of someone like Lai Tianjue.
Otherwise it would pose a major threat to both the Autobots and Earth.
At that moment, after a long silence, Ambulance seemed to have an epiphany and immediately said, right, why didn't I think of that? Ambulance looked at the others, drawn by his words, and said, I built the land bridge by modifying space bridge technology.
I know every key point and critical data inside out. Since this Lai Tianjue wants it, well, give it to him. But I can tweak a few parameters. Not only will he be unable to build the land bridge, we might even enjoy a spectacular fireworks show. But won't he see through it?
Ersi said worriedly.
I feel that this Lai Tianjue, though an insectoid machine, is completely different from normal ones. If he detects the problem I fear, you can rest assured about that.
Before Ersi could finish, Ambulance said confidently, most of the data and technology are correct.
I will only make slight adjustments at a few key points.
It's like dominoes, nothing appears different on the surface, but a small nudge triggers a chain reaction. Everything ready, Ambulance quickly prepared the specially crafted data.
The next day Ersi took it and returned to the crash site of the spaceship.
To avoid alarming the enemy and endangering Jiaku, King Tianzu and the others decided to adopt a cautious strategy. Instead of rushing directly toward the target, they skillfully dispersed and observed the situation from afar. This way they maintained control without arousing the enemy's suspicion. Yet despite their calm appearance, they were already on high alert. Each one clutched their weapons, silently calculating every possible scenario. If this fellow named Lai Tianjue dared to break his promise and not release the hostage after receiving the goods, they would absolutely not stand idly by. Once the moment was right, they would charge in without hesitation, attacking from all directions, leaving him no escape. This plan seemed foolproof, yet they seemed to overlook a crucial point. When it came to breaking promises, weren't they doing the same? But all that no longer mattered.
Time ticked by in the tense atmosphere until finally a black dot appeared in the sky.
Ersa's pupils contracted sharply. Her gaze as sharp as a hawk's locked onto the approaching black dot. As it drew closer, her heartbeat quickened. Finally she saw the black dot's true form. Without hesitation she raised her hand to her ear and relayed to her comrades, he's here.
Don't worry, Ersi.
King Tianzi's voice was steady and resolute.
We're ready to fight at any moment.
Your job is to ensure Jiaku's safety, that's our top priority.
I understand. This isn't my first time dealing with such situations.
Ersa's reply was equally calm. She knew the gravity of her responsibility, but she had full confidence in her abilities. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. With a soft rustle of wind, Qin Mo nearing the ground quickly completed his transformation and landed steadily in humanoid form. Qin Mo's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on the solemn-faced Ersi, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I bet you've set up an inescapable net all around just waiting for me to walk right in, haven't you?" Ersi seemed about to say something, but before she could, Qin Mo raised a hand to cut her off, sneering, "None of that matters. Even if you all charge at once, I'm fully confident I can get away unscathed. So save your breath. Did you bring what I asked for?" Faced with Qin Mo's forcefulness, Ersi paused for a moment, then finally took out a small USB drive from her pocket and handed it to him, saying in a low voice, "Here it is. But I want to see Jiaku first." At that, Qin Mo's smile widened. He too pulled out a glass jar from his pocket fitted with an exquisite handle. Through the transparent glass it was clearly visible that inside was none other than the person they spoke of, Jiaku. Ersi. The moment Jiaku saw Ersi, his emotions erupted like a volcano. He pounded frantically against the glass casing as if trying to break free and reach her. "Jiaku." Qin Mo watched Jiaku's actions with a hint of impatience, waving a hand dismissively as if unbothered by his agitation. "Spare me these sentimental antics. I haven't done anything to him. But if I don't get what I want, I can't guarantee what will happen next." Upon hearing Qin Mo's words, Erix's heart tightened. She quickly said, "Don't hurt Jack. What you want is right here. We can exchange the goods for the hostage simultaneously." However, Qin Mo looked at Erixi as if she were a fool, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you really take me for a fool? How do I know whether there's really what I need on that USB drive? If you hand me an empty one to deceive me, wouldn't that make me look utterly stupid?" Erix's expression turned grim. She hadn't expected Qin Mo to be so suspicious. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Then what do you want?" Qin Mo stared impassively at the USB drive in Erix's hand and said slowly, "First give me the item. After I inspect it and confirm it's correct, I'll naturally return this human to you." Hearing this, Erix's face changed. She clenched the USB drive firmly and refused without hesitation, "No." This reaction was within Qin Mo's expectations, and a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although Juhush had repeatedly assured Erixi that the content on the USB drive was absolutely safe, it was still difficult for Erixi, who had no technical knowledge, to trust it easily. However, Erixi was a well-trained warrior after all. She quickly composed herself, concealing her momentary panic completely. Yet Qin Mo's observational skills were exceedingly sharp that fleeting panic did not escape his notice. Still, Qin Mo was not particularly concerned about it. In his view, even if the Autobots were not as cunning and unscrupulous as the Decepticons, they would never hand over a strategically vital technology like the ground bridge without any reservation. To prevent this technology from falling into enemy hands, the Autobots would certainly tamper with it. However, this was not really a critical issue. Even if they had played tricks to avoid detection, they would inevitably mix false data with real data, creating a situation of 70% truth and 30% falsehood, or even 90% truth and 10% falsehood. After all, Jack was still firmly in Qin Mo's control, and given the deep bond between Erixi and Jack, she would never let Jack come to harm. Thus she would naturally not risk offering something filled with a large amount of false data. Pretending to be indifferent, Qin Mo continued, "You have no right to bargain with me. Either hand it over now or I'll kill him right this instant and we'll go our separate ways." As his words faded, Qin Mo suddenly reached out and gripped the wall of the glass enclosure tightly as if he could crush it effortlessly at any moment, instantly ending Jack's life inside. All right, I'll give it to you. Don't hurt Jack." Seeing Jack in danger, Erixi no longer hesitated and immediately tossed the USB drive to Qin Mo. After taking it in hand, Qin Mo began to inspect it right away. Plugging the USB drive into a small device, the test results soon appeared. However, the results surprised Qin Mo slightly. There really seemed to be no problem. The method to determine whether the content of the USB drive was what he wanted was actually quite simple, just as Qin Mo was doing now. Although he did not know the specific structure of the ground bridge, he only needed to create a program, input the obtained relevant data into it, and run the simulation. If it succeeded without any issues or stuttering, it naturally meant this was what he wanted. Yet Qin Mo hadn't expected that when the data on the USB drive was fed into the simulator, it ran so smoothly without a single hitch. Although this still could not guarantee that the Autobots hadn't mixed in false data, at least it confirmed that the amount of false data was minimal. "I've given you the item. Now let Jack go." Erix's words snapped Qin Mo back to the present. For Qin Mo, Jack was no longer of any use. With the enhancement of multiple Iron Fortress relics, Qin Mo could easily eliminate both Jack and Erixi before fleeing. Yet the same problem persisted. Qin Mo did not wish to incur the full wrath of Optimus Prime and the Autobots. Moreover, he wanted the Autobots to stay on the front line, drawing the Decepticons' attention so he could have more time to amass power. Thus Qin Mo returned Jack to Erixi and quickly left the place by digging a tunnel. No sooner had he left than Optimus Prime and the others rushed in from all directions. After confirming that Qin Mo had indeed departed, they turned their attention back to Jack. Meanwhile, Qin Mo, having left the scene, dashed back to his base with lightning speed as if the wind itself carried him. Once back at the base, he immediately began more in-depth testing of the data without a moment's pause. Finally, after a prolonged and relentless effort, he reached a definitive conclusion. Over 90% of the data was authentic and only 3 pieces of false information existed. Of course, this was only what Qin Mo could detect given his current knowledge. Yet even these 3 problematic data points sent chills down his spine. It was no exaggeration to say that those 3 pieces of data were lethal traps hidden in the dark. If he had not inspected them and built the ground bridge entirely according to the provided data, the construction would have succeeded initially and functioned normally. However, after just 1 minute of operation, the equipment would suddenly malfunction, causing the super energy substance to trigger a chain reaction, ultimately turning the ground bridge into a massive bomb capable of destroying everything around it. Qin Mo could not be sure there were no other issues, but given his knowledge it was unlikely he could detect more. So he decided to waste no more time. He contacted Silas again. At that moment, Silas was in the midst of stealing a high-tech product, leading a special operations team to infiltrate a building and snatch the item right under the enemy's nose. It had to be said that a leader who charged ahead like Silas was a rarity. Silas and his 4 team members advanced, pried open a locked door and successfully sneaked into the server room. Silas raised his hand with a gesture and the soldier behind him immediately understood, stepping forward quickly to connect a portable computer to the mainframe. After a series of operations, the once blue-glowing mainframe was replaced by green light. Then he took out a small square box and attached it to the mainframe. "All right, now all the surveillance equipment in this building belongs to us." Having successfully seized control of the building's surveillance equipment and commandeered its electronic devices, Silas and his team moved through the edifice as if it were an uninhabited domain, encountering no resistance whatsoever. However, this tranquility was not destined to endure. Just as Silas and his men advanced, an unforeseen event unfolded. A security guard seeking to sneak a cigarette had concealed himself in a blind spot of the cameras. Worse still, this guard's hiding place lay directly on the path that Silas and his team were bound to traverse. When the guard abruptly laid eyes upon the fully armed Silas and his comrades, his complexion blanched and he stood paralyzed. After a fleeting moment of shock, he recovered and instinctively reached for the pistol holstered at his waist. Yet compared to the guard's hesitation, Silas's motion was far more decisive. Without a shred of doubt, he raised his weapon and fired. The bullet, swift as lightning, instantly shattered the guard's skull. "Clean up the scene and evacuate immediately," Silas commanded in a low voice. Although their firearms were equipped with suppressors, suppression did not equate to complete silence. There was still a chance that someone might hear the shots and come to investigate. Time was of the essence. They had to depart post-haste to avoid further detection. The following special operations soldiers responded without hesitation, swiftly retrieving a vial from their chest pouches. With practiced ease, they uncorked the vial and poured its contents over the corpse. Instantly, the agent contacted the body, triggering a violent chemical reaction. Astonishingly, within less than 5 seconds, the once lifeless form melted away as if by sorcery, vanishing without a trace. Not even a speck of residue remained. Yet such favorable circumstances seldom persist. As they delved deeper, Silas and his squad were eventually discovered. Immediately, a tide of heavily armed security personnel surged forth, encircling them. Faced with such an overwhelming force, ordinary men would have been gripped by terror, but Silas showed no fear. He confronted the sudden siege with icy composure. His movements were agile, lightning fast, and he wielded his weapon with masterful precision. The 4 special operations soldiers were equally formidable, coordinating seamlessly and leveraging their respective expertise, engaging in a breathtaking battle alongside Silas against the swarm of guards. As for the pursuing security personnel, though numerous and reasonably armed, they were utterly suppressed by Silas's team, unable to raise their heads. After all, these guards were merely hired hands collecting paltry monthly wages. Why would they risk their lives for the company's interests? In stark contrast, Silas and his 4 operatives were a breed apart. Not only were they rigorously trained elites handpicked from countless candidates, but their honed combat instincts ensured they would never flinch. Moreover, they were deep within enemy territory. Unless they fought with all their might, they would surely be mowed down by enemy fire. It was no exaggeration to say that these men stood at a critical juncture between life and death, waging a desperate backtal struggle for their very survival, hence their ferocity in combat. Even in such dire straits, Silas betrayed no tension. Leading from the front, he and his 4 companions fought valiantly, cutting through the encirclement with ease, breaching the core zone and successfully retrieving the objective of their mission. With the original and all pertinent documents firmly in hand, Silas allowed himself a slight breath of relief. But he did not relax his vigilance. Immediately, he led the team in a running battle toward the rooftop. Owing to the fierce resistance they encountered along the way, their progress was not swift. Nevertheless, they ultimately succeeded in reaching the rooftop. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected complication arose. Silas and his squad had entirely exhausted their ammunition. This presented a massive predicament for the relentless security guards. Seeing this immediately regained their morale.
Previously with ample bullets and overwhelming firepower, the guards dared not engage Hedon, resorting instead to attrition tactics to drain the enemy's ammunition.
Now that the adversaries were out of bullets, it was a golden opportunity for counterattack and a chance to earn merit and reward. Yet as they rushed onto the rooftop like a gale, the sight before them froze their blood into ice. There, hovering above the rooftop like a steel beast, was an armed helicopter, its multiple dark muzzles trained on them like the eyes of death. "Run!" cried the first security guard, who burst through the fire door, his face contorted with horror.
Realizing catastrophe was imminent, he turned and sprinted back, desperate to flee the death trap.
Alas, the fire door was narrow. 3 or 4 men cramming through it were like floodwaters blocked by a dam. None could pass smoothly. Worse, the guards behind, unaware of the hovering helicopter awaiting them on the rooftop, were fixated solely on earning accolades. Thus those who wished to retreat could not reach safety, while those eager to charge out were hopelessly stuck. The crowd jammed at the doorway as if struck by a paralysis spell, utterly immobile. Amidst this chaos, Selassie and his team had already boarded the helicopter with unhurried poise. "Wait!" Just as the pilot prepared to pull the trigger and send the guards to their doom, Selassie raised his hand and calmly halted him. "No need to waste bullets on these nobodies. Let's go." As the roar of the armed helicopter faded into the distance, the pilot carefully handed a small box to Selassie and reported, "Sir, 15 minutes ago that mechanical lifeform contacted us again. It provided a list and demanded that we deliver the items listed as soon as possible." Selassie took the box, his brows knitting in displeasure, muttering, "More demands again." He was deeply irritated by the mechanical lifeform's behavior. Since it had previously shared exoskeleton technology, it had ceased offering advanced scientific breakthroughs, instead continuously draining vast resources from their mecha special task force. A special forces soldier sitting nearby couldn't help but interject, "Sir, why don't we just tie that guy up this time, cut him open and see what secrets he's hiding?" However, Silas didn't even think twice before directly rejecting the proposal, calmly analyzing, "No, I would never do something as foolish as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Although this mechanical lifeform is somewhat greedy now, as long as we keep it, there will always be opportunities to extract more useful things from it. We can kill it later when it's completely useless to us." Of course, this was merely what Silas said to these people on the surface. The real reason was far more complicated. Qin Mo's formidable strength was evident to all. Even in a sneak attack, Silas dared not assert that he could definitely defeat Qin Mo. After all, strength isn't something proven by words but through actual combat. Moreover, there was an even more critical factor. Qin Mo had once revealed a secret to Silas. He had a method to transform humans into long-lived mechanical lifeforms. For humans, this was an irresistible temptation. After all, human lifespan was but a mere 100 years, a world of difference compared to the eternal life of the Cybertronians. If one could also become a mechanical lifeform and possess nearly eternal life, then even betraying humanity seemed acceptable. Faced with such immense benefits, the scales in Silas' heart began to tilt. Thus, under the full operation of the Mecha Special Forces, the various materials and equipment Qin Mo needed were quickly prepared. When Silas personally led his men to deliver these items before Qin Mo, he was stunned by the sight. Qin Mo had changed so drastically that Silas momentarily wondered if he had come to the wrong place. "Don't bother thinking I am Qin Mo." Looking at the slightly bewildered Silas, Qin Mo spoke, "I have evolved and become stronger. I am now Lietian Ju." Silas didn't really care whether this guy was called Qin Mo or Lietian Ju. After placing the supplies, Silas began to subtly probe, trying to get Qin Mo to give them more advanced technology. However, Qin Mo saw through it all. He understood Silas' intentions perfectly but didn't reveal it immediately. Once Silas had taken away all the resources, he brought a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Then he gently beckoned, signaling the scalpel behind him to push out a simple cart. On the cart lay not something else but a Decepticon elite whose spark had been extinguished after Qin Mo drained its super energy core. Qin Mo looked at Silas and said slowly, "I know you've always been curious about Cybertronians." His voice was calm and steady, as if the Decepticon elite were just an ordinary object. With that, Qin Mo pointed at the Decepticon elite on the cart and continued, "Now he's yours. Consider it payment for all the supplies you've brought me during this time." Silas' eyes lit up at the sight of the Decepticon elite's corpse. When he heard Qin Mo say he could have it, his breathing even quickened. But Qin Mo wasn't finished. He cleared his throat softly, interrupting Silas' fantasies, and brought his attention back. "This time I called you over not just to give you this thing but also to tell you some intelligence." "What intelligence?" Qin Mo said, "On Cybertron there is a primitive mechanical creature called the iron-eating bug. They are small but travel in swarms, surviving by devouring steel. Not long ago I happened to learn that a stasis pod has fallen in the Arctic containing a large number of iron-eating bugs." "You don't mean you want me to go to the Arctic to find those bugs, do you?" Silas had already guessed Qin Mo's intention. To this, Qin Mo nodded. "Exactly. I'm very interested in this mechanical creature. If you can bring me those iron-eating bugs in exchange, I can give you more advanced technology.
All right.
After a long deliberation, Silas nodded and said he'll send people to search the Arctic, but don't get your hopes up.
You know the conditions there.
With that, Silas left with the Decepticon elite's corpse. After seeing Silas off, Qin Mo wasted no time and immediately conducted a thorough inspection of the resources Silas had delivered. He carefully examined every piece of material to ensure there were no flaws or potential issues. After rigorous scrutiny, Qin Mo confirmed that the resources fully met the requirements and could be used with confidence. With the resources verified, Qin Mo began constructing the land bridge without hesitation. Drawing on his extensive experience and superb skills, he methodically assembled the various materials, gradually building the framework of the land bridge.
As time passed, the land bridge took shape under Qin Mo's efforts. Thanks to ample resources and complete documentation, the entire construction process went exceptionally smoothly, encountering few difficulties. Finally, a brand new land bridge stood before Qin Mo.
Gazing at the completed land bridge, a sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart. Yet although theoretically this land bridge should function properly, he felt something was off. This feeling stirred doubts in him, hard to shake off.
Forget it, why overthink it? Qin Mo shook his head, trying to dispel the unease.
He told himself that since he had built it following standard procedures, he should trust his own skills and judgment. After a brief reflection, Qin Mo decisively abandoned the idea of directly activating the land bridge. He decided to be more cautious and conduct a thorough inspection and testing of the land bridge. So he once again picked up the hammer of the prodigy and unhesitatingly struck the land bridge. The energy within the hammer of the prodigy was limited, and each use consumed a certain amount. Until he found a way to replenish the energy, Qin Mo had to use the hammer sparingly. After all, this was a precious tool he had acquired through great effort, and he couldn't afford to waste it.
One after another, Qin Mo struck the land bridge, each blow imbued with his determination and expectation.
He hoped this method would reveal any potential hidden flaws in the land bridge and allow him to repair them promptly. This way he could not only ensure the safe operation of the land bridge but also maximize the conservation of the hammer of the prodigy's energy. As Qin Mo's Tianjiu hammer struck the newly constructed land bridge again and again, each impact accompanied by a thunderous roar and violent tremors. Under the influence of this formidable force, the traps that the ambulance had deliberately left behind to sabotage Qin Mo were crushed and filled one after another. Meanwhile, with the power of the Tianjiu hammer infused into the land bridge, its transmission range and capacity were greatly enhanced. Although it was still far from matching the space bridge with sufficient energy support, traveling freely within the entire solar system was no longer a challenge.
The construction of the land bridge was finally completed, and its utility soon became apparent.
By chance, Qin Mo successfully captured a signal emitted by a spaceship.
Could it be Wheeljack? Qin Mo mused to himself.
After all, among all the foreign Autobots, Wheeljack was the one he knew best. However, when he checked the spaceship's location, a doubt crept into his mind. This position doesn't seem right.
Nevertheless, Qin Mo didn't dwell on the details and decided to investigate first.
After all, only by seeing with his own eyes could he determine the truth.
Qin Mo retrieved a metal disc from the land bridge, stored it in his arm, and with a thought, the land bridge activated automatically.
As Qin Mo stepped through it, he emerged at the location where the spaceship's signal had originated.
How interesting.
Qin Mo gazed at the spaceship, its hull mostly buried in the earth, and a sense of curiosity surged within him. His brow furrowed slightly as he scanned the surface of the spaceship, finding it heavily eroded by the passage of time. From the mottled rust and damaged outer shell, it was evident that the spaceship had been buried here for a long time, likely brought to light by geological activity. A memory flashed through Qin Mo's mind. He recalled that this very spaceship was the culprit that had infected Optimus Prime with the Cybertronian plague. Had it been in the past facing such a ship full of unknown dangers, Qin Mo would have turned and left without hesitation. After all, he knew the terror of the Cybertronian plague all too well. One misstep could lead to infection by the deadly virus.
However, Qin Mo was no longer the same as before.
Through a series of modifications and upgrades, his body had developed a powerful immunity, rendering him completely safe from the Cybertronian plague.
A confident smile curled at the corners of Qin Mo's mouth. He raised one hand and skillfully operated on his arm. With his movements, a faint light flashed from his arm and a shield generator was successfully activated. Instantly, a translucent energy barrier formed around his body, like a custom-made protective suit, tightly enveloping him. This energy barrier not only effectively repelled physical attacks from the outside, but more importantly, it completely isolated the Cybertronian plague from entering. With this solid protection, Qin Mo finally felt at ease and strode confidently toward the spaceship that had been sealed for years. Approaching the spaceship, Qin Mo paused to observe the structure of the hull, then cut open an entrance on its surface. The entrance, though not large, was enough for Qin Mo to squeeze through sideways. He took a deep breath and cautiously entered the spaceship, stepping into a realm filled with mystery and danger. As Qin Mo had expected, the interior showed no signs of a battle.
Yet what surprised him was that the spaceship's energy was completely depleted, plunging the entire corridor into pitch-black darkness, evoking a sense of eerie dread. Qin Mo advanced slowly along the corridor, alert and vigilant. He did not know what dangers lurked in the darkness, but he resolved to continue and uncover the truth. Before long, Qin Mo reached the bridge. However, the sight before him was enough to make one's hair stand on end. The floor was littered with the corpses of Autobots lying in chaotic disarray as if they had fallen after a horrifically brutal battle. Their faces were twisted in agony and horror, their bodies stained with a strange colorful plague that was clearly the cause of their death. The ground was covered in Energon tainted by the plague, a revolting sight. Qin Mo frowned and carefully examined the Autobot corpses. After a brief inspection, he confirmed that this was entirely a biological war. These Autobots had clearly been infected by a powerful virus whose lethality was astonishing, causing them to die in excruciating pain within a short time. However, Qin Mo developed a keen interest in this Cybertronian virus. He thought that if he could understand its properties and use it wisely, it might become a powerful weapon for him in the future. With this in mind, Qin Mo unhesitatingly took out a container and began collecting the Energon tainted with the Cybertronian plague. He carefully loaded the tainted Energon into the container, ensuring no leakage. After collecting it, he sealed the container, ready to take it back for in-depth research. Now that he had obtained the experimental sample of the Cybertronian plague, Qin Mo did not rush to leave. Instead, he decided to continue searching the spaceship for any other valuable items to salvage. After all, Qin Mo was in dire need of resources, especially Cybertronian technological products. To achieve this goal, he was willing to spend some resources to repair the spaceship. Qin Mo carefully inspected the various systems of the spaceship, repaired the damaged parts, and injected some Energon as a power source. After some effort, the bridge of the spaceship was partially restored. Then Qin Mo began to browse the ship's flight logs and related records. These documents were crucial for him to understand the history and mission of the spaceship. As he read deeper, Qin Mo gradually uncovered a shocking secret. In the late stages of the Cybertronian War, the Autobots' front lines had been steadily retreating. Facing the brutal onslaught of the Decepticons, the situation had become extremely dire and defeat seemed inevitable. Yet the Autobots did not give up hope. They initiated a secret plan. The core of this plan was to preserve the spark as much as possible so that they might have a chance to stage a comeback in the future. To this end, the Autobots began secretly gathering Energon, vast amounts of raw resources, and various precision equipment. They transported these precious supplies to a remote planet aboard a starship, concealing them there for future needs. When Qin Mo came to understand the full scope of this plan, he couldn't help but feel immensely grateful for his own choices. This discovery not only deepened his appreciation for the Autobots' wisdom and resolve, but also presented him with a rare opportunity to acquire such vital resources. This very vessel was the transport ship responsible for delivering supplies to that mysterious planet. However, during a routine return voyage, it encountered an unforeseen catastrophe, a ferocious assault from the Decepticons. Facing such a formidable enemy, the ship's pilot displayed astonishing piloting skills, successfully shaking off the Decepticons' pursuit. Yet just as they were about to escape, misfortune struck. A missile from the Decepticons, swift as lightning, slammed into the ship. This was no ordinary missile. Within it lay the dreaded Cybertronian plague, a scourge that struck fear into the hearts of all Cybertronians. By the time the Autobots aboard realized what had happened, it was too late. With no other choice, they were forced to make an emergency crash landing on Earth, where over the eons they were buried beneath shifting tectonic plates. So where exactly was this planet hiding such vast resources? That planet was remarkably close to Earth. It was Mars. From Optimus Prime's arduous journey across the cosmos to Earth, to the sudden appearance of the Awaken relic and then the astonishing emergence of the Omega Lock, every event seemed intricately linked to Optimus Prime. It could be said that everything revolved around Optimus Prime. This made it clear just how highly Alpha Trion and the Autobot High Command valued him as the final emissary. Afterward, Qin Mo wandered through the ship a few more times. Concluding that there was nothing of value left, he prepared to depart. As for the functional machinery still aboard, given Qin Mo's nature of taking everything he could, he would normally strip it all clean. But this time was an exception. Considering that the ship was saturated with the Cybertronian plague, which over so many years had likely spread to every corner of the vessel, protected by his energy shield, Qin Mo had no fear of the plague now, but he couldn't wear the barrier forever. If any equipment he brought back were contaminated with the Cybertronian plague, he might fall victim himself, and the loss would far outweigh the gain. Moreover, knowing that the Autobots' largest warehouse was right there on Mars, who would still covet these paltry scraps. Just as Qin Mo stepped out of the ship, he saw a space bridge open before him, and out stepped Optimus Prime and Ratchet, the latter clutching a medical kit. The reason for their arrival was that not long ago Ratchet had also detected the signal. Thinking there might be Autobots in distress, Optimus Prime brought Ratchet to investigate personally. "It's you." Optimus Prime's voice carried a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by Qin Mo's presence. After all, they had crossed paths before, and Qin Mo had left a rather deep impression on him. Qin Mo stood still expressionless as he gazed at Optimus Prime and the medic beside him. His eyes were calm and profound as if he had long anticipated this moment. "Yes, it's me," Qin Mo replied succinctly without hesitation or pretense. Optimus Prime and Ratchet exchanged a glance, then focused their attention on Qin Mo. They were evidently perplexed by his appearance, wondering why he was here and what he intended to do.
"Turn back. There are no survivors inside."
Qin Mo's words broke the brief silence, his voice low and resolute. The expressions of Optimus Prime and Ratchet grew solemn as they instantly grasped his meaning.
However, Ratchet reacted more fiercely.
His hands transformed into sharp scalpels, adopting a stance as if ready to duel with Qin Mo.
"You killed them."
Ratchet's roar echoed through the air, his emotions clearly spiraling out of control.
Facing Ratchet's accusation, Qin Mo did not flinch, his gaze remained steady.
He knew his actions might invite misunderstanding, but he had his reasons.
"Ratchet, calm down." Optimus Prime intervened, promptly restraining the impulsive medic.
His voice carried an air of authority that helped Ratchet regain some composure. Optimus Prime turned to Qin Mo and continued, "This ship must have been buried here for a long time. I want to know, why are you stopping us from going inside?"
Qin Mo took a deep breath, then slowly said, "Because the Cybertronian plague is within."
His words struck like a bombshell, leaving Optimus Prime and Ratchet utterly stunned.
The Cybertronian plague, a deadly virus that if spread would lead to catastrophic consequences.
The Cybertronian plague. Ratchet raised an eyebrow, skeptically scoffing. "Who are you trying to scare?
How could the Cybertronian plague possibly exist on Earth?"
His tone radiated deep distrust of Qin Mo's words.
Yet faced with Ratchet's doubt, Qin Mo showed no anger.
He merely replied calmly, "Good advice is wasted on the damned.
Since you don't believe me, go ahead. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get infected."
With that, he turned to leave, seemingly indifferent to whether they believed him or not.
Just then Optimus Prime, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "I believe you."
His voice was low and firm, carrying an undeniable authority. "After all, this ship has been buried here for so long.
There can't be much of use left inside.
You have no reason to lie to us about something like this." Optimus Prime's words made Qin Mo pause, but he did not turn around immediately. He merely gave a slight nod, acknowledging that he had heard. However, Qin Mo did not stop his departure because of Optimus Prime's trust. He continued walking slowly forward as if utterly uninterested in the Prime's words. It was not until Optimus Prime called out again, "Is there something else?" that Qin Mo finally halted, turned slowly and faced Optimus Prime with a blank expression, waiting for him to continue. Seeing this, Optimus Prime raised a hand and extended a sincere invitation.
"You are also a Cybertronian. Why not join the Autobots?
Together we can end this chaos and restore our former home to its former glory." His gaze was resolute and full of anticipation, as if awaiting Qin Mo's response.
Qin Mo, faced with Optimus Prime's invitation, almost without a second thought, directly and unhesitatingly refused.
"Sorry, I have absolutely no interest in joining the Autobots." He muttered to himself, what a joke, how could he possibly join the Autobots at this time? Not to mention how dire the Autobots' current situation was, it could only be described as battered and impoverished. Not only were they pitifully short-handed, but they had also been in a state of extreme energy deficiency for a long time. Under such circumstances, if Qin Mo were to join them, not only would he gain no tangible benefits, but he would probably have to pour in all the resources he had painstakingly accumulated. That would be far too unprofitable. More importantly, in order to rapidly accumulate initial capital, Qin Mo had already decided to cooperate with Silas.
As a trade-off, he would hand over Cybertronian technology.
This was something that Optimus Prime and his team could absolutely not accept.
"Don't you want to contribute to our home?
Don't you want to see our former homeland restored to its past glory?" Seeing Qin Mo's decisive refusal, Optimus Prime was not discouraged. Instead, he grew even more earnest in his persuasion. If it were anyone else, they might have been swayed by Optimus Prime's words, but for Qin Mo it was utter nonsense.
After all, Qin Mo himself was not a pure Cybertronian. He did not have much emotional attachment to the planet Cybertron.
What did the so-called glory of Cybertron have to do with him?
Moreover, even in the era of Cybertron's former glory, the so-called Cybertronians were not kind to the Insecticons. They regarded the Insecticons as savage beasts, primitive beings not yet fully evolved, and even considered them unstable elements. This attitude persisted until the outbreak of the Great Cybertronian War, when the Decepticons, out of wartime necessity, began to pay attention to the Insecticons.
However, just as Qin Mo was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He turned to face Optimus Prime, pulled a small communicator from his pocket and handed it over. "Take this," Qin Mo said. "If you need anything, you can contact me with this. I would be happy to help the Autobots, but only if you can afford the appropriate compensation."
Optimus Prime took the communicator and nodded understandingly.
He knew that Qin Mo was not one to offer help for free, but he also believed that given the right conditions, Qin Mo would be a reliable ally.
Qin Mo waved goodbye to Optimus Prime and Ratchet, then without hesitation activated his own vehicle and quickly flew out of their sight. Once he was sure he had completely shaken off Optimus Prime and Ratchet, Qin Mo decisively opened the ground bridge. However, he did not return directly to the base. Instead, he set the destination to a soon-to-erupt volcanic crater. Standing on the scorching volcanic rock, feeling the waves of heat rising from beneath his feet, Qin Mo gazed at the rolling magma and calculated silently in his mind. Suddenly, Qin Mo raised the energy gun in his hand and aimed at the center of the crater. As he pulled the trigger, a dazzling beam of energy shot toward the crater like lightning. This shot seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the molten magma, as if enraged, erupted together with volcanic ash, forming a massive pillar of fire that soared into the sky. Qin Mo stood his ground, showing no sign of retreat. The scorching magma churned around him but could not touch him at all. The energy barrier he had activated earlier to avoid being invaded by the Cybertronian plague still remained. Qin Mo took advantage of the blazing magma to completely eradicate any possible traces of the Cybertronian plague virus that might have lingered on his energy barrier. Meanwhile, on the other side, because of Qin Mo's interference, Optimus Prime and Ratchet, knowing that the Cybertronian plague was aboard the ship, naturally would not risk entering that vessel filled with unknown dangers. They decided to temporarily abandon the plan and wait for a more opportune moment to conduct further investigation. As a result, Optimus Prime avoided contracting the Cybertronian plague, and correspondingly Bumblebee would not have to enter Megatron's dream through a cortical psychic link to obtain the cure for the plague. Did that mean Megatron would remain in slumber forever? The answer was clearly no. Although Qin Mo had been immersed in building the ground bridge recently and had not appeared much in public, he was still keenly aware of every move made by the Autobots and Decepticons. That Starscream was truly useless. Ever since Megatron fell into a deep slumber from severe injuries, the Decepticons under his leadership had been on a steady decline. All their actions were nothing more than blind plundering for the sake of seizing Energon without any long-term planning or strategic vision. This situation was not what Qin Mo wanted to see. What he truly wanted was a fierce struggle between the Autobots and Decepticons, preferably with both sides going all out, tearing at each other, stirring the waters as muddy as possible. Only then could he reap the benefits of their conflict. Therefore, it was crucial to awaken Megatron, let him retake command of the Decepticons, and continue the deadly struggle with the Autobots. To achieve a certain goal, Qin Mo meticulously planned a surprise raid. Like a ghost, he infiltrated a Decepticon mining facility without anyone noticing. There he displayed astonishing combat skills and a ruthless side, slaughtering all the Decepticons in the mining facility without leaving a single survivor. After finishing all this, Qin Mo did not rush to leave. Instead, he used the facility's equipment to send an encrypted message to the Decepticon warship. The message was specially encrypted, impossible for ordinary people to decipher. However, the moment the message was sent, Soundwave, the Decepticon intelligence officer aboard the warship, keenly detected its presence. Given Soundwave's capabilities and professional expertise, cracking such an encrypted message was not difficult for him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Soundwave successfully decrypted it. However, when he saw the content, he couldn't help but be moved. The information contained within clearly shocked and surprised him. After completely deleting the encrypted message, Soundwave turned around without hesitation and walked with firm steps toward the ship's deck. Just as he had taken a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Starscream. Soundwave. Where are you going? Starscream looked at Soundwave with suspicion and demanded. Facing Starscream's interrogation, Soundwave remained impassive. He naturally would not reveal the truth to him. After all, the secrets involved were too significant. A single misstep could trigger severe consequences. And given how long Megatron had been unconscious, Soundwave was no fool. He had sensed something amiss, but lacking concrete evidence, he had refrained from acting. Precisely for this reason, Soundwave showed Starscream no courtesy. Though Starscream fumed, Soundwave's status and prowess left him powerless. Without hesitation, Soundwave transformed into a jet upon reaching the deck and sped off in a certain direction. Qin Mo stood at the mine entrance, his gaze fixed on the sky, silently contemplating the passage of time. Yet he did not wait long. Just as he finished transferring the Super Energon and stepped out of the mine, a familiar figure streaked toward him like lightning. You came quickly. Qin Mo said softly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to pierce the air, reaching Soundwave's audio receptors. Soundwave landed steadily before Qin Mo, his body gleaming with metallic coldness. The dark screen reflected Qin Mo's silhouette. Without wasting a word, he strode straight toward Qin Mo after landing. An icy synthesized voice emanated from nowhere. What is the method to awaken Lord Megatron? Qin Mo did not answer immediately. His gaze slowly swept over Soundwave, sizing up the formidable adversary. Soon his eyes fell upon the spot where Laserbeak usually hung from Soundwave's chest, now empty. Qin Mo understood. He knew Laserbeak must have been hidden somewhere by Soundwave, ready for any potential battle. To this, Qin Mo paid no heed. His attention was entirely focused on the transaction at hand.
He took a deep breath and stated bluntly, "I can tell you how to awaken Megatron, but in exchange I need you to provide the technology of the cerebral psychic link."
A flicker of hesitation passed through Soundwave's optics, but it was quickly masked by his unwavering determination. To revive Megatron he could no longer afford to be cautious. Without a second thought he extracted the technology of the cerebral psychic link from his own body and handed it to Qin Mo.
Perhaps this was the confidence of a powerhouse.
Soundwave, though usually taciturn and almost invisible among the Decepticons, even uttering not a single word, was far from weak.
In fact, aside from Megatron, there were few in the entire Decepticon faction who could consistently overpower Soundwave in an unknown confrontation.
Moreover, Soundwave's mastery of teleportation technology was nothing short of exquisite, granting him a tremendous advantage in battle, rendering him nearly invincible.
After confirming that the technology Soundwave had given him was flawless, Qin Mo finally revealed the method to awaken Megatron. The reason Megatron had survived the space bridge explosion was that a fragment of dark Energon was hidden inside his body.
However, the very reason Megatron had fallen into an endless slumber was largely due to the loss of that fragment of dark Energon. Thus, to reawaken Megatron, the key was to find a new dark Energon and insert it once again into Megatron's spark. Only then could Megatron be reborn.
However, as a precaution before inserting the dark Energon, it was best to use the cerebral psychic link to enter the target's dream, making him aware that he was dreaming, thereby greatly increasing the probability of successful awakening.
Qin Mo's words plunged Soundwave into brief contemplation.
He carefully pondered the feasibility of the plan.
After deep deliberation, Soundwave deemed the plan reasonable and its likelihood of success relatively high.
Thus Soundwave made his decision without hesitation. He swiftly transformed into a jet and roared away, heading off to find a new dark Energon. At this point, one might wonder the dark Energon that Megatron had retrieved from the depths of space had already been sent to Cybertron to summon the undead army, and the fragment originally inside him had been extracted by Starscream. Where then would Soundwave find a new dark Energon to awaken Megatron?
The answer was actually quite simple.
Back then, to announce his return to the world and test the true power of the dark Energon, Megatron had used a fragment of dark Energon in a valley, successfully awakening an undead army. However, regrettably, that undead army was ultimately annihilated by Optimus Prime and Ratchet.
Other Decepticons might not know of this incident, but as the Decepticon intelligence officer, Soundwave was well aware. That fragment of dark Energon had never been recovered. Now all he had to do was go there, retrieve that unrecovered dark Energon, and successfully revive Megatron.
As for why Qin Mo had gone to such lengths to acquire the cerebral psychic link technology, the reason was straightforward: to gain access to more advanced scientific knowledge. After all, the world of Prime was replete with astonishing technological achievements and intellectual treasures. Among the Autobots, the most brilliant scientist was undoubtedly Ratchet. His mind contained countless valuable knowledge and experience, and his understanding and application of technology had reached an exceptionally high level. Similarly, on the Decepticon side, although Shockwave had been left behind on Cybertron, his intellect was not to be underestimated. The scientific knowledge he possessed was extremely precious, and he had even created powerful cloned Predacons like Skylinks. Yet regrettably, neither Ratchet nor Shockwave would ever willingly hand over the knowledge in their minds to Qin Mo. Facing this situation, Qin Mo conceived a brilliant solution: the cerebral psychic link. Through this technology, Qin Mo could directly connect to the target's brain, thereby obtaining the intelligence and knowledge he needed. To ensure the safety of this process and successfully acquire the desired information, Qin Mo had made thorough preparations. He planned to fabricate the physical device of the cerebral psychic link once he returned to the base. Moreover, to further enhance the performance and effectiveness of this technology, he intended to upgrade it using the Tianjiao hammer. As Qin Mo continued to use the Tianjiao hammer, its energy was rapidly consumed. Fortunately, the remaining energy was enough to upgrade the cerebral psychic link to meet Qin Mo's needs. While Qin Mo was crafting the equipment he needed in the base, Soundwave was relentlessly searching for the whereabouts of the dark Energon fragment. Our Starscream, oblivious to the danger, once again ventured into the medical bay to taunt the slumbering Megatron.
"Hello! Hello!" Starscream stood before Megatron, a mocking grin on his face. He rapped on Megatron's solid cranium and shouted, "Is there anyone in there?" With each knock, Megatron's massive frame remained utterly still, as if all life had already fled. "No one." "Ha! That's absolutely hilarious." Starscream burst into laughter.
"Because the only thing that could ever make you stand again is now in my hands, my dear Lord Megatron."
With that, Starscream leaped down from Megatron's body and pulled out the dark Energon fragment from his chest. "Look, this is the dark Energon fragment I tore out of your body."
Starscream triumphantly held the fragment before Megatron's eyes.
"This is the last remaining dark Energon on this planet.
I pulled it out of your spark chamber with great effort." Like a trophy, Starscream dangled the dark Energon fragment in front of Megatron as if wanting him to witness this masterpiece. Yet Megatron remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut, as if completely oblivious to Starscream's presence. But even this powerful dark Energon cannot restore your consciousness. Starscream's voice gradually turned cold. You're finished, Megatron.
Completely done.
Now intoxicated by victory, Starscream began to monologue. The Decepticons need a new leader, someone truly capable, not a useless figurehead like you. Little did Starscream notice that someone had quietly approached while he was delivering his passionate speech. And I will convince them to accept me as the true heir to the Decepticon throne.
My ambitions are so vast that even
Megatron in his prime could never have imagined them. The sudden voice startled Starscream. He hastily hid the dark Energon behind his back and turned to look. There stood Knockout leaning against the doorway watching him with an amused expression. Starscream forced an awkward chuckle. Heh, close enough, Knockout.
How long have you been there? Long enough.
Seeing the murderous glint in Starscream's optics, Knockout quickly straightened up and saluted. Allow Deputy Commander Knockout to pay homage to the great Lord Starscream.
Starscream relished the flattery.
He mused that he indeed needed a capable deputy at this moment. Although Knockout wasn't exactly brilliant, his role as medic and his good relations with other Decepticons made him a valuable ally.
Gaining his support would only bring benefits.
With that in mind, Starscream extended an olive branch.
Knockout seized the opportunity and climbed the ladder. Lord Starscream. If you want to win over more Decepticons, words alone won't suffice. You need to deliver tangible achievements.
Oh.
Starscream raised an eyebrow. So my deputy commander has a proposal.
Of course. Knockout operated a nearby console as he spoke. After recent scans, I've detected vast amounts of Energon frozen beneath the ice at the planet's North Pole.
If we melt the ice, we can extract the Energon. Starscream's optics lit up. Excellent, Knockout. That's a constructive suggestion. However, a flicker of ruthlessness passed through his optics as he glanced at Megatron lying on the berth.
If you want the second-in-command seat of the Decepticons, you'll need to accomplish even greater feats.
Knockout understood perfectly.
A sinister smile curled his lips.
Rest assured, my lord. I'll make it quick for him. In the Decepticon ranks, only two things mattered: overwhelming power and absolute authority. For Knockout, the former was out of reach. His frame was suited only for dealing with humans, not Decepticon elites. He could barely hold his own against them. Thus he could only pursue the latter.
Under normal circumstances, his position as medic was the pinnacle of his reach. But now an opportunity had arisen.
With Megatron in a coma and power in Starscream's hands, the incompetent leader couldn't command loyalty like Megatron did. He was isolated and desperate for support.
If Knockout stood by him now, it would be like offering fuel in a snowstorm. As for the greater feats Starscream mentioned, Knockout knew full well it meant finishing off the lingering Megatron. For others it might be difficult. For Knockout it was the simplest task imaginable.
Satisfied with Knockout's ready response, Starscream nodded and slowly left the medical bay to prepare for the extraction of Energon from the Arctic ice. At the Autobot base, Fowler's video call came in. Optimus Prime and the others gathered around. Fowler hadn't changed his habit of cracking corny jokes.
As soon as the call connected, Fowler said, "Optimus, have you seen any Decepticons wearing grass skirts lately?"
"Agent Fowler, what kind of joke is that? What's up?" Optimus didn't seem amused, his tone flat. "I want to tell you that last night Decepticons broke into the Naval Observatory in Hawaii. The place is a wreck." "Why would Decepticons break into an observatory?" RC voiced the question on everyone's mind.
"Ever heard of the Hubble Space Telescope?" After all this time, Fowler still didn't understand the Autobots. They had little interest in human technology, so naturally they were baffled.
Raph answered instead, "You mean the space telescope?" "Exactly," Fowler nodded. "Its primary lens was stolen last night." Optimus nodded.
Without knowing where the lens was taken, it's hard to guess Starscream's intentions.
Fortunately, the lens has a tracking device.
Who knows why a space telescope's lens would have a tracker, but it does.
Maybe to prevent some local thugs from looting it. Or perhaps Agent Smith needed a new excuse to line his pockets again.
Or maybe Commissioner Smith was short on funds and looking for a reason to make some extra cash.
But fortunately, it was actually put to use.
According to the tracker, the main lens of the telescope is at the North Pole.
Great. Now we can have a snowball fight.
Seeing this, Bulkhead clasped his hands together tightly, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. In contrast, Optimus Prime immediately discerned Starscream's intentions. Beneath the glaciers of the North Pole lie vast quantities of super energy clusters. I fear this was Starscream's purpose in stealing the lens.
Ratchet added, "This is no good.
To extract the super energy clusters from the North Pole, they must first melt the glaciers above, which would which would cause the sea levels to rise, Raphael said with a worried expression.
Many places would be submerged by seawater.
As for the vast superenergy clusters beneath the North Pole, the Autobots were well aware of them. The reason they still refrained from exploiting them even in such dire need of superenergy was precisely because they knew how fragile the Arctic ecosystem was and how much damage exploitation would inflict on the entire planet. But Starscream cared nothing for that.
Even if the planet were completely destroyed, so what?
He could simply shrug it off and move on to another planet to continue his development.
In that case, we must stop him. Earth cannot allow them to act so recklessly.
Above the North Pole, Starscream was already prepared. Standing on the deck, he looked down from a height at the vast superenergy clusters hidden beneath the glaciers. From now on, the reign of Lord Starscream begins. With a gesture from Knockout beside him, the device equipped with the lens slowly rose.
Upon activation, a massive heat ray struck directly onto the ice surface.
Watching the Decepticon warship hovering in the sky, Optimus Prime and the others who had already arrived were troubled.
It's flying in the air. How do we get up there without being discovered? In response to Bulkhead's question, Optimus Prime thought briefly and said, Autobots, do you remember the diversionary tactic at the Temple of Maya?
Of course we do, Optimus. That was our first battle together. Just as Starscream was delighting in the melting ice layers, a commotion in the distance successfully drew his attention.
Bulkhead, RC and Bumblebee appeared on the ice plain in a very conspicuous manner, their roaring engines seemingly eager to ensure Starscream spotted them.
Autobots, Starscream said with a slight smirk as he watched the three. I'm delighted to acquire vast superenergy clusters and at the same time dispose of these pests.
With a wave of his hand, Starscream sent dead end, leading a dozen Decepticons charging out, heading straight for the Autobots.
While chaos erupted outside, no one noticed that Soundwave had successfully returned to the warship with the dark superenergy he had found.
Bringing the dark superenergy to the medical bay, he looked at Megatron lying on the bed. Soundwave did not rush to insert the dark superenergy into Megatron.
Instead, he took out a thick tube, inserted one end into Megatron's body and connected the other end to the back of his own head.
Once the connection was established, Soundwave's consciousness entered Megatron's mental world, or rather his dreamscape.
In the dream, Megatron was fighting Optimus Prime single-handedly. Judging by the surroundings, this was the Qin Arena on Cybertron, the very place where Megatron first rose to power. In the Qin Arena, the Optimus Prime conjured by Megatron stood there like a wooden statue, and Megatron's laughter echoed.
Following the sound of laughter, one could see Megatron high above, looking down upon everything like a sovereign. Ha ha ha.
Optimus Prime, your Autobot army has been defeated.
Kneel before your new master.
After Megatron finished the fabricated, Optimus Prime turned around and looking at Megatron replied cooperatively, don't dream on, Megatron.
It's either you or me.
With that, he transformed one hand into a battle sword ready for combat. Then come and die.
With those words, Megatron also conjured a blade and leaped down.
The two charged at each other, blades clashing. This Optimus Prime was like paper. At the slightest contact, he shattered and dissipated into a green mist. The next moment, another Optimus Prime emerged from the wall, his tone still resolute, addressing Megatron as he walked away slowly. Megatron, your reign of evil ends here. With that, he likewise produced a battle sword and prepared to fight. Perhaps Megatron was tired of the game. He retracted his blade, raised his arm and fired a cannon blast, blasting this Optimus Prime into dust once more.
But before the next Optimus Prime could appear, Soundwave walked up from below and stood before Megatron. Soundwave. Weren't you scouting the locations of the remaining Autobot forces? Why are you here? Soundwave did not speak, yet it seemed he communicated something. Megatron stepped forward slowly and reached out to grab.
As he had expected, his hand passed directly through Soundwave's body. As Soundwave emitted mechanical sounds on a special frequency, Megatron clearly understood. Cortical psychic link. Unbelievable, Soundwave. You actually thought of this method to awaken me.
After exchanging information with Soundwave, Megatron successfully emerged from his unconscious state.
Upon hearing that Starscream had proclaimed himself the new leader of the Decepticons, Megatron did not become angry. Instead, he wore an expression of, just as I expected.
Starscream is nothing but a clown.
Someone who can't even organize a proper picnic thinks he can eliminate Optimus Prime.
Ridiculous. Then after a brief thought, Megatron said, Soundwave, my consciousness is now free from the unconscious state. To regain control of my body, the best way is to retrieve the dark superenergy. Go now, Anne. Before Megatron could finish, Soundwave emitted a few more mechanical sounds.
Megatron's lips curled into a slight smile.
You've already found the dark superenergy. Excellent.
Now you can leave here and awaken me with the dark superenergy. Soundwave nodded, his body dissipated and his consciousness returned to his own physical form. He pulled out the tube from behind his head and then withdrew the huge tube from Megatron's chest, revealing the gaping, horrifying hole.
He inserted the dark superenergy into it. A blinding purple light burst forth, illuminating the entire medical bay.
In the dazzling light, Megatron's crimson eyes snapped open. The commotion in the medical bay also drew the attention of other Decepticons. Several gray-white Decepticon elites rushed in quickly. Shocked to see the resurrected Megatron, they immediately drew their weapons and fired. Though Megatron had just awakened from his slumber, his strength was far beyond what these petty underlings could match. With a flicker of movement, he effortlessly evaded the ferocious assault of several Decepticon elites, then turned and fired a few shots. Blinding laser beams streaked out like lightning, instantly extinguishing the sparks of those insolent rebels. Megatron stood motionless, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the wreckage before him. He mused inwardly, the Decepticons were once teeming with talent, now all that remains are these useless failures. After confirming that these individuals belonged to Starscream's aerial squadron, a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He sneered, "Starscream, you've managed to give me quite a surprise. But that still doesn't mask your inherent incompetence." With that, Megatron turned to Soundwave and commanded, "I leave this place to you. I have more pressing matters to attend to." Soundwave nodded respectfully in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, outside the Decepticon warship, Optimus Prime skillfully employed a feint tactic, successfully closing the distance between himself and the vessel. He nimbly scaled a towering iceberg, and once atop its peak, his keen eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, soon locating an ideal vantage point. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime broke into a sprint, his stride swift as the wind. In just a few steps, he transformed into his vehicle mode, the engine roaring with deafening thunder as he raced forward at maximum speed. After gaining momentum, Optimus Prime launched himself from a jutting ice cliff like a cannonball, streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning, hurtling straight toward the Decepticon warship. In midair, he rapidly completed his transformation. At the critical moment, he seized a protruding spike on the warship, then exerted his strength to vault onto the deck. Watching the massive vehicle mode bearing down on him like a ferocious beast as if it would crush him to dust in the next instant, Starscream's fury reached its peak. "You useless fool. As second in command, you can't even hold the rear." Starscream roared at Knockout, his voice thunderous as if it would tear the very air apart. But Knockout, paralyzed by Optimus Prime's charge, was utterly unable to respond to Starscream's rebuke. Seeing this, Starscream's rage erupted like a volcano. He ignored Knockout. "Get out of my way." In a fit of fury, Starscream climbed onto a nearby piece of equipment and kicked off a Decepticon grunt standing atop it. He paid no heed to the grunt sprawled on the ground, his attention wholly fixed on Optimus Prime charging toward him. He quickly adjusted the directional lens of the equipment, aiming the scorching ray directly at Optimus Prime. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the lens like a roaring fire dragon surging straight toward him. Bathed in the searing beam, Optimus Prime's entire body gleamed brilliantly as if enveloped in a cloak of golden flames. Yet despite the heat radiating from his frame and waves, his advance showed no sign of slowing. As Optimus Prime drew ever closer, a flicker of fear crept into Starscream's mind, but he quickly suppressed it, replaced by an even more frenzied urge to attack. When Optimus Prime was within a certain range, he suddenly leaped, as agile as a panther. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed in an instant into a razor-sharp battle blade. Arcing gracefully through the air, he descended like a falling meteor, striking the equipment Starscream operated with devastating force. A thunderous explosion erupted, the equipment burst apart as if struck by a bomb. Countless fragments scattered in all directions, accompanied by billowing black smoke, a spectacular sight. An unparalleled shockwave like a violent hurricane radiated outward from the warship with the force of raging tides. The impact was so immense that those below, including Bulkhead, were caught completely off guard, unable to react before being thrown head over heels, landing clumsily on the ground. The warship, once seemingly indestructible, began to shudder violently under the onslaught. Its hull groaned and creaked as if on the verge of snapping, while thick black smoke rose, resembling the vessel's agonized gasps. Yet the worst was still to come. What truly caused concern was that the instigator of all this, Optimus Prime, was himself hurled off the warship by the shockwave. He flew like a cannonball straight toward a distant glacier, crashing heavily onto the ice, sending up a massive plume of snow. Clearly, the fall had inflicted considerable damage on Optimus Prime. His frame appeared weakened and his movements grew sluggish. Though Starscream was also flung away as a Decepticon, he transformed into his jet mode in midair, avoiding the secondary impact that Optimus Prime suffered upon hitting the ground. Seeing Optimus Prime lying on the ice, Starscream naturally seized this golden opportunity. With a roar from his engines, he accelerated and dived straight toward the fallen Optimus Prime on the glacier like a bolt of lightning. "The greatest mistake Megatron ever made was letting you live, Optimus Prime." Starscream's voice echoed in the air, dripping with smugness and mockery. Just as Starscream prepared to launch missiles to annihilate Optimus Prime, an alien fighter streaked in from the side like a meteor, colliding into Starscream with astonishing speed. The immense force instantly altered Starscream's trajectory. The missiles meant for Optimus Prime flew wildly into the sky, missing their target. The alien fighter locked onto Starscream, carrying him back toward the Decepticon warship. The entire process was as swift as lightning, catching everyone off guard. Megatron. As a former friend and now a foe, Optimus Prime knew Megatron all too well. A single glance was enough to recognize him. Originally Qing Tianzhu believed that Wei Tian had perished in the explosion of the space bridge, even though Qin Mo had previously conveyed through Airshi that Wei Tian was still alive. However, the subsequent operations led by Hong Zhizhu and the prolonged absence of Wei Tian convinced Qing Tianzhu that his adversary was indeed dead, dismissing Qin Mo's words as mere smoke and mirrors designed to confuse. Little did he expect that not only was the enemy still alive, but he would suddenly appear here, taking Hong Zhizhu away and saving him. Everything unfolded so abruptly that Hong Zhizhu barely had time to react before being violently slammed onto the warship's deck by Wei Tian. Lying on the ground staring at the imposing figure of Wei Tian before him, his heart was filled with terror and despair. Yet Hong Zhizhu did not abandon his final struggle. Enduring the pain in his body, he clambered to his feet with difficulty and stammered to Wei Tian, Wei Tian, my lord. You have recovered. This is truly a miracle. Watching Hong Zhizhu's flustered state, Wei Tian's heart seethed with rage. Recalling those who had just tried to kill him, he ground his teeth and said, if you can survive in my hands, that would be the real miracle, Hong Zhizhu. Sensing the undisguised murderous intent emanating from Wei Tian, Hong Zhizhu was terrified. He knew all too well the formidable power of Wei Tian. If caught, his life would be forfeit. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Hong Zhizhu scrambled to complete his transformation, started his engines, and attempted to flee this horrifying place as quickly as possible. Yet just as he was about to take off, he suddenly felt a powerful force gripping his tail fin. Hong Zhizhu turned back in terror, only to see Wei Tian standing behind him with a ferocious expression, his massive hand firmly clasping the tail fin. Wei Tian's arm exerted force abruptly. Hong Zhizhu felt his body yanked by an immense power, spun twice in the air and then slammed viciously onto the deck not far away. The impact was brutal. Hong Zhizhu felt his very spark tremble violently, his entire body racked with pain. But the Autobots Qing Tianzhu was right there. Hong Zhizhu pointed down at Qing Tianzhu, saying frantically, waiting for you to destroy. He hoped to divert Wei Tian's attention, making him spare his life. However, Wei Tian paid no heed to Hong Zhizhu's words. He spoke to himself, the biggest mistake I ever made. I've made it several times, but I swear it will never happen again. Having said that, Wei Tian walked step by step toward Hong Zhizhu. Each footfall seemed to land on Hong Zhizhu's heart, intensifying his terror. Hong Zhizhu struggled desperately, trying to break free from Wei Tian's grip, but Wei Tian's strength was overwhelming. All his efforts were in vain. Finally, Wei Tian stood before Hong Zhizhu, seized his head, and no matter how Hong Zhizhu writhed, he could not escape the iron grasp. Watching the Decepticon warship slowly depart, Airshi and the others returned to Qing Tianzhu's side. He's back. I never imagined he could survive an explosion of that magnitude. Yes. Qing Tianzhu nodded, saying, it seems that truly eliminating Wei Tian is not as simple as we thought. Now that the Decepticons had left, clearly abandoning the plan to melt the glacier, the Autobots would not undertake such an act either, and so they too departed. After both the Decepticons and Autobots had left, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Yet amidst the quiet, a mysterious ground bridge slowly opened at the center of the battlefield. Then a figure stepped calmly out of the ground bridge. It was Qin Mo. His pace was steady and unhurried, as if he were entirely familiar with the surroundings. Following Qin Mo out of the ground bridge were elliptical metallic spheres. These spheres appeared peculiar. Their surfaces were smooth as mirrors, reflecting the ambient light, exuding an aura of mystery and high technology. Qin Mo called these spheres combat orbs, combat units he had meticulously crafted. Each combat orb was equipped underneath with 4 spider-like mechanical legs, agile and powerful, capable of adapting to various complex terrains, allowing the orbs to move freely in different environments. Moreover, the combat orbs were fitted with mechanical arms on both sides, which could perform flexible operations and execute various tasks as needed. On top of each combat orb, a laser cannon was mounted, modified from the type of laser cannon carried by Decepticon grunts. Though its power was not as strong as the original, it had the advantage of low cost, enabling Qin Mo to mass-produce these combat orbs. Using resources obtained from the robotic special forces, Qin Mo had successfully established an automated assembly line for producing combat orbs. With sufficient resources, Qin Mo could produce as many of these combat orbs as he desired. The roles of these combat orbs were multifaceted. Not only could they serve as cannon fodder in battle, but they could also undertake repair and maintenance work on ordinary days. As for the purpose of Qin Mo bringing a batch of combat orbs here, it was self-evident. He was after the super energy bodies beneath the glacier. After all, this was one of the largest mines storing super energy bodies, a resource Qin Mo had long coveted. Following the fierce battle between the Autobots and Decepticons, the ice surface had been melted into a massive opening by Hong Zhizhu's powerful firepower. The subsequent shockwaves from the explosions also caused secondary damage to the ice, making mining efforts much easier. Without a word, Qin Mo immediately directed the combat orbs he had brought to commence excavation. Though small in size, their strength was not to be underestimated. Under his command, they rapidly dug large pits in the ice at an astonishing speed, coupled with Qin Mo's own expertise in excavation. Before long, Qin Mo had reached the area where the super energy bodies were located. The super energy bodies here differed from the mining zones he had seen before. Although the reserves were vast, they were covered by a thick layer of solid ice, posing considerable difficulty for mining. Even someone as powerful as Hong Zhizhu had only planned to melt most of the ice layer on top first, then extract using manual labor. However, for Qin Mo this was hardly a challenge. Qin Mo placed one hand on the exposed surface of the super energy body, and the collector installed in his body began to operate rapidly, extracting an endless stream of super energy into his frame. Of course, if Qin Mo were to use himself as a storage tank for super energy, even his body, enhanced and upgraded by the Tianjiu hammer, could only absorb so much. So Qin Mo intended to turn himself into a transfer station. While he was digging below, the combat spheres left on the surface had already prepared an energy storage unit. As a pipeline descended along the excavation tunnel, the combat sphere beside Qin Mo naturally caught it and connected it to the interface on his back. Once the pipeline was connected, vast amounts of refined super energy fluid continuously flowed through Qin Mo, the transfer station, into the storage unit above. It was precisely because of the harvester's existence that the entire mining operation was remarkably efficient and swift. A super energy crystal mine that would normally take at least several months to fully exploit was completely emptied in just 7 days under Qin Mo's operation. And this was achieved under the premise that Qin Mo did not wish to stay too long in such an extreme cold, which could damage his own body. Otherwise the mining speed would have been even faster. Gazing at the abundant pile of super energy crystals before him, a satisfied smile spread across Qin Mo's face. "This is truly incredible, my lord." At that moment a familiar voice came from behind Qin Mo. Turning toward the sound, he saw that the speaker was none other than He Guofu. But the He Guofu now was no longer the same as before. Through in-depth understanding over this period, Qin Mo had thoroughly studied He Guofu inside and out, not only fully mastering the swarm network but also firmly controlling He Guofu. Such was the power of technology. He Guofu could use the swarm network to control machine insects and become their queen. Similarly, Qin Mo could control He Guofu through the swarm network and become her king. This process was not easy, at least not for He Guofu. Using a modified cerebral cortex psychic link, Qin Mo pulled her consciousness from her body into his own mental realm, where he was the absolute sovereign. Through prolonged torment he placed immense pressure on He Guofu's psyche, instilling in her an instinctive fear of Qin Mo, and then enslaved her through the swarm network. After such operations the present He Guofu was forged. To her now Qin Mo was her heaven, an entity she could never defy. If it is hard to understand in layman's terms, Qin Mo through mental torment had successfully raised He Guofu's loyalty to him to 100% and locked it permanently. Unless Qin Mo died, He Guofu would remain eternally loyal to him. He Guofu. Qin Mo turned to look at her and asked, "Have you completed the task I assigned to you?" "Yes, my lord," He Guofu replied with a slight bow. "Those facilities are nearly impossible for humans to infiltrate, but for me it is as easy as turning my hand." As a machine insect, Qin Mo possessed the ability to dig tunnels, but he was not skilled in stealth. Especially after being modified by the celestial hammer, his body became larger, further enhancing his combat advantages, but he essentially bid farewell to stealth. Without the relevant equipment, Qin Mo had only 2 ways to obtain the high-precision devices he needed: either storm the facilities where the equipment was stored or trade with Silas Mecha Special Forces. He could certainly achieve the former, but the result would likely be drawing the attention of the Autobots and being besieged. It was not worth it for some equipment. As for the latter, Qin Mo planned to engage in long-term trade with Silas. To obtain anything from him he would have to exchange corresponding technology. Although Qin Mo now possessed many advanced technologies, he was not yet at the point where he could squander them recklessly. Moreover, many of the things he wanted might not even be available to the Mecha Special Forces. Of course, for even more advanced technology Silas would certainly go to great lengths to acquire it for Qin Mo, but that would waste time. Now with He Guofu everything was different. She was inherently a stealth assassin. Infiltrating those bases or laboratories was as easy for He Guofu as blowing her nose a piece of cake. After presenting the latest spoils to Qin Mo, He Guofu asked in confusion, "My lord, forgive my bluntness, but what do you intend to do with these human technologies?" No sooner had she spoken than her eyes met Qin Mo's and her whole body trembled involuntarily. She quickly lowered her head and said, "It was rash of me to speak. Your plans are certainly far-sighted. I spoke out of turn." Seeing He Guofu so terrified of him, Qin Mo couldn't help but wonder if he had been too harsh back then. But this thought did not last long. After seeing the phase conductor that He Guofu had brought back, Qin Mo assigned her a new task. Qin Mo pressed a button on the instrument beside him and a 3-dimensional image of a military fortress appeared on the screen. In this human military base there is a sufficient energy storage device. For humans the defenses here are extremely tight. But I can dig a tunnel and sneak it out without anyone noticing. Exactly, Qin Mo nodded. You've done a lot during this time. After completing this mission you can rest. With that, Qin Mo gave a symbolic pat on He Guofu's shoulder. Thank you for your concern, my lord. After He Guofu left, Qin Mo immediately began assembling. Soon a large-scale detection device was ready. As long as the energy device that Heiguafu was about to bring back was installed, the device could start working. Though Qin Mo had been lying low during this period, all his actions were highly purposeful. Initially it was for self-preservation and survival, for which he had scavenged trash and looted tombs. Now that self-preservation and survival were no longer an issue, the next step was to strengthen himself, build his own forces and dominate a region. To achieve this goal he first needed ample energy reserves for provisions. Precede an army, provisions are always the most crucial factor. For Cybertronians that meant energy. That was why Qin Mo had been so fervently stockpiling super energy crystals, and now he had a considerable stockpile. Next came the task of building a powerful army loyal to him. Combat spheres could only be used as cannon fodder. To build a true army he needed to rely on the dormant legions of machine insects buried underground. The problem was that without precise coordinates Qin Mo could not find this army. Even Heiguafu in the original story had stumbled upon it by chance. Qin Mo did not have the time to search the entire world. Therefore he needed to build a high-power detector to more efficiently locate those dormant machine insects. While Qin Mo was busy over here aboard the Tianhu battleship. After being disciplined by Wei Zhentian, Hong Zhizhu lay on the sickbed in the medical bay covered in injuries all over his body, with several tubes of varying thickness inserted into his chest, looking extremely miserable. But just then a dull sound of footsteps approached from afar, and Hong Zhizhu suddenly opened his eyes to see Wei Zhentian already standing before him. "You've rested well enough, haven't you, Hong Zhizhu? You were seriously injured this time." Wei Zhentian looked at Hong Zhizhu lying on the hospital bed and slowly spoke, his tone laced with sarcasm and mockery. "But my medic tells me you should recover soon." Facing Wei Zhentian, especially a fully recovered Wei Zhentian, Hong Zhizhu dared not show any temper at all. He struggled to sit up from the bed and said, "I sincerely hope that your anger will likewise soon." Before finishing, Hong Zhizhu coughed incessantly as if his old illness had recurred. Seeing Hong Zhizhu's miserable state and his groveling demeanor, Wei Zhentian was evidently quite pleased. He chuckled lightly and said, "How quickly things change in this world. I never imagined that not long ago you were the one standing here while I lay there. You came within a hair's breadth of successfully scheming against me." At that time Wei Zhentian was truly furious, especially when he saw the few Tianhu that Hong Zhizhu had arranged to kill him. His anger had reached its peak. If he could, he would have liked nothing more than to kill that duplicitous scoundrel Hong Zhizhu. As for why Hong Zhizhu ended up severely injured but not killed by Wei Zhentian, it was mainly because after calming down Wei Zhentian realized that the talents available to him were far too few and those with command abilities were extremely rare. Although Hong Zhizhu was also a mediocre fool, having been by his side for so long he had at least picked up some command skills. If he really killed him there would be no one else to fill the position of deputy commander. You couldn't very well let Ji Dao the medic or Si Hua the brawler who only knows how to fight become the deputy commander, could you? Moreover, Wei Zhentian was quite confident that as long as he lived Hong Zhizhu would not dare to cause trouble. Finally, before leaving, Wei Zhentian did not forget to leave a parting shot. "You will never be able to replace my position to mess with Hong Zhizhu's state of mind." Hong Zhizhu was absolutely furious at this, his crimson eyes nearly blazed with fire. But what use was it? He could only vent his anger by pulling out the tubes inserted in his body. Pulling out all the tubes from his body, Hong Zhizhu held his aching body and walked out of the medical bay. However, as soon as Hong Zhizhu stepped out of the medical bay he saw Ji Dao, who was debugging equipment. Ji Dao also noticed him. "Hong Zhizhu, have you gone mad? You haven't fully recovered yet." As a medical officer, Ji Dao naturally did his duty, but Hong Zhizhu was in no mood to listen. Pushing Ji Dao aside he said, "I feel great, Ji Dao. Couldn't be better. Your medical skills are superb. Now get out of my way." Ji Dao, having been rebuffed, didn't bother to argue and returned to his work. So the question was, since he hadn't fully healed, why was Hong Zhizhu so eager to get out of bed and endure physical pain? It was naturally for the fragment of dark Energon he had hidden away, the very one he had pulled out of Wei Zhentian's chest. Hong Zhizhu's goal was simple: to follow Wei Zhentian's example, use the dark Energon to make himself stronger and at the same time summon undead warriors under his control. He had even chosen his target, Tianjin, who had been awakened by him not long ago and then killed. However, Hong Zhizhu did not know that what he thought was done in secret was not so. The entire Batian, who was under Shangba's surveillance, and the land bridge was a crucial link in that surveillance. So the moment Hong Zhizhu activated the land bridge, Shangbo knew of it and reported to Wei Zhentian. So the question arises, was Wei Zhentian not yet recovered? Knowing full well that Hong Zhizhu had a piece of dark Energon and intended to use it to summon his own undead army, why didn't he stop? The reason was simple: Wei Zhentian wanted to control Hong Zhizhu. He could control the resurrected undead through the dark Energon, and he could also control the living, though not as directly as with corpses. It was more like a subtle gradual transformation. Those with weak mental strength would be influenced and subconsciously obey those with stronger mental power. This might also be the reason why later in the story Hong Zhizhu would become increasingly loyal to Wei Zhentian and even shop to avenge him when he saw Wei Zhentian killed. But Hong Jiju knew nothing of this. He only knew that the Dark Energon could boost the user's power. What he never expected was that to better prevent the Ba Tianhu from causing trouble, especially Wei Jintian, Zhou Huche had strengthened the detection of Dark Energon. Thus the moment Hong Jiju left the Ba Tianhu battleship with the Dark Energon, its signal was precisely detected by Zhou Huche at the base.
Unaware of this, Hong Jiju arrived at Tianjin's grave and laughed loudly. "We meet again, mighty Tianjin.
You rejected my leadership when you were alive, but now as the first warrior I resurrect you must obey me completely." With that he snapped the Dark Energon in his hand into two pieces, threw one piece into the grave and inserted the other into his own body.
The moment the Dark Energon entered his body, Hong Jiju felt an endless surge of power, unstoppable as a volcanic eruption.
The exhilarating sensation made him burst into loud laughter, but after laughing he looked down and saw that Tianjin, who should have awakened, showed no sign of movement.
How is this possible? At this point Hong Jiju didn't care anymore.
He directly excavated Tianjin's grave and upon closer inspection discovered that the grave was empty.
Where is Tianjin?
Where did his body go?
Before Hong Jiju could figure this out, a land bridge appeared not far behind him, and then Qing Tianzhu Gaban and Zhou Huche walked out. Hong Jiju. Why isn't it Wei Jintian?
Upon detecting the Dark Energon signal and that it appeared in a place familiar to them,
the first thought of Qing Tianzhu and the others was that Wei Jintian intended to resurrect the deceased Tianjin, so they rushed over in a hurry.
But who would have thought that when they arrived it wasn't Wei Jintian but Hong Jiju?
Autobots.
Optimus Prime might have shown restraint towards Megatron, as the two once shared a bond and he still hoped to persuade Megatron to reform through non-violent means. But for Starscream there were no such qualms.
After a brief warning not to move, he directly attacked, intent on eliminating him.
Starscream was no fool. He knew he was no match for Optimus Prime and the others, especially with Skyquake's corpse gone. His plan to summon undead spirits had failed, leaving him with no reason to stay.
Realizing this, Starscream did not hesitate.
He fired a missile at Optimus Prime and the others, then without checking if it caused damage transformed into a fighter jet and fled.
What's this? Is it over?
As the smoke-cleared bulkhead watched the distant Starscream and asked in confusion.
Not quite.
Ratchet now held a device in his hand. According to the equipment scan, the Dark Energon signal originated from Starscream's body, even though traces of it still linger here. With that, Ratchet walked to the open grave of Skyquake, reached in and retrieved a half-piece of Dark Energon radiating a faint purple glow.
Dark Energon. Seeing the object in Ratchet's hand, Bulkhead's first instinct was to destroy it, as in many Cybertronian legends it symbolized misfortune and evil.
Fortunately, Ratchet reacted quickly, blocking him and shielding the half-piece of Dark Energon behind himself.
Old friend, possessing and studying Dark Energon is not a wise choice.
Optimus Prime advised prolonged exposure to Dark Energon will weaken us, even lead to death.
Ratchet nodded in agreement. I know that well, Optimus. But our understanding of Dark Energon is far too limited. If Megatron intends to weaponize it, despite the dangers, we must study it thoroughly to be prepared. Very well. Optimus Prime was not inflexible.
He addressed Ratchet, who had a solid rationale. You may keep and study this Dark Energon, but maintain caution and control your research time to ensure it does not harm your body. The Autobots returned to base with the half-piece of Dark Energon left behind by Starscream. Though they had not captured him, it was not without gain. As for Starscream, although he failed to summon Skyquake's undead spirit, inserting the half-piece of Dark Energon into his body had nevertheless elevated his power. So where did Skyquake's corpse go?
The answer was simple: it was taken by Qin Mo.
Not long after Optimus Prime and Bumblebee had slain and buried Skyquake, Qin Mo arrived that very night, dug up the freshly interred remains and carried them away. Back then Qin Mo's available resources were limited, and his desire to study Cybertronians to the fullest naturally led him to target the recently deceased Skyquake. As for now, poor Skyquake had been dismantled into nothing but a pile of parts, some of which had even been installed into Qin Mo's modified equipment, continuing to serve a purpose. After the Autobots returned to base, Ratchet was eager to thoroughly research the newly acquired Dark Energon. But before he could begin, an alarm blared through the base.
What's happening?
Have the Decepticons found us?
Calm down, everyone. Seeing the agitation, Ratchet quickly explained, it's just a small program I set up.
After silencing the alarm, Ratchet continued, while operating the equipment to prevent the Decepticons from causing havoc on this planet, I created a program that scans global activity and alerts us to any abnormal fluctuations. Staring at the peculiar fluctuation on the screen, Ratchet muttered with suspicion, this is truly bizarre.
Such an immense magnetic flux is highly abnormal for any planet. Just as Ratchet was perplexed, Optimus Prime stepped forward, gazing at the screen thoughtfully.
I recognize this magnetic signature.
Ratchet looked at Optimus in bewilderment. You recognize it? What's going on? Optimus Prime took a deep breath. The Decepticons once built a powerful magnetic weapon. We Autobots successfully confiscated it, and it was stored in Iacon.
Suddenly enlightened Ratchet slapped his forehead.
Ah, I remember now, you mean that magnetic glove. But how did it end up on Earth? Optimus Prime frowned, pondering.
During the latter stages of the Cybertronian War, our front lines kept retreating. To prevent confiscated Decepticon weapons from falling back into their hands, apart from those used in combat, the rest were launched into deep space by Alphatrion.
So that's how it is. Ratchet murmured. Just then RC stepped forward and volunteered, leave it to me. I'll retrieve that magnetic glove. I'll come along too.
Bulkhead's voice had barely faded when RC promptly declined.
That's completely unnecessary. This is a simple search mission, I can handle it alone.
Before she could finish, Ratchet interjected sternly, not quite RC.
Since we detected the signal, the Decepticons can too.
And the magnetic glove is a formidable weapon against machines, they won't let this opportunity slip. As Ratchet predicted, Soundwave successfully detected the anomalous magnetic flux, and the one dispatched for this mission was none other than Knockout's partner, Dead End.
Compared to the Autobots, the Decepticons' exploration equipment was notably more advanced and efficient.
After receiving the order, Dead End swiftly moved into action and soon located the source of the magnetic flux.
Found it.
Dead End's voice carried a hint of excitement. After carefully inspecting the surroundings to confirm no potential danger, he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, one of his hands began to transform. In an instant it became a massive hammer. Stepping up, he swung the hammer with force, smashing it against the hard rock.
Boom! 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 3 consecutive thunderous strikes left deep indentations on the rock surface, sending fragments flying.
With the final blow, the rock shattered, revealing the magnetic glove inside. Dead End's heart leaped with joy as he reached for the glove. The moment his fingers were about to grasp it, a crisp sound suddenly reached his ears.
Siwo's attention was immediately drawn away.
He halted his movements and warily gazed toward the direction of the sound. Yet just as he turned, a figure moved with ghost-like swiftness, vanishing without a trace. A flicker of doubt crossed Siwo's mind, but he dismissed it as mere illusion.
He then redirected his gaze to the magnetic glove, preparing to retrieve it.
But the instant he bent down, a black shadow shot out from the rock above like lightning, charging straight at him. Caught off guard, Siwo could only watch helplessly as the shadow drew close. By the time he recognized the assailant, it was too late. It was none other than Black Widow, a fellow Decepticon. Confronted with this sudden strike, the straightforward warrior Siwo froze for a fleeting moment. He never expected Black Widow to appear at this very moment, launching such a ferocious assault.
However, that instant of hesitation granted Black Widow the opportunity she needed.
She seized the moment to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, her 4 slender yet powerful spider legs raining down upon Siwo like a storm. Despite his robust frame, Siwo struggled to withstand Black Widow's fierce onslaught. He was driven back repeatedly, eventually crashing heavily to the ground. The magnetic glove slipped from his grasp and landed a short distance away. Seeing this, Black Widow's heart leaped with joy. She immediately ceased her assault on Siwo and turned to retrieve the magnetic glove. Her movements were remarkably swift, revealing her determination to claim it. Yet precisely because of her eagerness to obtain the glove, she overlooked Siwo lying on the ground. The fact that Siwo had been dispatched for a mission bespoke his formidable strength.
His current predicament stemmed solely from being ambushed. Moreover, since Black Widow belonged to the Decepticons as he did, their shared affiliation had caused Siwo a moment of hesitation. Now, however, Siwo had finally come to his senses. Fury blazed within him like a powder keg ignited, erupting violently. Rather than clouding his judgment, this rage amplified his strength, doubling his destructive power. Just as Black Widow picked up the magnetic glove from the ground, before she could even wield it, Siwo's iron hammer came crashing down upon her face like a tempest. The blow was devastating, sending Black Widow flying backward. The magnetic glove, jolted by the immense impact, slipped from her hand once more and landed with a clatter on the ground like a kite with a broken string. But this time Siwo's attention was not drawn to the magnetic glove at all. His gaze locked onto Black Widow with the intensity of a starving wolf. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he snarled, "I heard there's a traitor among the Decepticons. Why don't I just tie you up and take you back?"
Before his voice faded, Siwo raised his massive iron hammer and charged straight at Black Widow like a frenzied beast. As a fairly senior member of the Decepticons, Siwo had gained some preliminary understanding of Megatron's character.
He knew well Megatron's deep abhorrence of betrayal. Successfully bringing Black Widow back would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. Moreover, the current situation was highly advantageous for Siwo. Apart from himself and Black Widow, there was no one else around. And since the magnetic glove couldn't just sprout legs and run away, he could easily retrieve it after capturing Black Widow. How naive. Black Widow taunted as Siwo attacked. As a warrior renowned for agility, she had no intention of engaging in a direct brute force confrontation with him. Instead, she deftly utilized her nimble movements to continuously evade Siwo's strikes.
Seeing that close-quarters combat was ineffective, Sihua swiftly altered his battle strategy. A cannon barrel on his shoulder suddenly deployed, aiming directly at Black Widow, who stood on a rocky outcrop above. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the cannonball shot out like a meteor, slamming viciously into the rock. The rock shattered instantly, billowing smoke and debris as a cascade of rubble rained down. Taking advantage of the smokescreen, Black Widow swiftly concealed her whereabouts, causing Sihua to lose track of his target.
Come out! Stop hiding like a coward and fight me!
The enraged Sihua bellowed, scanning his surroundings while searching for Black Widow.
Don't be impatient, big guy. We have plenty of time.
The voice came from underground.
By the time Sihua realized it, it was too late.
The ground behind Sihua cracked open. Black Widow leaped out from below, her 4 spider legs seizing him from behind.
Before he could resist, she dragged him underground. For Black Widow, an expert digger, the underground was her domain.
While continuously injuring Sihua with her legs, she pulled him deeper beneath the earth. Once they reached a sufficient depth, Black Widow released Sihua and swiftly scrambled upward. Sihua struggled to climb out as well, but Black Widow was ruthless. She deliberately collapsed the tunnel behind her, burying him under a cascade of dirt and rocks.
By the time Black Widow emerged, Sihua was pinned beneath thick layers of soil and stone.
Only his furious roars could faintly be heard.
Guess he's finally laid to rest, she muttered.
Just as she prepared to claim her prize, no one expected Sihua to burst out from underground through sheer brute force, and he looked even more enraged than before. Meanwhile, as Sihua and Black Widow were locked in fierce combat, RC and Bulkhead, who had come to investigate the magnetic source, happened to witness the scene. RC was usually calm, but under certain circumstances she became highly emotional, such as when she saw Black Widow. The optimal strategy would have been to let Sihua and Black Widow wear each other out, then swoop in for the kill or stealthily snatch the magnetic glove while they fought.
Yet RC chose neither option and instead launched a direct attack.
Understandably, RC harbored a grudge against Black Widow, and Bulkhead had scores to settle with Sihua. Given their personalities, they were unlikely to let them off easily. Thus, with just a single exchange of glances, they had their battle plan set. RC would take on Black Widow while Bulkhead would engage Sihua. As expected, with the appearance of RC and Bulkhead, Deadfire and Black Arachnia, who had been locked in a desperate battle, immediately ceased their fight.
RC. Not bad, you brought a new companion for me to kill.
Compared to the sarcastic Black Arachnia, Deadfire beside her was noticeably more straightforward.
Is that Bulkhead? My old rival. I wasn't asking you.
Seeing this, RC remained completely unflustered, calmly turning her head to look at Bulkhead beside her and said, "Give me a boost." Then she placed one foot on Bulkhead's hand. As his arm suddenly exerted force, she leaped high into the air, her twin guns firing continuously, sending dense energy bolts raining down like a storm.
Although this flurry of attacks didn't inflict any significant damage on the two, it successfully separated Black Arachnia and Deadfire.
Just as RC was about to land, Deadfire suddenly let out a roar, charging straight at her like a frenzied beast. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Black Arachnia appeared before him, forcefully blocking his path.
No, she's mine. After throwing out these words, Black Arachnia rushed towards RC.
Meanwhile, Deadfire abruptly turned his head, only to be startled by a massive metal ball hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Before he could even react, the iron ball slammed heavily into his face with a dull, resounding thud. There was absolutely no coordination between Black Arachnia and Deadfire. After all, they were never partners to begin with, merely uniting temporarily against the Autobots, nothing more. On the other side, Bulkhead and RC displayed a starkly different combat style. Though on the surface they seemed to be fighting individually, they were actually subtly monitoring each other's every move. While engaged in fierce combat with Black Arachnia, RC skillfully managed to fire several shots with precision at Deadfire, successfully disrupting his attack rhythm. Meanwhile, whenever Black Arachnia gained the upper hand, Bulkhead would promptly swing his iron ball with immense force, driving her away and creating a chance for RC to catch her breath. They really are a pair. Miko stood on a high vantage point looking down at the fierce robot battle below, her camera clicking incessantly to capture the awe-inspiring scene. As everyone knew, wherever Bulkhead appeared, Miko was often not far behind. This time was no exception. Eager to capture more thrilling moments of the robot battle, Miko had quietly followed them while no one was watching. However, by the time Bulkhead and RC noticed her presence, it was already too late to send her back. To ensure Mika's safety, Bulkhead and RC had to first find a relatively safe place for her to hide, promising to retrieve her after they had dealt with the situation below.
Indeed, though on Cybertron there aren't clearly defined marital relationships. No sooner had Mika's mutterings ended than an unfamiliar voice suddenly reached her ear. Startled by the voice, Miko instinctively turned her head to see who was speaking. Really? Then how do Cybertronians reproduce?
Before she could finish her sentence, Miko realized something was wrong and hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. What she saw was none other than Qin Mo's terrifying Insecticon visage.
Ah. The horrifying face gave Miko such a fright that she didn't even bother to pick up her dropped phone.
She scrambled to her feet to run, but Qin Mo was not about to let her escape so easily. He gently scooped her up in his hand, careful not to apply too much pressure lest he crush her. Then he dug a small pit and tossed her inside. What might have been a casually dug hole for Qin Mo was for Miko a deep pit she couldn't possibly climb out of despite her best efforts. As time passed, the battle below was nearly over. Through mutual cooperation, Bulkhead and RC had been dominating Deadfire and Black Arachnia throughout the fight. Realizing he couldn't win through normal combat, the enraged Deadfire grabbed the magnetic gauntlet beside him and activated it.
Do you know what this is?
It must be noted that Black Arachnia was now one of Qin Mo's followers. Her presence there was by his orders with the goal of retrieving the magnetic gauntlet, a powerful Decepticon invention. Unfortunately, Deadfire had found it first. To complete her mission she had to fight him, and then RC and Bulkhead intervened, causing further delays. Now to end the battle quickly, Deadfire directly activated the magnetic gauntlet in his hand. Even though he didn't know its exact function, he knew that something Megatron valued so highly must possess immense destructive power. However, Black Arachnia, aware of its effects, burrowed into the ground the moment Deadfire activated the gauntlet, escaping to avoid its influence. As for Qin Mo, after securing Miko, he used a shield generator to form an energy barrier over his body, insulating himself from the magnetic effects.
Back on the battlefield, as the magnetic gauntlet was activated, a tremendous magnetic force directly targeted Bulkhead and RC.
As organic mechanical lifeforms, magnetism was a perfect counter to Cybertronians. Watching the two being lifted helplessly into the air like toys, Deadfire couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face.
What does this button do?
Like a child with a new toy, Deadfire casually pressed a button on the magnetic gauntlet. Instantly, a surge of magnetic force like a speeding truck slammed into Bulkhead and RC. The unstoppable power sent them flying, crashing heavily into the rocks behind.
Hahaha, Megatron is going to love this.
Seeing the two buried under a pile of rubble, Deadfire chose not to press his advantage. Instead, he decided to withdraw, delivering the gauntlet to Megatron and completing his mission first. When Bulkhead and RC finally crawled out from the rocks, the residual magnetism on their bodies held them firmly together.
Bulkhead, stop shaking, you're making me dizzy.
Bulkhead tried to dislodge RC, who was stuck to his back, but from the look of things it was futile. Instead, he only made RC clinging to his back even more dizzy and disoriented. With no other option, the two had to call the base's medic Wretched for help.
After listening to their account, Wretched offered an explanation.
It must be residual magnetism from the gauntlet that's bonding you two together.
The effect will gradually fade over time, but the best course of action is still to find the magnetic gauntlet first.
As soon as the ambulance's voice faded, Jekka, standing nearby, eagerly asked, Airchin, have you seen Mei Chi?
I haven't seen her at all since a while ago.
It turned out that Mei Chi had secretly followed them without anyone's knowledge, so Jeku and the others were completely unaware. However, after searching the entire base, they still found no trace of Mei Chi. By then they could basically deduce that Mei Chi must have quietly followed them again, just like before.
Ah, Mei Chi.
Goban suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in frustration. Only then did he realize that he and Airchian had been so focused on trying to separate themselves from each other that they had completely forgotten about Mei Chi. The two hurried to where Mei Chi had been placed earlier. However, after searching all possible spots, they found nothing but a dropped pink phone on the ground. There was no sign of Mei Chi herself.
Not good, Mei Chi must be in danger. Goban shouted anxiously and immediately prepared to transform to search for Mei Chi.
At this critical moment, Airchian quickly reacted and shouted loudly, wait.
Big guy, don't be impulsive. If you transform now, you'll crush me directly.
It turned out that the magnetic glove not only stuck the two tightly together, but also, due to their close bodily contact, directly sealed their ability to transform into vehicle forms. If they forcibly transformed, aside from the uncertainty of success, the slender Airchian would definitely be crushed. At the other end of the highway, Sihua drove his vehicle at high speed, glancing at the magnetic glove on the passenger seat through the rearview mirror, immensely pleased. To avoid further complications, Sihua hurriedly called the Batian who worship, requesting a ground bridge to teleport him back based on his coordinates. However, before the warship's response arrived, a rumbling sound came from ahead and a huge rock was rolling down the hillside, heading straight toward him. Startled, Sihua quickly swerved to dodge the rock. But due to the high speed, the vehicle lost control during the sharp turn and crashed into a spider web stretched across the roadside. The spider web instantly entangled Sihua's vehicle tightly. Sihua was trapped inside, unable to move. Frantic with anxiety, he almost instinctively transformed. However, this transformation only worsened the situation. The vehicle, which was merely entangled, became tightly bonded with the web after transformation, and Sihua found himself stuck even more firmly, completely unable to break free.
Sihua, you really have no brain at all.
A mocking voice came from the side. Sihua didn't need to guess to know that the person who would say such a thing was definitely He Guafu. Looking toward the direction of the voice, he indeed saw He Guafu standing not far away, a smug expression on her face, watching his embarrassing state.
Rage erupted from Sihua like a volcano.
He looked at He Guafu with disdain and sneered, "Do you really think you're something? With these petty tricks of yours you think you can deal with me? Let me tell you, with just a flick of my finger I can crush you into a pile of scrap metal." With that, Sihua unhesitatingly activated his powerful magnetic glove, ready to teach He Guafu a painful lesson. However, He Guafu had already prepared, otherwise she wouldn't have ambushed Sihua here. With a raise of her hand, sticky webbing shot out from her palm, accurately hitting Sihua's arm that held the magnetic glove, firmly sticking it to the rock wall behind him. Completely unfamiliar with He Guafu's fighting style, Sihua had not anticipated this move. He instinctively tried to pull his arm free from the rock wall, but overlooked an important fact. If he had immediately activated the magnetic glove to form a magnetic field around himself instead of wasting time struggling with the wall, He Guafu might not have succeeded. This oversight gave He Guafu an opportunity. While Sihua was still struggling, He Guafu darted forward like a phantom, and a thick spider leg stabbed fiercely like lightning towards Sihua's arm holding the magnetic glove. The sudden sharp pain caught Sihua off guard. He instinctively released the magnetic glove. Before it could fall to the ground, He Guafu caught it steadily. A lady can never have too many accessories. As He Guafu admired the magnetic glove in her hand, Sihua, while tearing off the webbing on his body, said that was meant for Wei Zhentian. "Wow, wow, wow." Before Sihua could finish, He Guafu interrupted, "Don't you know I've gone solo now? With this little thing neither the Chicheran nor the Batian who can do anything to me." But as He Guafu's words faded, another laser shot hit the magnetic glove in her hand with perfect accuracy, knocking the accessory she had just obtained away again. Enraged, He Guafu turned to look, wanting to see which blind bastard dared to do this, while Sihua's first thought was that the Chicheran had caught up. But when He Guafu saw who attacked her, she was completely shaken, not to mention fighting, even her body began to tremble slightly. The newcomer was none other than Qin Mo. The question was, wasn't He Guafu sent by Qin Mo to retrieve the magnetic glove? Why was Qin Mo now attacking He Guafu? The reason was simple. While watching the four-way fight, Qin Mo had come up with a better plan. "Not a Chicheran. You are a Ji-Chi Kuan-Chong." Due to Qin Mo's dramatic change, even Sihua couldn't be sure whether the opponent was indeed a Ji-Chi Kuan-Chong. But none of that mattered now. The opponent's target was clearly the magnetic glove, and he bore hostility toward both Sihua and He Guafu. "Quick, get this webbing off me and we'll deal with him together." But He Guafu was paralyzed by immense fear. She didn't even hear Sihua's words, standing motionless like a wooden statue. This was not what Qin Mo wanted. To break the stalemate, Qin Mo fired a shot, precisely hitting the dazed He Guafu. However, Qin Mo had adjusted the laser's power. It only knocked He Guafu back without causing any real damage. Qin Mo did not spare Sihua either. He punched him in the head, knocking the unprepared Sihua unconscious. However, to ensure his plan wouldn't be exposed, Qin Mo picked up the magnetic glove from the ground, then suddenly rushed at He Guafu, tackled her to the ground, and pounded his fists into the ground beside her one after another while telling her his plan. When Sihua gradually regained consciousness from his coma, he abruptly caught sight of Black Widow and Qin Mo engaged in combat not far away with the magnetic glove in Qin Mo's possession. After tearing off the spider webs clinging to his body, Sihua transformed one hand into a hammer and charged at Qin Mo with a roar. Seeing that Sihua had awakened and joined the fray, Qin Mo felt a surge of joy. After a brief exchange of blows, he feigned weakness and retreated swiftly. "Cowardly weakling. Come up and fight me." Discovering that his opponent was no match for him, Sihua naturally seized the opportunity. As for the magnetic glove in Qin Mo's hand, Sihua gambled that he wouldn't use it. The result was obvious. Sihua lost his bet. As Qin Mo activated the magnetic glove, a tremendous magnetic force began to form. He thrust it forward violently, and despite Sihua's desperate resistance, he was blasted away. Black Widow was also sent flying along with him. Unfortunate as ever, she had to endure necessary physical suffering to infiltrate the Decepticons more convincingly. Having adhered Sihua and Black Widow together, Qin Mo achieved his goal. With no reason to linger, he quickly transformed into insect form and departed. When Sihua staggered to his feet, his head still dazed, Qin Mo had vanished without a trace. Coward. After cursing Qin Mo, Sihua noticed that Black Widow was stuck to his back. A flicker of delight crossed his mind. At least this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. As for Qin Mo, he didn't return directly to the base. Instead, he scanned the skies and located Bulkhead and RC, who were searching for Miko. RC's impression of Qin Mo was far from favorable. She and Bulkhead immediately assumed a combat stance. However, due to being stuck together, their fighting posture looked rather comical. Qin Mo raised a hand and said, "I'm not here to fight. I want to make a deal with you Autobots." "We have no deal to make with you," Bulkhead responded curtly before Qin Mo could finish. "Don't be so sure." Qin Mo produced a device displaying the missing Miko. "You captured Miko." Seeing this, Bulkhead lost his composure. His right hand transformed into a metal ball ready to crush Qin Mo, but RC stopped him just in time.
Qin Mo spoke unhurriedly. I must admit you Autobots really enjoy keeping human pets. This human named Miko was caught by me unintentionally. Rest assured she hasn't been harmed yet. Whether she will be in the future I cannot guarantee. What exactly do you want? Faced with Arcee's question, Qin Mo put away the device and said, you know I'm a mercenary. Asking you broke Autobots for Energon is out of the question. So you want our Autobot technology? Arcee interjected with a hostile tone before Qin Mo could finish. Don't look so angry. I'm a man of my word. Release the hostage once I get what I want. Unlike you lot who pull shady tricks behind my back. Do you really think I don't know?
Qin Mo's words left them both speechless, for it was true. In terms of transactions, Qin Mo had indeed released Jack promptly after receiving the technology, whereas the Autobots.
Arcee sighed helplessly. Alright, no more tricks this time. What do you want? Name the time and place for the exchange.
Sensing the moment was right, Qin Mo stated his demands. However, this time he sought not technology but specific instruments and equipment.
What? Insulation probe. Separator.
This guy sure has nerve. When Arcee and Bulkhead returned to base and relayed Qin Mo's demands to Optimus Prime and the others, Ratchet was the first to erupt. The items Qin Mo demanded were practically like stripping screws and metal plates off his own frame.
Qin Mo had some understanding of the Autobots' situation.
Most of their equipment and instruments were brought from Cybertron by Ratchet and Optimus Prime when they arrived on Earth, or cobbled together by Ratchet from available resources.
Among the items Qin Mo requested, only 2 were exclusive to Cybertron. The rest could be assembled on Earth, albeit requiring a considerable amount of time.
More importantly, Qin Mo had calculated everything meticulously. Handing over these items would pain Ratchet for a while but wouldn't cripple him. Coupled with the bond between Bulkhead and Miko, Ratchet would surely contribute to secure her release. And indeed, as Qin Mo predicted, despite grumbling, Ratchet eventually prepared the ransom with curses. While the Autobots and Qin Mo engaged in yet another exchange, Siwa had returned to the Decepticon warship.
Siwa, I can't believe you dare come back empty-handed.
Looking down at the kneeling Siwa, Megatron's tone carried a hint of anger.
Not entirely, my lord. Siwa turned his body, revealing Black Widow stuck to his back like a trophy before Megatron. Seeing Black Widow clinging to Siwa's back, Megatron paused, then a smirk crept onto his face. Black Widow, it's been a long time. Yes, Lord Megatron. As brazen as Black Widow was on the outside, she had to bow her head before Megatron. Striding forward, Megatron grabbed her shoulder and before she could react ripped her off Siwa's back with sudden force, tossing her to the ground like trash. As Black Widow attempted to rise, a blade pressed against her throat. Megatron loomed over her. Why should I tolerate a traitor to the Decepticons standing before me? Faced with Megatron's undisguised murderous intent, Black Widow's mind raced. Soon she spoke. I have value. Oh. Megatron raised an eyebrow, slowly sheathing his blade. Speak. I'm listening. Black Widow promptly disclosed the coordinates of an Energon mine. However, Megatron sneered, the Decepticons control the vast majority of Energon mines on this planet. Do you think I'd spare you for a mere mine? Seeing this tactic fail, Black Widow quickly tossed out several other bargaining chips. Megatron remained indifferent to each. Only when Black Widow had exhausted her final offer did Megatron nod with satisfaction, grudgingly granting her clemency. Thus Black Widow managed to escape with her life intact. We've brought the items. Where are you? Goban's voice echoed through the empty trading ground, tinged with anxiety and impatience. He stood still, carefully scanning his surroundings. Aside from the lush trees and occasional birdsong, he saw no sign of Qin Mo. Time ticked by and Goban's patience gradually wore thin. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a faint buzzing sound came from not far ahead. He looked intently and saw a land bridge slowly open, then a thin small figure emerged from within. Upon realizing it wasn't Qin Mo, Goban frowned, scrutinizing the little thing approaching him. Calling it a little thing because it was truly tiny, only a head taller than an adult human male, entirely made of metal, clearly not human. Who are you? The other didn't answer immediately but stared coldly at Goban with a pair of electronic eyes, as if assessing his strength and trustworthiness. After a moment, the thin figure finally spoke, its voice carrying a mechanical quality, sounding somewhat harsh. You may call me Xiaoshideo. I am sent by Lai Tianjue to trade with you Autobots. Where are the items? Yes, the humanoid robot standing before Goban was none other than Xiaoshideo, originally created by Qin Mo himself. However, compared to its initial crude form, after repeated meticulous modifications by Qin Mo, it had gradually taken on a humanoid shape, deliberately leaning toward human features, clearly to facilitate certain future plans. Judging solely by appearance, Xiaoshideo could easily pass for real. If clad in human skin and mixed into a bustling crowd, few would notice it wasn't truly human.
Moreover, its intelligence had made remarkable progress thanks to Qin Mo's continuous adjustments and immersive knowledge infusion, greatly enhancing its cognitive level. Sending Xiaoshidao on this mission was partly because Qin Mo had other important matters to attend to, and more importantly to test Xiaoshudo's ability to execute tasks independently.
Where is Mei Qi? Guban retorted irritably. Why do you have so many questions? Xiaoshidao showed no inclination to indulge Guban, directly snapping hand over what the master wants. Once I get the items I will give her to you. But if you keep stalling, don't count on that human girl's life. How dare you?
Threatened. Guban raised his hand to smash Xiaoshidao, but Xiaoshidao quickly retreated toward the land bridge while 6 or 7 combat balls rushed out from it, their barrel-mounted guns aimed directly at Guban.
If you really think these little things can kill me? Of course they can't kill you.
From his previous move, Xiaoshidao was clearly scared, but to complete Qin Mo's task he still bravely said, but don't forget that human girl is still in our hands. If I suffer the slightest harm, be prepared to collect her corpse. Under Xiaoshudo's blatant threat, Guban eventually compromised, handing over all the items for Xiaoshidao to inspect. After checking and confirming no issues, Xiaoshidao commanded the combat balls to drag the items back into the land bridge. Seeing that Xiaoshidao showed no intention of releasing Mei Qi, Guban could no longer sit still, stepped forward to block him and said, the items have been given to you.
Where is Mei Qi? Without a word, Xiaoshidao pointed to a slope not far away. Following the direction, Guban saw Mei Qi tied up there with 2 combat balls beside her. Those things might be useless against Cybertronians, but killing a human was far too easy. Seeing Mei Qi nearby, Guban ignored Xiaoshidao and hurried toward her, while Xiaoshidao took the opportunity to drag the items Qin Mo wanted back into the land bridge and left. Now the question is, it was said earlier that Qin Mo had something to do. So what exactly was Qin Mo doing? At that moment Qin Mo was flying low in insect form, gripping a sizable mechanical device beneath him, a detector he had assembled to locate the dormant Insecticons. As time passed, more and more areas were scanned by the detector. Due to inaccurate intelligence, Qin Mo had no choice but to use this crude method of a grid search, hoping to quickly find the nest where his army slept. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After flying for an unknown duration, the silent detector finally responded. As Qin Mo followed the direction of the signal, a familiar figure soon appeared in his view. It was a lone Insecticon covered in dust, wandering aimlessly in the forest. With Qin Mo's appearance, the Insecticon perked up immediately. Without Qin Mo saying a word, the Insecticon scurried over to him. My king, Shrapnel offers you his highest respect. This was the advantage of the Hive network. These ordinary Insecticons would generally show submission when seeing Qin Mo, their superior. Rise, Shrapnel. Tell me the purpose of your appearance here. From Shrapnel's account, Qin Mo understood this fellow was a scout, awakening periodically to patrol and eliminate potential threats, then returning to continue hibernation. Qin Mo was lucky this time, encountering an Insecticon that had just awakened and was out on patrol. Without further ado, Qin Mo directly ordered him to lead the way to their hibernation site. Yes, my king. Follow me. Upon receiving the order, Shrapnel immediately began digging on the spot. Dust flew as he quickly disappeared, leaving only a large pit. Seeing this, Qin Mo's eyebrows twitched. This Insecticon named Shrapnel seemed a bit simple-minded. That said, Qin Mo still jumped into the hole and followed Shrapnel down. When Qin Mo passed through the tunnel and finally arrived at an underground cavern, he had already mentally prepared himself. However, when he actually witnessed it with his own eyes, he was still shocked, speechless by the sight. As far as his eyes could see, there were densely packed cocoon-shaped hibernation pods arranged closely together like a meticulously designed beehive. In each hibernation pod lay a dormant mechanical insect, tightly packed together like pomegranate seeds, and in some places so dense that there was no room to step foot. Qin Mo glanced around, roughly estimating the number of mechanical insects in his mind. After some observation, he roughly judged that there should be over 300 mechanical insects here. If he were to awaken all of them and command them uniformly through the swarm network, their combat power would be overwhelming. He even had confidence in charging straight at the Decepticon warship. Just as Qin Mo was deep in thought, Dampian suddenly asked, "My king, shall I awaken them all?" Faced with Dampian's suggestion, Qin Mo waved his hand without hesitation and refused. "No, don't awaken them yet." Looking at these dormant mechanical insects, a conflicting emotion surged in Qin Mo's heart. On one hand, he knew that once awakened they would indeed be a formidable force, but on the other hand he had to consider the practical issue whether he could afford to support so many mechanical insects. After all, maintaining such a huge army of mechanical insects would consume massive amounts of resources and energy which he could not easily bear at the moment. Take Megatron's Decepticons for example. Just to feed his subordinates, Megatron was constantly worried about Energon endlessly exploring and mining. If it weren't for the fact that battles with the Autobots could consume some of the weaklings, the Decepticons' Energon reserves might not be enough to sustain them. The same was true for Qin Mo. Qin Mo had always been alone.
Although he had accumulated a considerable amount of Energon by stealing from various Decepticon Energon mines in the Big Hall from the North Pole last time, it was still unrealistic to feed over 300 mechanical insects. After weighing his current capabilities, Qin Mo decided to awaken only 50 mechanical insects to supplement his insufficient manpower. As for the rest, he would let them sleep here until he obtained more Energon. Like Danpian, these 50 mechanical insects showed great respect to Qin Mo after being awakened. Looking at these 51 loyal mechanical insects, Qin Mo felt both pleased and somewhat regretful. Needless to say about the combat power of mechanical insects, as natural hunters, strong enough mechanical insects could even go toe-to-toe with Megatron in hand-to-hand combat. But the problem was that all of the mechanical insects' skill points had been invested in combat. Apart from fighting and hunting, they could do almost nothing else. Oh well, having something is better than nothing. You few carry some hibernation pods and follow me. Under Qin Mo's command, the newly awakened mechanical insects each carried a hibernation pod containing their companions and followed Qin Mo out of the place. After placing the transported hibernation pods at the designated location, Qin Mo opened a ground bridge and returned to the base with them. The original base only had Qin Mo Shashadeo and some battle spheres, so the space was quite spacious. Now with the arrival of Danpian and the others, the space instantly became crowded. Fortunately, Qin Mo did not need to expand the base. Remember the resource point on Mars that Qin Mo found in the log of that ship infested with Cybertronian? Although Qin Mo did not go there himself, he had long sent batches of battle spheres through the ground bridge to act as scouts. It turned out that Qin Mo's caution was necessary. Because Qin Mo had the exact coordinates, the ground bridge opened directly inside the resource point. As a storage site for such massive supplies to help Optimus Prime make a comeback, it naturally had certain defensive measures. Even after so many years, the resource point's defense system was still operational. Although the ground bridge opened directly inside avoided the external defenses, it still could not evade the internal security system. The first batch of battle spheres sent in had not explored the resource point long before they were attacked and quickly destroyed. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. Before they were completely destroyed, they transmitted back partial internal structure diagrams and the firepower configuration of the security system. To successfully capture this resource point, Qin Mo tirelessly sent large numbers of battle spheres in over and over again. After all, these were mass-produced cannon fodder, so he didn't feel bad about losing them. It was under Qin Mo's relentless input that the internal structure of the resource point and the security facilities installed at various locations were gradually investigated. As for why Qin Mo didn't have those battle spheres fight back and destroy the security turrets, after all, with their numbers, even if they couldn't destroy all of them, they could at least damage a good portion. But Qin Mo didn't do that. As he had said, the battle spheres were just cannon fodder made from Earth technology and local materials, but the resource point contained genuine Cybertronian technology. Although it might seem like praising one and disparaging the other, the technological levels were a given. There was no need to destroy the internal facilities for the sake of these cannon fodder. My king, let me be your vanguard. Seeing the ground bridge to the resource point open, Danpian volunteered but was stopped by Qin Mo. Now is not the time for you to exert yourselves. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Stay here and wait. With that, Qin Mo stepped into the ground bridge, and when he emerged again, he was already inside the Autobot resource point on Mars. Looking around, he seemed to be in a corridor, and the originally empty corridor was now littered with the wreckage of destroyed battle spheres. Without any hesitation, the moment he arrived, Qin Mo activated his shield generator. It proved to be a wise choice. The moment Qin Mo turned it on, two turrets popped out from the ceiling at both ends of the corridor and started firing at Qin Mo. The lasers were all blocked by the shield generator, and upon finding that they could not cause damage, the four turrets promptly stopped firing. Then several laser beams shot out from the end of the corridor, weaving together to form a dense laser net that swept toward Qin Mo. This defensive measure, reminiscent of those seen in Resident Evil, was an exceptionally effective killer for any intruder. Even battle-hardened warriors would momentarily freeze upon encountering such a sight. Even if one's reflexes were swift enough, it was nearly impossible to destroy all the emitters with multiple dense laser grids blocking the way. Destroying just a few was futile unless one possessed extraordinary agility and pinpoint accuracy in disabling the emitters. To prevent the intruder from escaping, the laser grids in this corridor were not singular. One formed in front and another behind, converging on Qin Mo like a dumpling wrapper. Qin Mo, however, showed no signs of panic. He walked forward casually, as if entirely oblivious to the laser grids hurtling toward him. The instant the laser grids made contact with Qin Mo, the shield generator activated. All the lasers were blocked by the energy barrier, unable to harm him in the slightest. As he advanced, the defense system unleashed various attacks, mostly laser turrets and grids, but none could even breach his shield, let alone injure him. With the structural blueprint he had obtained from the battle sphere earlier, Qin Mo quickly reached the central control room. He struck the heavy metal door several times experimentally. It was undeniably sturdy. In the past, breaking through it would have been no easy feat for him. But things were different now.
With a thought, Qin Mo activated the magnetic gauntlet on his arm. Under the immense magnetic force, the entire metal door was torn from the wall and casually tossed aside. Entering the control room, he swiftly disabled the defense system of the resource point. Now this place belongs to my Lishanju. With a grand gesture, Qin Mo activated the land bridge. Dampian, who had been waiting, rushed out with 50 machine insects. What's all the racket? It's already over. Seeing the machine insects charging in with deafening roars, Qin Mo grumbled. Then he called Dampian over. My king, your orders. Looking at Dampian, who stood before him with utmost respect, Qin Mo waved his hand. The defense system is down now. Take your troops, occupy this place quickly, familiarize yourselves with the surroundings and defensive arrangements. This will be your new home. After dismissing Dampian and the others, Qin Mo began operating the main console. As the last firewall was breached, all information regarding this resource point was laid bare before him. Through browsing, he gained a fundamental understanding of the facility. Besides the central control room, there were energy warehouses, ammo depots, basic resource storage, a prison, and an airfield. Outside, 3 defensive arrays equipped with large-caliber energy cannons stood guard. With sufficient energy, their firepower would deter even Megatron and his warships from venturing close. 3 spacecraft were docked at the airfield. Though not as formidable as Decepticon warships, they were far more capable than the weak vessels of Black Arachnia's kind, more akin to the one Ultra Magnus piloted during his arrival on Earth. Each of these ships was fitted with heavy weaponry. While not armed to the teeth, their firepower was by no means negligible. Unfortunately, all of this now belonged to Qin Mo. But one question lingered. While an ammunition depot, warehouses, and an airfield made sense for a resource point, what was a prison doing here? The explanation was simple. For Cybertronians, the spark was everything. As long as the spark remained intact, even if the metal body was destroyed, rebirth was possible. It was precisely for this reason that Decepticon scientists had developed the spark extractor, a weapon of mass destruction designed to annihilate Autobots on a large scale. According to the Resource Points database, the prison held the sparks of a group of Decepticon war criminals. Compared to the intensity of the Cybertronian war, the current conflict between Autobots and Decepticons on Earth seemed like child's play. It was merely a struggle over resources. But in the past, the war had been far more diverse. During that great conflict, a special kind of Cybertronian, or rather groups of them, possessed the power to turn the tide on the battlefield. They usually fought in teams, combining into more powerful Cybertronian entities known as combiners. Under normal circumstances, Cybertronians could not combine. In fact, during the Cybertronian war, neither Autobots nor Decepticons possessed the ability to transform. Their weapons were carried separately rather than integrated into their bodies. Skyquake was a prime example. When awakened, he had no vehicle mode in his weapon. A Gatling gun was carried externally rather than transformed from his hand. Every innovation was designed to better serve combat, and they were continuously researched and produced as the war progressed. The ability to transform into vehicle modes was pioneered by the Autobots, granting them a tactical mobility advantage. However, as the war continued, the Decepticons eventually developed the same capability. Combiner technology was first developed and implemented by the Decepticons. The Constructicons, who formed Devastator, were among the first subjects of this transformation. When Devastator's colossal form appeared on the battlefield, it posed a tremendous threat to the Autobots. Though not an absolute crushing force, the devastation it caused was staggering. Later, the Autobots began their own combiner research. In the meantime, to gain a greater advantage in the war, Megatron ordered Shockwave and other scientists to modify suitable Decepticons, turning them into powerful combiners. To further their research, the Autobots paid a heavy price to capture Decepticon combiners. For better study, they conducted numerous extreme experiments and eventually succeeded in creating their own combiners. But the question remained what to do with the leftover sparks. Simply destroying them would be a terrible waste, as each combiner was created under extremely rigorous conditions. So they were temporarily imprisoned for later disposition. The sparks stored here were precisely those of Decepticons used in these experiments. When Qin Mo saw the names of these Decepticon prisoners, his eyes lit up instantly. This was truly a timely gift. The Autobots who created this resource point had handed Qin Mo a magnificent present. During the fierce period of the Sabotan War, both the Bashianhu and the Kitcherin were exerting every effort to secure victory. This war had endured for an extensive period. To achieve ultimate victory, both sides spared no effort in continuously upgrading and iterating their weaponry and equipment. Various weapons of mass destruction emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The power of these weapons grew ever greater, and their destructive capacity became increasingly astonishing. However, as the war dragged on, a critical issue gradually surfaced: population. No matter how advanced the weapons and equipment, ultimately they required personnel to operate and utilize them. Yet in this brutal conflict, the numbers on both sides were steadily dwindling. To address this problem, the Bashianhu decided to adopt an extreme measure: cloning technology.
They selected battle-hardened seasoned Bashianho warriors and conducted in-depth research on them. Through analysis of these warriors' DNA and combat memories, Bashianho scientists sought to achieve large-scale cloning while preserving their combat capabilities and experience as much as possible. In this way, the Bashianho could obtain a large number of warriors with identical combat abilities and experience in a short time, thereby compensating for their numerical deficiency.
However, this cloning method had a notable flaw.
The initial cloned warriors exhibited relatively minor differences from the original. Although the cloning process inflicted severe damage on the original, even potentially causing its death from a wartime perspective, if one life could be traded for several or even a dozen combat units, it was undoubtedly a sure-win bargain. However, when clones were cloned again, problems began to emerge. The cloned soldiers exhibited clear signs of diminished intelligence, sluggish reactions, and frequent spells of vacant staring. Moreover, as the number of cloning cycles increased, this condition grew progressively worse. Even worse, repeated cloning from the same original was equally infeasible. After all, even a single cloning carried a considerable probability of extinguishing the clone source's spark, and attempting a second cloning meant a death probability that was virtually 100%. As for those clones that became mentally impaired, they were utterly unusable as combat units and could at best serve as cannon fodder. Consequently, upon detecting this situation, the Kichirin did not blindly imitate but decisively abandoned this deeply flawed strategy. After all, the number of soldiers was one of the key factors determining victory or defeat in war, and morale was equally crucial. Such an act of cloning one's own kind was undoubtedly inhumane. Once ordinary warriors learned of it, it would inevitably deal a heavy blow to the army's morale. However, to the Kichirin's surprise, as the chief scientist of the Bashianho and the instigator of the cloning plan, Zendangbo did not simply give up because of these problems. Although he could not entirely eliminate the sequelae of cloning Sabotan beings through repeated research and experiments, he achieved a breakthrough extracting DNA samples from the fossils of ancient Zhu Zhengning and using them as a foundation initiated the Zhu Zhengning cloning project. With the sudden emergence of the Zhu Zhengning, the battlefield situation was completely transformed. These powerful prehistoric Sabotan creatures, once deployed en masse, were like killing machines, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Kichirin. It was precisely because of the appearance of these fearsome beasts that the scales of victory began to gradually tip toward the Bashianhu. Had the Kichirin never considered conducting research in related fields?
The answer was evidently affirmative.
In fact, they had not only pondered this issue but had also engaged in in-depth discussions and planning regarding it. However, regrettably, it was all too late. The reason was that the Kichirin had decisively abandoned research in this area from the very beginning. This meant they had not accumulated sufficient technological reserves in that field. Even if they wanted to send agents to steal the relevant Bashianho technology, it was unrealistic, for all related technical data and knowledge existed solely within Zendangbo's mind, with no other forms of storage. To acquire these key technologies, the only apparent method was to covertly capture and bring back Zendangbo, but this was nearly an impossible mission. First, Wei Zenshin placed great value on this strategic-level scientist and would never allow Zendangbo to fall into enemy hands easily.
Second, Zendangbo himself was no ordinary character. Ordinary individuals could not subdue him.
It was precisely due to the Kichirin's neglect of Zendangbo that a series of grave consequences ensued. With abundant resources at his disposal, Zendangbo recklessly conducted all sorts of mad research behind the Bashianho lines. And the most astonishing achievement was his perfect combination of the Zhu Jingning project with combined giant combiner technology, creating a powerful combiner composed of clone Zhu Jing. These 5 clone Zhu Jingning formed a squad named Longtu Budui, and their combined form was named Kyugi. In order to achieve combination, Zendangbo weakened each of these 5 clones to a certain extent, making them far inferior individually to other Zhu Jingning.
However, once they merged into the combiner Kyugi, the combat power they unleashed would be unprecedented.
Later, the Kichirin paid a great price to successfully capture it and use it as a sample for combiner research. Subsequently, to prevent it from being taken back by the Bashianhu, they destroyed its body and stored the extracted spark here. As the core of Sabotan beings, the spark records everything about them, including but not limited to memories, DNA, and other information.
As long as the spark is obtained with sufficient resources, even Qin Mo could recreate the original bodies of the Longtu Budui.
However, despite the excitement, Qin Mo would not do so now. Before obtaining the relevant Zhu Jingning technology from Zendangbo's mind, even if Qin Mo poured massive resources into recreating the original bodies for the Longtu Budui, if he could not alter their original memories of loyalty to the Bashianhu, it would only benefit Wei Zenshin. Compared to the sparks of these 5, Qin Mo valued the 3 sparks that followed even more.
Regarding research on combiners, the Bashianhu were absolutely at the forefront.
They not only studied Sabotan beings creating Hun Tianbao Dalishin and the like, but later also created the Zhu Zengning-based Kyugi. How could they possibly let go of another powerful predatory creature? Indeed, these 3 sparks are also combiners, but they do not originate from Cybertronians or Predacons, rather they are Insecticons.
These 3 sparks come from Insecticons named Cicada, Clawclipper, and Hornet.
After being modified by the Decepticons, they became powerful combiners.
The three Insecticons can combine into the even mightier Triconsect.
Of course, compared to combiners formed from 5 individuals, the Triconsect assembled from 3 Insecticons is not as strong. Yet on this Earth where no other combiners exist, the Triconsect holds an undisputed dominant position. More importantly, to facilitate the combination, Decepticon scientists upgraded Cicada's processing system, making it more intelligent than other Insecticons.
What Qin Mo currently lacks most is an intelligent individual as an assistant.
He once had Blackarachnia, but to acquire Decepticon intelligence and technology he sent her back as an undercover agent. Now the only named individual by Qin Mo's side is Shrapnel, but he can only handle simple tasks. In terms of intelligence he is likely inferior even to the scalpel Qin Mo created. If he could revive Cicada and control it through the insect network, it would be a tremendous asset for Qin Mo. As Qin Mo was inventorying the supplies at the resource point, Shrapnel approached and said, "My king, we have familiarized ourselves with this place.
What do you need us to do next? Conserve your strength. Unfortunately, Insecticons have limited intelligence.
It is not yet time for an all-out war with the Decepticons or Autobots, and it is even less necessary to seize Energon.
Insecticons are not adept at using tools.
Even if they were to mine Energon, their efficiency would be low, far inferior to Qin Mo's Energon collector.
Even battle spheres would mine faster than Insecticons.
As for what Shrapnel and the others should do now, it is training. Since their greatest strength lies in combat, they should do what they excel at. After all, having just awakened from a long stasis, these Insecticons are still in a weakened state. Thus their current task is to adjust their condition, restoring their weakened bodies to peak form in preparation for the major operation ahead. While the Insecticons led by Shrapnel undergo rehabilitation training, Qin Mo takes this time to study the Autobot knowledge stored in the resource point and uses its materials to build a production line for battle spheres.
Busy as he was, Qin Mo did not forget his agreement with Blackarachnia. As the appointed time approached, he quickly opened a ground bridge and returned to Earth.
Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, I have been so foolish, committing grave errors that are unforgivable.
I now realize I was never meant to be a leader, not even fit to be an equal partner. But I have accepted this. I now recognize my place in the universe.
Who I am and where I belong. Starscream, a subordinate, a servant who obeys Lord Megatron.
Thank you for listening, Soundwave. Starscream finished his daily self-reflection and left the room.
Several days had passed since Megatron's heart-to-heart with him in the mine. After Megatron laid his cards on the table, Starscream was almost certain he would die. Yet contrary to expectations, Megatron did not kill him. Even when Starscream was forced to carry a massive boulder and was on the verge of being crushed, Megatron actually saved him. This tremendous emotional swing, combined with the dark Energon within him, stirred some peculiar feelings in Starscream's mind. But as he arrived at the bridge, Megatron's somewhat angry voice reached him. "Is it true?"
Then came Blackarachnia's calm reply. "Starscream didn't tell you.
If he dares to pull that trick again, I'll grind him to dust."
This was somewhat awkward.
The two were discussing Starscream's issue when he had overheard every word without missing a single syllable. Somewhat flustered, Starscream cleared his throat, drawing their attention.
As he stepped forward, he spoke humbly. "Lord Megatron, please forgive Blackarachnia's impertinence.
May I ask, what exactly have I forgotten to report to you?"
Though Blackarachnia had only recently boarded the ship, Megatron had few capable subordinates at his disposal.
Coupled with her skill in ingratiating herself, she quickly earned his trust, and that made Starscream feel threatened.
The Vanguard. Those 3 words instantly made Starscream uneasy. What about it?
Blackarachnia explained, a long time ago a Decepticon transport ship crash-landed on this planet.
Oh, everyone knows that. Starscream quickly added, "When we first arrived on Earth, I investigated the crash site." Blackarachnia smirked slightly.
"So you found the experimental weapon that the Vanguard was carrying?"
Seeing Starscream's reaction, Megatron understood everything.
His tone turned hostile. "Where is the crash site?"
Blackarachnia delivered a perfect finishing blow. "Why isn't there any record in your database? You didn't record the coordinates of a downed Decepticon transport." Seeing Megatron's anger, Starscream quickly said, "It was an oversight, my lord, but I remember its exact location."
As he spoke, he tapped his head.
So the question arises, did Starscream really not record it? Of course not.
When Qin Mo first arrived on Earth, he casually hacked into the Decepticon warship and found the buried coordinates of the Vanguard.
Starscream had buried them, thinking that if trouble arose he could use the crashed transport as capital for a comeback.
Now claiming it was an oversight was merely a way to save face, otherwise he couldn't explain why he would conceal the coordinates of a crashed transport. Especially at such a critical juncture, for the sake of his own safety, it was best not to challenge Megatron's dwindling trust.
Megatron wasted no words. "Then take Blackarachnia and retrieve that weapon prototype." Blackarachnia was indifferent and even quipped, "My personal local guide." How delightful. Starscream, in contrast, was far from comfortable.
But it was Megatron's order, and even with 1,000 objections he had to obey. So here arises the question: since Black Widow is now one of Qin Mo's people sent undercover to the Decepticons, does she not know that the Pioneer has already been stripped to a holoshell by Qin Mo? She knew it perfectly well. Saying so was merely a pretext to legitimately leave the warship. As for Starscream tagging along, Black Widow had not the slightest regard for that petty thug. After leaving the Decepticon warship, Starscream dashed toward the target location at full speed, leaving Black Widow far behind. By the time he had landed and waited for a good while, Black Widow, arriving in helicopter form, finally caught up with a leisurely air. "Your helicopter mode is really rather slow." Starscream curled his lips, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Black Widow stared at him expressionlessly, retorting without mercy, "Are you here for a stroll or for business?" Starscream faltered at her words, his expression souring for a moment, but he soon regained his composure. "I'll tell you the exact location of the Pioneer, but you must tell me, what exactly are you looking for?" Black Widow waved her hand impatiently. "That's none of your concern. You're an outsider." Starscream's face darkened. He glared at her venomously. "I'll make you show some respect, Black Widow." Black Widow let out a cold laugh. "You?" Starscream gritted his teeth, deciding to stop bickering with her, and instead began recounting his glorious achievements to salvage his dignity. "Before following Megatron, I was the commander of the flight squadron tasked with searching for super energy bodies." Starscream's voice brimmed with pride. Black Widow listened with a look of utter indifference, seemingly not the least interested. "That was on Cybertron eons ago." Seeing her reaction, Starscream pressed on, "Just recently I personally killed Cliffjumper, one of the fiercest warriors under Optimus Prime." "You killed an Autobot?" Black Widow's voice was filled with disbelief, as if the news was so absurd she simply could not accept it. Yet looking at Starscream's smug expression, it did not seem like a lie. Starscream grew impatient with her doubt, raising his voice. "In telling the truth. And I showed no mercy." Black Widow fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Oh, no wonder Megatron went easy on you in the mine." The words pierced Starscream's spark like a blade, shattering his composure instantly. Starscream's eyes flew wide open, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Black Widow, completely blindsided by the sudden revelation. "What? He told even that?" Starscream's voice carried a note of panic and helplessness. He had never imagined that Megatron would divulge the secret to Black Widow. This was an undeniable black mark on his record, and one that had just been made still fresh and "He told me." Faced with this predicament, Starscream felt deeply embarrassed and powerless. He let out a helpless sigh, changing the subject. "The wreckage of the ship lies right beneath our feet. We need to find an entrance." Before Starscream could finish, Black Widow had already acted swiftly, digging a hole in the ground and plunging into it without hesitation. Starscream stared at the dust-filled opening, a surge of irritation rising within him. "Show off," he muttered. Still despite his grumbling, he followed Black Widow and jumped into the hole. Once inside the Pioneer, the sight before him left him utterly stupefied. The place was a scene of utter chaos, like a construction site in progress or a parking lot ravaged by a tornado. Parts, tools and debris were scattered everywhere in a mess of disarray. Starscream gaped, blinking in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "What happened here?" Black Widow stood by, glaring at him furiously, accusing, "This is all your fault. Someone else must have found this place, and it's probably the Autobots. And all because you failed to record the coordinates." With that, Black Widow gave Starscream no chance to explain. She turned and strode swiftly toward the bridge, her steps hurried as if she could no longer tolerate the situation. Yet all of this was an act put on by Black Widow. On her way to the bridge, though she appeared livid on the surface, her attention was entirely focused on her surroundings. She scrutinized every corner, searching for the marks left by Qin Mo. In stark contrast to Black Widow's feigned panic and inner calm, Starscream was now utterly flustered. Starscream pondered inwardly, never expecting that someone could have traced this location. It was not just that his contingency measures had been swept clean. Once Megatron learned what had happened on the Pioneer, he would probably be knocked down and sent back to the medical bay to recuperate, just like last time. While Starscream was consumed with anxiety, Black Widow, like a curious child, peeked left and right and eventually made her way to the bridge. Yet even there she found no traces left by Qin Mo. However, far from feeling disappointed, Black Widow was actually a little relieved. After all, under the circumstances, it was no easy task to openly send Starscream away. If she failed to get rid of him in the end to conceal her true identity and meet Qin Mo, she would have no choice but to kill Starscream. Yet Black Widow knew full well that killing Megatron's second-in-command without a sufficiently justified reason was far from wise. Not only would it put her at immense risk, but given the level of trust Megatron had in her, she did not believe she could walk away unscathed from his wrath. Still, thankfully, Black Widow had not entirely failed to find clues left by Qin Mo. In fact, Qin Mo had already left a conspicuous mark on her, one that was not hidden deeply but placed right out in the open, catching the eye at first glance. That mark was the only piece of equipment still functional on the bridge. Back then, in order to quickly accumulate his initial resources, Qin Mo had turned the entire Pioneer upside down, stripping it of anything valuable.
He would never have left behind any usable item. Moreover, compared to the surrounding chaos, this device stood out conspicuously, as if it did not belong here at all.
What's more, the content stored in this device had been meticulously prepared by Qin Mo in advance. Yet faced with such an obvious flaw, Starscream seemed completely oblivious to the incongruity, or perhaps he was simply too preoccupied to care, as he continued his incessant self-justification, desperately trying to conceal the truth. I conducted a thorough search of this place many years ago. But the moment he finished speaking, Black Arachnia directly activated the device Qin Mo had left for her. Such a rash action startled Starscream.
"What are you doing?"
Black Arachnia, while operating the device, said, matter-of-factly checking the cargo manifest. "You didn't forget to look at it during your thorough search, did you?" As Black Arachnia had pointed out, if Starscream hadn't forgotten back then, the staff of locking would now be in Megatron's hands rather than becoming Qin Mo's weapon. But none of that concerned Starscream. His only concern was himself.
"This ship's systems haven't been activated for years. The Autobots will detect its energy signature." Unfortunately, Black Arachnia turned a deaf ear to Starscream's words, continuing to operate the device, already knowing the outcome it would reveal. Soon the information she sought appeared. Right here, Sector 23. However, as Starscream had warned, the moment Black Arachnia activated the device, the Autobot base successfully detected the energy signal it emitted. Ratchet immediately reported the signal to Optimus Prime. "Optimus, we've detected a Decepticon energy signature, though it's very ancient." Optimus Prime replied in a low tone, "History always repeats itself in the present. Recall RC and the others immediately. We have a mission." Everyone says the Protoss and StarCraft are archaeologists, but aren't the Autobots and Decepticons the same? Although war had spawned many bizarre weapons of mass destruction, it had also severely drained the potential of the entire planet. To this day, creating divine artifacts like the Forge of Tides or the Star Sword was nearly impossible. Even weapons with related technologies like the Spark Extractor or the Magnetic Gloves Megatron dared not venture into, lightly, lacking the necessary manpower and resources. Therefore, an ancient Decepticon energy signature demanded caution from Optimus Prime and the others, who knew what devastating weapons might be aboard. But the Autobots weren't the only ones to receive the signal. Qin Mo, who had been waiting patiently, also detected the energy released by the device's activation. "Excellent, Black Arachnia. Excellent."
With that, Qin Mo activated the ground bridge and arrived at the rear section of the Ark, awaiting their arrival.
As for Black Arachnia, she quickly made her way to Sector 23.
However, upon reaching her destination, she found no cargo bay, only a severed ship and a path tightly blocked by earth and rock.
"The ship ends here. It must have broken in two during the crash landing."
Black Arachnia stared at the pile of earth and rock before her, muttering to herself, "Hoof, it broke apart midair." Just then a voice dripping with sarcasm suddenly sounded behind Black Arachnia. She didn't need to turn around to know it was Starscream. Seeing Black Arachnia at a loss, Starscream wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he continued his mockery. "If you'd done your research, you'd know the Autobots shot it down from the sky." Black Arachnia's brow furrowed slightly, but she didn't immediately respond to Starscream's provocation. Instead, she asked calmly, "How far is the other section?" Faced with Black Arachnia's inquiry, Starscream laughed with petty triumph, deliberately drawing out his words, "I believe such information is none of an outsider's business." Hearing Starscream's words, Black Arachnia showed no obvious emotional fluctuation on the surface, but inwardly she was overjoyed. This was precisely the opportunity she needed. Before Starscream could speak again, Black Arachnia suddenly struck. She swiftly shot out two strands of webbing, flying straight toward the unsuspecting Starscream. Starscream had no time to react. In an instant, he was tightly bound by the webbing, wrapped up securely. Seeing this, Black Arachnia's lips curled into a sly smile. She sauntered slowly over to Starscream, who was trussed up like a cocoon, and preemptively accused him, "Were you trying to make me look foolish in front of Megatron? Let me return empty-handed so you could take the weapon back and claim all the credit." Facing Black Arachnia, Starscream showed no fear. "How dare you accuse me? You're nothing but a survivalist and opportunist. Aren't you also looking for an opportunity?" Faced with Black Arachnia's retort, Starscream declared righteously, "Perhaps, but I have changed. I've recognized my mistakes. I now serve only Lord Megatron." At that moment, Starscream was highly alert. He didn't know if this one was sent by Megatron to test his loyalty, so he tried to make his words as polished as possible, leaving no fault for her, or Megatron, to find. "If you want to serve him, then tell me where the other section of the ship is. Speak." Under Black Arachnia's relentless pressure, Starscream could only confess a few kilometers north, past a stone arch. "Now untie me." Starscream thought to himself that Black Arachnia wouldn't be so audacious after all. He was a notable figure among the Decepticons. Once he revealed the location, she would surely have the sense to let him go. However, reality defied his expectations.
After Starscream gave the location, Blackarachnia without a second thought simply stepped over him and walked straight ahead. She coldly tossed back a remark, "I'll untie you after I retrieve the weapon. Hopefully I can find my way back here without your guidance." Starscream panicked instantly. "This isn't funny, Blackarachnia. Come back and untie me. That's an order. I am your commander. Blackarachnia." His voice echoed through the empty space laced with desperation and fury. Of course, after Blackarachnia activated the damned device, Starscream was 100% certain the Autobots would detect the Ark's energy signal. Staying here would only lead to one outcome: being captured as a prisoner by the Autobots. Yet despite Starscream's desperate shouts, Blackarachnia remained unmoved. She even found the scene somewhat ridiculous and had no intention of freeing him. Just as Blackarachnia was walking further away, an unexpected event occurred, catching everyone off guard. Around the corner, the very person the Haguafus most wanted to avoid appeared. "Haguafu!" Erx's shout suddenly rang out as she instantly recognized the familiar figure, her old nemesis Haguafu. Without the slightest hesitation, before King Tianzu and the others behind could even react, Erxi shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Seeing that the enemy outnumbered her, Haguafu had no intention of engaging directly. Without a word, she turned and fled while Erxi gave chase without a moment's delay. At that moment, Hong Jiju was still wailing and howling, little knowing that calamity was about to befall him. Haguafu paid no heed to Hong Zizu's fate. Upon reaching the end, she directly dug a hole and left, only for the Autobots to arrive shortly after. "Erxi, don't act alone." The hole Haguafu made was small, yet Erxi charged in regardless. King Tianzu's massive frame could not possibly fit, so he could only call for Erxi to return, but it was already too late. As Erxi rocketed out of the tunnel like a bolt of lightning, her hands clutched a pair of black pistols, her eyes scanning the surroundings with sharp intensity like a crouching leopard ready to pounce, searching for her prey Haguafu. However, just as her gaze had not yet fully swept across the area, a strand of silver webbing shot out. Caught completely off guard, Erxi had no time to dodge. The web wound tightly around her body, binding her securely. If it were according to Haguafus' usual character, she would have unhesitatingly emerged from her hiding place at this moment, then savored mocking the trapped Erxi, reveling in the other's pain and despair. After all, this psychological torment was an irresistible pleasure for Haguafu. Yet this time she did not do so. It was not that she didn't want to, it was that she simply dared not. Because she knew full well that she still had an important mission to fulfill. If a mere whim of hers caused any mistake in the mission, the consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, after successfully trapping Erxi, Haguafu did not even show herself, but directly turned and vanished into the darkness. Just as Erxi cut through the webbing binding her, King Tianzu and the other Autobots arrived. Accompanying them was Hong Jiju, tightly bound in webbing. Hong Zizu's body was completely enwrapped in webbing like a prey trapped in a spider's web, utterly deprived of the ability to resist. "Erxi, you know you shouldn't engage the enemy alone." King Tianzu's voice carried a hint of reproach but was filled with greater concern. Erx's gaze was fixed on the distant emptiness, her eyes blazing with fury and determination. "She is an exception. She was the one who dealt a deadly blow to Goban. She will get what she deserves." Erx's voice trembled uncontrollably. Clearly her emotions had reached a boiling point. Among the Autobots, Erxi had always been one of the most emotionally stable. However, whenever she faced her arch-nemesis Haguafu, her emotions would erupt like a volcano, becoming unusually agitated and emotional. This King Tianzu knew all too well. He looked at the blazing fury in Erx's eyes, and a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. "Revenge cannot bring back the comrades we have lost. Do you understand?" King Tianzu's words struck Erx's heart like a heavy hammer. If these words had come from someone else, they might have seemed like easy advice from a comfortable position. After all, how could one who has not personally endured such pain easily persuade another to let go of him? Yet these words came precisely from King Tianzu's mouth, and he was the only one here qualified to say them. For he was not only the leader of the Autobots but also a warrior who had undergone countless life and death trials and lost many dear friends. Erxi did not reply, she simply stood there silently. "Move it." At that critical moment, Goban's impatient voice suddenly exploded like thunder in Hong Zizu's ear. Immediately before Hong Jiju could react, a powerful force struck him, shoving him roughly. Taken off guard, Hong Jiju stumbled, lost his balance and fell straight forward like a kite with a broken string, finally hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Was that use of force necessary? Hong Jiju scrambled up from the ground, rubbing his sore backside as he grumbled indignantly. "I can tell you everything." "Oh really?" Goban looked at him suspiciously, clearly unconvinced, and replied with a grumpy tone. "And then? What do you want in return?" Under the hawk-like piercing gazes of the group, Hong Jiju took a deep breath, steadied his nerves a little, and then slowly spoke up. "I want to join your side." However, before he had even finished speaking, Goban, as if hearing the biggest joke under heaven, was the first to let out a snort of laughter. The laughter was strikingly out of place in the tense atmosphere, as if a merciless mockery of Hong Jiju. "Ha ha ha, great idea.
Goban laughed heartily, his smile undisguisedly showing his teasing. I really enjoy playing with guys like you. Seeing this, Erxi also chimed in with a sharp remark.
How could a snake like you ever betray the Bashianhu? Is that so? Just look at what they've done to me lately. Hong Jiju put on an angry expression. Besides humiliating me, spying on me and denigrating me, what else?
Wai Zhenqian even wanted to cruelly extinguish my spark and then let that treacherous bastard Heiguafu take my place.
She abandoned me, left me to fend for myself, so why not betray them? Hong Zizu's words were spoken with seeming sincerity. After some discussion, although Goban still wanted to kill Hong Jiju outright, King Tianzu decided to give the other a chance to reform. Not to mention that Hong Jiju still had use value after all. He also wanted to eliminate Heiguafu or Wai Zhenqian. More importantly, as Wai Zhenqian's second-in-command, regardless of how much trust he currently enjoyed, he still possessed a great deal of vital intelligence about the Bashianhu. While the Autobots were deliberating whether to trust Hong Jiju, on the other side Heiguafu had already arrived at the wreckage of the rear half of the Xianfeng Hao. Master, I have come.
Entering the interior, Heiguafu soon met Qin Mo, who had been waiting.
Have you brought what I asked for?
Yes, my lord, I have recorded all the information exactly as you commanded, Black Widow said with utmost deference, gesturing toward her head as she spoke.
This was in fact a reluctant measure for Black Widow.
Among the many executives of Ba Tian, who Shangba's presence was arguably the least conspicuous. Ordinarily he scarcely uttered a word, yet as the intelligence officer he was tasked not only with external espionage but also with real-time internal surveillance. If Black Widow chose to download the data archives containing Ba Tianhu technology, there was no doubt that her action would be detected by Shangbo. Given Shangba's unwavering loyalty to Wei Zhenqian, he would certainly report the matter without hesitation. Then even if Black Widow had 100 tongues, she would find it impossible to explain herself. Even employing alternative methods such as photographing the technological knowledge carried the risk of discovery. After all, Shangba's surveillance system was far from ineffectual. To avoid such a scenario, Black Widow, after thorough deliberation, ultimately decided to resort to the most primitive method, using her own mind to commit as much of the technological knowledge to memory as possible. Though inefficient, it was the safest option available. Then she would seize opportunities during missions to relay this memorized knowledge to Qin Mo. In this way she could ensure the secure transfer of information without arousing Shangba's suspicion.
Qin Mo did not rush to act.
Instead he dispatched a large number of combat spheres, scattering them about so that they could send signals at the first sign of approach. After completing these preparations, Qin Mo leisurely summoned Black Widow over. Then he produced the cerebral cortical psychic link, which had been modified by the Tenjiao hammer. The device resembled a slender silver metallic tube, its surface shimmering with a faint glow, exuding an aura both mysterious and unsettling. When Black Widow's gaze fell upon the metal tube, her body began to tremble involuntarily as if struck by an invisible force. Her complexion turned pale, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Yet despite the terror and resistance within her, Black Widow obediently remained in place under Qin Mo's command, showing no sign of defiance. Holding the cerebral cortical psychic link, Qin Mo slowly inserted it into the back of Black Widow's head. Throughout the process her body quivered, but Qin Mo showed no intention of stopping. Next, Qin Mo quickly plugged the other end of the cerebral cortical psychic link into a pre-prepared device. The device looked like a high-tech computer covered with intricate circuits and indicator lights. As Qin Mo pressed the start button, the device emitted a low hum and began to operate. In an instant the knowledge in Black Widow's mind was read and streamed into the device without pause. Qin Mo stared intently at the screen where dense rows of data and images scrolled rapidly. His eyes, like a scanner, swiftly browsed through the information, missing no detail.
What a tremendous harvest! Qin Mo exclaimed excitedly to himself.
He recognized at once that the data being uploaded was the core technical information of the Taikong Qiao. With these materials along with the Chicheran resource points already in his possession, he could build his own Taikong Qiao, allowing him to reach the planet Cybertron more swiftly and safely. And on Cybertron awaited a scientist Qin Mo had been longing for day and night. If Qin Mo could capture Zheng Dongbo before Wei Zhenqian did and extract all the knowledge from his mind, then the technology for cloning Zhu Miao and the modification of Zhu Jingang would all be his. When that time came, he could develop everything. Yet compared to the Taikong Qiao technology, Qin Mo was more interested in the manufacturing methods of those precision instruments and their improved specific parameters. After all, the Taikong Qiao was merely a more powerful and stable version of the Lu Di Qiao. Qin Mo could easily forge it with the Tianjiao hammer, though it would consume a fair amount of energy. Even without using the Tianjiao hammer for upgrades, Qin Mo could build another Lu Di Qiao at the boundary of the current one, reaching Cybertron through multiple jumps. It would merely cost more energy, resources and time. But these instruments were the truly valuable items, the fruits of painstaking efforts by Ba Tianhu scientists to improve. Many of them Qin Mo could never have imagined, yet now they all belonged to him.
Time ticked by.
Once Qin Mo confirmed that all the technology Black Widow had memorized had been fully downloaded, he rudely severed the connection. As the interface was pulled out, Black Widow's body seemed drained of all strength. She collapsed limply to the ground accompanied by convulsions. Unconcerned, Qin Mo packed up the device and recorded everything. However, just as he was directing the combat spheres to transport the device back to base via the Lu Di Chao, sounds of fighting erupted from outside. Didn't expect them to be this fast. Qin Mo placed a hand on the side of his head. A few seconds later he connected to a combat sphere outside and gained its visual feed. Outside the Pioneer, over 50 combat spheres were launching intense fire at Qing Tianzhu and his team.
What are these things? The ship's automatic defenses.
The sudden barrage caught Qing Tianzhu and the others off guard.
Goban, hiding behind a rock while returning fire, asked the question.
But he soon realized something was off. If these were the ship's defenses, they were far too weak. A single shot from Goban shattered a combat sphere. With luck he could take out 2 or 3 at once. Conversely, the lasers fired by these combat spheres were not fatal when hitting their bodies, only causing minor damage.
No, they belonged to that machine insect's underling.
By the time the combat spheres outside were nearly eliminated, Qin Mo strolled out of the ship dragging the half-dead Black Widow in his hand.
So it's him.
Due to Qin Mo's deeds, neither Aerchian nor Goban had a favorable impression of this man. Ignoring their gazes, Qin Mo looked at Qing Tianzhu and said, "I know you, Qing Tianzhu, leader of the Chicheran. Have you come for her or for the weapon being transported in the ship?" Seeing that the other party had no intention to fight, Qing Tianzhu stepped forward and said, "We came here not to cause trouble but merely to conduct a reconnaissance.
We were unaware of your presence." Qin Mo nodded and said, "I see. In that case you may leave now. This is my territory and I do not appreciate uninvited guests like you."
He finished his words and then someone said, "Hand over Black Widow. She must pay for what she has done." Just as Qin Mo finished speaking, RC set her eyes on Black Widow, whom Qin Mo was holding.
However, Qin Mo immediately refused. "No, that won't do.
She is my prize.
How can I just hand her over because you say so?"
He added, "Don't forget Starscream is still watching."
To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Mo must distance himself from Black Widow and ideally show that they are adversaries.
Qin Mo then said, "Of course, if you can offer sufficient compensation for an exchange, I would be more than willing." Someone interjected, "Why waste so many words on him?"
The blunt bulkhead said with irritation, "This guy first kidnapped Jack, then captured Miko, and now he's here. Who knows what he's plotting? Let's just eliminate him."
Optimus Prime remained silent, but from his gaze it was clear that he was pondering Bulkhead's words.
To be honest, if Qin Mo wanted to, he could easily join the Autobots.
After all, even someone like Starscream was given a chance to reform by Optimus Prime, let alone Qin.
But as always, Qin Mo did not want to.
In Qin Mo's view, Optimus Prime and his team lived a truly stifling life. They possessed technology far beyond Earth's civilization. Not to say they should dominate humanity, but they certainly didn't need to dwell in an abandoned rocket launch base every day. What Qin Mo desired was freedom and to become a king above all, founding a vast empire of mechanized insects and perhaps even conquering the universe along the way. After all, he had become a mechanized insect devoid even of basic desires.
If he did not pursue other ambitions, what meaning would life have?
As the saying goes, when one possesses a sharp weapon, the desire to kill arises.
Qin Mo was now in that state.
And none of these could be achieved by joining the Autobots, so there was no point in wasting any more time. Originally, Qin Mo had planned to fabricate a random excuse, release Black Widow, and quickly leave the area. However, as his gaze swept over Optimus Prime and the other Autobots, a playful idea suddenly arose in his mind. After all, he was equipped with a full set of high-tech gear, and the shield generator among them was extraordinarily powerful. As long as he activated this shield generator, even if he stood still and allowed the enemy to attack, they would be absolutely unable to inflict any harm on him.
At this thought, Qin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Since that was the case, why not take this opportunity to test the true combat strength of the Autobots?
At the same time, he could experience firsthand the true power of his own enhanced body. His mind made up, Qin Mo acted without hesitation, firing a shot at Optimus Prime, who stood at the front and appeared defenseless. However, to Qin Mo's surprise, although Optimus Prime seemed to stand there defenseless, he had actually prepared in secret for any eventuality. The moment Qin Mo raised his hand, Optimus Prime, drawing on years of accumulated combat experience, acutely sensed the danger.
His body moved like lightning, swiftly evading the instant Qin Mo pulled the trigger.
This series of movements was as natural and fluid as flowing clouds and water, as if rehearsed countless times. Optimus Prime dodged Qin Mo's shot with ease, not even showing a hint of tension.
"I told you this guy is untrustworthy." Bulkhead roared with fury, his disdain for Qin Mo clear.
Without waiting for his words to fade, he launched an attack without hesitation, clearly intent on teaching Qin Mo a harsh lesson.
Qin Mo was prepared for this as well. Instead of immediately activating his high-tech gear, he sidestepped with a flash, easily evading Bulkhead's attack. Then with a powerful push from his legs, Qin Mo shot toward the nearest opponent, Optimus Prime, like an arrow from a bow. His speed was blinding like lightning, catching everyone off guard.
While charging at Optimus Prime he kept firing his gun, sending a hail of bullets toward Bulkhead RC and Bumblebee, forcing them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mo stood face to face with Optimus Prime, creating an unknown duel. Facing the fierce Qin Mo, Optimus Prime showed no sign of panic. He quickly put on his faceplate, his right hand transforming into a razor-sharp battle blade, and then fearlessly swung it toward Qin Mo. With a loud clang, the blade struck Qin Mo's arm guard, sending sparks flying but failing to cause any real damage. Seeing this, Qin Mo was secretly delighted. With a sudden burst of strength he deflected the blade and then reached out his sharp claws, raking 4 gashes across Optimus Prime's chest. The leader of the Autobots doesn't seem so impressive. No wonder you've been suffering defeats against the Decepticons. Facing Qin Mo's taunts, Optimus Prime remained unaffected, watching him warily without making a rash move. "Since you want come to me, I'll go to you then," Qin Mo said. Qin Mo had no time to engage in a staring contest with Optimus Prime, so he decisively took the initiative. As everyone knows, in Transformers Prime almost every Cybertronian is equipped with laser guns, some with terrifyingly large calibers, but most of the time they only deal superficial damage, serving as harassment and moo-clearing. The real damage comes from melee weapons like Optimus Prime's Battleblade, Bulkhead's Wrecking Ball, and Megatron's sword. After the previous test, Qin Mo was certain that Optimus Prime's blade could not harm him much. So what did he have to worry about? That guy wouldn't pull out the matrix of leadership and shine it on him, would he? Qin Mo clashed with Optimus Prime again. As before, he easily blocked a slash with his arm guard. However, this time as Qin Mo prepared to counterattack, he looked down and saw that the gun formed from Optimus Prime's other hand was already pressed against his waist. Bang! A shot fired the scorching energy bolt, hitting Qin Mo directly. Before he could react, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. That's more like it. Now this is interesting. Gazing at the scorch mark on his waist, Qin Mo casually wiped it with his hand. After confirming he was unharmed, he charged at Optimus Prime once more. After a brief exchange, Qin Mo marveled inwardly, profoundly comprehending what it meant to be tempered by years and overwhelmed by combat experience. Optimus Prime, a legendary existence, possessed a history that unfolded like a magnificent epic. He had rolled through seas of blood, charged through raging flames, and endured countless life and death trials to forge his current formidable strength. Though Optimus Prime was revered as the leader of the Autobots amid their steady retreat, he often led from the front, charging into battle with his guard rather than merely commanding from afar. The combat experience he had accumulated during the Great War on Cybertron was undeniably terrifying, far beyond what Qin Mo, a fledgling newcomer, could ever match. After being reforged by the Celestial Hammer, Qin Mo's abilities had been vastly enhanced. Moreover, as an Insecticon, his base attributes all surpassed those of an ordinary Cybertronian. Yet when he truly faced Optimus Prime, he found himself relying solely on numerical superiority devoid of any finesse. In contrast, Optimus Prime was remarkably shrewd. Through their simple exchange, he easily discerned the depths of Qin Mo's capabilities. To Optimus Prime's eyes, this Insecticon possessed formidable physical resilience and sturdy armor, yet its combat style was conspicuously clumsy. It relied entirely on brute force and armor hardness, lacking genuine combat techniques. In fact, compared to ordinary Insecticons, Qin Mo's fighting ability might even be inferior. Realizing this, Optimus Prime swiftly adjusted his strategy. Abandoning his previous direct and forceful style, he became more fluid and agile. With masterful use of his agility and subtle leverage, he continuously evaded Qin Mo's attacks, causing each strike to miss its mark. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime seized the brief pause after Qin Mo's attacks, the so-called recovery window, and launched counterattacks without hesitation. With lightning speed and pinpoint precision, he struck various parts of Qin Mo's frame, inflicting as much damage as possible. This style left Qin Mo both frustrated and irritated. Each of his assaults failed to hit the target, while Optimus Prime always delivered a punishing blow in the fleeting gap after his own attack. Worse still, RC and Bumblebee kept peppering him with shots from a distance, making it difficult to concentrate on countering Optimus Prime. And Bulkhead would occasionally burst forth, swinging a massive wrecking ball straight at his head, catching him off guard. However, Qin Mo quickly composed himself. After all, his purpose in attacking was not to eliminate them, otherwise he could simply use technology without wasting time here. In fact, if he were more ruthless, he could withdraw from Earth, return to the resource point on Mars, and use its vast supplies to forge powerful warships and weapons. Then when Optimus Prime and Megatron had exhausted each other, he could swoop in for the spoils. The reason he was fighting Optimus Prime and the others was precisely to probe their strength while honing his own combat skills. Since he hadn't sustained any real damage so far, if he could gain something meaningful from this battle, nothing else mattered. After a round of self-adjustment, Qin Mo's mind gradually regained calmness and his overall state improved markedly. Although his offense continued, his focus was no longer fixed solely on Optimus Prime. He truly attuned his senses to all directions, listening with ears and seeing with eyes alike. Just as Bulkhead prepared for another sneak attack, Qin Mo suddenly sensed his intention. With a sudden burst of power, Qin Mo executed a clever feint, successfully forcing Optimus Prime back a few steps. Then in a swift motion he raised his hand and precisely seized Bulkhead's descending arm.
Impossible.
Before Bulkhead could finish his words, Qin Mo struck like a storm. His fist like a cannonball smashed heavily into Bulkhead's faceplate, producing a dull sound.
Bulkhead's body lurched backward as if struck by an immense force.
Yet Qin Mo's assault did not end there. He stepped forward and delivered a vicious iron shoulder charge, sending Bulkhead flying away with brutal force.
Bulkhead's body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bulkhead, watch out.
This guy is no pushover. Just as Bulkhead was flung away, Bumblebee and RC rushed to his side like lightning, shielding him protectively. Bulkhead struggled to rise, touching the spot where he had been struck, and managed a faint smile.
I'm fine. Such a minor injury means nothing to me.
As for Qin Mo, he would have liked to press the attack, but after his successful strike, Optimus Prime immediately engaged him again. Meanwhile, the ever-mobile RC and Bumblebee provided timely support, giving Bulkhead a moment to recover.
However, Qin Mo's onslaught was far from over.
Yet amid his battle with Optimus Prime, he happened to notice that their captured Starscream seemed restless, apparently planning an escape.
Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but smirk, raising his blaster and firing a single shot.
This simple, unadorned shot was easily dodged by Optimus Prime, but it spelled trouble for Starscream, who was preparing to slip away. Watching the energy bolt fly directly toward him, Starscream stood dumbfounded. How could even this become collateral damage? Whether by Qin Mo's design or sheer luck, the shot didn't hit Starscream but struck the restraint, locking his transformation mechanism behind him. Although it didn't destroy the restraint outright, it successfully carved a gap.
Oh no! Starscream is about to escape.
That single shot alerted Optimus Prime and the others to Starscream's presence. Unfortunately, they had no spare attention to deal with him, as all their focus was fixed on Qin Mo. After all, despite Qin Mo's clumsy combat technique, his raw attributes were formidable. And with Optimus Prime, their leader, in combat, any mishap could spell doom for the Autobots. Yet Optimus Prime saw things differently.
After a slash, he created distance from Qin Mo.
Seizing the moment, he turned and said, "Starscream is vital to us.
Don't let him get away." Hearing this, RC looked at Bulkhead and Bumblebee. "You two stay and help Optimus. I'll go after Starscream."
Watching RC pursue Starscream, Qin Mo had no intention of stopping her. His shot had fulfilled his obligation. Whether Starscream could escape depended on his own fortune. Yet Qin Mo still believed that Starscream would likely get away this time. After all, he was a significant supporting character who survived until the finale. If he couldn't even handle RC, then being captured would be his own fault. And as Qin Mo anticipated, RC returned disheveled with a scratch on her face, clearly left by Starscream. As for Starscream himself, he had undoubtedly escaped.
Optimus Prime did not reproach her for this.
Instead, he decisively distanced himself from Qin Mo and ordered Ratchet to open the ground bridge for retreat. Having fought for so long, Optimus was no fool. He had discerned the truth, that this mechanical insect was using him as a whetstone. Compared to the initial clumsiness and brute force reliance on raw stats, his combat skills had improved significantly, even if they were not yet remarkable. Seeing that Optimus and his team intended to leave, Qin Mo did not stop them. After all, this encounter was merely to assess their strength and hone his close-quarters combat techniques. Both objectives had been achieved, so letting them escape was acceptable. Of course, if Qin Mo had unleashed his full power, he could not guarantee annihilating them all, but he could certainly have taken down one or two. But again, there was no need for that. On Earth there were essentially four factions with real strength. First, the Decepticons led by Megatron. Second, the Autobots under Optimus Prime. Third, the Insecticons commanded by Qin Mo. And last, humanity. Humanity was not a great concern given their internal conflicts, ethnic tensions, geopolitical strife, which left them little time to meddle with him. Even if they wanted to interfere, they would need the capability. Though the Autobots and Decepticons fought with primitive exchanges of fire and close combat, their methods against humans were entirely different. The sheer disparity in height and size granted Cybertronians an inherent advantage over humans. What humans relied on were merely nuclear weapons, fighter jets and aircraft carriers. The former might carry some deterrent, but the latter was negligible. In the original storyline, Megatron had created the Darkmount, not only obliterating the Autobot base but also standing aloft, intimidating all of humanity, or at least the United States. Though U.S. a global hegemon would not tolerate such humiliation. It swiftly dispatched ground and air forces only to have them wiped out by a single blast from Megatron, after which they quietly yielded.
As for nuclear weapons, if Qin Mo and his kind desired, the technological prowess of Cybertron could easily prevent them from launching. For instance, Black Arachnia's ability to infiltrate high-tech facilities across the U.S. and steal state-of-the-art equipment with impunity was a clear testament to this. Thus, in Qin Mo's eyes, humanity could serve as a tool or as laborers to gather resources, but never as a true adversary. As for the Autobots, frankly, they were unremarkable.
Though Qin Mo's fight with Optimus seemed evenly matched, that was only because he had not exerted his full strength.
First they possessed a heavily armed vessel packed with abundant troops. Whether those troops were formidable or not, numbers alone constituted a fighting force. Megatron. First they possessed a heavily armed vessel packed with abundant troops. Whether those troops were formidable or not, numbers alone constituted a fighting force. Megatron. Qin Mo had considered eliminating Megatron preemptively, but that was not possible, at least not now.
More importantly, as the plot progressed, when the 9 planets aligned and the magnetic field shifted, Unicron would awaken, releasing a torrent of dark Energon.
Qin Mo had little interest in dark Energon. His true fascination lay with Unicron himself.
As a deity equal to Primus, who had nearly perished in the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons, Unicron still lived.
If Qin Mo could study Unicron's body, he might uncover something intriguing.
As a deity equal to Primus, who had nearly perished in the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons,
Megatron with dark Energon injected into his body could read Unicron's thoughts and locate the exact coordinates of his physical core, while the matrix of leadership within Optimus could force Unicron's physical form back into hibernation. After they completed these tasks, Qin Mo could enter and conduct his research.
Therefore, before Unicron's awakening, neither Optimus nor Megatron could die. For this reason, Qin Mo had not eliminated a single Autobot. The Autobots were already at a disadvantage, barely contending with the Decepticons. The loss of even one could trigger a chain reaction leading to total collapse.
Though he could not yet touch the Autobots or Decepticons, Qin Mo could start preparing for his next plan.
Qin Mo had heard that the mech special unit was no longer satisfied with studying dead Cybertronians, or rather its leader Silas had grown restless. So recently Silas and his men had made a move, luring Bulkhead and Dead End into a trap. The two rivals upon meeting immediately clashed, and to his misfortune Bulkhead lost, knocked unconscious by Dead End's hammer. However, in a twist of fate, the mech unit's carrying capacity was limited, forcing them to take only one.
Silas chose the victor, Dead End.
After capturing him, Silas was eager to dissect and study him, even tearing out one of Dead End's eyes while the pain suppressor was still deactivated.
Though Dead End was later rescued by the Autobots and subsequently taken away by Starscream, Silas had obtained genuine first-hand Cybertronian technology.
Consequently, Silas had become quite arrogant. When Qin Mo summoned him, the man did not arrive promptly, and when he finally did, his demeanor was carefree.
"You're late. You know I don't like waiting." In response to Qin Mo's words, Silas waved a hand and said, "I'm very busy now. As you know, the mech unit is scrambling to gather top-tier technology from around the globe." "Is that so?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of disdain, "And have you found anything?"
Silas replied smugly, "To be honest, I captured a Cybertronian not long ago, a living one. From him I've obtained quite a few valuable things." Seeing Silas so arrogant and overbearing, Qin Mo curled the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. However, he did not say much, merely waving his hand casually. In that instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The metal fragments scattered around began to slowly float upward as if drawn by an invisible force. With a gentle flick of Qin Mo's finger, the once still metal suddenly seemed to come alive, rapidly undergoing deformation. In the blink of an eye, the metal twisted into countless razor-sharp spikes, gleaming with a cold, fearsome light that sent chills down one's spine. Silas' eyes widened as he beheld the sight. Astonishment flickered across his face at first, but soon gave way to excitement and a yearning for the unknown. His gaze locked onto those metal spikes as if he could perceive some wondrous power within them. Seeing this, Qin Mo's smile subtly faded, and with a sudden sweep of his arm, with a sharp whoosh, the controlled metal spikes shot out in all directions like cannonballs at astonishing speed. Like lightning, they pierced through the surrounding walls in an instant, embedding themselves deep within, leaving only terrifying holes behind. "Do not show off your petty tricks before me." Qin Mo's voice was calm and icy, yet carried an undeniable authority. Silas trembled all over, finally realizing the gap between himself and Qin Mo. The faint sense of superiority he had felt vanished in an instant. He quickly bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, I understand." Indeed, no matter how hard he tried, it could never compare to latching onto a powerful patron. After swiftly adjusting his mindset, Silas reined in his arrogance slightly and asked with a tinge of humility, "May I ask what business you have summoned me here for, Master?" In truth, on his way here, Silas had already speculated that this time he would likely be thoroughly fleeced by Qin Mo. After all, given Qin Mo's temperament and methods, he would certainly not let this opportunity slip by easily. However, what Silas never expected was that Qin Mo's next words would strike him like a bolt from the blue, filling him with such excitement that he was momentarily at a loss.
Qin Mo slowly said, "I once mentioned that I am very interested in you humans.
Unfortunately, due to various reasons, I never had the time to study you in depth.
But now I can finally settle down and explore this matter thoroughly." Hearing this, Silas' eyes lit up. He quickly responded, "Rest assured, Master. However you wish to conduct the research, whatever subjects you need, just give the order. The Mecha Special Unit will spare no effort and will not hesitate." To be honest, Silas' excitement had its reasons.
Because before this Qin Mo had revealed a shocking secret to him, he possessed a method to allow humans to achieve immortality through mechanical ascension. For Silas this was an irresistible temptation. However, since this method had never been tested on Earthlings, exactly which aspects required adjustment and improvement remained unknown. Nevertheless, Silas firmly believed that as long as Qin Mo was willing to research, he would surely find a solution. At that time Silas had unhesitatingly offered to provide research samples, but to his surprise Qin Mo flatly refused his goodwill. Qin Mo explained that he had more urgent and important matters to attend to and simply could not spare the time for this research. Yet when Qin Mo mentioned the word immortality, Silas' heart was profoundly stirred, like a key opening Pandora's box. It was also the reason Silas diligently fulfilled all of Qin Mo's requests. Now that Qin Mo had finally decided to begin the research, Silas' excitement grew. He mused to himself that once the research succeeded, he, as the one who contributed the most, would surely be the first to experience the wonders of ascension and attain the immortal life he dreamed of. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Mo casually drew up a list and handed it to Silas. The list detailed various types of people: men, women, the elderly and children. However, it particularly emphasized young, strong adult males. Additionally, aside from human subjects, the list also included several rare precision instruments. Qin Mo stated that these instruments were crucial for the smooth progress of the research and instructed Silas to acquire them as soon as possible. In the past, faced with such a request, Silas would have found ways to evade or concocted strange excuses to brush it off. But this time the situation was entirely different. When he eagerly took the list, he gave it only a cursory glance before unreservedly agreeing. "Rest assured, leave it to me. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee you'll get everything on that list for you." Silas patted his chest, his tone resolute and confident. As it turned out, under the lure of immense benefits, human potential is limitless. Qin Mo knew very well that the several pieces of equipment he needed on the list were not something that could be obtained in just 3 days. But surprisingly, Silas actually managed to acquire all of them within 3 short days. Not only that, he also brought Qin Mo 200 human volunteers. These volunteers came from various age groups and genders; all sorts were available. Even more astonishingly, to prevent chaos during the experiments and to help Qin Mo manage them better, Silas deliberately left behind 70 heavily armed mecha special unit members to fully assist Qin Mo's work. Before leaving, Silas deliberately lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Qin Mo, "If the experimental subjects are insufficient or you need emergency replacements, these 70 men under my command can also be put to use." After saying this, a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Qin Mo was inwardly startled. His eyes widened as he looked at Silas, as if seeing him in a new light. He sighed inwardly, admiring Silas' sheer ruthlessness, not only towards others but even towards his own men. Meanwhile, inside Qin Mo's laboratory, cruel scenes unfolded day after day. Countless experimental subjects lost their lives under extreme experimental conditions. Yet it was precisely this inhuman approach to experimentation that accelerated Qin Mo's progress, dramatically yielding astonishing results. However, achieving immortality while preserving the original physical body is almost an impossible task. Let alone Qin Mo, even top-tier researchers like Shockwave and Wretched would find it exceedingly difficult. After all, while Qin Mo possessed advanced Cybertronian technology, his understanding of human biology remained a blank slate. True and complete immortality could perhaps only be achieved by Primus, the creator of the Cybertronians. Yet Qin Mo was not disheartened. He decided to blaze a new trail and attempt a completely novel approach. Qin Mo planned to preserve the original consciousness of the experimental subject while discarding all superfluous appendages, then forge a metallic body for it. In this way, though complete immortality could not be achieved, the subject's consciousness would at least be prolonged, a different form of immortality. This was indeed the only feasible method of mechanical transcendence currently available, but actually accomplishing it would be no easy feat. Qin Mo was fully aware of this. Although he possessed a powerful tool like the Pride of Heaven hammer, which theoretically could brute force a solution and then quickly achieve the goal through reverse engineering. However, after careful deliberation, Qin Mo resolutely abandoned this option. The reason was simple: the energy within the Pride of Heaven hammer was nearly depleted. Until an effective method of replenishment was found, every use of the Pride of Heaven hammer would further drain its energy, diminishing with each application. As for enabling humanity to achieve mechanical transcendence, to Qin Mo it was more of a strategy, a means to acquire additional available forces. While it could enhance his strength to some extent, it was by no means the most urgent task at hand. Just as Qin Mo was researching how to grant humans immortality, a far more important target came into his view: the storage canister. Now let us shift our focus to the Autobot base. Bulkhead was accompanying Nico, watching a so-called monster truck rally. The atmosphere was electrifying, with spectators' cheers rising and falling and the host's ear-splitting voice flooding in. Yet for Wretched, all of this was a nightmare. The deafening volume from the television, coupled with Micah's excited screams, relentlessly grated on Wretched's most sensitive neural conduit. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he complained, "Can't you two turn down the volume?"
However, Bulkhead and Nico were completely oblivious to Ratchet's displeasure, showing no sign of restraint. Bulkhead excitedly waved at Ratchet, shouting, "Ratchet, come see the monster truck rally Nico," and I attended. Nico proudly shook her phone. I even took lots of photos. But as a medic, Ratchet simply could not comprehend the behavior of these two. Watching the monster trucks with massive tires crush ordinary vehicles on screen, he couldn't help remarking, sacrificing so many innocent vehicles just for human entertainment, how barbaric. However, in response to Ratchet's remark, Bulkhead and Nico showed not a shred of shame. Instead, they replied in unison, "Yeah." As if they saw nothing wrong with it. Ratchet walked over to the equipment, skillfully operating it while saying to Bulkhead, "You were supposed to be on fieldwork with Optimus Prime." At that moment, Bulkhead was engrossed in the TV show. Interrupted, he impatiently waved a hand and muttered, "He doesn't need my help, just looking for some ancient teaching toy." Hearing this, Ratchet shook his head in exasperation and explained, "The teaching toy you mentioned is actually a Cybertronian data storage canister." With that, he pressed a button in front of him. Instantly, the show on the screen vanished, replaced by detailed information about the data storage canister. However, Bulkhead and Nico seemed uninterested in this information, complaining that Ratchet had interrupted their entertainment. But Ratchet completely ignored their complaints and continued introducing, "No one knows that this seemingly ordinary data storage canister actually contains such an enormous amount of information. During Cybertron's golden age, many such storage canisters were constructed, each recording vast Cybertronian knowledge covering star charts, medicine, ancient mythology, and many other fields." However, when war broke out, these storage canisters became the focus of conflict between both sides. To prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands, they were scattered and hidden in various corners of the galaxy. But now we've detected its signal on Earth, which means... Having had enough, Nico complained impatiently, "Ugh, my head is spinning." Bulkhead chimed in, "Exactly. Switch it back, I want to watch the final showdown." However, just then a communication from Optimus Prime came through, reporting an ambush by Decepticons and calling for backup. Clearly, Bulkhead's eagerly anticipated final showdown was not to be seen without needing Ratchet to say another word. As soon as he saw the ground bridge open, he strode in without hesitation. However, the Autobots and Decepticons were not the only ones interested in this storage canister. Qin Mo was equally curious about it. At first glance, the formula for synthetic Energon seemed rather useless and incomplete at best, a kind of stimulant that rapidly consumed energy. Even after Ratchet's improvements and refinements, injecting it into the body did enhance various bodily functions but simultaneously accelerated the consumption of one's original Energon, clearly contrary to its initial design purpose. But who would have thought that this seemingly insignificant thing would later become the key instrument for reviving Cybertron and restoring their homeland? Moreover, the reason why the synthetic Energon formula was incomplete was most likely not due to the storage device itself nor internal issues within it. In the original, the storage canister was kicked by Nico, triggering its own protection mechanism. As a result, the knowledge within was injected into Bulkhead's mind, making him increasingly intelligent but simultaneously and silently eroding his original memories. Over time, this erosion intensified, eventually causing severe confusion and loss of Bulkhead's memories. To avoid losing Bulkhead as a crucial combatant, Optimus Prime had to take extreme measures. In the end, though, the storage canister was destroyed by Megatron, the data in Bulkhead's mind shot into the sky and vanished. Consequently, the formula Ratchet obtained was naturally incomplete. If they could manage to recapture the storage canister and fully extract the data within it in a proper manner, then perhaps there would be a chance to obtain the complete data formula. Qin Mo hastened to the storage tank with burning urgency, already prepared for a fierce confrontation. However, when he laid eyes on the scene before him, he was struck dumbfounded, momentarily unable to collect his thoughts. Not far away, Bulkhead was pummeling a Decepticon grunt, a sight so routine it had become second nature to both parties. Yet what truly astonished Qin Mo was the sight of another figure engaged in a fierce duel with Optimus Prime in the distance. That figure was none other than Knockout. He was actually clashing head-on with Optimus Prime, even managing to exchange several blows. Though ultimately sent flying by a punch from Optimus Prime for Knockout, this confrontation with such a formidable opponent was an experience worth boasting about. Autobots, hold your ground. The storage tank must not fall into enemy hands. Optimus Prime's voice echoed through the internal channel, addressing his comrades. Without pausing, he spun around and delivered an unhesitating punch, smashing it squarely into the face of a Decepticon grunt attempting a sneak attack. Just then, RC launched into action without a moment's hesitation, darting toward the storage tank at the heart of the battlefield. Yet as she neared her objective, an unforeseen obstacle suddenly blocked her path. Knockout lunged like a savage beast, crashing into RC and slamming her brutally to the ground. Before she could react, he pinned her down with his full weight. In the next instant, Knockout transformed swiftly, his engines roaring at full throttle as his tires screeched against RC's form, producing a grating sound. "Come to daddy." Knockout exulted triumphantly, his gaze fixed on the nearby storage tank as he declared victory. Yet his euphoria was short. In the very next moment, with a deafening crash, Bulkhead hurtled toward Knockout like a cannonball, slamming into him with such force that he was sent sprawling across the ground.
Bulkhead smirked at the fallen knockout and taunted, "Go home to your mommy." But before the words had fully left his mouth, Deadend's massive fists descended like hammers, bludgeoning Bulkhead's head with devastating power. The blow left Bulkhead dazed and reeling. Seizing the moment, Deadend clamped his hands around Bulkhead's head like iron vices, wrenching it as he snarled, "Say uncle. Say it." Across the battlefield, the struggle for the storage tank had devolved into a chaotic free-for-all. Every combatant fought with reckless abandon, each refusing to yield, their clashes growing ever more ferocious. Yet amid the pandemonium, no one noticed Miko stealthily following them, sprinting toward the storage tank. This won't do. Seeing this, Qin Mo's heart sank. He knew all too well that in the original story, Mika's next move would trigger a cascade of events. He could not let that happen. Without hesitation, Qin Mo issued the command now. No sooner had the words left his lips than a land bridge materialized in the sky. With a low hum, shrapnel led 50 Insecticons surging through the land bridge like a locust swarm, flooding the battlefield. This was no mere diversion. Qin Mo had awakened shrapnel in his Insecticon legion not for amusement or spectacle, but with a clear strategic purpose. As a visionary leader, how could he afford to handle every task himself? That would render his leadership meaningless. Optimus Prime slowly registered a question mark. With the Insecticon's dramatic entrance, the entire battle was upended in an instant. They plunged into the fray with lightning speed, unleashing a torrent of concentrated fire that rained down like a storm, forcibly imposing a ceasefire. The hapless Decepticon grunts, caught completely off guard, were shredded by the sudden onslaught. After dispatching several Decepticon grunts, the Insecticon's overwhelming firepower finally restored a semblance of calm to the battlefield. Why are there so many Insecticons on Earth? Peering from behind cover at the swarm of Insecticons, Optimus Prime was deeply shaken. He had encountered Insecticons before, but even on Cybertron the sight of 50 of them at once was exceedingly rare. Under Qin Mo's direction, the Insecticons descended one after another like raindrops, converging around the storage tank and swiftly encasing it in an impenetrable protective perimeter. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Autobots and Decepticons alike were rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle. Excellent. Those Insecticons. The storage tank is ours. Deadend bellowed excitedly. The simple-minded brute had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, naively assuming that the Insecticons would, as they had on Cybertron, unhesitatingly side with the Decepticons and aid them in seizing the storage tank. Thus the ironhead fool couldn't wait to burst forth and rendezvous with the Insecticons. Yet just as he was about to step out of his hiding spot, Knockout moved like lightning, seizing Deadend and yanking him back. "Are you insane?" Knockout roared. "Look closely, these Insecticons aren't on our side." Deadend was bewildered by Knockout's intervention, utterly unable to fathom why he was being restrained. But Knockout saw the situation with crystal clarity. In this mission their side had only himself and Deadend as true combatants, the rest were mere cannon fodder. If one could count as a substantial fighting force, perhaps Deadend barely qualified, but Knockout himself. At best he could only skim through the battle, providing a modicum of distraction. This wasn't because Knockout was unwilling to fight, it was simply beyond his capabilities. He was a medic meant to be in the infirmary. Being deployed to the front lines for this mission was already a stretch. How could anyone expect more of him? And the Decepticon grunts who accompanied them were as dull as wooden posts, barely capable of slowing down the Autobots through sheer numbers. Expecting them to fight an Insecticon force that outnumbered them. That was suicide. Not to mention the one behind the Insecticons had yet to appear. If he did, Knockout would likely be captured again and turned into a life-sized figurine for amusement. But on that point Knockout was mistaken. Qin Mo had captured him before to extract the knowledge stored in his mind. Although the process was excruciating, Qin Mo had managed to absorb and master most of the knowledge that had been implanted into his mind. Thus, rather than capturing Knockout again, Qin Mo would prefer to trade him for resources or simply eliminate him. Returning to the present after the Insecticons had stabilized the situation, Qin Mo made his entrance like a sovereign surrounded by his mechanical minions. He picked up the storage canister from the ground, examined it briefly, then turned to the Autobots and Decepticons, declaring, "Both sides stop fighting. We Insecticons are taking this." Then he suddenly fixed his gaze on Knockout, who was hiding behind the rocks as if he had discovered something intriguing. "I remember you." Under Qin Mo's stare, Knockout shuddered, his body trembling involuntarily as if he had even leaked some transmission fluid. "It was because of you that my base was raided. I haven't forgotten that. This time I'll collect a little interest." Before his words faded, Qin Mo waved his hand and the Insecticons guarding him like hounds receiving a command charged towards the Decepticons with wild abandon. These Insecticons were incredibly fast, reaching the Decepticons in the blink of an eye. The dull Decepticon grunts, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were torn apart into heaps of scrap metal by the swarming Insecticons before they could react. This brutal and violent scene stunned everyone present. Knockout in particular was petrified, cowering behind cover, too terrified to emerge.
However, in stark contrast to Knockout's terror, Dead End's reaction was entirely different.
Seeing his comrades so easily shredded by these insects, he flew into a rage and charged forward with his hammer like a frenzied beast.
But the Insecticons had no intention of wasting time with him. The strongest among them, Shrapnel, fearlessly met Dead End's charge using his immense strength to parry the powerful blow. Then with lightning speed, Shrapnel backhanded Dead End across the face.
The force of the slap sent Dead End staggering back several steps.
Stunned by the unexpected strike, Dead End did not abandon his counterattack.
But as soon as he regained his footing and prepared to charge again, he saw the three Insecticons simultaneously unleash a barrage of lasers raining down upon him. Facing the dense rain-like assault, Dead End dodged left and right, barely managing to scramble behind the same cover as Knockout.
These damned Insecticons are utterly shameless, ganging up on us like this. But Knockout had no time for Dead End's complaints.
He was frantically calling for reinforcements over the communicator, hoping Megatron would send help soon, or else they might not survive this day.
However, Qin Mo had no intention of giving them a respite. His target was not just the Decepticons, he showed no mercy to the Autobots either.
As the saying goes, impartial favor, Qin Mo wanted all factions involved in this battle to feel his might. After decimating most of the Decepticon grunts, Qin Mo decisively ordered half of his Insecticons to launch a fierce attack on the Autobots hiding nearby like starving tigers pouncing on their prey. In Qin Mo's view, while the Decepticons were certainly despicable, the Autobots were not entirely innocent in this matter. He had brought such a large force of Insecticons expecting the Autobots to retreat upon seeing them, which would have allowed him to let them go.
After all, these Autobots might prove useful in the future struggle against Unicron. However, things did not go as Qin Mo had anticipated.
Not only did the Autobots fail to leave, but they also remained nearby observing from a distance.
Qin Mo was no fool, he could guess what they were plotting.
They were undoubtedly waiting for him and the Decepticons to exhaust each other, then swoop in to claim the spoils.
Such underhanded tactics were what Qin Mo detested most.
He would not permit anyone else to use such methods except himself.
Thus he made the decisive move to split his forces and attack the Autobots. Of course, Qin Mo did not intend to destroy the Autobots, his goal was merely to teach them a lesson. After all, the Autobots led by Optimus Prime were not comparable to the Decepticon grunts. A direct confrontation would likely result in unnecessary casualties, which Qin Mo wished to avoid.
Therefore, after successfully acquiring the storage canister, Qin Mo immediately ordered the collection of the fallen Decepticon grunts' remains. Looking up, he saw Starscream arriving with his aerial squadron for support.
Continuing the fight would surely lead to a major clash. Not that Qin Mo feared them, but Starscream's aerial force was composed of elite Decepticons with combat capabilities on an entirely different level. However, if a battle broke out, he could certainly fight, and even alone with full power, destroying them would not be difficult. But again, it was unnecessary.
Overly conspicuous actions would make him Megatron's primary threat, and Qin Mo did not wish to attract undue attention before achieving his goals. Thus, after securing the spoils, Qin Mo decisively opened a ground bridge and left with Shrapnel and the other Insecticons. However, just before leaving, Qin Mo seemed to recall something. He dashed out, braving the dense fire, grabbed a live Decepticon grunt, and then rushed back through the ground bridge. Watching Qin Mo and his group depart, Knockout let out a long sigh of relief. He then glanced at the arriving Starscream and the pinned-down Autobots led by Optimus Prime. Knockout pointed decisively at them and shouted, "Don't let the Autobots escape." Starscream was equally decisive. Since he was already there, leaving empty-handed would make him look foolish. With the Autobots caught in the crossfire, he would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly.
"Optimus, what do we do?"
Under the Decepticons' suppressive fire, the Autobots fought back resolutely, but they were outmatched in both firepower and numbers. Assessing the situation, Optimus Prime ordered decisively, "Wretched, open the ground bridge." Autobots retreat. With the storage canister taken by Qin Mo and no advantage in the fight against the Decepticons, there was no reason to remain on the battlefield. "My king, is this small container really worth fighting over?" Looking at the storage container that had been brought back, Dampion could not understand why everyone wanted such a tiny thing. It was inedible and could not be used as a weapon. Faced with Dampion's question, Qin Mo said helplessly, "With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain. You'd better go play with the other mechanical insects." After sending Dampion away, Qin Mo first examined the storage container he had obtained, making sure there was no serious damage and that the data inside remained intact. At this point, it was time to call in the volunteer, the Decepticon grunt that Qin Mo had captured before leaving. Under normal circumstances, Qin Mo would not do this, but the current situation was exceptional. Since this was his first time acquiring such a storage container, Qin Mo did not have a dedicated reading device on hand. If he used unconventional methods to extract the data, Qin Mo could not guarantee that no accident would occur during the process, causing data corruption. That would be an absolutely unacceptable loss for him. Therefore Qin Mo decided to use the most reliable method to extract the data from the storage container. In the original work it was Mikey's kick that caused the storage container to shoot its data into Gaban's brain, who then wrote it out, thus obtaining part of the formula for synthesizing super energy substance. Now what Qin Mo had to do was use the same method, shoot the data from the storage container into the brain of the captured Decepticon grunt, then have it write out the information, or once the data fully occupied its brain, use cerebral cortex mental link to extract it. Anyway, with He Guafu as a precedent, as long as he was careful he would not burn out this poor fellow's brain.
Without further ado, Qin Mo soon found a human.
After all preparations were complete under Qin Mo's coercion, the human reluctantly kicked the storage container.
With that kick, the storage container was successfully activated.
A stream of data shot out from its top and plunged directly into the Decepticon grunt's brain.
Having done all this, Qin Mo began to clean up the scene, throwing the used human back into the laboratory. Over the next few days, Qin Mo did not rush to extract the data.
Instead, he focused on the experiment of human immortality, while also reminding Dampian to periodically inject the Decepticon grunt with some super energy substance to ensure its survival. As time passed day by day, the already dull Decepticon grunt became even more sluggish until it just stood there.
Anyone unaware would have thought it was dead.
After scanning its brain and confirming that the data had filled it completely, Qin Mo brought in a huge blackboard, forcibly placed a pen in its hand and made it write down the relevant formulas on the board.
The Decepticon grunt first looked at the pen in its hand, then at the blackboard in front of it.
After a long pause, it began to move mechanically. Stroke by stroke, soon the entire blackboard was covered with formulas.
Qin Mo immediately replaced it with a new one. What? You ask why Qin Mo used such a primitive method? Why not just have the grunt input the data from its brain into a computer?
That was indeed a good idea, but the problem was that the grunt, whose brain was filled with data from the storage container, had already forgotten how to use a computer.
Writing on the blackboard was also an attempt by Qin Mo. If it didn't work, he would have to use cerebral cortex mental link.
Fortunately, the creature still remembered how to write. As one blackboard after another was filled, an irrepressible smile spread across Qin Mo's lips. Just as Qin Mo had thought, the formulas related to synthesizing super energy substance in the storage container were very complete.
The ancient Cybertronians had already fully developed it.
The reason for the situation in the original work was that King Tianzu and the others were unwilling to lose Gaban, an excellent warrior, which led to the incomplete formula for synthesizing super energy substance. But for Qin Mo there was no such worry at all. After confirming that the Decepticon grunt had finished writing everything, Qin Mo did not hesitate to strap it onto the operating table, inserted the cerebral cortex mental link into the back of its head, and began to acquire the knowledge in its brain. This writing was just one method. After all, even the modified cerebral cortex mental link still carried the risk of burning out the target's brain. Now that it had completed writing the formulas, Qin Mo used the cerebral cortex mental link again, only to verify if anything was missing.
Even if its brain got burned in the process, it didn't matter. Sometimes you really can't help but believe in fate.
When Qin Mo finished the search and confirmed that the formulas written by the grunt were complete with no omissions, just as he was about to pull the tube out of its brain, a burnt smell emanated. The poor grunt trembled violently a few times, and then its spark went out. Gently caressing the grunt's face, Qin Mo said with mixed emotions, "Thank you for your contribution to science and for laying an important cornerstone for the future revival of Cybertron.
The times will not forget you."
However, after saying this, Qin Mo waved to the mechanical insects waiting outside and said, "Come over, push this one to laboratory no.
3.
Hurry, hurry, hurry." With the complete formula, Qin Mo soon produced synthetic super energy substance. Compared to natural super energy substance, the synthetic version had a small flaw in usage efficiency, but its cheap production cost made that flaw negligible.
The next step was large-scale mass production.
From this moment on, Qin Mo no longer had to struggle with Bashianhu and Kichirin over the limited supply of super energy substance.
However, before he possessed enough strength, Qin Mo did not intend to reveal it. He would temporarily seal it away, preparing for the great war ahead.
Moreover, at present only Qin Mo controlled the synthetic super energy substance, and the amount of super energy substance on Earth was limited.
As long as Qin Mo could claim more super energy substance, correspondingly what Bashianhu and Kichirin could obtain would become even less.
Therefore Qin Mo would not stop competing with Bashianhu and Kichirin over super energy substance. But compared to before, Qin Mo now had a more effective method. After acquiring super energy substance, he would destroy Bashianhu's super energy substance mines, thereby reducing the total amount of super energy substance on Earth.
However, good fortune did not end there.
Through Qin Mo's relentless research day and night, and with the dedication of countless experimental subjects, the experiments on human immortality had already yielded considerable results. After Qin Mo's extensive research and exploration, the human ascension plan finally entered the stage of initial implementation. During this process, after careful deliberation, Qin Mo decided to eliminate all redundant parts unnecessary for the ascension plan, retaining only the most core part of the human body, the brain. To ensure the safety and stability of the brain during the ascension, Qin Mo specially designed a custom container. This container could not only accommodate the brain but was also filled with ample nutrient fluid to keep it viable and unaffected by external conditions.
Next, Qin Mo skillfully inserted delicate neural pathways into the brain. Thus the brain could transmit thoughts through these neural lines, enabling control over a newly crafted body. However, a question arose: what kind of body did Qin Mo actually create for these ascendants? It couldn't just be left in a jar, if so Celas and the others would never agree. After some thought, Qin Mo initially intended to build a mechanical humanoid body from scratch for them. To control costs while retaining a humanoid form, he meticulously designed the size and height of the mechanical body, making it not much different from an average person. However, just before seizing the storage jars, a stroke of inspiration hit Qin Mo: a better method than crafting bodies himself, one that was more cost-effective and could also help him more. That was why when grabbing the storage jars, even after he had them, he still found an excuse to fight with Decepticons and retrieve a batch of Decepticon grunt corpses. After studying these corpses, the new humans' bodies became the heads of these Decepticon grunts. This was an inspiration Qin Mo drew from the G1 animation, something called a headmaster. In the following time, Qin Mo kept trying to combine the two, and now it was finally complete. Through a series of complex operations, Qin Mo successfully placed a human brain inside a nutrient jar, ensuring its survival, and then installed it into a Decepticon grunt's head. Using this as a central hub for control, the head gained the ability to transform, but that was the extent of it. Qin Mo originally intended that after transformation the head could be reattached to the Decepticon grunt's body, thereby controlling the entire body for combat. If successful, Qin Mo would have an endless supply of troops. After all, Earth's population was enormous, and as for Cybertronian bodies, there was no need to worry, they could be mass-produced through large-scale cloning. Even if the clones turned out to be low-intelligence imbeciles without wisdom or brains, it didn't matter. Qin Mo would simply remove their heads and replace them with smarter ones. As for the idea that humans without bodies would lose emotions and desires, becoming emotionless machines, what would be the point of living then? Superficial, truly superficial. How do human emotions arise? They are generated by stimulating the brain. With Qin Mo's methods, he could fully simulate this process. By effectively stimulating the brain, he could induce corresponding emotions and pleasures. The pleasure obtained through this method, if controlled precisely enough, could deliver an impact even surpassing certain white powders. So you want me to take my brain out of my head, soak it in this jar, and then stuff it into this metal shell? Celas stared at Qin Mo in astonishment, his expression clearly revealing extreme dissatisfaction with this method of mechanical ascension. Qin Mo seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled and waved his hand, signaling Celas to calm down. Then he lightly clapped his hands twice and a massive Decepticon grunt was carried before them. Under Celas' gaze, the grunt's head suddenly detached from its body and began to transform in an astonishing manner, ultimately landing on the ground in humanoid form. "Hey Commander, don't you recognize me? It's me, Billy." The headmaster's voice rang out with a familiar tone. Celas widened his eyes, looking at the person before him with suspicion, and asked incredulously, "Are you really Billy?" He stepped forward, slowly scrutinizing the one who claimed to be Billy. "It's really me, Commander." Billy grinned and said, "I accepted Laishinju's modification and I feel great now." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tapped his head. With his movement, the mechanical shell of his head slowly opened as if controlled by some force. Celas fixed his gaze on the scene before him, a chill surging in his heart. In the transparent nutrient fluid, a brain floated silently, surrounded by a dense network of neural pathways like an intricate spiderweb. The brain twitched occasionally, both eerie and spine-chilling. Yet facing this bizarre sight, Celas felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he developed a stronger curiosity about the brain's current state. He observed it meticulously, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. Just then Qin Mo explained from the side, "What I have done is not to turn people into emotionless machines. On the contrary, your consciousness will be fully preserved. Even if this body is destroyed, as long as the brain is undamaged, you can continue to exist." After hearing Qin Mo's explanation, Celas nodded thoughtfully, but his eyes remained fixed on the brain as if pondering something. After a while, he suddenly seemed to have a thought, his gaze turning fervent as he looked straight at Qin Mo and said, "But this is still not what I want." Qin Mo, clearly anticipating Celas' reaction, smiled slightly and said, "What you have seen is just the initial achievement of the immortality plan. As this plan continues to improve, you will obtain brand new bodies." With that, he cast his gaze toward the headless body on the test table, as if showcasing the possibilities of the future. After hearing Qin Mo's description, Celas became instantly excited. This was what he wanted, a powerful body and eternal life. However, Celas was not carried away by the excitement. He quickly calmed down and looked at Qin Mo, asking, "Then what is the price?" Silas was no child and naturally understood that no pie fell from the sky, nor was there any free lunch. Since the other party had summoned him here and made such a display, it certainly could not be given to him for nothing. Seeing Silas so straightforward, Qin Mo did not beat around the bush and said directly, "That goes without saying, everything has its price." Then Qin Mo looked Silas up and down and said, once you completed the ascension you cease to be human. Humanity will not accept you and I doubt you would want to return to them.
Silas did not reply, but the subtle change in his facial expression seemed to acknowledge the truth of those words.
As a human, Silas knew full well the nature of humanity. Even among humans there were divisions of race, region, skin color and belief.
Let alone those like them who had been modified until only their brains remained.
Humanity would never accept them under any circumstances. Thus Qin Mo extended an invitation to Silas, asking him to join his ranks.
In exchange, Qin Mo could grant him the immortality he desired and let him rule over all the new humans, becoming second only to Qin Mo himself. From the looks of it, this deal is quite good: immortality and the power I want.
What reason do I have to refuse? So you agree? Of course, Silas nodded. I've long wanted to discard this feeble body.
If I can evolve into something far more powerful, who would be willing to remain trapped in this stinking flesh?
Yet when Qin Mo offered to perform the transformation immediately and grant him immortality, Silas refused without hesitation. Silas made his meaning clear: he indeed wished for immortality, but not in such a disposable body. Then what do you want?
Faced with Qin Mo's question, Silas answered decisively: from our conversation and the technology I've acquired, the development of the Mecha Special Forces has already begun. I will forge a brand new, far more powerful body for myself. Watching Silas' manic expression, Qin Mo couldn't help but feel a hint of different emotions toward him. Back then Megatron had so readily sent him to Knockout's operating table, not only because he found him repulsive but also because he had seen through the ambition in his heart.
Qin Mo also perceived Silas' ambition. In fact, with such an arrogant demeanor anyone could see it.
Yet Qin Mo still chose to bring him into his fold, and that was because he had a certain assurance: the Zerg network. From Cybertron to the present, Qin Mo had never stopped modifying and upgrading the Zerg network. Under his continuous improvements, it had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to its original form. Now, whether it was a mechanical insect or any other mechanical life form, even the headmasters he had modified could all be integrated into the Zerg network. Its existence was more like a subtle influence, making you instinctively feel that you should act this way, that you should be loyal to Qin Mo. Silas indeed harbored considerable ambition, but his current power was still too weak. Once pulled into the Zerg network, even if he accumulated enough strength later, he would be fully tamed by the network and become a loyal subordinate to Qin Mo. Even if Silas was exceptionally gifted with strong mental power and could resist the erosion of the Zerg network, what about his subordinates? Qin Mo planned to pull all the modified new humans into the network. By then the entire Mecha Special Forces would be shaped in Qin Mo's image, and Silas, no matter how formidable, would be fighting alone. Let us return to the present. Qin Mo looked at the eager Silas and nodded. That's fine, but after you create it you must first bring it here for me to adjust. Otherwise, if incompatibility causes problems, don't say I didn't warn you. After Qin Mo's demonstration, the flame of struggle in Silas' heart was thoroughly ignited. From then on, whatever Qin Mo asked for, Silas provided without hesitation. Relying on Silas' support, Qin Mo began to build his own warship. Yes, a warship. After tireless efforts in the previous period, all kinds of equipment and instruments were ready. Moreover, the precision instruments that he could not manufacture himself had been successfully obtained through the resource points on Mars. This undoubtedly provided strong support for the subsequent work. Even more noteworthy, Qin Mo possessed several production lines that could continuously produce combat balls. Such formidable production capacity gave him an absolute advantage in resources. With such abundant financial and material strength, Qin Mo naturally would not let them lie idle. He fully leveraged his advantages and utilized these resources rationally to achieve maximum benefit. However, with the emergence of mechanical insects and new humans, the role of combat balls in battle became severely limited. Their original position as the main combat force was gradually replaced, and even their chance to serve as cannon fodder became negligible. Yet Qin Mo did not abandon the combat balls. On the contrary, after deep thought and a series of modifications, he gave them a new mission: to undertake logistics support, equipment maintenance, and other important tasks. Thus, although the combat balls no longer directly participated in combat, they played an indispensable role in other areas. For instance, in the complex task of building a warship, Qin Mo would first complete the design and then leave the actual manufacturing to the combat balls. After all, given the level of intelligence of mechanical insects, it was nearly impossible for them to independently manufacture a warship, let alone dismantle one. As days passed, the day Qin Mo had been waiting for soon arrived. In the Covenant of Cybertron there existed a mysterious passage when the 47 planets aligned as if strung by an invisible thread, and eternal conflict would quietly unfold in a world forged from chaos. And in this world of chaos and disorder, the weak were doomed to be devoured by the shadow of rising darkness until they perished. At that moment, inside the Autobot base, Optimus Prime was gazing at the latest information on the computer screen, reciting the passage from the Covenant in a low, solemn voice. However, RC standing by seemed unimpressed by Optimus Prime's recitation. A faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she said, "Wasn't there supposed to be a rain of fire?"
But it's already so late and there's not even a trace of it.
Clearly RC had little interest in such vague prophecies, in fact she seemed somewhat dismissive of them. Hearing Arcee's words, Ratchet chimed in, maybe there will be, isn't that how the end of the world always goes? Calamities and disasters come one after another. However, his tone was equally light-hearted, as if he didn't take it too seriously. In contrast, Bulkhead expressed his opinion more bluntly, if you ask me it's all nonsense. What 47 planets aligning in a row, what eternal strife, I don't believe a word of it. His voice carried a tone of skepticism and distrust toward such prophecies. Just then Ratchet seemed to recall something and said with puzzlement, I always thought the prophecy was about our planet, but now it seems it's not. Cybertron has long since perished. So what does this prophecy have to do with us? In this Ratchet was mistaken. Both Autobots and Decepticons believed that the so-called eternal strife referred to the conflict between their two Cybertronian factions. The Decepticons in particular thought they were the mighty ones rising from the darkness, with the Autobots as the weak who would be vanquished. But from an omniscient perspective, the eternal strife mentioned here was not between Autobots and Decepticons but between their creators, Primus and the Chaos-bringer Unicron. The mighty one rising from the darkness was none other than the Chaos-bringer Unicron himself. Originally Primus could hardly be called weak, and with the 13 primes he had created, even if Unicron awakened again they could have forced him back into slumber. But everything had changed. Only Optimus Prime remained as the last of the 13 primes, and the once powerful Primus had been reduced to a hollow shell by war. He awaited Unicron's awakening to be utterly destroyed. Returning to the present, its likely Earth. Megatron has brought much suffering to this planet. Frankly, Optimus Prime was misjudging Megatron. If truth be told, the Decepticons under Megatron's command had not caused much suffering to humanity, since most people were unaware of the existence of Autobots and Decepticons. The Decepticons' operations were never in cities. Almost all their time was spent mining Energon in desolate, uninhabited areas. The only real destruction occurred when they clashed with the Autobots, and the shockwaves of battle caused some collateral damage to the surroundings.
Why bring this up now? RC asked, puzzled.
Optimus Prime frowned, because the alignment of 47 planets mentioned in the prophecy is about to happen.
And it seems to point to Earth.
Bulkhead and the others dismissed it as a mere coincidence, but Optimus Prime believed that regardless of whether the prophecy came true, someone would believe it and act upon it.
And that someone was none other than Megatron.
I crave the blood of Unicron not only to ignite the spark within me but also to lead my army of the dead to conquer this world.
Not just the insignificant amount inside me.
Where is my dark Energon?
Megatron roared in fury, his voice echoing through the bridge.
In the face of Megatron's rage, Knockout remained remarkably calm, replying unhurriedly, it lies in the boundless universe waiting for you to claim it, Lord Megatron. Perhaps realizing his words were unwise, Knockout quickly added, however, I think there's no need for such agitation. After all, you were injured and endured a long period of stasis.
Yet far from soothing Megatron's emotions, these words only made him more frantic.
Megatron suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the hapless Knockout like a helpless child and pulling him close, eyes blazing as he shouted, I will not let those wasted moments slip away. I can clearly see the future, but I must ensure it unfolds as I desire, for I am the shadow rising from the darkness spoken of in the prophecy. So the question arises, since Megatron so desperately craves dark Energon and does not yet know that Earth itself is Unicron's avatar, why doesn't he simply venture into the vast cosmos to search for it as before?
The reason is quite simple, not because Megatron doesn't want to, but because he simply cannot.
Previously, Megatron dared to leave the Decepticon army under Starscream's command and venture alone into deep space for two main reasons. First, he was well aware of his standing and influence within the Decepticons. Starscream could never easily supplant him.
Second, and more crucially, the space bridge existed.
As long as it remained intact, no matter how far he roamed, he could quickly reunite with his forces through it. However, the situation had fundamentally changed. The space bridge had been destroyed long ago, depriving Megatron of a vital transportation hub.
Without the space bridge, venturing alone into the vast cosmos would be suicide. After all, not every planet contains Energon. If he were unlucky, he might starve to death mid-journey due to lack of energy. Even if he struck it lucky, surviving and incredibly discovering a trove of dark Energon, how would he transport those precious resources back to Earth? This undoubtedly posed a monumental challenge. For this reason, Megatron was reluctant to leave Earth. The reason was not merely that Earth housed his sworn enemy whom he desperately wished to eliminate, but also because of the presence of humans. Despite Megatron's usual disdain for humans, he had to concede that compared to many other civilizations in the universe, human technology was quite advanced. Only on Earth could he find sufficient materials to rebuild his crucial space bridge. In the past, however, Megatron had always been cautious about this. He dared not openly seize the materials needed for the space bridge, fearing not only Autobot attacks but also that if pushed too far, humans might fight back desperately. Thus he could only dispatch his capable lieutenants like Soundwave and Black Arachnia to carry out the mission in secrecy. But now the situation had changed. Now the prophecy was about to be fulfilled, and he had seen his own future.
At that moment Megatron's conviction grew stronger. He firmly believed that he was the shadow rising from the darkness as foretold by the prophecy. And the weak who would be vanquished in contrast were undoubtedly the Autobots led by Optimus Prime. For this very reason Wei Zhentian decided to no longer conceal himself. Facing the shortage of materials he chose to seize them directly. The weak steal, the strong always take what they need openly and boldly. The consequence was a full-scale resistance from the military base followed by a direct confrontation with the Kitcherin. Yet this was exactly what Qin Mo wanted to see. The fiercer the battle between Kitcherin and Bashianhu, the happier he became. After the battle between Kitcherin and Bashianhu, the entire military base had been reduced to ruins. Everything that could be destroyed and even things that shouldn't have been destroyed were largely wrecked. Moreover, all personnel had already been evacuated. The American military would certainly not spend a large sum to rebuild this place. It would most likely be directly abandoned. This in turn played right into Qin Mo's hands. No sooner had both sides finished fighting and left than Qin Mo opened the land bridge and deployed a large number of battle spheres. These battle spheres quickly scattered, cleaning up the battlefield at top speed, dismantling and collecting all usable materials. The battle spheres also did not spare the fallen Bashianhu bodies. Relatively intact ones were taken back whole, while those severely damaged beyond repair were directly dismantled into parts and taken away. Compared to the fervently busy Qin Mo and the Bashianhu who were building the space bridge with great intensity, the Kitcherin were in a state that could be described as utterly dire. The moment Wei Zhentian joined the battlefield, he happened to catch a glimpse of De Huangfeng on the ground heading to provide support. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Zhentian immediately unleashed a fierce barrage of firepower, a cascade of shells raining down upon De Huangfeng. This round of attack was extremely precise and unsurprisingly hit its target. However, because Wei Zhentian was eager to rush to the battlefield for support, he did not even stop to check whether De Huangfeng was completely destroyed, let alone go down to finish him off. But who could have imagined that inside De Huangfeng La Fei was still seated? Although Wei Zhentian's indiscriminate firing was not intended to target La Fei and did not cause any damage to De Huangfeng, it inflicted tremendous harm on this fragile human child. After suffering such a severe blow, La Fei fell into a coma, hovering between life and death. It was precisely because of La Fei's unexpected injury that Qing Tianzhu, after a brief exchange of fire with the Bashianhu at the military base, was forced to hastily open the land bridge and retreat. It appeared that Wei Zhentian had gained the upper hand in this brief skirmish. But was that really the case? The answer was no, and utterly wrong. Wei Zhentian's arrogance was astonishing. In the past, relying on the Bashianhu's superior stealth system, the Kitcherin's outdated radar could not detect their movements at all. But now, in order to fulfill that prophecy, Wei Zhentian had fallen into utter madness, even deliberately turning off the radar and blatantly exposing the location of his warship. As a result, the consequences were predictable. Without hesitation, Qing Tianzhu led Goban and directly stormed Wei Zhentian's warship, aiming to recapture what the Bashianhu had taken. So the question arises, with Wei Zhentian's temper, why didn't he personally stop them? The reason was simple. By then Wei Zhentian had already left his warship and gone to the area he had seen to investigate. After taking down another Bashianhu, Qing Tianzhu raised his hand to initiate communication. "Zhou Huche, how is La Fei?" "It's still hard to say." Looking at the unconscious La Fei lying on the table, Zhou Huche said remorsefully, "I can't help Qing Tianzhu. It's all my fault for being too self-important. We accepted humans into our lives, yet I know so little about their science, their medicine." In response, Qing Tianzhu displayed the composure of a leader. "You need to pull yourself together, old friend. La Fei needs you. Now lock onto my position and open the land bridge immediately." Following Qing Tianzhu's gaze, Guban was already carrying that energy device ready to evacuate at any moment. However, seeing the land bridge open, Qing Tianzhu showed no intention of returning with Guban. Instead, he said firmly, "Guban, you go back first. There is something I must do." "Are you sure?" Guban clearly knew what that something was that Qing Tianzhu had to do. "I have been too foolish in the past, turning a blind eye time and again to what history has proven, that Kitcherin and Bashianhu can never reconcile. If no diplomatic means can resolve this eternal conflict, then I will eradicate all darkness. I will never allow it to descend upon any planet. To achieve this, I must eliminate Wei Zhentian." Qing Tianzhu, the leader chosen by the energy matrix, while his combat prowess might not compare to those deceased apostles, was definitely not someone ordinary Cybertronians could challenge. Ordinarily, Qing Tianzhu's immense power was restrained by his own moral code. He preferred to resolve problems by persuading opponents to surrender rather than through killing. However, when La Fei was severely injured and fell into a coma, everything changed. This incident shattered the illusions in Qing Tianzhu's heart, driving him to resolve to completely eliminate Wei Zhentian and eradicate the Bashianhu, ensuring that this planet and the entire universe would be forever freed from the scourge of their destruction. At this moment, the Bashianhu were unaware that disaster was imminent, especially the ordinary grunts. And so on the Bashianhu warship, two Bashianhu grunts were performing routine maintenance on the ship's systems when the sound of heavy footsteps caught their attention. Turning their heads they saw Qing Tianzhu approaching with murderous intent.
I am here for Wei Zhentian, not for anyone else.
Stand aside or those who block me shall die. Naturally these two Bashianho grunts would not back down and let him pass just because of a few words from Qing Tianzhu.
They decisively entered combat mode. But Qing Tianzhu's reaction was evidently faster.
Before the two could make an attack he took them down first. The gunfire attracted more Bashianhu but Qing Tianzhu was completely unfazed. Facing the converging Bashianhu he fired his dual guns continuously, precisely hitting the spark location of each Bashianhu.
This is the volcano that appeared in my vision.
At this time Wei Zhentian did not yet know that Qing Tianzhu had caused havoc on his warship.
He gazed at the erupting volcano before him, savoring the feeling. It summoned me here, it guides me.
I have decided to build the space bridge right here.
From here I can harvest dark super Energon.
Just as Wei Zhentian was expressing his emotions about his future grand ambitions, Qing Tianzhu's voice came through the internal channel.
Wei Zhentian. I am here on your warship. Come quickly. Facing Optimus Prime's blatant challenge, Megatron displayed an extraordinary calmness. I shall defeat the last apostle here. Listen to me.
All Decepticons, if anyone dares to lay a finger on Optimus Prime I will make them pay.
Soundwave, lock onto my coordinates and let my opponent come to meet his fate. Soundwave, being loyal to Megatron's command, would surely execute it faithfully. However, what the others thought remained unknown. Take Black Arachnia for instance.
Though she appeared utterly composed on the surface, a tempest raged within her heart. As a spy planted within the Decepticons by Qin Mo, evading that nuisance Soundwave to safely relay messages to Qin Mo was no easy feat. Moreover, this treacherous existence of serving two masters had long grown wearisome to Black Arachnia. The only reason she persisted was the sheer command of her master.
Yet fortunately this situation would soon draw to a close. With Megatron's arrogance, Black Arachnia succeeded in reconnecting with Qin Mo. As a time traveler, Qin Mo knew all too well the ensuing plot, the colossal battle between Megatron and Optimus Prime near a volcano heralding the awakening of the chaotic evil deity Unicron. However, Qin Mo understood that the moment to act had not yet come. To maximize his gains he must ensure that Unicron was forcibly put into slumber by the matrix of leadership.
Should any mishap occur, the destruction of Earth would be the least of the consequences. Should the chaotic evil deity Unicron return, the entire universe would fall into turmoil, a disaster of far greater magnitude. At that time Qin Mo and his Insecticons would certainly not escape unscathed. Thus what Qin Mo must do now is not to act but to play the role of an observer, ensuring that the plot unfolds along its destined path as much as possible. Megatron, today you shall pay for everything you have done to Cybertron and your atrocities against humanity. As the ground bridge opened, Optimus Prime stepped forth. In that instant the entire world seemed shaken by an overwhelming force. Heaven and earth changed color, winds and clouds stirred. Like an enraged beast, billowing volcanic ash erupted from the impending crater, blotting out the sun and engulfing the sky. Beneath the gloomy sky the Sunto-erupt volcano resembled a slumbering giant, restless and seemingly ready to awaken at any moment, devouring the land whole. And all of this silently heralded that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt here. At that moment rage consumed Optimus Prime's heart. His eyes fixed upon Megatron standing before him, his brows furrowed deeply, an unquenchable fire blazing within his chest. His voice low and commanding as if from the abyss spoke, today either you die. Before Optimus Prime could finish, Megatron suddenly lunged forward with a roar, or I perish, then die. Optimus Prime. With those words Megatron charged at Optimus Prime like a cannonball shot from its barrel. Optimus Prime, undaunted, surged forward like lightning, clashing head-on with Megatron. Their iron fists collided in midair with a deafening crash. The force of that blow was so immense that both were sent staggering backward by the recoil. Yet they hesitated not a moment. Almost simultaneously they lunged at each other once more like two savage beasts. Optimus Prime's bat'leak sliced through the air with a cold gleam, cleaving straight toward Megatron. Megatron swiftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike, then raising his arm he fired a cannon blast at Optimus Prime's face. Optimus Prime dodged the blast with a flicker of movement. Yet Megatron's assault continued unabated. He followed up with a vicious kick to Optimus Prime's midsection. Optimus Prime let out a grunt, hurtling backward through the air. But he did not fall twisting midair. He landed steadily, wheeled around and fired a shot. The bullet streaked like a meteor, aimed straight for Megatron's vital spot. Their combat was exceptionally fierce, every move steeped in lethal intent, as if each sought the other's demise. They alternated rapidly between attacks and parries, dazzling and breathtaking. Yet despite exerting every ounce of his strength, Megatron gradually found himself at a disadvantage against the enraged Optimus Prime. After a brief exchange he was forced to distance himself once more. However, Optimus Prime gave him no respite. Fearlessly he charged straight through the lasers fired by Megatron. His bat'leaks whirled in the air, each swing carrying immense power, knocking the incoming lasers aside one by one. With a thunderous clang, Megatron's blade clashed once more against Optimus Prime's axe.
Sparks flew, the metallic screech deafening. Yet even at this critical juncture Megatron could not resist his foul-mouthed taunts. Grinning coldly, he said to Optimus Prime, "Your defeat today was foretold by the ancients. How did it go?"
"The weak shall perish." Facing Megatron's mockery, Optimus Prime retorted without flinching, "Do not blindly believe everything you see."
No sooner had the words left their mouths than they resumed a tempestuous close-quarters combat. Blades flashed and clashed, each exchange a life-or-death struggle, leaving onlookers breathless with anxiety.
Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, the rescue of Wrath was at a critical juncture. As the machine activated, a brilliant beam of super energy shone into Wrath's body. As the residual dark super energy within him was neutralized by the infused super energy, Wrath, who had been tightly shooted, slowly opened his eyes. At the same time as Wrath received treatment, the battle on the other side was nearing its conclusion. Optimus Prime's attacks were as relentless as a storm, and Megatron struggled to keep up under his fierce onslaught. Though Megatron fought with all his might, landing a heavy punch that sent Optimus Prime flying, his respite was brief. In the next moment, the falling Optimus Prime transformed into vehicle mode, accelerating at full throttle as he charged at Megatron.
A tremendous crash echoed as Megatron was hurled off the slope by Optimus Prime.
Then without mercy, Optimus Prime stomped on Megatron, his massive tires grinding against Megatron's face with a screeching noise. Under this relentless barrage, Wei Zhentian was completely deprived of any means to retaliate. In a panic, he attempted to grasp Qin Tiance's head, trying to tear him off his body. However, though this move temporarily freed him from being crushed, it also severely obstructed his line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Tianzhu immediately launched a ferocious series of combination punches. Each blow was like a thunderbolt, forcing Wei Zhentian to retreat step by step.
Magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
Standing on the hillside, Qin Mo witnessed this breathtaking, century-spanning battle, and an irrepressible surge of excitement welled up within him. He pondered to himself that given his current level of martial skill, he could hardly contend with either of them. After all, this was a peak confrontation destined to be recorded in history. Fortunately, Qin Mo possessed the advantage of information. Otherwise, in this competitive and conflict-ridden world, he might have been forced to align himself with one side and become a mere appendage. Just as Qin Mo was lost in thought, the battle below suddenly reached a conclusion. Wei Zhentian, sent flying, struggled desperately to rise but ultimately failed. By now, Qin Tianzhu was clearly not about to give him any chance. He unmercifully raised his foot and stomped hard on Wei Zhentian's chest, pinning him back to the ground.
"My fate, my end, should not be like this."
Wei Zhentian's voice was filled with fury and unwillingness, as though he could not accept such an outcome at all. Yet Qin Tiance's gaze was unwaveringly firm, completely unaffected by Wei Zhentian's emotions. Behind him in the sky, several dazzling bolts of lightning exploded, as if heralding Wei Zhentian's ultimate destiny. On the contrary, Wei Zhentian, Qin Tiance's voice was low and forceful, "I will never allow any other result." Just as Qin Tiance's blade descended, boom! The volcano erupted, fully spewing vast quantities of dark super energy from its core. At that moment, Wei Zhentian felt an immense surge of power throughout his body, effortlessly executing the feat of catching the blade with his bare hands. Observing Wei Zhentian's dramatic transformation, Qin Mo had to admit that the dark super energy as the blood of the Cosmic Emperor was indeed terrifying, especially for Cybertronians. Once one used it, not only could their own strength be elevated to another level, but they could also gain a suppressing advantage when fighting other Cybertronians, just as now. Yet even knowing this, Qin Mo would never insert that thing into his own spark. No way, dark super energy is solidified blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Inserting it into one's body indeed brings many benefits, but the drawbacks are equally evident. Just like Wei Zhentian, after death his spark could not return to the Allspark but came before the Cosmic Emperor, where his body was transformed and he became a slave controlled by him. If not for the final plot twist, Wei Zhentian would have suffered eternal torment. At this moment, Wei Zhentian felt unprecedentedly powerful. "Qin Tianzhu, what did you say just now?" "I will never allow any other result." With that, he suddenly exerted force, directly snapping Qin Tiance's blade, then reversed it and plunged it into Qin Tiance's shoulder. This sudden turn unsettled Qin Tianzhu for a moment. Wei Zhentian seized him, unleashed a series of combinations and sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. When Qin Tianzhu struggled to rise, Wei Zhentian had already planted a foot on his body. It was a strikingly familiar scene, except that the roles of the one being stepped on and the one stepping had been swapped. Boom! Another roar, the volcano erupted, spewing countless fragments of dark super energy that scattered like rain onto the ground. "Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. It seems the blood of the Cosmic Emperor I've been seeking is not out in the universe but right here. Dark super energy is erupting from within Earth. How is that possible?" At this moment, Wei Zhentian felt the power within him being continuously unleashed. As his sword-wielding hand slowly rose, coupled with the erupting volcano behind him, it was exactly the vision Wei Zhentian had once witnessed. And with the emergence of dark super energy, Qin Tianzhu grew increasingly weak.
Why is this happening? Qing Tianju, take that question to the grave.
Wei Zhenqian's voice was icy and murderous, his blade exuding a chilling aura as he prepared to sever Qing Tiance's head.
Yet at that critical moment a red laser bolt streaked like lightning, striking Wei Zhenqian square in the chest. The sudden attack carried tremendous force, sending Wei Zhenqian stumbling backward.
Staring in shock at the scorched mark on his chest, Wei Zhenqian had no time to react before a figure descended from the sky like a meteor, landing steadily before him.
An Insecticon.
Wei Zhenqian looked closely and found the newcomer was a creature significantly larger than ordinary Insecticons. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Knockout once told me this and I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems he was right. But since you've come to me willingly, I shall grant your wish.
Wei Zhenqian's confidence had swelled to its peak. Qin Mo's appearance did not sway him from his resolve to slay Qing Tianju. In his eyes, Qin Mo was merely a slightly larger Insecticon posing no threat whatsoever.
Even if Megatronus himself appeared in his current state, Wei Zhenqian would charge at him without hesitation. Watch out.
You're no match for him, get out of the way.
Qing Tianju stared in astonishment at the scene. He couldn't fathom why Lai Tianjue had suddenly appeared and intervened to save him.
But at this moment Qing Tianju had no time to contemplate such questions, for he knew all too well how terrifying Wei Zhenqian's power was.
Coupled with the ceaseless rain of dark superenergy, even Lai Tianjue might not stand a chance. Yet surprisingly, facing the menacing Wei Zhenqian, Qin Mo showed no fear and even appeared somewhat relaxed.
A confident smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as though he dismissed Wei Zhenqian entirely. I admit your martial skills are indeed formidable, my friend.
Qin Mo spoke unhurriedly. But don't you think we're already in the age of technology? Relying on fists to conquer the world seems rather outdated, doesn't it? With that, Qin Mo casually pressed a button on his body.
With a click, a blue energy barrier instantly sprang up around him, enveloping him completely.
Everything happened too quickly. By the time Megatron noticed and tried to pull back, it was already too late. The blade struck the energy barrier with fierce force. Yet the attacked energy barrier showed not the slightest damage, not even a ripple.
On the contrary, Megatron, the moment he made contact, felt as if struck by an electric shock.
Is this
a shield generator?
Megatron's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at the blue energy shield enveloping Qin Mo. Clearly he was no stranger to such advanced technology.
Optimus Prime, standing nearby, was equally stunned. He could never have imagined that Qin Mo possessed such an advanced shield generator.
Time left no room for Megatron's astonishment or hesitation.
In the brief moment Qin Mo had bought for everyone with frantic effort, a ground bridge suddenly roared open behind Optimus Prime. Immediately after, Bulkhead, Bumblebee and RC rushed out in a flurry.
Lai Tianjue. What is he doing here?
RC's exclamation rang out instantly, her gaze locked firmly on Qin Mo, her face filled with confusion and bewilderment. In the face of RC's questioning, Qin Mo remained remarkably composed. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile as if he had foreseen all of this.
Never mind that. Take your leader and get out of here now.
Though Qin Mo's voice was not loud, it carried an authoritative decisiveness.
Leave him to me, he'll hold him off.
Despite the doubt swirling in her mind, seeing Optimus Prime gravely wounded, RC knew this was no time for questions. Yet she did not relax her vigilance even toward Qin Mo's apparent goodwill. In an instant she produced dual blasters, one aimed at Megatron and the other at Qin Mo, watching his every move while signaling Bulkhead and Bumblebee to hurry Optimus Prime back into the ground bridge. As Optimus Prime was rescued right before his optics, a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up inside Megatron. He clenched his teeth and glared at Qin Mo, wishing he could tear him apart on the spot.
Yet no matter how deep his hatred, at this moment he was utterly powerless.
For he knew all too well that with his current strength he could not break through the shield generator Qin Mo had deployed.
Nevertheless, Megatron did not panic.
He took a deep breath, forcing down his fury, and fixed his gaze on Qin Mo with a sneer.
Fine. Let's see how long you can hold out. As Megatron had said, the situation was far from favorable for Qin Mo.
As a Cybertronian, being prolonged exposure to vast amounts of dark Energon without inserting it into his frame would only render Qin Mo increasingly weak. Outside, Megatron was already lying in wait, ready to strike the moment Qin Mo deactivated the shield generator.
If Qin Mo possessed only the shield generator, he would never dare to appear before Megatron.
But since he did show up, he must have been confident in his ability to escape unscathed. As expected, the moment Qin Mo shut down the shield generator, Megatron launched his attack without hesitation. Yet before he could take more than a few strides, he felt an invisible force seize him, a force so immense that it was like being slammed by Optimus Prime at full speed.
Knocked to the ground, Megatron immediately recognized the weapon, a magnetic gauntlet, a Decepticon magnetic weapon.
He had never imagined it would be in this guy's possession. Seeing Megatron struggle to rise, how could Qin Mo allow that?
An overwhelming magnetic force slammed into him, pinning Megatron firmly to the ground, unable to move an inch. Having subdued Megatron, Qin Mo could have simply left.
But before departing he decided to say a few more words to Megatron, ensuring that the Decepticon leader would follow the original storyline and seek cooperation with Optimus Prime.
Megatron, I think you should have sensed it.
The shadow rising from the darkness is not you.
And an ordinary planet could never harbor such a massive amount of dark Energon. Impossible. I am.
Megatron's words were cut short before he could finish the sentence.
I think you've already guessed it. This planet Earth is the avatar of Unicron.
Now that he has awakened, the first thing to be destroyed will be Cybertron, the world you once sought to rule.
Then Qin Mo added half-jokingly, and with your current strength, even if you tried to be Unicron's dog, he wouldn't want you.
It must be said Qin Mo's words struck Megatron like a silent yet devastating blow, shattering his pride. Knowing his goal had been achieved, Qin Mo hesitated no more and transformed into an insectoid form to leave the area.
It was only after Qin Mo had gone that Megatron finally snapped back to reality.
Though Qin Mo's words had dealt him a considerable shock, Megatron quickly composed himself. He immediately called his warship, ordering the Decepticons to mine the dark Energon deposits. At the Autobot base, Optimus Prime hobbled out of the ground bridge supported by Bulkhead and Bumblebee.
Easy, Optimus.
Seeing his old friend in such a state, Ratchet took over from Bumblebee and helped steady Optimus.
Looks like you've been exposed to a massive amount of dark Energon, but Optimus Prime was more concerned about Raph's condition than his own.
After confirming that Raph was stable under the care of Nurse Darby, Jack's mother, he allowed himself to be guided into a seat.
They found more dark Energon.
Though Jack had not been on site, the readings on the screen made the problem obvious. Arcee's voice was heavy with worry as she answered Jack's question.
An entire volcano.
How could there be so much dark Energon?
This question lingered in everyone's mind, stirring confusion and unease. Yet compared to that, Ratchet was more concerned about another issue.
He frowned, pondering for a moment, then said, "No, the problem isn't how much Unicron's blood exists, but why it appears on Earth and what the Decepticons plan to do with it." Just then Nico interjected abruptly, "Did the Decepticons kill the Taro Emperor?"
Her remark was so bizarre that everyone froze for a few seconds.
Even under the collective gaze that screamed, "Are you kidding me?" Nico remained oblivious and continued cheerfully, "You know that old guy with horns on his head? And covered in fur?"
Finally unable to bear it any longer, Ratchet explained, "That's Unicron, the ancient demon.
His blood fossilized into what we call dark Energon.
It's just a legend."
His words trailed off, leaving the room in a heavy silence. Yet as an adult, Nurse Darby clearly had no interest in these gods and spirits. She took Raffi and left the place. As for Jack, although she was his mother, he refused to leave with her.
However, the situation outside was clearly more severe.
No sooner had Nurse Darby left with Raffi in the car than Agent Fowler's communication came through.
"Optimus Prime, can you hear me?" "I hear you, Agent Fowler."
After confirming the line was clear, he said, "Have you seen the news? It seems Mother Nature has gone a bit crazy."
"Volcanic eruptions, I know."
Optimus Prime was not overly concerned about that, but what Fowler said next was the real issue.
"What about the earthquakes? 7 major earthquakes all occurring simultaneously with the volcanic eruptions and all of the same magnitude. They are spread across different tectonic plates worldwide, theoretically unrelated, but the problem is they all happened at the same time, didn't they?"
Before Fowler could finish, Ratchet completed his sentence. Yet this was merely an appetizer. With the awakening of Unicron, various types of extraordinary natural disasters appeared around the world: massive storms, surging tsunamis, and frequent thunderstorms in the Gobi Desert.
An anomalous electromagnetic network affected major cities, causing widespread blackouts.
To stay hidden, Qin Mo had built his base underground using the characteristics of Insecticons.
Now with the earthquakes, his base inevitably suffered severe impact.
Fortunately, Qin Mo had anticipated this situation and had already transferred a large number of precision equipment to a resource point on Mars.
Even so, some immovable equipment was still destroyed in the successive earthquakes. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship,
Black Widow arrived at the bridge, looking at Megatron standing there with his hands behind his back. "My lord, the cargo hold is full of dark Energon. I suggest we retreat. The soldiers are growing weaker from it. But I grow stronger." With that, Megatron slowly turned and looked at Black Widow.
"You are in command here until I return." Although Megatron was furious about Black Widow handing Starscream over to the Autobots, Starscream's betrayal was already a fact. No matter how angry Megatron was, he could not change the situation of having no one to rely on. Thus Black Widow seized this opportunity to rise, quickly becoming the temporary commander of the Decepticons. "Where are you going, my lord?" Faced with Black Widow's question, Megatron replied in a low voice, "I am going to see Unicron."
Black Widow was stunned by his words.
Wasn't that ancient deity long gone?
Could it be that Megatron's mind had been corrupted by the dark Energon? But none of that mattered now. Megatron was leaving and had verbally appointed her as temporary commander, giving Black Widow the authority to act as she saw fit. However, Megatron no longer cared about these things. He wanted to prove that the words of that Insecticon were nothing but lies. Before long, Megatron arrived at the volcano that had first erupted with a massive amount of dark Energon. Standing at the edge of the crater, he gazed down at the volcano mouth clogged with dark Energon, watching the spiderweb-like cracks from which purple mist rose continuously. Megatron took a deep breath and began to chant in a low voice. His voice echoed in the crater, carrying a sense of reverence and awe. I sense your presence. Please appear before me. I honor you as my master, Great Unicron. As Megatron's words faded, the previously calm purple mist began to churn violently as if a powerful force surged within it. The mist gradually condensed into a massive, terrifying phantom looming in and out of the haze, exuding a suffocating pressure. Who wishes to see me? A deep, commanding voice emanated from the phantom like a roar from the depths of the universe. Facing this fearsome presence, Megatron showed no fear but acted with utmost humility. It is your most humble servant, Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons. I bore the dark Energon, connected it to you, and awakened you once more. Megatron continued, the ancient prophecy has been fulfilled. This is only the beginning of our shared achievements. Through me you shall rule this planet and all its creatures. His words revealed a deep craving for power and anticipation for the future. Megatron's speech was indeed well considered and quite sophisticated. He first adopted a humble posture, seemingly yielding to Unicron, making it appear as though he was not an arrogant being. Then without hesitation he emphasized his identity as the leader of the Decepticons, implicitly suggesting the formidable military force behind him. When he mentioned his most valuable contribution, he elevated his status and importance to a new level. This method of lowering then boosting made his words more persuasive and impactful. However, what truly exposed Megatron's ambition was his following statement. He spoke of achieving great deeds together with Unicron, but from the word together one could clearly sense that he had placed himself on equal footing with the great deity. Though outwardly he called himself Unicron's humble servant, deep down he regarded himself as an equal. As for his claim of using his military might to rule the planet, it was practically treating Unicron as a fool to be manipulated. Megatron had clearly overestimated his own strength and influence, utterly unaware that in the face of Unicron his so-called bargaining chips were insignificant. Just as Megatron finished speaking, Unicron roared without mercy, "Arrogant fool." These 4 words not only expressed Unicron's contempt and anger toward Megatron but also fully revealed the latter's arrogance and ignorance. Under Megatron's shocked gaze, Unicron's massive face, formed by mist like a towering peak, looked down upon him with majesty. Unicron's voice thundered through the void, "You dare claim you have the ability to summon my life force?" Megatron trembled violently under the sudden interrogation, his body involuntarily retreating several steps as if Unicron's words carried an overwhelming pressure. Yet he quickly realized his loss of composure and forced himself to feign calm, attempting to explain, "Master, I didn't mean that. I was merely..." Before Megatron could finish, Unicron's face surged forward, instantly arriving before him so close that Megatron could clearly see the crimson glow flickering within the mist, like demonic eyes radiating boundless majesty and menace. "I awakened because I deemed the time for my awakening had come." Unicron's voice was cold and ruthless, each word struck Megatron's heart like a hammer. "It is not because of any so-called ability you possess." Faced with Unicron's direct rebuke, Megatron's expression turned extremely unpleasant, but he knew he must not provoke Unicron at this moment. Hastily assuming a humble demeanor, he knelt on both knees, lowered his head and said, "Master, I know I was wrong. I absolutely did not mean to be arrogant." Yet Unicron was clearly not placated. His voice grew more severe. "Silence. I have no need for such incompetent assistance from you." The fury within Megatron was instantly ignited. His fists clenched tightly, emitting a faint creak, but he forcibly restrained himself from lashing out. After all, he was well aware of Unicron's power. Engaging in a frontal conflict with such an entity was hardly a wise choice. Nevertheless, although Megatron appeared outwardly submissive, his slightly trembling body and gritted teeth betrayed that his inner rage had reached its zenith. Yet in order to gain more benefits and advantages from Unicron, he had no choice but to continue enduring, playing the role of a groveling servant. "My existence is solely to serve you, Master." Megatron's voice carried a hint of flattery, hoping to quell Unicron's wrath. Admittedly, Megatron's manner of speaking, accompanied by gestures, was highly captivating, as if every word he uttered was utterly credible. Had it been someone with no knowledge of him, they might indeed have been deceived by his rhetoric, believing everything he said. Yet although Unicron knew little of Megatron, that hardly mattered, for from the very beginning Unicron harbored no goodwill toward Megatron. In his eyes, Megatron was nothing more than an insignificant being unworthy of his attention. "What do I sense?" "The abominable aura of Primus." Unicron suddenly spoke, his voice cold and merciless. Megatron's heart tightened and he hastily explained, "That is Optimus Prime, the last herald of Primus and our sworn enemy."
Megatron's tone seemed anxious, as if eager to dispel Unicron's doubts. "You claim to be utterly loyal to me, yet you allow the Herald of Primus to live." Unicron's words were filled with reproach and displeasure. Sweat began to form on Megatron's brow as he quickly said, "I will destroy him for you, you shall hear his screams." However, before Megatron could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Unicron. "I have heard enough of your nonsense." Unicron's voice was deafening. "If you had the power to destroy that herald, I imagine you would have done so already. I shall deal with this herald myself, there is no need for you to spout nonsense here." With that, Unicron's figure vanished like a specter before Megatron's eyes, leaving Megatron standing alone, utterly stunned. Yet Megatron was not the only one seeking to converse with Unicron. Optimus Prime was equally determined. At that moment, Optimus Prime ventured alone into a canyon, initially to conduct reconnaissance and ascertain whether a link existed between the concentrated earthquakes and Unicron. However, he also harbored another intention: to speak with Unicron and resolve the matter peacefully. "Do you know me, lackey of Primus?" a voice echoed. Optimus Prime turned to trace its source. It came from within the rock face upon which Unicron's face had grown. "Dark deity. You are Unicron." "Correct." As the rock wall trembled, a body of Unicron composed of metal ore emerged from the cliff. "Now call me your destroyer, Unicron." It was evident that Unicron's loathing for the Herald had reached its peak. Without wasting words, he raised his hand and launched an attack at Optimus Prime the moment he appeared. Fortunately, this was merely a crude avatar cobbled together from iron, or its combat power greatly diminished. Faced with such a shoddy assault, Optimus Prime easily evaded it and swiftly distanced himself from Unicron. After regaining his footing, Optimus Prime dared not delay, urgently calling out, "Lord Unicron, please calm down and hear me out." Hearing Optimus Prime's plea, Unicron halted his action, stared at him impassively, and replied coldly, "Herald of Primus, what do you have to say to me?" Compared to his dismissive attitude toward Megatron, Unicron showed considerably more respect toward Optimus Prime, the last Herald. Seeing that Unicron was willing to listen, Optimus Prime felt somewhat relieved. He quickly organized his thoughts, attempting to appeal to Unicron's sense of humanity's lives, hoping to persuade him to abandon his plan to destroy Earth and re-enter hibernation. However, to Optimus Prime's utter astonishment, in Unicron's eyes humanity was merely a nauseating infestation, worthless trash to be discarded at any moment, utterly unworthy of being called his descendants. Faced with Unicron's chilling indifference, Optimus Prime's persuasion proved futile and the negotiations ultimately collapsed. With no other recourse, Optimus Prime had no choice but to fight back. Without hesitation, he activated his weapon systems, unleashing a barrage of dazzling lasers that rained down upon Unicron's avatar with fierce impact. Under this relentless assault, Unicron's avatar quickly succumbed, eventually crashing to the ground and shattering into a pile of rubble. But before Optimus Prime could relax, the surrounding rock formations and the ground began to crack. One after another, Unicron's avatars burst forth, encircling Optimus Prime in the middle. "Optimus Prime, have you detected any further signs of Unicron's activity?" No sooner had Ratchet spoken than the communicator crackled with Unicron's languid voice. "Unicron is the embodiment of power, and you, the last Herald, are doomed." After hearing this, Ratchet hesitated not a moment, turning to face the others behind the partition. "It seems the situation is dire. We must depart at once." "No." However, at that very moment, Optimus Prime's voice rang out. "Force alone cannot defeat Unicron. It is me he wants, Ratchet. This battle I must face alone." It could only be said that Unicron was now somewhat outdated for the current era. His equipment was utterly astonishing in its primitiveness. Aside from the massive and cumbersome melee weapon mounted on his arm, he possessed no ranged attack systems whatsoever. This design flaw meant that countless Unicron avatars were shattered by Optimus Prime's divinely precise shots before they could even draw near their target. Yet Unicron seemed unconcerned by this state of affairs. As time wore on, the battle grew ever more intense, with an endless tide of Unicron avatars converging upon. Facing such a multitude of foes, Optimus Prime displayed extraordinary agility and masterful marksmanship. Each of his shots was swift and lethal, preventing the avatars from ever getting close. Though Optimus Prime's strength was not to be underestimated, his movements were nimble and his aim deadly. The old adage, "a hero is no match for a crowd," held true. Before such overwhelming numbers, he gradually began to tire. Meanwhile, the surrounding Unicron avatars showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, they multiplied as if inexhaustible. In this desperate strait, with no other recourse to avoid being swamped by the ever-increasing avatars, Optimus Prime adopted a strategy of fighting while retreating. Cleverly leveraging his mobility, he constantly shifted positions, repeatedly breaking free from Unicron's encirclement and buying himself enough room to maneuver. However, as the saying goes, even the best rider may fall. Despite Optimus Prime's formidable power, a single minor misstep offered Unicron an opening. In that fleeting instant, an inconspicuous avatar darted out from the side, seizing Optimus Prime in a vice-like grip with lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, it leaped, dragging them both over the cliff's edge. These avatars were but crude replicas forged by Unicron, yet their numbers were staggering. Even if a portion were destroyed, Unicron could instantly conjure more.
More frightening still, at his whim the shattered stone fragments could reassemble into new avatars in the blink of an eye, as effortlessly as breathing, not even qualifying as expendable resources.
In stark contrast, Optimus Prime was far less fortunate.
Plummeting from such a great height, his body struck the ground like a cannonball, producing a dull, thunderous impact. Despite the agony racking his entire frame, Optimus Prime still managed to fire several shots, shattering the avatars that sought to attack him while he was vulnerable. Yet this did little to alter his predicament. With great effort, Optimus Prime braced one hand against the ground and struggled to his feet. However, before he could catch his breath, a fresh wave of avatars surged forth like a tidal bore. This time they were clearly prepared. Before Optimus Prime could react, a colossal stone hammer formed from assembled rock smashed down onto his head with the force of an avalanche. The blow was devastating. Optimus Prime's vision went dark, his head throbbed with a deafening roar, and the world seemed to spin in a dizzying vortex. Yet he knew he could not fall. Losing consciousness would surely mean death. Thus, despite his vertigo, he clenched his jaw, mustered his waning strength, and continued his desperate struggle against the endless avatars. However, with the first crack in his defense, Optimus Prime's situation grew increasingly precarious. Blow after blow rained down upon him like a violent storm, leaving him exhausted and overwhelmed. At this rate, total defeat seemed only a matter of time. Just as Optimus Prime was on the verge of being engulfed and annihilated by the surging tide of avatars, several dazzling crimson lasers suddenly descended from the heavens like bolts of lightning. These lasers were terrifyingly potent. Wherever they struck, the dense mass of avatars was instantly reduced to ashes as if they had never existed. In the blink of an eye, the area around Optimus Prime, once thick with avatars, was cleared, leaving only an empty stretch of ground. Before Optimus Prime could recover from this sudden turn of events, he saw machine insects descending from the sky like meteors, landing steadily around him, forming a protective ring.
Machine insects. How is this possible?
Optimus Prime's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden appearance of these mechanical bugs, utterly unable to fathom their presence. Surprised.
So am I.
Just as Optimus Prime stood stunned, Qin Mo's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. In the next moment, Qin Mo materialized beside him and pulled him to his feet.
As the last herald, you are the only one who can seal Unicron.
You cannot perish here so easily, Qin Mo said to Optimus Prime with grave seriousness. Then his gaze shifted to the surrounding machine insects led by shrapnel, and he shouted, "Destroy as many of Unicron's avatars as possible. Go!" At Qin Mo's command, over 50 machine insects charged forth en masse. With their savage combat style, they annihilated a vast number of Unicron's avatars, momentarily clearing a vacuum of space around Qin Mo and Optimus Prime.
It's useless.
These avatars cannot be killed. Your soldiers will only throw away their lives.
That's why we must leave. This place is no haven. With that, Qin Mo transformed into his insect form, grasped Optimus Prime, and swiftly flew away.
But Unicron was clearly unwilling to let them escape so easily.
No sooner had they emerged from the canyon and arrived above a plain than the ground trembled and split. A colossal figure rose from the earth, one of Unicron's avatars magnified dozens of times over.
Before this behemoth, Optimus Prime and Qin Mo seemed as small and helpless as humans facing a Cybertronian. With a casual backhanded swipe, even though Qin Mo dodged in time to avoid a direct hit, the powerful gale generated by the motion sent both him and Optimus Prime tumbling through the air, finally crashing to the ground. Gazing upon the mountain-like colossal figure, Qin Mo curled his lips slightly and said dismissively, "Nothing more than a larger moving target."
Though Qin Mo spoke thus, Unicron held a different view.
His massive frame shifted imperceptibly, and his enormous foot descended upon Qin Mo and Optimus Prime, blotting out the sky like a falling celestial body.
Yet to everyone's astonishment, the colossal foot halted at a certain distance from the two. Could it be that Unicron had taken pity and decided to spare them? Of course not. It was Qin Mo who nullified the stomping attack by activating the magnetic gauntlet he wore.
Flashy but useless.
Sensing the resistance beneath his foot, Unicron's avatar showed no intention of relenting.
Instead, as he applied more force, even the magnetic gauntlet began to falter.
Even when the Autobot reinforcements RC Bulkhead and Bumblebee arrived, their relentless laser barrages against Unicron's avatar felt no more potent than a mere tickle. I am the master of this world's past, present, and future. Now all apostles shall become history. To these flightless Autobots, his immense frame was a dimensional threat. Unless they leveraged favorable terrain, their attacks could at most strike the avatar's thigh. Just as Qin Mo was about to summon more Insecticons, a streak of violet laser light blasted the avatar's head from above. As the avatar's head shattered, its body collapsed like a building deprived of its load-bearing walls. Staring at the fragmented remains, the three Autobots exchanged bewildered glances. Wheeze, bzzzzz. Not me. Nor me. It was I.
At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and Megatron descended from the heavens like a hero.
You two are truly pathetic.
Megatron eyed Optimus Prime and Qin Mo with a taunting smirk, his lips curling into a scornful grin.
Yet confronted with Megatron's mockery, Optimus Prime offered no retort. After all, he had just been saved by Megatron, and picking a quarrel now would seem rather inappropriate. But Qin Mo was far less patient. Watching Megatron's smug demeanor, a surge of inexplicable fury churned within him. Thus he said with a hint of sarcasm, "So it seems he didn't have you in his sights." Others might not grasp the implication, but Qin Mo and Megatron understood it all too well. The remark was clearly intended to provoke Megatron, and Qin Mo succeeded. Megatron's expression darkened instantly. He shot Qin Mo a venomous glare but did not immediately retaliate. Perhaps deeming an argument with Qin Mo beneath his dignity, or for some other inscrutable reason, Megatron chose to ignore Qin Mo entirely and redirected his gaze to Optimus Prime. He sneered at Optimus Prime, recalling our last encounter. The current scene is quite ironic. If memory serves, you were once desperate to extinguish my spark. Hearing this, Optimus Prime's optics narrowed slightly, yet he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he met Megatron's eyes with unwavering composure. You are correct. That conviction remains unchanged. Optimus Prime's tone was resolute. After recomposing himself, he stepped forward slowly, standing face to face with Megatron. Their gazes locked as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. I knew you'd say that. However, I have a proposition. Megatron clasped his hands behind his back, took a few steps aside, then turned and said, "Join me in defeating our common enemy, the dark evil god Unicron." Hearing this, the Autobots present were stupefied, exchanging looks of utter disbelief as if they had heard the most absurd notion in the universe. However, back at the base, Ratchet was the first to lose his composure. He scoffed, "Ha! This is utter nonsense. Unicron is the embodiment of evil. Instead of colluding with him, Megatron would come to aid us." Confronted with Ratchet's doubt, Qin Mo answered unhurriedly, "Didn't I already explain? Look at his eagerness. He clearly got a cold shoulder from Unicron and came here all humiliated, which is why he's so furious." Stung by Qin Mo's merciless exposure, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Megatron's face. He cleared his throat lightly, attempting to mask his discomfort. Fortunately, Optimus Prime with his magnanimity stepped in to defuse the tension. A narcissist like Megatron would never allow anyone to rule this planet. Seizing the lifeline Optimus Prime offered, Megatron quickly chimed in, "Ha! Exactly." However, Bulkhead was thoroughly confused. He blurted out, "But you have a mighty Decepticon army. Why come to us?" Qin Mo patted Bulkhead's shoulder like an old friend he hadn't seen for ages. "Because of the matrix of leadership. Only the power of the apostles can force Unicron's physical form into dormancy again." Offended by Qin Mo's presumptuous familiarity, Bulkhead immediately shifted away. Ignoring Qin Mo, he turned to Megatron and said, "Looks like we don't need." "Quite the opposite." Unperturbed by Qin Mo's interruption of his line, Megatron continued, "Optimus Prime may be the only one who can defeat him, but only I have the ability to lead you to him. Unicron's blood flows through my veins. I can hear his thoughts and predict his actions." He then looked at Optimus Prime. "As long as Unicron lives, the grudges between you and us, them Autobots, Decepticons and Insecticons, will all become irrelevant." Qin Mo nodded approvingly. If the other had continued ignoring him, he might have lost his composure. But just as Qin Mo felt satisfied, someone else was displeased. Grudges are eternal. At the base, Ratchet slammed his fist on the table in fury. As a battle-hardened veteran and medic, he had witnessed too many atrocities committed by the Decepticons. If Autobots and Decepticons shake hands, how long do you think such peace could last? Facing Optimus Prime's question, Megatron answered bluntly, "As long as it benefits us, it can last indefinitely." Optimus Prime, still hesitating, Megatron showed a hint of impatience and said displeasedly, "You think this is all Unicron can do? Those stone soldiers are just his appetizer." Hearing Megatron's words, Optimus Prime's heart tightened. He knew Megatron was not lying. Unicron's power is unfathomable. If we cannot stop him in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this moment, Qin Mo, standing nearby, patted Optimus Prime on the shoulder and said, "This time I am on Megatron's side." Qin Mo said firmly and seriously, "If we cannot force Unicron back into hibernation once he fully awakens, just stretching his limbs will completely destroy Earth and all humanity will face." These words struck like a thunderbolt in Optimus Prime's mind. He deeply knew how fragile human life was, and as a compassionate leader he could never stand by and watch humanity be destroyed. However, as the righteous protagonist group, they could not impose a one-man rule. Optimus Prime understood that he needed to consult with his Autobots and listen to their opinions and suggestions. Megatron clearly understood this as well, so when he saw the new Unicron avatar appear, he did not urge Optimus Prime to make a choice immediately. On the contrary, his tone became more gentle as he said, "Think it over carefully, I will help you hold him off." Then he transformed into jet mode to fight those stone avatars. Optimus Prime and the others returned to the base and had a heated discussion. Naturally, the result was to accept this temporary cooperation. After all, if Unicron awakens, it benefits neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons, and even the already fallen Cybertron will be completely destroyed. Therefore cooperation between the two sides was an inevitable outcome.
Indeed, once the two sides finally reached consensus, Optimus Prime's deep and powerful voice sounded in Megatron's ear. Megatron, we will open the ground bridge for you now. In response to Optimus Prime's words, Megatron appeared unusually calm, as if he had expected it. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile, and he replied, I knew you would put the big picture first, Optimus Prime.
Just after Megatron had destroyed one of Unicron's avatars, he landed steadily on the ground like a meteor. His gaze fell upon the slowly opening ground bridge before him as if it were a passage to victory. However, just as Megatron was about to step into the ground bridge, a figure suddenly rushed out from a corner. The figure was none other than Qin Mo.
He ran excitedly behind Megatron and unceremoniously patted his tough back, saying, Hey Megatron, do a good job. The safety of Earth depends on you and Optimus Prime. Faced with Qin Mo's enthusiastic gesture, Megatron remained completely indifferent.
He didn't even glance at Qin Mo, as if he hadn't heard a word, and walked straight into the ground bridge.
With the departure of Optimus Prime and Megatron, only Qin Mo remained on the scene, so there was naturally no need for him to stay any longer. As for those Unicron avatars, they were originally summoned not to deal with Qin Mo. It was entirely because Qin Mo had interfered. Meanwhile, Unicron was not foolish. He naturally understood that Qin Mo was just buying time. Continuing to fight him was pointless. What needed to be done now was to eliminate Optimus Prime, the last herald, and then destroy the matrix within him.
Thus those stone avatars shattered into ordinary rocks, and Unicron focused all his energy on locating Optimus Prime.
At this time, Optimus Prime was protected by the base, making it impossible for Unicron to pinpoint his exact location in a short time. Although being discovered was only a matter of time, the time they had bought was already enough. After Megatron sensed the specific location of Unicron, Wretched opened a ground bridge leading into his body.
To show sincerity, Megatron was the first to step into it, followed by Optimus Prime and a few of his Autobots.
For safety, before leaving, Optimus Prime secretly handed Jack the key to the Molation Show and lied to him that it was the key to the ground bridge. Originally, Optimus Prime and the others thought they would be attacked immediately upon entering Unicron's body, but it was not the case. The entire environment was intricate yet eerily quiet. The reason was actually very simple. They had cleverly used the strategy of hiding in plain sight.
In order to find Optimus Prime's whereabouts, Unicron had gone to great lengths, almost turning the entire planet upside down.
However, as the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. His excessive focus on the outside caused him to completely overlook a crucial fact. Optimus Prime, with Megatron's assistance, had already stealthily infiltrated inside his body. By the time Unicron finally realized this and began a full scan of his own body, it was already too late. At this moment, Optimus Prime and his group, encountering no obstacles, were racing through Unicron's body at an astonishing speed. Just as Unicron's white blood cell army hastily arrived to eliminate these uninvited guests, Optimus Prime and the others had already covered nearly 2/3 of the distance.
There was still some time before Unicron would be completely sealed.
Now let us turn our attention to the Decepticons and see what they were busy with during this time. According to the original plot development, Blackarachnia should have started plotting a coup at this time. She would do everything to convince the other Decepticons that leaving Earth and heading to another planet rich in Energon was the wise choice. However, this plan was firmly opposed by Soundwave. After a one-sided battle, Blackarachnia was eventually forced to submit and stop stirring up trouble. But now it was different. After being captured and modified by Qin Mo, she naturally would not foolishly try to seize power. However, Qin Mo would not let go of this opportunity when the Decepticons were leaderless. Compared to the Decepticon soldiers on the ship, Qin Mo valued more the knowledge contained within the ship and the ship itself. Therefore, Blackarachnia, upon receiving Qin Mo's signal, acted decisively. When Soundwave arrived on the bridge, he happened to see Blackarachnia operating something, looking very flustered. Noticing Soundwave, Blackarachnia turned her head and said, Soundwave, there's a problem with the system. Come and check it. Since Black Widow had indeed been behaving herself and not causing trouble recently, coupled with the fact that she was still the interim commander appointed by Megatron. Thus Soundwave gave her words no further thought, extending his two mechanical arms to insert them into the device, ready to begin maintenance. Yet the moment he inserted them, before he could even start, a surge of intense current traveled through the mechanical arms and spread throughout Soundwave's entire body, forcibly forcing him into a state of hibernation. Have a good rest. After eliminating the major nuisance of Soundwave, Black Widow's boldness immediately grew. She quickly strode toward the upper deck of the battleship. The next moment a ground bridge opened on the deck and fully armed Qin Mo slowly stepped out. My king, welcome. Facing Qin Mo, Black Widow knelt without a moment's hesitation. Well done, Black Widow. You've done excellently. Rise. Just then a discordant voice rang out. Black Widow, you. And you. Following the direction of the voice, the speaker was Knockout. Long ago he had sensed something off about Black Widow but could never quite pinpoint it. Now the same feeling struck him again. After watching Black Widow send Soundwave away, Knockout sensed that this woman was up to something, so he followed, hoping to catch her in the act and gather evidence to curry favor with Megatron upon his return. But who could have imagined that Black Widow was a spy planted by Qin Mo? Even more shocking, Knockout had stumbled upon this very scene. Without a second thought, Knockout immediately intended to summon his partner Deadfire. After all, with his own weak build he couldn't even handle Black Widow, let alone Qin Mo. Only Deadfire could stand a chance against them. Unfortunately, Black Widow would not give him that chance. Just as Knockout raised his hand to his ear, before he could even speak, a cacophony of electronic static burst through the channel.
"Don't waste your effort," Black Widow said with a smile. "I've blocked all communication systems on the battleship. You're trapped like rats."
Seeing Knockout about to flee, Black Widow shot out a strand of webbing binding him in place.
"Now this battleship belongs to me."
As Qin Mo's voice faded, the ground bridge behind him not only remained open but grew larger, and a swarm of mechanical insects poured out from within. In that moment, the Decepticons, who had long enjoyed numerical superiority, finally recalled the true feeling of the Cybertronian War. Under the slaughter of the mechanical insects, countless Decepticon grunts perished. With Soundwave forcibly hibernated, Black Widow revealed as a spy, Knockout bound, and only Deadfire left, no effective counterattack could be organized. Even though Deadfire joined the battle, immediately charging forward and repelling several mechanical insects with sheer bravery, that was the extent of his impact. Overwhelmed by the endless stream of mechanical insects surging from behind, Deadfire was quickly submerged and subdued. As for the other Decepticons, whether grunts or elites, upon seeing the situation they gave up fighting altogether.
Those who could transform into aircraft chose to fly out of the battleship, at once fleeing for their lives.
Meanwhile, those whose alt modes were ground vehicles were unfortunate, all without exception became Qin Mo's prisoners. "My lord, the entire battleship is now under our control."
Standing on the bridge listening to Black Widow's report, Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction.
"Good. And have you obtained what I requested?"
"Yes, my lord." Black Widow handed a hard drive to Qin Mo. "All data and files aboard the battleship have been downloaded." Taking the hard drive, Qin Mo nodded approvingly. "Well done.
Keep a close watch on Soundwave, he is no ordinary character.
You may withdraw." The first thing Qin Mo did after boarding the ship was to copy the Decepticons' database and take it for himself. The reason, of course, was the Iron Fortress relics scattered across Earth. Not to mention the Forge of Solus Prime and the shield generator he had discovered earlier, which had been instrumental in his development. Among the remaining items, if Qin Mo remembered correctly, there was Smokescreen's favorite, the Phase Shifter Starscream's taming set, the Apex armor, the toxic energy that nearly killed Bulkhead, the Resonance Blaster. Soundwave found the Spark Extractor that made even Megatron shudder, and the Starsaber forged to counter Megatron's leadership sword. Finally, there were the 4 keys to activate the ultimate Omega Lock. Some of these items could be used by Qin Mo while others could not. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he could utilize them, as long as he could get his hands on them, they held considerable value for Qin Mo. Take the ultimate Omega key for instance. In truth, Qin Mo had little interest in reviving Cybertron. After all, even if Cybertron were successfully revived, it would never belong to him. Its ultimate owner would inevitably be Primus, for Primus was the true master of Cybertron. Even if Primus had already become a planet and could no longer govern it, then by succession the one to inherit Cybertron would be Optimus Prime. Unless Qin Mo waged an earth-shattering war, achieving absolute victory and eliminating the formidable opponent Optimus Prime, there was no way Cybertron would fall under Qin Mo's control. Moreover, even if Qin Mo were capable of killing Optimus Prime, according to Cybertronian law, only one who obtains the matrix of leadership can become the true leader. However, that did not mean Qin Mo would necessarily be the lucky one to obtain the matrix. After all, in this world full of variables, anything could happen. But if Qin Mo could successfully acquire the matrix, he would possess an extremely important bargaining chip, one that could be traded with other factions for resources or other benefits. Neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons would likely refuse such a tempting offer. After all, with Cybertron's gradual decline, the war between the Autobots and Decepticons had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, their goal was to defeat each other and occupy Cybertron. But now their goal had become to defeat each other and then save Cybertron. As the saying goes, history is written by the victors, especially for a planet like Cybertron, already battered and broken. As long as the Decepticons could revive Cybertron, coupled with their propaganda department's clever manipulation and embellishment, they could pin all the blame and disgrace on the Autobots, accusing them of being the culprits behind Cybertron's destruction. As for where Qin Mo would settle down if he abandoned Cybertron, would it be Earth? Qin Mo had given this careful thought. Rather than attempting to revive a planet that might not be his, it would be better to create an entirely new one himself. In the past, Megatron had tried to turn Earth into a second Cybertron. Though he was ultimately stopped by Optimus Prime and failed, he had successfully generated vast amounts of Cybertronian matter on Earth, using it to craft his Dark Mount and shatter the Autobot base in one fell swoop.
If Qin Mo could emulate Megatron by mounting the ultimate spark lock onto his warship and driving it with synthetic Energon, he could transform any planet into a second Cybertron.
Of course Qin Mo had no intention of turning Earth into a second Cybertron.
Though his military might could forcibly convert Earth without much difficulty, it was entirely unnecessary, especially since Earth was formed by Unicron-absorbing surrounding debris, introducing inherent uncertainties. It would be better to find a safer planet with richer resources for the transformation afterward. Black Arachnia might provide some useful suggestions. Returning to the present, while Qin Mo ran rampant aboard Megatron's warship on the other side, Megatron and Optimus Prime had reached a critical juncture. Prolonged exposure to massive quantities of dark Energon inflicted severe physiological reactions on Cybertronians. Unlike Megatron, who was immune, the Autobots including Optimus Prime had been plagued by a debuff since entering this place. Yet despite this they could not afford to relax. Countless mechanical spheres with tentacles converged on them from all directions, the scarlet orbs at their fronts continuously firing energy beams. Even so, their advance remained unstoppable. As they neared the final core zone, Unicron, unable to sit idle, began to intervene directly with precision.
Megatron, follow my command.
Unicron's voice echoed in Megatron's mind, causing his body to jerk instinctively.
Through the connection established by dark Energon, Megatron could perceive Unicron's thoughts and locate his spark's exact position. Conversely, Unicron could influence Megatron through the same link.
Destroy the Apostle. In that moment an invisible force bore down on Megatron, the immense pressure threatening to split his head apart.
Megatron. Optimus Prime was the first to notice Megatron's abnormality.
He writhed like an addict in withdrawal, clutching his skull and letting out agonized screams. Yet just as Optimus approached to check on him, the suffering Megatron suddenly lashed out, seizing Optimus by the shoulder. Just when Unicron believed Megatron had submitted and would eliminate Optimus, Megatron instead shoved Optimus downward and fired a cannon blast, obliterating a white blood cell attempting a sneak attack from behind. Bearing Unicron's mental onslaught, Megatron slowly rose to his feet and pointed at the sealed doorway behind him. Unicron's spark is in there.
How do we get in?
Gazing at the massive doors, Optimus doubted their current firepower could blast through all the way to Unicron's spark. Fool his defense system, make him believe we are not a threat. Saying this, Megatron approached the gate and aligned the emblem on his chest with the door's center. As the dark Energon within Megatron resonated with the door, the defense system was deceived. Immediately the door swung open and all the successive gates behind it followed suit.
Autobots, I need you to hold off these attackers as long as possible. After issuing the command, Optimus followed Megatron as they charged toward Unicron's spark.
Racing through the long tunnel, Optimus finally glimpsed Unicron's spark, a colossal radiant purple energy orb suspended in the air, burning with dazzling brilliance. Megatron, who had arrived first, stood beneath the spark, his violet optics already captivated by its immense power. Unicron could not allow his impending awakening to be thwarted again. A torrent of energy slammed into Optimus' chest, knocking him to the ground.
Megatron was not spared either.
Due to the dark Energon within him, the blow subjected him to even greater mental pressure from Unicron.
Megatron. Unicron's voice echoed once more, and under its influence purple flames blazed even in Megatron's optics.
I command you now, destroy the Apostle. Under immense mental strain, Megatron's blade sprang forth almost instinctively. He limped toward Optimus, every step agonizingly difficult. As if to prove the deep bond between the two, even as Megatron raised his blade over the kneeling Optimus about to strike, his other hand clutched the weapon tightly, halting the blow.
Megatron seemed to suffer from a fractured psyche, teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet in the end Megatron overcame Unicron's mental coercion.
He retracted the blade and declared with firm resolve, Megatron bows to no one's commands.
Such blatant defiance naturally invited Unicron's greater retribution.
Watching Megatron writhe in agony until he lost consciousness, Optimus slowly raised his head, gazing at Unicron's spark, and declared resolutely, as the bearer of the Matrix, I summon you. But no sooner had Optimus spoken than a familiar voice rang out behind him.
You cannot win, Apostle of Primus. I have long transcended physical form. Then Unicron spoke through Megatron's unconscious body, now engulfed in purple flames. With mere will I can plunge all of existence into infinite chaos.
As long as I draw breath you shall not succeed. With that, Optimus squared his shoulders. Power of the Matrix, illuminate our darkest hour.
Unicron tried to stop him, but it was too late.
Pure energy erupted from Optimus' frame, surging straight into Unicron's spark.
Under the relentless assault of the Matrix's power, Unicron's blazing spark dissipated, plunging him back into slumber.
As Unicron fell dormant again, the endless white blood cells outside collapsed like severed strings, the erupting volcanoes subsided, the violent tremors ceased, everything came to an end. As the energy within the Matrix surged forth like a torrent, Optimus Prime's body seemed drained of all power, instantly becoming limp and weak. His knees buckled and like a collapsing edifice he crashed to the ground, falling into a deep coma. In stark contrast to Optimus Prime, Megatron awakened much quicker. After all, he had been knocked unconscious by Unicron in advance, so the impact on his body was relatively minor. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first sensation was a dull ache in his head. Clutching his forehead, he pushed himself up from the ground. The moment he stood up, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Optimus Prime not far away, who was emitting blue smoke. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of Megatron's lips. "A pleasant collaboration, Optimus Prime," he murmured, the words dripping with mockery and disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, Megatron extended the blade from his arm, its icy gleam glinting under the sunlight, exuding a palpable murderous intent. He strode forward, advancing slowly toward Optimus Prime, each step resolute and unyielding. Clearly Megatron's intention was now unmistakable. He planned to betray his ally and slay Optimus Prime, who had lost all ability to resist. After all, Megatron had personally experienced Optimus Prime's combat prowess. Empowered by the dark Energon, his arrogance had swelled to the point where he believed himself invincible. It was for this reason that he dared to face Optimus Prime, the legendary last apostle, engaging in a true unknown duel of equals without fear. Yet reality dealt Megatron a resounding slap. In the ferocious battle with the enraged Optimus Prime, he was pinned to the ground, utterly helpless, as Optimus' iron fists rained down upon him like a storm. Had it not been for the sudden volcanic eruption spewing vast quantities of dark Energon like a breached flood, Megatron's head would surely have been separated from his body by now. Since then, Megatron had recognized the chasm between himself and Optimus Prime. Having abandoned the idea of a unknown fight, and with such a golden opportunity before him, how could he let it slip away? Just as Megatron was approaching slowly, a dazed and disoriented Optimus Prime lifted his head, with difficulty catching sight of the familiar figure. Almost instinctively he asked, "Sentinet Prime, where is this?" At that moment Megatron froze, standing motionless. Sentinet Prime, such a familiar name. He couldn't recall the last time he had heard it. Yet as a mature, cunning and ruthless Decepticon leader, Megatron quickly regained his composure, retracting his blade and extending a hand toward Optimus Prime. Without a second thought, Optimus Prime grasped the hand and was pulled to his feet by Megatron. "Don't you remember, old friend?" Just as Megatron had composed himself, ready to thoroughly brainwash the amnesiac Optimus Prime, a crashing sound came from behind. The door was smashed open and Bulkhead burst in first. "Optimus Prime, are you all right? Why does he call me Optimus Prime?" Looking at the three who had rushed in, RC, Bulkhead and Bumblebee, Optimus Prime asked in confusion, "Who are they?" It was at that moment that a ground bridge opened behind Optimus Prime. Recognizing it as one of his own, Megatron, without the slightest hesitation or change in expression, said, "They are our enemies." Then he patted Optimus Prime on the shoulder and said, "They outnumber us. Hurry, I'll cover you." With that he fired a blast at RC and the other two. It must be admitted that the energy cannon mounted on Megatron's arm was formidable indeed. A single shot sent the three sprawling to the ground. With successive blasts he kept them pinned down, leaving them no chance to explain anything to Optimus Prime. Having released the energy within the Matrix, Optimus Prime had lost all memories acquired after obtaining the Matrix, naturally forgetting RC and the others. Compared to three complete strangers, Optimus Prime was far more inclined to trust Sentinet Prime, who had fought alongside him. After confirming that Optimus Prime had entered the ground bridge, Megatron, firing as he retreated, also stepped into the bridge and departed. By the time RC and the others charged forward, it was too late. The ground bridge had closed and both Optimus Prime and Megatron were gone. With no other option, they contacted Ratchet to open another bridge and return. However, after both sides had withdrawn, in a shadowy corner a mechanical spider, dark purple and nearly blending into the surroundings, silently crawled out. Once certain the area was safe, the mechanical spider rapidly transformed, its purple hue fading away to reveal its original silver-white color. "My lord, they have all left. It can be confirmed that Unicron has entered hibernation." This mechanical spider was none other than the first robot Qin Mo had created after arriving on Earth, Scalpel. Through Qin Mo's continuous refinement and upgrades, Scalpel had evolved from a crude, unsightly machine that could only perform simple menial tasks into a true autonomous mechanical lifeform capable of carrying out missions on its own. As the ground bridge opened, Qin Mo stepped out slowly with Black Arachnia, followed by a large number of combat drones. As a pure Cybertronian, upon arriving here, Qin Mo felt a distinct physical discomfort. And this was with Unicron forced into hibernation, greatly weakening its influence. It was truly hard to imagine how Optimus Prime and his three Autobots managed to fight under such conditions. But none of that mattered anymore. With Unicron in hibernation, everyone's attention had shifted to the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Next, the Autobots would undoubtedly focus on retrieving Optimus Prime's memories and transferring them back into his body. As for Megatron, he now had plenty to occupy himself. Thus, whether Autobot or Decepticon, neither side would pay much attention to this place for a long time, giving Qin Mo the perfect opportunity to study Unicron. Yes, Qin Mo had dispatched so many combat drones precisely to dismantle Unicron's body and thoroughly study it, hoping to extract some valuable technology. And the first target was the deactivated white blood cells outside. At Qin Mo's command, the combat drones that had accompanied him surged forward like a tide, rapidly collecting the white blood cells, disassembling them and conducting research and recording. Watching those battle pods toiling away, Shoshu Dao felt a surge of intense impulse. He believed himself capable of staying behind, commanding those pods to complete their tasks and promptly reporting the progress to Qin Mo. Without hesitation, he volunteered for this crucial responsibility. Yet his proposal was immediately and categorically rejected by Qin Mo. Qin Mo's expression turned gravely serious, fully aware of the immense risk behind this decision. After all, the subject of their research was Yujo Dati, a chaotic evil god, a terrifying entity that transcended physical form. Although Yujo Dati's physical form was currently in a forced slumber, no one could guarantee that its consciousness had also fallen asleep. Recalling the original plot, Wei Zenshin met his demise in a fierce battle with Huangfeng, his spark chamber pierced and his body sinking into the depths of the ocean. However, unexpectedly, Yujo Dati forcibly resurrected Wei Zenshin, subjected him to modifications and sent him back to Cybertron in a more formidable form to seek out Yuancher Tianzhen's spark. Although it was not entirely impossible that over time the impact of the Matrix might gradually wear off, allowing Wei Zenshin's consciousness to slowly revive, Qin Mo absolutely did not want to take that gamble. After all, if Yujo Dati's consciousness had not slumbered, then now bereft of a physical form, it was desperately in need of a new body to rise again. Until Yujo Dati's spiritual entity, the thing ultimately sealed into a container at the story's end, was thoroughly imprisoned, Qin Mo would only conduct in-depth research on this site to acquire relevant technology and data. He would never use the dismantled materials to fabricate any items. Even the battle pods used to study Yujo Dati's body were periodically gathered and destroyed by Qin Mo. The reason for this was quite simple. His primary concern was that Yujo Dati might find a way to reincarnate. After all, objects crafted from Yujo Dati's body were inherently dangerous, let alone the battle pods operating in an environment saturated with vast quantities of dark ultra energy. As time passed, no one could guarantee that these battle pods would not be influenced by the dark ultra energy or even mutate from their contamination. Therefore, to prevent such a scenario, destroying these pods was imperative. Only in this way could it be ensured that they would not become vessels for Yujo Dati, thus averting an even greater crisis. Initially, Qin Mo had intended to equip them with energy barriers similar to shield generators which could effectively isolate the dark ultra energy. But that would have been too costly, so Qin Mo opted for a more economical method, installing a self-destruct device in every battle pod that would activate the moment dark ultra energy intrusion was detected, instantly obliterating the pod. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Zenshin stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the scene before him. Shengbo Jidao Siwa and a scattering of subordinates stood before him, each face etched with terror and helplessness. Wei Zenshin's voice trembled as he roared in fury, "What the hell happened? Where is my warship?" Jidao timidly stepped forward, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face, stammering an explanation. "It's like this, Lord Wei Zenshin. Heiguafu betrayed us. Her true identity turned out to be a mole planted by Li Shenju. While you were away, Heiguafu suddenly turned on us, secretly orchestrating a trap. She brought Li Shenju and his swarm of mechanical insects aboard the warship, and then..." Jidao's voice grew softer as though ashamed to continue. Wei Zenshin's brow furrowed deeply, his fury was about to ignite the very air around him. "And then what?" Wei Zenshin bellowed. "You just let them take the warship so easily." Jidao lowered his head, unable to meet Wei Zenshin's gaze, and continued, "We fought with all our might, but they outnumbered us. We were no match for them. To preserve our strength, we could only retreat." Wei Zenshin's fists clenched so tightly that the joints cracked audibly. He recalled how before entering Yujo Dati's body, Qin Mo had patted him on the back and encouraged him to keep at it. Now everything seemed so absurd and ironic. Li Shenju. That same Li Shenju again. Wei Zenshin ground his teeth. "I will never let him get away with this." Wei Zenshin's heart seethed with fury and resentment. Being betrayed was nothing new, it had happened before, but losing their base of operations, the warship, was utterly intolerable. Just then a hand landed on Wei Zenshin's shoulder, followed by King Tianzi's voice. "A temporary defeat means nothing, Lord Wei Zenshin. As long as we still draw breath, there is a chance to turn things around." It had to be said, even without the memories of his former role as a leader, King Tianzi still occasionally revealed flashes of his leadership potential. When Wei Zenshin appeared with King Tianzi, Jidao and the others were indeed startled. Sihua could not contain himself and nearly swung his hammer at them. But Wei Zenshin reacted swiftly, subtly introducing the new member of the Decepticons as Orion Pax, discreetly conveying to Jidao and the rest that King Tianzi had lost his memory and was now one of them. Yet one question remained: Shengbo, Jidao and Sihua had all been captured. How did they manage to bring these scattered remnants here to welcome Wei Zenshin? This story began an hour earlier. 1 hour ago, in order to intervene as soon as the Autobots had left, Qin Mo entrusted the affairs on the warship to Heiguafu and returned to base to prepare battle pods. During that brief window, Shenbo, who had been temporarily paralyzed by electric shocks, successfully reactivated zip through the Decepticon warship via a ground bridge and rescued both captured Jidao and Sihua. However, their actions quickly drew Heiguafu's attention. Perhaps because Xingbo usually kept such a low profile, Heiguafu did not take him seriously. After ordering the mechanical insects to handle Jidao and Sihua, she actually went up to challenge Shenghua Onion. The result was that all of He Guafu's attacks were effortlessly deflected by Shenghua, who then grabbed her by the throat and slammed her heavily to the ground. He Guafu was prideful. Being humiliated in front of so many mechanical insects made her explode with rage. But as she snarled viciously that she would tear out Shengba's spark and scrambled to her feet, she suddenly realized that Laserbeak, always hanging on Shengba's chest, was gone.
Damn it! By the time Black Widow realized something was amiss, it was already too late.
The laser bird that had been circling overhead swooped directly toward her.
With a dense volley of fire, laser beams rained down like a torrent, and the paralyzing effect they carried instantly robbed Black Widow of her mobility.
As if all strength had been drained from her body, she collapsed straight to the ground, unable to move an inch.
Under any other circumstance, Soundwave would never have passed up such a golden opportunity.
He would have charged forward without hesitation to deliver a vicious kick to Black Widow, teaching that arrogant fool who truly reigns supreme.
Yet at this very moment he could not do so.
Though Soundwave had successfully neutralized his opponent, the situation for Deadfire and Knockout was far from optimistic. Deadfire could barely exchange a few blows with the mechanical insects, but it was a desperate struggle. As for Knockout, his predicament was utterly pitiful. He was being completely overwhelmed by the enemy, utterly defenseless, ground into the dirt without mercy. Faced with such a dire situation, if they did not retreat immediately, only one outcome awaited them: being slowly worn down and killed by the unending swarm of mechanical insects closing in. In that critical moment, Soundwave did not hesitate for an instant. He made a swift decision and activated the ground bridge. The ground bridge sprang to life in a flash, radiating a brilliant glow.
Without any delay, Soundwave led Knockout and Deadfire through its portal.
In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the light of the ground bridge as if they had never existed at all, leaving behind only the defeated mechanical insects and Black Widow still lying paralyzed on the ground. Although Megatron was still trapped deep within Unicron's body, struggling desperately and completely cut off from the outside world, Soundwave never wavered in his belief that Megatron surely still lived. He firmly believed that Megatron possessed immense power and an indomitable will and would never be easily defeated. To swiftly regroup and rise again when Megatron returned, Soundwave resolutely took on the heavy responsibility of gathering the scattered remnants. He led Knockout and Deadfire scouring everywhere for Decepticon soldiers who had managed to escape when the warship was overrun. Yet for Knockout and Deadfire, they were not entirely certain whether Megatron was truly still alive. After all, Unicron was the Chaos Bringer, a being on par with their creator Primus.
It was hard to predict whether Megatron could overcome such a formidable foe,
but given the current situation they seemed to have no other choice.
Without concrete proof of Megatron's death, following Soundwave to gather the remnants and await his return appeared to be the only viable option. Fortunately, Soundwave's gamble paid off in the end. As Unicron was forced into dormancy, communications were restored. Soundwave successfully detected Megatron's life signal and opened the ground bridge at the first opportunity, though it was the last time. The terminal of the ground bridge was installed on the warship. Soundwave only had usage rights. He had been able to use it multiple times before because Qin Mo had not yet revoked his access. But now, after discovering that Soundwave had repeatedly accessed and used it, realizing the oversight, Qin Mo hurriedly disabled his permissions. Qin Mo bore some responsibility for the escape of Soundwave and the others.
After all, if he had revoked Soundwave's access to the ground bridge immediately, they could not have fled so smoothly.
But blame aside, as a leader, Qin Mo could not openly admit fault.
Thus the blame was pinned on Black Widow.
However, Qin Mo only gave her a symbolic punishment, not enough to cause any real harm.
Returning to the present after listening to Knockout and the others' reports, Megatron gradually calmed his anger. He looked at Soundwave and the others and said helplessly, "You follow me." At this moment the gap between Starscream and Megatron became evident. If it were Starscream, he would have been complaining endlessly, cursing at Knockout and the others.
But Megatron was different.
Though equally furious, he had better control over his temper, knowing when to vent his anger and when to stay calm. Just like now, Megatron made his decision almost instantly. Under his leadership, the group soon arrived at a super-energy mining area occupied by the Decepticon. As Megatron had thought, Qin Mo had not yet turned his attention here. A large number of Decepticon miners were still diligently working. They were unaware of what had happened on the warship and were quite shocked to see Megatron here. The mining foreman immediately trotted over to Megatron and said, "Lord Megatron, why have you come personally?" He then began to report on the current mining progress. "Recently, frequent geological activities have greatly affected our operations. But please rest assured, my lord, we have resumed production and are working overtime to catch up on lost time." The mining foreman was about to continue, but Megatron raised a hand to stop him.
"Now pack and load all the super energy you have mined. Also dismantle all mining equipment and communication devices." The foreman was taken aback and asked subconsciously, "Are we abandoning this mine?" But he quickly realized he had misspoken, quickly correcting himself, "Yes, my lord. I'll get to it immediately." Megatron did not watch them dismantle and load, that would waste too much time.
He was acutely aware that his opponent was no ordinary mechanical insect. Its intelligence, cunning and ruthlessness were no less than his own.
If he did not act quickly, the enemy might catch on and it would be too late.
What Megatron lacked most at the moment was not combat units but super energy reserves. With the warship taken in one fell swoop by Qin Mo, his stock of super energy had dropped to zero. Super energy was not only the source of energy for Cybertronians but also the foundation of ammunition and all activities. Without timely replenishment, their physical functions would deteriorate significantly, potentially leading to death. So now, more than gathering more scattered troops, the most important thing was to collect as much super energy as possible. After leaving Knockout and Deadfire behind and informing them of a rendezvous point, Megatron and Soundwave advanced toward the second Decepticon-occupied mining area. The Decepticons had 3 major and 5 minor mining sites on Earth. Under the miners' tireless efforts, they had been continuously supplying super energy to the Decepticons. By the time Qin Mo had finished all the tasks at hand and turned his attention to the super energy mines controlled by the Bashianhu, it was already too late. During this interval, Wei Zhentian had already consolidated 4 mines, 3 small and 1 large, and packed up all the already extracted super energy along with the mining machinery and equipment to take them away. As for those miners, they had become Wei Zhentian's most valuable resource.
Unlike ordinary soldiers who could only fight, these laborers, seasoned by years of toil, not only possessed rich mining experience but could also be equipped with weapons and transformed into combat units when necessary. Fortunately, it was never too late to mend. Upon discovering that the first super energy mine had been emptied, Qin Mo acted swiftly, opened a ground bridge and dispatched massive numbers of Insecticons to seize control of all remaining super energy mines. As for those miners unarmed and caught off guard, they were subdued almost instantly. Qin Mo did not resort to the crude methods people commonly expected, violent suppression, or treating them as mere mining slaves. For he understood well that such actions would only backfire, reducing mining efficiency and greatly increasing the risk of miners fleeing. Thus, after successfully controlling these miners, Qin Mo displayed his wisdom and strategy. He proactively proposed that the miners elect several representatives from within their ranks to speak on their behalf, then engage in direct face-to-face dialogue with him. During the conversations, Qin Mo skillfully ceded a portion of benefits to improve the miners' conditions, raising wages, enhancing the work environment, granting more rest time, and so forth. This approach quickly won the miners' hearts, making them feel Qin Mo's goodwill and sincerity. After all, as miners, they had always occupied the lowest rung of the Bashianhu hierarchy. Working for one master or another made little difference. Most had grown numb over the years. If this new overseer could offer better treatment, respect, and even a glimmer of hope, why not accept it? Immediately afterward, Qin Mo took further measures. He dispatched advanced Insecticons to each mine, not only to safeguard the area from external threats but also to closely monitor every move of the miners, ensuring no one attempted escape. More importantly, this prevented Wei Zhentian from re-establishing contact with the miners. Even though Qin Mo had to admit that Wei Zhentian possessed considerable personal charisma and had led the Bashianhu for many years, amassing deep influence. If left unchecked, Qin Mo was almost certain that soon Wei Zhentian would successfully incite all these miners to defect. How then should he deal with the captured Bashianhu grunts? In the past, Qin Mo might have considered recruiting them. More hands meant more strength. However, the situation had changed. First, these Bashianhu grunts possessed very limited combat capability. For Qin Mo, they offered little real help. Second, integrating these pure Cybertronians into the Zerg network was no easy task, requiring vast resources and effort, and if not done, he would have to expend considerable energy ensuring they did not betray him. But Qin Mo now mastered the technology and methods to create headmasters, which provided an entirely new solution to this problem. He could simply sever the heads of these Bashianhu grunts and use technical means to transform them all into headmasters. In this way, he could not only avoid the risk of defection but also turn these formerly useless grunts into powerful combat units at a stroke. For those clone soldiers, this was undoubtedly a tremendous upgrade. They could gain greater strength and more advanced equipment, thus playing a larger role in battle. Moreover, since these new combat units were personally modified by Qin Mo, he could better control them by integrating the Zerg network during the alteration, subtly influencing them to ensure their loyalty and obedience. Of course, this was only part of the internal issues. Next, Qin Mo needed to address some external problems. Fortunately, he now possessed the ability to synthesize super energy and had the support of multiple super energy mines, freeing him forever from the plight of energy shortages. With an ample energy supply, Qin Mo could face various external challenges with greater composure and confidence. It was precisely because of abundant energy that Qin Mo dared to grant such generous welfare to the miners and awaken all the dormant Insecticons. This army of Insecticons was colossal in scale, astonishingly numerous. And the warship beneath his feet was packed with advanced weapons of terrifying power. With such strength, Qin Mo was fully capable of sweeping across the entire Earth, effortlessly annihilating all nations' armies and even the entirety of humanity. Yet Qin Mo would not choose to do so. The reason was actually very simple: it was not worth it.
Although human scientific development still lagged behind that of Cybertron, they possessed a vast population base and weapons of considerable destructive power. This meant that even if Qin Mo launched a full-scale war at this moment and eventually succeeded in destroying humanity, all he would gain was a barren, lifeless wasteland. Knowing this well, Qin Mo adopted a more ingenious strategy: infiltration, division, and control of human society, firmly grasping humanity in his hands through the use of proxy agents. In this way he could not only avoid the massive losses of direct confrontation with humans but also leverage human intelligence and creativity to provide himself with an endless supply of soldiers and technical personnel. This strategy allowed Qin Mo to achieve dominion over Earth without causing too much turmoil, while also fully unleashing humanity's potential as a powerful tool to accomplish his greater ambitions. There was no choice. Qin Mo lacked nothing else but technical personnel. He had tried to cultivate Insecticons for this purpose, but all attempts ended in failure. Not even the relatively intelligent shrapnel could succeed. The mechanical structure of Insecticons made them naturally suited to be warriors. Imagining them as scientists was somewhat fanciful. "So why have you summoned me here, my lord?" Silas asked, his tone dripping with barely concealed displeasure as he glared at Qin Mo. Qin Mo remained unruffled by Silas' attitude, fully understanding the source of his discontent. Silas was deeply dissatisfied with having been given a mere Decepticon grunt's body. Though the frame could fulfill basic functional requirements, it was utterly insufficient for an ambitious being like Silas. Thus Silas had resolved to personally forge a brand new body for himself, ensuring he could better leverage his abilities in the days ahead while also solidifying his position. At this very moment the body was in a critical stage of construction and Silas was consumed by urgency, wishing he could oversee every second of the process. Yet at this juncture Qin Mo had abruptly summoned him, fueling Silas' resentment even further. Qin Mo, however, was not angered. He waved a hand dismissively and said, "I've seen your project, no major issues. Just have your subordinates proceed step by step. The task I'm about to entrust you with is the key to determining how many you will command in the future. Whether you become second only to one or merely a general depends on your performance from now on." Hearing this, Silas' expression instantly turned grave. His eyes widened as he said urgently, "You promised me before that I would." Before Silas could finish, Qin Mo raised a hand to cut him off. "Of course, but if I find you utterly unfit for the role, I naturally won't entrust it to you. However, if you prove capable, no one else can take it from you." With words so plainly spoken, what more could Silas say? He had no choice but to obediently await Qin Mo's next command. Seeing Silas' compliance, Qin Mo wasted no time and directly informed him of what he wanted him to do next. "What? You want me to become the President of the United States?" Upon hearing Qin Mo's demand, Silas was so astonished his jaw nearly dropped. His face was a mask of disbelief and he wondered if he had misheard, instinctively repeating the question. However, Qin Mo did not give him much time to digest the news. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth and he nodded without hesitation. "That's right, I want you to become the President of the United States." Qin Mo paused briefly as if allowing Silas a moment to accept this reality, then continued, "I've conducted thorough research on you humans, you know. I discovered that you humans are particularly fond of playing politics and power games, especially in the United States where this phenomenon is especially pronounced. Though from my perspective these so-called politics and power games are far inferior to absolute strength, they might still be a viable approach for you humans." He paused once more before stating in an unmistakably firm tone, "Moreover, as far as I know, the U.S. is about to hold a general election. So I want you to participate in this election and ultimately win the presidency." Seeing this, Silas grew increasingly anxious and quickly explained, "My lord, you may not be familiar with the election process in the United States. It involves a series of complex procedures and regulations that someone like me, a mere colonel, cannot easily manipulate. Moreover, without any political resources, participating is as difficult as reaching the heavens." However, before Silas could finish, Qin Mo cut him off without mercy. Qin Mo raised the corner of his mouth in a sly smile, looking at him as he slowly said, "Who says you have no political resources? Am I not one?" With that, Qin Mo extended a finger pointing directly at Silas. Silas was taken aback, staring at Qin Mo with suspicion. He couldn't fathom how this mysterious man could boast so boldly. Despite his doubts, under Qin Mo's urging, Silas reluctantly pulled out his phone from his pocket. The moment he took out the phone, a message suddenly appeared on the screen. Silas stared intently. It was a deposit notification. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the long string of zeros on the screen, counting under his breath: 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. Silas could not believe his eyes and his hands began to tremble slightly. He raised his head, his gaze piercing as he stared at Qin Mo, his voice slightly quavering. You just effortlessly moved a finger and a billion appeared in my account. What's so difficult about that? You humans call it economics, but to me it's nothing but numbers that can be altered at any time." The technological prowess Qin Mo possessed was not particularly high by Cybertronian standards, but compared to Earth's technology it was a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Such an act of adding $1 billion to Silas' account with a mere gesture was child's play for Qin Mo.
Next Qin Mo smiled and beckoned lightly. The nearby combat ball swiftly moved to Silas' side. The combat ball handed a tablet to Silas. Somewhat puzzled, Silas took the tablet and began scrolling through the information on the screen. As he read deeper, his expression grew more solemn and waves of shock surged within him. Finally he raised his head in utter disbelief, gazing at Qin Mo, his voice trembling slightly. All of this? You prepared all of this? A confident smile curved at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth as he nodded affirmatively. That's right. His tone was calm and resolute, as if it were only natural. In fact, Qin Mo had meticulously orchestrated a series of groundwork to help Silas ascend to the presidency. The billion in funds was merely an insignificant part of the entire plan. Beyond that, Qin Mo had also crafted an entirely new identity for Silas, a luxurious persona, a wronged war hero, and a legendary secret agent who had cracked numerous earth-shattering cases. Qin Mo continued, the U.S. general election is still 6 months away. By the end of this month you will be promoted to the rank of general. This is not only a recognition of your personal abilities but also a solid foundation for your future campaign. He paused briefly before adding, when you officially announce your candidacy, the wealthiest man in the U.S. will publicly stand with you and offer his full support. Not only that, but the politicians will also rally one after another to become your staunch allies. What more could Silas say? Qin Mo had already paved every road for him. All he had to do was stride forward boldly. Qin Mo's purpose in making Silas the President of the United States was to overhaul the U.S. government after he took office, thereby establishing a positive image for extraterrestrial visitors like Qin Mo, making it easier for Earthlings to accept them. At the same time, through the official power of the United States, he could pressure the Autobots or send agents to monitor their movements, facilitating Qin Mo to formulate more effective plans. However, the Earth is not comprised solely of the United States. Merely controlling this single superpower is not secure. Since Qin Mo possessed such capability, why not strike comprehensively, eradicating all uncertainties to maximize the completion of his plan? But for other countries, Qin Mo's approach was far less gentle. For some smaller nations, he directly had Black Widow assassinate their leaders, then replaced them with humanoid robots. It must be said that Black Widow's execution was astonishing, her efficiency truly unparalleled. Regardless of which small country's leadership, she could eliminate them all overnight with such speed that even the replacement robots struggled to keep up. Within a single month, the leadership of over 20 countries underwent a breathtaking overhaul. Some might consider such methods too bloody and cruel, but the reality was quite the opposite. On the contrary, for the people of these countries this was undoubtedly an immense blessing. Because not every nation's rulers harbored a vision for the world, aspiring to make their country prosperous and their people's lives better. On the contrary, in many cases these rulers only thought about how to live a life of luxury where everything was handed to them like an emperor. To satisfy their gluttonous desires, they would use airplanes for air transport and even hire renowned chefs at great expense to cook them gourmet meals. As for the country and its people, they turned a blind eye, treating them as their private property, while the people were reduced to inhuman livestock, forced to earn more wealth for them to support their decadent, extravagant lifestyles. Most of these individuals would often say, for the emperor's better life, let the people suffer a little more. But now it was different. After the replacement, the cold, emotionless robots had no need for indulgence. The leaders governed diligently, and the high-ranking officials, also robots, cooperated fully, free from any selfish motives or corruption, implementing the top-level ideas and leadership with 100% compliance. All of this was aimed at increasing the people's trust in the government, and it yielded significant results. Insufficient funds. A flick of Qin Mo's finger solved that. Low technological level. Even the crumbs from Qin Mo's fingers were enough for these small countries. Insufficient energy. How could that be? Most of these small countries were rich only in energy and mineral resources, and the leaders, eager to obtain quick money for their own enjoyment, sold these raw resources at extremely low prices. But now it was different. With advanced technology, they had the ability to extract and refine these resources, adopting a work-relief approach. The entire country was developing vigorously, and the numb populace regained hope for life. However, these measures only applied to small countries. For the 5 permanent members of the UN and other developed nations, such crude methods could not be used. In European countries like Eagle Rooster and Hans Cat, the political arena was mostly controlled by old aristocratic families and emerging capitalist tycoons. Gaining control over them meant gaining control over the corresponding country's decision-making power. As for their citizens, no need to worry. Given their current living conditions, the money that the Empress Dowager once paid in reparations had almost run out. Coupled with the government's weakness and inaction, one could even describe their situation as dire. Now just give them a little sweetener and control the direction of online public opinion, and manipulating them would be all too easy. So would there be smart people among them who could see through the tricks?
Perhaps there would be, but this was not a personal heroism movie and individuals could not contend with the state apparatus. Thus even if those so-called smart ones discovered the problem, just find them in time and eliminate them. Often there was no need to actively search. Those who thought highly of themselves would mostly jump out voluntarily. As for how to control the old aristocrats and the newly risen capitalist powerholders, it was simple, the same method used with Silas, using immortality as a bargaining chip. The richer people are, the more they cherish their lives, the more they fear death. Seize this point, throw out some bait appropriately, and it's easy to hook them like greedy fish. Don't think those wealthy people are so smart and meticulous. Grasp the fundamental essence, and manipulating them is quite effortless. Qin Mo entrusted this task to Scalpel, and the latter did not disappoint, handling it promptly and thoroughly. So while Qin Mo was busily stirring up trouble, what were the Autobots and Decepticons doing? Let's first turn our attention to the Autobots. At this moment the atmosphere in the Autobot base was extremely oppressive. Ratchet operated the equipment, the entire environment eerily silent, punctuated only by the beeping of electronic sounds. But soon the roar of engines successfully matched the atmosphere. RC, Bulkhead and Bumblebee returned to the base one by one. With them were their respective human partners. Any news? Did you find Optimus Prime? In response to Ratchet's inquiry, RC, who had transformed back to robot mode, shook her head helplessly and said, "Not yet." "What about you?" "It's no good. Optimus Prime's signal was blocked shortly after leaving the Earth's core. No matter how I look, I can't find it." "Same here," Miko said helplessly. "Same here. We've searched everywhere we could. We haven't seen Optimus Prime, not even the Decepticons," Miko said helplessly. Hearing this, Ratchet fell into thought for a few seconds before saying, "That's exactly what worries me. The Decepticons wouldn't stop their actions for no reason. If they were around, they would surely launch a fiercer attack on us while Optimus Prime is absent, unless they're planning something big, right?" Bulkhead completed the sentence that Ratchet had left unfinished. "Exactly. But that doesn't make sense," Miko said, looking at everyone. "Even if Optimus Prime has lost his memory, he should have forgotten everyone. How could he be so certain to go with Megatron?" While searching for Optimus Prime, Miko had heard quite a bit about the situation from Bulkhead, and this question had been troubling her all along. If Optimus Prime doesn't remember his own name, perhaps it's because he hadn't been granted the title of Autobot leader at that time. What? How is that possible? Miko, Jack and Raph were all somewhat incredulous. Ratchet continued, "With the matrix of leadership no longer within Optimus Prime, it's very likely he has reverted to who he was before becoming a leader, the historical archivist Orion Pax. It's no exaggeration to say that no one had spent more time with Optimus Prime than Ratchet. Because of this, Optimus often affectionately called Ratchet old friend and old pal." In contrast, Bulkhead, Bumblebee and RC had all joined the Leader's Guard later. During the Cybertronian War, Bumblebee was merely a common scout. However, unfortunately, he suffered a devastating blow from Megatron in battle, his vocalizer completely destroyed. Fortunately, at the critical moment of life and death, Ratchet extended a timely hand and saved Bumblebee's life. From then on, Bumblebee stayed by Ratchet's side, and through gradual interactions he came to know Optimus Prime well. Bulkhead, on the other hand, had intricate ties to the Wreckers. He was once a member of that team, and his commanding officer was Optimus Prime's second-in-command, Ultra Magnus. He didn't have much connection with Optimus Prime himself. As for RC, the nature of her work was quite unique. Most of the time she operated alone, undertaking the heavy responsibilities of sabotage behind enemy lines and intelligence reconnaissance. Therefore these three knew very little about Optimus Prime and his experiences before becoming who he was. So Optimus Prime now thinks he's an archivist. Or a Decepticon. Agent Fowler's voice came from the side. He had arrived just moments ago, and seeing Ratchet speaking didn't interrupt but listened quietly. Only upon hearing this did he finally lose his composure and blurt out a complaint. "I'm afraid so, Agent Fowler. Being a Decepticon is a choice, but I personally believe Optimus Prime would never make such a choice no matter the circumstances. Then if he left with the Decepticons, it must be because Megatron is up to something behind the scenes." Ratchet looked at RC and Bulkhead and said, "Orion Pax might be a bit confused right now, but I believe deep down he will always be an Autobot. All we have to do now is find him and figure things out." Then, while operating the equipment, Ratchet continued, "Optimus Prime's signal has never come online. Even after expanding my search range, I've found nothing. Most likely he's aboard a Decepticon warship. Once we locate the warship, we can rescue Optimus Prime and activate his contingency plan." "Contingency plan? What contingency plan?" RC asked in bewilderment, clearly unaware of it. Not only RC but everyone present was equally baffled, completely in the dark. While everyone was at a loss, Jack suddenly seemed to remember something. He swiftly pulled out the key card Optimus Prime had given him and held it up, saying, "The key card." Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. "But what's it for?"
Jack pressed on his heart full of doubt.
At that moment Ratchet stepped forward to explain, with this we can access Vector Sigma. Ratchet's gaze fell upon the keycard in Jack's hand and he continued, Vector Sigma stores the wisdom of all the primes. Hearing this, Raph's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, so it's like a supercomputer? Jack was also intrigued by this notion and eagerly said, then we can re-download Optimus Prime's memories into him.
Great. Where is that sphere? Is it here? Or behind? His voice betrayed an urgent eagerness to find Vector Sigma. However, Ratchet's next words dashed cold water on Jack's excitement.
Vector Sigma is not just a supercomputer, it is also an ancient source of mystical power located on the planet Cybertron. Upon hearing that her child would go to Cybertron to search for some Vector Sigma, June, his mother, instantly erupted in fury. I absolutely forbid you to go to another planet.
Even at this point Miko couldn't help but jump and then he'll go. You're not going either. If anyone's going, it'll be you all.
As an adult, June understood the dangers all too well.
Her child hadn't even fully figured out America yet and now they wanted him to go to another planet to find some.
The three caught in the crossfire, RC, Bulkhead and Bumblebee, exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly.
June's right agent Fowler chimed in. Why does it have to be Jack? Because only a Prime can access Vector Sigma or someone chosen by a Prime.
Optimus Prime gave the keycard to Jack and his biometric signature is engraved on it. Miko, who had been listening to all this, was visibly displeased, but she still looked at the keycard in Jack's hand and asked, so you're saying Jack is now an honorary Autobot leader? All I can say is that right now Jack is the only one who can restore Optimus Prime to his true self. However, June didn't understand at all, but why would Optimus Prime ask a human, and a child at that, to do something so dangerous? I'm not a child, Mom. It was clear that Jack took issue with his mother always treating him like a kid.
Perhaps Optimus Prime sees extraordinary potential in him. None of this matters.
Ratchet sighed helplessly, seemingly disappointed with the situation. This keycard is completely useless unless we can find a way to reach Cybertron immediately, which is obviously beyond our current capabilities. Just then Miko suddenly pointed at the ground bridge not far away, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. How about trying this?
Maybe it can help. However, Raph shook his head helplessly at Micah's seemingly naive idea and poured cold water on it. Don't be silly.
The ground bridge can only send us into Earth's orbit at best, don't you remember? Miko, clearly not willing to give up, argued further, but Ratchet built the ground bridge. Since he built it, can't he just boost its power and make it go straight to Cybertron? Although Micah's words sounded somewhat reasonable, realizing such an idea was no easy feat. If it were truly possible, the ground bridge could no longer be called a ground bridge, it should be renamed a space bridge. Facing Micah's persistence, Ratchet didn't rush to refute but lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought.
Deep within an abandoned hyper-energy mine. You truly are wise and mighty, Lord Wisention.
In the command room, Jidao said with a fawning expression, those fools, even if they racked their brains, would never imagine we'd set our base in an abandoned hyper-energy mine.
Yet at this moment Wisention was utterly unmoved by Jideo's flattery.
His fury still blazed fiercely as if ready to ignite the entire room.
Wise my aft.
Wisention roared, his voice deafening. If you idiots hadn't lost the warship, why would I be reduced to such a state?
Wisention's rage erupted like a volcano, causing the entire command room to tremble.
Jidao cowered, shrinking his neck, not daring to breathe, let alone respond. After a long while, Wisention's emotions calmed slightly, but his tone still brimmed with dissatisfaction and reproach. What are you still standing here for, you fool?
Wisention glared at Jidao and snapped, hurry and go help Xinghua.
Jidao dared not utter a single word of refusal and scrambled out in a fluster. So the question arises, Wisention now has no warship, only a handful of beaten troops and some hyper-energy salvaged from the mining area. How could he still turn this place into a base?
The reason is simple, all thanks to the Decepticon intelligence officer Xinghua. This fellow is practically a walking database.
Nearly all the data from the warship is backed up with him, even information that wasn't in the ship's database is stored here. After arriving, Xinghua found a few miners with decent skills, dismantled the original mining equipment, gathered the parts and cobbled together a temporary base. But a cobbled base is still just a cobbled base, nothing compared to the original warship. Still, worrying about that now is useless, focusing on the present is what matters. After adjusting his mindset, Wisention strode with firm steps toward a separate room. The door was tightly shut, as if hiding some important secret. When he gently pushed the door open, a faint scent of machinery wafted out. The room was simply arranged and practical, with no excessive decorations, only a bed for rest and nothing else. Beside the bed stood a tall figure, King Tianzu.
How is your rest? Wisention's voice echoed in the room with a hint of concern.
King Tianzu slowly turned around.
His expression was slightly confused, as if not yet fully awake from slumber. He looked at Wisention, hesitated, and said, I feel all right, Tianzu.
It's just that I never expected to have forgotten so many things. Wisention nodded in understanding.
Follow me. Wei turned and walked out of the room, gesturing for King Tianzi to follow.
The two traversed a long corridor and finally arrived at the main control room. This was the core area of the entire base. Various instruments and control panels glimmered with faint light displaying the base's operational status. However, when Wei and King Tianzi entered the main control room, the busy Decepticon grunts suddenly stopped their work.
Their gazes fell unanimously upon King Tianzi.
Although Wei had already informed these grunts about King Tianzi's situation, seeing their arch-rival's leader so openly present on their turf still made it hard for the Decepticons to accept. For a moment the atmosphere in the control room grew awkward.
The grunts exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain how to handle this predicament. Seeing this, Wei frowned slightly and cast an undisguised threatening glare at the grunts.
That look was as sharp as a blade, instantly snapping the grunts back to reality. They quickly lowered their heads and resumed their tasks as if nothing had happened. Wei glanced at King Tianzi behind him without changing expression and said casually, "You were once captured by the Autobots and forced into a long stasis alien. The world we're in now is a different one, far into the future." Upon hearing this, doubt surged in King Tianzi's heart.
He pressed another world. Why is that?
Wei lips curled into a faint imperceptible smile. He explained unhurriedly, "It's all the fault of that reckless big demon Jocha. His hasty actions caused a catastrophic disaster."
The moment he finished speaking, Wei cast a subtle signal. The screen in front suddenly lit up, revealing a shocking image. King Tianzi stared intently.
On the screen was Cybertron, their home planet.
But now Cybertron was utterly ruined, reduced to a nearly lifeless sphere.
King Tianzi's eyes widened in sheer disbelief.
A low, astonished exclamation escaped his throat. "Ah, this. Cybertron."
Gazing at the horrifying scene before him, King Tianzi's heart swelled with uncontainable fury. And this was precisely what Wei had hoped to see.
Meanwhile, far away, Jocha was still racking his brains over how to rescue King Tianzi.
He had no idea that a massive black pot had been mercilessly thrust upon his head. "I can't believe Jocha could do such a terrible thing. Yes, this doomsday medic continues his tyranny in pursuit of power, and his minions chased us here." As the magnified details appeared, Wei continued, "The beings here are not yet ready for us, but we are determined to spare this world the same fate as Cybertron. I have a question, Wei. Why are we called the Decepticons?" In King Tianzi's view, the name Decepticons hardly sounded like a good one.
Wei lied without hesitation. "It was the cowardly Autobots who tried to frame us. They meant to demonize us, but instead we embraced the name."
Wei spoke as if recounting a glorious deed, his tone righteous. "If guarding justice is considered being a deceiver, then well, be deceivers."
Perhaps fearing that too much talk might reveal a flaw, Wei ended the conversation. "All right, alien.
We'll have plenty of time to catch up later.
You need to rest."
Just as Wei was about to leave, King Tianzi turned back to glance once more at the ruined image of Cybertron and spoke words that caught Wei off guard. "Wei, I will do everything in my power to stop the heinous crimes of villains like Jocha. I solemnly swear it by my spark. I hope you have something important to report." Black Widow. Qin Mo, who was in the midst of deciphering encrypted data, cast a displeased glance at Black Widow as she approached from behind. There was simply no available technical talent aboard the warship, leaving Qin Mo no choice but to tackle the data coordinates himself, spending valuable time cracking them. Fortunately, before arriving on Earth, Qin Mo had already located 2 Iron Fortress relics, which meant 2 coordinates could be ruled out.
Yet the remaining workload was still immense.
"Yes, my lord. Half an hour ago the space bridge we occupied was attacked by remnants of the Decepticons."
Qin Mo spun around immediately. "Decepticon remnants? Did the space bridge sustain damage?" "No, my lord. With the Insecticon's fierce resistance, those Decepticon grunts were no match for us. But I wonder if we should relocate the space bridge. It seems rather unsafe where it is." Qin Mo nodded. "You make a valid point. I'll leave this task to you. Take some Insecticons and battle balls, dismantle the entire space bridge and hide it somewhere secure." "Yes, my lord." Just as Black Widow was about to leave, Qin Mo called her back. "Any further instructions, my lord?" "How is the preparation of the materials I requested earlier coming along?" Black Widow pondered briefly before replying. "They are essentially ready. I've chosen a valley in Africa for the experiment, very secluded. The synthetic super-energy and large quantities of metal have already been transported there." "Good. You may go." After Black Widow left, Qin Mo summoned Shrapnel. "Your command, my king." Alongside Shrapnel came Scalpel, 20 Insecticons and 70 battle balls. "Shrapnel, Scalpel, and the 5 of you, follow me." Qin Mo did not head directly to the experiment site. Instead, he led the 6 individuals to the outskirts of a human military base. The base was heavily guarded, surrounded by an array of high-tech defenses. But for Qin Mo these presented no significant obstacle.
Using advanced technology he effortlessly infiltrated the base's systems and quickly made contact with Agent Fowler. Initially Agent Fowler did not grasp the gravity of the matter, assuming it was just a routine communication. However, upon hearing that the voice on the other end belonged to Qin Mo, his demeanor shifted abruptly. Agent Fowler's voice grew tense as he asked, "I don't recall ever having dealings with your Insecticons, do I?" Qin Mo's reply was calm, "Of course not." Evidently taken aback by Qin Mo's response, Fowler pressed on, "Then why are you contacting me?" Qin Mo spoke unhurriedly, "I possess the means to reach Cybertron. I believe this might be of great importance to you." Fowler's body jolted at those words. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Mo cut him off. "I'll send you my coordinates. Tell the Autobots, if they want to negotiate they'd better come with sincerity. Also Ratchet must be present." With that, Qin Mo unhesitatingly transmitted a set of coordinates to Fowler and terminated the communication. Qin Mo was utterly certain that Ratchet and the others would come. To the Autobots, Optimus Prime was their core, their soul, the pillar of their resolve. Even if only a sliver of hope remained to save Optimus Prime, they would never give up easily. Having completed the first step, Qin Mo turned his gaze to the individuals behind him. He first addressed Shrapnel, issuing a command. "Shrapnel, the Insecticons have one clear objective and one only: protect Scalpel at all costs. Beyond that, all your actions must follow Scalpel's orders and arrangements." Shrapnel answered without hesitation, "Yes, my king." For simple-minded beings like the Insecticons, commands could not be overly complex. They might fail to grasp elaborate instructions, or even if understood, execute them inaccurately. Thus Qin Mo chose to convey orders in a straightforward manner, ensuring the Insecticons could comprehend and carry them out effectively. Then he turned to Scalpel. "Your mission is critical. Take them to the designated location and conduct the trade with the Autobots. Ideally we want some finished technological products in return. But if not, that's acceptable. Most importantly, regardless of the method, you must stall them for 1 hour." "Understood. Rest assured, my lord. Absolutely no problem." Meanwhile, on the other side, Agent Fowler immediately relayed the news to the Autobots. "Ha, that crackling thunder!" Bulkhead snorted disdainfully. "He's nothing but a despicable opportunist, a wretched speculator. I don't believe for a second he has a way to get to Cybertron. But this is our only chance, isn't it? Other than this, does anyone else have a means to reach Cybertron?" Arcee's query left Bulkhead momentarily silent. Wum. No, Ratchet waved his hand. "I've tried numerous methods, but none can convert the ground bridge into a space bridge. So it seems the only path left is to deal with this guy." While Ratchet and the others were trading with Scalpel, Qin Mo had already arrived at the experimental valley with the remaining 15 Insecticons and 70 battle balls. The Insecticons looked utterly bewildered, as if completely baffled as to why they were brought here. Their vacant eyes revealed nothing but boundless stupidity and ignorance, much like lost children adrift in an unfamiliar environment. Qin Mo sighed helplessly at the sight of these dazed Insecticons, then issued an order: "Spread out and guard every corner of this valley. Let no one approach." Though puzzled, the Insecticons obediently carried out his instructions. They quickly dispersed, each taking a strategic position, watching their surroundings with vigilance. After arranging the Insecticons' defense, Qin Mo's gaze once again fell upon the valley. There piled high was not only a vast amount of synthetic superenergy but also various metal materials, all prepared in advance by Qin Mo's orders for this very experiment. A faint smile curved at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth as he commanded the 70 battle balls to operate at full speed. Like a swarm of enraged bees, they buzzed ferociously toward the metals and synthetic superenergy. In the blink of an eye, the battle spheres showered the metal with synthesized superenergy bodies like raindrops. After completing their task, they swiftly retreated to a relatively safe distance with lightning speed. Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. He stepped back a few paces, raised his gun and aimed at the pile of metal in the distance. With a loud bang, the energy bullet roared out, shooting straight toward the target. The energy bullet struck the synthesized superenergy bodies, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire valley, sending shattered rocks tumbling down. Such a powerful explosion was naturally detected by the monitoring equipment in the Autobot base. However, not a single Autobot remained in the base at the moment. Even Ratchet had been forced to head to the trading location because Qin Mo had explicitly demanded his presence. Fearful that Qin Mo might resort to treachery during the transaction, Bulkhead, Arcee and Bumblebee also accompanied him. Now only Jack, Miko and Agent Fowler remained stationed in the base, ready to open the ground bridge at any moment to bring them back in case of danger. They paid little heed to the detected explosion, and even if they wanted to intervene, their capabilities were far from sufficient, exactly what Qin Mo had anticipated. Returning to Qin Mo's perspective. The explosion came and went swiftly. Once everything settled, the blast site had undergone a radical transformation.
The original metal had vanished, replaced by a dense mass of dark silver metallic substance, the most fundamental Cybertronian matter, the building block of all Cybertronian life.
When Shockwave's laboratory studying the Predacons was destroyed, some synthesized super-energy bodies were stored there and the explosion produced a considerable amount of Cybertronian matter. However, back then the formula for the synthesized super-energy bodies was unstable and the resulting Cybertronian matter grew irregularly. But now with the complete formula in Qin Mo's hands, the Cybertronian matter he obtained was naturally different. Thus Qin Mo had gained mastery over Cybertronian matter, and this successful experiment laid a solid foundation for him to continuously acquire more such material in the future.
Quickly!
Qin Mo waved his hand and ordered the surrounding battle spheres, collect all this Cybertronian matter at top speed and don't leave a single speck behind. With the coordinated effort of the 70 battle spheres, the Cybertronian matter produced in the canyon was swiftly gathered.
Just as Qin Mo returned fully loaded, the transaction between Wretched and Scalpel was also completed. Wretched exchanged some of his self-made equipment for the right to use the space bridge, though the process was far from smooth.
There was endless haggling, and to buy enough time Scalpel even had Bulkhead fight a mechanical insect. While both Qin Mo and the Autobots were busily occupied, the Decepticons were not idle either.
It seems we've largely succeeded in winning Orion Pax's trust. Now I intend to make his mind work for me.
In a secret chamber, Megatron addressed Soundwave. Has the core database been cleaned?
Soundwave said nothing, merely nodding in response. Excellent. Our new archive administrator will demand unrestricted access to the data.
Don't let him stumble upon any sensitive information and hinder our work. Under Megatron's insinuation, Optimus Prime soon plunged into his work, achieving considerable results. During the final stages of the Cybertronian War, we captured the Awaken archive and obtained some highly classified documents.
They were written in Autobot code and we have yet to decipher them.
Megatron strode ahead, speaking to himself while Knockout promptly added, and having Awaken's archive administrator Orion Pax decipher those Autobot codes should be a trivial matter. At that thought, Knockout quickened his pace and suggested, given the gravity of this, shouldn't we reinforce security around here? Knockout. Megatron turned to look at him. I believe that if Orion does not feel threatened or constrained, his work efficiency will be much higher. However, that being said, Megatron changed his tone. I certainly didn't place Orion's workplace next to the super energy storage by accident.
Following Megatron's gaze, Knockout instantly understood everything and nodded with deep conviction, and that area will have dedicated guards at all times. Excellent move, Master.
After dismissing Knockout, Megatron slowly walked to where Optimus Prime was working. As the door opened, he said, Orion, how is the Awaken project progressing? I'm afraid I'm a bit rusty, Optimus Prime replied, gazing at the strings of Autobot codes before him.
I've only managed to decrypt 3 pieces of information. Megatron's heart leapt with joy. And what are those 3 pieces? Without Optimus' help, the Decepticons wouldn't have deciphered even a single one.
They are records left by the Autobot archive administrator during the war when I was in stasis.
As for their content, I only know so far. They are coordinates, each corresponding to a location on this planet.
Following the direction Optimus pointed, a 3-dimensional hologram of Earth materialized with 3 marked positions.
Optimus continued, I suspect these locations conceal space vehicles launched from Cybertron,
containing certain objects. Megatron interjected, for example, historical documents or cultural artifacts.
What I fear most, Optimus said with concern, is a weapon of mass destruction hidden here for future use. Hearing this, Megatron's interest peaked. Then it's all the more vital that we use every means to prevent the Autobots from finding these items. Fortunately, you're on our side. Megatron placed a hand on Optimus' shoulder, offering high praise for his work. Just as he was about to leave after reviewing the progress, Optimus suddenly called him back.
Lord Megatron, Optimus continued as Megatron halted, there's one peculiar thing I can't figure out. I found several historical records mentioning Starscream, your second-in-command. Optimus pressed a nearby button, bringing up partial information about Starscream on the screen.
He then asked, but I have never seen him here.
In response to Optimus Prime's question, Megatron replied bluntly, unfortunately, Commander Starscream is dead. Having said that, he gave no chance for Optimus to speak further and strode out of the room.
Meanwhile, within a valley. So it's just the 2 of you going this time? Qin Mo asked, looking at RC and Jack, who wore an astronaut suit. What? RC raised an eyebrow. You were planning to shut down the space bridge as soon as we left.
How did you guess? Sensing the awkward silence, Qin Mo, who had intended to crack a joke, instead said, just kidding, just kidding.
I would never do something so dishonorable. Since we've reached an agreement, I will abide by it.
As everyone knows, I am a man of my word.
It better be. Don't worry, RC.
Bulkhead patted her shoulder. We're watching him.
He won't have a chance to pull any tricks. Although only RC and Jack were heading to Cybertron, Bulkhead, Bumblebee, and even Wretched had come along. The purpose of the first 2 was simple: to keep watch outside the space bridge and prevent Qin Mo from any mischief.
As for Ratchet, he wanted to observe its operation and gain an understanding of it so that the Autobots could build their own space bridge. Space bridge technology had been developed in this world long ago, but it was lost over time as vast amounts of related information and data were destroyed during the war. It was Shockwave, the Decepticons' chief scientist, who revived the technology by collecting vast amounts of fragmented experimental data and investing immense time and effort. The Autobots had also conducted some research on it, but it was merely superficial. Without external intervention, building a ground bridge was the limit of their capabilities. As the space bridge activated, Energon began to converge and the gateway to Cybertron opened. RC and Jack stepped into it, their figures quickly vanishing from sight. What followed without Qin Mo's interference went exactly as in the original plot. Guided by the key card, the two arrived at Megatron's Darkmount, where they found the entrance to the Omega Key beneath it. However, in the process they awakened a dormant Insecticon. Facing the revived Insecticon, RC had to stay behind to fight it while Jack continued onward. Guided by the key card, Jack located the Omega Key, but when he started downloading the relevant data, an accident occurred. A swarm of scraplets emerged from nowhere. Ravenous, they had no interest in Jack, a carbon-based lifeform, and instead targeted the Omega Key itself. Under the scraplets gnawing, the Omega Key was severely damaged and the data transmission could be interrupted at any moment. Even though Jack kept trying to clear them away, his efforts were almost futile. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the unfortunate Insecticon arrived. To the scraplets, these organic mechanical lifeforms were far more delicious than cold common metal. Under Jack's deliberate guidance, all the scraplets abandoned the Omega Key and swarmed toward the Insecticon. The creature tried to flee, but it was devoured completely by the overwhelming tide of scraplets. Seizing the opportunity, Jack successfully completed the data copy, left the place, contacted RC, and sped out of Darkmount before returning to Earth via the space bridge. How did it? Bulkhead rushed forward with joy, but before he could finish, RC and Jack cut him off with a single look. RC glanced at Bulkhead expressionlessly, then turned to Qin Mo and said slowly, "Unlucky for us, by the time we got there the Omega Key had already been ravaged by the scraplets. Looks like we'll have to think of another way." Qin Mo watched RC's clumsy acting with silent amusement. The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint knowing smile. "I have absolutely no interest in whatever you're looking for, so there's no need to put on an act in front of me." After a pause, Qin Mo continued, "However, I can tell you one thing, Optimus Prime is not aboard the Decepticon warship right now. He's most likely on the ground. As for his exact location, you'll have to find that out yourselves. Consider this a little bonus from me." With that, Qin Mo waved his hand, signaling them to leave. RC and Jack exchanged glances. Though they were skeptical of Qin Mo's words, they knew staying would yield nothing, so they turned and left. Once the Autobots were gone, Qin Mo immediately called his men and ordered them to take away the space bridge. Of course, how could Qin Mo leave the space bridge here? It was far too dangerous. Even on Earth, he didn't think it was safe. If Qin Mo was going to hide it, it would be in a place the Autobots couldn't reach, and that was heavily guarded, his lair on Mars. As the soldiers busily dismantled the space bridge and the surrounding noise, Haiguafu appeared beside Qin Mo like a ghost, silent and stealthy. Her voice was low and firm. "Sir, we have located the Autobot base." Qin Mo's gaze fell on Haiguafu, his expression unchanged, and he gave a slight nod to indicate he was listening. Haiguafu continued, "I wish to lead an army to destroy them all." Long ago, Qin Mo had been secretly investigating the location of the Autobot base. Although he was a time traveler and familiar with the original story, the original text did not provide a detailed account of the Autobot base's location. All he knew was a rough idea. As for the American government, perhaps aware of their own limited strength, they had left no records related to the Autobots, let alone the location of their base. However, they had overlooked a key point: Agent Fowler. While Qin Mo couldn't directly find the Autobot base, locating Agent Fowler was trivial. As the liaison between the Autobots and the American government, Agent Fowler frequently traveled between the Autobots and humans. And Fowler was no ordinary man, he was a secret agent. During his years of service, the government had implanted a chip inside each agent's posterior for easier travel. Even though Agent Fowler's role had changed, the chip was still active. Through this chip, the American government knew exactly where Fowler went, what he ate, even which street stall he bought his lamb skewers from. Yet these clues alone could not pinpoint the Autobots' base. The base and its surrounding area were heavily shielded by powerful signal jammers, making tracking extraordinarily difficult. Nevertheless, it narrowed the search zone. For the rest, only crude methods could be employed. Thus Qin Mo dispatched a multitude of Zandukia to conduct a grid-by-grid sweep within that perimeter. After prolonged effort, fortune finally favored the persistent. Qin Mo's perseverance bore fruit, the Autobots' base was found. However, when faced with Black Widow's proposal, Qin Mo declined without a moment's hesitation. "But why, my lord? Trust me, I am fully capable of completing this mission. Black Widow's voice trembled, betraying both her bewilderment at Qin Mo's refusal and her own hidden agenda. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Black Widow's words began to ramble as she desperately tried to sway Qin Mo. I know you fear retaliation, but if we strike swiftly and decisively, wiping them all out without leaving a trace, no threat will remain.
Qin Mo regarded her calmly, his face an unreadable mask.
He gently patted her shoulder and said with firm resolve, now is not the time. He continued, what I seek is the complete annihilation of the Autobots, not merely eliminating one or two members. If we launch a reckless attack, not only will we fail to achieve the desired effect, but we will also invite endless retaliation. Black Widow clearly wanted to argue further, but Qin Mo gave her no chance. However, you may rest assured, I will leave RC to you. Only when he uttered those words did Black Widow's agitation finally subside.
Ha, what a joke. Qin Mo knew Transformers Prime all too well.
Back then Megatron had located the Autobot base, fired a single cannon without hesitation and reduced the place to rubble. And what was the result?
Most of the Autobots still managed to escape.
Had it not been for Optimus Prime stepping forward to cover the retreat, erasing the ground bridge transmission data to prevent the Decepticons from hunting the others, he would have had ample time to slip away after ensuring everyone's safety. The situation was identical now. Even if he gave Black Widow a mighty swarm of Insecticons and countless Zandukiyu for support, they could indeed thrash the Autobots into disarray. But what good would that do? As long as the ground bridge functioned, the Autobots could abandon their base without a second thought and flee through it. Then as before, they would find a hiding place, lie low and await the opportune moment to launch a surprise counterattack. As for Black Widow's assurances, listen, but take them lightly. After all, her promises had been broken more than once. Who knew how much credibility this one held? After dismissing Black Widow, Qin Mo immediately returned to his base on Mars. By then the space bridge had been installed with the cooperation of the Zandukiyu. Without a second thought, Qin Mo activated the space bridge and stepped through. When he emerged, he stood on Cybertron. Still as desolate as ever. Back in these familiar surroundings, his eyes met nothing but desolation and decay. But just then a familiar figure appeared before him.
Inku. Spotting the familiar silhouette, Qin Mo almost instinctively called out the name.
Yet when he tried to get a clearer look, the figure vanished without a trace. Really, the great undertaking hasn't even begun and I'm already reminiscing about old comrades.
Qin Mo muttered self-deprecatingly.
Unlike the days when only two of them accompanied each other, this time behind Qin Mo marched a full 100 Insecticons and thousands upon thousands of Zandukiyu.
Go seek out Shockwave.
Find him and bring him before me. At Qin Mo's command, the Insecticons and Zandukiyu charged forth like wild horses unleashed.
This journey to Cybertron had more than one goal. Searching for Shockwave, though important, was not the sole mission.
After dispatching all his forces, Qin Mo wasted no time and raced toward the Dark Mount where Megatron resided.
Following the path once trodden by RC and Jack, he advanced straight toward the location of the Omega Lock.
Yet the true purpose of Qin Mo's visit was not the Omega Lock itself. After all, its connecting mechanism had been gnawed to tatters by the scrap metal beasts, leaving its functionality uncertain. Even if it worked, Qin Mo lacked the key, rendering it useless. Thus his real target was those scrap metal beasts. Judging by the current situation, these scrap metal beasts were ravenously hungry. A single Insecticon was far from enough to sate their appetite. So when they detected Qin Mo, the uninvited guest, they did not hesitate for an instant but lunged at him like starving tigers, intent on devouring him as well.
Qin Mo would not have dared come here without absolute confidence and certainty.
Sure enough, the moment the scrap metal beasts pounced, his shield generator activated, instantly erecting a formidable energy barrier. That barrier, like an impregnable city wall, held all the gnawing creatures at bay, preventing them from coming anywhere near Qin Mo.
But that was only the beginning.
Next, the locking staff in his hand began to exert its power. With a gentle wave, the staff's light wave shot forth and swept horizontally. Every scrap metal beast struck by that beam was instantly frozen in place as if hit by a paralysis spell, completely robbed of mobility. At this moment, Qin Mo resembled a farmer gleaning wheat in his own field, leisurely collecting the immobilized creatures one by one, the whole process effortless and casual.
Qin Mo had long wanted to study these Cybertronian pests. Normal Cybertronians sustain themselves by consuming Energon.
But scrap metal beasts are different. They prefer gnawing on metal, especially living metal. When he was still on Earth, Qin Mo had developed a profound fascination with these tiny creatures, yearning to study them in depth, especially to understand how they transformed metal into energy. To achieve this goal, he specifically dispatched Silas to the Arctic, hoping he could retrieve the frozen iron-eating worms and bring them back. Silas indeed lived up to Qin Mo's expectations, successfully returning with the iron-eating worms. However, matters did not proceed so smoothly. When Qin Mo began his research on these iron-eating worms, he encountered some unforeseen difficulties. Whether the issue arose during transport or because the iron-eating worms had been exposed to low temperatures for too long, Qin Mo could not determine, but the progress of his research on these creatures was not going well. Nevertheless, he did not easily give up but persisted in his exploration of these mysterious beings.
Now, having finally obtained such a rare opportunity to study these pure Cybertronian iron-eating worms, Qin Mo naturally would not let it slip away.
However, Qin Mo had originally planned to leave immediately after collecting the iron-eating worms, but an irrepressible urge deep inside drove him to investigate the magic sphere.
After a moment of inner struggle, Qin Mo ultimately decided to follow this impulse.
After all, since he had already arrived on Cybertron, would it not be a pity to miss the chance to see one of its legendary treasures? As Qin Mo continued deeper inside, the spark within him began to twist, compelling his steps to quicken.
Finally, he arrived at the chamber housing the magic sphere. It was an immensely vast space, its vista awe-inspiring at first glance.
A long passage stretched from the entrance to the center of the space, while beneath the passage lay a bottomless pit like an abyss leading to the underworld. Just as Qin Mo had anticipated, the connector had been damaged beyond recognition, riddled with holes, a truly dilapidated sight. With such severe damage, even with a keycard it would be difficult to restore it to working order. But Qin Mo had not come for the magic sphere this time, so he need not worry too much. Having seen it now and with the situation as it was time to leave. Just as Qin Mo was about to turn and leave, a sudden hum of machinery starting up caught his attention. He jerked his head around, his gaze fixed on the center of the room. There the connector, already gnawed and riddled with holes, began to emit a blue glow. The entire device powered up, and a luminous sphere wrapped in 2 rings of pure white mechanical wheels slowly rose. Qin Mo stared in astonishment, his mind filled with confusion. Without a keycard, how could the magic sphere have activated on its own? Just as his thoughts were spinning, a deep and mysterious voice echoed in his ear, "Lost soul, it is a pleasure to meet you."
Qin Mo shuddered. This voice was unmistakably familiar. It was Primus. Upon hearing the question, Qin Mo responded almost without thinking.
However, when he heard the other party admit it so openly, doubts and mutterings surged within him.
"Wondering how I knew your identity?"
Primus's voice came again, tinged with a probing tone.
Qin Mo steadied himself and replied without hesitation, "Yes."
By now Qin Mo had swiftly composed himself, recovering from his initial panic and fluster, becoming calm and collected. In Primus's few words, Qin Mo keenly detected a hint of weakness interwoven within.
"Every Cybertronian is my child. When they die, their sparks return to me. You are special, I can sense it." Primus continued. "So have you come now to eliminate this anomaly?" Qin Mo finally couldn't help asking, his voice laced with vigilance and wary.
At the same time, Qin Mo had quickly adjusted his stance, entering a state of high alert and combat readiness. Even facing a foe as powerful as Primus, he would not resign himself to death.
Moreover, Primus was currently in an unprecedented state of weakness. For Qin Mo, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Though he might not be able to defeat Primus, he had enough confidence to retreat unscathed when facing such a mighty adversary. However, contrary to Qin Mo's expectations, Primus had not come to bring about his doom. When he heard Primus say, "No, everything has its purpose in the grand scheme, why needlessly interfere?" a cold laugh rose in Qin Mo's heart. He finally understood why Primus had driven him into such a desperate corner. Yet Qin Mo showed no sign of disrespect on his face, maintaining an outward demeanor of reverence and humility. So he asked respectfully, "Then may I know for what purpose you have summoned me?" Before Qin Mo's words had faded, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Though it was only an illusion, Qin Mo recognized it instantly. Hard Shell. The emotion Qin Mo unconsciously revealed pleased Primus greatly. "After Hard Shell's death, his spark returned to my embrace." After a brief pause, Primus continued, "On Earth, upon my old nemesis, lies the key to activate the ultimate divine lock. I want you and Optimus Prime, my last herald, to join forces, retrieve them, and activate the ultimate divine lock to reawaken Cybertron." Qin Mo frowned after hearing this and said, "As I recall, not all of the ultimate divine locks are on Earth. There is another. It seems this lost soul knows quite a lot." Primus's voice slowly intoned, "That was a herald of mine, a choice he had to make to prevent it from falling into the Decepticons' hands. But rest assured, I will guide him to Earth. All you need to do is wait. When you activate the ultimate divine lock and revive Cybertron, in exchange you will obtain Hard Shell Spark. So this is a deal, isn't it?" "There's no problem if you choose to see it that way." Qin Mo fell silent for a few seconds, then looked up and asked, "If I recall correctly, merely using the ultimate divine lock to revive Cybertron still won't restore you to completeness?" "Yes, but that is not your concern. Someone will come to help me accomplish that." Primus's meaning was simple. He intended to elevate Optimus. As a leader, Optimus Prime had proven himself in the great Cybertronian War and the battles against the Decepticons on Earth. His many fine qualities made him more suited than Megatron to lead Cybertron and more aligned with Primus's will. Yuanshi Tianzuan intended to help King Tianzu ascend to power, but now he had lost his original memories due to sealing Yujo Dati. For this reason, Yuanshi Tianzuan was extremely anxious.
Thus from the moment Jieka and Erxi set foot on Seiboten Yuanshi Tianzuan had been guiding them here. Some might ask, after sleeping for so long, how did Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly awaken?
The reason is simple: the sensing of his archenemy. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Yujo Dadi had been locked in battle for eons, their fates intertwined. When Yujo Dadi awakened due to the planetary alignment, Yuanshi Tianzuan deep in the cosmos also stirred. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan was now too weak. Even after awakening he could not sustain it for long and would soon fall back into slumber. Originally Yuanshi Tianzuan believed that sending out King Tianzi's original memories was all he could do. Yet the arrival of Qin Mo presented him with more variables. So what is your choice? After a moment of thought, Qin Mo asked King Tianzu. Must he live?
Qin Mo had long prepared to eliminate both King Tianzu and Wizenshin, making Autobots and Decepticons history, then continuously extract human resources from Earth to expand his army and dominate the universe. To this end, Qin Mo had already located the Autobot base, planning to wipe them out once everything was ready.
Yet now you say he should cooperate with King Tianzu. Even though Qin Mo indicated that without King Tianzu he could still find the ultimate key to activate Seiboten and would even personally retrieve the Huazongyuan.
However, all this was ruthlessly rejected by Yuanshi Tianzuan.
Looking at Yink's spark, Qin Mo ultimately chose to compromise.
Alright, I can help King Tianzu, but our deal will only last until the moment the ultimate key is opened.
No problem.
Good. Then how can I earn their trust? Yuanshi Tianzuan had clearly anticipated this. A key card identical to the one King Tianzi gave to Jieka floated out from the Molishinsho and slowly landed in Qin Mo's hand.
Take this key card. Show it to King Tianzu and he will understand everything.
After receiving the item, Qin Mo had no intention to linger. He turned and left, and the spinning Molishinsho fell silent.
Qin Mo stayed at Heian Dingfeng for quite a while, planning to return to base first.
As for searching for Zendangbo, given how vast Seiboten was, the personnel he brought seemed numerous, but once scattered they were still insufficient. To Qin Mo's complete surprise, just as he was about to activate the space bridge to leave, a deafening roar of engines suddenly came from afar. The sound was like a lightning bolt cutting through the darkness, shattering the silence and making Qin Mo's eyes light up instantly. As the saying goes, when the mountains and rivers are blocked, there is always a way out. After the dark willows and bright flowers, another village appears.
Looking in the direction of the sound, sure enough, in the distance a familiar figure was speeding towards him.
It was none other than Zendangbo, the one Qin Mo had been desperately seeking. Recalling the days of scavenging on Seiboten, Qin Mo had fantasized countless times about finding Zendangbo. After all, if truly at a dead end, relying on Zendangbo's wisdom would at least free him from daily energy concerns and might even secure a place among the Decepticons. However, instead of finding Zendangbo, he encountered Inca, and the two scavenged together on Seiboten, relying on each other until they reached Earth.
He never expected that after searching everywhere he had never met Zendangbo. Now even Inca had hope of revival, and Zendangbo had come to him voluntarily. All of this made Qin Mo feel incredibly fortunate. As for why Zendangbo appeared here, the reason was actually not complicated. It turned out that he had detected the energy fluctuations from the space bridge opening nearby and followed them here. In these long years, Zendangbo had been surviving tenaciously on Seiboten alone. Despite the harsh environment and scarce resources, he never abandoned his desire for life and his persistent pursuit of science. He not only actively took measures to save himself but also searched for usable materials everywhere, trying to repair his damaged body. While ensuring his own normal operation, he also continued the long-stalled Zhejiang plan, but the resources available to him were very limited, causing the plan to progress very slowly. Furthermore, Zendangbo closely monitored energy fluctuations and changes. He understood that with the Decepticons' formidable strength and advanced technology, rebuilding the space bridge was only a matter of time. And once the space bridge was built, the Decepticons would inevitably return to Seiboten regardless of their motives. For Zendangbo, this was an opportunity, a chance to rejoin the Decepticons and serve Wizenshin once more. Only within the Decepticon faction could he obtain more resources to pursue greater truth and wisdom. Thus, when Zendangbo sensed the energy waves released by the space bridge, he rushed over without hesitation. However, to his astonishment, he did not find any Decepticons here. What met his eyes was only a gigantic Insecticon. I am Zendangbo, chief scientist of the Decepticons. Beast, tell me where the other Decepticons are. After arriving before Qin Mo, Zendangbo inquired expressionlessly, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Obviously he had mistaken Qin Mo for a Decepticon. But upon reflection it was understandable, since before Qin Mo appeared the Insecticons had always served under Wizenshin. You are mistaken. I am neither a Decepticon nor an Autobot. I am an Insecticon. With that, Qin Mo immediately fired a stasis beam. It shot straight towards Zendangbo. Zendangbo only took a step back, making a dodging motion, but he ultimately failed to evade the beam. As the beam struck him, Zendangbo's body jerked violently like a puppet with its strings cut, then he fell stiffly to the ground unconscious.
Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo decisively opened the space bridge, hoisted the heavy Zendangbo, and embarked on his return journey straight to the base. Upon returning to the base, Qin Mo did not even allow himself a moment to catch his breath or rest. He rushed straight to his laboratory without stopping. As if an invisible force was driving him, he could not stop. Upon entering the laboratory, Qin Mo swiftly and precisely placed Shockwave onto the operating table that had long been prepared for him. This operating table was custom-built for Shockwave, though it had never been used until now. Finally it proved to be of service. Qin Mo expertly secured Shockwave onto the table, ensuring he remained immobile and unshaken during the subsequent procedures. Then with meticulous care he picked up the neural interface tube and gently inserted it into Shockwave's cranial cavity. Once the insertion was complete, Qin Mo connected the other end of the tube to the device securely. With everything prepared, Qin Mo took a deep breath and pressed the device's activation button. A faint hum ensued as the equipment began to operate its screen, displaying a myriad of complex data and images. Qin Mo stared intently at the screen, meticulously observing the device's operational status. He dared not let his guard down, for this experiment was unlike any before. He deliberately reduced the device's efficiency to prevent excessive power from damaging Shockwave's brain and causing the loss of invaluable knowledge. Time passed minute by minute, Qin Mo maintaining unwavering focus and vigilance. At last, when he saw the device running smoothly with all parameters within normal range, a great weight lifted from his heart. Even so, to be safe, Qin Mo did not leave the laboratory. Throughout the ensuing period he remained by Shockwave's side, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. This was no redundant measure. During the download process several emergencies indeed arose. Had Qin Mo not acted promptly, Shockwave's brain would have been scorched beyond repair. Fortunately, all dangers passed without calamity. When the final piece of information was fully downloaded, Qin Mo finally allowed himself to relax completely. Of course, he did not forget the mechanical insects and battle spheres he had scattered across Cybertron in search of Shockwave. Even though Shockwave had now been found, Qin Mo chose not to recall those dispersed units. Instead, after extracting from Shockwave's mind the location of his laboratory, he dispatched them to retrieve all objects of value. Truly worthy of Shockwave, only he could have created something like this in such a desolate place as Cybertron. Gazing at the cloned Predacon stored within a tank, Qin Mo could not help but express his admiration repeatedly. If his guess was correct, the incomplete specimen before him was the future Chaniungxio. Qin Mo placed his palm on the tank wall, muttering to himself as he looked at Chaniungxio immersed in the fluid. Megatron once feared your strength, but I do not. I will develop your potential to its utmost and forge a mighty Predacon army that will sweep across the universe. Having spoken, Qin Mo immediately set to work. Chaniungxio had not yet fully matured. This was the optimal moment for intervention. By incorporating the insectoid hive network into Chaniungxio's brain, no matter how powerful he became in the future, he would never be able to betray Qin Mo. This technique of fusing the unique insectoid network with a clone Predacon was something Qin Mo had not previously mastered. Though he had thoroughly studied the insectoid hive network, he had had no contact with cloned Predacons. But now, with the knowledge extracted from Shockwave's mind, Qin Mo was fully confident he could integrate the two. However, before that he had to attend to a matter of even greater importance. My lord, are you certain you wish to proceed? The operating table that had once held Shockwave now bore another occupant, Qin Mo himself. The one posing the question was none other than Scalpel. I have never been more certain. Begin the operation. With Qin Mo's affirmative reply, Scalpel fell silent and commenced the procedure, inducing a temporary hibernation state in Qin Mo. He then attached the neural interface connector to Qin Mo's cranium, linking the other end to the device. This time, however, the objective was not to download knowledge from Qin Mo's mind to the device. His mind contained little useful information worth extracting. Instead, the process was reversed. The knowledge stored in the device was to be uploaded into Qin Mo's brain. Of course, Qin Mo was no reckless man. He always acted with caution, preparing for every contingency and moving only after thorough deliberation. Before he decided to lie down on that operating table and undergo the data transfer, the table had already witnessed numerous trials. First came 3 mechanized insects and 5 headmasters, subjects endowed with formidable combat capabilities and resolute willpower. Then there were 20 Decepticon prisoners and even 7 battle spheres. It was through their selfless sacrifices and contributions that Qin Mo obtained a wealth of invaluable experimental data. After each experiment, Qin Mo meticulously recorded the acquired data and results. He carefully analyzed these figures, identified issues and shortcomings, and made corresponding improvements and upgrades. Thus, after countless repeated trials and optimizations, the newly upgraded version of the neural interface was finally born. Yet even so, the process of knowledge loading remained excruciating. When Qin Mo finally inserted this upgraded neural interface into his own cranium, he immediately felt an overwhelming surge. The impact plunged his mind into instant chaos, a torrent of information and sensations flooding his consciousness, nearly forcing him to break free from hibernation and be forcibly awakened. When Qin Mo was roused from his hibernation state, his head felt as if it were about to explode, a searing pain beyond endurance. The world spun around him and his body grew oppressively heavy as though crushed by a 1,000-ton burden, making every breath a struggle. Immediately afterward, a sudden burning sensation seized his chest as though a flame were igniting within. The scorching heat intensified, nearly driving him to the brink of endurance. Instinctively he bolted upright and with a guttural cry vomited a large pool of Energon.
My lord, are you all right?
Scalpel was at his side, almost instantly beginning to examine his physical condition.
What happened to me?
In response to Qin Mo's question, Scalpel glanced at the tablet in his hand and said, "It's like this, my lord. Because you loaded too much knowledge all at once, it placed extreme strain on both your body and processing systems.
You will need an adjustment period."
Then Scalpel swiped his small hand across the tablet and continued. "Headaches and Energon leakage are normal reactions. Your body is robust and is adapting rapidly, these are merely temporary pains."
After a brief respite, Qin Mo felt considerably better and asked, "How much have I loaded?" "1/5, my lord."
Indeed, it left Qin Mo dizzy and even caused him to expel an overwhelming amount of Energon, yet it only loaded a mere fifth of the knowledge extracted from Shockwave's mind. If all of it were crammed into Qin Mo's head at once, given his current computational capacity, his brain would likely burn out entirely.
"Sir, considering your physical condition, I strongly advise against proceeding. You need at least a 30-day recovery period." "Don't worry, I know my body best. I won't overdo it." Qin Mo was hardly foolish, he understood his own state better than anyone.
If he continued loading, his mind would indeed combust. Besides, the knowledge was stored securely in that device, it wasn't going anywhere. He could always load it later when he was in better condition. What's more, under Qin Mo's selective loading strategy, even that 1/5 of the knowledge was more than sufficient.
After regaining his composure, Qin Mo did not rush to leave.
Instead, he cast his gaze upon Shockwave, who lay slumped in a corner of the laboratory in forced hibernation, lost in thought.
"Yes, this should do."
The scene shifted and Shockwave was once again strapped to the operating table, but this time a myriad of metal wires of varying thicknesses were inserted into his head.
The purpose of these wires was simple: to thoroughly remodel Shockwave. As Megatron had once said, Shockwave was an undeniably strategic asset. Qin Mo couldn't simply discard him after extracting the knowledge from his mind, that would be an immense waste.
Thus Qin Mo devised this apparatus.
Through these wires he continuously modified Shockwave. Though the process was slow, a sustained Shockwave would eventually be molded into Qin Mo's image.
Meanwhile, a steady stream of Energon flowed into his chest cavity, ensuring he wouldn't perish from energy depletion during this period. After completing all this, Qin Mo rushed to the container holding Predaking. Using the knowledge in his mind, he implanted the Insecticon hive network into Predaking's body, ensuring that once it fully matured it would remain firmly under his control.
Even after all that, Qin Mo could not rest. What could he do?
Such was the fate of a Twaller. At the Autobot base, Wretched and the others were still desperately searching for Optimus Prime. Indeed, Qin Mo had already returned from Cybertron and finished many tasks, yet the Autobots had still not located Optimus Prime.
It was unavoidable.
The only reason they had found Optimus before was with Starscream's help. As the former Decepticon second-in-command, Starscream's abilities were mediocre, but he knew many of the Decepticon secrets. In the original timeline, it was he who provided Ratchet and the others with the location of the space bridge, and later, while sneaking aboard a Decepticon warship to steal Energon, he collided with Optimus Prime and nearly revealed his true identity. Though he was interrupted by a Decepticon grunt before he could speak, a seed of doubt had already been planted in Optimus' mind. That was why later Optimus managed to break through the grunt's blockade and reach the space bridge, allowing Jack to transfer the memories stored in the key card to him. But now, with Qin Mo's interference, everything had changed. Having lost his warship, Megatron dared not be the least bit careless. He grew increasingly cautious in his actions. Moreover, considering the value of the Autobot codes Optimus had deciphered, Megatron devoted more effort to guarding Optimus, often visiting him as an old friend to chat. As for Starscream, after leaving the Decepticons, his situation had become utterly miserable, and under the influence of Qin Mo's alterations it grew even worse.
Black Arachnia and Silas now both worked for Qin Mo.
The Decepticon warship had also been reshaped to Qin Mo's will, guarded by legions of Insecticons. No matter how foolish Starscream was, he wouldn't dare come courting death. After all, as the former second-in-command, Starscream still commanded some respect among Decepticon grunts. Even if he were discovered, he could use that status to but facing the Insecticons, those mindless beasts, they wouldn't care about such things.
He'd be lucky to even become a prisoner.
Still, Starscream had one advantage now: his Tog was still intact. He wouldn't be reduced to riding a hover scooter like in the original timeline. Having accepted Primus' mission, Qin Mo's primary objective was naturally to rescue Optimus Prime, restore his original memories, and then join forces to find the Omega Keys.
As for Megatron, apologies, but he couldn't die just yet.
Though the possibility was slim, as the most powerful organic mechanical being currently carrying Unicron's blood, if he died, Unicron might very well resurrect through his corpse.
Consider how strong Megatron became after Unicron's modification. Smokescreen's magnetic gloves couldn't restrain him, and the energy weapons he conjured with his hands could knock Predaking unconscious with a single blow. And that was after Megatron deliberately endured damage to break free from Unicron's control. More importantly, long before humanity existed, both Autobots and Decepticons had already visited Earth. Evidence lay in the slumbering skyquake beneath the Earth, the undead Cybertronian remains in the canyons, the fossilized Predacon bones, and even the bizarre non-humanoid patterns in human mythology. All of this proved that Cybertronians had left many traces on Earth. When Unicron resurrected Megatron, his goal was to deal with Primus, so he flew away from Earth immediately. But if Unicron were to return now while Primus still slumbered, he would surely eliminate Optimus Prime, the Herald, and then destroy everyone who had helped Optimus seal him before. By then Qin Mo would face far more than just some casualties. A bloody battle would likely ensue. Therefore, to avoid such a scenario, Qin Mo would not gamble on even the slightest possibility. However, this made extracting Optimus Prime without killing Megatron even more challenging. Fortunately, Qin Mo had many tricks up his sleeve. Over this period, through meticulous planning and cunning maneuvers, Qin Mo had essentially gained sway over the majority of nations worldwide. This meant he could exert immense influence over these countries, shaping decisions and public opinion. Even for those nations not yet fully under his control, he had already deeply infiltrated their internal structures. Qin Mo's influence spread like an invisible net, silently extending into every corner and gradually bringing these nations under his control. Especially the nation called Manhwa, which Qin Mo initially believed would pose numerous challenges to infiltrate due to its strength and complexity. However, the reality was entirely beyond his expectations. The entire infiltration process proved exceptionally effortless, almost as if walking on level ground. After successfully gaining control over the vast majority of members in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, Qin Mo realized that he didn't even need to fabricate elaborate schemes for Silas. He could directly propel Silas onto the presidential throne without much exertion. In fact, Qin Mo did exactly that. Under his meticulous planning, a seemingly simple yet remarkably effective public opinion campaign was launched. By skillfully leveraging media and the internet, he spread fabricated news and rumors, sparking intense discontent and complaints among the people of Manhwa toward their current president. Simultaneously, various forces exerted pressure from all sides, rendering the current president's situation increasingly precarious. Despite his stubborn attitude, the immense pressure made it impossible for him to alter the outcome of the early election. Ultimately, with Qin Mo's backing, Silas smoothly ascended to the presidency, becoming the new leader of the nation. As for the final outcome, Silas was elected without a doubt, successfully taking the throne as the president of Manhwa and as a president with actual power. All of this was only natural given that the officials, both high and low, had long been firmly under Qin Mo's control. For those compliant officials, Qin Mo kept them in place for the time being while tightly holding their leverage. For those who dared to defy his orders, he mercilessly executed them and replaced them with rope. Thus by now Silas only needed to issue a single command, and those below would carry it out without hesitation. There was no trace of the so-called separation of powers or checks and balances. Naturally, Qin Mo had a purpose in elevating Silas to this high position, to make him fully play his role there. Now was precisely the time for Silas to demonstrate his value. Since Qin Mo had not revealed the full picture of the matter to the other party, Silas was somewhat puzzled by Qin Mo's actions, but all of that was irrelevant. Silas was well aware of the source of his current status and power. As for understanding or not, it did not matter, only unwavering execution was required. With the deliberate push from the Manhwa government, the price of gold soared rapidly, and coupled with intentional propaganda and guidance, a fierce gold rush erupted within Manhwa. Those who dreamt of getting rich through gold panning acted swiftly, driven by the illusion of overnight wealth, and under the influence of public opinion rushed into the desolate wilderness canyons and hills. After all, aside from jewelry stores, gold was likely only hoarded by the underworld within the city, and they would hardly share it willingly. Through his monitoring of the network, Qin Mo quickly located the information he sought. It was a photo taken by a gold prospector outside an abandoned cave, capturing a massive silhouette. Although the image was extremely blurry, Qin Mo instantly recognized it as a Decepticon grunt. From this single piece of information, Qin Mo was able to roughly determine the location of Megatron's base. It must be noted that Megatron was currently in an unprecedented state of weakness. To ensure the safety of the base, he would certainly gather as many troops as possible together. If the photo had captured a Decepticon miner, Qin Mo might have had to ponder further, but since it was a Decepticon grunt, there was virtually no doubt. After determining the general strategy, Qin Mo began to pinpoint the exact location of the Decepticon base. At this critical moment, we must mention Qin Mo's latest machine creation, the Infiltators. The design of this machine was ingenious, seamlessly blending the features of a spider and a scorpion as if it were the perfect fusion of the two. The Infiltator's entire body was covered with advanced optical camouflage technology, enabling it to rapidly blend into its surroundings like a chameleon, making it nearly imperceptible. Thus the Infiltator could move swiftly and covertly, easily evading enemy detection. Moreover, Qin Mo applied a unique technology derived from the research on the iron devouring beetle to the Infiltator.
This application allowed the infiltrator to no longer rely solely on Energon or traditional energy sources like electricity for propulsion. It also gained a new method of energy acquisition by gnawing on metal to obtain power. This innovative design made the infiltrator more flexible and diverse in its energy supply, greatly enhancing its survivability and combat capability. The infiltrator was extremely compact, roughly the size of a newborn infant. This size allowed it to freely navigate through many narrow spaces as if entering an unguarded territory. Whether it was cramped pipes, ventilation shafts, or other hard-to-reach places, they posed no problem for the infiltrator. Additionally, the infiltrator was equipped with a multifunctional barbed tail like that of a scorpion on its back. This barb not only provided extra support and stability when the infiltrator burrowed into certain equipment, but could also perform repairs, modifications, or even sabotage on target devices as needed. Most notably, this tiny infiltrator possessed the ability to transform. When it transformed, it took the shape of a relatively flat metal frisbee. This frisbee was equipped with a powerful jet in the center, allowing it to fly for extended periods in the air, swiftly traversing various terrains and obstacles, enabling rapid deployment and flexible maneuverability. Originally, when Qin Mo meticulously planned and personally created these infiltrators, his fundamental purpose was to infiltrate the Autobot base in advance after successfully locating it. Thus, before the official launch of the general assault, these infiltrators could stealthily destroy the ground bridge and various defensive installations within the Autobot base. They could even attack the Autobots from within, coordinating an external onslaught to annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, fate was always full of drama. Just as Qin Mo was about to execute this plan, he struck a deal with Primus, forcing the original plan to be put on hold. Nevertheless, this did not mean that the infiltrators had lost their significance and value. If you thought the infiltrators were only capable of carrying out shady, dishonorable missions, you would be sorely mistaken. Indeed, a single infiltrator might not possess particularly strong lethal power in certain specific situations. An ordinary adult male could even destroy it. However, when the number of infiltrators reached a certain scale, the situation would undergo a earth-shattering transformation. Imagine the scene when 10, 100, or even 1,000 infiltrators strike simultaneously. What a spectacle it would be. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. The threat posed by such an immense number is absolutely not to be underestimated. Coupled with their unique ability to devour metal, this would undoubtedly plunge all mechanical creations into a dreadful nightmare, sparing not even the organic mechanical lifeforms. Moreover, unlike the iron-eating bugs that gnaw from the outside, and the infiltrator's primary function is destruction rather than consumption, they efficiently eliminate targets in the shortest possible time. Thus, upon contact with a target, the multifunctional barbs at their tails breach the outer metal in an instant, then burrow into the target's body to wreak havoc from within. Imagine these infiltrators launching a collective assault, descending upon their target like a swarm of locusts. Who would dare to stand in their way? Such was the case this time. After determining the approximate location of the Bashianho base, Qin Mo released a large number of infiltrators for reconnaissance, quickly pinpointing the base's exact position. But charging in directly would risk saving Qing Tianzhu without killing Wei Zhentian. For this reason, Qin Mo had no choice but to rack his brains once more. Lord Wei Zhentian, this could very well be a trap. Under Qin Mo's deliberate orchestration, the Bashianho detection system soon discovered a super energy source, potentially a super energy source mine. As for Ji Dao's words, Wei Zhentian understood the reasoning, but their current situation was far from optimistic. Having lost all the super energy source reserves on the warship, the portion salvaged earlier was nearly exhausted. If they didn't find a new source soon, they would all starve from the lack of super energy source. This forced Wei Zhentian to take the risk and investigate. However, he deemed the possibility of a trap to be slim. Since Wei Zhentian did not possess an omniscient perspective, he could only analyze based on the limited information in his hands. First, judging from the super energy source fluctuations detected by Shangbo, the scale of this mine appeared to be rather modest. If it were a trap, the adversary, in order to lure Wei Zhentian, would likely have amplified the fluctuations as much as possible to strengthen the enticement. Yet the reality was not so, which gave Wei Zhentian some confidence in the authenticity of this super energy source mine. Second, according to human news reports, a considerable geological activity had indeed occurred in that area 2 days prior. Wei Zhentian couldn't help but speculate that this geological event might have exposed the super energy source originally buried deep underground. This discovery bolstered Wei Zhentian's belief in the existence of the super energy source mine. Last and most critically, Wei Zhentian and his team were severely lacking in super energy source. If they continued to turn a blind eye to this mine, not only would their overall combat effectiveness decline, but it would also be harder to ensure that the Bashianhu would not resort to extreme actions under desperate circumstances. After all, the super energy source was vital to them concerning the survival and development of the entire team.
I've made up my mind, say no more, Wei Zhentian declared with a resolute look.
Ji Dao, seeing this, wanted to persuade him further, but the words died in his throat. Wei Zhentian waved his hand, cutting off Ji Dao's words, and continued, "I'll go myself this time, along with 10 Bashianhu elites. Even if it is a trap, I have the confidence to retreat unscathed."
Wei Zhentian had always possessed absolute confidence in his own strength.
He believed that with his formidable power and combat experience coupled with the cover of 10 Bashianhu elites he could easily handle any danger no matter how great.
However, little did Wei Zhentian know at that moment how terrifying an adversary he was about to face.
The moment Wei Zhentian left the base with 10 Bashianhu elites, the infiltrators that had been waiting outside for a long time gathered silently like ghosts.
These infiltrators could perfectly blend into their surroundings, making them virtually impossible to spot with the naked eye.
As the infiltrators entered, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire Bashianhu base.
A devastating strike was brewing silently.
On the other side, Wei Zhentian, still oblivious to the events at the base, flew at full speed toward the super energy source mine, fearing that delays would only invite trouble. When Wei Zhentian arrived at the location of the super energy source, the scene matched his expectations. The earthquake had opened a huge fissure in the ground through which the raw, untouched super energy source below was clearly visible.
"You go down and have a look." Without rashly descending himself, Wei Zhentian randomly selected a Bashianhu elite to inspect. "Yes, my lord." Unlike the rank and file, the elites possessed high tactical discipline and executed Wei Zhentian's orders with near-perfect compliance. Passing through the fissure, the elite arrived in an underground cavity.
Looking around, he saw not a wealth of super energy source but scattered pieces embedded in the rock walls. He stepped forward, tentatively touched a piece of super energy source embedded in the rock, confirmed it couldn't be pulled out by hand, then took out an instrument to scan it.
After verifying everything was fine, he signaled the waiting Wei Zhentian above.
"Excellent, it seems this is not a trap." Before Wei Zhentian could finish, a powerful black dense fog surged like raging waves from the nearby woods, sweeping toward Wei Zhentian and the others at an astonishing speed.
"My lord, be careful." Seeing this, the remaining 9 Bashianhu elites sprang into action without hesitation, tightly encircling Wei Zhentian while launching a ferocious barrage against the rolling black fog. In an instant, countless dazzling energy bullets rained down, shooting straight into the black fog. However, astonishingly, these energy bullets vanished into the fog like stones sinking into the sea without causing the slightest ripple, utterly ineffective. Of course, it couldn't be said that the energy bullets had no effect at all. In truth, the black fog was formed by an incredibly vast number of infiltrators clustering together. Each bullet struck and eliminated a considerable number of them. But compared to the endless tide of infiltrators surging forth, this loss was truly insignificant. Against such a massive base, the small fraction of eliminated infiltrators was negligible. From a visual standpoint, it seemed as though the energy bullets had no impact on the black fog whatsoever. "Get out of my way."
With a forceful shove, Wei Zhentian thrust aside the Bashiantian elite beside him as if the elite were no more than a trivial obstacle. Raising his arm, he fired several shots at the black mist without hesitation. The large-caliber energy cannon emitted a dazzling light, streaking across the night sky like meteors, crashing violently into the black mist. However, astonishingly, although the immensely powerful energy blasts managed to breach the black mist in a few places, that was all they achieved against the overall mass of the mist. They proved few. Precisely because of this action, Wei Zhentian missed the fleeting precious opportunity to escape. Now he had fallen into a desperate situation, and any attempt to flee was utterly impossible. But just then, a Bashiantian elite within the crowd refused to sit idly by awaiting doom. He instantly transformed into a fighter jet, striving to break through the black mist's blockade and escape this terrifying place. Yet this move brought about a tragic end. In the very moment he soared into the air, the black mist lunged like a ravenous tiger, engulfing him violently. Immediately after, a bone-chilling sound of gnawing echoed as if countless demons were savagely tearing at his body. Wei Zhentian watched helplessly as that Bashiantian elite struggled and screamed within the black mist, ultimately being devoured until not even a trace remained. Even Wei Zhentian felt a flicker of fear at the horrifying scene, which reminded him of Sabotan's notorious pest, the iron-devouring beetle. Though he had no idea how such a thing could appear on Earth, it was clearly not the time to discuss this. As the black mist closed in, one Bashiantian elite after another had already been consumed. Gazing at the scattered metal debris with no other options, the cornered Wei Zhentian could only leap into the crevice beneath him. Even after descending into the underground cavity, Wei Zhentian dared not pause for a moment, sprinting deeper, terrified that if he slowed even a step, the black mist would catch up. As for this, Qin Mo also had something to say. If possible, Qin Mo would rather not have the Shintuja deal with Wei Zhentian, because with even a slight misstep, Wei Zhentian might very well be killed. Moreover, Qin Mo could not guarantee that after killing Wei Zhentian, the dark super energy body mingled within him would not contaminate the Shintuja, potentially causing unforeseen mutations. Back then, the combat spheres Qin Mo had inserted into Yujo Dadi's body for research purposes had been destroyed countless times, and with each destroyed sphere the relevant data he obtained grew, deepening his understanding of Yujo Dadi. Yet the more deeply he studied, the more Qin Mo felt the unfathomable depth of Yujo Dadi. It could be said that Qing Tianju's use of the Ningyuan Bao to force Yujo Dadi into a forced dormant state involved a great deal of luck. More importantly, Yujo Dadi, having just awakened, had not yet recovered, and the power it displayed was not even a tenth of its full strength. Had it been allowed to return to its prime, presumably no one except the primeval Yuanshi Tianzuan would have been a match for it. Therefore it was wiser to be cautious when dealing with Wizenshin, especially before Yujo Dadi's energy form was contained. Thus these Shintuja, after driving Wizenshin into the mine, ceased their pursuit, instead lingering at the entrance to prevent him from escaping again. Gradually Wizenshin realized that they had not followed him and his whole body relaxed involuntarily. Looking back at the path he had run, returning the same way was impossible. He could only move forward, hoping to find a way out. But the farther he went, the tighter Wizenshin's brow furrowed. When he saw the corpse of the Bashienshin elite sent ahead to scout, he finally understood everything. He stopped, glanced around and slowly said, "So this is still a trap after all. If you want to eliminate me, then come out now, don't make me wait too long." Wizenshin's voice echoed in the empty space, and soon a response came. "As expected of the leader of the Bashienshin, you have keen insight indeed." A strange voice reached Wizenshin's ears from ahead. Following the direction of the sound, he saw a Jichi Kunchong. Yet it was vastly different from the Jichi Kunchong he had seen before, and it looked very familiar, but he simply could not recall who it was. Seeing Wizenshin's expression, another slightly angry voice came from the other side. "Wizenshin, you truly have a short memory. Have you forgotten even us?" "It can't be helped. We were scrapped not long after being modified. As the lofty leader of the Bashienshin, you naturally wouldn't remember insignificant figures like us." The last Jichi Kunchong appeared. The three Jichi Kunchong formed a triangular formation, trapping Wizenshin in the middle. Seeing these three creatures, Wizenshin racked his memory, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember who these three Jichi Kunchong were or why they bore such immense hatred toward him. In the end, the three Jichi Kunchong announced their names themselves. "I am Du Jiao Xian. Long Xia. Han Chan. We are the Sanchong Xian X3. Upon hearing the name Sanchong Xian, a flash of insight struck Wizenshin, and he finally remembered. It was during the Seibotan War. To gain a greater advantage in the fierce battles, Wizenshin had resolutely approved Jin Dangba's research plan on combined warriors. Thus powerful combined warriors like Dalishan and Hunting and Bao successively entered the battlefield, putting immense pressure on the enemy. However, for a scientist like Jin Dangbo who thirsted for knowledge, merely modifying Sabatanians could no longer satisfy his curiosity. His gaze turned to the Jichi Kunchong creatures with far stronger physical attributes. These Jichi Kunchong possessed astonishing strength and endurance, leading Jin Dangbo to believe that if he could fully harness their advantages, he could create an even more formidable combined warrior. Therefore he devoted substantial resources to in-depth research and modification of the Jichi Kunchong. But regrettably, despite the immense effort, the final outcome was unsatisfactory. Due to the inherent limitations of the Jichi Kunchong themselves, no matter how he tried, he could not perfectly combine 5 of them. After countless experiments and adjustments, the number was ultimately limited to 3. And the combined warrior formed from these 3 Jichi Kunchong was the very Sanchong Xian now appearing before Wizenshin. However, regrettably, this fellow was utterly incompetent. The disparity between his overall strength and that of the formidable 5-member combiners was as vast as heaven and earth. Therefore, after he was captured by the Autobots, Megatron did not even entertain the thought of sending a rescue party. He simply abandoned him outright. "How did you 3 get here?" Megatron asked, eyeing the trio who had suddenly appeared with suspicion. "That is irrelevant." Unyielding Dujiaxian retorted vehemently, "All you need to understand is that you will pay the price for what you have done, for the suffering you inflicted upon us, and for your betrayal." Hanchan immediately chimed in, "That's right, you will regret your actions bitterly." Finally Longxia also shouted, undeterred, "You despicable traitor, today is your day of doom." With that, the 3 lunged at Megatron simultaneously like starving tigers pouncing on their prey, launching a ferocious assault. However, Megatron's prowess was no mere reputation. Even when facing the combined onslaught of the trio, he remained composed and barely pressed. Effortlessly he fired an energy cannon directly at the charging Dujiaxian, forcing him back, then whirled around, his blade extending to precisely intercept Hanchan's vicious strike. Hanchan's attack was instantly neutralized. He stared at Megatron in shock, evidently astonished by his reaction speed and combat skills. Megatron gave his opponent no respite. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful front kick that struck Hanchan squarely in the abdomen. Hanchan was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into the rock wall with a dull resounding thud. Megatron then ignored him and turned to grapple with the charging Longxia. Hanchan scrambled to his feet, glaring at Megatron with rage and murderous intent. He raised his gun and fired without hesitation at Megatron's back. Just as the bullet was about to hit Megatron, an astonishing scene unfolded. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Megatron suddenly exerted tremendous force, switching positions with Longxia at lightning speed. Hanchan's shot struck Longxia squarely. Wincing in pain, Longxia loosened his grip and Megatron seized the opportunity to break free. Capitalizing on this fleeting chance, Megatron's blade shot out like a venomous serpent, slashing toward Longxia's chest with blinding speed. Fortunately, Dujiaxian intervened just in time, otherwise Megatron's strike would have cleaved Longxia in 2. Yet even Dujiaxian was no match for Megatron in close combat.
After a few exchanges he was forced back.
Looking at the trio, Megatron sneered. Abandoning you was indeed a wise decision.
3 useless wastes consuming so many resources, what value was there in rescuing you? These words only fanned the flames of fury in the 3. If that's the case.
Henshin's voice carried a hint of resolve. Then let us show you our true power. As his words trailed off, the bodies of Hanshan, Dujioxian and Longxia began to rapidly transform and combine. Henshin's body became the chest, Dujioxian turned into the legs, and Longxia formed the arms with a vicious claw on one hand and Henshin's 2 sharp Sikadawing blades on the other.
Sanchangshan combine. With a roar, a new immensely powerful entity appeared before Megatron. Megatron. I will kill you. Sanchangshan's voice brimmed with rage and hatred. Without hesitation it launched another fierce attack on Megatron. Facing such a formidable foe, even the mighty Megatron had to summon every ounce of his concentration. After all, the power of a combiner was no trivial matter. Even the weakest combiner was far beyond what an ordinary Cybertronian could contend with. This fact was amply demonstrated during their very first exchange. In a single clash, Megatron, who had previously been able to match any one of the 3 individually, was now sent flying by a single blow from Sanchangshan, utterly helpless. His body hurtled like a cannonball into the hard rock wall, producing a dull boom. See? This is our power. Without giving Megatron any chance to recover, Sanchangshan swung its razor-sharp claws and lunged at him like lightning. The strike was so swift and powerful it seemed as if it would tear Megatron to shreds. However, Megatron's reaction speed was astonishing. Just as Sanchangshan's claws were about to hit him, he crouched down, coiling his body like a spring. This maneuver allowed him to dodge the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. With a deafening crash, Sanchangshan's claws slammed into the rock wall. The blow was like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire mine shaft violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Rocks fell all around, dust filled the air and chaos reigned. Megatron seized this fleeting opportunity and shot out like an arrow from a bow. After sprinting some distance through the mine, he suddenly braked, whirled around and aimed his cannon at the rock above Sanchangshan. Without hesitation, Megatron pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the energy bolt struck the precariously balanced rock. The already fragile rock, unable to withstand the impact of Megatron's shot, finally crumbled and collapsed. Countless fragments rained down like a torrent, burying the caught off guard Sanchangshan. Yet Megatron knew full well that mere rubble could never kill a powerful combiner. So without a moment's delay, as Sanchangshan was still trapped under the debris, he turned and sprinted deeper into the mine. Sure enough, as Megatron had anticipated, before long one of Sanchangshan's enormous hands thrust out from the rubble. Then its entire body slowly emerged from the debris, reappearing in the tunnel. Run, Megatron, keep running. But no matter how fast you go, death awaits. Its crimson eyes blazed with undisguised fury and the unique hunger of an Insecticon for hunting formidable prey. While Wizenshin and Sanchangshan were locked in a battle of wits within the mine at the Bashianha base on the other side, King Tiandu continued deciphering the Kichurin codes for Wizenshin, though no longer with the same fervor as before. Even without Hong Zis's interference, King Tiandu sensed something amiss from the demeanor of the Bashianha soldiers around him, sowing seeds of doubt in his mind. To verify his suspicions, King Tiandu began utilizing his spare time and the unrestricted access privileges granted to him, delving into the Bashianha's internal databases. It did not take long for King Tiandu to uncover irregularities. Wizenshin had once told him he possessed infinite access, yet in a concealed corner King Tiandu discovered a locked data vault, one he could not even access directly. His doubts magnified, King Tiandu began attempting to crack the vault, an act that naturally drew attention. As the door slid open, Jidao and Sihua strode into the room. Sihua stood silently by the entrance, his gaze fixed on King Tiandu, who was engrossed in his work. He did not rush to interrupt but leaned against the doorframe, observing in silence. Jidao, however, stepped forward without hesitation and approached King Tiandu, asking Alayan, how was the deciphering of the Taibao data progressing? King Tiandu looked up with a slightly awkward smile and replied, it seems I am more out of practice than before. Yet Jidao was clearly not willing to let such a flimsy excuse slide. He stepped closer, bluntly piercing through the pretense, and said, I suspect it has something to do with the research you've been doing in your spare time. King Tiandu's silence thickened the atmosphere as he seemed to ponder how to counter Jidao's accusation. Jidao continued, didn't Lord Wizenshin inform you? We monitor your every move. With that he pressed a button before him. Instantly files that had not yet been hidden appeared on the screen. These were precisely the documents King Tiandu had obtained after breaching the data vault, files containing critical information about himself. Seeing no point in further concealment, King Tiandu asked outright, why does the historical archive say I was on the side of the Kichurin? Why does it identify me as King Tiandu? I must know who I truly am. The aftermath of losing his leadership memories, though his frame remained imposing, left King Tiandu with a novice's timid temperament. Even when facing Jidao, who was far shorter, he showed no inclination to resort to force. You work for Wizenshin, you are a member of the Bashianhu. Now obey orders, return to your post and decipher the password database.
Jideo's words carried unprecedented harshness. Yet King Tiandu did not react as expected. He paused, taken aback by the stern tone. Then his gaze shifted slowly from the screen to himself as if deep in thought. After a long moment he finally said, "No, I would rather erase all my findings, prevent them from being used for any dubious purpose." Without another word he pressed a button. In an instant the information on the screen vanished as though it had never existed. Yet instead of stopping him, Jideo's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he watched King Tiandu with amusement. "Ha ha ha, did you really think we wouldn't monitor and record all that precious research of yours?"
Jideo's laughter echoed through the empty room, laced with mockery and disdain. He pressed the same button and the supposedly deleted data reappeared before King Tiandu.
With matters laid bare, the rapport between them had shattered.
It was no longer possible to keep King Tiandu willingly working for the Bashianhu as before.
Thus there was no reason to continue the charade of cooperation. Wei Zhenchen had anticipated this day and had already instructed Jidao before leaving, should King Tiandu uncover the truth, they must force him to decrypt the remaining codes, even if it meant holding a blade to his neck. With Wei Zhenchen temporarily absent, Jidao as the highest-ranking officer in the base held the authority to act at his discretion.
"Sihua, I leave this entirely to you.
Make sure our dear friend devotes himself wholeheartedly to his work."
Jidao flashed a mischievous grin, patted Siwo's shoulder lightly and strode out with the elegance of a gentleman.
Once Jideo's figure disappeared through the doorway, a sinister, cunning smile spread across Siwo's face.
His eyes locked onto the bewildered King Tiandu like a wolf eyeing its prey.
Rest assured, I'll make him obey and work diligently. Siwo's voice dripped with chilling malice as he slowly raised his right hand.
The ordinary palm began to transform, shifting into a massive hammer in the blink of an eye. Hammer in hand, Siwo advanced on King Tiandu step by step, each footfall heavy and menacing.
Under Siwo's relentless pressure, King Tiandu instinctively recoiled, fear and unease written on his face.
"What do you intend? Violence is never the right solution. As long as you can."
Before King Tiandu could finish, the room erupted with a cacophony of metallic clangs mixed with his cries and pleas for mercy.
Back in the corridor, Jidao showed no intent to intervene. Instead, he found the symphony exceptionally pleasant. He strolled along, humming a tune, utterly at ease.
Yet this blissful state proved short-lived.
Suddenly Jidao frowned as if sensing something off, muttering to himself, "No, something's wrong."
It must be noted that ever since Starscream's departure and Black Arachnia's betrayal, the number of those whom Megatron could trust and rely upon had been dwindling. Soundwave had always maintained a reclusive and unassuming demeanor, never vying for the spotlight. Therefore, in light of Knockout's recent performances, his standing in Megatron's eyes had soared to unprecedented heights. These days, whenever Megatron moved within the base, Knockout was invariably at his side. From this alone one could clearly discern the importance and status Knockout now held in Megatron's heart.
Moreover, the rank-and-file soldiers had also taken note of all this, committing it to memory.
Whenever they encountered Knockout, they would greet him with utmost respect and deference. This greatly pleased Knockout.
Yet today something felt amiss.
Knockout had been walking for quite some time without seeing a single soldier come forward to greet him. This stark contrast to the usual circumstances stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Fortunately, his confusion was about to be resolved. Hearing a clamor of footsteps in the distance, a glimmer of delight flashed across Knockout's face, but he quickly concealed it, recomposing himself as he began plotting how to rebuke these insolent fellows with maximum dignity.
"I say, do you have any idea where you are?"
"Don't you dare!" Before Knockout could finish, his eyes widened as if beholding something utterly terrifying. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, and the remaining words were choked back as if someone had suddenly seized his throat. His gaze fixed intently ahead, where a Decepticon grunt was sprinting like a madman as though some dreadful entity was pursuing him. Yet when Knockout looked closer, he was astonished to find that behind the grunt there was absolutely nothing, no pursuer whatsoever. Just as Knockout wondered whether the fellow had taken leave of his senses, the grunt suddenly pitched forward without warning, as if something had snagged his leg. What followed utterly shattered Knockout's worldview. The grunt's body began to vanish at an alarming rate. His screams and struggles echoed through the air, yet they were to no avail. His form rapidly dwindled as if devoured by some invisible monstrosity, until he disappeared completely before Knockout's eyes, as if he had never existed. Paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle, Knockout could only emit a dry, rasping gurgle from his throat. Nonetheless, his legs, as if possessing a will of their own, were driven by an overwhelming survival instinct to spin around and flee without hesitation. In the next instant he transformed into vehicle mode and sped straight into the depths of the base, racing away from that accursed place at maximum velocity. If one were to follow the corridor with one's gaze, a shocking sight would unfold. The entire passage was scarred with gnawed marks as if it had endured a nightmarish ordeal. Scattered across the floor were heaps of metallic debris, what had once been lively beings now torn asunder by some dreadful force. Various sophisticated electronic devices had suffered catastrophic damage. Their casings were ripped open, exposing internal wires and components beyond recognition.
The perpetrators of all this devastation were the infiltrators dispatched by Qin Mo. Like a plague of locusts, they left utter ruin wherever they passed. Under their rampage, the entire Decepticon base had been reduced to a shattered wreck with scarcely a single intact area remaining. Many Decepticon grunts without even a chance to cry out were instantaneously devoured by the overwhelming horde of infiltrators, leaving not a trace behind. What's that noise outside? Siwo's attention shifted from Optimus Prime, whom he had beaten to the ground and rendered unable to rise again. Gazing at the once arrogant Autobot leader now lying helpless before him, Siwo felt an unprecedented surge of satisfaction and exhilaration. The sensation of effortlessly defeating the Autobots' commander made him feel as though he had become the master of the world, though it would have been even better if his opponent had put up a bit of resistance. Yet this pleasure was short-lived. When Siwo opened the door with eager anticipation, his face instantly turned deathly pale. A torrent of infiltrators surged in like a tidal wave, brandishing their limbs and emitting spine-chilling screeches. These infiltrators were clearly driven by hunger and frenzy, their sole target being Siwo himself. Ah! What are these things? Get away! All of you, get away! Siwo shrieked in terror, attempting to drive off the dreadful creatures with his own strength. But the infiltrators paid no heed to his cries. They swarmed over him, latching onto his body with relentless bites, and began to devour him savagely. Siwo swung his hammer wildly, trying to beat back the surrounding infiltrators. Yet his efforts proved utterly futile. These infiltrators seemed unafraid of his attacks. Instead, his resistance only enraged them further, making them more ferocious. As Siwo struggled, more and more infiltrators rained down upon him. Their 8 mechanical legs like steel needles plunged deep into Siwo's metallic skin, anchoring themselves firmly. Then without hesitation they activated their multifunctional barbed hooks and began slicing into Siwo's body. The screech of metal against metal echoed as sparks flew. Under this merciless cutting, Siwo's form gradually deformed, deep fissures appearing across his frame. When the gaps were wide enough, the infiltrators burrowed inside one by one, consuming him from within. All of this transpired so swiftly that it left barely any time to react. Optimus Prime watched helplessly as Siwo was devoured in an instant, his heart filled with shock and dismay. Though he had just been brutally beaten by Siwo and his entire body still throbbed with pain, the moment he saw Siwo in danger, his first instinct was to rush forward without hesitation, hoping to— Such was Optimus Prime, such was Orion Pax. After having feasted on Siwo, the infiltrators turned their ravenous gazes like a pack of wolves upon Optimus Prime. Then, as if driven by an invisible force, they charged at Optimus Prime in a frenzy, claws outstretched, hurtling toward him. Yet at the very moment they were about to make contact with King Tianzu, something bizarre occurred. These infiltrators suddenly seemed to be struck by a paralysis curse, freezing collectively in place, unable to move an inch. Then, as if yanked by a powerful force, their bodies made an abrupt sharp turn, and like a gust of wild wind they rushed out again, leaving King Tianzu standing there utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. What in the world is going on? King Tianzu muttered to himself, his mind filled with question marks. Meanwhile, Jideo's flight continued. He sprinted all the way, his heart consumed by fear and confusion. It was only when he encountered Shenghua that he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Hurry! Let's get out of here, Shenghua. Reverting to his humanoid form, Jidao gasped, clutching Shenghua's arm. The base is haunted. Those people vanished, they just disappeared right before my eyes. As an experienced intelligence officer, Shenghua was clearly already aware of what had happened in the base. Without needing Jidao to say more, he stepped forward, shielding Jidao behind him, and vigilantly observed the surroundings. Though Shenghua's frame was not bulky, standing behind him gave Jidao an overwhelming sense of security. After wreaking havoc outside, the infiltrators like a pack of ravenous wolves lunged ferociously toward Shenghua. However, unlike the others, Shenghua employed just a small trick, as if possessing a pair of X-ray eyes, and effortlessly discerned the exact positions of these creatures. Nevertheless, the sheer number of infiltrators was staggering. Even a being as formidable as Shenghua could not eliminate them all using conventional methods while ensuring his own safety. Fortunately, Shenghua rarely resorted to conventional methods in battle. As the infiltrators drew nearer and nearer, closing in on him, Shenghua calmly raised his hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, a colossal land bridge materialized out of thin air, expanding at an astonishing speed. Within the blink of an eye, the bridge filled the entire corridor, leaving no gap and completely blocking the infiltrators' path. The infiltrators at the front, unable to stop in time, were drawn by an invisible force straight into the land bridge. When they emerged from the bridge, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place, a volcanic crater on the verge of eruption. The infiltrators behind managed to halt at the last moment, but the question remained, how could they overcome this obstacle? Even if they tried gnawing through the metal walls to create a path, any hollow they carved was instantly covered by the rapidly expanding bridge, making passage impossible. Wow, never expected this move. Watching the infiltrators completely blocked, Jidao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he knew this was no time to marvel, for the infiltrators were clearly not giving up and had already begun new actions. Unable to pass by simply gnawing the walls, the infiltrators quickly changed strategy and started gnawing at the ceiling above. They seemed intent on opening a hole from above and then chewing out a pathway. Hearing the grating sound of gnawing outside, Jadeo's just settled heart shot back into his throat. He stared nervously at the ceiling, terrified that the infiltrators might suddenly break through. In contrast, Qin remained remarkably composed. He calmly extended his hand and pointed behind him. But Jidao, utterly perplexed, asked, "Huh? What do you mean by that? Even if we run further in, it's just a dead end. We're not like those machine insects that can tunnel." Seeing Jadeo's foolishness again, Qin couldn't be bothered to argue. Without a word, he grabbed Jidao like a chick, hoisted him onto his broad shoulder and sprinted inward, all while sparing attention to maintain the land bridge. But their luck didn't last. As Qin ran desperately with Jidao, the vile infiltrators had already quickly carved paths and emerged from the broken ceiling like phantoms. Then, like a pack of wolves, they bypassed the bridge and resumed their relentless pursuit. "Quick! Run! They're catching up!" As the terrifying infiltrators drew closer and closer to him and Jidao was seized by panic, his voice turning hoarse with extreme fear, even breaking into a shriek. Yet facing this heart-stopping scene, Qin remained eerily calm, his pace neither hurried nor slowed. Just as they were about to reach the end of the corridor, Qin raised his hand and waved. A land bridge radiating mysterious light opened instantly. In the nick of time, Qin without hesitation charged into the bridge with Jidao. The moment their figures disappeared into the bridge, Qin swiftly reached back and closed it with a crisp snap, the motion flawless and decisive. As for the infiltrators, having lost their target, they continued their rampage, indiscriminately gnawing at all the metal around them. At that moment, King Tianzu was still utterly bewildered in his room. When he poked his head out and saw the chaos outside, he promptly retreated back inside. Just then a voice rang out. One doesn't often get to see the Autobot leader King Tianzu in such a state. King Tianzu was startled, then followed the sound. The speaker was none other than Qin Mo. "You know me?" Then, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly pulled Qin Mo inside. "Careful, there are man-eating monsters outside. Many have already fallen victim." Seeing King Tianzu's kind and naive demeanor, Qin Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. After organizing his thoughts, he said, "Don't worry, those monsters have all left. Otherwise, how could I be standing here?" After calming Optimus Prime's emotions, Qin Mo finally stated the purpose of his visit. Qin Mo confirmed Optimus Prime's speculation that he was indeed the leader of the Autobots. Optimus Prime. Everything Megatron had told him was a lie. Cybertron was not destroyed by Ratchet. The real culprit behind its destruction was Megatron himself. I can't believe Megatron could be so terribly wrong. How could he? Before Optimus Prime could finish, Qin Mo said, "You must understand, Optimus Prime. The Megatron you see now is no longer the Megatronus you once followed. His heart has been blinded by desire and war. The only one who can stop him is you, but all of this requires you to first recover your memories." With that, Qin Mo raised his hand and opened a ground bridge. Then he looked at Optimus Prime and said, "So how about it? Will you come with me, recover your lost memories, and continue to fight the evil Decepticons to the end? For Cybertron, for Earth, I will not hesitate." Without a moment's hesitation, Optimus Prime gave his answer almost instantly. Although he knew the exact location of the Autobot base, Qin Mo did not open the ground bridge directly inside it. Not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. After all, no matter the time, having an extra card up one's sleeve is always beneficial. Therefore, Qin Mo had Shadeo deliver a message to the Autobots through Agent Fowler, and they also arranged a meeting location. At this moment, all the Autobots, including Ratchet, were waiting on site. Even so, looking at these people, Shadeo couldn't help but insult them. "I say, you guys are too useless." Faced with Shadio's verbal abuse, Bulkhead and the others turned a deaf ear. They had been waiting here for nearly an hour, and during that time Shadio's mouth had been as sweet as honey, never stopping. At first the Autobots would get angry and even want to finish him off, but as Shadeo kept talking, even the most hot-tempered Bulkhead became indifferent. "Tell me, what good are you? Our boss has helped you so much, providing you with space bridges and information, yet you don't even know where your own leader is. A bunch of useless fools." As Shadio's words fell, a ground bridge opened before them, and then Optimus Prime appeared in front of everyone, looking utterly confused. "Optimus Prime. It's Optimus Prime. Great, Optimus, you're back." Buzz, buzz, in the blink of an eye, Bulkhead, RC, and Bumblebee shot forward like arrows from a bow. Their speed was so fast that time itself seemed to freeze at that moment. In contrast, Ratchet appeared much more composed. He stood up unhurriedly, yet on his solemn face a clear smile could still be distinctly seen. At this moment, Optimus Prime, still without his memories, was somewhat at a loss facing this sudden scene. He stood there dumbfounded, looking at his excited companions, momentarily unsure how to respond. Ratchet, standing nearby, quickly noticed Optimus' predicament.
He smiled slightly, then slowly stood up and said in a gentle yet firm tone, "All right, everyone, calm down.
Let's finish the important matters first. Once everything is done, we'll have a proper welcome party."
With that he put his hand to his ear and spoke into the communicator. "Raph, open the ground bridge.
Let Jack come over."
At that moment Qin Mo also stepped out of the ground bridge. He quickly closed the ground bridge, but at the very same moment another ground bridge quietly opened not far away. Although the two ground bridges were some distance apart, their simultaneous appearance so close together still startled Qin Mo, causing him to break out in a cold sweat inwardly. However, now was clearly not the time to talk about this. As Jack stepped out of the ground bridge, Optimus Prime seemed drawn by a mysterious force, involuntarily walking slowly toward Jack. After arriving in front of Jack, he slowly crouched down, and at that moment Jack took out the keycard.
"Are you sure I'm worthy?" "Couldn't be more certain."
As Optimus Prime's chest armor opened, revealing the matrix of leadership inside the keycard in Jack's hand, activated, and streams of blue data light continuously poured into it, recharging the once depleted matrix. When the final data transfer was complete, one could clearly feel that Optimus Prime had undergone a tremendous change compared to moments before.
"Thank you, Jack."
After thanking Jack, Optimus Prime slowly stood up and looked at everyone around, saying, "And thank you all for your efforts."
Just as everyone was celebrating Optimus Prime's return with joy, Qin Mo's gentle coughs broke the harmonious scene. Only then did everyone notice Qin Mo, and they instantly tensed up.
After all, they knew Qin Mo's strength, and during this time without their leader they hadn't been idle. From the intelligence they had gathered, it was now clear that the Decepticon warship had fallen into Qin Mo's hands, and Megatron and his Decepticons had been routed by Qin Mo, fleeing in panic. Now they were all gathered here. If he suddenly turned hostile, they might all be wiped out. Fortunately, Qin Mo had no such intention. Watching Qin Mo slowly approach, Bulkhead and the others braced for battle, but when Qin Mo produced a keycard identical to the one in Jack's hand, everyone froze.
Impossible.
Optimus Prime stared in shock at the keycard in Qin Mo's hand as if it were something that could not possibly exist.
"How does he have the keycard to the mystic orb?" Bulkhead exclaimed in disbelief as well.
However, Qin Mo did not give them much time to be shocked and doubtful. Without hesitation, he handed the keycard directly to Optimus Prime, then said calmly, "After you went there, I also made a trip and saw the mystic orb. I even made a deal with Primus."
"A deal with Primus? Don't be ridiculous, how is that possible?" Bulkhead's voice was full of doubt. RC chimed in, "Primus is our creator. Why would he make a deal with an outsider? And you're not even a chosen one. Why would he speak to you?"
Faced with Bulkhead and RC's doubts, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. He looked at the few Autobots present and retorted, "Why speak to me? Because you all are too incompetent. You've been fighting the Decepticons for so long, ruining Cybertron to its current state, and after all that you still haven't ended the fight. You came to Earth to continue.
Primus couldn't stand it anymore, so he made a deal with me."
Qin Mo's words left Aershi and the others in silence. As the proverb goes, lies never wound, truth is the sharp blade. Qin Mo's speech was like a dagger piercing straight into the hearts of the Autobots present.
He is correct.
At that moment the voice of Qing Tianzhu sounded. "It is precisely because of our battle with the Decepticons that the planet Cybertron was reduced to ruin.
Even we Autobots bear inescapable responsibility."
Then he stepped forward, returned the keycard in his hand to Qin Mo, and stated, "I have already seen its contents.
Indeed, it is our Yuan Shi Tianzun who sent you to assist us. It is truly difficult to imagine that the ultimate divine lock would be on Earth. Nothing is impossible."
Qin Mo received the keycard, stored it away, and then retrieved a hard drive, handing it to Qing Tianzhu. "This holds the Taibo information I downloaded from the Decepticon base. Some files you have already decrypted, others await your efforts. Now you may resume your work." Perhaps fearing Qing Tianzhu might shirk his duties, Qin Mo added, "Decipher these contents swiftly. Find the scattered ultimate divine keys on Earth early, and Cybertron can recover sooner."
"That is only natural."
Qing Tianzhu nodded and said, "For the revival of Cybertron I shall complete the decryption in the shortest possible time. However, based on my observations, these codes contain more than just 4 sets of coordinates. That is to say, aside from the 4 ultimate divine keys, other items were also sent to Earth." Qing Tianzhu paused at this juncture.
Though he did not elaborate further, Qin Mo grasped the implication. "You suspect I will use its contents for nefarious purposes. Could it be otherwise?" To Qing Tianzhu's retort, Qin Mo could only concede the accuracy of the assessment, though these were his private thoughts impossible to voice openly.
Thus, despite seething inwardly, he maintained a facade of helpless resignation. "I never imagined you would harbor such a perception of me." Qin Mo assumed an expression of profound injury from misjudgment and said, "You ought to realize, you all brand me as belligerent, but that is far from the truth. We have never cherished conflict, every action stemmed from dire necessity. Seeing Qing Tianzhu still unconvinced, Qin Mo continued, recall that we Insecticons never intended to join the war between you Autobots and the Decepticons. Yet we were swept into it by your conflict, forced to participate. Qin Mo spoke with such tearful passion as though he had truly lived through it. After sufficiently setting the mood, he shifted his tone and asked, do you believe we desire to remain here? No, we long to return home to our genuine homeland Cybertron. For that we would sacrifice everything. The motive behind Qin Mo's impassioned oration was straightforward: to convey to Qing Tianzhu and the assembled Autobots that he held no interest in Earth and that all his deeds were compelled by circumstance for the sake of survival. If an opportunity arose to rejuvenate Cybertron and restore their once pristine home, Qin Mo would exert every ounce of effort to achieve it. But in truth, as a transmigrator, Qin Mo felt not a shred of attachment to Cybertron. The sole objects of his desire were the boundless cosmos' infinite authority and absolute power. And these were unattainable on Cybertron. Nevertheless, through this performance, Qin Mo had initially secured Qing Tianzhu's trust. The latter promised to share the decryption results with Qin Mo after completing the task. Thus the deal between Qin Mo and Qing Tianzhu concluded. Each party departed, some to return home, others to hold welcome festivities. Yet by contrast, some fared less well. Upon returning to his base, Qin Mo immediately spotted three dejected figures, the Sanchongxian. A smirk curled his lips as he asked with feigned ignorance, judging by your state I surmise you failed to eliminate Wei Tian. Han Shan raised his head, his face steeped in guilt. Yes, my lord. We gave our all, pounding Wei Tian until he could barely retaliate, yet he ultimately escaped. Du Jiaoxian swiftly interjected, my lord, all blame lies with Wei Tian's cunning. But rest assured, grant us one more chance and we shall utterly annihilate him. Another chance? Qin Mo's countenance darkened instantly. Glaring at Du Jiaoxian, he thundered, do you comprehend the immense effort we expended to lure Wei Tian out this time? Do you truly believe that Wei Tian, having been duped once, would be foolish enough to fall for the same trick again? Yet just as the Sanchongxian were trembling in terror, Qin Mo's tone abruptly softened as though his earlier fury were but a fleeting tempest. He paused briefly as if composing himself, then continued, enough. You have only just recovered your forms. It is understandable that complications arose. Let it pass this time. You may withdraw. Hearing this, the Sanchongxian felt as if pardoned, the heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. They showered Qin Mo with thanks, then hurried away in relief, fearing he might change his mind. Of course Qin Mo would never reveal the truth to them. After all, when he dispatched them, he had never intended to bring about Wei Tian's demise. Otherwise the swarm of infiltrators outside would have sufficed to gnaw Wei Tian into oblivion. Why undertake the superfluous effort of sending them? This entire charade was merely one of Qin Mo's meticulous arrangements. On one hand, it allowed the Sanchongxian to vent their pent-up rage against Wei Tian. On the other, it served to better rein in and manage these three individuals. Arrogant and formidable subordinates are the hardest to govern. Though the insect network ensured the Sanchongxian would not betray him, it could not preclude feigned compliance and half-hearted effort. Moreover, the Sanchongxian were exceedingly powerful. Before Qin Mo resurrected Xiao Yugui, their triple combined form represented the pinnacle of combat strength on his side, second only to Qin Mo himself. A slight setback to curb their pride was entirely beneficial. So how did Wei Tian manage to escape the ferocious assault of the Sanchongxian? To be fair, facing the Sanchongxian's fierce offensive, Wei Tian was not entirely helpless. Yet every countermeasure he employed against the Sanchongxian proved as ineffectual as scratching an itch through a boot, yielding virtually no substantial impact. Having no other choice, Wei Tian could only retreat while fighting, yet he inadvertently discovered a path to survival. This path, in fact, had been deliberately left open by Qin Mo. The size of this passage was precisely calculated by Qin Mo, just enough for Wei Tian to squeeze through, while the much bulkier Sanchongxian would be firmly stuck and unable to pass. However, Wei Tian was in a dire situation at that moment. Due to the jamming devices installed in the mine, he could not call for reinforcements from below. Thus, upon bursting out of the mine, the first thing Wei Tian did was to contact Shang Bo and order him to open the land bridge. But the problem was that the Decepticon base had long been completely destroyed by the infiltrators sent by Qin Mo. Wei Zhenqian's command was utterly in vain. What did you say? Wei Tian was nearly out of his mind. He grabbed the Ji Dao before him, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the other. Great Lord Wei Tian, we didn't want this either, but there really was no other way. Ji Dao hastily begged for mercy, fearing that the enraged Wei Tian would take it out on him, as he was indeed capable of such actions. Fortunately, Wei Tian still retained his reason. He did not lay a hand on Ji Dao, not because he was unwilling but because he could not afford to. Having been ambushed last time, he had lost his warship and most of his troops. This ambush was even more ruthless, reducing Wei Zhenqian's forces to only two civil officials, Ji Dao and Shang Bo, and even the sole warrior Sihua had fallen. Heaving a long sigh, Wei Tian finally understood the hardships that Qing Tianzhu had once endured.
Follow me. We have not lost yet.
As long as there is still breath in us, we have a chance to turn the tables. Led by Wei Zhentian, Ji Dao and Shang Bo endured countless hardships and finally arrived at a solitary island in the center of the Pacific Ocean. The reason for mentioning countless hardships was primarily because Ji Dao could not fly. He had to be carried along dangling like cargo between Wei Zhentian and Shang Bo. Along the way they encountered numerous perilous moments, narrowly escaping falling into the surging sea several times.
After a grueling journey they finally landed safely on this desolate island. Ji Dao breathed a sigh of relief, but when he looked around a trace of doubt arose in his heart and he asked, "Great Lord Wei Zhentian, why have we come to this place?" Wei Zhentian glanced at Ji Dao expressionlessly and replied curtly, "You will know soon enough. Follow me."
With that he turned and headed toward the center of the island.
Ji Dao and Shang Bo quickly followed suit.
In the very center of the island stood a massive volcano from which plumes of volcanic ash rose continuously as if the entire volcano might erupt at any moment.
This volcano was the destination for Wei Zhentian and his two companions.
Standing at the edge of the crater gazing down at the churning magma below, Ji Dao felt his legs go weak and his voice trembled involuntarily. "My lord, although we have suffered some setbacks, it's not to the point where we need to jump into a volcano, is it?
Didn't you say we still had a chance to turn things around?" Before he could finish, Wei Zhentian kicked him ruthlessly into the crater. Ah! Ji Dao's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the rolling scorching magma below, inwardly lamenting his misfortune.
He felt certain that this was his doom, that he would be instantly melted by the terrifying magma. Yet the moment his body made contact with the lava, a strange sensation washed over him. To his astonishment, the magma did not seem as hot as he had imagined and there was no resistance at all. What on earth was happening? Before Ji Dao could ponder further, his body as if weightless plunged straight through the magma and slammed into the metal floor below with a loud thud.
Ouch!
Ji Dao cried out in pain, rubbing his sore backside as he slowly got to his feet. When he raised his head and looked around, he was astonished to find that he was already beneath the magma.
"Wow!" Ji Dao exclaimed, "a holographic projection. That's incredibly creative."
Exactly. Wei Zhentian and Shang Bo leisurely descended through the illusory magma and landed firmly on either side of Ji Dao.
"Follow me," Wei Zhentian said expressionlessly, then turned and walked toward a hidden door.
Ji Dao and Shang Bo exchanged glances and quickly followed. Under Wei Zhentian's lead they passed through the hidden door and entered the deeper interior. As they walked, Wei Zhentian explained to the bewildered Ji Dao, "Ever since the warship was seized, I suspected that any newly built base might also be discovered and suffer a devastating blow.
So I dispatched some to construct this place as a backup." Along the way Ji Dao spotted many Decepticon grunts.
However, compared to those in the previously destroyed base, these were mostly grunts that used vehicles as elf modes and they appeared far more dull-witted. Guided by Wei Zhentian, the three soon arrived at the core area of the base.
"Great Lord Wei Zhentian, welcome."
As the door opened, a familiar figure appeared before Ji Dao.
You're... That's right, it's me, Tu Xian, former captain of the sea monster team. Very pleased to meet you, Ji Dao.
Hey, don't act as if all the credit belongs to you alone."
At that moment a slightly displeased voice rang out. Following the direction of the voice, a Cybertronian with a sea blue color scheme and 8 legs appeared before them.
"Former sea monster team member Hai Yuan reporting to you, Great Lord Wei Zhentian." Wei Zhentian nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Tu Xian and asked, "Our original base has been destroyed by the enemy.
How is the construction progress here?"
Tu Xian straightened up, saluted Wei Zhentian with a standard military salute and replied loudly, "Reporting to Lord Wei Zhentian, the overall construction of the base is essentially complete. The thermal energy provided by the volcano has saved us a great deal of resources, allowing the base's construction to proceed smoothly. At the same time, the extraction of seabed super energy units has officially commenced. However, due to various factors, progress has been relatively slow."
Hearing Tu Xian's report, Ji Dao stood frozen in shock.
He had never imagined that Wei Zhentian, behind his back, or rather behind everyone's back, had secretly constructed a backup base beneath the volcano. Yet what intrigued Ji Dao even more was how Tu Xian and Hai Yuan had ended up on Earth. Hadn't they been dispatched elsewhere on missions? All these doubts were finally resolved when Ji Dao later conversed with Hai Yuan, learning the full story. Back in the day, their sea monster squad was dispatched to a planet where oceans covered over 80% of the surface and super energy bodies were extremely abundant to carry out a mission. Just as they were en route to their destination, they suddenly encountered an ambush by the Kitcherin. Taken by surprise and facing a premeditated enemy, despite the sea monster squad's fierce resistance, they were ultimately outnumbered. In desperation, they had no choice but to scatter and flee in separate directions. Amid the chaos, the escape pod carrying Tu Xian and Hai Yuan drifted like a kite with a broken string floating aimlessly until it arrived on Earth. However, their luck did not improve. After entering Earth's atmosphere, the escape pod was abruptly shoved by an invisible giant hand and plunged straight into the ocean. But as luck would have it, just when the warship was stolen and Wei Zhentian was fretting over the scarcity of super energy bodies, he thought of searching for them on the seabed. And as he dispatched someone to explore the ocean floor, they happened to discover the escape pod of Tu Xian and Hai Yuan.
Wei Zhentian would not let this chance slip. He immediately ordered the pod salvaged and the two awakened. However, Wei Zhentian did not have them rejoin immediately.
Instead, he decided to let them stay and construct an oceanic base. This base would not only serve as their hideout but also facilitate the exploitation of the super energy bodies on the seabed.
To ensure the operation proceeded smoothly without any leaks, Wei Zhentian took strict precautions and never mentioned it to anyone else.
Little did they expect this base would be put to use so soon. As for the body Tianhu foot soldiers outside with their mechanical movements and vacant expressions, they were all replicas created through mass cloning.
There was no helping it.
The body Tianhu no longer had so many low-level troops to squander at will, so they had to make do with these replicas to fill the ranks.
Although they had little combat capability, at least they were labor.
Once injected with energy, they could perform basic tasks such as mining super energy bodies. Given the extremely grim situation, Wei Zhentian after careful deliberation decided to avoid direct confrontation and instead exploit the super energy bodies on the seabed to accumulate strength. However, this decision brought a new problem. Ji Dao's vehicular form was a sports car, making it impossible for him to leave this island.
Fortunately, Wei Zhentian did not let Ji Dao remain idle.
Instead, he assigned a specific task to Ji Dao. Wei Zhentian provided Ji Dao with a batch of materials along with the relevant technical blueprints, ordering him to construct a ground bridge as soon as possible. This was undoubtedly an extremely arduous task, especially for a medical officer like Ji Dao. After all, he was not a professional technician and lacked the relevant experience and skills.
Moreover, under such harsh conditions, completing such a complex project was really asking too much.
One might wonder what was Shang Bo doing. After all, when it came to both the ground bridge and the space bridge, aside from Jindong Bo, the one most familiar with these technologies was Shang Bo. Logically, such a task should have been assigned to him, right? However, that was not the case. Although Shang Bo indeed possessed extensive knowledge and experience in this regard, he was currently shouldering a task more critical than building the ground bridge. Therefore, Wei Zhentian had no choice but to entrust this heavy responsibility to Ji Dao, despite it being a tremendous challenge for him. Just as Ji Dao was feeling dizzy from all those gadgets and thinking of taking a break, two voices reached his ears, one after another.
"Look who it is. Wow, isn't that Ji Dao? I never thought you'd come to Earth too.
If you thought only Hai Yuan and Tu Xian were here, you would be sorely mistaken." Looking in the direction of the voices, Ji Dao recognized the newcomers. They were Tu Ji and Fei Xiang. There was no need to elaborate on Tu Ji. He and Ji Dao had known each other since the Cybertron era. Tu Ji's alternate form was a swift and fierce jaguar, and he was primarily responsible for security and patrol around the island's perimeter. Fei Xiang, however, was different.
Everyone knew that the body Tianhe's intelligence officer was Shang Bo and Fei Xiang was his deputy.
For a long time, Fei Xiang had stayed by Shang Bo's side, diligently learning the techniques and methods of intelligence work. Through constant honing and growth, he finally made his mark during the Cybertron War, becoming an outstanding intelligence officer capable of standing on his own. As for why Ji Dao had never seen Fei Xiang before, the reason was simple. Fei Xiang had been dispatched on an important mission and had only just returned. Both of them had arrived on Earth not long ago. After meeting with Wei Zhentian, they were assigned to this location.
Qin Mo knew nothing about this island or the body Tianhu, who were rebuilding their strength. After all, he was merely a transmigrator, not an omnipotent deity.
Although he possessed some advanced intelligence information, achieving perfection in all aspects without a single slip was nothing short of a pipe dream. In Qin Mo's eyes, he had first successfully seized Wei Zhentian's warship and captured a large number of enemy troops. This was undoubtedly a huge victory. Then without hesitation he launched a surprise attack on the base that Wei Zhentian had only recently established, wiping out all the body Tianhu foot soldiers and miners inside. Not only that, but he also ruthlessly destroyed all valuable equipment, leaving Wei Zhentian with only two subordinates, Shang Bo and Ji Dao. It could be said that this series of actions by Qin Mo not only dealt a severe blow to Wei Zhentian but also stripped this ferocious tiger of all his teeth. Though it might not be accurate to say he had become a general without an army, it was close enough.
Moreover, although Shang Bo was formidable, he was ultimately a civil official.
In a real fight, even a strong man can't withstand a multitude. Though his attacks were powerful when facing multiple opponents, it was difficult for him to counter all assaults simultaneously. Furthermore, his most adept teleportation technique was rendered utterly useless without technical support. As for Ji Dao, aside from using a polisher to buff and wax others and occasionally zapping an unwary Qin Tianju with an electric fork, he seemed to have no other formidable techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his combat capability was infinitely close to zero.
Even Qin Mo couldn't imagine how Wei Zhentian could make a comeback under such dire circumstances.
Without technology, without talent, without troops, and without super energy bodies, this was almost a hopeless situation. Not to mention that both the Autobots and Qin Mo had their eyes firmly fixed on Megatron. The Autobots needed little elaboration. They were Megatron's long-standing adversaries, having clashed for so many years that certain hatreds had been etched deep into their very being. As for Qin Mo, though he currently lacked the means to directly annihilate Megatron, he could certainly dismantle everything Megatron had built, leaving him isolated and suspended in a state of half-existence. After all, only by doing so could he eliminate the monumental threat posed by Megatron to the greatest extent. In such a grim environment, even someone as shrewd as Qin Mo could not fathom how Megatron might possibly turn the tables. Yet Megatron was after all Megatron, like an indomitable cockroach that could never be squashed. Whether through fortuitous coincidence or sheer dumb luck, he somehow managed to carve out a path to survival. Using the volcanic base as his foundation, Megatron began methodically reorganizing his forces. Not only did he intensify the extraction of suboceanic superenergy, but he also actively stockpiled more of this precious resource. Meanwhile, Megatron did not neglect to enhance his combat prowess. He meticulously crafted various auxiliary combat units to strengthen his own capabilities. Since the cloned Decepticon grunts were too dim-witted, rushing to their deaths against Autobots or Insecticons, and the extraction of suboceanic superenergy required their operation, he had no choice but to create new mechanical constructs for battle against Qin Mo and Optimus Prime. Thus Megatron was compelled to forge entirely new mechanical creations to use in his conflicts with Qin Mo and Optimus Prime. At this time, Qin Mo was engaged in a far more significant research project, while the Autobots were racing to decipher the awaken code. Now let us turn our attention to Silas' mechanized special forces. With Silas successfully elected as President of the United States, his role underwent a major transformation. From being a behind-the-scenes manipulator, he stepped into the spotlight, becoming the central figure wielding real power. However, this did not mean he would simply use his power in service of Qin Mo. In fact, Silas skillfully exploited this opportunity to maximize the resources at his disposal. He deeply understood the importance of power and resources, aware that only by continuously increasing his leverage could he remain unassailable in this game of power. Through his interactions with Qin Mo, Silas gradually saw through the man's true nature. Qin Mo was an extreme egoist. For him, only those who could be used held any value. Therefore, to maintain a stable position and authority under Qin Mo, Silas had to demonstrate his own utility. As for Qin Mo's promises, they were worth a casual listen. If one actually believed them, they would be doomed. So Silas embarked on a series of actions. Using his presidential status, he actively expanded his sphere of influence, cultivating relationships with powerful figures from all sides and establishing an extensive network of connections. At the same time, he vigorously pushed forward various policies to enhance his domestic influence and reputation, molding himself into a president who loved his people as his own children. Even if the citizens were eventually transformed into new humans, their esteem for him would ensure their continued support, would it not? Time was tight and the task heavy. Before Qin Mo could bring Earth completely under his control, Silas had to accelerate his pace, expand his influence, and increase his value. Only thus could he stand out in this fierce power struggle and realize his ambitions and goals. As for why Silas did not strike out on his own, the reasons were not complicated. After all, as President of the United States, Silas now wielded astonishing power and resources. First, he commanded the largest violent organization on Earth with an abundance of personnel and material. Moreover, through his dealings with Qin Mo, he had obtained cutting-edge technology enough to form a formidable army. Given Silas' original temperament and ambition, facing such tempting conditions, he might have unhesitatingly chosen to go independent and challenge Qin Mo or the Cybertronians. However, after witnessing Qin Mo's staggering energy resources, terrifying technological superiority, and absolute numerical advantage in troops, his perspective shifted fundamentally. Especially when he saw the warship hovering high above, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf between them. That vessel could not only level the White House with ease, but also slice the Pentagon in two like a cake. Confronted with such a disparity, Silas understood clearly that if he were to directly clash with Qin Mo, he might not even have a chance to declare war in the morning. By noon he could be dead, let alone have time for lunch. As for whether humanity could triumph in a battle against Qin Mo or whether the United States could continue to exist, these questions were irrelevant to Silas, who was already hanging by a thread. After all, if he could not even save his own life, what meaning did anything else hold? So the notion of going independent was only for idle thought. Once done, he still had to work for Qin Mo as before. As for exactly how Silas increased his leverage. After securing the presidency with real power, he displayed astonishing drive and decisiveness. At lightning speed, he gathered together the most brilliant and skilled technical researchers from across the United States. These researchers came from various fields, each possessing unique expertise and profound academic backgrounds. According to their respective strengths and advantages, Silas astutely divided them into closely collaborating teams. To ensure these researchers could devote themselves wholeheartedly to their work, Silas spared no expense in building a series of luxurious laboratories. These labs were equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and technologies, providing an unparalleled working environment. Furthermore, Silas offered these researchers exceptionally generous living conditions and material support. They enjoyed high salaries, comfortable accommodations, and various benefits entirely free from mundane distractions. All these researchers had to do was focus on experiments and studies. Their task was to delve deeper into and exploit the technology Qin Mo had provided, offering robust technical support for Silas' plans. As for how to make these researchers willingly work for Silas, no need for excessive interference, simply presenting these technologies was enough to have those lifelong researchers scurrying over eagerly at the sight of such advanced scientific achievements. At the same time, the mech task force, which had been operating in the shadows, surfaced and became an exceptionally special department within the United States. This department was directly under the president's jurisdiction, similar in nature to S. H. I. E. L. D. from American comics, yet distinct in its own right. The mech task force here was even more ruthless than S. H. I. E. L. D. with an almost unbelievable obsession with human experimentation. From the very beginning, all sorts of inhumane human experiments never ceased. In fact, they only grew more intense. After all, the United States was filled with homeless vagrants and illegal immigrants. They were inherently unstable social elements requiring monthly subsidies that drained the already scarce social resources. Secretly rounding them all up and sending them to the lab as expendable supplies not only contributed to technological development but also reduced unnecessary resource consumption and greatly aided social stability, a win-win on multiple fronts. The scene shifts to a secret warehouse. Inside a spacious, well-lit laboratory, a group of uniformed mech task force members were busily working with tense yet orderly efficiency. They were gathered around a massive experimental project, each fully absorbed in their own tasks. At the center of the laboratory stood a mechanical creation comparable in size to a humanoid Cybertronian. The colossal robot gleamed with metallic luster, its intricate structure and precise design awe-inspiring. On either side, two enormous mechanical arms were precisely installing one component after another onto its body. These parts were meticulously designed and manufactured, each bearing significant functions. As the final transformation gear was successfully installed into the robot's body, the transformation problem that had long plagued the mech task force was finally resolved. Begin beta test. At Silas' command, the atmosphere in the entire laboratory grew tense. The nearby researchers swiftly sprang into action, expertly operating at their respective screens, inputting various commands and parameters. The moment the confirm key was pressed, the previously still robot suddenly stirred as if infused with life. Its arm clenched abruptly as if adjusting to newfound power. Immediately after, it began to autonomously interface with the newly inserted transformation gear, each movement so fluid and natural. Installation complete. Begin scanning. The researcher's voice echoed through the laboratory. With that command, the robot's eyes suddenly emitted a blue light. The beam, like a searchlight, shone directly onto a military helicopter parked nearby. As the scan completed, a detailed structural diagram of the helicopter appeared clearly on the screen. Every detail was precisely rendered. Scan successful. Begin transformation. The researcher issued the command again, and the robot's body began to emit clicking sounds. Initially, everything had been proceeding remarkably smoothly, as if all was going according to plan. However, at this crucial final step, an unexpected hitch suddenly occurred. No matter how hard the researchers racked their brains to debug it, the robot equipped with the transformation gear simply could not complete the transformation successfully. As time ticked by, beads of sweat formed on the researchers' foreheads. They stared anxiously at the robot, silently praying for a miracle. However, reality was cruel. Despite their utmost efforts, the robot remained unresponsive. Seeing that the robot's internal circuits might burn out from excessive attempts, the researchers in desperation reluctantly decided to terminate the experiment. Just as they were about to cut the power, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from the doorway. Oh, ha 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 ha. This laughter was all too familiar to everyone present. Then a figure slowly entered through the door. The newcomer was none other than Hong Jiju, his face full of mockery, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his mouth as if he had anticipated this very scene. Hong Jiju slowly walked to the center of the warehouse, his gaze sweeping over the dejected researchers before settling on the robot that had failed to transform. He chuckled and said, "Who would have thought that the human president is a complete scientific madman? He not only targets us Decepticons but shows no mercy to his own people either." There was naturally a reason why Hong Jiju appeared here. For such a cunning character, he must have thoroughly investigated the mech task force and Silas before daring to show himself. Hong Zizu's words struck the researchers' hearts like a sword. They exchanged glances, momentarily unsure how to respond. Just then Hong Jiju suddenly sensed multiple infrared beams targeting his body. He glanced down at the red dots on himself, and the smile on his lips grew even more pronounced. "At least we know your weakness, Decepticon." Hong Jiju slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as he swept his eyes over the fully armed vigilant mech task force members. His eyes revealed undisguised contempt, as if these people were nothing more than insignificant ants in his view. "Oh, come on. A mocking smile played on Hong Zizhu's lips.
I have nothing to do with those guys anymore.
At this moment Hong Zizhu clearly had not yet realized the severity of the situation. He still viewed the scene with a joking attitude. Besides, if I were really here to deal with you, you'd probably be crying for your parents by now. His words exuded extreme confidence in his own strength. After all, without any preparation, a sudden attack by Cybertronians could indeed easily crush humanity. However, Hong Zizhu may have underestimated the strength of the current Silas and the repeatedly upgraded mech task force. Although Cybertronians indeed held an absolute advantage in the absence of preparation, things were vastly different for Silas and his team now. Nevertheless, Silas was not in a hurry to break openly with Hong Zizhu. He knew well that in such a tense standoff maintaining calm and rationality was crucial. Thus he continued to follow Hong Zizhu's lead and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Upon hearing Silas' question, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Hong Zizhu's lips, revealing a subtle, barely perceptible smile. "To discuss a partnership with you." His reply was succinct and direct, as if brimming with confidence in the proposal. Seeing Silas silence, Hong Zizhu felt a secret delight, believing that the other party had taken an interest in his proposition. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, "In truth, the similarities between us run far deeper than the scars on our faces." Hong Zizhu's words caught Silas' attention and he finally spoke, "If I choose to cooperate with you, what benefits would I gain?" Hearing this, Hong Zizhu's heart surged with elation, knowing that Silas was beginning to waver, signaling that the negotiation could proceed. Hong Zizhu replied with unwavering confidence, "I can provide you with first-hand insider information." Before he could finish, Silas suddenly raised his hand in a signal and the surrounding Mecha Special Forces members promptly lowered their weapons. This gesture greatly pleased Hong Zizhu, who felt that his proposal had been acknowledged. Yet he failed to notice that behind Silas' back another hand was subtly making a motion. Though subtle, the motion conveyed an inscrutable intent. Hong Zizhu slowly approached the robot and continued, "In fact, the transformation gear is not a product of high technology but an application of biology. This means it repels any form of energy except for super energy body." "Go on." "Super energy body is not just a source of energy to us, it is ammunition, the very essence of life. No matter which faction, all are drawn to super energy body like moths to a flame." At this very moment Hong Zizhu faced a pressing issue, the scarcity of super energy body. Ever since he parted ways with Ba Tianhu, energy had been a persistent problem, which is why he sought cooperation with Silas. "You and I both need super energy body, there is no doubt about it." Hong Zizhu's voice carried an urgent tone. "What I lack now is merely the means to find it. However, as long as I can provide you with the detailed chemical composition of synthetic super energy body, we can leverage your abundant resources to develop a method for exploring new deposits. In this way we both stand to benefit." To make his proposal more convincing, Hong Zizhu did not hesitate to cut open his own body and extract a tiny amount of super energy body. He carefully applied this minuscule energy body onto the reactor on the robot's chest as if it were an invaluable treasure. Indeed, with the infusion of super energy body, the previously dormant reactor suddenly reactivated like a flame rekindled. This change undoubtedly demonstrated the immense power of super energy body and made Hong Zizhu's plan appear even more feasible. If it were before the appearance of Qin Mo, Hong Zizhu's proposal might have been highly enticing to Silas. After all, at that time Silas had likely not yet mastered such advanced technology or the methods to locate and extract super energy body. However, the situation was now entirely different. Thanks to Qin Mo's technological sharing, Silas had not only gained advanced technology but also mastered the key techniques for finding and extracting super energy body. Thus for Silas, Hong Zizhu's proposal no longer held the same allure as before. In fact, the reason Silas conducted this experiment was not because he was truly unable to solve the transformation problem of the artificial Cybertronians. On the contrary, he did so to prove his own value and increase his bargaining chips. He hoped to make the artificial Cybertronians operate successfully using only the most basic primordial energy from Earth without any intervention from super energy body. As for Hong Zizhu, he was clearly unaware of the deal between Silas and Qin Mo, having only grasped superficial information before arrogantly approaching for cooperation. This was undoubtedly a dangerous and reckless move. More importantly, while Hong Zizhu was speaking confidently, Silas had already quietly issued orders to his subordinates. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Hong Zizhu's dissatisfaction grew. He frowned and said impatiently, "All right, I've said quite a bit. So what's your answer?" However, in response to Hong Zizhu's inquiry, the other party did not give a clear answer but hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "In my opinion, we should wait a bit longer." Before he finished speaking, Silas suddenly seemed to make up his mind, abruptly turned his head and bolted away. This sudden turn of events caught Hong Zizhu completely off guard. His eyes widened as he watched Silas disappear like a gust of wind. Before he could recover from the shock, a dense volley of gunfire erupted with countless bullets raining down from all directions like a deadly net enveloping Hong Zizhu. "Fool, do you really think this can?" A scornful smile curled at the corner of Hong Zizhu's mouth. He had no regard for these attacks.
Yet before his taunt could finish, several distinct bullets intermingled with the ordinary ones and flew straight toward him. Before Hong Jiju could even react, those special bullets had already struck his body with brutal force. In an instant a powerful electric current surged through his body like raging waves, spreading swiftly to every part. Caught completely off guard, Hong Jiju trembled violently as if struck by lightning, then collapsed limply to the ground, drained of all strength. Only after confirming that Hong Jiju was fully subdued did Silas cautiously emerge from his hiding place. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he gazed at Hong Jiju lying on the ground as if admiring a precious trophy. "Ha, you foolish creature, delivering yourself to my doorstep, heaven helps me," Silas mocked. "Once I send you to Lai Tianjua, he will be overjoyed. After all, you are the former deputy commander of Ba Tianhu." Recalling how he had subdued Si Hua with the same special bullets. And now applying the same method to the unsuspecting Hong Jiju was as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Although the experiment ultimately ended in failure, Silas did not feel too disheartened. After all, he had successfully captured a key figure of Ba Tianhu, Hong Jiju. For him this was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Where am I? After an unknown span of time, Hong Jiju gradually regained consciousness from his coma. He looked around, and the more he gazed the more familiar everything seemed. Wait, wasn't this the interrogation room of the Decepticon battleship? How had he ended up here? The doubt swirling in Hong Zizu's mind enshrouded him like a fog, but soon the fog was dispelled by the sound of a door opening. He fixed his gaze and saw the interrogation room door slowly swing open, a figure striding in. "It seems you've awakened, Hong Jiju." The voice rang out in Hong Zizu's ears, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. "Does this place stir any fond memories for you?" Hong Zizu's eyes landed on the newcomer, instantly widening in utter astonishment. "You? He Guafu." He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to his archenemy He Guafu. However, his shock did not last long as a question quickly dawned on him. Hadn't the Decepticon battleship been seized by Li Shenju? So how could He Guafu be here? As these thoughts flashed through Hong Zizu's mind, He Guafu seemed to read his mind. A cold smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. "Ah, I see you're brimming with confusion. But before I answer your questions, let me first see if your head holds anything we're looking for." With that, He Guafu walked to the table and began selecting torture instruments, muttering to herself as she browsed. "Let me see. Which one to pick? How about you choose Hong Jiju? The latest model or something more traditional?" "He Guafu, what are you trying to do?" "He Guafu." Hong Zizu's voice trembled involuntarily as he struggled desperately against his restraints, but all his efforts were in vain. His hands and legs were tightly bound with special chains, leaving him completely immobile. Worse still, the wings on his back were also shackled, robbing him of any ability to resist. At this moment Hong Jiju was nothing more than a fish on the chopping board, utterly helpless. Immediately afterward, a series of heart-wrenching screams echoed from the interrogation room. Time ticked by and the interrogation of Hong Jiju gradually came to an end. "How did it go, He Guafu? Did you obtain any useful intelligence?" Qin Mo, his face expressionless, watched He Guafu enter the room. His voice was low and stern, as if his very presence dominated the chamber. He Guafu approached Qin Mo and bowed her head slightly. "I apologize, my lord. I have exhausted every method, but I extracted no valuable information from Hong Jiju. Furthermore, I believe he truly possesses no useful intelligence." Qin Mo remained silent for a moment, his deep eyes locked onto He Guafu as if weighing something. Finally he slowly nodded, tacitly acknowledging her words. After all, if even a shred of the information Hong Jiju held had been accurate, he wouldn't have directly sought out Silas's cooperation. Thus it seemed Hong Jiju might truly be nothing more than a pawn possessing no real intelligence of value. "In that case, please allow me to grant him a swift end." He Guafu suddenly lifted her head, a flash of ruthlessness glinting in her eyes. She had long harbored disdain for Hong Jiju, cunning and insidious as he was. Now that an opportunity presented itself, she naturally wished to slay him with her own hands. However, no sooner had He Guafu made her request than Qin Mo rejected it without hesitation. "No. This one's body still holds value." Qin Mo's voice remained icy yet carried an indisputable tone. "Moreover, Hong Jiju was brought here by Silasi. It would be improper to dispose of him so casually. Bind him securely and hand him over to Silasi. Ask him how he wishes to deal with Hong Jiju." Compared to the bodies of ordinary Decepticon soldiers, Hong Zizu's frame was undeniably more valuable. Not only was it far more powerful, but even if transformed into a headmaster, it would provide combat capabilities far surpassing other bodies. Qin Mo understood this well, so he unhesitatingly handed Hong Zizu's body over to Silasi for disposal. Initially Qin Mo had assumed that Silasi would claim Hong Zizu's body for himself. After all, such a formidable frame would be immensely tempting to anyone. Yet to Qin Mo's slight surprise, Silasi did not do so.
Instead he bestowed it upon his subordinate.
Are you certain about this?
Qin Mo gazed at Silassi before him puzzled.
You know a body like this is exceedingly rare.
However, Silas's reply was resolute.
More certain than anything.
Qin Mo stared at Silassi as if a realization dawned upon him. He mused, it seems then you have already prepared a brand new body for yourself.
This statement was both a guess at Silas's intentions and an explanation for his actions. As it turned out, Qin Mo's speculation was correct. Silassi had indeed already crafted his future body.
The reason he had not mentioned it earlier was chiefly because he was dissatisfied with his current form, still engaged in meticulous refinement and weapon system upgrades.
Since Qin Mo had now brought up the subject, Silassi simply admitted it. This is the body you've built for yourself. Qin Mo's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at the artificial sabe. Even Qin Mo had to acknowledge Selas's intellect, yet he refrained from immediately transferring Selas's brain. Firstly, this body in Selas's view was not yet perfect, he intended to further modify it.
Secondly, Qin Mo still needed Selas to continue working as the President of the United States in human form.
Although even after the brain transfer one could still wear a layer of human skin to continue the work, dealing with the Autobots made it highly probable that they would discover the trick, leading to unnecessary complications. Therefore, before driving the Autobots off Earth, it was best for Selas to maintain the status quo. After handling the Starscream issue, Qin Mo returned to the bridge just in time for Optimus Prime's communication.
The channel connected and Optimus Prime's voice came through slowly.
We have successfully deciphered 3 sets of coordinates. I will send one of them to you now.
Let us cooperate to prevent the Awaken relic from falling into Decepticon hands.
With that, a set of coordinates was transmitted.
Qin Mo glanced at them, confirmed they were not among those he had already cracked, and nodded.
Agreed. Well, split up.
The communication ended and Qin Mo immediately began summoning personnel. Indeed, this time he did not plan to act personally. After all, his subordinates were now quite talented, especially in combat. If he still had to handle everything himself, what would be the use of these people?
Master, we have arrived.
Exactly, this time Qin Mo had summoned the 3 insect immortals.
I have a mission for you, but given your previous failure, I am now deliberating whether to entrust you with it.
Hearing this, the 3 immediately became anxious and quickly said, "Rest assured, Master.
We will not let you down.
We swear by the spark, we will not fail again."
Good. Qin Mo nodded approvingly. Since you have all said so, I will entrust this mission to you. After the 3 insect immortals departed, Qin Mo promptly summoned Black Widow. Your orders, Master. Qin Mo raised a hand and sent a set of coordinates to Black Widow.
The coordinates of the Awaken relic have been decoded.
Go and retrieve it for me. Remember, do not attract any unnecessary attention.
Rest assured, Master.
I will not fail.
Since this was the first time dealing with an Awaken relic, Optimus Prime had to be cautious as well. Optimus Prime and his team had acted swiftly this time, yet who could have foreseen that they were still a step too late? When they arrived, over a dozen Decepticon troopers had already taken positions at the coordinate location, with Knockout and Rampage standing guard.
Hurry up, hurry up. Move it.
Knockout's voice echoed across the empty area, his tone tinged with impatience and irritation. Yet despite his repeated urgings, the troopers seemed largely unaffected, their movements still sluggish, a testament to their lack of wit. It seems the Decepticons have reached here before us. On a distant hillside, Optimus Prime and Ratchet observed the scene below from afar.
A note of concern crept into Ratchet's voice.
Just as he finished speaking, an alien fighter jet roared overhead, its deafening rumble startling them both. The jet circled a few times before landing gracefully with a flawless transformation.
Lord Megatron, you are here.
Upon Megatron's arrival, Knockout and Rampage immediately stepped forward, their faces adorned with fawning smiles as they saluted him.
Megatron nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Knockout.
Where is what I asked for?
It has been excavated, my lord. Knockout replied, hastily gesturing to 2 troopers to bring the item to Megatron.
He added a special reminder, handle it gently, don't damage it.
The 2 troopers scurried over and carefully carried an alien canister before Megatron.
The canister looked mysterious, covered in strange symbols and patterns that piqued curiosity about its contents.
Megatron wasted no words. He reached out and opened the canister, reaching inside to retrieve the item.
But at that moment, Optimus Prime's voice rang out from nearby.
Megatron! I will not allow you to steal the Autobot relic.
Looking toward the sound, they saw Optimus Prime charging forward with his blaster raised, followed by Ratchet.
Yet Megatron remained unfazed. Your intel is still slow, Optimus. And I suggest you lower your weapon unless you wish to perish together with us. With that, Megatron lifted the item from the canister and displayed it before Optimus Prime. It was the infamous spark extractor.
It must be said the deterrent power of this device was immense.
Its effect was simple as its name suggested. Upon activation it would indiscriminately extract the sparks of all Cybertronians within its range. Moreover, it was not created by the Autobots but by Decepticon scientists as a weapon of mass destruction. It was later seized by the Autobots and stored in Iacon. Subsequently it was launched to Earth along with other Iacon relics. It looks insignificant, yet it can extract every spark within its range. By the way, it was you, Optimus, or should I say Orion Pax, who helped me find it. As the saying goes, exquisite trash talk brings exquisite pleasure. Having a rare chance to vent the pent-up frustration of recent times, how could Megatron let this golden opportunity slip by? You should have kept your Decepticon insignia, because you have no idea how useful your code-breaking skills were during that brief period of our amicable coexistence. After his verbal assault, Megatron prepared to leave. Soundwave opened the ground bridge. As the ground bridge opened, Megatron showed no intention of engaging Optimus Prime and the others. He simply ordered them to be dealt with and strode toward the portal. Though those clone troopers had seemed like dolts under Knockout's orders, now at Megatron's command they sprang to life with ferocious vigor. However, their marksmanship left much to be desired. Seeing this, Optimus Prime wasted no time. He raised his blaster and fired several shots, taking down the leading Decepticon troopers. Wretched was not idle either. Though unarmed with a firearm, his two sharp scalpels could easily slice through the outer armor of these troopers. Just as Qing Tianzhu and Jiu Huche were tightly entangled by Tianhu grunts and unable to break free, a deafening roar of engines suddenly came from afar. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn over. Then De Huangfeng made a beautiful leap like a nimble cheetah, pouncing directly at the two unfortunate Tianhu grunt. With a loud crash, De Huangfeng slammed down onto the two grunts with the force of a mountain, pressing them firmly beneath him. This sudden strike gave the two grunts no time to react. They could only wail in pain, gasping for breath under De Huangfeng's weight. However, De Huangfeng's movements did not pause for a moment. His tires spun wildly, grinding against the faces of the two Tianhu grunts before he shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight toward the land bridge where Weijin Tian was located. De Huangfeng retrieved the spark extractor. As De Huangfeng was about to rush into the land bridge and accomplish the mission, suddenly boom! A loud bang rang out as an energy blast exploded not far ahead of De Huangfeng. The shockwave from the explosion, like an invisible giant hand, flung De Huangfeng backward. Facing this sudden attack, De Huangfeng remained remarkably calm. He quickly adjusted his posture in midair and completed a perfect transformation from car mode to robot mode. Then he landed steadily on the ground unharmed. "I can't let you do that," a deep voice suddenly sounded. De Huangfeng looked toward the voice and saw a huge falcon circling in the sky, its wings glinting coldly in the sunlight, looking majestic. This falcon was none other than a member of the Tianhu, Fei Xiang. Fei Xiang was equipped with two powerful heavy cannons on his back, and at that moment both cannons were aimed directly at De Huangfeng, emitting a chilling aura. As Fei Xiang's words faded, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Both heavy cannons fired simultaneously, instantly spewing a blazing mass of flames that swept toward De Huangfeng like a wall of fire. At this moment the Tianhu's advantage became evident. As the saying goes, fighting from above beats fighting from below. "What's the matter, little bee? Seeing an eagle has you cowering in a ball, not daring to move?" Fei Xiang, firmly holding the aerial advantage, soared freely in the sky like an invincible fighter jet. His maneuverability and agility left De Huangfeng with no chance to attack. Fei Xiang continuously unleashed wave after wave of fierce firepower, raining down on De Huangfeng like dense raindrops without any restraint. While dodging Fei Xiang's attacks, De Huangfeng also attempted to counterattack. However, his attacks seemed like child's play to Fei Xiang, who easily evaded them. Can't hit me, still can't hit me. With aim like that, you'd better go back and practice for a few hundred years." At first, facing Fei Xiang's trash talk, De Huangfeng maintained the basic professionalism of a warrior, calm and composed. But as the opponent's words poured out like a rapid-fire gun, even a deaf person would lose their cool. As De Huangfeng gradually became flustered, his attacks grew increasingly chaotic and unorganized, making it even harder to hit Fei Xiang in the sky. Fei Xiang continued to taunt him, and it seemed to have entered a vicious cycle. However, although Fei Xiang held a clear advantage, the problem was that those Tianhu grunts were far too fragile. They were nothing but cannon fodder. When facing the Chichairan, they were like paper, one touch and they shattered. As for Ji Dao, although his combat power was slightly stronger than those grunts, it wasn't by much. After exchanging a few moves with Jiu Huche, Ji Dao was clearly at a disadvantage and ultimately defeated. Fei Xiang quickly surveyed the whole situation, realizing that his own strength could not change the overall battle. Thus he made a prompt decision, unhesitatingly giving up the thought of continuing to fight, and called out to Shang Bo to open the land bridge immediately. Then Fei Xiang dove down like a bolt of lightning, grabbed the fallen Ji Dao with astonishing speed and charged headfirst into the land bridge. Hey, watch my paint. With the departure of Fei Xiang and Ji Dao, this fierce battle temporarily came to an end. The scene was left with only the destroyed Tianhu grunts scattered on the ground and Jiu Huche sighing helplessly.
They got away and they took the spark extractor with them. Jiu Huche looked at the mess before him filled with frustration and helplessness.
Vroom vroom vroom.
Qing Tianzhu patted De Huangfeng's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, you did well. Back at the base, Mei Qi like a curious child eagerly asked Qing Tianzhu, did you get the thing?
What is it? Let me see it, let me see it.
Qing Tianzhu shook his head solemnly and replied, no, we didn't get that weapon. It fell into Wei Zhentian's hands. It's the spark extractor.
The spark extractor. Isn't that the mass destruction weapon developed by the Ba Tianhu?
Hearing the name spark extractor, Guban, who was nearby, suddenly jumped up from his seat as if electrocuted.
Guban knew that thing all too well.
Back when he was in the Leiting Zhangjiu DUI, he had been responsible for retrieving that weapon. At that time an accident occurred and the device was activated.
If Guban hadn't been far enough away and run fast enough, he wouldn't be here now.
However, Qing Tianzhu's brow furrowed even deeper. He said slowly, compared to the spark extractor, and more concerned about that Ba Tianhu who appeared in the form of a falcon flying in the sky.
Falcon.
Mei Qi immediately became interested and laughed carelessly. Since when did the Ba Tianhu open a zoo? Ignoring Mei Qi's flighty thoughts, Qing Tianzhu looked at De Huangfeng and Jiu Huche and said, don't you think that Ba Tianhu looks familiar? Jiu Huche stroked his chin and murmured, now that you mention it, I also feel his tone of voice is very similar to a Ba Tianhu I've seen before, but I can't remember who. Vroom vroom vroom. De Huangfeng seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke. La Fei, who was nearby, did not forget to translate in real time. He says that Ba Tianhu was called Fei Xiang.
You mean that chatterbox? Guban clearly also remembered this Ba Tianhu vividly.
I recall he once worked under Shang Bo as an intelligence officer for a while, and later I saw him during the battle at Kawazi Plain.
What? What?
Mei Qi asked incredulously. You mean that Ba Tianhu who never spoke had a chatterbox assistant beside him?
Well, that's really interesting.
After thoroughly identifying the other party, Jiu Huche finally broke the silence and spoke. Qing Tianzhu, although Ba Tianhu has suffered heavy losses under the fierce onslaught of Lai Tianzhu's Insecticons, it is clear that a centipede does not stiffen even when dead.
You are right, old friend.
Qing Tianzhu nodded in deep agreement and continued, from the current situation, Wei Zhentian has evidently used some method to summon his former subordinates. At that moment Jieka seemed to think of something important and interjected, I have a question.
Why don't you do the same as Wei Zhentian?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. Seeing this, Jieka did not flinch but continued to explain, I mean there must be more than just you few Autobots, right?
Why not gather them all? Wouldn't our strength become greater then?
Facing Jieka's stout air, she leaned down and patiently explained, Jieka, things are far more complicated than you imagine. After the Great War of Cybertron, the Autobots abandoned Cybertron and evacuated in batches, continuing the life and death struggle against the Decepticons. Now these Autobots are scattered across every corner of the universe, and finding them is no easy task unless we have special means.
But we still have to try, don't we? What if we succeed?
Even finding one person would be a great help to us, wouldn't it?
Jiaku is right.
Qing Tianzhu seemed to suddenly comprehend something. He slowly looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, the Decepticons are indeed in their weakest period in history. If we miss this excellent opportunity, this war will likely be prolonged indefinitely. He paused briefly and then continued, therefore we must take action. Sending a message across the universe to summon the Autobots scattered outside, though the chance of success is minuscule, is undoubtedly the best plan we can think of at present. After the others had gradually left, Jiu Huche did not depart. He quietly walked up to Qing Tianzhu and lowered his voice, saying, Qing Tianzhu, I know that your desire to summon the Autobots scattered across the universe is not merely for opposing the Decepticons. Qing Tianzhu was slightly startled, then turned to look at Jiu Huche, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but quickly regained composure. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile as he softly replied, you are right, old friend. Pausing, Qing Tianzhu took a deep breath and continued, to be honest, I have always harbored doubts about Lai Tianzhu.
The feeling he gives me is always somewhat unreal.
But hasn't he already reached an agreement with our creator Yuan Shi Tianzun?
I know.
Qing Tianzhu nodded and said, when I obtained that key card I also received the relevant information recorded in it by Yuan Shi Tianzun. But that is merely a transaction.
Transaction.
Hearing this, Jiu Huche was still somewhat incredulous. A Cybertron creature dared to make a transaction with their creator.
It was utterly insolent, unprecedented. Exactly, a transaction.
When the transaction ends, if the other party goes back on their word with our current strength, I'm afraid we cannot contend with them.
I understand.
Meanwhile, on the other side, hurry, move faster. I don't want to keep Lord Wei Zhentian waiting any longer. 2G stood on the mountain ridge shouting anxiously at the group of Decepticon grunts before him.
These Decepticon grunts dared not show any negligence.
They swung their tools desperately, peeling away the underground rock layers bit by bit. Finally, under 2JIS repeated urging, a huge alien container gradually revealed its true appearance.
Excellent!
2G shouted excitedly. This time Lord Wei Tian will surely be able to. However, before he could finish his words, suddenly a dazzling laser shot from afar, swift and precise as lightning, striking a Decepticon grunt who was digging. That Decepticon grunt didn't even have time to let out a scream before his spark chamber was pierced by the laser. Seeing this, 2JIS face changed drastically. He turned his head sharply, wanting to see where the laser had come from. However, the moment he turned around, he saw three figures rushing out of a nearby forest like a whirlwind.
Sanshong Xian.
These three figures were none other than Han Shan Long Xia and Du Jiao Xian. As soon as they appeared, they unhesitatingly combined directly into the powerful Sanshong Xian.
Attack!
Sanshong Xian roared in unison, and then like a rampaging giant beast they charged straight at the Decepticons.
2G watched this scene in horror, cursing inwardly. What the hell, there's a combiner too!
2G was no inexperienced novice, he had been through all kinds of storms. Thus when he first saw the three insect immortals charging out, he didn't take them too seriously. After all, the enemy was only 3 individuals while they had a full 14 on their side. Adding 2G himself, that averaged out to 5 against 1, the advantage could not be more obvious. However, when 2G took a closer look and saw the form of the 3 insect immortals after combining, his original intention to fight instantly vanished without a trace.
Are you kidding me? That's a combiner.
Even the weakest combiner is definitely not something these people can easily contend with. Yet giving up so easily, 2G felt somewhat unwilling. After all, that thing was right in front of him. Just a little more effort, maybe he could get it. You all charge.
You must stop him. 2G made a prompt decision and gave the order.
Though fearful, those Decepticon grunts braced themselves and charged forward, attempting to stop the terrifying combiner. Meanwhile, 2G himself quickly transformed into his jaguar form, then like a madman frantically dug at the rock stratum before him with his sharp claws. His goal was only one: to dig out what was hidden in the rock stratum in the shortest time. Unfortunately, he overestimated the combat effectiveness of those grunts and underestimated the destructive power of Sanshong Xian. Due to their previous failure, Sanshong Xian had a pent-up anger in their chests, eagerly longing to wash it away with a thorough and complete victory. With a single slap, the leading Decepticon grunt was sent flying, taking down 5 unlucky comrades behind him as they all crashed to the ground.
Then came another brutal bullrush, sending 3 overconfident Decepticon grunts hurtling through the air.
As for the attacks from those grunts, while not entirely useless, they amounted to little more than a gentle massage against the 3 insect immortals.
Ah, finally got it out.
Just as Assault barely managed to dig the jar out from underground before he could even admire his prize, he suddenly realized, why had the sky gone dark? Turning around, he saw the 3 insect immortals had already dispatched all dozen Decepticon grunts and now stood behind him, glaring with blazing red eyes.
Well, if there's nothing else, he'll be going.
With that, Assault transformed into his jaguar form and tried to make a getaway with the jar. But how could that possibly work? A single swat sent Assault flying, tumbling across the ground several times, smashing through several large trees before barely coming to a stop. Seeing the jar lying not far away and the menacing expression of the 3 insect immortals, who practically had the words "I'll kill you" written on his face, Assault abandoned all thought of the item and fled. Watching Assault escape, the 3 insect immortals instinctively gave chase, but after only 2 steps he stopped, turned back and retrieved the mission target. Report: mission objective successfully acquired. Request immediate activation of the ground bridge. Upon receiving the request, the ground bridge swiftly opened before him. As the ground bridge opened, a torrent of combat spheres surged forth like a raging tide, sweeping across the battlefield with astonishing speed, efficiently clearing away the Decepticon grunts slain by the 3 insect immortals. Amidst the chaos, the 3 insect immortals remained remarkably composed. Holding the jar, he strode calmly into the ground bridge as if the surrounding turmoil had nothing to do with him.
Finally, the 3 insect immortals stood before Qin Mo.
Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees, raised the jar above his head and presented it reverently to Qin Mo, saying, "My lord, I have brought back what you requested."
Qin Mo took the jar with an impassive expression, his gaze fixed upon it as if he could see through its surface.
After a moment, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You've done well," Qin Mo said, his voice calm and gentle.
"Now go and rest."
Relieved, the 3 insect immortals quickly thanked him and departed, his steps noticeably lighter, clearly elated by Qin Mo's approval.
Once the 3 insect immortals had left, Qin Mo slowly opened the jar. As the lid was lifted, a faint glow emanated from within.
Qin Mo looked closely and his smile grew more pronounced.
Inside the jar was none other than an ultimate divine key.
This was a crucial item for unlocking the ultimate divine lock, for such keys were required and not one could be missing. Now, with one key in hand, Qin Mo had secured a significant advantage in the contest for the ultimate divine lock, adding a vital bargaining chip for future negotiations. Beneath the subway in New York.
This is a piece of cake.
Black Widow smiled easily, eyeing the container before her as if it were the most ordinary object. Without hesitation she reached in and pulled it out of the hole, her movements practiced and natural. Unlike the earlier frantic scrambles for the fire extractor and the ultimate divine key, this mission was effortless for her.
Before she arrived, the Mecha Special Task Force had already acted, locking down the entire subway with a flimsy excuse. Thus no one would compete with Black Widow for the container. All she had to do was stroll leisurely through the empty subway tunnels with a detector.
Carefully searching every corner, she eventually located the exact position, then effortlessly dug it out and retrieved the container.
Let me see what treasure is inside. Black Widow stared curiously at the container, itching to open it immediately.
However, under the influence of the Zerg network, her personality had subtly shifted. Despite her intense curiosity, she restrained the impulse and decided to bring the container back intact to her lord.
This is Black Widow. I've successfully retrieved the item. Open the ground bridge so I can return.
She reported through the communicator, her tone calm and decisive. Like the three insect immortals, upon returning to the ship, Black Widow immediately handed the excavated item to Qin Mo.
Looking at the intact jar, Qin Mo asked, "Didn't you think to open it?"
"No, my lord," Black Widow replied, head bowed.
"Your orders were to bring it back to you, not to open it." "Very good." Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Those who are loyal will be rewarded." He produced a short staff and tossed it to Black Widow. "My lord, what is?" Before Black Widow could understand, Qin Mo raised his gun and fired. Startled, she instinctively raised her hand to block, but at that moment the staff activated, erecting a blue barrier that successfully deflected the shot. "Whoa!" Black Widow gasped as she retracted the staff. "A shield generator." "Something close," Qin Mo explained. "A replica, but functionally identical to the original. Consider it your reward." Black Widow was delighted, but someone else was far from pleased. "I can't believe you returned empty-handed on your first mission." Facing Megatron's fury, Assault dared not look up, speaking humbly, "I'm sorry, my lord, but I was no match for that combiner." Combiner. The word clearly stirred unpleasant memories in Megatron. Again. "I need to find a way to eliminate it, or it'll be at a disadvantage." Yet saying so was easier than done. Combiners were not easy to deal with, unless they fielded a combiner of their own or relied on heavy artillery or overwhelming numbers. But for the Decepticons, none of these options were currently viable. The punishment must still be carried out, otherwise leaving an impression of unclear rewards and penalties would make leading the team even harder in the future. After so long, Megatron had begun to miss Starscream. Though the fellow was quite useless in his deeds, he played his part well. Each time Megatron barely exerted any force, Starscream would act as if he were at death's door. Most importantly, he made a loud fuss which served as a deterrent to other Decepticons, making an example of him. Now that Starscream was gone, Megatron would have to scout for a new candidate to persecute. After devising a punishment for Rampage, Megatron turned and entered a locked room. "Soundwave, it's time to show off your new body." In the center of the room stood a massive object resembling a stasis pod. As Megatron's voice faded, the pod slowly opened and Soundwave stepped out leisurely. Compared to before, the modified Soundwave appeared more robust, with heavier, more powerful armor exuding strength. Indeed, due to the current shortage of Decepticon personnel, Soundwave could no longer serve solely as a communications officer. When necessary, he would have to go on field missions, battling against the Insecticons led by Qin Mo and the Autobots led by Optimus Prime. The latter needed no introduction, old rivals with ample combat experience. But the former was different. Facing those stat monsters, Soundwave's original body was simply inadequate. Thus it was essential to forge a new body for him, enhancing his combat capabilities. As for Soundwave's current state, it had begun to resemble the form seen in the Challenge of the Leaders. But none of that mattered as much as the fact that during the period of upgrading his body, Soundwave had re-established his magnetic tape legion. Gone was the embarrassing situation of having only laser beak. "Excellent, Soundwave, very good. Soon we shall launch a brilliant counterattack, letting them know that the Decepticons of today are still the Decepticons of old." While Megatron was preparing with fervor, the scene shifted to the Autobot base elsewhere. The night was as dark as ink, utterly silent save for a bright full moon hanging high in the sky, casting silvery radiance. Yet this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. A storm was about to break. "Optimus Prime, what in the blazes are your subordinates up to?" Fowler's furious roar echoed throughout the Autobot base. From his tone brimming with anger and dissatisfaction, one could clearly sense his extremely bad state. Faced with Fowler's reprimand, Optimus Prime showed no signs of panic or loss of composure. He stood steady, his posture straight as a pine, his gaze firm and composed, responding in a calm and steady tone, "My apologies, Agent Fowler, but as far as I know, all Autobots are here and not a single one has left the base." "Then explain to me why I received intelligence that two behemoths are battling 20 miles outside Omaha city limits." Fowler stared wide-eyed at Optimus Prime as if trying to see the truth through his optics. Hearing this, Ratchet couldn't help but interject, could it be Decepticons?
Or those pesky Insecticons?
After all, aside from the Autobots, only those two factions could be called behemoths. Unlikely to be Insecticons, Bulkhead said without hesitation.
Remember, they share a single hive mind. As long as Trypticon is around, they won't fight among themselves.
Then it must be Decepticons.
But they've been pulling back lately. There's no reason for this.
I just arrived at the scene.
Take a... As the words fell, Fowler tapped his device lightly. The previously dark screen lit up and began playing a real-time recording. The footage showed nothing but ruins and devastation, as if a brutal battle had taken place. Yet as everyone was still immersed in the chaotic scene, the image suddenly zoomed in, revealing a somewhat blurry but unmistakably familiar figure.
Buzz. No, the color's wrong, definitely not Skyquake. Besides, we took him down with Optimus Prime, remember?
Bulkhead shook his head. Meanwhile, RC, frowning deeply, stared at the screen as if pondering something important. After a moment, as if she had finally realized something, she suddenly asked, more importantly, I'm curious who he's fighting.
From the looks of it, this fierce battle has been going on for quite a while.
As she spoke, the image zoomed out again and slowly panned, finally stopping near a small spaceship not far away. At that point, another figure standing there became clearly visible.
Oh my gosh. It's actually one of our own, it's Wheeljack. Seeing the figure on the screen, Ratchet couldn't help but exclaim. Bulkhead nearly jumped for joy, his face full of disbelief. Agent Fowler, in contrast, was much calmer, though his slightly furrowed brow suggested he didn't entirely welcome Wheeljack's return.
Even if the Grand Supreme Elderly has returned, we need to get this under control before it hits the evening news. What astonished everyone was that this Decepticon, who bore a striking resemblance to Skyquake, was none other than Megatron's famous protege, Dreadwing. He was an outstanding, exceptionally skilled and courageous warrior. At that moment, using the spaceship as cover, Wheeljack launched a relentless assault on Dreadwing, shouting arrogantly, "Hee hee, little Decepticon, where do you think you're going?
Today is your end."
In comparison, Dreadwing appeared much more battered. Though he held a fairly lethal weapon, the surroundings offered little cover. Thus he had to constantly move to dodge the enemy's firepower, finding a new safe spot every few minutes to return fire. Back and forth, the situation gradually turned against Dreadwing. It was clear that for now he was at a disadvantage, not Wheeljack. Yet at this critical moment the tide was about to shift slightly. It turned out that Agent Fowler, roaring in on a fighter jet, made his entrance, skillfully avoiding two wild cannonballs fired by Wheeljack. Fowler promptly revealed his ally status, terrified that he might be shot down by Wheeljack next. Then, leveraging the fighter's immense aerial superiority, he quickly seized the initiative and pinned down Dreadwing. Having just arrived on Earth, Dreadwing still lacked an alternate mode and thus could not take to the skies to fight. Meanwhile, the ground bridge opened behind Wheeljack. Old Jack, we're here. Bulkhead was the first to rush out, followed closely by Optimus Prime and the other Autobots.
I knew you'd come.
Wheeljack was not at all surprised by the support from Optimus Prime and the others. With their arrival, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A closer look would reveal that Wheeljack had sustained numerous injuries, large and small. Now the situation had changed. With the arrival of Optimus Prime and the others, the Autobots held an overwhelming advantage both in numbers and firepower. They were beating Dreadwing so badly that he couldn't even lift his head, let alone counterattack. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could capture or kill him. However, under such circumstances, it was impossible for no surprises to occur. Agent Fowler, still in the air, did not leave after the Autobots arrived. Judging by his stance, he clearly intended to deliver another round of firepower. The result was that he barely got any shots off before Dreadwing seized the opportunity, quickly completed a scan and acquired a new vehicle mode. As an excellent warrior, one must not only be able to fight and charge but also know when to retreat. Compared to Skyquake, Dreadwing was clearly better at assessing the situation. Seeing that the current situation was unfavorable to him, he chose to retreat immediately after acquiring the vehicle mode.
No. You're not getting away.
Seeing Dreadwing about to flee, the already enraged Wheeljack fired without hesitation. His two shots struck the nearby gas station, triggering a series of explosions. Amid the smoke and flames, Dreadwing soared into the sky and retreated at maximum speed.
Dreadwing's escape was now certain.
Optimus Prime and the others took Wheeljack back to the base for treatment while also extracting more information from him. As for Dreadwing, he stopped after flying to a safe location, found a high mountain peak and began sending a signal. As Dreadwing's signal was detected, a ground bridge opened beside him. Dreadwing, I never expected you to reach Earth so quickly. Stepping out of the ground bridge was none other than Megatron.
Lord Megatron, I am truly honored. Dreadwing, clearly not expecting Megatron to personally welcome him, hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Enough, this is not the place to talk. Let's return to the base first.
Back at the base, Megatron impatiently asked the question that concerned him most: how is the mission I entrusted to you progressing? In fact, Megatron had established contact with Dreadwing long ago, but at that time the Decepticons were in a difficult situation. Even if Dreadwing returned, it would likely have little substantial impact on the overall war. Therefore, from a more long-term strategic perspective, Megatron resolutely entrusted a critical mission to Dreadwing. "As you command, Lord Megatron." Dreadwing bowed his head slightly and replied, "During my travels through the vast expanse of the universe, I was fortunate to fulfill my mission and successfully re-establish contact with brave Decepticon warriors such as Thundercracker and Skywarp. However, regrettably, they are now scattered across every corner of the vast cosmos, and it will still take a considerable amount of time for them to reach Earth." Having said that, Dreadwing raised his head, his gaze fixed on Megatron, and continued, "I had planned to tirelessly search for more scattered Decepticon comrades, but I never expected to encounter those despicable Autobots on the way, engaging in battle all the way here. Furthermore, there is one thing that has been lingering in my mind, the fate of my brother. I wonder if he has already fallen. How do you know of his death?" "My twin brother and I are connected by our sparks. We share the same life force. Though far apart, I could sense him awakening from stasis and then his spark extinguishing." Megatron turned expressionlessly to Soundwave beside him. Soundwave nodded understandingly and skillfully began playing a video recording, the scene of Skyquake's final moments. The images on the screen shifted and finally froze on a bloody and brutal battlefield, wreckage everywhere, flames raging. Without a doubt, a fierce and thrilling battle had taken place. "See? This is the truth. Skyquake was indeed brutally killed by those despicable Autobots, but the one responsible for that operation was not me." By now Dreadwing was extremely furious. In a low voice he said, "I swear to the heavens, I will make every Autobot on this planet pay for their crimes." Faced with such a furious Dreadwing, Megatron knew he could no longer allow him to vent his anger, or the consequences would be disastrous. So he took a deep breath and said calmly, "The Autobots' atrocities are indeed too numerous to record, and they deserve due punishment. But when and how to carry out these tasks is entirely for me to decide." However, Dreadwing seemed unwilling to let it go, and he wanted to argue further. But just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Megatron interrupted him unceremoniously enough. "Don't waste my time with nonsense. If our disagreement affects the entire operation plan or even leads to chaos and failure, all the blame will fall on you alone. So I hope you will be smart and remember one thing: from now on you will only follow my orders. Understand?" "Yes, my lord." Although Dreadwing nodded in agreement, his subtle expression revealed that he was still holding a grudge inside. What a lively scene indeed. The information Agent Fowler could gather was naturally synchronized to Qin Mo in real time. He watched the battle between Wheeljack and Dreadwing, then the arrival of Optimus Prime and the others, and finally Dreadwing's departure. "My lord, is there anything we need to do?" Black Arachnia, standing nearby, offered advice. "Now that the Decepticons' forces are growing stronger, should we launch a surprise attack to eliminate some of their effective strength?" "No need for such trouble." Qin Mo raised a hand to stop her. "These petty skirmishes are insignificant. What we need to do now is to proceed step by step and complete the tasks at hand. Only by doing so can we always maintain an advantageous position in this war." Having said that, Qin Mo left. Watching his retreating figure, Black Arachnia fell into thought. Meanwhile, Qin Mo without any notice turned and entered a room not far from the opposite side. "How is the research going, Shockwave?" After this period of unremitting modifications, it has finally brought about a change in that logical anomaly, Zendangbo. Originally, Zendangbo's loyalty to Wizenshin was not high. As a pure logical being stripped of emotions, his allegiance had always been to Seiboten. The reason he joined the Bashianhu was primarily that from an absolutely rational perspective, only the Bashianhu led by Wizenshin could save Seiboten. But now it is different. Seizing this critical juncture, Qin Mo could precisely regulate him, primarily twisting his cognition of loyalty to Seiboten into loyalty to himself. Had it been before, accomplishing this would have been somewhat difficult, but now it is different. Qin Mo expended great effort, consuming a massive number of combat spheres daily to study Yujo Dadi's body. This was no idle research. Although he dared not recklessly use many technologies related to the dark super energy body, he could select one or two completely harmless pure techniques. Coupled with the knowledge extracted from Zendangbo's mind. With the mutual reinforcement of the two, altering Zendangbo's cognition was not as difficult as one might imagine. Of course, such smooth progress was primarily because Zendangbo had undergone similar modifications before. Otherwise, with someone else, although cognitive distortion could still be performed, it would take much longer and there would be a high probability of burning out the target's brain during the process. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight this war, and Qin Mo would not have to expend that mental effort. He could simply capture all the Kichirin and Bashianhu and subject them to cognitive distortion. Returning to the present. After completing the cognitive modification of Zendangbo, Qin Mo immediately had him enter a working state. Now that Zendangbo has been on the job for some time, it is just right to inspect his work progress. Lord Li Shinju. When he saw Qin Mo approaching, Zendangbo paused his work and respectfully bowed slightly. Qin Mo waved his hand casually indicating that such formalities were unnecessary and then cut straight to the point. Zendangbo, I wish to understand the progress of the task at hand.
Yes, my lord.
Zendangbo responded and stepped aside to reveal the enormous transparent container behind him. Through the container one could clearly see a figure almost indistinguishable from a real being, that was the just-hanging clone being cultivated. Zendangbo continued his report. Thanks to ample and continuous resource support, our just-hanging clone project has achieved astonishing breakthroughs and rapid development. According to the current progress, it will not be long before the first successfully awakened just-hanging clone with full combat capability is born. It will soon undergo the final taming and education phase, and once completed it can truly come to life, ready to enter the battlefield at any time and serve you. Qin Mo stepped forward and carefully examined Chang Yongxiu inside the tank. Compared to the versions he had seen before, this Chang Yongxiu before him was not only more robust and imposing in stature but also possessed a more three-dimensional exterior form, with every line appearing powerful and sharp.
How is the modification work on Kyuugi proceeding?
When it came to the combiner, Zendangbo was momentarily taken aback, then picked up a tablet nearby and said while operating it, the spark is the foundation of Seibotan beings. It stores the complete information of a Seibotan. The spark of a combiner, having already undergone modifications, is more fragile than that of a normal Seibotan, making it no simple task to modify it again.
Zendangbo, I did not come here to listen to your complaints. What I want to know is the specific time. Qin Mo frowned and said the battle outside has entered a critical period. Greater intensity and fiercer opponents are about to arrive, I can foresee that. The combiner is the key trump card that will determine whether we achieve ultimate victory in this battle, so I do not wish for any mishap to befall it.
Do you understand?
Yes, my lord. Zendangbo nodded and said, but the shortage of personnel is also a problem we cannot avoid. Actually, the just-hanging cloning technology is already very complete.
If there were enough technical personnel, the project could be fully handed over, allowing me to have more time and energy to modify Kyuugi's spark.
At this, Qin Mo sighed helplessly and said there is no way around it. What we lack most now is technical personnel, but... Qin Mo seemed to think of something and said, what do you think of Shashideo?
Does he have the potential to become a qualified technician? Zendangbo slowly shook his head, a hint of worry on his face. Based on the current state of Shashideo, he clearly does not yet possess such potential. Admittedly, compared to most other mechanical insects, he is indeed more intelligent. However, factors such as his excessively small size and limited computing power have become key bottlenecks hindering his further growth. Hearing this, Qin Mo pondered briefly and then proposed, then if we could attempt to give him a larger body or find a way to enhance his internal computing capacity, would it be possible to break through these limitations?
Faced with Qin Mo's question, Zendangbo fell into a brief contemplation. After a few seconds he responded him.
The method you mentioned is not without feasibility as an approach, but its actual implementation may face many difficulties and challenges. I wonder if I need to personally take charge of this matter.
Qin Mo hesitated briefly and then replied, then I'll leave it to your discretion.
However, before that, there is one more thing to inform you. The modification work on the first batch of tooling Zhanshur has been successfully completed. Considering the requirements of subsequent missions, I have specially selected a team of highly skilled technicians and hope to arrange for you to lead them in carrying out the relevant tasks.
Very well, my lord.
Zendangbo agreed without hesitation, not even showing a trace of the distress that guiding newcomers might cause. On the contrary, his tone was extraordinarily calm and steady. Actively cultivating a new generation of technical talent not only helps to continuously develop and strengthen our power, but is also an indispensable key link in achieving long-term goals. Therefore, please rest assured and entrust this important task to me.
In response to Zendangbo's answer, Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. This is what I wanted to hear. You may continue your work now.
In a cave near the Kichurin base, Qianjinding was listlessly leaning against Qianjinshui, brooding silently. His eyes, which once sparkled with lively light, had now turned dim and lifeless, as if drained of vitality.
Listen to me, old Qian.
Even if we don't consider the humans with our current meager forces, we are absolutely in no position to engage the enemy. After all, the disparity in strength between us and the enemy is too great. Gaban earnestly advised, but Qianjinding clearly paid no heed to his words.
Liayan, Zhuangzhen, Xuanbao and Langhua, they all met their tragic deaths.
Qianjinding roared through gritted teeth, his voice filled with grief and anguish.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Now, whether it's the Leitang Jingzhou team or the other surviving Kichurin, their numbers are already scarce. But if we can closely follow King Tianzi's footsteps, there may still be a glimmer of hope to end this endless war. As a Kichurin who had followed King Tianzi for some time, Gaban had personally witnessed his many heroic deeds. However, a newcomer like Qianjinding with his fiery temper dismissed this entirely.
Oof.
In my view, that so-called leader King Tianzi is nothing but a boastful hypocrite. When it comes to real action, he'll be the first to back down and never touch such trouble.
Qianjinding said scornfully. Oh. You dare to judge King Tianzi like this? It seems you know nothing about him.
To be honest, when I was fortunate enough to become a member of the Leitang Jingzhou team, I felt immensely proud and honored.
But after a series of events during this time, I've finally come to understand.
Before Gaban could finish, Qianjinding impatiently interrupted, so King Tianzu was the chosen one.
Fine, I got it. Just then Qian Jinqui's communication system sounded and a familiar voice came through. Qianjinding, I know where you are. I want to give you a suggestion. Hi. Qianjinding recognized the voice immediately. I am at these coordinates. Come if you dare.
Hai's goal was very simple: to eliminate a Kichuran as a tribute to Wizenshin while also proving his own strength and venting his rage.
See you there. You're going to be deep-fried. With that, Qianjinding ended the communication. But this time Qianjinding was somewhat dishonest. Hai clearly came to challenge Qianjinding to an unknown fight, but Qianjinding immediately invited Gaban to come along.
As an old comrade, Gaban naturally wouldn't stand by and watch Qianjinding jump into a trap. Knowing he couldn't stop this stubborn mule, he could only choose to accompany him. Even if it was a trap, at least they could look out for each other.
As for the outcome, even with Qianjinding and Gaban acting together, they still couldn't defeat the well-prepared Hai. If not for King Tianzu's timely rescue, both Gaban and Qianjinding would have been finished. However, although Hai failed to eliminate the two Kichuran this time, Wizenshin had witnessed his actions and was very satisfied with his combat performance. The arrival of Qianjinding and Hai was but an interlude. The Kichuran and Bashianhu remained locked in a tense struggle for the Seibotan sacred objects scattered across the... As more coordinates were deciphered, the Kichuran and Bashianhu had to split their forces for efficiency. As in the original story, King Tianzu and Hai each headed to Antarctica to retrieve the frozen Supreme Divine Armor, unaware that it had already been excavated from the ice by humans. This time the difference was that due to Han Zis's early departure, their rival became Qin Mo.
Inside the Bashianhu base. According to the coordinates, this Taibao sacred object is located at the south pole of this planet. Upon hearing this, Hai immediately stepped forward and said, "To retrieve this sacred object for you, I am willing to go through fire and water, Lord Wizenshin."
Wizenshin was very pleased and said, "Very well, then go, Hai.
Prove that you are the most capable among the Liran Bashianhu deputy commanders." Meanwhile, in the Kichuran base, watching Gaban disappear into the land bridge, King Tianzu turned to La Fei and said, "La Fei, lock the last coordinate.
I need to go to Antarctica."
While La Fei was operating, King Tianzu looked at Juhush and said, "As for you, old friend, I hope someone can accompany you to complete the mission."
Juhush naturally understood why King Tianzu said that.
Although he didn't want to admit it, he had been in logistics for too long and his combat skills had become a bit rusty.
But there are no more people here, King Tianzu. Even Agent Fuel cannot face the Bashianhu Hedon.
This was the problem facing the Kichuran: insufficient personnel, especially when splitting forces, making the shortage even more acute.
What I mean is the only Kichuran on this planet that can still be deployed.
Juhush clearly caught the implication in King Tianzu's words, but he showed strong resistance.
You can't be serious. Qianjinding doesn't follow orders, he's a thorny one. Besides, he's Gaban's partner.
Compared to the latter, Juhush was more concerned about Qianjinding's troublesome nature. "My friend, your expertise is science and technology, while Qianjinding is a highly skilled warrior.
Accepting this temporary helper is a wise choice."
Although King Tianzu's tone was mild, it was clearly not a suggestion. Juhush, though reluctant, knew it was the best option at the moment and reluctantly accepted. In Antarctica, the Bashianhu were clearly faster.
Hyde arrived first with a few Bashianhu soldiers. Hyde walked at the front with a detector, followed by a few dull-witted Bashianhu grunts. "We have reached the coordinates. The sacred object has been taken."
Seeing the huge ice hole that had been dug with small red flags planted at the entrance, "Search everywhere.
Don't miss any clues."
Soon a soldier reported, "Commander Hai, we have found some tire tracks."
"Is it the Kichuran?"
When it came to tire tracks, Hai immediately thought of the Kichuran. However, the soldier who reported shook his head and said, "With all due respect, my lord, after fighting the Kichuran for so long, we have never seen them mark locations with such primitive methods like planting flags."
Meanwhile, on a colossal iceberg not far from them, a figure silently emerged. It was none other than Optimus Prime.
Having arrived via the land bridge, he relied on his keen observational skills and extraordinary combat prowess to successfully conceal his movements. At this moment, he stood atop a high vantage point overlooking the bustling Decepticon army below.
"So the Decepticons have beaten us to it."
From the actions of those Decepticon soldiers, it seemed they had not yet located the exact position of the artifact. This filled Optimus Prime with a surge of hope, and without hesitation he strode forward, rapidly closing in on the group of Decepticons.
"What kind of godforsaken place is this? How could there be any artifact here?"
A lone Decepticon soldier grumbled, glancing around nonchalantly. However, when he abruptly turned his head, the sight before him left him speechless with terror. A dark shadow rushed toward him like lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. It was Optimus Prime seizing the moment to dash at incredible speed toward this unsuspecting Decepticon soldier. Caught off guard, the Decepticon had no time to react before Optimus Prime's razor-sharp blade plunged deep into his spark chamber. In an instant, sparks flew as a dull, heavy explosion echoed. The pitiful Decepticon soldier was slain on the spot. Optimus Prime possessed a crystal-clear understanding of his own abilities, fully aware of the strengths and weaknesses between the two sides. If purely comparing troop numbers and weaponry, his side might not be able to match the enemy. However, when it came to individual combat skills, Optimus Prime undoubtedly held an absolute advantage. Apart from that troublesome Starscream, the rest of the Decepticons were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Therefore, a direct confrontation was clearly unwise. He had to devise a different strategy to achieve victory. At this moment, Optimus Prime moved like a seasoned ruthless assassin, silently gliding through the shadows, employing the most ferocious, efficient and swift methods to eliminate the hapless Decepticons one by one without a sound. After successfully wiping out all the ordinary Decepticon soldiers, Optimus Prime did not hesitate to dash toward the ice cave where the artifact was stored. However, when facing a formidable adversary like Starscream, attempting to defeat him through a surprise attack was no longer a practical option. Moreover, deep down, Optimus Prime was reluctant to easily extinguish the life of such an extraordinary and valiant warrior. As Optimus Prime drew near, Starscream did not launch an immediate attack like an ordinary opponent. Instead, he leisurely stepped forward as if the approaching figure was not his sworn enemy but rather an old friend he had not seen for years. "Optimus Prime, I never expected to run into you here. Listen carefully, I'll only say this once, hand over the artifact immediately." Even now, Starscream remained convinced that the Autobots had stolen the crucial artifact. His eyes burned with hostility and resolve as if he were prepared to fight to the Facing Starscream's threat, Optimus Prime stood his ground without fear, straightening his frame and replying with righteous indignation, "I'll return those words to you, Starscream. And I must also kindly remind you, stop following the evil Megatron any longer or endless suffering and destruction await you." However, Starscream turned a deaf ear to Optimus Prime's advice, scoffing in reply, "Impossible. The Decepticons are destined to achieve ultimate victory, and you, Optimus Prime, are nothing but a trivial stumbling block on Lord Megatron's glorious path." No sooner had he spoken than Starscream swiftly drew a powerful weapon concealed behind him and launched a ferocious assault on Optimus Prime. The instant Starscream made his move, Optimus Prime reacted like lightning, swinging his arms as his hands transformed into two energy pistols. Immediately, a breathtaking gunfight erupted between the two, with countless dazzling laser beams crisscrossing in the air, producing a series of deafening roars. As the battle intensified, the distance between them gradually shrank. Finally, when they came within range, Optimus Prime seized the opportunity, taking a sudden step forward and charging toward Starscream like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, he retracted his dual pistols and replaced them with a gigantic razor-sharp blade that gleamed with icy light. Seeing Optimus Prime's ferocious onslaught, Starscream showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he grew even more composed. Planting his feet firmly, he yanked his right arm back, and in an instant a massive, uniquely shaped warblade with tremendous power emerged. Starscream gripped the hilt tightly, swiftly brought the blade across his chest and precisely intercepted Optimus Prime's unstoppable strike. What a spectacular showdown! Just as Optimus Prime and Starscream were locked in their thrilling duel, a tiny agile figure appeared silently on the distant horizon. It was Shrapnel, an insect form hidden among the clouds, watching the fierce battle below with rapt attention. Among the many Insecticons, Shrapnel was undoubtedly one of the most powerful and formidable. Confronted with such an exhilarating, gripping battle, an irrepressible yearning surged within him. He desperately wanted to plunge into the fray to test his mettle against Optimus Prime and Starscream, to experience the thrill of clashing blades and crossfire and to gauge his true strength. Who would emerge as the undisputed mightiest warrior? Yet reality doused Shrapnel's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. He had received strict orders from Qin Mo to remain in place, closely monitor every move of Optimus Prime and Starscream, but absolutely not to act on his own. Despite his reluctance and regret faced with the ironclad directive from Qin Mo, Shrapnel had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, no matter how impatient he felt. Meanwhile, on the other side of the frozen wasteland, Optimus Prime and Starscream were locked in a chaotic, desperate battle for the stolen Supreme Divine Armor. At the same time, Qin Mo strode on hurriedly with steady steps toward a human scientific research station in Antarctica. He did not have to wait long before personnel inside the station began evacuating rapidly, and then Salas' voice echoed in his ear. "The mission is complete. The personnel inside the station are evacuating. Excellent, Silas. You are one step closer to the position you dream of." Even at this moment, Qin Mo did not forget to paint a pie in the sky for Silas. After all personnel had evacuated the station, Qin Mo entered without any obstruction and saw the frozen Supreme Divine Armor inside. "What's that saying? It's as easy as delivering milk." After obtaining the Supreme Divine Armor, Qin Mo immediately activated the ground bridge to send it back, though he himself was in no hurry to return. Instead, he locked onto the location of the shrapnel and swiftly made his way toward it. Qin Mo intended to personally confront this new deputy commander of the Decepticons. Meanwhile, on another front, another group had also begun to move. In stark contrast to the frozen Antarctic, the climate here was considerably more pleasant, with azure skies, drifting clouds, chirping birds and fragrant flowers. The wheeljack often wore an air of arrogance and disdain, seemingly looking down on everyone. He actually adhered to his own principles and limits. Especially when faced with genuine challenges or critical missions, he could swiftly abandon his pride and insolence, revealing a professional and focused demeanor. Indeed, upon receiving Optimus Prime's orders just moments ago, wheeljack obeyed without hesitation, resolutely deciding to follow command. This steadfastness stemmed not only from his admiration for Optimus Prime's personal capabilities after the previous incident, but more from the fundamental quality of a fearless warrior, unconditional compliance with superior orders in the face of duty. As the dazzling radiance of the ground bridge gradually intensified, Ratchet strode out of the portal with steady steps. Wheeljack, who had been crouching nearby, slowly straightened up and casually returned the grenade he had been fiddling with to its place.
The boss thought you might need some backup. Don't flatter yourself.
Ratchet shot him a glare and replied curtly, Optimus Prime believed it necessary to dispatch someone to keep an eye on an unreliable character like you. Clearly Ratchet still bore a grudge against Wheeljack, and the rift between them had yet to be mended. Yet faced with Ratchet's sarcasm, Wheeljack merely smiled and assured that he would behave and cause no trouble.
Don't worry, you'll be a good boy, Doc.
Wheeljack held great respect for medical personnel like Ratchet. After all, as a member of the Wreckers, the missions they undertook were invariably perilous and fraught with danger. In such high-intensity, high-risk working conditions, minor injuries and scrapes were as common as daily routines. Without a professional logistics medical team as skilled and experienced as Ratchet to safeguard them and provide solid support, Wheeljack would likely have perished long ago in some obscure, brutal battle. But at this moment, the casual utterance of the word Doc from Wheeljack pierced Ratchet's most sensitive and fragile nerves like a sharp dagger.
Ratchet exclaimed angrily, for crying out loud, I have a name. Stop calling me Doc.
In response to Ratchet's irritated outburst, Wheeljack seemed indifferent, even teasingly remarked, alright, if you dislike that title, how about I call you Nurse from now on? No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the driver's seat of the Wheeljack's vehicle form, while Ratchet settled into the passenger seat.
Judging by the situation, is everyone under Optimus Prime currently searching for the 4 Iron Fortress relics?
That seems to be the case, but the whereabouts of the other Iron Fortress relics have yet to be confirmed. Ratchet shook his head as he explained, moreover, the data regarding Iron Fortress is encrypted using extremely complex Autobot-specific algorithms, and the only one capable of deciphering them is Optimus Prime himself. Therefore, sifting through the vast amount of information to extract useful intelligence and put it to use will demand considerable time and effort.
Don't worry, Doc. I've got your back, said Wheeljack.
This remark, which might have been just a casual joke among comrades, elicited a completely different reaction when it reached Ratchet's ears.
Who's Doc? And I don't need anyone's protection or backup. My valiant performance in the Cybertronian wars has already proven my mettle.
Faced with such a vehement response, Wheeljack could only shrug helplessly.
Alright then, I'll just say it's an honor to travel alongside the mighty Mr. Ratchet. However, we need to deal with that tail first.
As he spoke, Wheeljack quickly glanced at the radar screen on the dashboard, and his usual careless devil-may-care demeanor vanished instantly. Sure enough, according to the radar feedback, an unidentified flying object was rapidly closing in on them.
Could it be Soundwave? But he seems bulkier than before.
Through the rearview camera, Ratchet instantly identified the mysterious target drawing nearer, though Soundwave's frame was noticeably larger and more robust now.
Oh, it's Soundwave. Upon hearing this, Wheeljack let out a scornful laugh. Ha!
So the Decepticons can't find anyone competent and have to send a mere communications officer for such a critical mission.
What a joke. He's tracking the same coordinates. Don't underestimate him.
No sooner had Ratchet spoken than several sharp laser beams streaked from behind like lightning, striking the vehicle precisely. Yet faced with such a perilous situation, Wheeljack remained remarkably composed, as if everything was under control, even revealing a hint of teasing amusement.
In that case, you'd better hold on tight. With those words, Wheeljack unhesitatingly yanked the control lever.
The previously steady vehicle surged with immense power, accelerating skyward at breathtaking speed.
What are you trying to do?
Send us to the scrapyard. Clearly the heart-stopping spectacle caught Ratchet, who usually handled logistics off guard. After all, they rarely experienced such intense and challenging operations. Just as Ratchet was about to lose his mind, Wheeljack's deft and precise manipulation caused the vehicle to ascend like a soaring eagle, climbing to a considerable altitude in a flash. Then, with the agility of an acrobat performing a midair somersault, it executed a flawless 180-degree flip, passing smoothly over Soundwave and landing behind him in the blink of an eye.
Haha, isn't this as easy as playing a video game? After successfully circling behind Xinghua, Kainjinding let out a triumphant and unrestrained laugh.
Then he decisively pressed the button, and 2 dark muzzles of cannons suddenly popped out from the front of Qian Jinhui, launching a storm-like ferocious assault on the target without mercy. As an extraordinary and outstanding spaceship pilot, Qin Jinding's driving skills were supremely masterful, especially during his voyages through the vast and boundless cosmos, where they advanced by leaps and bounds and became ever more refined.
Because of this, even though he was now in the home turf of the Bashianho, Qin Jinding could still effortlessly control his vehicle Qian Jinqui and suppress his opponent Xinghua, completely leaving him no room to fight back.
Just as Qin Jinding and Xinghua were locked in intense battle, suddenly a small exquisite unidentified object streaked toward him like a meteor chasing the moon, flashing swiftly beneath Qian Jinqui with lightning speed. Then this little fellow made a sharp turn, surprisingly reversing direction and charging back at Qin Jinding.
What is that thing? Faced with this sudden change, Qin Jinding asked in astonishment and dismay.
At this moment the ambulance beside him had also recovered and explained that's just an unmanned aerial vehicle dispatched by Xinghua for reconnaissance missions named Zhiguanyo. At this moment the situation became extremely tense and thrilling.
Xinghua was ahead while Qin Jinding drove Qian Jinqui closely behind, relentlessly pursuing. Meanwhile, not far behind Qian Jinqui's tail there was also a Zhiguanyo that kept biting it tightly and launching fierce attacks. Qin Jinding, keep pursuing. Xinghua is just trying to lure us away with Zhiguanyo.
Faced with such a complex battle situation, Zhuhush, who should have remained calm and composed, ultimately made a fatal misjudgment due to his eagerness to seize the crucial Taibao sacred relic as soon as possible, combined with his lack of practical experience in this field.
I like being led away.
Then with a slight maneuver, Qin Jinding successfully circled behind Zhiguanyo and sprayed it with gunfire.
The hunter has become the prey.
Seeing Qin Jinding getting carried away, Zhuhush quickly said this is not the time for showing off. Here Qin Jinding seemed to be acting on impulse, but in fact he made the most correct choice. After being modified by Xinghua, Zhiguanyo's firepower had been further enhanced.
If they ignored it and blindly pursued Xinghua, even with Qin Jinding's excellent driving skills, they would eventually be shot down.
In that case it was better to take the initiative to fight and first eliminate this annoying Zhiguanyo. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, nearly crashing into a mountain, exchanging fire with Zhiguanyo, fortunately they ultimately succeeded in shooting it down. However, Zhuhush beside him couldn't quite bear such intense stimulation. Staring at the fallen Zhiguanyo, it took him a long time to utter, "You succeeded." But one should never be too happy too early.
Although Zhiguanyo was shot down after all the maneuvering, Qian Jinqui had also sustained considerable damage.
In the end, a laser shot from Zhiguanyo became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
With one side engulfed in raging flames, Qian Jinqui lost control and plummeted rapidly. Fortunately it was sturdy enough, although the crash looked somewhat disheveled. Overall there were no major problems. Damn, the right thruster is wrecked. After getting out, Qin Jinding immediately inspected his vehicle. If you had listened to me and chased Xinghua, we would now also. Zhuhush wanted to complain a few more words, but before he finished, Qin Jinding interrupted. We would still be relentlessly pursued by his little bird. Alright, but we need to hurry and find the sacred relic now, otherwise Xinghua and his team will get there first. Qian Jinqui can't go there either.
If you want to catch up with Bashianho, you'll have to go by land.
Saying this, Qin Jinding walked slowly. Have you made up your mind? Will we walk or drive?
Before Zhuhush finished speaking, Qin Jinding's expression changed and he slowly drew the double blades from his back. His gaze was fixed on the fallen Zhiguanyo.
Qin Jinding, don't get too close. Zhiguanyo is Shangba's ears and eyes.
Qin Jinding gently pried with the sharp tip of his blade, examined it carefully for a moment, and after confirming that this object was completely wrecked and useless, his previously tense face finally relaxed, revealing a faint, barely perceptible smile.
Oof. It's different now.
Zhuhush, who had been watching the whole process, immediately took out various precision instruments and tools from his toolbox and stepped forward to conduct a thorough and detailed inspection.
After a simple inspection, the results came quickly. It seems its control system still has a certain degree of usability, but it's currently offline and unable to function normally.
Furthermore, based on the data from this crash, the optical and acoustic receivers inside the device have all suffered varying degrees of damage. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinding first nodded thoughtfully, then let out a low, slightly mocking laugh. Ha! In that case, this guy Xinghua probably needs to find himself new ears and eyes. Ha! Then Zhuhush responded, seriously, true. Although this is indeed a small victory, it is by no means the ultimate goal of our coming here. Before the words faded, as Zhuhush turned to step forward to search for the Taibao sacred relic, he was stopped by Qin Jinding.
Hey, wait a moment, Doc.
In my opinion, why don't we use our brains a little and make good use of these seemingly worthless scraps?
I don't understand what you mean.
Qin Jinding casually toyed with the powerful bomb in his hand while unhurriedly proposing that Guy Xinghua won't give up easily. Sooner or later he'll come personally to look for his beloved little one. At that time we just need to hide this grenade inside it and then wait for good news.
When Xinghua happily opens his precious toy and pulls the trigger ring, there will be a loud boom. It will definitely bring him an unexpected surprise. Qin Jinding spoke and gestured, clearly capturing Zhuhush's attention, but then Zhuhush thought of an even better idea.
Throwing a hand grenade is too childish, we can implant a more powerful bomb into him. As he spoke, Juhush walked over to the paralyzed Jiguangyo, bent down and began cutting its body while saying, we can transmit a designed virus to Xinghua, then through Xinghua into the Decepticon base's mainframe, secretly transferring the entire Taibao database stored there to us, including the results of Shangba's decryption. However, just as Juhush was about to start work, strange noises came from around.
Is Xinghua chasing us? That sound doesn't seem like it sounds more like Insecticons. At that moment several dark shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by loud booms. Several Insecticons descended from the sky. These creatures were massive and agile, clearly indicating hostile intent. However, facing this sudden change, Qianjinding was fearless and instantly entered a state of high alert combat readiness. Doctor, it's bad. There are too many of them. I'll hold them off while you find a chance to escape. Qianjinding knew his own strength well. If he only had to deal with 1 or 2 Insecticons, it would be a piece of cake for him. But if 5 such ferocious enemies appeared at once, even with all his might, it would be difficult to escape. So at this moment the only way Qianjinding could think of was to risk his life to entangle these uninvited guests, buying Juhush a chance to survive. Just as Qianjinding was about to charge into a life-or-death battle with those Insecticons, Juhush quickly waved to stop him and said calmly, don't worry, friend. Hearing this, Qianjinding was stunned. Was there another turning point? Juhush continued, now they have become our allies.
These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Qianjinding frozen in place. His eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, what?
They'd become our allies. Don't joke around. Those are Insecticons, notorious for being ruthless, cold-blooded hunters. You see, before this the Autobots had always regarded the Insecticons as their arch-enemies with long-standing grievances between them. But now Juhush was telling him that these former enemies had transformed into allies. How could this not shock Qianjinding to the core? Juhush didn't explain much to Qianjinding, nor did he need to. He just needed to make it clear that the Insecticons were now on their side. As for the details, there would be plenty of time to talk when they returned to base. Juhush stepped forward, looked around at the 5 Insecticons and asked, who is your leader? I am Fanchong.
One of the Insecticons, who called himself Fanchong, stepped forward and said to Juhush, the great Lord Lishanju knows that the Autobots are short-handed, so he sent us to assist you. Juhush raised an eyebrow, glanced at Fanchong, then at the 4 Insecticons behind him and said, so you will obey my commands?
Yes. Following Lord Lishanju's orders in this mission, we will assist you in recovering the sacred artifact of Taibao.
We will obey all your commands.
That's wonderful. Qianjinding stepped forward and said with a hint of sarcasm, this is my first time working with Insecticons.
Although Juhush also had no fondness for the Insecticons, he had to admit that with their help this mission would become much easier. In the past, the Autobots often fought outnumbered against the Decepticons. Today, with numerical superiority over the enemy, Juhush hadn't fought such an advantaged battle in a long time. But was that really the case? At that moment Xinghua had already flown to a mountain peak, quickly transformed upon landing, and from a high vantage point rapidly scanned the air.
True to the saying that Decepticon officers are monsters, Xinghua truly embodied efficiency. After a brief scan, he quickly located the exact position of the artifact. 2 mechanical tentacles extended from his armpits like drills, rapidly excavating. But before he could dig out the artifact buried in the rock, Xinghua seemed to sense something, paused and then looked in a certain direction. Following Shangbaske's, Fanchong was leading 2 Insecticons hurtling toward him. Without any hesitation, a rocket launcher emerged from Shangba's shoulder and several small rockets shot toward Fanchong. However, Fanchong dismissed such childish attack tactics. He released several lasers from his front, easily intercepting all the incoming rockets. But Xinghua didn't expect such minor tricks to stop the Insecticons. This was just a small upgrade after his modifications. As the hatch on his chest opened, 1 by 1 cassettes shot out and quickly transformed in midair. A robot bat, a robot dog, along with Milwan and Honglonglong, all classic Decepticon cassette warriors.
Never thought the Decepticons would recruit a bunch of Cub Scouts, said Qianjinding. With that, Qianjinding accelerated, rushed up the slope, leaped high while quickly transforming, and landed gracefully on the ground. Cub Scouts. Then let me show you the power of Cub Scouts. Shangba's mood was exceptionally calm, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. But that didn't mean the other cassette warriors were equally calm. Seeing the enemy's contempt, the robot dog charged out first like an arrow from a bow straight toward Qianjinding. Although this brief clash lasted less than 2 seconds, the poor robot dog was sent flying by Qianjinding's powerful strike. However, its action had successfully played a key role in distracting the opponent. Meanwhile, Milwan and Honglonglong moved with perfect coordination. They extended their arms and instantly transformed their hands into powerful vibrators, unleashing a torrent of fierce blows on the rock beneath their feet. Amazingly, under the relentless and flawlessly coordinated attacks of these 2 formidable warriors, 2 deep cracks rapidly extended from their standing point all the way to where Qianjinding was. In the blink of an eye, the entire rock beneath Qianjinding's feet shattered and collapsed. However, as it turned out, Milwan and Hong Longlong's attack had killed two birds with one stone. On one hand, they used the powerful impact to force Qianjining to retreat. On the other hand, the intense vibrations they caused greatly accelerated Shangba's excavation work. At that moment, Soundwave deftly wielded his long mechanical tentacle, effortlessly retrieving the Soundwave generator, one of the sacred relics of the Iron Fortress, from its deep burial.
Hand over the Iron Fortress relic obediently. It belongs to Lord Split Sky Awakening.
Accompanied by a furious roar, Backlash and two other insectoid machines descended from the sky. After landing and hurling that threat, they relentlessly charged at Soundwave. Yet facing such a violent onslaught and the pincer attack from the two insectoid machines, Soundwave remained remarkably composed, as if everything were firmly under his control. He not only showed no trace of panic but did not even entertain the thought of summoning his cassette warriors for assistance.
With a sudden thrust of both hands, Soundwave effortlessly blocked Backlash's powerful strike. Then with lightning speed he drove his knee viciously into Backlash's chest, forcing him back several steps. Before Backlash could steady himself, Soundwave unleashed two heavy punches in rapid succession, raining down like a violent storm upon the two insectoid machines behind him. This series of movements flowed seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. This is absolutely impossible.
How could you have such strength? Stunned Backlash couldn't help but cry out, but before he could recover from his shock, Soundwave had already launched another attack, lunging at him like a famished tiger.
In an instant, fists like dense raindrops relentlessly pounded Backlash's body, leaving him utterly unable to defend himself.
After a fierce struggle, Backlash gradually adapted to the high-intensity blows and began to regain his original combat rhythm and pace. Just as he was about to seize the moment for a counterattack, he glanced down and was stunned to see that Soundwave's mechanical tentacle had silently extended to his abdomen. At the tip of that tentacle was mounted the resonant Soundwave gun that Soundwave had just excavated. As the device activated, a powerful shockwave sent Backlash flying, also suppressing the two insectoid machines behind him.
Good. Now go down and keep that Autobot company.
Seeing this, Frenzy and Rumble decisively struck again, shattering the rocks and burying Backlash and the two insectoid machines beneath them.
I knew the insectoid machines couldn't be trusted, they can't even handle such a small task.
No sooner had Backlash and the two insectoid machines been dealt with than Wheeljack rushed back from below. Although Wheeljack didn't know what means Soundwave had used to dispatch 3 insectoid machines in such a short time, one thing he did know: he had to step in now, hold Soundwave here and buy time for Ratchet.
Damn Autobots. Let us teach you a lesson. Roar.
Just as the 3 cassette warriors were about to strike, they halted, turned their heads toward Soundwave and then together ran in one direction.
Not good, that's.
Wheeljack recognized at once that direction led to Ratchet's location. Having undergone body upgrades and now equipped with the resonant Soundwave gun, Soundwave was unprecedentedly powerful.
If it came to a fight, he could even rival Mega.
Dealing with a single Wheeljack was naturally no challenge.
Thus Soundwave dared to face Wheeljack alone with such audacity, sending Frenzy, Rumble and Ravage to find the lost Laserbeak.
Originally, after obtaining the resonant Soundwave gun, Wheeljack was no match for Soundwave, let alone now when Soundwave had upgraded his body for better combat performance. After a bout of confrontation, Wheeljack unsurprisingly lost, beaten mercilessly by Soundwave and knocked unconscious by the intense vibrations of the resonant Soundwave gun. Fortunately, Soundwave had no habit of finishing off opponents. Upon discovering that the 3 cassette warriors he sent had been defeated, he decisively abandoned the incapacitated Wheeljack and charged toward Ratchet's direction.
However, this could not go so smoothly.
On the way, the remaining 2 insectoid machines charged head-on at him. Though quickly dealt with by Soundwave, they succeeded in delaying him long enough for Ratchet to complete the upload of the final virus data. By the time Soundwave arrived, Ratchet had already left, leaving behind only the yet inactivated Laserbeak and 3 defeated cassette warriors. After retrieving them, Soundwave opened the ground bridge and returned to the Decepticon base.
Some might ask, wasn't there another cassette warrior? What about the mechanical bat?
Why was it never seen throughout the entire ordeal?
It wasn't that it didn't want to help, but rather that it lacked the capability.
Initially, Soundwave had sent it to deal with Backlash to buy time for excavating the relic.
As a result, the mechanical bat was easily taken down by Backlash and temporarily went offline. Upon leaving, Soundwave retrieved it.
Just as Soundwave was about to successfully obtain the resonance generator on a distant volcanic peak, Bulkhead unexpectedly discovered his target.
However, upon seeing what lay inside, Bulkhead was shocked. It was the Decepticon's toxic energy core.
This dreadful existence was all too familiar to Bulkhead, for countless brave Autobots had perished because of it.
This evil power must never fall into Decepticon hands.
Bulkhead gritted his teeth.
He knew well that if the toxic energy source were seized by the enemy, the consequences would be dire.
Unlike ordinary super energy cores, the modified toxic energy core was not only highly poisonous but also inherently unstable.
Left unattended, nearly exposure to air would cause its internal toxins to volatilize rapidly.
By then, whether human or Cybertronian, anyone within its radiation range would perish without exception. Thus without hesitation he resealed the lid, temporarily cutting off the toxic energy core's connection to the outside world. Then clutching the container of the deadly poison tightly, he resolutely sprinted toward the volcanic crater. Just as in the original story, Bulkhead was determined to hurl this lethal poison into the scorching lava and destroy it completely. Yet fate seemed fond of playing tricks. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a hail of energy cannon fire rained down as if to turn everything to ashes. Bulkhead was caught off guard and nearly blown to pieces along with the container. Ha ha ha. Isn't this our dear Bulkhead? Look at that pitiful state, you're like a wild boar scrambling about. Just look at that miserable appearance, a perfect image of a frantic wild boar. Amidst a burst of piercing laughter, the mere sound was enough to identify the interceptor as Fei Xiong, the infamous Decepticon known for his notoriety. Despite being an intelligence officer and a chatterbox, he showed no mercy. The moment he saw Bulkhead had obtained the object, he attacked without hesitation, not even concerned about damaging the sacred artifact. Bulkhead would not sit idly by. He retaliated in kind. As the saying goes, those who strike from above have the advantage. Fei Xiong, soaring in the sky, firmly held the aerial superiority, easily evading Bulkhead's attacks. Yet this was not the end. Realizing that he could not defeat Fei Xiong quickly and with the poisonous energy in his hands, the consequences of its destruction would be catastrophic. Bulkhead could only fight while retreating, drawing closer to the volcano crater and simultaneously reporting the situation to Optimus Prime at the base. At the Autobot base, Optimus was deliberating on who to send to the second coordinate. Upon receiving Bulkhead's report, especially upon hearing that the found object was poisonous energy, Optimus Prime's demeanor instantly turned serious. Initially Optimus wanted to intervene personally, but RC and Bumblebee stopped him. Optimus, the poisonous energy is important, but the other sacred artifacts cannot fall into Decepticon hands. Leave it to me. I will support Bulkhead and ensure no mishaps. No. After a brief thought, Optimus said, the poisonous energy is a special case. Relying solely on you may not be secure. Bumblebee, go with RC. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. Hearing Bumblebee's words, Ratchet grumbled, what do you mean no one is left? My skills are not so outdated that I cannot go on missions. BZZZ, BZZZ. Opening the ground bridge, RC and Bumblebee rushed in swiftly. After sending them off, Optimus contacted Wheeljack, asking him to accompany Ratchet to search for the sacred relic while he himself went to the Antarctic to carry out his mission. Back to Bulkhead's side with the help of Bumblebee and RC, even though Fei Xiong held the aerial advantage, he was still outmatched against the fierce firepower. Lord Megatron, I am engaged with 3 Autobots. They have obtained the sacred relic. Their firepower is intense. Requesting backup. Hearing Feixiang's report, Megatron raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago Skyquake had reported engaging Optimus Prime in the Antarctic. Originally Megatron intended to support Skyquake, as Optimus Prime being isolated was a rare opportunity. If they could encircle and kill him, it would be a devastating blow to the Autobots. However, upon hearing Fei Xiong say that the relic they found was highly likely the poisonous energy, Megatron's mind changed instantly. 3 near Autobot lackeys were nothing to him. Crushing them would be as easy as squashing 3 ants. Moreover, the poisonous energy was one of Megatron's proudest creations. If he could obtain it, he was confident of dealing a heavy blow to the Autobots. With this thought, Megatron no longer cared about Optimus Prime. He immediately opened a ground bridge and personally headed to the volcano to support Fei Xiong. Seeing the open ground bridge, the slightly battered Fei Xiong in the sky cackled, ha ha ha, damned Autobots, you're finished. My reinforcements are here. None of you will escape, not a single one. Bring it on. No matter what opponent, we can easily. But before Bulkhead could finish, a familiar voice reached his ears. Is that so? When he saw Megatron stepping out of the ground bridge, Bulkhead was utterly dismayed. Fortunately, RC reacted swiftly, firing without a moment's hesitation. However, against Megatron's heavy armor, the caliber of RC's dual pistols was far from sufficient. He countered with a single blast, sending her flying. Even in the face of Megatron, Fei Xiong chattered on, wow. I never imagined, Lord Megatron, that you would grace this place with your presence. What a tremendous surprise. How utterly thrilling and awe-inspiring. Yet Megatron showed no interest in Feixiang's endless prattle. His sharp eagle-like eyes swept the surroundings, and he coldly and commandingly asked, stop your blathering. Tell me, where is what I need? At this, Fei Xiong hastily pointed in a direction and replied respectfully, reporting to Lord Megatron, it's over there, but unfortunately that Autobot has already snatched it. And he's speeding toward the massive volcano. The situation is critical. Please step in or the consequences will be dire. Time was running out and Megatron finally lost patience, cutting Fei Xiong off. He issued a brief terse command, stop them. Then with a flash he transformed into an alien fighter jet and sped straight toward the volcano crater. Watching Megatron's receding figure, Fei Xiang straightened up, thumping his chest, and vowed, "As you command, great Lord Megatron.
I shall give my all, swear loyalty and never betray your trust.
I will do everything in my power to block the path of those despicable, hateful Autobots and ensure they do not succeed." Though his words were impassioned, single-handedly stopping two powerful opponents was no easy feat. Seeing Megatron plunge like a burning meteor straight toward Bumblebee, Bulkhead turned without hesitation to RC and said, "Go.
Reinforce Bumblebee immediately. He'll hold this position."
At that moment RC knew the urgency demanded a decisive choice.
Without a second thought, she transformed into a lightning-fast motorcycle and sped away.
Seeing RC already gone, Fei Xiang was frantic and tried to stop her, but it was too late. As he focused on pursuing, he failed to notice Bulkhead closing in from behind. With a sudden leap, Bulkhead stretched out his powerful arms and yanked Fei Xiang down from
"Let me go, you wretched boar!"
Fei Xiang roared in fury. Despite his struggles and curses, Bulkhead held tight, refusing to release him.
"You're not going anywhere. Stay right here."
Though Fei Xiang was agile in the air and not to be underestimated in combat, once grounded his prowess on land was significantly diminished.
Thus Bulkhead easily subdued Fei Xiang, holding him firmly in his grasp. Although Da Wangfeng had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, he still could not evade the pursuit of Wei Zhentian.
Several energy bolts rained down, mercilessly striking the racing Da Wangfeng. The tremendous impact instantly sent him tumbling to the ground.
Yet facing such dire straits, Da Wangfeng showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he reacted with lightning speed.
Midair, he twisted agilely and completed a transformation at astonishing speed. One hand clutched the container holding the crucial item while the other morphed into a weapon, launching a counterattack against Wei Zhentian without hesitation.
However, Wei Zhentian clearly did not regard Da Wangfeng as a threat.
Facing the attack, he remained composed and utterly unflappable. He swooped down to the ground, completing his own transformation in a blur, then lunged forward in a single powerful stride.
With a flickering movement, he effortlessly evaded Da Wangfeng's heavy swing.
Seizing the moment, he delivered a precise and forceful uppercut that struck Da Wangfeng's abdomen, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. Such was the chasm in strength between them. Catching the falling container with poise, Wei Zhentian's lips curled into a smug smile. But when he eagerly opened the container to inspect its contents, he was shocked to find it utterly empty. Looking closer, where the toxic energy core should have been, there was nothing, only Da Wangfeng holding the exposed toxic energy core in his single hand.
Autobot, you are courting your own destruction." Wei Zhentian roared in fury, his eyes blazing with wrath and murderous intent.
Cursing aside after his outburst, he still had to seize it. Wei Zhentian knew full well that direct contact with this substance would cause permanent damage to his frame, but at this moment he had no other choice. To carry out his subsequent plans, he absolutely had to obtain this deadly toxic energy core. Just then, in the nick of time, a figure streaked in like lightning. It was Eric. With blinding speed, she launched a fierce kick that slammed into Wei Zhentian's body, catching him off guard and nearly sending him stumbling to the ground. Immediately, Erixie whipped around and spotted the toxic energy core glowing eerily in Da Wangfeng's hand. Anxiously, she shouted, "Da Wangfeng, throw that thing away." Even though the toxic energy core had already begun to mercilessly corrode Da Wangfeng's body, astonishingly he did not heed Erixie's warning. Instead, as if making a momentous decision, he resolutely turned and sprinted straight toward the volcanic crater. How could Erixie not fathom the deeper meaning behind Da Wangfeng's action? By doing so, Da Wangfeng intended to destroy the cancerous core with his own hands, preventing it from falling into the evil Decepticon's clutches and causing catastrophe. Watching Da Wangfeng recede into the distance, Erixie stepped forward without hesitation, bravely confronting the formidable Wei Zhentian. Yet Erixie was nowhere near as mighty as King Tianzu. In terms of size and strength, she was clearly no match for the towering, imposing Wei Zhentian. Her successful strike earlier had only been possible because she caught him completely off guard, but it had inflicted no fatal damage. Now that Wei Zhentian had recovered his wits, victory for Erixie was nearly impossible. Aware of this, Erixie chose not to confront Wei Zhentian head-on, but instead adopted a more flexible strategy of harassment and distraction. She dodged Wei Zhentian's attack with a blur of motion and taunted, "Come on, Wei Zhentian. If you can catch me." Faced with such a blatant provocation, Wei Zhentian let out a contemptuous laugh. He sneered, "Ha, do you really think I would be fooled by such a petty trick? Let me tell you, once I obtain the deadly toxic energy core, you, King Tianzu, and all the other wretched Autobots will meet your doom." With those words, Wei Zhentian ignored Erixie entirely and gave chase to Da Wangfeng. "No, you're not going anywhere." Seeing her carefully laid plan about to fail, Erixie was frantic but helpless. In desperation, she decided to engage Wei Zhentian in a direct confrontation. However, her slender, fragile frame was at an absolute disadvantage against the mighty Wei Zhentian. After only a few exchanges, he found an opening and knocked her to the ground. Gazing at the battered Erixie lying on the floor, then at Da Wangfeng, who had already reached the crater's edge, Wei Zhentian thought to himself, chasing Da Wangfeng now would be too late. But no matter. As long as I hold this Autobot as a hostage, everything will be resolved. At the thought, a cunning smile spread across his lips.
Then he bellowed, Autobot.
Take one more step and I guarantee she will die horribly.
Sure enough, hearing these words, Da Wonfeng froze as if struck by lightning, paralyzed with indecision. On one hand, he knew Wei Zhentian's ruthless nature. If he did not hand over the toxic energy core, Erxi would surely perish.
On the other hand, even if he surrendered it, Wei Zhentian might not release her and the Autobots would still face annihilation.
No. Wei Zhentian, don't you dare.
With this furious shout, Gaban materialized like a specter.
His icy gaze fixed intently on Wei Zhentian.
At that moment, the poor Fei Xiang was firmly in Gaban's grasp with a massive energy cannon pressed against the back of his head, a mere trigger pulled away from blasting his head apart.
Lord, do not worry about me. Kill that wretched Autobot now.
To sacrifice my precious life for the great Decepticon cause is my supreme honor. Fei Xiang shouted through the pain, his voice trembling, but before he could finish, Gaban ruthlessly punched him to the ground. Then Gaban turned his gaze to Wei Zhentian, his eyes blazing with resolve and savagery.
Do you understand, Wei Zhentian?
Release Erxi at once or you'll watch your trusted subordinate die by my hand. Faced with Gaban's threat, Wei Zhentian remained exceptionally composed, even curling his lips slightly into a disdainful smile. Wei Zhentian stood firmly in place, exuding a chilling aura, and slowly said, Gaban, oh Gaban, it seems you still fail to truly understand the beliefs and mission of our Decepticons. To achieve the ultimate goal, any cost is bearable, even if it requires immense sacrifice. Every loyal Decepticon warrior has long placed life and death aside, ready to lay down their lives for the Decepticons at any moment. But you cowardly and incompetent Autobots, do you have the courage to face death and fight to the end for it? Faced with Wei Zhentian's words, Gaban showed no trace of surprise. After all, these are the Decepticons. Since the cataclysmic war on Cybertron erupted, haven't there been enough lives sacrificed under the banner of a great cause? Even the entire planet of Cybertron itself has become a victim of this war. Yet at this moment Gaban sank into deep helplessness. He truly could think of no better alternative. The only card he could rely on was the ace named Fei Xiang. If he couldn't firmly grasp it, how could he handle the perilous situation before him? Just then Erxi revealed her ruthless side. Gaban, stop worrying about me. Strike now and eliminate that despicable Decepticon. Before her words faded, she whipped her head around, fixated on Da Wonfeng with blazing eyes, and commanded, destroy the damn toxic energy body immediately. Never let it fall into that bastard Wei Zhentian's hands.
In response to Erxi's tough attitude, Wei Zhentian did not grow angry.
He merely let out a contemptuous snort and said leisurely, very well then. Since you are all so resolute, let's just go our separate ways. Successfully eliminating one of King Tianzi's lackeys here, even at the cost of losing a loyal subordinate and the precious toxic energy body, is still an extremely worthwhile deal for me. Having said that, Wei Zhentian unhesitatingly made preparations to act. Wait. Finally, the Autobots could no longer hold back and spoke up. It was truly helpless. The Autobots were far too few in number. If they engaged the Decepticons in unknown combat, even if they managed to kill the enemy, they would still be at a loss. Moreover, how could Gaban and Da Wonfeng stand by and watch Erxi die tragically under Wei Zhentian's vicious grasp? From Wei Zhentian's barely perceptible change in expression, one could sense that he had complete control over the situation. Very good. Wei Zhentian raised an eyebrow and said, then let me count 1, 2, 3. All three sides will release the hostages simultaneously and toss the toxic energy body to me. But was it really that easy? The answer was clearly no. Just as Wei Zhentian shouted the word 3, all three sides acted almost simultaneously. Gaban swiftly released his hold on Fei Xiang. Wei Zhentian let go of Erxi's hand. At the same time, Da Wonfeng unhesitatingly threw the toxic energy body he had been clutching. However, an unexpected turn occurred. Freed Erxi instantly transformed into a motorcycle with lightning speed and raced straight toward Da Wonfeng. Faced with this sudden development, Wei Zhentian showed no intention of stopping, not even bothering with Fei Xiang, and rushed unceasingly toward the critical toxic energy body. Just as he was about to grasp it, an energy blast precisely struck the toxic energy body. And the one who fired that fatal shot was without a doubt Erxi herself. Although she was fully aware that attacking this already precarious and unstable toxic energy body would cause its fragile structure to collapse, instantly releasing the toxic substance within like a bursting flood. But at this moment she had no choice. If she did not act decisively and allowed Wei Zhentian to claim the toxic energy body, it would undoubtedly bring a catastrophic disaster upon all Autobots. Therefore, even knowing full well the danger that one misstep could cost her life, to avoid the worst outcome, Erxi still resolutely chose to pull the trigger. No. Watching the toxic energy body shatter before him, Wei Zhentian yelled in an attempt to salvage the situation, but it was all too late. The toxic energy body exploded, releasing vast amounts of toxic substances in all directions. The first to be engulfed was Wei Zhentian, who was closest. As for Erxi and the others, they were fast enough to escape, though affected to varying degrees. At least their lives were spared.
But just then to everyone's surprise Wei Jintian burst upward from the poison, appearing entirely unaffected by the toxic energy body. However, this was only on the surface.
Even Wei Jintian was not immune to the toxic energy body. The reason he seemed unharmed was due to the dark super energy body within him. Even with the dark super energy body, such close contact still inflicted considerable damage on Wei Jintian. For now he was merely a hollow shell, but even as a hollow shell Wei Jintian still looked terrifying, let alone the fact that Ersi and the other two were already injured.
Coupled with Wei Zhenqian's raging fury at the moment. All of you will die.
With this roar Wei Jintian charged straight at the one who had caused this disaster, Ersi. At this moment Ersi had already lost the ability to move under the influence of the toxic energy body, teetering between life and death. Suddenly another figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, crashing into Wei Jintian with thunderous force.
Boom!
After the deafening crash everyone looked closely and exclaimed in unison, King Tianzu. It turned out that the one who had intervened was none other than the leader-level Cybertronian under Wei Zhenqian's command, King Tianzu. The reason he appeared here was simple. Not long ago when he learned that the supreme divine armor had fallen into the hands of Lai Tianjue, he immediately chose to rush back to base. Upon arriving at the base, King Tianzu eagerly asked Rafe about the specifics of the current situation. After understanding the situation he knew the urgency was critical, and without another word he rushed relentlessly back to the scene. It was precisely for this reason that he arrived just in time for this thrilling moment and successfully saved Ersi, who was on the brink of death.
King Tianzu. I'll remember this debt today. Just you wait.
Seeing that his ambush had failed and he had suffered a heavy blow, Wei Jintian knew clearly that this was not the right time for a direct confrontation with King Tianzu. He gnashed his teeth, spat out a few harsh words, then turned and fled in disgrace together with his subordinate Fei Xiang.
RC, you were too reckless. Do you realize that such actions could have cost you your life?
In the Autobot base, after bringing back the injured RC and her team, Optimus Prime spoke with a grave tone. I know, but I couldn't let the toxic energy body fall into Decepticon hands. Leaning against the wall, RC said weakly, you know the power of that thing, Optimus.
If it falls into Megatron's grasp, given his madness, who knows what he might do. Enough, let's not talk about this.
With a princess carry he lifted the nearly limp RC and said, Ratchet is not here, I'll take you for a full checkup first. Then he turned to Bumblebee and said, Bumblebee, you come too.
Your hand needs immediate treatment or it will be too late.
Before long Ratchet and Wheeljack rushed back. The two looked somewhat disheveled, clearly not having obtained what they wanted.
However, since they had successfully implanted a virus program into Laserbeak, it was not entirely fruitless.
Yet before they could catch their breath a figure appeared before them. It was Bulkhead, leaning weakly against the wall, resting.
Bulkhead. Bulkhead, what's wrong?
Seeing his old friend in such a lamentable state, Wheeljack rushed over in a panic, examining Bulkhead's condition anxiously.
Don't get near him. Ratchet, being more experienced, could roughly deduce Bulkhead's dire situation with just a glance. He promptly grabbed an instrument from the table and hurried over to conduct an examination. After a moment Ratchet reported grimly, his toxin levels are extremely high. He must have accidentally come into contact with residual toxic energy body. Toxic energy body. Wheeljack was startled, his expression changing drastically as if recalling some unpleasant past incident.
But he quickly composed himself, suppressing his fear, and turned to Bulkhead asking what happened.
Bulkhead lifted his hand with difficulty, pointing toward the medical bay, and said weakly, first. Go save RC. She's still lying there. Hearing this, Ratchet knew the urgency and wasted no time, rushing straight to the medical bay.
Meanwhile, inside the medical bay, Optimus Prime had already administered basic first aid to RC and Bumblebee using the available equipment.
Although RC's condition remained critical, she managed to hold on until Ratchet arrived. Ratchet wasted no words and immediately began treating the two.
However, after this incident the Autobots' combat strength had been significantly depleted. RC was severely injured and would take time to recover. Bumblebee, due to prolonged exposure to the toxic energy body, had suffered massive damage to his bodily functions, especially in the hand he used for gripping. Ratchet was even considering whether to amputate or replace it. Only Bulkhead was in slightly better shape, but even so he limped and spoke feebly. Optimus Prime stood quietly, his gaze fixed into the distance as if drawn by an invisible force, immersed in deep thought. Time ticked by and the world around seemed to freeze. Just then the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Ratchet walked slowly and steadily to Optimus Prime's side, letting out a soft sigh.
Optimus, we now. Alas.
He hesitated, clearly filled with worry and unease. Optimus Prime turned his head, his gaze firm as he looked at Ratchet, and spoke slowly, I understand, old friend, but we have no other choice.
This fierce struggle must continue, for the sacred relic of Taibao must not fall into the hands of those evil Decepticons.
Ratchet nodded silently in agreement. However, he then frowned and said worriedly, but currently we are facing a severe shortage of personnel.
I've been considering contacting Li Shinju to request some Insecticons for support.
Hearing this suggestion, Optimus Prime shook his head with a hint of helplessness. I don't think that's wise, old friend. Our relationship with Li Shinju is merely a loose collaboration and it's quite fragile. Revealing the exact location of our base at such a critical moment would be extremely risky. Just as they were racking their brains over the matter, a sudden electronic tone interrupted their discussion. A series of signals flickered on the computer screen, accompanied by a clear voice calling, "This is the Aerialbots.
Is this Optimus Prime?"
The familiar voice startled Optimus Prime and Ratchet. They exchanged a glance and quickly rushed over. Following Jack's advice, Ratchet and Optimus Prime had modified the base's equipment to continuously emit signals into deep space. No one had held high hopes for such a needle-in-a-haystack approach, but unexpectedly they finally received a response. "Yes, this is the leader guard.
I am Optimus Prime." In contrast, Miko was even more excited. "Great, are there new Autobots coming?
Are they also members of the Wreckers?"
"No, Miko, they are the Aerialbots," Wheeljack explained. "They are the most special and powerful combat team among the Autobots." Hearing the word most powerful, Micah's eyes lit up.
Knowing that someone like Wheeljack would use those words, the strength of these newcomers was evident.
"Great. With the Aerialbots joining, the Autobots will gain a huge advantage." Now not only Miko but also Jack, Raph and even Agent Fowler were intrigued.
After confirming their identities, an excited voice came from the other end.
"Fantastic. It really is Optimus Prime. This is Silverbolt. We thought it might be another Decepticon trap."
"We've arrived on Earth, please provide the base coordinates."
"No problem, Silverbolt.
Ensure the area is secure and well, open the ground bridge to bring you over." After pinpointing their location, Ratchet activated the ground bridge without hesitation. As the green energy stream swirled, 5 familiar figures emerged from the ground bridge. They were Silverbolt, Air Raid, Fireflight, Skydive and Slingshot, a complete 5-member team.
"It's great to see you, Optimus Prime."
Upon seeing Optimus Prime, the team leader Silverbolt was overwhelmed with emotion.
Compared to Yin Jian and his team, it was evident that Qing Tianzhu was more excited. He had to be excited.
The arrival of Fei Xing Taibao at this moment was truly a timely aid, and they were a complete 5-member team.
If he could deploy them, even if Wei Zhentian led all Ba Tianhu to attack, Qing Tianzhu was confident he could sweep them all. Wow, 5 at once.
Meiji ran forward excitedly and asked, "What special abilities do you have?
How many Ba Tianhu can you take down at once?"
Yin Jian and the others naturally noticed Mikey's presence. Behind them, Dan Gong laughed and said, how many Ba Tianhu can we take down at once?" "Earth creature, you underestimate us, Fei Xing Taibao. As long as we are here, the Ba Tianhu on this planet are nothing but a bunch of weaklings.
Eliminating them is just a snap of the fingers." "Really? You're not just boasting, are you?"
Hearing this, Meiji became somewhat skeptical. Although Dan Gong's words are unreliable, he didn't get this wrong. Guban leaned against the wall as he walked out and said, "Welcome, your arrival is like a timely gift of coal in the snow for us."
"Guban. What happened to you?"
Seeing Guban so weak, Fei Hui immediately stepped forward to support him and asked.
"It's nothing.
I got injured fighting the Ba Tianhu not long ago."
"Damn Ba Tianhu."
Fei Hui immediately became furious upon hearing this.
"I'll go eliminate every single one of them right now."
"Wait, Fei Hui, don't be so impulsive."
Kong Shi stepped forward and said, "We've just arrived on this planet and know nothing about our surroundings. We need time." "Leave that to me." Fuel Taegong patted his chest and said, "I'm an official agent. Let me quickly acquaint you with the environment here." Normally this task would have been given to Jekka and the others, or to Meiji, who always rushed to do it. But with 3 Kichirin injured, Jekka and the others clearly weren't in the mood. Thus Fuel Taegong took it upon himself to lead the 5 to familiarize themselves with Earth. Don't think only the Kichirin side gained new arrivals, the Ba Tianhu side also had new members joining. Weakly Wei Zhentian sat there watching Shang Bo present the brought-back Shang Bo resonance gun before him. He waved his hand feebly and said, "Shang Bo, from now on it's yours. Work hard and accelerate the decoding of the subsequent passwords." Shang Bo said nothing, nodded and got up to leave. But after taking only 2 steps he stopped, turned around and returned to Wei Zhentian. "Shang Bo, is there something else?" Shang Bo didn't answer but projected a signal on his facial screen. "A new Ba Tianhu has arrived on Earth." "Excellent. What we need most now is new combat power. Open the land bridge, Shang Bo, and bring them over." Originally Wei Zhentian thought that the one arriving on Earth would be Now Fan Tian or Jing Tianlei. But when the figure stepped out of the land bridge, Wei Zhentian was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. "I never expected to see you here, Shiji. It's not just me, Lord Wei Zhentian." Shiji stepped aside and then Bao Zhao Neo Zhapian and Xian Feng walked out of the land bridge in turn. "The entire Zhansha Dui offers our highest respect and loyalty to the great Lord Wei Zhentian. Good, truly excellent. With you the Kichurin or even the Jichi Kunchong will no longer be a problem. The Kichurin were not a problem, especially after the Du Nangliang Ti was destroyed. Although it deviated somewhat from his expectations, it had still inflicted heavy damage on those 3 Kichurin. Now the arrival of Zhansha Dui also gave Wei Zhentian the capital to fight against the Jichi Kunchong under Lai Tianju's command. For now there are no missions. You've just arrived on Earth, so take some time to rest. When necessary I will assign you tasks. Yes, Lord Wei Zhentian. From this perspective the Kichurin had Feishing Taibao while the Ba Tianhu had Zhansha Dui, both extremely powerful Zhua Jingang. Qin Mo San Shong Xian seemed insignificant in comparison. However, Qin Mo was unaware of this. At this moment his attention was focused on one thing, searching for Yen Mu, who was about to arrive on Earth. Perseverance paid off. Under Qin Mo's relentless reconnaissance he actually found it. The moment the hibernation pod carrying Yen Mu entered Earth's atmosphere, Qin Mo successfully captured the signal and quickly completed the location. According to the original storyline, when Yen Mu emerged from the hibernation pod, a large number of Ba Tianhu would line up to welcome him, and then the Kichurin led by Qing Tianju would take him back to the base. But now it was different. The Ba Tianhis warship had been seized, forcing Wei Zhentian to hunker down and play beach defender. The Kichurin side, due to the Du Nangliang Ti, was also in a semi-paralyzed state. Both sides tactfully chose to recuperate naturally, failing to notice Yen Mu's arrival on Earth. Boom! Kicking open the deformed hibernation pod door, Yen Mu, still drowsy, staggered out. Where the hell did this bring me? Looking at the completely unfamiliar surroundings, Yen Mu felt terrible. As a member of the Jingying Weidue, he had wanted to go to the front lines and fight the Ba Tianhu Heaton. But instead he was assigned to protect Tai Shifu at Tai Bao. Later the war situation became critical, the Kichurin suffered repeated defeats and the enemy was about to attack Tai Bao. Yen Mu thought that finally it was his chance to shine. But an explosion directly knocked him unconscious, and when he woke up again he had been packed and captured onto a Ba Tianhu spaceship. In short, Yen Mu managed to trick the guards and slipped into an escape pod. Unfortunately he embarked on a long journey and was forced into hibernation. When he woke up again he was already here. Just as Yen Mu was about to familiarize himself with the surroundings, a land bridge opened not far away. Oh great! I knew there would be Kichurin here. They must have detected my life signal and... Before Yen Mu could finish his sentence, 4 or 5 Jichi Kunchong rushed out of the land bridge, giving him no chance to resist. They charged at him and pinned him to the ground. Jichi Kunchong! How could you? Pinned to the ground, Yen Mu tried to struggle, but it was all in vain. Just as the Lord said. Dan Pian slowly walked up to Yen Mu, looked at the Kichurin before him and spoke calmly. Who are you? Why are you uglier than the other Jichi Kunchong? If you dare, let me go and I will. Before Yen Mu could finish his words, Dan Pian drew out a stun rod and thrust it into him. After a bout of electric therapy he successfully sent Yen Mu, who had just woken up not long ago, back into a deep slumber. Take this guy, let's go. The ground bridge wasn't even closed, such efficiency, such speed. After bringing Yen Mu back to the base he was immediately dumped onto a platform. Qin Mo stepped forward, glanced at the various cutting tools nearby and decisively chose the most reliable phase shifter. After all, with Qin Mo's medical skills, if he were to actually cut Yen Mu open he could certainly retrieve the contents inside. The question was whether he could clean up the mess afterward. As the phase shifter activated, Qin Mo reached his hand into Yen Mu's body. After a brief rummaging, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Found it. When Qin Mo withdrew his hand, it now held an ultimate divine key. Thus Qin Mo now possessed 2 keys. As long as he obtained the remaining 2 he could activate the ultimate divine lock and restore Seiboten. Sir, how should we handle this one? He Guafu beside him said after a moment's thought. After all, those Autobots don't know he exists. Please let me give him a quick end. Since becoming Qin Mo's subordinate, He Guafu had not slain any Autobots in a long time. Her hands were long itching for action, and seeing Yen Mu lying defenseless on the platform, it was already a great effort for her to restrain herself. No, we can't kill him yet. Qin Mo naturally would not let He Guafu kill Yen Mu, at least not now. Qin Mo was well aware of the Autobots' distrust toward him. Killing Yen Mu would have little impact on the overall situation, but if he sent him back and used him to enhance the Autobots' trust, then his subsequent plans would proceed much more smoothly. Things turned out exactly as Qin Mo had thought. Soon Qin Mo contacted the Autobots, expressing his apologies and offering to return Yen Mu. Qin Mo had already prepared his explanation. Since Yen Mu had been found in a Decepticon stasis pod, Qin Mo had initially mistaken him for a Decepticon. After further verification he discovered that Yen Mu was actually an Autobot, so he immediately contacted Qing Tianju and the others. Given the previous incident where they were infiltrated by Chen Nienka and nearly exposed their base's location, Qing Tianju and the others were extremely cautious about this exchange.
The two sides agreed on a location and Qin Tianzhu personally came forward to test him.
Oh, Qin Tianzhu. Is it really you, Qin Tianzhu?
The moment his eyes fell upon Qin Tianzhu's figure, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up in Yen Mu's heart. His eyes wide, a mixture of shock and ecstasy on his face. If not for the two sturdy machine insects holding him tightly, he would have already rushed forward, unable to contain the surging impulse within his heart. At that moment, after receiving Qin Mo's approval, the two machine insects that had been firmly restraining Yen Mu slowly released their grip and silently stepped aside, granting Yen Mu his freedom. Facing the long-lost renowned leader Qin Tianzhu before him, Yen Mu's emotions grew even more turbulent. At the same time, Qin Tianzhu, standing opposite, appeared exceptionally composed and calm. He calmly swept his gaze over Qin Mo and his companions, then slightly lowered his head, letting his eyes rest on the distinctive Autobot emblem on Yen Mu's arm. He asked softly, "Are you from the elite guard?"
"Exactly."
Yen Mu nodded without hesitation, a hint of regret and helplessness in his voice.
"It's just. Unfortunately, when I graduated from the academy, it was nothing more than a boot camp."
Seeing the gloom on Yen Mu's face, Zhou Huch couldn't help interjecting, "That was when the war was raging." Then, as if recalling something, Yen Mu murmured on, "Actually, I long to be a fearless warrior, to throw myself into battle without hesitation, to fight to the death for the noble ideals we all pursue. But fate played a trick on me and I was assigned to the Tai Bao Guard, a seemingly ordinary post." Saying this, Yen Mu couldn't help but heave a long sigh, expressing his dissatisfaction with the current state. Hearing this, the silent Zhou Huch suddenly turned to Qin Tianzhu beside him and frowned, demanding, "Why was he assigned to manage the archives?"
"Qin Tianzhu, don't you think there are many questionable points here?" Qin Tianzhu, expressionless, looked at Yen Mu and asked softly, "What exactly did you do at Tai Bao?"
Yen Mu answered without hesitation, "In the final days of that fierce battle, my task was to guard Master Tai."
Qin Tianzhu was somewhat surprised and pressed further, "I see.
So you served under Master Tai?" Yen Mu blurted out without thinking at first. This job was extremely boring. I had nothing to do all day but watch that old man. I couldn't gallop across the battlefield and have a thrilling fight with those wretched Decepticons. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yen Mu seemed to realize they might be inappropriate. He quickly corrected himself, "I'm really sorry, but please believe me, Master Tai is indeed an extraordinary mentor and undoubtedly our dear friend. It was he who, with his exceptional wisdom and silver tongue, successfully persuaded the High Council to recommend you as the leader." Hearing this, Qin Tianzhu's heart trembled and a barely noticeable glint flashed in his eyes.
Then he immediately gave an order, "La Fei, activate the ground bridge at once."
The sudden decision shocked Zhou Huch, standing nearby, who asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Just because of a few words you agree to let this guy join our team?" If my teacher told him this, then he must believe Yen Mu is trustworthy. Although Yen Mu said it lightly, he didn't realize how important his casual words were. Apart from Qin Tianzhu and a few others, no one knew about this. After confirming that Yen Mu was not a bomb sent by the other side, Qin Tianzhu came to Qin Mo and said, "Thank you very much for your help.
It's our duty." Qin Mo smiled and shook hands with Qin Tianzhu. "After all, we are allies now. Isn't it natural to help each other?"
First came the aerial bots and then Smokescreen arrived. The Autobots' numbers gradually grew, but with that came a problem that had been tolerable before but now became increasingly acute.
Energy.
Previously, Optimus Prime only had Bulkhead and the other three, just 5 of them together, and the reserve of Energon was still sufficient. Later, Wheeljack arrived. Being a wanderer who was always out and about, he was almost self-sufficient in Energon and only occasionally needed supplies from Optimus Prime. So it wasn't a big problem. But now 6 more had arrived at once, doubling the number. Moreover, RC and the others had suffered varying degrees of damage from the toxic Energon, and treating them inevitably consumed a large amount of Energon. After all this, the Energon stored in the base was nearly exhausted.
"Optimus Prime, our current Energon can no longer sustain our operations.
We must find a stable source of Energon as soon as possible." Optimus Prime replied with a grave expression, "I've been pondering that too, old friend.
Unfortunately, the Energon reserves on this planet are dwindling due to the Decepticons' unrestrained mining. It's almost impossible to extract it without disrupting the ecological structure." But just then, something more urgent than finding Energon arose. Earlier, Ratchet had implanted a virus into Laserbeak. When Soundwave returned to the Decepticon base, the virus uploaded itself to the Decepticon mainframe, continuously transmitting information back to them. Now an important piece of information arrived at the Autobot base. Not good, the Decepticons have cracked another set of coordinates for the Icon relics. Ratchet looked at the screen with a solemn face and said, "But Bulkhead and the others haven't recovered yet." "In that case, leave it to us, Optimus Prime." At that moment, the 5 aerial bots arrived at the base. Silverbolt stepped forward and said, "We've acquired our vehicle modes. Entrust this mission to us, we will never let the Decepticons obtain the relic." "Good." Optimus Prime nodded. "In that case, Silverbolt, am assigning this mission to the aerial bots. Ratchet, send them the coordinates."
On the other side a ground bridge opened and several Decepticon troopers poured out accompanied by Tuxian and Hyuan who were holding detectors. Although the mountainous terrain was not their forte considering that the Autobots were all injured by toxic Energon and the two had formidable firepower, Megatron was quite confident in assigning this task to them. After spreading out the troops, Tuxian soon located the exact position of the relic. Just as the Decepticons were about to dig, a flash of fire streaked across followed by a missile hurtling towards. The sudden attack caught all the Decepticons below off guard, throwing them into chaos. Aerial bots assumed combat formation immediately. At Silverbolt's command, 5 jets dove into the enemy formation with thunderous force like a raging gale sweeping through. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 Decepticon troopers were mercilessly destroyed. What? The aerial bots. How could they be here? Witnessing all this, Hyuan, knocked to the ground, was dumbfounded. Fortunately, Tu Xian, who was directing the operation, reacted with exceptional agility. He made a prompt decision, quickly regrouping forces for a counterattack. On one hand, he ordered the airborne Decepticons to take flight and engage. On the other, he urgently sent a distress signal to the base requesting reinforcements to arrive as soon as possible. Logically, the Decepticons with their air superiority should have been adept at aerial combat. But to everyone's surprise, these cloned Decepticon troopers were too rigid and devoid of any tactical sense. Even at high altitudes they could not shake off the harassment and taunting of the 5 aerial bots led by Silverbolt. They could only take hits passively and were eventually easily annihilated. What? You were attacked by Autobots and in the sky? Megatron roared in astonishment, unable to accept the fact. How had those lowly creatures who only scurried on the ground become so powerful, even capable of aerial combat? However, upon learning that the attackers were the renowned aerial bots, Megatron's doubts vanished instantly. After all, this elite unit was one of the few among the Autobots capable of soaring through the skies and engaging in aerial warfare. Recalling the thrilling battle on Cybertron, the exceptional combat skills and fearless courage displayed by the aerial bots were still fresh in Megatron's memory. This war is becoming more intense and interesting. A cold smile curled at the corner of Megatron's mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then without hesitation he pressed a button on the control panel before him and issued a command into the communicator. Attention combat icons. This is Megatron. Move out immediately to support Tuxian. The enemy is the aerial bots. Do not underestimate them. The aerial bots. Onslaught was taken aback upon hearing the familiar name. Is there a problem? No problem at all, sir. Mission will be accomplished. With a flash of brilliant light the ground bridge slowly opened and Onslaught led the other 4 charging through without hesitation. However, when they emerged from the ground bridge on the other side, they were shocked to find that the Decepticons who had arrived earlier were almost completely wiped out, leaving only Tuxian and Hyuan trapped amidst the encirclement, putting up a desperate defense using the complex terrain and various cover. Combaticons attack immediately. Onslaught issued the command without hesitation. The 5 quickly entered combat mode, unleashing a hail of fire that successfully suppressed the aerial bots above. Watch out! Decepticon reinforcements are arriving. What's there to fear? Bring them on. This is the perfect chance to have a good fight with these guys and settle the score once and for all. After all, this combat icon unit was a renowned elite squad among the Decepticons. Every member had been tested by countless life-and-death battles, making them battle-hardened warriors. Their prestige within the Decepticon ranks was no less than that of the aerial bots among the Autobots. For a moment the battlefield was shrouded in smoke and the roar of gunfire was deafening. The two sides exchanged blows, relentlessly locked in an intense firefight that showed no signs of abating. After a tense and thrilling exchange of fire, both sides gradually realized that this endless expenditure of energy would not determine a victor, so they tacitly agreed to temporarily cease this pointless conflict. The aerial bots were the first to break the deadlock. Silverbolt waved his hand and commanded aerial bots combine. Become Super Ion. As he spoke, Silverbolt rushed forward, first transforming to become the torso. Then Slingshot formed the left arm, Fireflight formed the right arm, while Air Raid and Skydive became the legs of Super Ion. A laser particle gun was firmly held in his hand. As he landed, he opened fire on the combat icons below. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sent the 5 combat icons flying. No choice. Combaticons combine. Merge into Bruticus. Onslaught wasted no time and immediately gave the order. He leaped up, transforming into Bruticus torso. Vortex and Blastoff became Bruticus left and right arms, while Brawl and Swindle formed his legs. I am Bruticus. The fierce battle between the two combiners was breathtaking. The earth-shattering roar rang out as if heaven and earth were shaken. Suddenly Super Ion swung his massive fist, striking Bruticus with thunderous force. The blow was devastating and Bruticus involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, but he quickly regained his footing. Unyieldingly he raised his arms to block Super Ion's subsequent rush and retaliated with a fierce punch that landed squarely on Super Ion's body. Despite such a violent impact, Super Ion barely retreated half a step, exhibiting formidable defensive power. He quickly adjusted his stance, gripping the mighty laser particle gun in his right hand, aimed the muzzle directly at Bruticus' waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant a dazzling beam shot forth like lightning, splitting the sky. Ugh! Bruticus cried out in pain, stumbling backward to put distance between himself and Super Ion. However, just as Super Ion was about to press his advantage and continue the assault, Bruticus decisively thrust his left arm forward. The propeller spun rapidly, forming an indestructible shield that effortlessly blocked all of Super Ion's attacks. At the same time, the massive cannon on Bruticus' back tilted forward, its dark muzzle gleaming with dangerous light. A barrage of shells screamed toward Super Ion. The two sides exchanged blows. Flames leaped into the sky, smoke and dust filled the air. The once towering hill was soon ravaged beyond recognition, reduced to rubble. Yet after a grueling ordeal, the battle remained ambiguous, with no clear winner in sight. Both sides bore numerous wounds but were still evenly matched, locked in a stalemate, the conflict raging on. Unfortunately, this equilibrium did not last long. Gradually the fatal flaw hidden behind Bruticus' seemingly invincible overall combat power, high energy consumption and poor endurance, began to surface and become apparent. This weakness was keenly spotted by the sharp-eyed Super Ion. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a series of fierce attacks like a storm, hammering Bruticus relentlessly. As the saying goes, one wrong move and you lose the whole game. At this moment Super Ion had successfully turned the tide and seized the battlefield initiative. The outmatched Bruticus was trapped in a desperate situation. Turning defeat into victory was no easy feat. But here is the problem: the two were so engrossed in this life-or-death duel that they seemed to have completely forgotten why they had come here in the first place. Shouldn't we go help the combat icons? I think they're about to lose. Standing atop a pile of rubble, Hyuan stared intently at Bruticus, who was locked in fierce combat with Superion, and couldn't help asking his companion Tuxian. Hearing this, Tuxian spun around with a look of terror on his face, as if seeing a ghost. Help! How can we help? Just look at the level of this battle. What use do you think we would be if we charged in? Besides throwing away our lives, do you expect us to turn into superheroes and save the world? Indeed, as Tuxian said, given their current strength, recklessly charging into such a fierce and brutal battle would at most serve to take a couple of extra shells for Bruticus, but at the cost of their own lives. Since that's the case, why seek death? Instead, it's better to seize this opportunity and hurry up to find the buried sacred relic of Fortress Irontown. So the two split up and carefully searched the surrounding ruins. After some effort, heaven helps those who help themselves, they finally discovered a buried metal canister beneath a pile of rocks. Without a doubt, this should be the legendary sacred relic of Fortress Irontown. At this thought, an indescribable joy surged in their hearts, and they couldn't wait to unveil the mystery. Empty. How can it be empty? In the base, upon hearing the report, Megatron's fury was instantly ignited. His eyes widened and he exuded a terrifying aura, as if he would completely lose control and go berserk at any moment. His fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound, yet he was oblivious to it. After great effort, they had finally found this legendary sacred relic, only to realize it was all in vain. The so-called relic was nothing but a worthless empty can. However, this was not the time to vent his emotions. Megatron suppressed his anger and disappointment, his mind racing quickly. Soon he thought of a way to make up for the loss. At that moment, Bruticus was locked in a fierce battle with Superion, each giving blow for blow, neither yielding, and the outcome was hard to determine. But upon closer observation, it was clear that Bruticus was at a disadvantage. If he didn't receive timely reinforcements, he would likely be defeated soon. If so, Megatron mused, this might also be an excellent opportunity. While Optimus Prime's forces have not fully recovered, I could send more troops to reinforce Bruticus. If we can defeat Super Ion in one fell swoop, even if we can't kill him, as long as we eliminate any one of the aerial bots, the remaining four will never be able to combine into Super Ion again. Thus, without the combiners, what capital would the Autobots have to fight me? Moreover, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is extremely rare. If I let it slip, I may never have such an easy chance to win again. Even if it ultimately requires a huge cost, even sacrificing all the troops involved, as long as the goal is achieved, everything is worth it. The more Megatron thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more feasible the plan seemed. Shenhua, activate the land bridge, I want to. But before Wizenshin could finish his sentence, he forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. He clenched his teeth tightly, musing inwardly, he must not act impulsively. Although given the current situation, if he exerted all his strength to encircle and annihilate that being called De Wu Wei, he might succeed, but the risk was too great. Wizenshin was not one to be as timid as a mouse, nor would he show mercy for mere cannon fodder. What truly gave him pause was actually Lai Tianju. According to the latest intelligence obtained by Shenhua, there was a high possibility that the Kitcherin and the machine insects had formed some kind of alliance. Although with the current strength they were fully capable of launching a fierce assault onto Wu Wei. Moreover, since the Kichuran were currently being occupied by other fronts, they could hardly go all out to support their comrades. Thus forcibly killing a member of the Feishing Taibao was not impossible. But the problem was that if Qing Tianzhu sensed the critical situation and called for help from the machine insects, then Lai Tianzhu would likely dispatch a large number of powerful machine insects to reinforce. At that time the brave and skilled Bashianhu warriors under his command would likely suffer heavy losses, and even Hun Tianbao, the only capable general left, would find it hard to escape.
Wei Zhenqian dared not gamble, nor could he afford to.
As the saying goes, one careless move leads to total defeat. That was exactly the state Wei Zhenqian was in. To be safe, Wei Zhenqian decided to have the Zhansha team and others withdraw first. So the question arose, why was an empty canister dug up out of nowhere? All of this was naturally due to one person, Qin Mo. At that specific location, what originally lay there was precisely the Tenjiao hammer. However, ever since Qin Mo set foot on Earth, he had relying on the coordinates obtained from Sebot and excavated it. For this very reason, the Tenjiao hammer became the key for Qin Mo to quickly establish himself and rise to prominence. However, because the Tenjiao hammer had been taken, the important coordinate point that should have existed here became empty. Whether it was the evil Bashianhu or the Kichuran representing justice and peace, when they conducted large-scale searches, once they confirmed that there was nothing of value here, they would likely easily give up further exploration of the area. Clearly this was not the situation Qin Mo had hoped to see. Therefore, after obtaining the coveted phase shifter, Qin Mo after careful deliberation decided to adopt an ingenious strategy. By studying and replicating the container that held the phase shifter, he successfully produced a batch of identical canisters and then quietly reburied this canister filled with secrets. This move was undoubtedly intended to create chaos and confuse the enemy, thereby effectively slowing down the pace of the Bashianhu or Kichuran's actions. As expected, Qin Mo's move was nothing short of brilliant. Not only that, through this clever arrangement he even unexpectedly tested the strength of the Zhua Jingang from both sides in one. Even more interestingly, the end result was that both sides ended up fighting fiercely over a meaningless empty canister, wasting a large amount of already scarce and precious energy resources. Before Qin Mo's intervention, through a long period of mining, the Bashianhu's energy reserves far exceeded those of the Kichuran. But after their bases were repeatedly destroyed by Qin Mo, their remaining energy was not much. Moreover, without synthetic super-energy bodies, both the Kichuran and the Bashianhu were essentially tightening their belts to get by. This was exactly what Qin Mo wanted to see, but at this moment Qin Mo was not complacent. Instead, he frowned deeply, extremely worried.
Damn it, why did Wu Wei and Hun Tianbao both appear?
They weren't in the original story.
How come ever since I arrived all sorts of monsters and demons have shown up? Watching the battle footage of Wu Wei and Hun Tianbao, seeing the two towering Zhua Jingang level an entire mountain with mere shockwaves from their fight, Qin Mo felt utterly terrible. Look at them, that's what you call a Zhua Jingang.
Then look at the Sanchong Xian under his command, they probably couldn't even withstand a single hand from Wu Wei.
Not to mention anything else, if it were any other Zhua Jingang, Qin Mo wouldn't have such a strong reaction.
But this guy was Wu Wei, a formidable figure firmly in the top tier among the Kichuran's many Zhua Jingang. The Feishing Taibao that formed Wu Wei further made up for the Kichuran's disadvantage of lacking aerial combat capabilities. When the time came for Qin Mo to turn against the Kichuran, the cost would be even higher. As for the Bashianhu side, the opponent that could have been easily crushed and eliminated at any time had now become unpredictable with the addition of Hun Tianbao. It could be said that after finally pulling out the fangs and trimming the claws of the fierce tiger, Wei Zhenqian, who would have thought that the guy would turn around and equip himself with a set of alloy tiger teeth. Fortunately, it wasn't all bad news. As the hatch opened, Zhendong Bo walked in slowly. Lord Lai Tianzhu. Qin Mo slowly turned his head, his eyes falling on the arrival. What do you want to see me about, Zhendong Bo? Zhendong Bo first bowed slightly to show respect and reverence toward Qin Mo, then replied, esteemed Lord Lai Tianzhu, after long efforts and meticulous crafting, the first Zhu Jingning clone has successfully completed the final phase of finishing work. Please come personally to inspect and provide instructions. Hearing this news, Qin Mo nodded in agreement and followed Zhendong Bo through layers of cabins and corridors. After arriving on the deck and standing still, Qin Mo looked out and saw a gigantic mighty beast lying there, as conspicuous as a small hill. Undoubtedly this was the long-awaited Zhu Jingning clone. Due to the influence of the insectoid network, the moment Chong Yunxiao sensed Qin Mo's presence, it immediately stood up and walked steadily and powerfully toward Qin Mo. When the distance closed, Qin Mo unhesitatingly extended his broad palm and Chong Yunxiao behaved extremely docilely, actively bringing its massive head close and gently touching Qin Mo's palm to show affection. Feeling the warm touch and the powerful aura transmitted through his palm, Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction and praised him. Not bad. As the first Zhu Jingning clone under my command, you are not only physically robust and sturdy but also fierce and domineering in appearance. You will surely become an outstanding hunter in the future. However, before his words ended, Qin Mo suddenly shifted his tone and continued, but this alone is far from enough. What I expect is not just a wild beast with simple hunting instincts but a true warrior who can stand on his own, possess independent thinking ability and excel in teamwork and cooperation.
Zhendong nodded and said deformation and learning are the basic instincts of every Sabotan creature.
Although there is insufficient literature to support it, I believe that given enough time to learn, the Zhu Jingning are fully capable of acquiring wisdom and the ability to transform.
Qin Mo had no doubt about this.
Then stroking Chong Yongxiu's head he said, continue to evolve, become a qualified warrior. And as the first Zhu Jingning under my command I shall name you Chong Yunxiao. After inspecting the Chong Xiaoyun, Qin Mo and Zhendong returned to the laboratory together. Once inside, Qin Mo walked straight to his desk and sat down while Zhendong stood aside awaiting instructions.
After a brief pause, Qin Mo spoke. I must remind you that we are currently in an unprecedented predicament.
Therefore I expect you to accelerate the progress of your work. Zhendong nodded slightly in understanding, then raised his hand and pointed at the head warriors who were busy working. He explained, through my diligent instruction these brave and fearless head warriors have essentially mastered the giant beast cloning technology. With their assistance I can devote all my energy to the modification project of the Sparks. Qin Mo listened to Zhendong's report, his brow slightly furrowed as if pondering something important. After a moment he spoke slowly, his tone serious. Although the current situation is dire and urgent, no matter what we must not allow any mishap to befall those 5 Sparks. Even if progress is slightly slower, it doesn't matter. The key is to ensure the safety of the entire operation. Now both the Autobots and Decepticons possessed powerful combiner forces which greatly enhanced the combat capabilities of both sides.
However, on Qin Mo's side the 3 insect fairies could only bully ordinary Cybertronians.
If they were to face a true combiner, even the weakest of them, Devastator, would be invincible to them. Fortunately Qin Mo still held the 5 Sparks from the Headmaster unit. As long as he could successfully modify them, even if it meant exhausting all the remaining energy within the Celestial Pride Hammer, he would spare no effort to forge a brand new and powerful body for. Though it was regrettable, it had to be admitted that among the many Decepticon combiners Abomina's strength was indeed mediocre. However, do not forget this: at this moment Qin Mo still commanded an extremely vast swarm of mechanical insect troops. Thus, as long as even a single combiner could temporarily hold off the enemy with the massive army of machine insects, Qin Mo was completely confident in annihilating those detestable Autobots and arrogant Decepticons. But just then Zhendong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke like a bucket of ice water pouring over them. Regarding the modification project of the Sparks, no one can guarantee absolute safety without risk. No matter how cautious and careful we are, we will inevitably face the risk of failure in the end. Before he could finish, Qin Mo waved his hand sharply, rudely interrupting Zhendong's words. Enough, I understand these principles well enough without you reminding me so bluntly. Moreover, you are the one with the most practical experience in such matters. As for how to weigh the details and control the timing, I leave it entirely to your judgment. As Qin Mo stepped out of the laboratory where Zhendong was, he immediately dialed Silas's communication number without hesitation. Soon he met with Silasi smoothly at a secret base belonging to the Elite Mecha Task Force. Lord Lianqianju, may I ask why you have summoned me so urgently? Since he chose to be Qin Mo's subordinate and become his vicious hound, Silasi naturally intended to see it through to the end. He appeared before Qin Mo with a humble and flattering demeanor, positioning himself precisely, knowing when to fawn and when to bare his teeth, moderately striking a perfect balance. Faced with Silas's obedient appearance, Qin Mo did not hide anything. He came straight to the point, laying out the current situation completely. In the past, even knowing that Silasi was loyal to him, Qin Mo would still secretly wonder if this man might harbor betrayal. But now such concerns had vanished into thin air. After all, Silasi was now deeply entangled like a solitary boat tightly clinging to the great ship of Qin Mo with no way to escape. At this moment the only thing Silasi could do was to do his utmost to guard this harbor and never let it sink. After hearing Qin Mo's words, Silasi furrowed his brow. Then, my lord, is there anything I can do to serve you? If it is within my power, I will certainly not shirk my duty. Qin Mo felt very gratified and satisfied with Silas's response. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and said, indeed, you have successfully taken control of the entire Mei country. But now you need to complete an important task: manufacture an explosive device of super large yield. Hearing this, Silasi showed a look of confusion. After a moment of hesitation he asked, do you mean nuclear weapons? However, Silasi no longer considered himself an ordinary human. On the contrary, he regarded himself as belonging to a new generation of humankind and began to view things from a Cybertronian perspective. From this unique standpoint, the nuclear weapons currently possessed by humans indeed appeared relatively outdated and obsolete in his eyes. Thus, filled with doubts, Silasi continued to ask, but respected lord, since that is the case, why do you still want me to develop such an outdated weapon? Facing Silas's confusion, Qin Mo looked at him calmly and then replied steadily, regardless, the key lies in its ability to release a sufficiently large amount of energy. Even if this technology may not be the most advanced, as long as it can produce extremely powerful explosive force, it can still exert astonishing destructive power and deterrent effect. He paused briefly then added firmly, moreover, considering your current status as the president of May Country and the fact that the Autobots happen to be within May Country's territory, if we rashly develop new weapons far beyond current human technology, it will inevitably arouse the Autobots' vigilance and suspicion, bringing us numerous unexpected troubles. Qin Mo's purpose in having Cybertron create a super-large yield explosive was naturally to deal with the combiners. Whether it was Superion or Bruticus, neither was invincible. As long as the yield was large enough and the distance close enough, even if they were not killed they could be severely wounded. Then when the time came to engage in battle, things would naturally be much easier.
This was also one of the few contributions that Cybertron's control over May Country could make to Qin Mo in the war. Yes, my lord, I understand. After I return I will take action immediately.
Although Cybertron still did not understand the specific reasons, that was not important. Since the lord had given the order, he only needed to resolutely execute it. As time passed, Qin Mo deciphered another set of coordinates and dispatched shrapnel and kickback along with several mechanical insects to excavate the site. With more and more Iron Fortress sacred relics unearthed, only 2 keys remained, at least in Qin Mo's view. Just then, however, the message from shrapnel made Qin Mo freeze for a moment, and then his entire demeanor surged with excitement. Lord Lian Xianju, we found it, a sword. But the vexing thing is, no matter how hard we try to dig, we cannot budge it even an inch from the rock. When the mysterious sword was mentioned, the first thing that sprang to Qin Mo's mind was the famed star sword, renowned for its devastating offensive power. In the original story, this sword not only displayed earth-shattering might but also had a startlingly low durability, reduced to merely a few digits. I must never let Optimus Prime get his hands on this treasure.
Qin Mo mused inwardly. According to the plot, he knew once Optimus Prime wielded the star sword the consequences would be catastrophic. Back then, with a single stroke he cleaved a towering mountain in two, then a fierce sword aura nearly sliced the Decepticon warship, sending it billowing with smoke and fleeing in disgrace. Even the ever-arrogant Megatron had to admit that the Decepticon forces were now trapped in an unprecedented darkness. And the current situation was even more dire, for the Autobots already possessed the mighty combiner, Superion. If Optimus Prime were to obtain the Star Sword, a peerless divine weapon, even someone as formidable as Qin Mo would hesitate to confront him directly. Thus, no matter the cost, the Star Sword must not fall into Optimus Prime's hands. Upon receiving the news, Qin Mo immediately came in person to investigate. When he saw the sword embedded in the mountain with only the hilt exposed, his mind was instantly certain this was the legendary Star Sword. According to legend, only the Autobot leader could wield this sword. In other words, only Optimus Prime was qualified to unleash its power. That said, Qin Mo gazed at his own hands, recalling his actions from years ago. To control the prideful hammer, he had resolutely transplanted the arms of an apostle onto himself. At that moment a thought struck him. Since he had once deceived the prideful hammer's security system and successfully used the weapon, could he perhaps trick the Star Sword's security mechanism in a similar manner? With this in mind, Qin Mo stepped forward, gripped the hilt tightly, and pulled with all his might, trying to draw the Star Sword from the mountain. Yet no matter how hard he strained, the Star Sword stood as if rooted, showing no sign of movement. Faced with this, Qin Mo realized he had been too optimistic. Clearly the Star Sword was far from being as easily deceived as the prideful hammer. It was no treasure that could be controlled by merely transplanting an arm. My lord, what should we do? Shrapnel stepped forward and said. This thing seems protected by some kind of force. We can't even break the surrounding rock, let alone dig it out. Before Qin Mo arrived, Shrapnel and the others had exhausted all means, laser weapons, manual digging, all to no avail. Not only could they not extract the Star Sword, they couldn't even damage the surrounding rock. Qin Mo glanced at the mountain before him and said, have the warship come. Move the entire mountain to the Mars base at top speed. The Star Sword must not fall into Autobot hands. After issuing the order, Qin Mo immediately took action, opening a ground bridge and leaving the area. To avoid any unforeseen incidents, he planned to divert the attention of both the Autobots and Decepticons. At the Decepticon base, Soundwave was intensifying his efforts to decode the Iron Fortress cipher, while Megatron was recuperating in a completely sealed room surrounded by dark Energon. Just then a thunderous boom echoed. Boom. The entire base trembled violently as if shaken by an invisible giant hand. What's happening? Megatron, who had been immersed in the power of dark Energon focused on self-repair and energy replenishment, suddenly felt a powerful impact. He sprang to his feet, his optics blazing with shock and fury. At the same time, the scout on perimeter duty rushed in, knelt on one knee, and reported to Megatron, my lord, it's bad. We are under attack. But the enemy is neither those wretched Autobots nor the feeble humans. It seems to be Lian Xianju's men. At that moment, outside the base over the vast ocean, countless combat spheres burst forth from the churning waves like bamboo shoots after rain, forming a dense dark cloud that swept toward the island fortress the Decepticons occupied. These combat spheres, individually weak and fragile, nevertheless followed the age-old adage, quantity brings about a change in quality. When enough of them gathered, the effect was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the number of combat spheres emerging from the sea exceeded 3,000.
Even if they were not combat spheres but 3,000 live pigs, given the Decepticons' current state, it would still take considerable effort to slaughter them all. Moreover, there had been cases of finding empty containers before. Between the safety of the base and the search for Iron Fortress sacred relics, Megatron surely knew which was more important. As for Optimus Prime, handling him was even easier. Qin Mo had previously prepared many empty containers and scattered them around. Now was the time to put them to use. At the Autobot base Optimus Prime, the computer just detected a signal that is very likely from an Iron Fortress sacred relic, but it is not among the coordinates we have.
Optimus Prime, hearing Ratchet, stepped forward to examine it.
It could be due to crustal movement exposing it to the air, allowing us to detect it.
Ratchet immediately became alert. If that's the case, the Decepticons will probably detect it too. We must act immediately and find it before they do.
For safety, Qing Tianzhu decided to go personally, and Jiu Huche insisted on accompanying him out of concern so they could look out for each other.
Meanwhile, Feishing Taibao followed behind.
If Wei Zhentian really attacked them, Feishing Taibao would then strike from their rear, and under the pincer attack they would surely be unable to coordinate their front and back.
Admittedly, Qing Tianzhu's arrangement was flawless. The only problem was that all of this was a false signal emitted by Qin Mo.
Although Batian, who also received it due to the appearance of numerous battle spheres, they had no extra energy to send anyone to investigate. Just as Chi Ren and Batian, who were both extremely busy, Qin Mo had already quietly completed the transportation of the entire mountain, successfully sending it to the Mars base. Even though the transport consumed a considerable amount of energy, considering that it ensured the Stellar Sword would not fall into Qing Tianzhu's hands, this expenditure of super energy was nothing. Without the Stellar Sword, naturally there would be no such thing as the Dark Stellar Sword. Moreover, through in-depth research on Zhendangbo, people were astonished to discover that the energy within the Stellar Sword was strikingly similar to that within the Hammer of Heavenly Pride. It was as if they were originally of the same root and origin.
This major discovery excited everyone.
If a way could be found to break through the incredibly robust protection mechanism of the Stellar Sword, it would be highly possible to successfully channel the surging energy within it and continuously pour it into the Hammer of Heavenly Pride, thereby achieving the purpose of recharging it.
Undoubtedly, the Stellar Sword was indeed extremely powerful. Once deployed in battle, it would undoubtedly display unparalleled lethality.
However, reality is always full of variables, especially when facing a fierce battlefield situation. Anything could happen.
Moreover, once a complete rift occurred with Chi Ren, a heart-stopping great war would inevitably erupt between the two sides. Under such brutal circumstances, holding onto the Stellar Sword would be no easy feat, and it might even be taken by the enemy.
In contrast, the Hammer of Heavenly Pride had no such worries. After all, this treasure was always placed as steady as Mount Tai in a secure and reliable rear area, surrounded by countless mechanical insects and a comprehensive security system. It could be said that stealing the Hammer of Heavenly Pride from here was even harder than reaching the sky. For Qin Mo, who had personally experienced the miraculous power of the Hammer of Heavenly Pride, he obviously preferred the latter. However, this made the task on Zhendangbo even heavier, but there was no help for it. All Qin Mo could do now was to find the remaining two keys as soon as possible and complete the transaction with Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, just as Qin Mo was fully immersed in deciphering the remaining coordinates, Sai Leisai hurriedly contacted him like an ant on a hot pan.
"You'd better bring me some crucial news, Sai Leisai."
Qin Mo was already overwhelmed by the work at hand, and now being interrupted by Sai Leisai made his mood even worse.
"I'm truly sorry, Lord Lai Tianjue. But this matter is indeed extraordinary and cannot be delayed even a bit.
About half an hour ago, our troops dispatched to Africa unexpectedly detected some strange object from another world during their mission."
"Another world?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but frown and asked suspiciously, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is not something to be taken lightly."
Faced with Qin Mo's doubt, Sai Leisai was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath, slightly organizing his thoughts before replying, "My lord, please calm your anger.
Let me explain slowly. Actually, regarding that mysterious object, even I am completely confused, but judging by intuition, it is absolutely extraordinary.
In my opinion, perhaps only a genius like you, who is erudite and resourceful, can see through its mysteries."
These flattering words were just right, making Qin Mo feel a bit better. "Tell me the coordinates, I'll be right there."
However, just to be safe, Qin Mo asked Zhendangbo to put down his work and accompany him.
Before long, Qin Mo arrived at the destination smoothly via the land bridge.
After stepping out of the land bridge, he looked around at the surroundings. Before him appeared to be a vast underground ruin surrounded by dilapidated walls, broken stone pillars, and scattered rubble and debris. Just a glance at these scenes was enough for Qin Mo to conjure up a mysterious and fascinating storyline in his mind.
Just as Qin Mo was immersed in his reverie about this ruin, a special forces soldier in power armor walked briskly over.
This soldier had clearly been waiting for some time. The moment he saw Qin Mo appear, he immediately stepped forward, saluted, and said respectfully, "Lord Lai Tianjue, Commander Sai Leisai is waiting for you ahead.
Please follow me."
With that, he turned and walked toward the interior of the ruin, signaling Qin Mo to follow.
The Power Armor Special Forces member led the way with Qin Mo and Jin Dangbo following behind.
Soon they delved deep into the ruin and reached its innermost part. At this moment beside Sai Leisai what came into view was that object that Sai Leisai called something not belonging to this world quietly placed there. Qin Mo cautiously stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the enormous metal door in front of him. The first thing that caught his eye was the dense growth of various plants on the door. If not for the cover of these plants it would have been hard to discover the hidden secrets. After Qin Mo gently wiped away those coverings, the scene before him astonished him. The surface of the door was actually covered with strange patterns never seen before. These patterns were intricate and smooth as if containing endless mysteries and power. Moreover, from the overall layout they seemed to form some unique language system. Next Qin Mo shifted his attention to the material of the door. Although it looked like metal, it felt somewhat strange to the touch, clearly incomparable to ordinary metal. After studying for a long time, Qin Mo still couldn't figure out what this thing was. He waved his hand and said, "Jin Dangbo, come take a look at this." Jin Dangbo stepped forward, took out his portable equipment and began examining it. Before long Jin Dangbo stood up, frowned and said, "I have never encountered such a substance before. Even after consulting all existing literature I cannot find any corresponding description or record. However, based on preliminary observations, although it cannot be determined whether it truly does not belong to our world, there is no doubt that this object is full of mysteries and has great scientific research value." As the shockwave intended to delve deeper, an unexpected change occurred. The once still metallic door suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting a series of muffled rumbling sounds. At the same time a cube-shaped object fell from above without warning, resembling a meteorite crashing down to the ground with astonishing force. Upon landing, the surface of the cube emitted a ghostly blue glow, flickering as if it were trying to convey something. However, before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a peculiar sound wave resonated, causing pain for all, whether it was Cell as a human or the mechanized elite members of the special forces, even the pure Cybertronian shockwave. Without exception, they all suffered greatly from this unusual sound wave, while Qin Mo on the other hand watched the unfolding events with an air of indifference. Qin Mo stared in bewilderment at the chaos around him. Upon confirming that it was indeed the cube causing the trouble, he wasted no time and fired a shot at it. Boom! The energy cannon struck the cube, and according to the principle of smoke without harm, when the dust settled the cube stood firmly in place, not a scratch on it. Such a situation left Qin Mo somewhat astonished. He was well aware of the power of his shot. How could it possibly leave no damage? As Qin Mo attacked, the power of the sound waves noticeably intensified, only ceasing once everyone except Qin Mo in the vicinity was rendered unconscious. In the next moment a beam of ghostly blue light swiftly darted across Qin Mo's body. Accompanied by a cold, emotionless mechanical voice, it announced identity verification successful. Suddenly the previously motionless cube began to spin rapidly, resembling an enormous magical cube. In the blink of an eye another dazzling beam of blue light erupted from its top, intertwining and condensing in midair, ultimately forming a familiar silhouette to Qin Mo. The Cosmic Emperor. This is absolutely impossible. Staring at the lifelike three-dimensional image before him, Qin Mo could hardly believe his eyes, instinctively adopting a defensive posture ready to strike at any moment. Just as he was about to make his move, the so-called Cosmic Emperor spoke up. "Hey fellow from Blue Star, please don't be impulsive. I'm not the Cosmic Emperor, you know." Upon hearing the words "fellow from Blue Star," Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, a storm of emotions rising within him. He realized that the entity speaking possessed knowledge akin to his own, indicating they were both transmigrators, both from Blue Star. Qin Mo made an effort to calm the tumult within him and asked with a trembling voice, "Could it be? You are also?" "Exactly," the Cosmic Emperor nodded, responding in a calm tone. "Like you, I also traversed from Blue Star. However, it seems that my luck was a bit better than yours. I inadvertently became the Cosmic Emperor. As for you, it appears you are a mechanical insect." Still in shock, Qin Mo widened his eyes, looking at the entity claiming to be a fellow transmigrator. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked, "Can you tell me who you really are? And what exactly is going on here? Can you explain in detail?" In response to Qin Mo's inquiries, the Cosmic Emperor did not elaborate further. He merely nodded slightly and began to introduce himself. "You may call me Han Ing. Compared to the title Cosmic Emperor, I personally prefer the name Han Ing. As for the matters you are concerned about, I believe once you complete your transmigration you should have a certain understanding already. After all, the world we inhabit is not unique." Having said this, the Cosmic Emperor gazed thoughtfully into the distance as if reminiscing about a distant past. Hearing such a response from the other party, Qin Mo felt somewhat guilty, yet he couldn't directly expose the lie, so he feigned calmness, nodding to indicate his understanding. In truth, he alone was acutely aware that ever since he transformed into a mechanical insect he had been desperately struggling to survive. After finally reaching Earth, he found himself embroiled in the intricate conflicts between the Autobots and the Decepticons. With his exceptional intellect and some critical information at hand, Qin Mo managed to establish a foothold in this fierce struggle. However, during this time he had no leisure to ponder profound questions about the uniqueness of the world. But since the other party had said so, Qin Mo naturally felt embarrassed to admit that he had never considered such matters. Not paying attention to the subtle changes in Qin Mo's expression, Haning continued. By chance I was chosen by a powerful existence known as the Master, and because of this I gained the ability to traverse various worlds. As I traversed through different worlds I discovered that individual strength was far from sufficient, and there are many compatriots from Blue Star in various worlds, some of whom have become local overlords while others are still struggling for survival. They were entirely fighting their own battles, each like a scattered sand, and I believed it should not be so. I wanted to gather all the transmigrators to form a powerful and unignorable presence. Now the situation is clear. This transmigrator named Haning, after becoming the Cosmic Emperor, acquired immense power and knowledge, aided by some fortunate circumstances successfully transformed into a monster capable of traversing various worlds. Having seen and experienced much, he was no longer satisfied with being just a different passerby. He aimed to gather all transmigrators under one banner to unify and manage them, becoming the leader of all transmigrators. Qin Mo's interpretation of this idea may have been slightly off, but it was not far from the truth. After a brief silence, Qin Mo finally broke the deadlock, slowly lifting his head to stare directly at Haning, asking in a calm yet firm tone, "If I decide to join your group, what actual benefits and advantages can I gain? Conversely, if I ultimately refuse to join you, what consequences or impacts will I face?" Looking at the serious and solemn expression on Qin Mo's face along with the deep and steady tone in his speech, Haning couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure rise within him. He then couldn't help but murmur to himself, yet he still tried to maintain composure on the surface and quickly waved his hand to explain, "Oh dear, please don't be so tense. It's really not as complicated as you think. You see, we're not some lawless, inhumane, illegal organization here. So regarding the decision to join us, it entirely depends on your personal willingness and choice. As long as you are willing to become a part of us, we will naturally provide you with appropriate support and assistance. However, you must understand that if you enjoy the benefits, you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. This means that once you accept the benefits we offer, you will also need to complete certain specific tasks and fulfill your obligations, but these tasks will be within your capability as you grow. As for if you have no interest in us or don't wish to get involved at all, that's fine too. You can simply refuse, and we absolutely won't force anyone." Qin Mo weighed the pros and cons. After a long while he spoke, "I want to know, if I join you, what kind of assistance can I get?" "Specific assistance." Judging from the subtle change in Han Ying's expression, this was clearly not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He went straight to the point. "Based on my understanding, machine insects are a relatively primitive form of Sabotan life. Although you appear to have been enhanced and your intelligence greatly improved, the machine insects under your command are probably still in a foolish state." In response, Qin Mo nodded without denial. Haning said, "I can provide you with a modification plan. If you follow this plan, you can make your machine insects more intelligent." It could be said that this plan was very tempting. At present, what Qin Mo lacked were subordinates with sufficient intelligence. However, Qin Mo did not agree. After all, this modification had an unknown origin. Even if the other party appeared very friendly now, who knew whether it was his true intention? If the other party tampered with the modification plan, wouldn't he be very passive? Seeing that Qin Mo did not respond, although Haning did not know what the other party was worried about, one thing was certain: the other party was not willing to accept this help. He then changed his tone and said, "If you don't want this, I have another way to help you." After a brief pause, Haning asked, "Do you now possess the Tianjiao hammer and the synthetic super energy?" After hearing Qin Mo's unhesitating affirmative reply, Haning nodded slightly, acknowledging, "In that case, I can bestow upon you a unique formula. With this formula you can successfully convert the synthetic super energy into the energy form required by the Tianjiao hammer." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and stammered, Really? Clearly he was shocked by this sudden good news. Han Ying's mouth curled into a faint smile, and he said firmly, "Of course it's true." As he spoke, he gently raised his hand and grasped the void. In an instant, a mysterious and complex formula appeared like a phantom, floating steadily before Qin Mo's eyes. Faced with such a miraculous scene, Qin Mo was secretly amazed. However, he did not delay much but quickly concentrated, memorizing the formula word for word without omission. Then he took a deep breath, steadied himself, and asked Haning, "The conditions you offer are truly too tempting for me to resist. But after I formally join your side, what specific tasks or responsibilities will I need to undertake?" Haning slowly shook his head and answered softly, "At this stage you don't need to worry about anything. After all, given your current level of strength, although you may be considered powerful within your own world, compared to the vast and boundless myriad realms, you seem somewhat inferior. Therefore you only need to devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation and self-improvement. When the day comes that you finally reach the pinnacle of your universe, the gates of the myriad realms will open for you, and only then will you have sufficient qualifications and ability to successfully fulfill the important mission I entrust to you. I will leave a system here that will persist. If in the future you encounter any difficult or important matters, you can contact me through this system." "Alright, then let us conclude our meeting for now. Oh, and one more thing to remind you: before you have sufficient and powerful strength, be sure not to reveal your true identity as a time traveler to anyone.
Otherwise, if the news leaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable.
As his voice faded, the mysterious and dazzling light in front gradually dissipated like smoke until it completely disappeared, and at the same time the communication link between the two ceased. Next, the originally enormous cube resembling a hill began to slowly rotate and rapidly shrink at a visible rate, eventually turning into an ordinary, inconspicuous, even somewhat worn-out small Rubik's Cube.
Qin Mo carefully reached out and put away the small cube.
As time passed, Stellaris and the others who had been in a coma slowly awoke from their slumber. They looked around at the unfamiliar yet familiar environment with confusion and asked in puzzlement, what exactly happened? Why do we feel so dazed after waking up? Facing the faces full of bewilderment and confusion of Stellaris and the others, Qin Mo's mouth slightly curled into an imperceptible smile, but soon he recovered his composure and replied calmly, "It's nothing serious.
You were just a little frightened, but now it's fine."
Then, to reassure Stellaris, Qin Mo made up a bunch of grandiose lies and even painted some castles in the air, which left Stellaris completely deceived. As for this relic, Qin Mo used the excuse that it was left by some alien civilization and extremely dangerous, convincing Stellaris to give up the idea of further research and seal it away. Back on the warship, he ignored the half-decoded Taibao data and quickly took out the recorded formula to experiment. After some adjustments and several failures, Qin Mo actually obtained a never-before-seen blue energy. After channeling it into the Tianjiao hammer, the hammer, which had been gradually dimming due to excessive energy consumption, once again emitted a dazzling light. Especially the moment when Qin Mo held the hammer handle and raised it, the roar and the brilliant burst of light proved that it had entered its optimal state.
"Master, you called me." Immediately Qin Mo called Dan Pian in.
When Dan Pian entered, he saw Qin Mo standing alone holding the Tianjiao hammer, and besides that there was a device that looked like a hibernation pod, which was the upgrade chamber Qin Mo had used to modify and strengthen himself. However, to activate this device required the Tianjiao hammer and its energy, and each modification upgrade consumed a considerable amount of energy. This also meant that after multiple uses, the energy within the Tianjiao hammer was no longer sufficient to power the device, so Qin Mo had shelved it. Now things were different. Qin Mo had mastered the energy required to forge with the prodigy hammer, so he could wield it without reservation. Under his command, the shrapnel entered the upgrade pod. Qin Mo inserted the prodigy hammer into the slot, gripping its handle with one hand while manipulating the control panel beside him with the other. As the machinery hummed to life, the prodigy hammer spun rapidly under Qin Mo's guidance, channeling immense energy directly onto the shrapnel through the device. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, a tenth of the prodigy hammer's energy had been consumed. In the past, witnessing such depletion would have pained Qin Mo deeply. But now, having mastered the synthesis formula for energy, he possessed an inexhaustible supply. With a resonant hum, the device ceased operation and the hatch slowly opened. The shrapnel within stirred from its slumber. As the shrapnel emerged from the upgrade pod, it gazed upon its transformed body, trembling with exhilaration. I've become so powerful. I can feel strength surging endlessly within me. Yet the shrapnel did not dwell long on its newfound might. Instead, it knelt decisively before Qin Mo and declared, "Great Lord Lishanju, you have bestowed upon me wisdom and power. I shall serve you with my very life." The prodigy hammer had not only upgraded its body but also its mind, shattering the inherent intellectual limitations of machine insects and birthing a new existence. The shrapnel was merely a successful experiment. Confident that the prodigy hammer's enhancements could grant machine insects greater intelligence, Qin Mo summoned 50 of them, guiding them into the upgrade pod one by one. With his current abilities, Qin Mo could upgrade every machine insect. It was merely a matter of time. Yet he refrained. Not from inability but from choice. Intelligence was a boon. Smarter machine insects could execute complex tasks with greater precision. But it was also a double-edged sword. The cleverer the being, the harder it was to control. Even with the insect network, absolute safety could never be guaranteed. Thus, after careful deliberation, Qin Mo deemed upgrading 50 machine insects sufficient. These could serve as squad leaders directing operations during missions, while some would be assigned to assist Shockwave with his Predacon cloning project. As days passed, Qin Mo, having mastered all the Iron Fortress relics except the keys, ceased to invest excessive effort in deciphering them. After all, he had already secured 3 of the 4 keys, more than enough. Meanwhile, the Autobots and Decepticons were thrown into chaos by the deliberately misleading signals he had released. Yet this was a necessary measure. Though the signals did not directly point to the key coordinates, their frequencies were undeniably genuine. Despite containing nothing, neither the Decepticons nor the Autobots could discern the truth. More critically, if even a single signal were real and fell into enemy hands, it would spell immense trouble, even disaster, for his side. While both factions scrambled to seize these enigmatic signals, Qin Mo, wielding the formidable prodigy hammer, embarked on a monumental transformation. In truth, Qin Mo had never confined his vision to a mere speck like Earth. Especially after successfully acquiring the Autobots' Martian resource depot and ingeniously converting it into an impregnable fortress, his ambition swelled to conquer the vast cosmos itself. To realize this grand blueprint beyond an endless supply of energy, the most crucial element was a fleet of numerous high-performance interstellar warships. However, achieving this goal with only a few small spacecraft from the Martian base was far from sufficient.
Qin Mo needed a massive armada of combat-ready colossal vessels to forge his own, thus shipbuilding became an urgent priority.
Yet crafting a warship was no simple feat, not even one comparable to the Decepticons' vessel. Even constructing a ship like the one piloted by Wheeljack demanded vast resources and countless high-precision components.
Qin Mo possessed none of these.
To achieve this, he had to build production lines from scratch. However, such delicate work was beyond the machine insects, so he entrusted it to the battle spheres. Yet for the battle spheres with their limited intellect, mass production was nearly impossible, rendering the entire process excruciatingly slow. But now with the prodigy hammer, all obstacles had vanished. While the Autobots and Decepticons busied themselves hunting for non-existent relics, Qin Mo transformed into a relentless forging machine within the Martian base.
With each strike of the hammer, complete fully automated production lines were successfully forged.
At the mere press of a button, these lines could churn out precision components one after another, leaving the rest to the battle spheres for methodical assembly. With the coordinated efforts of numerous battle spheres, the pace of warship construction surged dramatically compared to before.
Of course, Qin Mo did not devote all his time and energy solely to these endeavors.
Large warships were indeed strategic siege units, but individual combat prowess could not be neglected. To this end, Qin Mo used the prodigy hammer and vast quantities of Cybertronian matter to forge a set of Exormer. Once equipped, it not only enhanced the wearer's defense but also allowed for various weapon mounts, boosting both close combat and long-range firepower. Most importantly, despite sacrificing full-body impenetrable defense, this Exormer still permitted transformation even when worn. Naturally, Qin Mo also considered the risk of his units falling in battle and the armor falling into enemy hands for their use. To prevent this, the armor continuously monitored the wearer's spark upon equipping. Once it detected the spark's extinguishment indicating death, the armor system would initiate a self-destruct sequence, ensuring it never fell into enemy possession.
Within the Autobot base. Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime.
With a tremendous roar, a helicopter slowly descended to the ground. As the hatch opened, Agent Fowler rushed down immediately. Though Optimus Prime was already exhausted in both body and spirit, he still mustered his strength to maintain composure and calm when faced with the imposing Agent Fowler.
"Is there anything I can help you with, Agent Fowler?" Hearing this, Agent Fowler was furious. "Anything you can help with?"
"Poof. If you could just be a little more discreet and not cause such an uproar, that would be the greatest help." With that, he swung the folder in his hand, which contained a stack of recent photos.
"Look at what you've done. The commotion keeps getting bigger."
It's one thing for ordinary civilians to snap pictures, but now even the news media has been alerted.
"Do you have any idea how much effort we've put into calming this storm?" Agent Fowler glared at Optimus Prime, his eyes blazing with fury.
"I deeply apologize for that, but if we continue to operate as discreetly as before, the Decepticons might gain the upper hand."
"You mean those Iron Fortress relics? But every time you took action, you only found empty containers. There's no helping it."
Wretched, who had been listening nearby, couldn't hold back. "Until we find a way to further distinguish them, we cannot afford to overlook any target.
If one of them contains a Decepticon weapon of mass destruction, it would be catastrophic for Earth, humanity, and us Autobots." "But you can't."
Before Agent Fowler could finish, a voice came from the ground bridge.
"Optimus Prime. Big Brother Optimus, look what I brought back."
As the ground bridge opened, smokescreen burst out at top speed. The moment he emerged, he completed his transformation eagerly and presented what he held to everyone. It was none other than the last of the 4 Omega keys.
"Excellent, now all the keys are gathered. Way to go, Smokescreen."
Seeing the object in Smokescreen's hand, Optimus Prime and the others' eyes lit up instantly and all their fatigue seemed to vanish. However, compared to the Autobots, Fowler, still fuming, was in no mood for such cheer.
"Alright, can any of you tell me what this thing is?"
"This is the Omega Key," RC said without hesitation. "With it we can repair Cybertron and bring our planet back to life." Agent Fowler raised an eyebrow. "So then you'll be able to return to your own planet."
The remark might not have been pleasant, but it was the truth. As partners, Qin Mo had already informed Optimus Prime that he had obtained 3 Omega keys.
Now Smokescreen had found another, thus all 4 were assembled, meeting the condition to activate the Omega Lock.
"Should I contact Lai Tianjue right now?" RC asked eagerly. "No." Optimus Prime waved his hand. "Now is not the time.
We have all been overworked lately. Let's rest and recharge to our peak state, then contact Lai Tianjue." Ratchet sensed a deeper meaning in Optimus Prime's words and stepped forward. "Optimus, do you mean Optimus Prime nodded, though I wish it were not, so we must remain vigilant.
3 days later, Qin Mo finally received word that Optimus Prime's team had found the last Omega key. Finally, it's almost complete. Thinking this, Qin Mo was eager to reply.
But just as he was about to initiate the call, his finger paused midair. No, too excited, I almost forgot the real business. Initially, Qin Mo had made a deal with Primus purely to obtain the spark encased in that hard shell. Once Qin Mo succeeded in reclaiming the hard-shelled spark, this transaction would naturally come to an end.
At that moment, the alliance between Qin Mo and the Autobots would shatter and open conflict would erupt.
In the past, Qin Mo would have acted decisively and ruthlessly, pre-deploying a formidable force and launching a surprise attack to deal a heavy blow to Optimus Prime and his comrades. But times had changed. With the sudden emergence of the aerial bots, the Autobots' overall strength had soared, granting them the capability to contend with Qin Mo. If the two sides were to engage in a full-scale battle, Qin Mo was confident of victory due to his numerical superiority, but at what cost? Just imagining the forthcoming clash, especially against the mighty Superior Qin Mo, could foresee devastating losses among his own Insecticons, losses so severe they would be incalculable. Therefore, the most urgent matter before Qin Mo now was to find a way to prevent such a tragic outcome.
Things have come to this, I'll have to handle it this way. In a flash, a brilliant idea struck Qin Mo, solving the problem. Without hesitation, he began a series of meticulous deployments.
My lord, you summoned me, what are your orders?
Black Arachnia strode quickly before Qin Mo and asked respectfully.
Qin Mo's lips curled into a sly smile. You've always longed to take action against RC, haven't you?
Yes, my lord.
I think of nothing but ripping out her spark, Black Arachnia replied through gritted teeth.
Excellent. The time is ripe. According to reliable intelligence, soon the Autobots will accompany us to Cybertron to activate the Omega Lock. The Omega Lock.
Black Arachnia was stunned, her voice full of doubt. Wasn't that merely a vague legend?
Qin Mo gently shook his head. As it turns out, the Omega Lock is real, and it is the key to saving Cybertron and bringing it back to life.
But for now, none of that matters.
He waved his hand, signaling Black Arachnia not to dwell on the detail. What matters now is this: once the Omega Lock is successfully activated and we retrieve the hard-shelled spark, that will be the day we part ways with the Autobots. By then, everything will be utterly different. After calming Black Widow's emotions, Qin Mo spoke. Before that, I need you to lead a contingent of mechanical insects to Cybertron and upon my signal launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard.
Rest assured, Lord Lishanju.
I shall complete the mission. The ambush force led by Black Widow was merely the first link in the entire plan. Once this strategic arrangement was complete, Qin Mo immediately summoned Silas without hesitation.
This meeting was of paramount importance, for he was about to entrust Silas with a critical task. After the Autobots and Qin Mo embarked on their journey to Cybertron, Silas was to proactively provoke the Decepticons. However, this mission came with an extremely delicate requirement: the ordinary populace must never perceive that the conflict had been instigated by them. In doing so, they could deftly guide the Decepticons to attack innocent humans, thereby seizing the opportunity to propagate the so-called Cybertronian phobia theory. The purpose of this meticulously orchestrated scheme was evident. Not only could it smoothly achieve the expulsion of the Autobots from Earth, but it also laid a solid foundation for Qin Mo's eventual emergence as a savior, turning the tide and restoring order. Immediately thereafter, Qin Mo tirelessly executed a series of meticulous arrangements to ensure that all subsequent events would proceed as planned.
Once everything was in readiness, Qin Mo finally re-established communication with Optimus Prime.
In their dialogue, Qin Mo spoke with utmost sincerity, swearing to devote all his strength to saving Cybertron even at the cost of his own life.
Optimus Prime was utterly incredulous. Yet he was powerless to do anything.
Not to mention that the other party still held the remaining 3 crucial keys, but the space bridge leading to Cybertron was also firmly under Qin Mo's control. What choice did he have? Helpless Optimus Prime sighed resignedly. It seems our objectives are quite aligned this time. Hearing this, Qin Mo's lips curled slightly into a smile as he replied, indeed, that is exactly the case. But then his smile vanished, replaced by a trace of subtle worry. He sighed softly and continued, unfortunately, as far as I know, that detestable Megatron has already learned the profound secrets behind the ultimate divine lock in those keys. Therefore they will likely do everything in their power to thwart our actions. Pausing briefly, he then added, to ensure the mission's success and minimize risk, I intend to bring a contingent of mechanical insects as a support force.
Of course, it would be even better if you could contribute as well.
One had to admit that Qin Mo's request was entirely reasonable and beyond reproach, leaving Optimus Prime with no excuse to refuse. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime agreed, stating that he would dispatch the aerial bots to provide support, ensuring that Megatron's interference would be thwarted. That's wonderful, Qin Mo said with feigned earnestness.
I am well aware of the aerial bots and Superion's reputation. With them, I believe this operation will proceed smoothly.
Qin Mo had originally been contemplating how to steer the conversation so that Optimus Prime would bring the aerial bots unexpectedly. Before he could even broach the subject, the other party had voluntarily proposed it, playing right into Qin Mo's hands.
Finally both sides agreed to depart for Cybertron in 2 days. Meanwhile at the Autobot base,
everyone had prepared for the journey to Cybertron, for none wished to miss the historic moment of activating the ultimate divine lock and reviving Cybertron. However, Optimus Prime, standing from a rational perspective, said, for this trip to Cybertron, Bulkhead, Wheeljack and the aerial bots will accompany me.
Bumblebee, RC, Smokescreen and Ratchet, you three will remain at the base. What? No, Optimus, why? RC felt utterly dismayed upon hearing she was not allowed to go.
Nor was she alone. Bumblebee and Smokescreen also repeatedly expressed their strong desire to go to Cybertron and fight the Decepticons. Optimus has his reasons for this arrangement, Ratchet remarked calmly, in stark contrast to the agitated RC, Smokescreen and Bumblebee.
Don't forget Megatron is still on Earth.
If we all leave for Cybertron, no one on this planet will be able to stop him. Thus, despite their reluctance, RC, Smokescreen and Bumblebee had no choice but to obey orders and remain.
3 days passed in a flash.
As the first rays of morning light rose, Qin Mo and Optimus Prime met atop a mountain peak. Behind Qin Mo stood 50 mechanical insects and a Decepticon warship laden with various weapons.
Behind Optimus Prime were the aerial bots Bulkhead and Wheeljack. I am delighted that we can jointly accomplish the revival of Cybertron and witness this historic moment. I am equally honored.
History will forever remember this moment. After brief pleasantries, they boarded the warship and set course for the space bridge.
Onboard, Bulkhead looked around and remarked, "This isn't my first time on this ship, but it's certainly the first time like this." "Is that so?" Qin Mo smiled. "It's different now.
I made some modifications after taking over.
If you'd like, I can have Shrapnel show you around." Bulkhead glanced at Shrapnel, who was even more robust and fierce-looking, and shook his head. "No thanks. I'm not really interested in those things." "That's a pity. Let me take you to the lounge first. The ship will soon pass through the space bridge and will arrive at Cybertron before long." Though they were in the lounge, the surroundings prevented Optimus Prime and the others from truly relaxing. "This feels so surreal," Bulkhead murmured. "I've never experienced anything like this."
"You can say that again," Wheeljack shrugged.
"Cooperating with mechanical insects and to save Cybertron, no less unthinkable in the past."
Yet while everyone assumed that inserting the 4 keys into the ultimate divine lock and activating it would restore Cybertron to life, Optimus Prime knew full well that reactivating the lock alone would not truly revive Cybertron. It still lacked the most crucial element, the Allspark. Thus, even if all believed the plan would succeed, Optimus Prime harbored deep doubts, though he kept them to himself for the moment. The warship sailed forward and soon arrived outside the space bridge. However, those in the lounge, including Qing Tianju, were unaware of this, nor would they be allowed to know. Qing Tianju and the others naturally understood this. After all, the space bridge was a strategic asset, and the other party would certainly not allow their potential enemies to know its exact location. At any other time, for the sake of the future, Qing Tianju might have sent Qian Jinding and the others to investigate. But now they were heading to save Cybertron and could not afford any mishap, not even the slightest one. At this moment, doing nothing was the best option to avoid accidents. Energy converged and the space bridge was successfully activated. A massive torrent of energy gradually twisted into a colossal portal with the coordinates firmly locked onto Cybertron. The entire process went smoothly, no spatial turbulence, no anomalous fluctuations, and no evil god lurking in other dimensions reaching out with its tentacles. The warship passed through the space bridge and arrived above the planet Cybertron. The door to the lounge slowly creaked open. Qin Mo strode into the room with steady steps, clutching the remaining 3 keys tightly in his hand.
"We have successfully arrived above Cybertron."
Qin Mo's voice was calm and firm, yet it carried a hint of barely concealed excitement.
He glanced around, his gaze falling on Qing Tianju standing nearby, then continued, "Now please bring out the crucial key. Only through their interaction can we accurately locate the ultimate divine lock."
Hearing Qin Mo's words, Qian Jinding exchanged a glance with Qing Tianju, then unhesitatingly took out the 4th and final key from his chest and handed it to Qin Mo.
After receiving the keys, Qin Mo did not linger. He quickly divided the 3 keys into 2 groups, each containing 2 keys. He gently waved his hands, bringing the groups close together and causing them to collide. At the moment the 2 keys touched, a dazzling light burst forth. As the brilliance flared, the 2 initially separate keys miraculously merged into one, as if they had always been a single entity. Next, Qin Mo repeated the action, colliding the remaining key with the 2 that had already fused. When everything finally settled, the astonished onlookers discovered that the 4 keys had now completely merged into a whole, emitting an even more intense aura of energy than before. More importantly, after this wondrous transformation, the exact location of the ultimate divine lock was clearly revealed before everyone. Gazing at the scene before him, Qin Mo felt a surge of delight. This was the advantage of knowing the plot, no need to waste time figuring out how to use the keys. After Qin Mo recorded the location of the ultimate divine lock, the 4 keys quickly separated and scattered on the ground as if drained of their power. "The wisdom of the ancient Cybertronians, no matter how many times I see it, it's always so miraculous.
Reaching out to catch the key that belonged to them, Chen Jinding murmured.
Qin Mo and Dan Pian each caught the keys belonging to them.
Qing Tianzhu stepped forward and said, now that the location of the ultimate divine lock has been determined, to avoid any delay, let us act as soon as possible.
No. Qin Mo raised his hand to stop him. Reviving Cybertron is of utmost importance, but before that there is something I must accomplish.
Qing Tianzhu was about to say something, but before he could speak, Qin Mo interrupted. You all wait here for a while. It will be done soon if all goes well. Having said that, he gave Qing Tianzhu no chance to reply, turned around and left with Dan Pian.
What should we do, Qing Tianzhu?
Maybe we should just fight our way out, Chen Jinding said anxiously, seeing Qin Mo leave.
That's right, brother. Qing Tianzhu Yingjian stepped forward and said.
As long as we flying aces combine into De Wu Wei, we can easily tear this small warship apart. As he spoke, the other 4 members of the flying aces also looked eager to act.
No, Qing Tianzhu immediately stopped them. We didn't come here to fight. We came to revive Cybertron. As long as we can successfully activate the ultimate divine lock, all this patience will be worth it. One must admit Qing Tianzhu's vision was truly grand.
So the question was, why did Qin Mo suddenly need to leave when they could have immediately gone to the ultimate divine lock?
Simple. Qin Mo was going to fulfill his promise to Yuanzhi Tianzuan.
Arriving once again before the magic sphere, Qin Mo gazed at the silent sphere and directly called out, Yuanzhi Tianzuan, I know you're still here.
Come out and see me now.
His voice echoed in the empty space, but Yuanzhi Tianzuan showed no sign of appearing. Seeing this, Qin Mo knew he could delay no longer. He spoke decisively, I have found the 4 keys to activate the ultimate divine lock, and Qing Tianzhu has arrived. If you hand over Ring Kes Spark now, everything can proceed as planned. Otherwise we'll have to go our separate ways. His words were resolute and imposing.
Yuanzhi Tianzuan, contrary to expectations, did not stubbornly resist.
After a moment of inner struggle, he finally made a reluctant concession. At that moment, from the deep well, a faint yet radiant light slowly rose.
Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ring Kes Spark. Witnessing this, Qin Mo wasted no time.
He quickly took out a pure container meticulously forged by the Tianjiao hammer. This container looked identical to the one used to store the Allspark, but there were subtle differences. Due to material limitations, the container Qin Mo had crafted did not possess the same indestructible quality. However, it was sufficient for temporarily storing the spark. After obtaining what he wanted, Qin Mo did not linger and immediately returned to the warship.
My lord, where did you go?
And what is that in your hand? Seeing Qin Mo returning in a hurry, Dan Pian stepped forward out of concern, but before he could finish, Qin Mo silenced him with a glare. Guard the place.
No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who disobeys will be killed.
Standing before a secret chamber deep within the warship, Qin Mo left these words, ordering Dan Pian to guard the door, and then walked in carrying the container.
At last, Inko, I can finally see you again.
Inside this secret chamber lay a body without a spark, a brand new form specially crafted by Qin Mo for Inku.
Where am I?
As the spark entered the body, Energon slowly infused, reactivating this vessel.
Inku revived, gazing at his surroundings with bewilderment until his eyes fell upon Qin Mo. Qin Mo. Master. Is it really you?
Instantly Inku became agitated, conjuring weapons in both hands and shielding Qin Mo behind him.
Master, flee.
I'll hold off those Decepticons. Having just been resurrected, Inku was disoriented, his memories still stuck at the moment he covered Qin Mo's escape from the Decepticon warship.
It's alright, it's alright.
The Decepticons have been defeated, this place is ours now.
After being comforted by Qin Mo, Inku finally calmed down.
So this warship now belongs to us Insecticons.
Seeing Inke's bemused expression, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. Many things have happened since you left. What you need to do now is adapt and rest. After settling the newly revived Inku, Qin Mo left the room. Master, this Insecticon is. Seeing Dan Pian's bewildered face, Qin Mo didn't hide anything and said directly, Inku was a close friend I met on Cybertron.
We went through the toughest times together, and later he sacrificed himself to protect me.
But now he... Yes. Qin Mo nodded. I made a deal with Primus allowing Inku to be resurrected.
Seeing that Dan Pian wanted to say more, Qin Mo raised a hand to interrupt.
Alright, this is not the time for that. I imagine our Autobot friends have grown impatient. Upon hearing Qin Mo mention the Autobots, a cruel smile crept across Dan Pian's face.
They have no idea what they're about to face.
Qin Mo said nothing, but the smile on his face said it all.
When the door to the lounge opened, Qin Mo was greeted by the furious-facing Taibao and the others. Even the usually good-natured Qing Tianzhu couldn't help but express his displeasure upon seeing Qin Mo again.
Lai Tianzhu, I hope you have an explanation.
Qin Mo showed no sign of apology, waving dismissively.
Cybertron is vast. Did you think finding the ultimate lock would be easy?
I went through great trouble to locate it according to the map.
Now it's time for us to act.
The warship hovered above the ultimate lock and deployed Qing Tianzhu and the other Autobots while Qin Mo followed closely with Dan Pian and 20 Insecticons.
Here you go. We can't miss this historic moment.
Saying this, Qin Mo kept one key for himself and tossed the remaining two to Goban and Shen Jinding.
As Qin Mo said, turning the key to save Cybertron was a historic moment no one wanted to miss.
By personally completing this act, their names would surely be remembered in history. Thus, upon receiving the two keys, Shen Jinding and Goban harbored no suspicion. Instead, they were delighted, which was exactly what Qin Mo wanted. After exchanging a glance with Dan Pian, Qin Mo slowly approached the ultimate lock. Behind him, however, were not Insecticons but Yin Jian, the captain of the Feishing Taiba. However, the Autobots had not yet noticed the gravity of the situation. Qing Tianzhu, Goban and Shen Jinding each held one of the remaining three ultimate keys and stood at their respective positions.
As the keys were inserted in turn, the ultimate lock was successfully activated. The vast Cybertronian matter it contained directly acted upon Cybertron's core. The once dry rivers surged again with Energon and the dimmed Cybertron burst forth with a brilliant blue radiance.
Our home has revived. Seeing the changes around them, everyone revealed genuine smiles.
Indeed. Qin Mo also smiled and said, Cybertron has revived. That means our deal is complete. Everyone attack.
At Qin Mo's command, 20 Insecticons simultaneously attacked Qing Tianzhu and the others.
Oof, we knew you'd pull this stunt. Goban and Shen Jinding were clearly prepared, and Qing Tianzhu directly shot the nearest Insecticon with his cannon.
Then he turned and shouted, Feishing Taibao, combine into Dewu. The scenario Qing Tianzhu least wished to see was unfolding, but he had already anticipated the worst. That was why he had brought the Feishing Taibao along. However, while the priest may defeat the demon with 1 foot, Qin Mo also considered this.
As if I'd let you succeed. Saying that, Qin Mo unleashed his full firepower.
First, he used his magnetic gauntlets to blast the other 4 members away, preventing them from combining immediately. Then he pinned Yin Jian to the ground.
You bastard, don't underestimate.
Yin Jian tried to resist, but before he could finish, Qin Mo felled him with a stun ray. According to the intel, Qin Mo possessed a combiner, could only complete the combination when all members were present. However, to guard against the possibility of a combination even with missing parts,
Qin Mo chose to first neutralize Yin Jian, who served as Dewu's torso. Without the torso, no matter what you did, you couldn't bring forth Dewu. Black Widow, what are you waiting for? After subduing Yin Jian, Qin Mo gave the order.
He Guafu, who had been lying in ambush nearby, swarmed out with a large number of Insecticons charging from all directions.
Kill them. Destroy these damn Autobots.
Although she was not here, being able to personally kill a few Autobots and make she feel the pain of losing comrades again was just as enjoyable for He Guafu. The Autobots often fought outnumbered, but now the enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. Not to mention anything else, these Insecticons alone could pound them into pancakes with 1 punch each. Autobots retreat. With the firepower suppression of the remaining 4 Feishing Taibao, they managed to open an escape route.
Qing Tianzhu did not hesitate and decisively ordered the retreat. However, breaking out of such a dense encirclement was far from easy. Stay right there. Qin Mo raised his hand and unleashed a magnetic suppression, freezing Shen Jinding, who was about to transform into vehicle mode. Old Shen.
Seeing Shen Jinding captured, Goban turned to rescue him.
No, get away.
You're no match for him. That moment of hesitation allowed the rushing Insecticons to seize the opportunity, tackling Goban to the ground and reaching to tear out his spark. At the critical moment, Feihua dashed forward, knocking the Insecticon off Goban and quickly pulling him to his feet. With Feihua's assistance, Goban was pulled up from the ground. However, before Goban could utter a word of thanks, an energy blast shot from behind, striking Feihua squarely in the back. Feihua. No. However, it was all too late. After Feihua was knocked down, more mechanical insects surged forward like a tide. Goban wanted to take the injured Feihua with him, but time was insufficient and he could only retreat alone. Just as the mechanical insects were about to tear the severely injured Feihua apart, they were stopped by He Guafu. No, you fools. All of you get out of my way. When the other mechanical insects retreated, Feihua tried to struggle, but as he attempted to rise, He Guafu stomped him back down with her foot. Female demon, I will definitely kill you. Yes, all of you want to kill me, He Guafu said with an indifferent expression. Can't you come up with some more original lines? This raid was exceptionally smooth. While ensuring that the ultimate divine lock suffered no damage, they first captured Yin Jian and later seized the severely injured Feihua. In this way, it ensured that the Autobots could no longer allow Dewu to appear. As for why not simply kill the two and solve the problem once and for all, it was mainly because Qin Mo thought it would be too wasteful. He could brainwash the Feishing Taibao just like he did with Xindong Bo. Although it would take a long time once completed, De Wu Wei would become the sharpest sword in his hand. However, King Tianzu and his companions did not flee directly. Instead, after ensuring their safety, they turned back and secretly observed Qin Mo's group from a distance.
What are they doing? The ultimate divine lock, King Tianzu said with a frown. They want to take the ultimate divine lock away. Upon hearing this, Guban said angrily, those damn bastards. We must never let them take the ultimate divine lock. With that, he was about to charge an attack, but fortunately he was held back by Qian Jinding beside him. Don't rush, big guy. We are no match for them now. Qian Jinding is right. King Tianzu said charging now would be suicide. Although I hate to admit it, we have no strength to stop them at present. We must first establish contact with Earth. In the past it would have been nearly impossible for them on Cybertron to contact Earth. But now things were different. The activation of the ultimate divine lock filled Cybertron with energy once more. Under King Tianzu's leadership, the group found a hidden door among the ruins. A rabbit hole. I haven't seen one of these since leaving Cybertron. The Feixing Taibao were not familiar with rabbit holes, but as members of the Leitang Jingzhou Dui, Qian Jinding and Guban recognized it at a glance. Simply put, it was a hidden safe house. It was built by the Leitang Jingzhou Dui during the Cybertron War, stocked with weapons and Energon. It was used for resupply and evading Decepticon pursuit during missions. Over time, under the erosion of the ages, the original security system had malfunctioned and the group could only force their way through the entrance to enter. Fortunately, the internal facilities were still reasonably intact. Looking at the decoration style, it doesn't seem like something built by the Leitang Jingzhou Dui at all. Qian Jinding stepped into the place with great suspicion, looking around curiously. Wherever his eyes fell, not only were there a few pieces of weaponry but also an astonishing array of various electronic equipment. The sight filled him with astonishment. What is going on here? Just then King Tianzu walked with steady steps to a massive main control console, began examining the machine with practiced movements and casually explained, "That's right. This place was not built by the Leitang Jingzhou Dui. It was actually constructed near the end of that intense Cybertron war, personally led by me and a small group of comrades." Hearing this, Qian Jinding and the others nodded in acknowledgement. In the later stages of the Cybertron war, the Autobots' defeat had become inevitable. However, facing such difficult circumstances, it was clearly impossible to transport all those extremely precious and intricately complex instruments away. Therefore, King Tianzu made a prompt decision to take a different approach, leading everyone to dig out a series of hidden caves, the so-called rabbit holes, and safely stowed these treasures away here. As for this matter, apart from himself, probably only a few high-ranking Autobot leaders knew the inside story. At this moment, King Tianzu had successfully completed a thorough inspection and repair of the equipment. When he injected Energon into it, an inspiring scene emerged. The equipment began operating normally and quickly established a solid connection with Zhou Huche and other comrades on Earth. King Tianzu. My God. Is it really you, King Tianzu? As soon as the communication was established, before King Tianzu could speak, the voice of Zhou Huche came through from the other end, tinged with some urgency. Clearly he had not expected to receive news from King Tianzu so soon. Faced with such an agitated reaction from his old friend, knowing Zhou Huche as he did, this guy would never behave so out of character unless something extremely urgent or critical had happened. So he quickly asked Zhou Huche what exactly happened. Why are you so alarmed? Sure enough, he heard Zhou Huche reply in a trembling voice, King Tianzu, the situation is extremely critical. The Decepticons have declared war on humanity. They have launched fierce attacks and multiple human cities have been severely damaged by Wei Zhenqian and his followers. What? Hearing this, King Tianzu trembled as if struck by lightning and shouted in disbelief, how is this possible? What happened? Under Zhou Huche's detailed narration, King Tianzu and his companions gradually understood the whole story of the incident. Surprisingly, shortly after they had just left, Wei Zhenqian, as if driven mad, launched a fierce attack on a specific human facility without any hesitation. And what was even more coincidental was that the high-ranking official from the United States with an esteemed social standing happened to be inside the attacked facility. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the Decepticons' atrocity undoubtedly posed an unprecedented and severe test to the life of this high official. Under normal circumstances at this moment, Phil Taegong, responsible for maintaining peace, should have immediately reported this emergency to the Autobots and quickly dispatched them to the scene to fight the Decepticons while ensuring the safety of that important figure. However, this time the situation seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as too coincidental. At that very moment, Agent Fuller happened to be undergoing an interview with the relevant departments of the U.S. Unexpectedly, when the Decepticons launched their attack, he was in a completely sealed environment, utterly unaware of the incident, and thus never informed the Autobots. Even more coincidentally, a brand new military base had just been constructed near that building. Moreover, this base happened to receive the distress signal sent by that official. Faced with such an emergency, the U.S. military, normally sluggish and inefficient this time, displayed astonishing tactical acumen and decisive decision-making ability.
They did not hesitate to rapidly assemble their forces and launch an assault on the target facility at the fastest possible speed. However, the outcome was brutally cruel. Not only did they fail to rescue the trapped personnel, but every soldier dispatched was annihilated, none spared, all perishing under the mighty Decepticons. At this point, the US authorities should have clearly recognized the vast power gap between themselves and the Decepticons. The wise course was to temporarily cease hostilities, handle the matter discreetly, and avoid escalating the situation further. It must be noted that after similar incidents in the past, they had always adopted this strategy to deal with crises. Yet no one anticipated that such an astonishing turn of events would occur this time. A US soldier actually filmed the entire ordeal, and before being brutally killed by the Decepticons, unhesitatingly uploaded the footage to his personal social media account. In an instant, this mysterious video spread like wildfire across the entire US internet, triggering a massive uproar and becoming the focus of heated discussion. Countless citizens and fervent believers in various conspiracy theories poured into the streets, staging massive protests and demanding that the government provide a reasonable and lawful explanation. Logically, even at this point, if necessary measures were taken, there would still be sufficient time and space to properly handle this thorny issue, effectively controlling the situation. Unfortunately, the course of events often defies expectations, catching people off guard. Suddenly, several fierce and menacing Decepticon minions descended from the sky without warning, appearing like phantoms high above the bustling city. Even more astonishingly, they brazenly launched a violent attack on the innocent civilians demonstrating below, right in broad daylight and in full public view. In the blink of an eye, the once lively streets and alleys seemed to plunge into an abyss, becoming a hellish scene of unspeakable horror. After completing this bloody massacre, those detestable fiends nonchalantly dusted themselves off and slipped away as if nothing had happened. Such blatant, undisguised provocation was far beyond ordinary. Faced with this challenge, the US must not show any sign of retreat and must strike back with full force. After all, the US has always valued its reputation, and this time Megatron had openly exposed the Decepticons to public view, causing the self-righteous US to lose all face. They had long styled themselves as the lighthouse of the world and the Earth's police. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Particularly those simple-minded, muscle-bound rednecks could no longer contain their rage, shouting that they would enlist, take up arms, and give those alien invaders a good kick in the rear. Afterwards, fueled by Silas' deliberate agitation and incitement, the entire nation was swept into a frenzy, with public sentiment running extremely high. The military reacted swiftly, placing all forces on high alert. Soldiers stood guard day and night, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, various military equipment began to mass assemble, fighter jets roared into the sky, tanks rumbled, and a fierce offensive against several Decepticon super-energy mining zones was about to commence. Now the question remained, were the Decepticons who attacked the US citizens truly under Megatron's command? Why would Megatron, who had always kept a low profile, suddenly lose his mind at this time, maintaining secrecy when he had the warship, but now daring to openly wage war on humanity? All of this was, of course, Qin Mo's scheme. The Decepticon grunts that slaughtered the civilians were actually disguised headmasters who had been modified. As for Megatron, he was basically sitting at home while a disaster fell from the sky onto his plate. But none of that mattered now. After seeing the few above-ground super-energy mining zones he had painstakingly located destroyed by humans, Megatron was truly enraged. He had suffered so much before, only to barely recover some strength and luckily find a few above-ground super-energy mining zones. Though the reserves were small, mining was significantly easier than underwater. And now, for no apparent reason, they were all wiped out. If it had been the Autobots, Megatron might have swallowed his pride, but the problem was that his mines were destroyed by puny humans. Such blatant provocation was unbearable for Megatron. So he decisively ordered his subordinates to attack several human cities, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As a result, the humans under attack would surely gather their forces for a more ferocious counterattack. After a round of mutual damage, both sides suffered losses, with the humans clearly hit harder. By the time the Autobots learned of this and tried to intervene, it was too late. Upon discovering these events, Optimus Prime was utterly dismayed, and it took him a long while to calm his emotions. Ratchet, however, lacked such composure. Seeing Optimus Prime silent, he directly asked Optimus Prime, "When will you return? What is the situation on Cybertron now?" To this, Optimus Prime could only helplessly explain their current predicament. What? After hearing Optimus Prime's words, Ratchet slammed his fist on the table in anger, saying, "I knew Lightion was untrustworthy, but I never expected him to be so despicable and shameless." "That's how it is," Optimus Prime said helplessly. "So without a space bridge we cannot return. The situation on Earth will have to be handled by you for now." "Don't worry, Optimus Prime," Ratchet said firmly. "We will definitely handle Earth's affairs and will never let the Decepticons do as they please." However, before Ratchet could finish his sentence, the communication was forcibly cut off. The one who orchestrated this was none other than the former Qiangsings. These self-righteous Autobots have always believed that they have concealed their base flawlessly, but in reality Qin Mo has long seen through the exact location of their lair. In order to destroy this stronghold in one fell swoop and make it vanish from the world forever, he had racked his brains, meticulously planned and taken precautions to prepare comprehensive strategies and ample preparatory work. As for why these Autobots are still clinging to life, it is purely because Qin Mo once reached an agreement with Yuanzhi Tianzuan. And as one of the necessary costs to fulfill that agreement, he temporarily tolerated their existence in the world to demonstrate sufficient sincerity. However, the situation has now undergone a dramatic change with the transaction completed successfully, and Inca resurrected the Autobot base, which had already lost its value, has naturally become an insignificant thing, even a superfluous burden. Just as King Tianzu and his companions were panicking and fleeing in all directions, the mechanical insects under Qin Mo's command had successfully completed the disassembly of the ultimate divine lock and without a moment's delay brought it back safely to the warship for proper storage. Nevertheless, the planet Cybertron nowadays is indeed no longer what it once was. Endless streams of super energy masses are gushing crazily from the planet's core, making the energy of the entire planet exceedingly abundant. Even though he possessed the resources to synthesize and manufacture super energy masses on his own, faced with such readily available yet astonishingly abundant ready-made energy, Qin Mo would absolutely not be generous enough to easily hand it over to King Tianzu and his crew, who had narrowly escaped and were still lingering on this planet. Therefore, after the warship returned to Earth with the ultimate divine lock, correspondingly 2 modified transport ships crossed through the space bridge from there and arrived above Cybertron. These 2 massive transport ships would not land easily on the ground. Their huge tubes, as thick and long as dragons, allowed these steel behemoths to hover steadily in midair and smoothly complete the successful recovery of the super energy masses. As long as these behemoths hovered high in the sky, King Tianzu and his partners, who could only run and chase on the ground, would have no way to inflict any substantial direct threat or damage on these transport ships. As for the remaining 3 members of the Taibao who had the ability to fly, it was not that Qin Mo deliberately looked down on or belittled them. The key problem was that this team was precisely missing the 2 most important core members, Injian and Feiwa. Because of this fatal flaw, they were simply unable to transform into the combiner de Wu-Wei as they used to. Therefore, naturally, their overall combat effectiveness at the moment was far inferior to before. Yet even so, Qin Mo still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. One must know that these 2 so-called transport ships were absolutely not as harmless as they appeared on the surface. In fact, they were not only well equipped but also armed with various devastating heavy weapon systems. At the same time, around each transport ship a full 100 battle spheres and a full 50 mechanical insects were deployed as a tight and comprehensive defensive barrier. Faced with such a vast disparity in firepower and numbers, if King Tianzu truly dared to defy the world and actively provoke and attack these transport ships, well, there was probably only one reasonable explanation: his brains must have completely gone bad. As for why the Autobot base's communications suddenly went silent, it was naturally the work of the stealth infiltrators that had been sent earlier and had completed their infiltration. Now that the time was ripe, Qin Mo, having returned to Earth, immediately ordered an offensive against the Autobot base. To prevent the Autobots from escaping using the land bridge, Qin Mo first had the stealth infiltrators lurking inside the Autobot base take action. First they destroyed the land bridge from the inside, then cut off the base's power system, rendering the entire base completely paralyzed. What on earth is going on? The sudden power outage made Meichi panic, completely at a loss about how to handle the situation. She couldn't help muttering to herself, could it really be a line problem causing a short circuit? At that moment Leafy added, well, it's very likely so. Before the words faded, a earth-shattering roar came from behind as the land bridge behind them suffered a violent explosion. Not good, we must have encountered an enemy attack. And it seems they have figured out the exact location of our base. After witnessing the scene, Jahush immediately realized the gravity of the situation and made a decisive choice. Everyone attention, this is an emergency, we need to evacuate this place immediately. Move quickly. In a flash he grabbed a large box filled with various tools and equipment from the side and without hesitation followed Dawangfeng Yanmu and the other companions in a mad dash towards the outside of the base. Unfortunately, although their speed was fast enough, they were still a step too late. A large number of stealth infiltrators converged from all directions, forming a cloud of black smoke that completely blocked the entrance. Yanmu still wanted to charge out blindly, but Jahush grabbed him. He had once heard King Tianzu talk about this thing and had personally visited the former Decepticon base, deeply shocked by its terrifying destructive power. If Yanmu rushed up like that, the result would be being devoured clean by the vast swarm of insects, not even a scrap left. However, at this moment Ersi and Jekka, who were on patrol outside, were heading towards the base. Just as the distance between them and the base was gradually shrinking and they could even clearly see the general outline of the base, Ersi suddenly slammed on the brake pedal without warning. Such a sudden move nearly threw Jekka, who was riding on her back, directly out of the vehicle. Whoa! Ersi, what the hell are you doing? The startled Jekka exclaimed, quickly sliding off Ersi's body to the ground. At the same time Ersi completed her own form transformation at lightning speed. Then the two looked up towards the top of the base in unison. That's a Decepticon warship. With just a quick glance Jekka immediately identified the true nature of that behemoth, but Ersi standing beside him quickly corrected, no, that should be Lai Shinju's vehicle instead.
Judging by his appearance, he seems to be planning to. However, before Ersa's words faded, a beam of extremely dazzling radiant ray burst out from the bottom of the warship like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing straight down onto the Autobot base. In an instant the earth shook and the mountains swayed as if the entire world was trembling. Following closely, a towering, surging, gigantic shockwave swept over everything like an overwhelming tide. When all the dust and debris finally settled, the once familiar base before their eyes had been completely disfigured, reduced to a scene of utter desolation and ruins. After witnessing the destruction of their base with their own eyes, Arxi and Jekka dared not advance further and chose to turn back and flee as a safety precaution. On Arx's back, Jekka, wearing his helmet, spoke incoherently, "I can't believe that Lishinju would launch a surprise attack on us. Weren't we supposed to be allies? There's nothing strange about this." Arxi appeared remarkably composed about the whole matter, saying our alliance with the Insecticons was inherently fragile. Now that they've chosen to break their pact, it means that King Tianzu and the others have succeeded. At Cybertron should have been revitalized. But what are we supposed to do? Jekka took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, yet his voice still trembled involuntarily, for what lay before him was indeed the most daunting and urgent predicament. King Tianzu and his team were only able to reach Cybertron thanks to the spacecraft provided by Lishinju and the space bridge connecting the two worlds. But now that the relationship has soured and they've completely turned their backs, King Tianzu and the others may never be able to return to Earth through that bridge. Worse still, our base has been devastated, reduced to rubble. As for the other comrades, their fate is uncertain, alive or dead, good or ill. What path should we take from here? Seeing that Jekka was growing increasingly agitated, his speech becoming incoherent, Arxi quickly interjected to soothe him. "Jekka, you must restrain your impulses and anxiety. What we need most right now is calm." Only after confirming they had fled to a safe distance did Jekka slowly slide down from Arx's broad and sturdy shoulders. At the same time, Arxi swiftly completed her transformation, resuming her sleek sports car form, and stretched her limbs with satisfaction. "Arxi, the leader's guard is gone." Staring at the blood-red sun sinking behind the mountains, Jeek's voice unconsciously dropped, tinged with an undeniable sorrow and desolation. "Now it seems only you and I are left as survivors." Sensing her companion's dejection, Arxi extended her right hand and gently placed it on Jeek's shoulder, trying to offer him some solace. "Don't say that, Jekka. I won't give up so easily, and I know you feel the same, don't you?" Yet faced with Arx's encouragement, Jekka merely gave a bitter shake of his head. "Sigh, I hope so. But those wretched Insecticons are far too numerous. How can the two of us possibly deal with them? Even worse, there are those cunning Decepticons lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Is it truly impossible to find any other Autobots for help?" Hearing this, Arxi let out a heavy sigh, a look of helplessness spreading across her face. The brutal war on Cybertron took countless lives, but some warriors did manage to escape the grasp of death. She paused slightly, then bent down to scoop up a handful of soil from the ground. Slowly raising her palm and opening her fingers, the dust scattered like magic in the breeze. These fugitives have now gone their separate ways, like this wind-blown dust scattered across the vast universe, their whereabouts unknown. Composing herself again, Arxi continued, "I think it's about time now. We need to go back, avoid the Insecticon's detection, and search for the others." So aside from Arxi, who was outside, were there any other survivors who managed to escape? The answer was no. Qin Mo had made such thorough preparations, destroying the ground bridge, deploying the stalkers to delay, all with the purpose of catching these Autobots in one fell swoop. After annihilating the Autobot base, Qin Mo immediately dispatched a large number of battle spheres for preliminary reconnaissance, while ordering the Insecticons to maintain an outer perimeter. Even if any Autobots had miraculously survived, they would have no chance of escaping under the heavy encirclement of the Insecticons. The result came quickly. Qin Mo stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, gazing at the three Dongfeng, Yenmu and Zhuhush, who were bound hand and foot, forced to kneel before him. He couldn't help but marvel at their tenacity. Originally, Qin Mo had assumed that his cannon fire, even if it couldn't wipe them out entirely, would at least kill one or two, or at least gravely wound them. Yet look at the current situation. The three Autobots left guarding the base had sustained nothing more than superficial scrapes, completely unharmed otherwise. Even the two humans were still alive, which was nothing short of a miracle. "Wait, where is Arxi? And her human pet?" In response to Qin Mo's inquiry, Yenmu stiffened his neck and retorted, "Don't waste your efforts. We won't tell you. You'll never find them. I really wish." Before Yenmu could finish his sentence, Qin Mo fired a blast, the energy bolt piercing straight through his chest. Staring at the gaping hole in his chest, Yenmu's eyes were filled with disbelief. "No." Boom. Seeing their comrade die before them, Zhuhush and Dongfeng could no longer contain themselves, struggling to rise and charge at Qin Mo with deadly intent. But held down by several Insecticons, all their struggles were in vain. Yenmu was indeed an unforgettable character, the one before whom the matrix of leadership had once manifested, nearly succeeding King Tianzu as the new Autobot leader. Yet precisely because of this, it solidified Qin Mo's determination to kill him.
Even if he used the insect hive network to control such a promising figure, Qin Mo still felt it was unsafe. Rather than keeping a ticking time bomb by his side, it was better to eliminate him now and be done with it. No need to shout. You're next. With those words, Qin Mo fired another shot, swiftly dispatching Da Wanfeng beside him, leaving only Jiwush alone. Kill me. I know I can't stop. Seeing Jiwush prepared to meet his death, Qin Mo did not hasten to act. Instead, he ordered the Insecticons to take him away. Unlike Yenmu and Da Wanfeng, who were merely warriors, and warriors were what Qin Mo had in abundance, Jiwush was different. He was a true technical talent. Not only did he possess extensive combat medical skills, but his scientific research achievements were on par with those of Zendangbo. What? You ask what Jiwush's research accomplishments were? For one thing, the synthetic superenergy that Zendangbo never managed to crack was developed by Jiwush. This alone speaks volumes about his scientific prowess. Qin Mo was well aware that the ambulance would absolutely never cooperate with him willingly. Luckily, Qin Mo had already prepared for a prolonged battle, intending to use the Zerg network to thoroughly brainwash the ambulance. As long as enough time was spent, there would come a day when the ambulance would be turned into his subordinate. And at present, time was the one thing Qin Mo had in abundance. After all, the Autobot base had already been destroyed by him, Smokescreen and Bumblebee had been eliminated, and the ambulance was captured. Optimus Prime and the others were on Cybertron, utterly unable to intervene on Earth. The only one left was RC, a pure warrior. Without technical or logistical support, how much trouble could she alone stir up? Of course, to avoid any unexpected incidents, Qin Mo did not perform the brainwashing aboard the warship. Instead, he piloted the vessel back to Mars. He placed the ambulance along with the captured Silverbolt and Fireflight into forced hibernation before brainwashing and modifying them. Additionally, he had no intention of wasting the corpses of Bumblebee and Smokescreen. Yes, Qin Mo was exactly that frugal. He would meticulously collect even a single drop of Energon. While the two bodies were still warm, Qin Mo began to dismember them, then fashioned them into signal generators to lure the fleeing RC into a trap. On the highway, RC and Jack were still speeding along. Last time Optimus Prime gave me the key to the Omega Lock, that might be our hope. I know you feel helpless, Jack. You don't have to face this alone. Just as the two were comforting and reassuring each other, a shadow zipped past like lightning. It was a strangely shaped spaceship roaring overhead. Then, as if drawn by some mysterious force, the spaceship began to decelerate and descended slowly toward their direction. Seeing the ship about to land, RC did not hesitate and strode forward rapidly. Though she knew deep down that whoever was coming would probably not pose a threat to her or Jack, her bodily instincts made her unable to suppress the urge, and she couldn't help turning back to shout at Jack, "Get behind!" With a faint mechanical where the ship's hatch slowly opened and a tall, somewhat unfamiliar figure gradually emerged into view. However, when RC recognized who it was, the tense expression on her face suddenly relaxed, replaced by a look of incredulous astonishment. She stared wide-eyed fixedly at the one stepping out of the cabin. After a long moment, she came to her senses and murmured to herself, "It seems, we won't need that key chip for now." Before her words faded, she strode forward briskly, her face full of delight as she greeted him, "Commander Ultra Magnus. I never expected to meet you again here. Ever since Cybertron fell, everyone thought we'd never see you again. May I ask, how did you manage to reach Earth?" Facing Arcee's barrage of questions, Ultra Magnus did not answer immediately. He simply stared at her silently, his gaze as cold as millennia-old ice, sending chills down one's spine. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and commanding, "Soldier, even though we are no longer on Cybertron, I am still your commanding officer." These words struck Arcee's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly awakening memories buried deep within her. The days of training and carrying out missions on Cybertron flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. Unconsciously, she straightened her back, brought her feet together, standing at attention with a military posture, and responded loudly, "Sorry, sir." "Sir." Seeing Jack's bewildered expression, Ultra Magnus' tone remained unchanged as he calmly ordered, "Inform the local lifeform to mind his tone and manner of speaking." Witnessing this, Arcee's heart tightened. She quickly leaned close to Jack and lowered her voice to explain, "He's Ultra Magnus, Optimus Prime's second-in-command during the Battle of Cybertron. An extreme stickler for rules, never talk back to him." Everyone knew that Starscream had always been Megatron's capable right-hand man. Correspondingly, Optimus Prime had his own loyal and supremely capable lieutenant, Ultra Magnus. Although both served as seconds-in-command, from every perspective Ultra Magnus was superior to Starscream in personal strength and overall competence. If one had to find a comparable figure, perhaps only Dreadwing could barely measure up. Finally breaking his silence in response to Arcee's earlier question, Ultra Magnus began to speak, his tone slow. "As for what you just mentioned, after that earth-shattering war ended, like most of the surviving Autobots, I drifted aimlessly alone across the vast universe, doing everything I could to search for our long-lost comrades. But the final results were bitterly disappointing. The number of brethren who managed to survive was pitifully small. More often than not, I could only stand by helplessly as my fellow warriors were brutally murdered by the savage Decepticons." Then Ultra Magnus paused and continued. When I arrived on this planet I discovered that it had already been invaded by the Decepticons. At the same time I detected multiple Autobot signals and you were the closest to me. You detected multiple signals. Jack was somewhat shocked, but after meeting Ultra Magnus' gaze he quickly snapped to attention and added, "Sir.
3 in total, 2 of them together.
But there are 4 of us."
RC comforted him from the side. "Jack, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Autobot signals can be blocked."
Now was not the time to stall.
The arrival of Ultra Magnus gave the Autobots renewed strength to continue fighting.
After the two boarded the ship, Ultra Magnus piloted it toward the direction of the other 2 signals. Little did they know those detected signals were exactly the traps Qin Mo had laid. Or rather, since Qin Mo had the entire globe under surveillance, Ultra Magnus' ship had been spotted the moment it entered Earth's atmosphere. The reason Qin Mo did not strike immediately was mainly because he saw no need. Rather than wasting time and energy, it was better to set up traps in advance and let Ultra Magnus and his team walk right into them. Everything unfolded precisely according to the script Qin Mo had premeditated. At this moment Tong Tianxiao and Erxi were piloting the spacecraft, hurtling unsuspectingly toward the death trap Qin Mo had meticulously laid. Originally Qin Mo had planned to take the field himself, delivering a thunderous decisive blow to these detestable Autobots, erasing them from the face of the Earth forever. Yet fate always delights in playing tricks. Just as Qin Mo was poised to unleash his full might, a far more urgent and critical matter suddenly arose. It turned out that long before his departure Qin Mo had issued a secret order to fully support the conflict between the Decepticons and the U.S. government and to escalate that war to its boiling point. True to expectations, within a short span of time both sides engaged in a breathtaking, unprecedented clash. Just moments ago Wei Zhenchen issued a command dispatching his formidable General Hai to lead the war team and strike straight at the U.S. capital. This was clearly a premeditated offensive with an underlying intent that needed no elaboration, vengeance being only part of the motive. The key was that deep beneath the U.S. capital lay an immense vein of super energy. Previously they had remained inert, partly out of concern for the human cities above, reluctant to initiate a premature war with humanity, and partly out of fear that they would alert the formidable opponent King Tianzu. Attacking humans was not a major issue. Even if they retaliated, Wei Zhenchen was confident he could withstand the blow. However, if the assault on humans truly enraged King Tianzu and that fellow went berserk, he feared he would not fare well either. But times had changed. Ever since humans actively provoked the conflict, Wei Zhenchen no longer harbored any reservation. After all, in the face of an enemy's attack, constant retreat and concession would only embolden them, making them more aggressive. And at this very moment it was the time to display strength and authority. More critically, through meticulous investigation over this period, Wei Zhenchen was startled to discover a striking fact: the Autobots, who should have stood shoulder to shoulder with Earthlings against the Decepticons, seemed to be restrained by some mysterious force. During the countless fierce battles with the U.S. military in the past, King Tianzu's nature would have compelled him to come to the aid regardless of whether the cause stemmed from human actions. But this time it was an anomaly. From start to finish neither King Tianzu himself nor any other Autobot had made an appearance. This bizarre phenomenon was utterly baffling. Although he could not ascertain exactly what scheme the Autobots were plotting in the shadows, seeing his opponent remain inactive, Wei Zhenchen's fear gradually dissipated and he grew bolder and more confident. Thus he dared to dispatch his capable General Hai to lead the war team in attacking the U.S. capital. Once the city was destroyed and its humans driven out, they could openly and boldly extract the precious super energy resources here. Little did Wei Zhenchen know this was exactly what Qin Mo and Stellaris wanted to see. To present the Insecticons in a positive light to the public and to secure a steady stream of troops in the future, Qin Mo had to personally handle this matter, ensuring no mistakes. Thus, regarding Tong Tianxiao, Qin Mo entrusted the task to Danpian, also allocating 70 Insecticons to him. "Rest assured, sir, leave this to me. It will be absolutely foolproof." After Qin Mo's modification, Danpian's strength had been vastly enhanced and his confidence naturally swelled to unprecedented heights. Watching Danpian fly off with the swarm of Insecticons, Qin Mo did not dwell on it. After all, in his view, a high-end combatant like Danpian plus 70 Insecticons was more than enough. On the opposing side there were only 2 individuals plus a human who hardly counted as a combatant. At best the spaceship could be considered 1 unit of combat power. 3 against 71, averaging 1 person facing 23 Insecticons. No matter how he calculated, they could not lose. After arranging matters here, Qin Mo immediately set off to join Stellaris. Meanwhile, Hai had already led the war team to the U.S. capital. Looking down at the panicked crowd scurrying below and the approaching fighter jets and tanks on the ground, Hai frowned deeply. To be honest, he did not wish to participate in this battle. Fighting against an enemy so mismatched in technology and combat power brought no honor. It was nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Hai even felt a measure of admiration for these human soldiers. Knowing full well that this was a war they could never win, they still willingly marched to their deaths.
Such courage was truly moving. But there was no choice.
Orders were orders. As a Decepticon warrior and a student of Lord Wizentian, Hai had to obey. Thus facing the human fighters, Hai still pulled the trigger. As energy bolts shot forth from the gun barrel, despite the pilot's desperate evasive maneuvers, several fighters were still struck down. Perhaps sensing Hai's inner conflict after he had fired and downed a few human jets effectively participating in the battle, Shiji patted his shoulder and said, "Alright, leave the rest to us.
Go complete your other mission." "Fine. This place is yours then." Hai said nothing more, leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. Aliens spotted. Attack! Attack!
The moment Hai landed, several tanks surrounded him, their dark muzzles aimed at him. But before they could act, several energy bolts rained from above, blasting the tanks into scrap metal.
Seeing this, Hai's face showed no further emotion.
He turned and walked away, engrossed in his own purpose.
Fighting the U.S. military was not the ultimate objective of their arrival.
They needed to clear out an area, drive away the humans, and then commence mining the super energy. Even while planting bombs, Hai tried his best to avoid harming the defenseless civilians. It was at this moment that a ground bridge slowly opened in the sky. With a buzzing hum, a torrent of Insecticons surged out from the portal. And at the forefront of this swarm, a figure stood out conspicuously. It was Qin Mo. At this moment he was like a war god descending, leading his troops personally into the enemy, thus raising the curtain for the ensuing battle. Meanwhile, Stellaris had already meticulously orchestrated everything. He had assembled many news reporters who rushed into the battlefield with cameras and microphones, broadcasting live from the front lines. Many of them were actually members of Stellaris' own mecha special forces. Through clever camera cuts and narration, Stellaris successfully portrayed Qin Mo and his Insecticons as heroic saviors of the world. Not only that, but amidst the skirmishes, certain mechanical insects voluntarily undertook the task of rescuing injured civilians and safely escorting them away. These actions undeniably brought immense hope and solace to those trapped in sheer panic. For the survivors who narrowly escaped death, the nightmare they had just endured remained vividly etched in their minds, yet seeing their companions safe and sound filled them with an indescribable joy of having cheated death. Gradually their emotions calmed, and they finally realized it was the mechanical insects that had saved everyone's lives. This profound debt of gratitude would be forever engraved in the depths of every. These once terrified civilians naturally became the finest ambassadors to spread the benevolent image of the mechanical insects to the outside world. Facing the relentless swarm of mechanical insects that far outnumbered them, even though every member of the War Chariot team possessed extensive combat experience, as time ticked by they gradually felt overwhelmed and began to struggle against the enemy's violent onslaught.
War Chariot team,
after a tense and rapid observation and assessment attack, did not hesitate to make a decision and shouted, "Combine into Hunty Bao immediately." Before his words faded, he had already taken the lead. Upon hearing the order, the members of the War Chariot team reacted with extreme agility without a moment's hesitation. In an instant they initiated their transformation sequences, their forms interweaving like lightning flashes. In the blink of an eye the five merged into one, and Hunty Bao made its majestic debut. The overwhelming aura caused the very air around them to tremble, and the once dominant army of mechanical insects was frozen in fear, unable to advance. It must be understood that a so-called combiner titan was far more than simply piecing five transformers together. When they achieved perfect fusion, the resulting combat power and defensive capabilities underwent a qualitative leap. At this very moment the proof was evident. The piercing laser beams fired by the mechanical insects, which had once exhausted the War Chariot team, now struck Hunty Bao's indestructible body like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly losing their lethality. In contrast, Hunty Bao was like a war god. With a single slap it sent flying mechanical insects hurtling away.
"Master, strike now. We are all ready."
Seeing the mechanical insects being eliminated one after another, dying in vain, Silas, who observed everything from the command room, spoke up. "Remember the huge bomb Qin Mo had Silas prepare earlier? It was meant for this moment." Megatron believed he had discovered a vast deposit of super energy, and in passing intended to teach the humans above a lesson, showing them that the Decepticons were not to be trifled with. However, he did not know that beneath the capital of the United States there was no super energy at all. What he had found was merely an illusion Qin Mo had designed for him to see. Beneath this city lay an immense bomb of enormous yield, capable of sending the entire metropolis skyward upon detonation.
Qin Mo was convinced that a bomb of such massive scale would, even if a combiner titan or even a titan Cybertronian were to endure it, heat and force them to shed a layer of armor. But the time was not yet ripe. To ensure absolute certainty, Qin Mo decisively rejected Silas's proposal. Silas believed the sacrifices of those mechanical insects were meaningless. On the contrary, the sacrifice of each and every one of them held profound significance. Precisely because they had drawn Hunty Bao's attention from the front, the stalkers were able to touch Hunty Bao without being detected.
The armor of a combiner titan was indeed formidable, but it could never withstand the incessant gnawing of the stalkers.
Of course Qin Mo never intended to let the stalkers devour Huntian Bao entirely as they would do with an ordinary Cybertronian.
That would require not only an extremely large number of them but also a considerable amount of time, and more importantly Huntian Bao would have to remain perfectly cooperative. Otherwise, once it sensed something amiss and flew away, everything would be in vain. Qin Mo's purpose was merely to reduce Huntian Bao's armor as much as possible, ensuring its 100% death in the ensuing explosion.
Oh, and there was also Hai-E.
Qin Mo had no intention of letting Megatron's second-in-command escape. Qin Mo had already struck against the Autobots, though not entirely uprooting them. He had come close enough.
He would not spare the Decepticons led by Megatron either.
Destroying Huntian Bao was only the first step. Megatron's Lieutenant Hai-E was also on Qin Mo's list.
Mechanical insects. Damn traitors. Hai-E stood there surrounded by 3 mechanical insects, yet he showed no fear.
Instead he trembled with rage, his face twisted with anger and contempt. He glared fiercely at these creatures that once belonged to their faction and bellowed, "You ungrateful beings! How dare you betray us Decepticons? Today you will pay a heavy price for your actions." In response to Hai-E's reprimand, one of the mechanical insects stood its ground, straightening its body and retorting with righteous indignation, "Humph!
Who cares to be your lackeys? We never willingly submitted to the Decepticons." Another mechanical insect chimed in, "That's right.
It was you bastards who used insidious methods to force us into submission, turning us into your mere appendages." Then the third mechanical insect added, its voice trembling with emotion, "For so many years we risked life and limb for the Decepticons, but all we received in return was endless humiliation and discrimination. In your eyes we are nothing but the lowest beings." With that the 3 mechanical insects let out a low synchronized roar, expressing the pent-up bitterness deep within their hearts. These words left Hai-E momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, for what they said was indeed the truth. During the Great War on Cybertron, the mechanical insects were controlled by the Decepticons, forced to fight the Autobots. With their terrifying destructive power they had slain many Autobots and were consumed as frontline cannon fodder on the battlefield. Now that they had regained their freedom, their resentment toward the Decepticons was understandable. Therefore Hai-E wasted no more words. He fired several shots at the nearest mechanical insect, forcing it back, then drew his war blade from behind and thrust it deep into the body of another.
"Sneaky Decepticon! I'll fight you to the death."
His courage was admirable, but his brains were somewhat lacking. With brute force devoid of any skill, his head was soon severed by Hai-E.
"So you are Hai-E."
Just as Hai-E destroyed the third machine insect before him, a voice sounded from behind him. Hai-E turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was none other than Qin Mo. "You are Lai Tianjue, the current leader of the machine insects."
"That's right." Qin Mo nodded and said, "We've had enough. We no longer wish to be sacrifices between the Decepticons and the Autobots. Now we are a new existence. We are Primordial Beast." This name was also just thought up by Qin Mo.
The machine insects were no longer just machine insects. With the birth of Chongxiaoyan, more and more giant savage clones would join his ranks along with the new humans. Using only the term machine insects could no longer encompass Qin Mo's current forces, so Qin Mo named his group the Primordial Beasts.
Primordial Beasts.
Hai-E savored the name for a moment and said, "So it seems you will fight the Decepticons to the death."
"That's right." Qin Mo did not deny it.
He said, "This planet is too small to accommodate all of us behemoths at once. Since you refuse to leave, I have no choice but to annihilate you."
"Such a big talk. You need to have the ability to destroy us."
With that, Hai-E swung his blade and slashed toward Qin Mo. However, just as the blade was about to reach Qin Mo, it stopped. It wasn't that Hai-E didn't want to cut off Qin Mo's head, some invisible force was resisting, preventing the blade from advancing even an inch. "You self-styled intelligent fool, do you truly believe you have even the slightest chance of victory?" As Qin Mo's words fell, a tremendous magnetic force struck Hai-E. The force was so great that he couldn't resist at all, and he was forced to his knees, his war blade driven into the ground, barely keeping him from collapsing.
"I absolutely cannot admit." Qin Mo clearly didn't want to hear Hai-E's impassioned speech.
Before the latter could finish, an even stronger magnetic force descended upon him. In an instant Hai-E was crushed into a metal pancake. Blue super energy fluid splattering everywhere, the sight truly horrifying.
"Next it's your turn, Huntian Bao. The time was ripe."
With a command from Qin Mo, all the machine insects quickly retreated from the battlefield. As for those responsible for the live broadcast, they had already left earlier under some pretext.
"Come back. You vermin keep fighting me."
Watching the fleeing machine insects, Huntian Bao, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, waved his arms as he chased after them.
At that moment, boom! A violent explosion erupted from beneath the ground, instantly engulfing Huntian Bao.
The earth trembled, houses turned to dust under the blast, and a gigantic mushroom cloud rose over the city. This is what they mean by brute force can achieve anything. With an explosion of sufficient yield, even a combiner could not withstand it. When the smoke cleared, Hunty and Bao had been blown to pieces, a heap of scrap metal, and even the sparks of the combat team were extinguished. This explosion was no small matter. It directly reduced the entire capital of Manhwa to ruins, causing massive casualties and property damage.
Qin Mo felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he had Silas seize the opportunity to make a big deal out of it.
Through Silas' propaganda, the blame for the explosion naturally fell on the Decepticons, while Qin Mo and his machine insects were hailed as heroes who vanquished the Decepticons and protected humanity.
Impossible.
In the Decepticon base, Wei Zhengtian was already shocked to see Hai's life signal vanish, but when he saw the life signals of all 5 members of the combat team disappear simultaneously, he was stunned.
That was the combat team. That was the combiner Hunty and Bao. Even if they faced the Autobots to Wu Wei, even if they couldn't win, they could at least escape.
But now they had vanished without a trace. The hard-won strategic advantage was gone, completely gone.
Qing Tianzhu.
Yes, it must be Qing Tianzhu's doing.
After his fury subsided, the first person Wei Zhengtian thought of was Qing Tianzhu.
In his view, only Qing Tianzhu had the ability to silently eliminate Hunty and Bao.
I never expected you, Qing Tianzhu, to use those humans as bait. Cunning, too cunning. But just as Wei Zhengtian finished speaking, the entire base suddenly lost power, plunging everything into darkness. What's going on?
The moment Wei Zhengtian's words fell, the entire base began to tremble violently.
Just as with the attack on the Autobot base, a large number of stalkers began sabotaging the base's equipment from within.
Outside, the warship piloted by Qin Mo was launching an assault on the Decepticon base. The defensive firepower that Wei Zhengtian had pre-installed, as well as the resistance organized by 2G, were like chickens and dogs before absolute firepower, utterly fragile. When Wei Zhengtian burst out of the hidden passage, even someone who had seen many spectacles was shocked beyond words by the scene before him. His former warship flew in the air, energy cannons continuously raining energy bolts down on his base, while swarms of machine insects filled the sky. Every now and then one would dive down, snatch up a weary Decepticon grunt and carry it into the sky, followed by a shower of limb fragments falling down.
What? You ask why the Decepticons, who can also fly, don't contest air superiority with the machine insects but instead fight on the ground using cover like the Autobots. Do you hear what you're saying? Look at that warship, look at those overwhelming machine insects, and look at the fate of that Decepticon grunt taken up into the sky. Fighting on the ground they could barely hold on, but if they took to the sky facing so many machine insects, they would likely be torn apart in minutes. Wei Zhengtian dared not be careless.
The moment he appeared, a machine insect was already hurtling toward him.
Bang!
He decisively fired a shot, hitting the charging machine insect square on the head and bringing it down. But before Wei Zhengtian could catch his breath, another faster machine insect was already upon.
Gat! Down!
He grabbed the large horns on the front of the machine insect with both hands, then with a sudden burst of strength threw it to the ground.
Finally he finished it off with a point-blank shot.
But this was only the beginning. With Wei Zhengtian's appearance, he immediately became the focus of all machine insect attacks. He might withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but facing an endless stream of machine insects, even someone as powerful as Wei Zhengtian would be exhausted and killed. It was only a matter of time. Under such ferocious assault under Wei Zhengtian's command, the Bashianho rank-and-file soldiers began to tighten their formation, concentrating their superior firepower to attack the individual machine insects. Although Bashianho soldiers continued to fall, it was still better than the earlier one-sided slaughter, as they could now inflict some cost on the enemy. Gazing at the breathtaking and gruesome battlefield before him, Wei Zhengtian felt a powerful surge of recollection.
It was during the Great War on Cybertron.
At that time he and his Bashianho legion were besieged by the mighty Autobots led by King Tianzi, trapped within an impregnable fortress.
How similar the present situation was to that bygone era.
Facing a surging tide of Autobot forces that vastly outnumbered his own, Wei Zhengtian still commanded his few Bashianho warriors without fear, relying on the fortress to fight a desperate battle. However, times had changed.
That fierce battle was ultimately won thanks to Shangbo's reinforcement arriving like divine soldiers, swiftly repelling the enemy.
More importantly, back then the comrades fighting alongside him were battle-hardened Bashianho elites. In stark contrast, his current surroundings were filled with Bashianho clone soldiers who lacked any will to fight, possessed abysmal combat abilities, and even reacted with sluggishness. Worse still, this was the Bashianho's last stronghold on Earth, and no reinforcements could arrive. 2G, who was responsible for perimeter security, had already been eliminated before Wei Zhengtian came out to inspect.
Watching his Bashianho soldiers fall one by one, their numbers dwindling, Wei Zhengtian showed no sign of retreat. Gritting his teeth, he charged desperately towards the base's exterior. The reason was simple: the enormous warship hovering above was far too terrifying. If they retreated rashly into the base, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, the base was now full of holes and beyond recognition.
Fei Xiang, who originally guarded it, had been devoured by the stalkers without a trace. At this moment the choices before them were very limited: either plunge into the base to die, where they would either be devoured alive by lurking stalkers, or sit helplessly watching the warship bombard the base until it collapsed and buried them all, or after much deliberation there seemed only one path left: break out at all costs. And they had to act quickly, for once the enemy sealed all exits everything would be too late. Just as the machine insects launched their fierce assault, Tuji and Haiyuan along with some less damaged Bashianhu were deep underwater excavating super energy resources. This unit was not only the last viable combat force but also the key to successfully breaking through the encirclement. If Wei Zhenqian could lead his men to charge to the seaside and join forces with Tuji and Haiyuan's unit, then perhaps they would have a slim chance of escaping this terrible disaster. Especially after Shengbo evaded the stalkers' pursuit, rushed out of the base and quickly rendezvoused with Wei Zhenqian. Seeing Shengbo, Wei Zhenqian felt as though he had taken a reassuring pill, gaining more confidence and successfully completing the breakout. However, all this did not escape the eyes of Qin Mo, who stood on the bridge of the enormous warship overlooking the battlefield from above. Everything happening here was fully within his sight. Qin Mo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "Hey, you clueless vermin, do you naively believe you can easily escape the trap I've meticulously woven? Don't dream on. Only despair awaits you." Having decided to attack the Bashianhu, he could not allow Wei Zhenqian to escape. After all, if he let the tiger return to the mountain today, it would bring endless troubles in the future. Moreover, given Wei Zhenqian's insidious and unscrupulous nature, once he found himself in an inescapable predicament, he would not hesitate to seek an alliance with the equally battered and weakened Autobot faction to save his own life. Never underestimate this possibility. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Back in the day, to deal with the awakening of the cosmic tyrant, didn't Wei Zhenqian shake hands and fight alongside his old nemesis King Tianzu? Now both were severely wounded and on the brink of death. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, who could guarantee they wouldn't set aside their grudges, turn hostility into friendship, and unite against me, Qin Mo? Therefore Wei Zhenqian and the like must be killed here as soon as possible. What? You ask whether Qin Mo fears the cosmic tyrant's return after killing Wei Zhenqian? He might have feared it before, but not now. With the activation of the ultimate divine lock, Cybertron has been revived. Considering the eternal enmity between Primus and the cosmic tyrant, if the cosmic tyrant resurrected using Wei Zhenqian's body, his first act would not be to target Qin Mo but likely to charge straight to Cybertron and try to kill Primus again, just as in the original story. Not to mention that at this very moment the remaining Autobots under King Tianzu still stood guard on Cybertron. As the last messenger left by Primus, King Tianzu would never stand idly by while the cosmic tyrant rampaged and destroyed the planet that had nurtured countless lives. Yet the harsh reality was that the spark had not been recovered, preventing him from trapping the cosmic tyrant's soul into a pure vessel as in the original story. As for the final outcome, whether King Tianzu fell to the cosmic tyrant or the cosmic tyrant perished once more, either would be a welcome development for Qin Mo. If King Tianzu unfortunately fell, the surviving Autobots would likely not escape either, thus eliminating a formidable adversary for Qin Mo. Conversely, if King Tianzu succeeded in defeating the cosmic tyrant, the Earth, bereft of its soul, would be nothing but a lifeless shell. At that point Qin Mo could freely conduct exploration and research on the cosmic tyrant's body. Some might ask, if the cosmic tyrant won, could Qin Mo with his current strength really defeat him? No need to worry. Without the cosmic tyrant reclaiming his original body, Qin Mo was confident he could make the modified Wei Zhenqian die once more. After the enormous cost of all Decepticon grunts being killed and the cassette troops within Soundwave being completely expended, Megatron and Soundwave finally broke through to the seaside. But just as the two supporting each other arrived at the seaside, what they saw was not the Decepticon troops coming to their aid but the corpses of Tuxian and the sailors, along with a large number of waiting Insecticons. I never expected. Looking at this scene, Megatron did not burst into rage. Instead, he calmly looked at Qin Mo emerging from the Insecticons and said, "I never expected that I, Megatron, who have spent my entire life in military campaigns, would end up like this. To die on the battlefield is the highest honor for a warrior. It's worth it." With that, Megatron did not hesitate. The blade in his hand shot out and he charged straight at Qin Mo. With a temperament like this, how could Qin Mo bear to let him down? With a wave of his arm he brushed aside the two mechanical insects blocking his way. Then Qin Mo shot forward like an arrow released from the string. A crisp clang rang out as the gleaming blade came slashing down toward Qin Mo's head, but he swiftly raised his palm and caught it firmly. Not only that, Qin Mo countered with a punch landing squarely on Megatron's face. After the heavy blow, Megatron involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, shaking his massive head, trying to regain his senses. However, he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Qin Mo again with ferocity. At this moment Megatron appeared formidable and unstoppable, but in reality he had already exhausted himself, all show and no substance. After all, he had fought countless fierce battles from the base to get here. During this time he had expended most of his physical strength and mental energy with barely any residual power left. Thus although Megatron still appeared fierce on the surface, when it actually came to fighting he could only withstand Qin Mo's fierce attacks for the first few exchanges. After that he was completely on the defensive, barely able to keep up, forced to passively endure the blows. Go to hell. Knocking Megatron to the ground once again, Qin Mo did not even need to use his external equipment. Looking at Megatron lying before him, Qin Mo slowly raised his hand to extract the spark from within his body, ending the battle for good. Soundwave, standing nearby naturally, would not stand idly by while Megatron was killed by Qin Mo. Unfortunately, Qin Mo was not alone either. Just as Soundwave was about to intervene, a dozen Insecticons swarmed over and pinned him to the ground. Since Qin Mo had not given specific instructions, the Insecticons showed no mercy. After a bout of tearing, they dismembered Soundwave into a pile of parts. By the time Qin Mo noticed and tried to stop them, it was too late. Originally Qin Mo had intended to brainwash Soundwave into his own subordinate. After all, such an excellent officer was rare. Who could have guessed he was gone? Alright. After recomposing himself, Qin Mo turned his attention back to Megatron. Alright, let me deal with you first. With these words, Qin Mo unhesitatingly swung his razor-sharp claws, swift and powerful as lightning. A dull sound followed, squelch. The claws pierced through Megatron's armored chest as easily as paper. Megatron's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. Despite such a devastating wound, he still tried to struggle and resist, but it was all futile. The vast disparity in power made it impossible for him to withstand Qin Mo's attacks. He could only watch helplessly as he gradually met his end. Go to hell! Qin Mo roared, simultaneously yanking his arm out of Megatron's body. In an instant, purple super energy splattered everywhere. At this moment Megatron seemed unaware that he had already met his death, his hands eerily extended forward as if trying to grasp one last thread of hope. But this was merely a dying struggle. No amount of effort could reverse the inevitable outcome. Finally Megatron's arms dropped limply and he completely lost life. Looking at the Decepticon leader before him, the one directly responsible for Cybertron's destruction, Qin Mo's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. For such an enemy he felt even an extra bit of effort was unnecessary. He casually took out a compact micromonitor and gently placed it on Megatron's cold body. After doing this, Qin Mo ordered the Insecticons to discard Megatron's body into the sea nearby. Megatron was dead and all the Decepticon high-ranking officers had been slaughtered. Oh right, there was also Knockout. Qin Mo did not kill him, instead he specifically ordered to spare his life. Looking at Knockout kneeling before him, Qin Mo was about to speak, but before the words left his mouth, Knockout directly displayed his fickle nature. My lord, great lord Li Shenzhu, I joined the Decepticons out of necessity. Now that Megatron is dead, I beg you to give me a chance to serve you. Knockout will devote himself wholeheartedly, even if it means his death. Knockout's words were so smooth and slick. This saved Qin Mo a lot of trouble. Although Knockout was a turncoat, it had to be admitted that this guy knew how to read the room. He was also a rare technical expert, something Qin Mo currently lacked. What more could be said? Faced with Knockout's groveling submission, Qin Mo decisively took him under his command. Afterwards he spent some time thoroughly cleaning out the Decepticon base, naturally packing up all the stored super energy. The remaining useful items were loaded and taken away, while the useless ones were disassembled and melted into basic resources for future development. The Decepticons had been dealt with quite smoothly. There might still be many Decepticons somewhere in the universe, but at least on Earth Qin Mo had eliminated them all. However, what Qin Mo did not expect was that trouble had arisen on Shrapnel's side. What did you say? Say it again. Faced with Qin Mo's interrogation, Shrapnel, kneeling before him, shuddered and said in a trembling voice, So sorry, my lord. I really didn't expect they would do this. So you fell for their diversionary tactic, only capturing Ultra Magnus and letting RC get away. When they saw the corpses of Smokescreen and Bumblebee, RC and Ultra Magnus had already realized it was a trap. Although seeing the bodies of two comrades filled RC's heart with grief, she also knew that now was not the time for silent sorrow. Facing the surging swarm of ferocious machine insects that approached like a tidal wave, Tong Tianxiao showed no fear and immediately maneuvered the spacecraft to launch a counterattack. However, what was utterly unexpected was that these machine insects seemed inexhaustible, pouring in endlessly, their sheer number beyond all imagination. Their overwhelming dense assault resembled a violent storm. Even the spacecraft's impenetrable heavy armor struggled to withstand the force of this mighty onslaught. Tong Tianxiao decisively opted for the better part of valor, swiftly steering the spacecraft to flee the battlefield. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, for this meticulously laid trap was clearly set specifically for Tong Tianxiao and Ershi. How could the enemy easily let them escape? Seeing the relentless machine insects still clinging tightly to his trail, Tong Tianxiao knew deep down that escape had become a luxury. At this moment only two paths lay before him: either they all fell into enemy hands and became prisoners, or they sacrificed one to save the other two, preserving the last crucial spark from being extinguished in darkness. With a swift glance at Air Shi and Jack whom she held protectively in her arms, Tong Tianxiao made his choice without hesitation. Just as they passed a towering peak piercing the clouds, he abruptly veered the ship around and launched a fierce attack against the swarm of machine insects that were hot on their trail. Simultaneously he quietly opened the spacecraft's hatch and amidst the chaos safely sent Air Shi and Jack out of the vessel. Even if it involved some risk, it was still better than all three being captured by the enemy. Shrapnel, confident of certain victory, completely failed to notice the stealthy release of Air Shi and Jack in his eyes. The pair was merely making their final desperate struggle before death. Yet it was precisely this action by Tong Tianxiao that cut off his own escape route, leaving him unable to continue fleeing. After confirming that Air Shi and Jack had successfully escaped amid the pandemonium, Tong Tianxiao intended to restart the spacecraft and use every effort to lure the multitude of machine insects away. Regrettably, these machine insects were no ordinary foes, especially the one called Shrapnel. Just as Tong Tianxiao turned the helm again ready to depart, Shrapnel had already led several lightning-swift machine insects to charge directly onto the spacecraft. Despite Tong Tianxiao's desperate resistance with all his might, the disparity in power was too great. He was far from being as invincible as Optimus Prime. Before long he was firmly pinned to the ground by Shrapnel, unable to move. But when Shrapnel suddenly realized that Air Shi and her human companion were nowhere to be seen, his heart sank with a jolt, sensing trouble. Facing Shrapnel's aggressive interrogation, Tong Tianxiao initially clenched his jaw, displaying remarkable obstinacy, refusing to disclose a single detail. However, once convinced that Air Shi and the others must have escaped safely, Tong Tianxiao could no longer hold back and began to mock Shrapnel, his words dripping with contempt for the latter's incompetence. Back to the present. Upon learning the truth of the matter, Qin Mo was utterly exasperated. He had thought the plan was flawless, just capturing two individuals, yet one had slipped away. Punishment for Shrapnel was certainly inevitable. As for the captured Tong Tianxiao, he was Optimus Prime's second-in-command and a high-ranking officer among the Autobots, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of valuable intelligence in his mind. Killing him outright would be a colossal waste. To maximize Tong Tianxiao's value, Qin Mo wasted no time in sending him to Shockwave's laboratory. Shockwave did not disappoint Qin Mo. Through technical means he swiftly extracted all of Tong Tianxiao's memories. The result, however, was that Tong Tianxiao's brain fried on the spot. Please come here, Lord Li Shenju. There are some things I believe you need to see personally. When Qin Mo arrived at Shockwave's laboratory and saw the memory images from Tong Tianxiao, he was completely shaken. After the Cybertronian War, Tong Tianxiao had been drifting through the universe in his spacecraft, encountering not only Decepticons and Autobots who had also left Cybertron, but also glimpsing things from the depths of the cosmos. Take this for instance, a colossal metal ring. Shockwave magnified it and said, since Tong Tianxiao never landed on this ring, we cannot obtain further information from his memories. However, based on my assessment, this ring is a massive mechanical celestial body. From within one can faintly discern land, oceans and clouds, suggesting the possibility of a complete ecosystem upon it. As a being who had been trapped on Cybertron all along, Shockwave naturally had no opportunity to explore deep space, so he did not know what this enormous metal ring was. But Qin Mo, as a transmigrator, recognized it instantly. It was the iconic structure from a game called Halo, the Halo itself. The existence of this object indicated that somewhere in the universe there was also a planet called Earth, and the humans of that Earth had already achieved an interstellar civilization. There were also the Covenant and the Flood. Just thinking about them was troublesome. Fortunately, although the Halo universe spanned the cosmos, whether it was humanity, the Covenant, or even the Flood, they were all within manageable limits. If something like the war between angels and demons from the Super God series were to appear, Qin Mo would truly want to flee this world. After calming his emotions, he continued, other than this, is there any other valuable intelligence? Yes, Lord Li Shenju. Shockwave operated the computer for a moment and another planet appeared before Qin Mo. What is this? The strange shape of the planet on the screen looked familiar to Qin Mo, but he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, Shockwave promptly provided the answer. According to Cybertronian archives, this planet is named Quintessa, an ancient metal world that was among the first in the universe to nurture intelligent life. Quintessa. Hearing the name, Qin Mo suddenly blurted out, isn't that the planet of the Quintessons? Correct. Shockwave showed no emotional fluctuation at Qin Mo's knowledge of the Quintessons, still speaking in a cold tone. According to historical records, the Quintessons, as the earliest intelligent life forms on Quintessa, possessed extremely high intelligence and had records of invading Cybertron. Shockwave retrieved the electronic version of that historical document and continued, that era marked the end of the eternal war between Yuanzhi Tianzuan and Yuzhou Dadi, when their physical forms transformed into planets. The Wumian Guai led their army to invade Sabotan, seizing the opportunity of Sabotan's vulnerability and successfully occupying it. Later, through the joint efforts of the 13 Apostles and other Sabotan residents, they were expelled. Since then, the Wumian Guai gradually declined, becoming nothing more than a cosmic legend. Shockwave said these words not only to educate Qin Mo, but more importantly to impress upon Qin Mo the significance of Quintessa and the Wumian Guai. With the rise of Saboten and the bloodthirsty tyrannical nature of the Wumiangui, the latter had already fallen into decline, losing their former glory. Just as modern Sabotanians had lost the wisdom of their ancestors and could no longer rely solely on their own ability and knowledge to forge such sci-fi creations as the Tianjiaojichue and the Xinxianjian, so too were the Wumiangui. Yet a centipede, though dead, never stiffens. Even if the Wumiangui had declined, their former legacy remained. If one could find and capture one or two of them, the knowledge and technology within their minds would be invaluable treasures. Furthermore, as the first place where intelligence was born, the planet Kontasha itself was a colossal treasure trove. If it could be obtained, the benefits would be unimaginable. Qin Mo nodded and said, "All right, I understand. But a meal must be eaten bite by bite, a path must be trod step by step. Only by handling the immediate matters can we free our hands to conquer Kontasha and capture those Wumiangui." Shockwave nodded and said, "Indeed. Your words are highly logical, so I hope to temporarily seal this information to avoid unnecessary trouble." "All right, do as you say." Meanwhile, in Waizenshun's mental world. Waizenshun. Amidst the repeated calls, Waizenshun gradually awakened from chaos once more. He slowly raised his head and a familiar figure appeared before him. Yujo Dati. Looking at the mountain-like towering Yujo Dati before him, Waizenshun asked in astonishment, "I don't understand. Why didn't I join the Huazongyuan? Am I still alive?" "No, you are dead," Yujo Dati explained. "But you cannot join the Huazongyuan because my blood once flowed through your veins. Heian Kaoningliangti. It connects you to my anti-Huazhong." But Waizenshun didn't understand. "King Tianzu used the Nenjuanbao to imprison you at the center of Earth. How can you still speak to me?" Yujo Dati sneered, "That foolish Cybertronian only put my physical form into slumber. When I sensed my ancient rival awakening from afar in the universe, my energy form was roused from dreams." Yuanshi Tianzuan. Speaking of Yujo Dati's ancient rival, Waizenshun's first thought was Yuanshi Tianzuan. He then recalled that King Tianzu had never appeared on Earth and realized that King Tianzu must have secretly revived Yuanshi Tianzuan. "I wish to complete the mission of Ian's past, and for that I need a vessel for my anti-Huazhong." Waizenshun immediately perked up, not expecting to gain such a windfall even after death. "So I can be reborn?" "Yes, but you must serve me. Your shell is merely a tool that carries out my will." With that, he gave Waizenshun no chance to resist, and his eyes burst forth with dazzling light. On the seabed, Waizenshun's corpse lay quietly. Purple super energy fluid drifted from his shattered chest, poisoning many fish, shrimp and crabs around. Yet just then Waizenshun, who should have been dead, suddenly awakened under the power of Yujo Dati. His eyes lit up and he stood up from the seabed, then knelt down as his entire body underwent astonishing changes. When the transformation was complete, a brand new Waizenshun had emerged. Transforming into an alien fighter jet, he shot straight out of the water and flew toward the depths of space. To achieve his goal, Yujo Dati upgraded Waizenshun's body, not only allowing him to travel swiftly through space for long periods but also upgrading his weapons and equipment. Feeling the newfound power in his body, Waizenshun wanted to find Li Shinju, the one who had killed him, and settle the score. But as soon as this thought arose, he was mercilessly electrocuted by Yujo Dati. "Get this straight, you are now merely a tool for me to complete my mission. Everything you have was given by me and thus you must serve me. Without my permission you can do nothing." Faced with Yujo Dati's mental oppression, no matter how discontented Waizenshun was, he had to compromise for the moment. Yet from his venomous gaze it was clear that Waizenshun was not one to willingly become Yujo Dati's dog. Back to Qin Mo. With Waizenshun resurrected by Yujo Dati, the tracker placed on him was activated. Although the tracker had fallen off Waizenshun by the time the transformation was completed was enough. Well versed in the story, Qin Mo knew that the revived Waizenshun was no longer under his own will but was merely a puppet driven by Yujo Dati. Thus his destination could only be one place, the revitalized Saboten. Although Qin Mo didn't think Yujo Dati could defeat King Tianzu, who wielded the Nenjuanbao, to be safe, Qin Mo naturally prepared 2 or even 3 contingency plans. First, Qin Mo dispatched a group of subordinates to the asteroid belt near the constellation Scorpio in the Milky Way to search for the Huazongyuan that King Tianzu had discarded there. Of course, Qin Mo did not truly desire the Huazongyuan itself, that was merely a bonus. What Qin Mo really wanted was the sturdy container that housed the Huazongyuan. If King Tianzu failed to deal with Yujo Dati or was killed by him, Qin Mo planned to use this container to capture the energy form of Yujo Dati, just as in the original story. Additionally, Qin Mo also considered the contingency of being unable to retrieve the container in time. To this end, Qin Mo personally forged a backup container using the Tianjiaojichue similar to the one that had held Ying's Huazhong, but an upgraded version. If King Tianzu failed and the Huazongyuan was not retrieved, this container could be used to contain the energy form of Yujo Dati. If even that failed, Qin Mo had no better option than to gather superior forces and destroy the upgraded Waizenshun again, then pulverize his remains completely. However, that would leave the scourge of Yujo Dadi unresolved, and no one knew when he might possess someone else and return with renewed strength.
In any case, Qin Mo naturally had to make thorough preparations.
Considering that Unicron had no assistance from the ground bridge, even though Megatron's body had been upgraded to allow him to travel to Cybertron, the distance between the two planets meant it would still take considerable time to arrive.
To deal with Unicron without any lingering concerns, Qin Mo naturally had to first settle matters on Earth.
As Qin Mo's arsenal, Earth could not afford even a trace of instability. At this time, RC and Jack, who had not yet been captured, were the unstable factors in Qin Mo's eyes. The reason Qin Mo had achieved his current success, aside from his advantage in knowing the plot, was his extreme caution, never overlooking a single detail and eliminating any possible potential threat. As a warrior, RC alone could cause very limited damage, but under such extreme circumstances no one could guarantee that she wouldn't do something desperate like a last-ditch fight to the death. Killing a few Insecticons would be trivial, but if she stirred up a major commotion and shattered the beautiful illusion he had woven for humanity, that would be troublesome.
In a dark alley.
RC, do we really still have a chance to win? Jack leaned against the wall, his face full of disappointment, while RC in front of him remained in her vehicle mode.
Bumblebee is dead, Smokescreen is dead, and even Ultra Magnus was captured while covering for us. Don't lose heart, Jack.
RC moved closer to Jack and said earnestly, I've faced even harsher situations than this.
What we need to do now is not to be disheartened or wait for death.
We need to hide ourselves, gather strength, and wait for the right moment.
But Optimus Prime.
We can't place all our hopes on Optimus Prime. RC interrupted Jack, saying, although I believe Optimus Prime has already found a way to return to Earth, we must also take the initiative, do what we can, and prepare for the counterattack. Encouraged by RC, Jack gradually regained his fighting spirit. He slowly stood up and said, You're right, RC. We still have many things to do, we can't afford to waste time here. Seeing Jack rally, RC was naturally very pleased. But when she saw Jack walking in the opposite direction, she reminded him, Don't we want to go back and check on your mother? At that moment, Jack's greatest worry was his mother's safety, which was also why they were here. RC said, although we can't meet her directly, we can still take a look from a distance.
No. Jack resolutely refused RC's suggestion. Lai Tianjue is searching for us everywhere.
Meaning Mom now would only put her in danger. Only by staying away from her can we keep her truly safe. As it turned out, Jack's thinking was absolutely correct. At Jack's home everything seemed normal. Nurse Darby went to work as usual. However, the surrounding houses were all filled with agents of the Mecha Task Force.
Among the pedestrians coming and going on the street, at least 70% were Mecha Task Force agents in disguise.
They monitored Nurse Darby's movements around the clock while also observing the surroundings. As soon as Jack and RC appeared, they would act immediately to catch these two who had slipped through the net. But keeping up the surveillance indefinitely wasn't ideal either. After days of surveillance, it was basically confirmed that Jack had no intention of returning to visit his mother. In a room, a squad leader holding binoculars watched Nurse Darby drive back, picked up the walkie-talkie beside him, and ordered, Target has returned.
Implement strategy 2.
As the order was given, the Mecha Task Force members who had already been lying in wait immediately swung into action. Nurse Darby, still oblivious, drove her car into the garage. As she stepped out of the car, she turned and saw a stranger appear before her.
Who are you? What do you want?
Nurse Darby was extremely agitated. Seeing the stranger in front of her, she immediately pulled out pepper spray from her pocket and asked warily.
Don't be so agitated. I'm Jack's good friend.
I wanted to ask why he hasn't been coming to school for so long. But as soon as the stranger finished speaking, he was met with a merciless blast of pepper spray.
Before he could react, another powerful kick landed squarely on his groin. Do you really think I'm stupid?
If you were an ordinary student, how could you sneak into my garage without anyone noticing?
As she watched the stranger collapse, Nurse Darby took out her phone to call the police. But before she could press the emergency number, a tranquilizer dart shot from behind and struck her directly.
The next moment, Nurse Darby fell unconscious to the ground.
Worthless.
The squad leader walked and looked at his subordinate still writhing on the floor and cursed in exasperation. He then turned to the other team members and said, Hurry, take this woman away.
We don't have much time. After Nurse Darby was taken, a news report quickly appeared on major media headlines and front pages. Have you heard?
Heard what?
The notorious murderer who's been all over the news, apparently they've been caught.
Oh, that.
Of course I know. I can't believe it, it's a woman and she's a nurse, it seems. What do you mean by that? Looking down on women. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by how gentle and weak they seem on ordinary days. When they go crazy, they're scarier than men.
The conversation between these two was just a microcosm. With deliberate manipulation, everyone in the streets and alleys was discussing the matter, and newspapers and television news broadcasted around the clock. Under such massive publicity, the news naturally reached Jack's ears.
That's impossible. He looked at the newspaper with his mother's photo printed on it, and next to it was written, "The mad murderer has been captured. Due to the heinous nature of her crimes, it has been decided that she will be publicly executed." He checked the date on the newspaper. Only 1 day remained before the public execution. "Jack, let's go together and rescue your mother." RC, who had also seen the newspaper, immediately declared her support. However, Jack shook his head and refused. "No, RC, you can't come this time." At this moment Jack was clear-headed as never before. After the initial shock, he realized that this was the enemy's trap. They were waiting for them to attempt a rescue so they could catch them all in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this from Jack, RC also realized the gravity of the situation, but then turned to say, "But we can't just ignore Xiaojin, can we?" "Ilgo," Jack nodded. "You can't. She's my mother. Rescuing her is my responsibility, not yours." Hearing this, RC quickly interjected, "Jack, this is no time to argue about responsibility. You should understand, since they've gone this far, they've surely set up a net of traps. If you go, you're walking into certain death." After a few seconds of thought, RC continued, "The only one on Earth who can help us now is Agent Fu Lu. Let's go find him." At the mention of Agent Fu Lu, Jack's eyes lit up instantly. Right, how could he have forgotten about him? Originally, Agent Fu Lu had merely served as the bridge between the Autobots and the United States government. But as a series of events unfolded, their relationship rapidly warmed, especially after Agent Fu Lu was captured and later rescued by the Autobots. The bond between the Autobots and Agent Fu Lu had grown beyond ordinary friendship. Yet if RC could think of this, wouldn't Qin Mo have thought of it as well? Of course not. Just as when the United States launched an attack on the Decepticons and Agent Fu Lu was investigated, this time Agent Fu Lu was also whisked away by a transfer order. However, unlike last time, the moment Agent Fu Lu left, a fake Agent Fu Lu identical in appearance took over his duties. To avoid detection by RC, this fake Fu Lu used no Cybertronian technology, only the most ordinary Earth-based techniques. Yet it was precisely because of its primitiveness that it was harder to uncover. RC and Jack had waited outside the building where Agent Fu Lu worked for what felt like an eternity. Finally, the end of the workday arrived. Just then a sedan slowly emerged from the parking lot. The window was half open and cheerful singing drifted out as the fake Agent Fu Lu hummed a tune while driving. "Here he comes. Are you sure this is the real Agent Fu Lu?" Jack stared at the car, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Don't worry, absolutely no problem," RC replied with full confidence. "I examined him thoroughly just now. There's not a trace of Cybertronian technology. I'm certain he's the Agent Fu Lu we're looking for." And so after a brief exchange, the two self-proclaimed clever individuals quickly made their judgment, confirming that the man driving away so leisurely was indeed the fake Agent Fu Lu they had been searching for days. The sedan continued steadily along the road. The fake Fu Lu in the driver's seat mused to himself, when would they finally come to him? Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly dashed out from a nearby alley like lightning in the blink of an eye, standing firmly in the middle of the road, waving both arms to signal the car to stop. "What the?" The fake Fu Lu was stunned by the sudden appearance, but being battle-hardened, he reacted with astonishing speed, slamming the accelerator to the floor while yanking the steering wheel to evade the uninvited guest. A sharp screech of brakes echoed around and the tires ground against the asphalt, emitting a pungent smell of burnt rubber. Fortunately, at the last moment, the fake Fu Lu managed to stop the car mere inches from hitting Jack. "Couldn't you have found a safer way? A phone call, for instance. Showing up so blatantly, what if those guys see you?" Confronted with Jack's reproach, he remained remarkably calm, as if he saw nothing wrong with his actions. He pulled open the door, slid into the car, and settled into the passenger seat. All right, let's go. Don't dawdle. If we delay any longer, it'll only invite unnecessary trouble. The best move is to leave this place of strife as soon as possible." Seeing Jack's nonchalant attitude, the fake Fu Lu knew arguing was useless, so he said no more, quickly started the engine and sped away. Along the way, the two remained silent save for the roar of the engine and the rustle of tires against the road, forming a unique rhythm. After a long while, the fake Fu Lu finally broke the silence. "I've heard about what happened with the Autobots. I feel deeply sorry for not being able to help in time." Hearing this, Jack quickly waved his hand, expressing understanding. "Don't blame yourself too much, Agent Fu Lu. The situation was sudden and urgent. Even anyone else in that position would have been helpless. My mother, she..." Before Jack could finish, the fake Fu Lu interrupted. "You can rest assured. Xiaojin is perfectly safe now, at least until tomorrow." Then the fake Fu Lu continued, "From my investigation, this incident is very likely the work of the Mecha Task Force. They've infiltrated the official agencies, and I suspect there's a connection between the Mecha Task Force and the Insecticons." By flawlessly reciting all the information about Agent Fu Lu's relationship with the Autobots, the fake Fu Lu quickly won Jack's trust. The reason he hadn't made a move yet wasn't because they were in the city and he feared harming innocent bystanders. It was mainly because through the rearview mirrors he hadn't spotted RC.
Jack was insignificant, just an ungraduated student.
Killing him would be all too easy. The real target was Arxie the Autobot.
But the fake fool knew he couldn't rush things. He didn't ask about Arxie's location, instead he actively discussed the rescue of Jack's mother. He also shared plenty of useful intelligence with Jack. As a result, Jack finally let down his guard completely toward the man he believed to be Agent Fu Lu. What Jack didn't know was that while they were talking, several satellites overhead had been repositioned, scanning the surroundings in search of Arxie.
In the White House. What's going on? Why haven't you found that Autobot yet?
Silas frowned so deeply that a fly could be crushed between his brows upon hearing his subordinate's report.
I'm sorry, sir. The Autobot's stealth technology is far more advanced than ours.
Even with all our resources, we've come up empty. It seems we'll have to wait until she reveals herself to find her.
How can this be?
Silas slammed his fist onto the desk before him in a fit of rage.
There are more and more capable individuals around the Master now. We must demonstrate enough value to avoid being cast aside. Go now immediately and search again. We must find that female Autobot.
Under Qin Mo's constant manipulation and promises, Silas had now become completely subservient to Qin Mo, his mind utterly consumed by thoughts of him. As the saying goes, perseverance yields reward.
Through unremitting efforts, they finally managed to find traces of Arxie.
The method by which they found Arxie was not some advanced technology, it was merely a street-side surveillance camera that successfully captured her figure. After confirming her initial location, all surrounding members of the Mecha Special Task Force immediately sprang into action, employing a segmented tracking method to ensure Arxie remained under their constant surveillance. Upon receiving the news of Arxie's discovery, Silas was naturally overjoyed and promptly reported the information to Qin Mo, awaiting further instructions.
What further instructions were needed?
After confirming that what they were watching was indeed Arxie and not some decoy, Qin Mo decisively ordered a full assault to engage her in the shortest possible time, regardless of life or death. At this moment, Arxie remained unaware of the impending danger, still complacent in her superior hiding skills as she continuously adjusted her position, ensuring she could still observe the movements of Jack and Agent Fowler without being detected.
Wait, something's wrong. Finally, Arxie sensed the anomaly.
The number of vehicles and pedestrians around her had increased significantly compared to before, and considering the time of day, this situation was highly unusual.
Damn, it's a trap.
Realizing the danger, Arxie abandoned all pretense of stealth and accelerated toward the sedan carrying the fake Fowler and Jack.
Jack, be careful. It's a trap.
Yet it was all in vain. As she drew closer to the sedan, 3 purple sports cars immediately surrounded her, forming a shaped formation that trapped her in the middle. Inside the sedan, Jack looked out the window and murmured thoughtfully,
Did I just hear Arxie's voice?
Perhaps due to being deeply engrossed in conversation, the fake Fowler in the driver's seat seemed oblivious to the anomaly and asked without thinking, "Who's Arxie?" But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he was filled with regret for revealing such an obvious flaw.
As expected, Jack instantly snapped back to reality.
His once gentle gaze turned sharp as he stared intently at the Agent Fowler before him, demanding sternly, "You don't know Arxie?" Clearly Jack had begun to suspect the true identity of the person before him. The fake Fowler knew full well that the game was up, but since things had come to this, further words were pointless. And so he cast aside his disguise, his face contorting into a vicious scowl as he glared at Jack and hissed through gritted teeth, "You've seen through me after all. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to keep up the act." Faced with the sudden turn of events, Jack's heart sank as he asked, "Who are you really?"
"The Mecha SP." But before Jack could finish his sentence, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out.
In an instant, crimson blood and white brain matter splattered like a fountain, staining the car window in a horrifying tableau. Jack, his eyes wide with utter disbelief, stared directly at the shooter as if trying to see through that cold, ruthless face to uncover the truth hidden behind it.
Perhaps in Jack's imagination what followed would have been a thrilling confrontation.
The enemy would have adopted an arrogant demeanor, flaunting their weapon and trying to intimidate him with a pistol. And Jack, relying on his exceptional intelligence and courage, would have navigated the challenge, skillfully maneuvering, dodging, and ultimately turning the tide to escape the scene successfully. But reality dealt Jack a harsh blow. What he never anticipated was that the seemingly formidable enemy would not grant him even a moment's reprieve, unhesitatingly raising the pistol and coldly pulling the trigger, instantly ending his young life. Gazing at Jack's body lying in a pool of blood, the fake Fowler curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer before casually holstering his pistol.
"Oof, these brats just don't know their place. Wouldn't it be better to stay in school and study? Why must they meddle in adult affairs? Do they really think this is some kind of cartoon world?" After all, Qin Mo had always killed key figures like Bumblebee and Smokescreen without hesitation or delay. Why would he waste words or time on an ordinary human like Jack, who possessed no secrets and had no value whatsoever? Arxie was still unaware that Jack had been killed. Her mind was solely focused on shaking off the 3 vehicles surrounding her, catching up to the sedan ahead and rescuing Jack.
Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with their vehicle forms, even with their numerical and size advantage, RC still managed to escape. Watching RC accelerate toward the sedan, the headmaster on the left cursed angrily, "Catch this one quickly or the commander will have all our head." The other two were fully aware of the gravity of the situation, so they abandoned all pretense of concealment. Accelerating forward, they transformed in midair and tackled the high-speed RC to the
Decepticons. No, you're not Decepticons. You're.
Caught off guard, RC was initially startled by the familiar faces but with entirely different reaction speeds. However, she quickly recovered, transformed, and delivered a fierce kick to the opponent's head. Yet to her astonishment, that single kick sent the head flying off. Was it really that fragile? But before RC could recover from her shock, the severed head flipped in midair and transformed into a humanoid form.
What is this thing?
Despite her extensive combat experience, RC had never encountered anything like this before. However, the headmaster gave RC no time to react. He fired 2 shots, then quickly rushed toward the body, reattaching himself as the head. With the head back in place, the previously lifeless body stirred back into action, tightly gripping RC's leg before using its entire weight to pin her down. RC pondered inwardly how to shake off the enemy from her body, but before she could act, 2 more warrior leaders pounced like hungry tigers. They pinned RC down with their powerful frames, rendering her utterly immobile. These 3 leader warriors well understood that their meager combat skills were nothing compared to the might of the Cybertron people. Rather than humiliating themselves here, being toyed with, and then fleeing in disgrace, it was far better to adopt the simplest, crudest, and most effective method to restrain the opponent, using numerical superiority and physical strength to entangle the enemy relentlessly. In this way, all they needed was to patiently await reinforcements, and victory would naturally belong to their side. RC was equally aware that if she could not swiftly resolve the current predicament, once the enemy reinforcements arrived, she would be doomed to utter ruin. Without delay, in the blink of an eye, RC swung her arm. Her razor-sharp blade instantly slashed across the chest of a leader warrior, easily tearing open a deep gash. Then without hesitation, she raised her hand, and the dark muzzle of her gun precisely aimed at the heart of another leader warrior, the very location of the core energy storage of the Cybertron people, the spark chamber. With 3 muffled gunshots, energy bolts shot forth like lightning, piercing straight through the target's body. Regrettably, it was RC's first encounter with the headmaster warriors, and she knew very little about these foes. Thus she still employed the tactics she had used against the manhwa to confront them. Little did she know that after a series of meticulous modifications, the vital points of these headmaster warriors had changed. The spark chamber, originally located inside their bodies, was no longer their Achilles heel. Instead, it had been replaced by their seemingly indestructible heads. By the time RC realized the truth, everything was already too late. At that moment, swarms of mechanical insects and headmaster warriors transformed into fighter jets surged in like a tidal wave, their numbers so vast that they seemed to encircle RC, leaving her no escape. Faced with such a predicament, RC did not hesitate for a moment. With lightning speed, she fiercely broke free from the entanglement of the 3 headmaster warriors. The instant she broke free, the others immediately launched a relentless barrage of fierce attacks upon her. Although RC dodged left and right with her agile movements, the enemy's fire was too dense and she could not avoid being hit sooner or later. Finally, an energy bolt struck RC's lower leg with precision, causing her to involuntarily fall to her knees. Then a rain of energy bolts poured down, pounding mercilessly upon her body. When the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The once bustling and lively city was now shattered and scarred. The originally clear blue sky was shrouded in smoke and dust, letting no sunlight through. And in the midst of these ruins, that battered, dying figure, it was RC. She lay there quietly, covered in wounds large and small, with super energy fluid continuously flowing from the gruesome gashes, dyeing the surrounding ground blue. The light of life gradually faded from her eyes. Her face, once full of vitality and fighting spirit, now appeared utterly pale and feeble. The leading mechanical insect standing at the front raised his hand slightly and said, "Confirmed, RC of the Chicharan leader guard is dead. Take her remains and let us leave." As his words fell, all the other robots that had been attacking lowered their weapons and executed the order in perfect unison. Thus this thrilling battle finally came to an end. Whether the evil Bashianhu or the Chicharan, all had vanished from this planet. However, for Qin Mo, this was merely the beginning. After completing his mission, Qin Mo did not linger. He quickly rushed to the place where Mei Chi and La Fei were imprisoned. After a brief thought, he acted without hesitation, killing the 2 humans as easily as crushing ants. Having done this, Qin Mo took a deep breath, feeling a secret relief. Next came the time to implement the grand blueprint he had long schemed. With the support and recognition of Stellaris and numerous national governments, Qin Mo appeared before the world like a deity descending to save all beings. Facing countless expectant and reverent eyes below the stage, he declared with a steady and powerful voice, "From now on, Earth and all of human society will usher in an unprecedented new era. Eternal youth and immortality will no longer be unattainable." Thanks to the thorough propaganda and groundwork laid beforehand, humanity quickly accepted Qin Mo as their new leader. Mere talk would never do. So Qin Mo carefully selected a group of so-called lucky ones, then subjected them to extensive modifications, transforming them into true headmaster warriors and achieving the legendary mechanical ascension. When they saw that these individuals had truly attained immortality, the rest of the unselected people went almost mad, their eyes red with envy, each wishing to be the next to enjoy this honor. For this goal they were willing to go through fire and water for Qin Mo without any hesitation. Yet amidst this frenzy there were still some who tactlessly stepped forward to oppose, declaring that this transformation was tantamount to turning humans into cold machines devoid of emotion and desire, who would only work mechanically, experiencing no passion or joy whatsoever. However, it was not long before the newly transformed humans slapped these rumormongers hard with ironclad facts, causing their lies to crumble and vanish in an instant. In Qin Mo's view, the only useful part of a human was the brain, so his modification project essentially aimed to discard all other useless burdens of the body, leaving only the precious brain. As is well known, humans as creatures with complex emotions and myriad desires experience all their joy, sorrows and pleasures through specific stimulation of corresponding brain regions. Therefore, with his extraordinary intelligence and technological prowess, Qin Mo could precisely manipulate certain key areas of the brain and apply appropriate stimuli, enabling his carefully modified new humans to experience what was defined as happiness. As for what actions would produce this intoxicating stimulation and what activities would yield such exquisite pleasure, it all depended entirely on how Qin Mo, the master of all, issued his commands. However, much to everyone's surprise, despite the unprecedented happiness Qin Mo had brought to these new humans, a considerable number remained ungrateful, harboring resistance against this self-proclaimed savior. What was worse, some secretly colluded and formed an opposition force, daring to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the immensely powerful Qin Mo. Facing these ungrateful rebels, Qin Mo showed neither panic nor fury. In truth, with his overwhelming advantages, eradicating these potential threats would have been effortless. Surprisingly, Qin Mo did not even consider wiping them out. Instead, he seemed to deliberately allow the resistance to survive and develop. The reason was not hard to understand. Only when such dissenting forces truly existed could acute societal problems, like intensified conflicts and strained relationships, find a clear and concrete outlet for blame and resentment. At the same time, they served as ideal scapegoats for governments or related entities to divert public attention and evade responsibility. Of course, Qin Mo would not transform all humans into head warriors. Such a foolish, self-destructive act was beneath him. To keep this cycle running indefinitely, turning Earth into his fortress and providing a steady stream of troops, Qin Mo set a rule: only when a human reached 50 years of age and had at least 2 children could they qualify for mechanical ascension. Indeed, that was only the minimum standard. Beyond that, to achieve mechanical ascension and immortality, one had to pass rigorous examinations or make significant contributions in certain fields. Naturally, if one failed both conditions, there was another way to earn points: having more children. More importantly, these children did not require parental upbringing. They would be sent to specialized childcare centers for centralized management. This, however, only applied to the current generations. After a century or two, when the old humans had either died of old age or ascended, the remaining individuals would be the filtered ones, their thoughts entirely under Qin Mo's control. Then, through big data and precise calculations, these new humans could be divided into warriors and researchers, greatly enhancing Qin Mo's overall combat strength. Before that, however, Qin Mo had one more task: to Cybertronize Earth. It was not merely for aesthetics that he had painstakingly pried the ultimate godlock from Cybertron and installed it on his warship. After adjustments by a team of researchers, the ultimate godlock was ready and a massive amount of Cybertronian matter had been replenished. All preparations were for this day. As a dazzling light burst forth from the ultimate godlock, a blue-white beam struck the planet's surface. The once soiled ground visibly began to metallize. With the continuous discharge of Cybertronian matter, the planet's metallization accelerated. Such a colossal change naturally sparked panic. Fortunately, Qin Mo promptly appeared and assured everyone that this was normal. As humanity entered a new era, Earth, their homeworld, could no longer sustain them. It needed an upgrade to keep pace with humanity's progress. Qin Mo's speech was both emotional and logical. Coupled with the support of the new humans who had already ascended, the brief panic quickly subsided. The metallization of Earth took 7 days to complete. During those 7 days, Qin Mo received another piece of good news. The unit he had dispatched to the Scorpius constellation to search for the Allspark had reported in. At the cost of 1/3 of their personnel, they had successfully located the Allspark and brought it out. Excellent, 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 Qin Mo exclaimed 3 times upon hearing the news, immediately opening the space bridge to bring them back. Gazing at the container in his hand with the Allspark swaying inside, Qin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Now not only did he have a stable source of troops, but the essential tool for dealing with Unicron was also ready. Everything was in place save for the East Wind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Megatron, under Unicron's control, was hurtling through the cosmos at incredible speed. After days of non-stop travel, Cybertron was now within sight. Primus, your end has come. As Wretched had anticipated on Cybertron, even though Optimus Prime was trapped on the planet, he had not given up. By pooling resources from several rabbit holes and taking advantage of Cybertron's recent revival, which left an abundance of Energon requiring no arduous mining or refining, they could simply scoop refined Energon from any river with a casual sweep of their hands. Free from energy and resource constraints even with only Optimus Prime and Wheeljack working.
After years, the Autobots finally completed another base on Cybertron. Optimus, the base is operational. Why do you still look so glum?
Facing Bulkhead's question, Optimus Prime said gravely, ever since our last communication was cut off we have not been able to contact Wretched and the others on Earth.
That worries me deeply. Bulkhead seemed to have an idea. Are you saying Liu Tianjue is behind this? It's a possibility we cannot rule out.
Optimus Prime replied, Liu Tianjue controls the Decepticon space bridge, allowing him to shuttle quickly between Cybertron and Earth. He stranded us here but didn't pursue, he must have returned to Earth.
Just then Wheeljack's voice came through the comm channel. Prime, I found something interesting on patrol. I think you should come see for yourself.
Optimus Prime and Bulkhead exchanged glances, located Wheeljack and rushed over.
Wheeljack, what did you find?
Seeing them arrive, Wheeljack revealed a metal sphere the size of a palm.
One of the Insecticons dropped this.
I've seen many of them dropping these objects lately.
I got curious and checked one out. It's a recording device containing a holographic image. Is it safe? Bulkhead eyed the sphere. Could it be another trap from Liu Tianjue?
To this Qin Tianju also agreed, saying, Qian Jinding, this is not a wise move.
Our current situation does not permit us to act in such a manner. To this Qian Jinding waved his hand and said, I understand, boss. It won't happen again. But I've already checked the sphere, it's just an ordinary recording device.
Having said that, the three exchanged glances and then found a relatively secluded spot.
After confirming it was safe, Qian Jinding pressed the play button on the sphere.
As the sphere activated, a three-dimensional image of Qin Mo appeared before them. I knew it was this guy, said Goban, displeased, thinking of Liu Tianju's deeds. However, this was just a recording. Qin Mo certainly wouldn't respond to Goban's displeasure.
First, allow me to apologize for the unpleasantness last time.
I know you are very angry now, but here I must tell you about a more severe danger. Qin Tianju, the Yujo Dadi you sealed, the Chaos God, has awakened and is returning via Wei Zhenshin's body, heading towards Cybertron.
As the last apostle of the Yuanshi Tianzu, I think you should be very clear about what he intends to do.
Under these circumstances, the grudges between Yumi the Chichiren and the Yuanshi show are no longer important. Of course you can choose not to believe or directly ignore my advice, but I sincerely hope that Cybertron, which has regained its vitality, will not be destroyed again.
The recording ended there. Goban sneered disdainfully, liar. Saying Yujo Dadi has returned using Wei Zhenshin's body, what a fantasy. I think it doesn't sound like a lie, said Qian Jinding, expressing a different opinion. Now Liu Tianjue has an absolute advantage.
If he wanted, he could directly send troops to eliminate us instead of tricking us with such meaningless information.
Qin Tianju also grew serious. Qian Jinding, do you mean that Yujo Dadi has really returned? Yes. Qian Jinding said slowly, in the years I've roamed the universe, I've seen many records of Yujo Dadi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. It can be said that beings like them have transcended physical forms. Now Yuanshi Tianzuan has regained vitality under the power of the ultimate godlock.
As his old rival Yujo Dadi will likely not remain asleep forever.
So what?
Goban clapped his hands together and said, Qin Tianju sealed him, once he can seal him again.
Besides, the Yujo Dadi possessing Wei Zhentian is only one person. If we all attack together, we can definitely defeat him.
Compared to Goban's optimism, Qin Tianju appeared somewhat worried. At that time it seemed he used the energy treasure to put the awakening Yujo Dadi back to sleep, but only he knew the danger involved.
More importantly, the energy treasure could put Yujo Dadi's physical form to sleep, but the enemy was possessing Wei Zhentian.
Although Wei Zhentian was affected by the dark super energy, his original spark had turned into an anti-spark.
But Wei Zhentian was not Yujo Dadi after all.
If the energy treasure was ineffective against him, they would be at a huge disadvantage.
Fortunately, in the earlier recording, Liu Tianjue stated that he would not attack the Chichiren until the threat of Yujo Dadi was eliminated. If it were Wei Zhentian, he might seize this golden opportunity to prepare well, regroup and get ready for a comeback. However, Qin Tianju was not Wei Zhentian.
Compared to himself, Qin Tianju cared more about Cybertron itself. Therefore, in the following days, Qin Tianju and the others began to prepare for the confrontation with Yujo Dadi. Uncertain about the credibility of Qin Mo's words at first, they prepared secretly. But when they saw that the patrolling machine insects really stopped attacking them, they gradually became bolder. Of course, having been betrayed before, even when facing machine insects that no longer attacked them, Qin Tianju and the others still did not dare to let down their guard. They were not in the base they had established, but were preparing in a backup rabbit hole. Finally, after who knows how many days, Wei Zhentian, no, it should be said Yujo Dadi, finally set foot on the land of Cybertron. Yuanshi Tianzuan.
After landing, Yujo Dadi looked around at the vibrant scenery and said, "To extinguish your spark once again, this feeling is absolutely wonderful." Looking at the revitalized Cybertron, Wei Zhentian was also quite shocked.
I didn't expect that Cheng Tianzhu actually did it.
But then, thinking that soon this place would be destroyed by Yujo Dadi, Wei Zhentian felt a wave of disappointment. Admittedly, what he wanted was to rule Cybertron, not destroy it. If only Cheng Tianzhu and his Chicharin had not stopped him back then, Cybertron would not have been on the path to destruction. Unfortunately, now Wei Zhentian was a puppet controlled by Yujo Dadi. At the slightest displeasure, he would suffer a wave of mental electrotherapy, making his life miserable. Just as Wei Zhentian was thinking of playing some tricks, crackle. In the mental world, a powerful electric shock was released from Yujo Dadi's eye, striking Wei Zhentian without reservation.
Looking at Wei Zhentian kneeling in pain, Yujo Dadi said in a deep voice, "Put away your little schemes.
Everything you do is useless before me."
Yes. Yes, great Yujo Dadi, I will serve you forever.
Please spare me.
After Wei Zhentian's please, Yujo Dadi finally stopped. On the surface, Wei Zhentian appeared quite obedient, but secretly seeds of hatred had been planted.
Yujo Dadi walked across the vast metal plane, looking around as if searching for something. So what was Yujo Dadi looking for?
Remember the power of dark super energy to revive the dead.
To destroy Cybertron, Yujo Dadi alone could not do it, or rather Wei Zhentian's current body was still too weak.
Therefore Yujo Dadi wanted to find the corpses of Cybertronians who died in the Great War of Cybertron. Whether Chicharin or Ba Tianhu, he could raise his hand and turn them into his army of the dead. Then the army would directly assault Yuanshi Tianzhen's core, using the anti-sparks within the dead to completely pollute him. This was all a great plan, but reality dealt a heavy blow to Yujo Dadi. After searching for a long time, not only was there no army of the dead, but not a single corpse was found. It was not surprising that no remains could be found. Recall that Wei Zhentian, in his stubborn determination to gather his so-called army of the dead, spared no effort to retrieve a colossal dark super energy mass from the boundless depths of the cosmos and unhesitatingly hurled it onto the surface of Cybertron. It was precisely this dark super energy mass upon contact with the planet's surface that emitted a formidable power, causing nearly 80% of the corpses on the already ravaged Cybertron to mutate, instantaneously transforming into a horrifying army of the dead. Unfortunately, these newly arisen dead had no time to display their terrifying might before they, along with the space bridge connecting Earth and Cybertron, were reduced to countless tiny cosmic dust particles in a cataclysmic explosion scattering through the vast universe. As for the remaining 20% of the corpses that narrowly escaped, they were buried deep beneath the surface during the subsequent revival of Cybertron, accompanied by violent tectonic movements. Thus it was no wonder that Yujo Dadi, having spent so much time searching far and wide, had never been able to find even a single Cybertron corpse. As for those enormous and terrifying skeletal remains that appeared in the original story, sorry. They had long been swept up and taken away by that fellow Qin Mo, packed off in one fell swoop. After all, to successfully clone a variety of gigantic monstrous creatures to serve as his formidable generals and battle weapons, Qin Mo had to obtain enough diverse DNA samples of these colossal beasts. Moreover, there was another important reason for this: to effectively prevent these giant skeletal remains, which should have slumbered deep underground, from being exploited by Yujo Dadi in the future, transforming into his accomplices or minions for destroying Cybertron. For this reason, long before Yujo Dadi was about to awaken, Qin Mo had already eagerly ordered his fleet to sweep across the entire Cybertron at maximum speed, then unceremoniously take away all the giant skeletal remains visible on the surface.
It seems your plan is not going smoothly, great Yujo Dadi. Watching this arrogant and overbearing Yujo Dadi suffer a setback, and even be humbled, Wei Zhentian felt immensely pleased inside. Yet at the same time, fearing that a careless word might anger the deity and incur another dreadful electric shock treatment, he had to suppress his inner joy, maintain a respectful appearance, and quickly flatter Yujo Dadi, saying, "Almighty and wise Yujo Dadi, please forgive me for speaking boldly. Just now I clearly sensed the unique aura fluctuations emanating from that powerful herald. In my opinion, Cheng Tianzhu must be lurking in some unknown corner nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Why not eliminate him first and then deal with Yuanshi Tianzhen?" Reminded by Wei Zhentian, Yujo Dadi also sensed the herald's aura, and he could conclude that this aura belonged to the last herald who had forced him into physical dormancy, Cheng Tianzhu.
In that case, let me first extinguish the last herald of Yuanshi Tianzhen.
With that, Yujo Dadi transformed into an alien fighter jet and flew rapidly in a certain direction.
Meanwhile, at the Chicharin base, Dan Gong was staring intently at the flickering computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, while Fu Chong beside him seemed somewhat agitated. He was idly fiddling with tools and muttering, "So annoying. Stuck here all day fiddling with these junk, my head is about to explode. I'd rather be out there finding some machine insects to practice on." Just as Fu Chong was rambling, Dan Gong suddenly seemed to discover something, his eyes widening in shock. He quickly reached out and shoved Fu Chong, shouting anxiously, "Hey! Stop complaining and take a look at this." With that, he turned his gaze back to the computer monitor.
Following Dan Gong's direction, Fu Chong was also immediately captivated.
On the screen, an unusually strong signal source was now displayed. After careful observation, Fu Chong frowned and mumbled to himself, This signal looks like a Baishanhu, but it's strange, how can this guy fly so fast? Though they had fought these Baishanhu countless times, they had never encountered one with such astonishing flight speed before. Faced with this unprecedented situation, even the battle-hardened Dan Gong and Fu Chong felt momentarily at a loss.
Oh no! It's heading straight for us. Quick! Activate the base's defense system.
Seeing the unidentified object approaching the base in a straight line, it was obvious that its destination was precisely this location.
Dan Gong knew that if they didn't take action, the consequences would be dire.
So he decisively pressed the emergency button on the console. The base where they were stationed was not the one originally built by Qing Tianzhu and the others.
It was a trap specifically designed to deal with Yujo Dadi.
Qing Tianzhu had long anticipated that once Yujo Dadi set foot on Seiboten, besides wanting to destroy Yuanshi Tianzuan beneath his feet, his greatest desire would be to eliminate the last herald, Qing Tianzhu himself.
If this could be used cleverly, it might deliver a crushing blow to Yujo Dadi.
Thus Qing Tianzhu and the others constructed this Kichurin base.
As it turned out, the plan was executed very successfully.
Sensing Qing Tianzhu's aura, Yujo Dadi rushed toward this direction.
As Yujo Dadi approached, the base's external defense system was already activated. Turrets sprang up from the ground and unleashed a barrage of firepower at Weijin.
These turrets were of all shapes and sizes with varying calibers.
Some were even made from the arms of Seiboten beings transformed into weapons.
There was no choice, time was short and building new ones was out of the question. To quickly assemble a defense network with sufficient firepower, Qing Tianzhu and his team traveled across Seiboten's various battlefields, collecting abandoned weapons and equipment, then brought them back and converted them into these turrets. Although the distribution of gun emplacements seemed chaotic and disorderly, their sheer number was an asset.
However, it was regrettable that Optimus Prime had ultimately underestimated the extent of Unicron's upgrades and modifications to Megatron.
Even amidst such a dense sky-engulfing barrage of artillery fire, Unicron remained composed, effortlessly controlling Megatron's body movements and deftly evading each high-energy shell that streaked toward him. Not only that, but he even had the spare capacity to swiftly locate and lock onto those larger caliber gun emplacements, obliterating them with lightning speed. As for the smaller caliber weapons, they were utterly incapable of breaching this impenetrable outer armor barrier. Just as the enemy drew ever closer, on the verge of overwhelming the tightly woven defensive net, air raid Bulkhead and Wheeljack, who had been lurking in the shadows biding their time, materialized like specters and charged straight at Unicron without hesitation. A pack of insufferable fools. Do you truly believe your paltry skills could ever make you worthy adversaries for this Emperor? Facing the ferocious onslaught from Bulkhead and the others, Unicron showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he let out a contemptuous, mocking laugh. While enduring the barrage from all directions, he rapidly completed a form transformation midair, then crashed down to the ground like a mountain with a thunderous impact. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances. Bulkhead and Wheeljack drew their weapons and charged forward, while Air Raid, along with Dive Bomb and Sling, who had rushed out of the base, transformed into vehicle modes and flew into the sky to provide suppressive fire.
Yet the reality was brutally harsh. These three were far too overconfident, naively believing that their numerical advantage would easily overwhelm the opponent. But this utterly foolish notion would soon make them taste bitter consequences and pay a heavy price. Unicron merely shifted his body slightly, as agile as a phantom, effortlessly evading Bulkhead's fierce strike. Then he thrust out his thick, powerful hand, clamping onto Bulkhead's massive frame like an iron vise, and with the momentum hurled him away like a cannonball, sending him crashing through the air. In the instant Unicron turned around, Wheeljack was already charging at him with his razor-sharp twin blades like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Alas, facing the menacing Wheeljack, Unicron showed not the slightest intention of dodging. He stood rooted to the spot, as if utterly dismissing the enemy before him. Only when Wheeljack closed in did Unicron slowly open his eyes, thrust both hands forward, and accurately caught the two whistling blades. In that instant, an indescribable force erupted from his palms with a crisp snapping sound. The twin blades in Wheeljack's hands shattered into countless fragments that flew in all directions. How is this possible? Even as he witnessed his own blades destroyed before his eyes, Wheeljack was filled with disbelief and shock, but his reflexes were swift. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped backward to create distance. Yet he was still a step too slow. Unicron suddenly raised his right hand, and a massive scythe of purple dark super energy materialized in his grasp, descending upon Wheeljack with a devastating sweep. A piercing scream of awe rang out as Wheeljack, unable to evade, had his chest cruelly slashed open by the scythe, sending super energy splattering everywhere. Old wheels. Bulkhead, seeing this, burned with anxiety and immediately wanted to charge forward to draw the enemy's attention, giving his comrades a chance to escape or counterattack. But before he could act, Unicron, who had been facing away, suddenly spun around in a flash, simultaneously swinging his other arm. In that moment, a dazzling radiance burst forth, condensing into a heavy energy cannon in his hand. With a thunderous boom, this terrifying energy cannon fired unhesitatingly at Bulkhead. Amid a cataclysmic roar, the hapless Bulkhead was sent flying backward like a sapling uprooted by a gale before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
At this moment Unicron had no time for anything else. He knew full well that the most pressing task was to eliminate this detestable Cybertronian before him. Unicron had always adhered to ruthless slaughter, better to cut off one finger than to wound all 10. Especially when facing so many enemies, concentrating all power on a single target was the surest way to ensure success. Just as Unicron was about to finish off Wheeljack, the 3 aerial bot members responsible for long-range suppressive fire intervened decisively. In an instant countless dazzling laser beams and shells rained down upon Unicron, forming an impenetrable web of fire. Though these attacks failed to truly harm Unicron, they at least succeeded in slowing his advance, buying Wheeljack a precious moment to catch his breath. While the aerial bots fought desperately to win that fleeting respite, Wheeljack finally gained a brief opportunity to use the emergency medkit he always carried to tend to his grievous wounds. Wheeljack deftly retrieved a device resembling a spray gun and unhesitatingly aimed it at the wound from which super energy was gushing, pressing the trigger forcefully. In an instant a thick liquid like uncured cement shot out from the spray gun and struck Wheeljack's wound with pinpoint accuracy. Amazingly, this mysterious liquid upon contact with the wound solidified at an astonishing rate, successfully stemming the torrent of escaping super energy. However, it should be noted that while this miraculous tool temporarily alleviated the crisis of excessive energy loss, it offered no real benefit to the wound. On the contrary, it even carried a faint toxicity. For true restoration later, Wheeljack would have to endure an excruciating ordeal. First, he would have to painstakingly chip away the solidified cement from the wound. Only then could specialized medical equipment be used to properly treat and repair the actual injury. As one could foresee, the entire process would be filled with unbearable agony. Yet confronted with such a dire and urgent situation, Wheeljack had no other choice. After all, the formidable strength Megatron had displayed far exceeded their expectations. If Wheeljack rashly decided to retreat for treatment, coupled with the aerial bot's long-range fire suppression, the burden of close-quarters combat would fall entirely upon Bulkhead, who was already fighting alone. Thus Bulkhead would undoubtedly be plunged into an exceedingly perilous predicament. So the question remained, with all the Autobots on Cybertron rushing to stop Unicron, why was Optimus Prime, the strongest among them, still absent? The answer was simple. To seek the truth, Optimus Prime journeyed to the location of the Vector Sigma and personally questioned Primus. Back when Cybertron was in ruins, Primus had still managed to communicate with Qin Mo through the Vector Sigma. Now that Cybertron had been revived and everything restored, the connector, once ravaged almost beyond recognition by the Scraplets, had returned to its original state. Optimus Prime had clung to a faint hope and anticipation, believing that perhaps all that had happened was merely a grand scheme meticulously orchestrated by Trypticon, and that the legendary Unicron had not truly awakened. But who would have thought that at that very moment the words uttered by Primus would be like a bucket of icy water poured over his head, instantly washing away the last vestige of wishful thinking in Optimus Prime's mind, leaving nothing behind. For if Unicron could clearly perceive that Primus had already awakened, then conversely, how could Primus fail to detect that Unicron was gradually drawing closer? At that moment Unicron's colossal body had already sunk into a state of deep slumber. With no other recourse, he was forced to temporarily possess Megatron, upgrading him to deal with Cybertron. At the same time, Primus, having transformed into the entirety of Cybertron, was bound by numerous constraints and could not personally intervene to prevent this calamity from befalling the world. For this reason, Primus was compelled to rely on Optimus Prime, a leader of extraordinary prowess, his final herald. He hoped that through Optimus Prime's hands they could successfully eradicate the heinous Unicron and the vessel upon which his existence depended. Unfortunately, the current Optimus Prime was clearly no match for the fully upgraded and enhanced Megatron. If they could not find a way to rapidly elevate Optimus Prime's overall combat capabilities, their only outcome would be defeat. Thus Primus made an immediate decision to personally lend a hand, granting Optimus Prime a comprehensive upgrade opportunity. However, it was worth noting that compared to Unicron's crude, straightforward method of modifying Megatron, Primus, while fully capable of such an approach, focused more on external enhancements rather than internal alterations for Optimus Prime. "Go, Optimus Prime, as my final herald, extinguish the darkness in its infancy." With Primus' words, Optimus Prime dashed toward the base, then suddenly exerted force, leaping high into the air. The jetpack on his back unfurled its wings and blue tail flames erupted, propelling him swiftly forward. Meanwhile, outside the Autobot base, the battle between Unicron and the Autobots continued. Yet the fight was strangely peculiar. Though Unicron's attacks were exceptionally ferocious, aside from initially crippling Wheeljack, he had not inflicted any significant damage on them. Or rather, Unicron's attacks always fell just short, causing minor injuries, but whenever he was about to land a fatal blow he would again miss by a hair, allowing them to narrowly evade. The reason for all this was none other than Megatron himself. It was true that Unicron was the current master of this body, but the body was after all Megatron's. Strictly speaking, Megatron could still seize control, but doing so would assuredly enrage Unicron and invite electrocution. Over these days Megatron had grown thoroughly fed up with that old scoundrel Unicron. He subtly interfered every time, hoping to endure as much damage as possible. Once his body was damaged to a certain extent and lost its value, Unicron would naturally abandon it and seek a new vessel. Then he would be free. What irked Megatron however was that these Autobots were utterly incompetent, nothing short of absolute trash. Despite his constant covert leniency, the threat they posed to him remained negligible. This situation greatly troubled and frustrated Megatron, causing him silent anger. Fortunately, the person he most longed to see at that moment finally appeared just as he had wished. Seeing Bulkhead stumble to the ground once again in a sorry state, Megatron readied himself, prepared to feign weakness once more. Just as he raised his gleaming energy side ready to bring it down fiercely upon Bulkhead, several powerful energy blasts suddenly struck Megatron from behind. The destructive force of these energy blasts was astonishing, far surpassing the weapons the Autobots usually employed. The unleashed power was so immense that even Megatron felt a piercing pain, his body lurching forward involuntarily. And that momentary pause gave Bulkhead, who had been trapped in a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation he swung his heavy iron ball and slammed it into Megatron. Despicable herald of Primus. Unicron didn't even need to look. By sensing that loathsome aura alone, he could instantly tell that the one before him was the very culprit who had sealed his physical form away all those years ago. Without a second thought, Unicron lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Bulkhead, who was still attempting to attack, flying backward like a broken kite. A loud crash echoed as Bulkhead collapsed. Then, spinning around, Unicron aimed at Optimus Prime's position and fired two devastating shells in rapid succession. Yet facing the overwhelming barrage of energy fire hurtling toward him, Optimus Prime showed no intention of evading. A dazzling flash of sword light suddenly appeared, streaking across the sky. An astonishing sight unfolded. The two roaring energy blasts were cleaved cleanly in half, then exploded simultaneously. Unicron, your evil deeds have finally reached their end. What empowered Optimus Prime to declare such bold words with unwavering confidence was not only his gleaming blue-armored exoskeleton brimming with futuristic technology, but more crucially the divine weapon clenched in his hand, the Star Sword. Without a doubt, the Star Sword in Optimus Prime's grasp was not the nearly depleted blade that the ancient Titan had sent to Earth long ago. That sword still lay quietly with Qin Mo. This Star Sword was forged by Primus himself, crafted to bestow upon Optimus Prime the power necessary to confront the mighty foe Unicron. In an instant, Optimus Prime and Unicron collided like shooting stars, intertwining in a fierce clash. Optimus Prime swung the radiant Star Sword, each strike carrying overwhelming might. Simultaneously, Unicron retaliated with devastating energy weapons of his own. Neither yielded. Their exchanges matched blow for blow, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in the terrifying energy they unleashed. Seeing the stalemate, Optimus Prime decided to employ his ultimate technique, the persuasive power of words. Megatron, I know you can hear me. Once we fought side by side against Unicron and you bravely stood against him. Now you still have the chance to choose the path of justice. But before he could finish, Megatron shouted eagerly, never. Unicron granted me rebirth. From this moment we have merged into one, inseparable. And you, the last stubborn apostle, are destined to be utterly erased. It must be admitted that Megatron's words had a considerable impact, successfully making Unicron temporarily abandon the idea of torturing him with electric shocks to prevent any treachery in the ensuing battle. Having achieved his goal, Megatron focused his attention on the fierce battle, with Optimus Prime biding his time. Fortune favors the persevering. After an arduous and relentless struggle, Megatron finally seized a fleeting opportunity. Both combatants swiftly retreated and created distance. Optimus Prime then concentrated all his energy, channeling a torrent of dazzling blue light into the stars. Witnessing this, Unicron didn't hesitate. He swung his palms forward and clutched. In an instant, the massive scythe hanging in midair dissolved like smoke, only to reform into two heavy energy cannons. Clearly, Unicron's energy artillery was far more swift and ferocious in comparison. To ensure Optimus Prime could deliver this earth-shattering strike, the other fearless Autobots stepped forward, resolved to bear the brunt of Unicron's terrifying assault with their own bodies. Yet the unexpected occurred right then. The energy cannon, on the verge of firing, abruptly ceased without warning. Then something even more unbelievable happened. As if possessed by a specter, Unicron not only dispersed the surging energy cannon in his palms, but also spread his massive powerful arms wide as if to embrace something. Megatron, what are you doing? In the spiritual realm, Unicron stared at Megatron with shock and confusion. He never anticipated that in that very moment he had inexplicably lost control of this body. Unicron gasped in disbelief. Do you realize what catastrophic consequences your reckless behavior will bring upon us? It's sheer suicide. But faced with Unicron's accusations, Megatron showed no fear, instead replying firmly, wrong. Completely wrong. Neither you nor I shall die easily. If this body suffers enough damage to become utterly useless, then you will be forced to leave. All I will endure is nothing more than a minor pain. Before the words faded, two bolts of purple lightning howled like dragons, striking Megatron with relentless speed. In that instant, electricity surged, sparks flew, and the very space seemed to tremble. At that moment, Unicron finally realized he had fallen into Megatron's carefully laid trap. A torrent of fury erupted from his core, swiftly engulfing his being, driving Unicron into a frenzy. He glared at Megatron, desiring nothing more than to tear him up. Simultaneously, Unicron unhesitatingly attempted to reclaim control of his body, ready to inflict the harshest punishment upon Megatron.
But Megatron was no ordinary foe. Though tormented by agonizing pain, he clenched his jaw enduring the torment, refusing to relinquish his hold on the body.
Outside, Optimus Prime naturally noticed Megatron's anomaly, understanding it was a struggle for control between him and Unicron, a rare opportunity for himself. Even though the strike had not reached its maximum power, knowing that delay could breed trouble, Optimus Prime swung the charged sword without hesitation. With a resonant clang, a sword aura brimming with immense energy slashed toward Megatron's body. At that critical moment, Megatron ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure and Unicron successfully regained control of the body. But it was too late, the sword aura had already reached him. Even though Unicron hastily summoned an energy shield around himself, he could not avoid injury. Cunning apostle, Unicron growled, glaring at the wound on his shoulder. From now on you will have no more. Before Unicron could finish, several missiles flew toward him. Wretched vermin, die. Unicron had long been irritated by the 3 Autobots flying in the sky. Since they were now courting death, he didn't mind sending them off first. Though Unicron was wounded, such minor injuries healed almost instantly. That was why after fighting him for so long, the Autobots were covered in scars while Unicron remained unscathed. Oh my heavens. Dive SMA. Before Slingshot could finish his words, a violet energy orb shot forth, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. The high-speed energy projectile struck Dive Bomb, who was desperately dodging midair, instantly obliterating him into fragments. Yet it all occurred so swiftly that the others scarcely had time to react. Just as that breathtaking scene concluded, Unicron erupted with astonishing power. Its robust, powerful legs thrust violently, launching itself toward Slingshot like an arrow from a bow. Simultaneously, it tightly gripped a massive scythe radiating terrifying energy, which it swung, stirring fierce winds as if intending to cleave its foe in twain. At the critical moment, Optimus Prime stepped forward without hesitation, blocking Unicron's unstoppable assault. Nonetheless, the impact forced Optimus Prime back a few steps, yet he stood firm, shielding Slingshot behind him. With Megatron's interference eliminated, Unicron's attacks grew more ferocious and relentless, leaving no room for respite. Although Optimus Prime fought with all his might, he remained slightly outmatched. At last, after a fierce struggle, Unicron spotted a flaw. It exploited the opening, once again raising its energy scythe to cleave Slingshot. This time Slingshot could not escape its doom. With a crisp crack, its body was split in two. Not content with the slaughter, Unicron delivered a fatal blow to Air Raid, sending it to the afterlife as well. With the tragic demise of Slingshot and Air Raid, the once renowned Autobot elite team, the Aerialbots, met their end. Though Optimus Prime's strength had been greatly enhanced by his equipment, he still found himself utterly powerless against Unicron. After an exceptionally brutal battle, it was evident that Unicron had sustained severe wounds and damage. Its colossal body was covered in countless unhealed gashes, crisscrossing in a horrific manner. The most shocking was the massive, grotesque rift across its chest. At that moment, a surging torrent of violet super energy gushed forth from the rift like a breached dam. Worse still, much of Unicron's right hand had been hacked away, while its entire left arm had been completely severed. Yet Optimus Prime and his comrades had paid a similarly heavy price in this fierce conflict. Bulkhead lay mortally wounded, barely breathing, while poor Wheeljack had been struck and killed, an energy blast piercing through its chest, ending its life on the spot. Optimus Prime himself was now in a pitifully battered state. His once indestructible armor was utterly ruined, lacking any intact section. The Star Saber in his grip had been shattered into 2 pieces. Furthermore, a gaping hole had been torn in Optimus Prime's waist. If not for an emergency spray gun identical to Wheeljack's, the super energy within him would have flooded out uncontrollably. Gazing at the weakened, barely conscious Optimus Prime, a cruel, smug grin slowly spread across Unicron's twisted face. You loyal hound of Primus. I must admit, by the standards of insignificant ants like you are indeed quite formidable. But when facing the pinnacle of absolute power, the great god of destruction, Unicron, the only path left for you is utter annihilation. Now submit to your miserable fate. With these words, Unicron began gathering a terrifying energy, clearly intent on finishing Optimus Prime. Yet the grievously wounded Optimus Prime did not choose to surrender or give up easily. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last of his strength to rise, swiftly opening the thick armor plating on his chest to reveal an object that made even Unicron tremble with fear, the legendary Matrix of Leadership. Your arrogance and greed will never prevail, for justice shall conquer evil and light will banish darkness. With this impassioned roar, the Matrix in Optimus Prime's hand suddenly erupted into a blinding pillar of light, hurtling toward the caught-off-guard Unicron like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Seeing the incoming beam of boundless power, Unicron wasted no time, deploying all its might to conjure a thick energy shield before itself. Not only that, but it also enveloped its body in a solid armor of pure energy to enhance its defense. No, I will not fail this time. As the shout rang out, a resolute, determined glint flashed in Unicron's eyes. Yet in that instant the seemingly indestructible barrier before it suddenly collapsed as if swept by a fierce gale, proving to be as fragile as paper. Simultaneously the energy armor on Unicron began to melt away at a visible rate, like butter tossed into a blazing pan, vanishing in the blink of an eye.
Then the dazzling matrix shot a brilliant ray directly at Unicron.
In that moment the very space seemed to be torn asunder by the terrifying energy. Suffering such a devastating blow, Unicron trembled violently, spewing white smoke-like substances from its mouth accompanied by anguished piercing screams. As the light gradually faded, Optimus Prime had exhausted his last ounce of strength, kneeling on one knee, unable to rise, barely clinging to consciousness with his final breath. On the other side, though Unicron appeared quite battered, it still retained a degree of combat capability, standing firmly in place. Taking advantage of his control over Wei Zhenshin's body, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi moved step by step, slowly and painfully, until he stood before Qin Tianzhu. Then with a gaze full of mockery and disdain he looked down at the last apostle before him.
Ha 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 ha.
What an utterly foolish creature. This is not my true body. The power of the energy source cannot kill me. And you, the last apostle, will soon meet your doom.
It was exactly the same as before. After Qin Tianzhu unleashed the mighty power within the energy source, he became not only extremely weak but worse still, once again fell into the plight of amnesia. At that moment, facing the deadly blade of fate swung mercilessly by Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi, Qin Tianzhu had completely lost the ability to resist. With a dull heavy thud, the energy scythe gleaming with terrifying light slashed fiercely toward Qin Tianzhu. In an instant, super energy splattered in all directions. Qin Tianzhu's massive head rolled onto the ground and his colossal body crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. As Qin Tianzhu fell, the energy source within his body also tumbled out. Seeing the now powerless energy source, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi did not hesitate.
He stepped forward slowly and crushed it beneath his foot. As he exerted more pressure, a crisp crack rang out and the energy source gradually shattered into fragments under his soul.
Ha 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 ha. Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi burst into arrogant laughter, his voice deafening as if it would resonate throughout the entire cosmos. Now no one can stop me from destroying my arch-rival Primordial One Yuan Shi Tianzun.
However, just as Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi was smugly preparing to deliver his so-called victory speech, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed as if night had fallen prematurely.
Startled, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi quickly looked up and saw a colossal spaceship slowly emerging at the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the warship personally piloted by Qin Mo.
In the blink of an eye, countless mechanical insects surged forth like a raging tide, pouring out of the warship's hatch and charging straight toward Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi. Although Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi still put on an arrogant and haughty facade, after being tempered by the energy source he had become nothing but an empty shell. Facing the relentless onslaught surging toward him from all directions, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi had no means to fight back, and soon he was beaten to the ground.
Ha, look at you, a pitiful mess. It's only been a short while since we last met. How did you become so weak?
After confirming that the once formidable being had indeed lost all capacity to pose a threat, Qin Mo leisurely revealed himself and strode over to Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi.
You inferior creatures will never comprehend the power and wisdom of a being as exalted as myself. Even though trapped, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi remained stubborn, fixing a scornful gaze on Qin Mo.
He sneered viciously. So what if you've made some trivial modifications to your body?
Do you think that can transform you from the lowly primitive mechanical beast you are? Don't delude yourself.
Hearing these words, the already furious mechanical insects became even more enraged. They bared their fangs and claws, their eyes blazing with fury. It seemed they could barely contain their surging wrath, ready to swarm forward, tear the arrogant Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi to shreds and then devour him piece by piece.
However, surprisingly, Qin Mo remained completely unfazed by Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi's acerbic provocation.
Not even a frown crossed his face, instead a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips.
Foolish beast, retreat now and I might spare you.
Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi stood there, a look of disdain and contempt on his face, but he kept rambling on as if he did not take his opponents seriously at all.
But this time things were different.
Before Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi could finish his words, Qin Mo suddenly raised his hand and a surge of magnetic force so powerful it was suffocating swept toward Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi like an avalanche. Faced with this unexpected attack, even a being as terrifying as Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi found himself caught off guard. After all, he had just suffered a severe blow and his body had not yet recovered to its peak state. Now, combined with Qin Mo's surprise strike, he could hardly withstand it. With a dull thud, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi's colossal body involuntarily toppled backward and finally crashed heavily to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Although he struggled desperately to get up, his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to support his enormous weight. Helpless, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi could only kneel, his head bowed, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Qin Mo did not press the attack but stood quietly, a faint smile on his lips. Watching the kneeling Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi, he slowly raised a finger and lightly pointed toward the sky above. Then smiling he said, primitiveness has never been the obstacle to progress, arrogance is.
Hearing this, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi's heart trembled.
He gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength to lift his head and followed Qin Mo's pointed direction. In an instant his eyes widened in disbelief. At the far end of his sight a figure he never expected to see again hovered in the air. What Qin Mo was showing him was none other than the metallized earth, or rather his former body. Your arrogance led to your defeat in the battle against Primordial One Yuan Shi Tianzun, and now your arrogance has once again caused you to lose to me.
Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi, you are nothing but a complete fool. In response to Qin Mo's taunt, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi snorted, laugh and gloat all you want. I, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi, am immortal. Don't think you can be smug just because you've seized my physical form. Once I find a new vessel it will be your doom. Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi was quite confident, convinced that Qin Mo lacked the means and ability to destroy him.
What Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi did not know, however, was that while Qin Mo indeed had no power to annihilate him, he certainly had the ability to imprison him and prevent him from seeking another body. Laugh while you can, but let's see if you can still laugh after seeing this. With that, Qin Mo, as if performing a magic trick, produced the jar that once held the spark source. However, the spark source stored inside had been removed in advance and placed in a more secure location by Qin Mo, leaving only this empty jar. This is. The moment he saw the jar, Universe Emperor Yujo Dadi froze, then instinctively sensed danger and turned to flee. Alas, it was all too late. With a tremendous surge of suction, the energy form of Unicron was extracted from Megatron's body and sealed into a canister. Unicron attempted to flee, yet the moment he entered the canister its lid snapped shut, completing the final seal. Afterward, no matter how Unicron struggled within, he could not break free. Am I free? With Unicron extracted, Megatron regained control of his body. Yet now, beyond the joy of repossessing his form, he felt only exhaustion and weakness. Yes, you are indeed free. Seeing Megatron dazed, Qin Mo stepped forward, gently supporting him while whispering, don't get too excited. You're still weak. Take it slow. I never expected, Megatron said, his expression complex, that you would be the one to save me in the end. Qin Mo, unfazed, asked casually, so will you reassemble the Decepticons? No. Megatron refused decisively. I now truly understand what oppression means. I've experienced its pain firsthand. I don't want others to suffer it again. Satisfied with this answer, Qin Mo nodded approvingly. Well said. But to be safe, I think you'll solve the problem once and for all. With that, Qin Mo gave no chance for Megatron to react. He raised his gun and blasted off his head. Gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, Qin Mo shook his head ruefully. What a pity, Megatron. You were truly a warlord, but too difficult to control. So this is the only way. To ensure Megatron was truly dead, Qin Mo personally dug out the anti-spark within him and extinguished it. Having done this, Qin Mo cast one last look at Cybertron without a trace of reluctance and began boarding the warship to leave. But just then a voice called out, wait. The familiar voice halted Qin Mo. He stopped and turned around slowly. Then the fragments of the matrix of leadership already shattered by Unicron began to float upward and rapidly repair themselves in midair. Finally, with a dazzling blue light surging into it, the matrix was reactivated. Watching the matrix float toward him, Qin Mo understood Primus' intention. Primus wanted him to succeed the fallen Optimus Prime to become the master of the matrix, his last herald. Qin Mo only needed to reach out his hand to claim the matrix effortlessly. Now both Optimus Prime and Megatron were dead. Qin Mo could easily become the leader of Cybertron. Take it, become my herald, and everything shall be yours. Primus' voice echoed in Qin Mo's ear like the whisper of a demon, ceaselessly tempting him to accept the matrix. Just as Qin Mo's hand reached for the matrix, something utterly unexpected happened. He refused it. Why? Primus did not understand. Why would he refuse? Power and renown lay plainly before him. By accepting the matrix, Qin Mo would gain the right to lead all Cybertronian beings. Why refuse? The truth was that Qin Mo refused decisively and without hesitation. Had this happened before Qin Mo met Han Ing, he might have accepted the matrix, become Primus' herald, and led Cybertron and Earth to roam the cosmos. But after meeting Han Ing and learning from him that beyond this world existed more worlds, vaster realms. If Qin Mo wished to break out of this universe and become a true dominator of the multiverse, he could not accept the matrix, lest it become a noose constraining him. Watching Qin Mo walk away without looking back, Primus made no attempt to stop him. He withdrew the matrix along with the bodies of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Qin Mo had wanted to take Megatron's body due to its high technological value, but seeing Primus' interest in it, he abandoned that plan. After all, before him stood a living legend, and Qin Mo had just refused his offer. To stir up any trouble now would risk angering Primus, making escape far harder. Qin Mo stood on the warship's deck watching Cybertron recede into the distance. Behind him gathered hardcase shrapnel shockwave Skylynx and Silas, now fully mechanical, among others.
Qin Mo turned slowly to face them.
Today we take a historic step.
We leave behind the shadow of Cybertron's war.
We depart our homeworld.
Our aim is the stars and the seas. The entire universe shall kneel beneath our feet. We are primitive beasts.